transcending into the martial arts world. What martial masters or supreme heroes? Such terms sound utterly mundane. I, the wanderer, yearn to explore this realm. My pursuit lies in the ethereal, seeking enlightenment through thought. Who would tolerate engaging with the trivial games of the ordinary world? Years later, the places I once visited began to resonate with spiritual energy. Is this truly still a martial arts world? Chapter 1: Birth. Where am I? As Li Zio reopened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in a chaotic darkness. He felt as though he were encased in a warm, viscous embrace. From a distance, indistinct voices could be discerned. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though conversations were taking place. The fetus is moving. A gentle female voice echoed faintly. Is that so? Let me feel, came a rough male voice in response. And then a soft patting sound. Li Zio felt a jolt of alarm. This sensation of compression, the proximity of voices, and the rhythmic sound of a heartbeat. Could it be that he had indeed traversed into another realm? Could it be that he was nestled within a mother's womb? Ah, well, reflecting on his previous life. After graduation, he had toiled alone for over a decade. After all these years, apart from a slightly protruding belly, he had scarcely accumulated any wealth. Exhausted and overwhelmed by pressure, his mother had persistently urged him to return home. Reluctantly, burdened by discontent, he complied with her suggestion and boarded the high-speed train home. Fatigued, he fell asleep as soon as he settled in. Little did he anticipate that when he opened his eyes again, he would have transcended. He had no idea what kind of world he had entered. Was it ancient or modern? Ah, how intriguing. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt the walls around him gently sway. Accompanied by the gentle laughter of the woman, "Look at you. Your hand is heavy. You startled the child." The rough male voice replied softly, "Isn't it just a wish for him to arrive sooner? Once he is born, I shall venture to the back mountain to catch the plumpest rabbit for you." Li Zio's heart skipped a beat. Rabbits? Back mountain? It sounded reminiscent of a pastoral scene from ancient times. If this were contemporary society, one wouldn't need to go to the back mountain to hunt rabbits. As he wished to listen more intently, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. The surrounding sounds gradually faded, and he involuntarily sank deeper into the abyss of darkness. Only the rhythmic heartbeat remained, like a steady drumbeat of solace. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he opened his eyes once more. Suddenly, the walls around him convulsed violently. It felt as though an invisible hand had gripped him tightly before releasing him abruptly. Ah! A piercing cry of pain erupted in his ears, sending a shockwave through his eardrums. The gentle female voice was now reduced to fragmented screams. Each word seemed to emerge through clenched teeth, mingled with heavy breaths, constricting the heart. "Push! Put in more effort. The head is almost out." A shrill female voice pierced through the chaos, unfamiliar yet filled with undeniable urgency. His third aunt, "Grit your teeth and hold on. Once you pass this threshold, it will be over. Push harder." The surrounding pressure suddenly turned ferocious, as though it intended to crush him within this warmth. The anguished cries of a mother transformed into an unceasing lament, interspersed with muffled groans reminiscent of dislocated bones. Each exertion was accompanied by violent tremors of her body, which in turn left him disoriented and bewildered. "Quick, bring hot water. Fetch a dry cloth." Another woman's voice urgently called out, her footsteps echoing in a flurry not far away. The mother's breath grew increasingly feeble, her shouts descending into a deep, guttural tone. At long last, Li Zio emerged from this confined space. What a struggle it had been to enter this world. How arduous for his mother. A wail broke forth, heralding Li Zio's first breath of air in this realm. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his feelings. "He's here. He's here. It's a boy." One of the assisting aunts wiped her hands with a cloth, her steps unsteady as she rushed outside. She raised her voice so that all in the courtyard could hear. Outside, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and soon the door creaked open. A rugged male voice entered the scene, carrying with it a hint of earthy fragrance. He hastily wiped his hands on his clothing and, with urgency, reached out towards the aunt. "Where's the child? Let me see." Another aunt, assisting in the delivery, handed over the swaddled Li Zio. He grasped the bundle with utmost care, his movements clumsy as if cradling a rare treasure. Narrowing his eyes, Li Zio finally beheld his father in this life. His father bore sun-kissed skin and rugged features, yet at this moment his eyes widened in astonishment. Gazing intently at Li Zio's face, his mouth broke into a broad grin, his voice trembling with emotion. "He looks just like me, truly a replica of my younger self." Beside them, the mother gasped softly, her gaze upon him filled with a tenderness that seemed to overflow. Li Ziyo was cradled in his father's rough hands, listening to the suppressed chuckles resonating from him. Suddenly, he felt that perhaps this journey through time was not so lamentable after all. Thus, Li Ziyo became a part of this family. Perhaps due to his recent arrival, he found himself overcome by sleepiness, often dozing for hours in the warm embrace of his mother. When awake, he was often carried outside by her to mingle with the neighboring ants, who would engage in light-hearted conversations. "Three ants, your child is quite astute, as if he understands our words. Look at those little eyes, they even blink. Truly delightful." Aunt Wong from next door, while stitching a shoe sole, smiled as she assessed him. The mother gently patted his back, her eyes brimming with affection. "Indeed, this child gives me such peace. He hardly cries or fusses. Now things are well. You've added a plump little lad. Your family's third will have a successor." Another aunt chimed in. "I've heard that the outside world has been rather unsettled lately. Just days ago, a few rogues were brawling at the village entrance. When you go out, be sure to have your husband be cautious. Do not provoke those vagabonds." Li Ziyo blinked from within his swaddling, absorbing the fragmented conversations like pieces of a puzzle, gradually assembling the contours of this world. This world bore semblance to ancient times, yet diverged from any historical era within his recollections. However, the villagers often speak of those from the martial world, reminiscent of a realm filled with chivalry. Yet these individuals are anything but docile. The villagers themselves are far more unpretentious. Each household possesses a few acres of arable land, cultivating grains just barely sufficient for subsistence. This village is named Heliu Village, and it possesses a few merits. Firstly, the entire village is constructed along a modest river. Although the river is not particularly grand, it provides convenience for the villagers. Secondly, at the entrance of the village stand several ancient willow trees, beside which lies a main thoroughfare frequented by travelers seeking respite. Villagers often exchange fruits for small coins. Not far away, there is a hill to the rear. However, apart from a dilapidated temple, it offers little else. For those wishing to hunt, with a stroke of luck, they might catch a rabbit, but larger game is seldom seen. According to several ants, this village has only been inhabited for a few generations. In total, there are merely a dozen households, yet the surnames are quite diverse. Nevertheless, the neighbors coexist harmoniously, and those who have moved to this village are not of humble lineage. It is said that a few families have ancestors who were once martial artists. These ants merely indulge in light-hearted banter, knowing little of the deeper histories. As for Li Ziyo, he has pieced together bits of information regarding his ancestry. He has heard that his forebears were once prosperous. His great-grandfather was a gambler who squandered most of the family fortune. His grandfather, taken into military service at a young age, met an unfortunate fate in battle, leaving his grandmother to raise 4 children alone. His elder and second uncles departed early to establish their own families. The elder uncle has 2 sons and a daughter, all now married, while the second uncle has 3 daughters, the eldest of whom is already wed. The younger 2 sisters are only a few years older than Li Ziyo. His elder aunt has also married into a neighboring village. Li Ziyo's father, in an era when most married by 13 or 14, was considered quite late to wed. In his youth, he, unwilling to lead an ordinary life, aspired to venture forth. Lacking martial prowess, he instead honed his skills as a carpenter. Within the village, he is well-liked, often sought after for assistance. Chapter 2. The Notable Prodigy. In a mere 6 years, rumors of a young prodigy emerged from Heliu Village, inexplicably spreading far and wide. Li Ziyo himself was taken by surprise. In his previous life, he had toiled away in mediocrity, yet in this life, he found himself thrust into the limelight due to his early wisdom. While other children rolled in the mud, he had already devoured the old books his father had brought home, mastering them thoroughly. He could even wield a brush to write beautifully, a remarkable feat in a village where few could recognize a basketful of characters. Thus, the saying Li's child is a prodigy spread from 10 to 100, reaching even the town. One afternoon, an exquisitely adorned carriage suddenly halted outside the Li residence. As the curtain was lifted, a middle-aged man clad in a satin coat descended. With intricate embroidery at the cuffs and his chin held high, he was none other than Wang Fu, the steward of the Wang family in town. Following him were 2 robust servants, who, upon standing in the courtyard, made the humble earthen walls appear even more cramped. "Who is Li Laosan?" Wang Fu's voice resonated with a commanding authority as his gaze swept over the farming tools in the courtyard, tinged with a hint of impatience. "My master has heard of your child's intelligence and has come to extend an invitation for him to serve as a companion reader for my eldest son. All expenses will be covered, including a monthly stipend. This is indeed a tremendous fortune." Upon hearing this, Li Laosan rubbed his calloused hands together, his face adorned with a smile, hastily responding, "I am undeserving." Yet, anxiety bubbled within him. Both he and his wife were simple and honest folk, unaccustomed to such grandeur. The nearby aunts, having caught wind of the news, chimed in enthusiastically. "This is the Wang family, a prestigious household with ancestral ties to successful scholars. Li Laosan, you must accept this." His wife tugged at his sleeve, her eyes filled with hesitation. Who wouldn't wish for their child to achieve greatness? Just as Li Laosan was on the verge of acquiescing, his son, Li Zio, who had been seated on a small stool engrossed in his reading, suddenly spoke up. His voice was clear and crisp, yet imbued with an unassailable certainty. "Father, I do not wish to go." Silence enveloped the courtyard. Wang Fu, seemingly amused, furrowed his brow in disbelief. "What do you, a mere child, understand? Entering the Wang household grants you the opportunity to meet esteemed scholars and witness the wider world. Your parents would benefit from your association. I can study at home." Li Zio raised his gaze to meet Wang Fu's, his expression exuding a calmness beyond his years. "I appreciate the goodwill of the Wang family, but I must decline the offer of companionship." Wang Fu's countenance shifted dramatically. Having served the Wang family for many years, he had never been rebuffed by a 6-year-old, and his face darkened with indignation. "Is your family unaware of the opportunity before you? Do you not know who my master is? Steady yourself, steward." Li Laosan quickly stepped in front of his son, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he spoke. "The child is still young and does not comprehend. Please do not take offense, but..." He glanced at his son's resolute eyes and then at his wife, ultimately summoning the courage to say, "We shall heed the child's wishes." Wang Fu, enraged, was about to unleash a tirade when he suddenly recalled his master's instructions prior to departure. The Li family was a registered household exempt from military service taxes. An ancestor had perished in battle, earning them the protection of the authorities, rendering them beyond the reach of ordinary folk. He shot a seething glare at Li Zio and, with a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, declared, "Very well. Do not regret this decision in the future." With that, he departed in his carriage, the wheels rolling over the gravel with a sound reminiscent of pent-up frustration. In the courtyard, Li Samlang and his wife remained shaken, gazing at the direction in which the carriage had vanished. Then turning to their son, their expressions a mix of confusion and complexity. They simply could not fathom why their son had rejected the opportunity that so many coveted, one that countless families yearned for. Yet, exchanging glances, the couple ultimately refrained from uttering harsh words. Li Laosan approached Li Zio, gently running his rough hand through his son's hair. "If the child does not wish to go, then we shall not go. Though I may lack means, I will not allow you to face hardship." His wife stepped forward, embracing him, whispering softly, "At home, I will prepare you boiled eggs. Is that not preferable to enduring the whims of others?" They understood little of the complexities at play. All they knew was that their son had made a decision, and, as parents, they would support him. Yet, within Li Zio's heart, clarity reigned. In his previous life, after years of struggling at the lower rungs of society, he had witnessed the intricacies of human nature. Did the Wang family genuinely regard his wisdom with esteem? It was merely an endeavor to find a free prodigy to accompany their son in his studies. This would not only provide a benchmark for their child, but also earn them a reputation for nurturing talent. If he were to truly join them, the passage of time would surely subject him to innumerable trials. He might even become a mere stepping stone to elevate another status. In an era characterized by an explosion of information, whether through historical readings or brief videos, countless examples had demonstrated this truth. Rather than becoming a pawn in their game, it would be wiser to conceal his brilliance and escape the confines of the board. He raised his gaze to the azure sky and tightly clenched his small hands, vowing silently, "In this life, I shall live freely." For 6 long years, Li Zio harbored a secret deep within, a secret known solely to him, one that pertained to the reason behind his transmigration. This tale began just before he boarded the high-speed train in his previous life. Having recently resigned from his job in the city, he resolved to return to his hometown. The tension that had gripped him for over a decade suddenly relaxed, leaving a void in his heart. While wandering near the train station, he chanced upon a street vendor selling various health-related books. On a whim, he picked up a copy of Introduction to Tai Chi to occupy his time upon returning home. The book was not thick, and the vendor quoted 50 yuan, to which he did not haggle. As he paid, his peripheral vision caught sight of a stone, roughly the size of an egg, resting in the corner of the stall. Its surface glimmered faintly, exuding a peculiar charm. "Boss, how much for that stone?" he casually inquired. The vendor, momentarily taken aback, glanced between the book in Li Zio's hands and the stone, then broke into a wide grin. "Oh, that's just a weight to hold down my books. It's not worth much. If you like it, take it as a gift." Without further thought, Li Zio thanked the vendor and placed both the book and the stone into his bag before boarding the train. Later, as he dozed off in his seat, he awoke to find himself as an unborn child in the womb. In the ensuing 6 years, he repeatedly pondered this event, increasingly convinced that the stone was extraordinary, for it now resided securely in his mind, not as an illusion, but as a tangible warmth, akin to a dormant star. Even more astonishing was his newfound memory. In his previous life, he had been forgetful, struggling to memorize even a single word. Now, however, he absorbed information effortlessly, able to read entire passages at a glance and reproduce them verbatim. The contents of Tai Chi felt as though they were inscribed in his very being, each movement and principle as vivid as if he had just perused the book yesterday. Though he had yet to uncover any further marvels of the stone, Li Zio instinctively sensed that matters were far from simplistic. The young child watched the Wang family's carriage vanish at the village's edge, his previously bright eyes now clouded with contemplation. This encounter with the Wang family had doused him with cold reality. In this unfamiliar world, revealing his talents too soon might not be a blessing. He quietly clenched his fists, resolving inwardly. Henceforth, he must not allow even a hint of his extraordinary nature to surface in the presence of outsiders. Point 1 must lead a stable life before attaining maturity in order to endure for a long time. Chapter 3. Becoming a cowherd. Oh dear, where has all this smoke come from? Motherly had intended to prepare a meal. Upon entering the kitchen, she was greeted by a swirling cloud of smoke near the stove and quickly called out, "Husband, come here at once." Hearing his wife's urgent call, Li Laosan hurried to the kitchen. Upon seeing the flames dancing in the earthen basin beside the stove, with several old books curling into charred rolls in the fire, he was momentarily stunned. Motherly, gazing at the books in the basin, stamped her foot in distress and reached out to retrieve them. "These are precious books your father painstakingly collected. They are worth quite a few copper coins. What a pity to burn them." "Mother, wait." Li Zio, who had been squatting by the basin, quickly stood up to stop her. "Child, why on earth are you burning books?" Mother Li's eyes turned red with sorrow. However, Li Laosan refrained from speaking immediately. He merely crouched down to observe the ashes in the basin, then glanced at his son, his eyes filled with curiosity. Li Zio patted his little head and, despite his tender voice, spoke with earnestness. "Mother, I have memorized everything. These books are no longer useful, and keeping them may lead to trouble." Motherly was taken aback. Though still pained, she understood her son's innate intelligence. Realizing he had indeed committed the content to memory, she reluctantly withdrew her hand. Li Zio turned to his father, looking up with a serious expression, and asked, "Father, do we have any spare money?" Li Laosan wiped the soot from his face and replied solemnly, "We do have some, but only about 7 or 8 taels, saved over the years from my carpentry work. It's meant for your future bride." "Father, can we use that money to buy a cow?" Li Zio's gaze was particularly earnest. "Buy a cow?" Both Li Laosan and his wife exclaimed in unison. Motherly quickly pulled her son close. "Child, what are you thinking? You burned the books. Now you want to buy a cow? Cows should not be purchased casually. Doing so could land you in jail." However, Li Laosan raised his hand to calm his wife, furrowing his brow as he looked at his son. "What do you need a cow for? We cannot afford a plowing ox. Your mother and I can manage our few acres of meager fields." He knew his son was always resourceful, and the act of burning books hinted at something unusual. The desire to buy a cow must have a reason behind it. Li Zio gazed at his father's rough hands and gently said, "Father, I do not want an official plowing ox. I wish to find a retired old yellow cow through someone. It won't be used for plowing, just kept to help haul some heavy loads, easing your burden." Li Laosan fell silent. He understood that the retired old yellow cow referred to those worn-out beasts that the government had culled, now permitted for private trade. While they could not plow, they could still be useful for light work. However, 7 or 8 taels for a cow was an exorbitant price for a farmer. He scrutinized his son for a long moment, observing that the child's face bore no trace of childish jest, only an unexpected gravity. Finally, he nodded slowly. If you have made up your mind, I shall inquire about it. But know that spending this money will leave us with nothing. Do not worry, father. Li Zio clenched his tiny fist and declared, the cow will assist with work at home, and I shall learn to support the family. Our lives will surely improve. Li Laosan ceased his speech, merely bending down to extinguish the embers in the basin. As he turned to leave, he casually remarked, I shall visit the village head. This matter requires his presence. Li Mu observed her husband's retreating figure and then glanced at her son. Ultimately, she refrained from further objections, letting out a sigh before turning to tidy up the soot-stained stove. In the afternoon of Hilu village, the sun radiated warmth. Beneath the trees by the river, 7 or 8 women gathered, engaged in the tasks of soul-making and vegetable sorting. Their hands remained busy, while their chatter wove a continuous tapestry of conversation. It was said that Li Laosan's child had recently been hailed as a prodigy. Yet, what could account for the perplexing events that had transpired in recent days? Aunt Wang, with her needle and thread dancing across the fabric, spoke in a notably loud voice. Aunt Zhang, sorting green beans nearby, chimed in indeed. Just the other day, the Wang family from town invited him to be a companion reader, a tremendous opportunity. Many families would vie for such a chance, and yet, he outright refused, reportedly leaving the steward Wang green with envy. Oh, but that is not all. Aunt Lu, freshly returned from washing clothes by the river, wrung the water from her apron and leaned in, lowering her voice. Yesterday, when I went to borrow a sieve from next door, I witnessed smoke billowing from their kitchen. To my astonishment, that young lad was squatting by the stove, burning books. His mother was frantically pacing beside him, distressed. Those books were hard-earned by his father, and I hear they cost quite a bit. Burning books? The women halted their tasks, eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, burning books. Aunt Lu exclaimed, slapping her thigh. I asked his mother how any sensible person could burn good books like that. She merely sighed and shook her head, saying nothing. What kind of nonsense is this? No matter how clever he may be, he should not be allowed to engage in such folly. Do you think this lad might follow in the footsteps of his 2 sisters? The women shook their heads, hesitant to speculate. Aunt Wang quickly shifted the topic, whispering, there is something even more bizarre. This morning, as I delivered pickled vegetables to the old village head, I happened upon Li Laosan's son inquiring about purchasing a cow, expressing a desire for a retired old yellow ox. With just a few acres of meager land, and relying on the lad's carpentry to supplement their income, where would they find the funds for a cow? Could it be that this child is truly lost in some sort of bewilderment? Aunt Zhang sighed, shaking her head. I once thought he might amount to something, but with these successive oddities, alas, he is still just a 6-year-old child. Perhaps he has been overly exalted in recent days, losing his sense of proportion. Indeed, Aunt Lu resumed, sorting her beans. I wonder what his parents are thinking, allowing him to run amok like this. If it were my boy, I would have slapped him long ago. The aunts exchanged their thoughts, the sunlight filtering through the leaves to grace them, accompanied by the distant sounds of crowing roosters and barking dogs. They savored the unfolding tale until the sun began to set, before each departed homeward with their baskets. Only the idle chatter remained in the wind, awaiting tomorrow to gather once more and continue the conversation. The matter of purchasing a cow weighed heavily on Li Laosan's mind. He first approached the old village chief to express his thoughts, but the chief initially hesitated, pondering the few acres of land at home and questioning the need to spend such unnecessary money. However, Li Laosan's persistent arguments, along with the memory of the Li family's ancestral ties, swayed the old chief. He recalled Li Laosan's steadfast support for the villagers and agreed to assist in gathering information. The old chief, well-connected, enlisted the help of a familiar courier in town and eventually located an old yellow cow that the government had deemed surplus. This cow, once used for pulling carts at the post station, was now aged and somewhat unsteady on its feet, making it eligible for a discounted sale to farmers. Yet, the process required paperwork, dealings with moneylenders, and additional bribes, adding up to nearly 10 taels of silver. Li Laosan withdrew all the 7 or 8 taels from his household, still falling short by 2 taels. Noticing Li Laosan's predicament, the old chief retrieved 2 ingots of silver from his own money box and handed them over, saying, Take this for now. Do you think I don't trust you? You can repay me once you're back on your feet. Li Laosan accepted it with a flushed face, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, though his heart felt heavy. This sum represented nearly 2 or 3 years' worth of sustenance for an ordinary farmer. A few days later, Li Laosan returned to the village, leading the old yellow cow, its coat of faded hue and its gait somewhat unsteady. Despite its age, the cow was still robust enough for light labor. Upon seeing this, the villagers gathered to discuss. astonished that the Li family had seemingly exhausted their savings. What left them even more speechless was that shortly thereafter, they spotted Li Laosan's 6-year-old son, leading the cow to the riverside at the foot of the back hill. The riverside was lush with water plants, perfect for grazing. Once a child prodigy engrossed in books, he had now transformed into a carefree cowherd, accompanying the old yellow cow daily. Clutching a slender willow branch to guide the cow, he mimicked the art of tending with remarkable authenticity. Look at Li's third child. He's really herding cows now. Instead of studying, he is competing with the cow. Surely, the reputation of the former prodigy is at stake. Perhaps his parents had come to terms with the reality that a farmer's child cannot always be burdened with books. Practical work in the fields is indeed essential. The gossip floated through the air, yet Li Zio remained unperturbed. He walked slowly alongside the old yellow cow by the riverside, occasionally squatting to observe the cow grazing or gazing vacantly at the river water. This brought him a sense of freedom that was absent when he was buried in his studies. Li Laosan watched the scene unfold. Although he was unaware of what his son was truly contemplating, seeing him cheerful each day eased his worries. The money had already been spent, the cow purchased, and as long as his child was happy, he decided to let him be. Chapter 4. The disheveled Daoist residing in the ruined temple in the days that followed. Li Zio spent his time leisurely tending to an old yellow ox at the foot of the back mountain. Each day unfolded with a sense of freedom and tranquility. At times, he pondered over his recent obsession with books, which had led to a series of troublesome incidents. Despite the fact that he had no desire to pursue official recognition. What, then, was the purpose of such fervent study? Initially, it stemmed from mere curiosity, a desire to comprehend the written words of this world. He soon discovered that the characters of this realm bore a striking resemblance to those of his previous life, making them easy to grasp. He had merely mentioned to his father his wish for a book, only to find that his father took it seriously and scoured the land for old texts. Reluctant to disappoint his father's goodwill, he patiently continued his reading. Fortuitously, he possessed an extraordinary memory and keen insight in this life, and before long, he had thoroughly absorbed those characters. This made him appear far more astute than the average child, which, in turn, drew unwanted attention. Now, he wandered the riverside daily, leading his ox along the tranquil banks, observing the gentle flow of the water, listening to the chirping of insects and the singing of birds, finding it far more liberating than being cooped up indoors with books. As he stroked the coarse neck of the old yellow ox, a sense of clarity began to blossom within him. The life of a farmer's child should indeed be grounded and carefree. Typically, the back mountain saw few children at play. Climbing the mountain was arduous, and aside from the wild grasses and scattered trees, there was little of intrigue to be found. It was far more enjoyable to fish and frolic by the riverbank. Halfway up the mountain stood a dilapidated temple, long since having lost half of its structure. The remaining walls were overrun with vines, and the deity within had been ravaged by the elements, leaving its identity shrouded in mystery. Rumor had it that a scruffy Daoist had taken residence there a few years prior, limping on one leg. This Daoist would occasionally descend the mountain to procure wine, but otherwise, he remained ensconced in the temple, seldom seen awake. Though the temple was in ruins, villagers still paid their respects during festivals, occasionally bringing offerings of pastries and fruits. Yet, none could ascertain how the disheveled Daoist funded his drinking habits, as he rarely interacted with the villagers. They had long grown accustomed to this peculiar arrangement. He led his own life, while they led theirs, each respecting the other's boundaries. The presence of a cowherd at the foot of the mountain did not disturb the Daoist's dreams. Whenever the Daoist ventured down for wine and encountered Li Zio, he would remain silent and pass by without a word. Li Zio, in turn, would pretend not to notice, either squatting to fiddle with the wild grasses or gazing absently at the flowing river. Yet, he felt a flicker of curiosity towards this Daoist. The village women often indulged in idle gossip, but rarely mentioned him, and they certainly could not clarify his origins. In the tales he had read in his previous life, characters adorned in such a manner were often far from ordinary. Especially considering the existence of martial artists in this world, his intrigue was piqued. His father had once ventured far and wide, hoping to step onto the path of martial arts. After more than a decade, it had all come to naught, a testament to the difficulty of becoming a martial artist. His own circumstances were equally perplexing. 6 years had passed since his arrival in this world, and aside from the occasional enhancement to his memory and a slight increase in vitality, the stone that had accompanied him offered no other abilities. Dubbed as the protagonist, he had yet to fully grasp the potential of his so-called golden finger, leaving him with an unfulfilled sense of yearning. The books have been burned, and one can no longer immerse oneself in study as before. Spending days idly on the back of an ox is hardly a sustainable solution. On this particular afternoon, Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the riverbank. The old yellow ox grazed on tender grass, its tail swishing leisurely. Li Ziyo sat on the ox's back, swaying for a while. Feeling a wave of restlessness, he suddenly recalled the book Introduction to Tai Chi with nothing else to occupy his time. Why not give it a try? He slid down from the ox's back, patting it gently to allow it to continue grazing. Seeking a clear patch of ground, he began to mimic the movements he remembered from the illustrations, commencing the stance, performing cloud hands, and executing the wild horse's mane. Though he was young and lacked strength, his movements were slow and deliberate. His arms traced circles with the characteristic clumsiness of a child. Yet, he managed to string the techniques together. This form of martial arts emphasizes the principle of yielding to overcome strength, flowing gracefully and effortlessly. To an onlooker, he appeared to be merely playing in a leisurely manner. Just as he reached the white crane spreads its wings, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the disheveled Daoist descending the mountain to procure some wine. Carrying an empty gourd, he limped past the riverbank. Clearly, the Daoist noticed him but did not raise his eyelids, continuing straight down the mountain. Li Ziyo paid him no mind, completing his entire set of movements. He felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, the tension in his heart dissipating somewhat, which was rather refreshing. As the sun began to set, just as he intended to lead the ox home, he observed the Daoist returning with wine, maintaining that same languid demeanor as he approached. His gaze inadvertently flicked in Li Ziyo's direction. This glance seemed to capture his attention, causing the Daoist to halt in his tracks. He stood in the shadows of the trees, squinting his eyes as he watched Li Ziyo begin his practice anew, initially appearing indifferent. As he continued to observe, the Daoist's drooping eyelids gradually lifted, even as the gourd slipped down to his elbow without him noticing. Only when Li Ziyo concluded his movements did the Daoist saunter over, smacking his lips and shaking his head repeatedly, saying, "What a pity." Intrigued, Li Ziyo looked up at him. The Daoist shook the gourd in his hand, the liquid inside clinking against the walls. "Your form possesses a semblance of profundity, yet what a pity." "What a pity about what?" Li Ziyo inquired eagerly. His curiosity piqued. The disheveled Daoist paused, gazing at the 6-year-old child before shaking his head once more. "What a pity that this is not a martial art. Warriors first cultivate their vital energy and bones, then they practice true Qi. Your practice does not touch upon any of these aspects." The Daoist shook his head again, muttering, "It appears to align with Taoist martial arts, yet it eludes comprehension." With a sigh, he did not wait for a response from Li Ziyo, but instead continued up the mountain, limping toward the dilapidated temple, leaving Li Ziyo in a state of astonishment. Gazing at the Taoist's retreating figure, his heart stirred by tumultuous emotions. This Daoist was indeed no ordinary individual. Reflecting on this, Li Ziyo no longer hesitated and blurted out, "Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature." The disheveled Daoist's footsteps abruptly halted, as if pulled by an invisible thread. He turned his back, remaining silent for a moment. Even the swaying gourd of wine came to a standstill. After a considerable while, he slowly turned around. His previously drooping eyelids were fully lifted. For the first time, a glimmer of clarity shone in his murky eyes, fixed intently upon Li Ziyo. That gaze was no longer as indifferent as before. It seemed almost as if it bore hooks, seeking to penetrate the very essence of the 6-year-old child. "Child," the Taoist's voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible surprise. "Where did you hear that?" Li Ziyo's heart tightened, realizing the weight of the words. Yet he feigned innocence. "I chanced upon it in an old book, found it quite pleasant. Does the Taoist know of these words?" The Taoist did not respond to him, merely gazing intently for a while. Suddenly, he broke into a grin, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. "What a splendid Tao follows nature." The soft and feeble tricks you practiced earlier seemed to have an inexplicable connection to these words. He stepped forward a couple of paces, dragging his lame leg lightly against the ground. It is easy to remember such words, yet to comprehend their essence is quite another matter. Do you understand how heaven and earth adhere to the Tao? What is nature? Li Ziyo pressed his lips together. He could only recall the text. How could he dare to offer an explanation? He lowered his head, feigning the clumsiness of a child. "I do not know. I just find the words pleasing to hear." Seeing this, the Taoist shook his head again, whether in disappointment or something else was unclear. He raised his head and took a swig of wine, the liquid trickling down the corner of his mouth. "Alas, at your age, it is already a rarity to remember such words." He turned to leave, but seemed to recall something, turning back to say, "Tomorrow at this hour. Practice your tricks here again." With that, he limped away into the woods by the mountain path, leaving only the scent of wine to linger in the breeze. Li Ziyo stood still, his palms slightly damp. He gazed in the direction where the Taoist had vanished, feeling both startled and elated. It appeared that this disheveled Taoist was indeed far from ordinary. Chapter 5. What is martial arts from that moment onward? For an entire month, at the appointed hour, the scruffy Taoist would invariably appear at the foot of the mountain. Li Ziyo would lead his old yellow cow to the open space, practicing his punches according to the mental map etched in his memory. As he began, his arms would slowly rise, and during the cloud hands, his waist would gradually twist. The sequence of movements flowed with a newfound grace, surpassing his initial attempts. The Taoist would sit not far away, beneath a crooked tree, leaning against its trunk. A wine gourd rested beside him, and he would sometimes squint, appearing to drift in and out of sleep. Occasionally, his gaze would fall upon Li Ziyo's movements. Yet he remained silent, offering no words. Upon completing his routine, Li Ziyo would stand still, a light sheen of sweat forming on his brow. The Taoist would then lazily rise, taking a few sips from his gourd before limping up the mountain, never uttering a single word. As time passed, a tacit understanding developed between them. Sometimes, while Li Ziyo practiced, the old yellow cow would wander over to the Taoist for a scratch. The Taoist would merely reach out to pat the cow's neck absent-mindedly, his attention still fixed on the martial forms. Occasionally, Li Ziyo could not restrain his curiosity and would pose a question, mostly regarding his practice. Taoist, should the gesture of grasping the sparrow's tail be more grounded? Or, I feel unsteady when I step forward. What am I doing wrong? The Taoist might not respond. If he was in a good mood, he might mutter something vague, tracing a crooked circle in the dirt with his toe, suggesting that it should move with a grinding force. If he wished to remain unresponsive, he would simply pretend not to hear. As he drank, the Adam's apple bobbed, and wine dribbled down his chin, staining his robe, but he remained unconcerned. Li Ziyo was never offended. He could see that although the Taoist appeared carefree, there was something hidden in his gaze. Even the occasional snippets of wisdom he offered provided Li Ziyo with valuable insights for his practice. One day, upon seeing the scruffy Taoist arrive, Li Ziyo decided to tether his old yellow cow before commencing his training. The Taoist raised a hand and said, "Little one, cease your practice. After observing you for this past month, I have reached a conclusion." Li Ziyo, filled with curiosity, inquired about this conclusion. The Taoist, rarely opening his eyes, cast a glance at him and slowly articulated, "Useless to consume, yet regrettable to discard." Li Ziyo paused, momentarily perplexed by the cryptic phrase. He glanced at his hands. Over the past month, his movements had indeed become more proficient, and he had gained some strength. How could it be deemed useless? Is the Taoist suggesting that this fist form is inadequate? He scratched his head, a hint of youthful defiance in his tone. The Taoist took another swig of wine, the liquid trickling down the stubble on his chin. "Not that it is without merit," he replied, tapping his hobbled leg against a nearby stone. "Your technique appears harmonious, yet it lacks substance. It is akin to a scarecrow in a field, capable of frightening birds, but when faced with a wild boar, it crumbles upon impact." Li Ziyo pressed his lips together. He understood the Taoist's words contained a kernel of truth. No matter how proficiently he practiced, it would merely enhance his physical well-being. This was, after all, a form intended for health cultivation, and it could never forge the essence of true martial arts. Yet, deep down, a sense of reluctance lingered. So, is it truly of no use? Not entirely devoid of merit. The disheveled Taoist found a great tree, leaning against it, before patting the ground nearby and inviting, "Come sit." Li Ziyo hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked over, settling himself on the grass beside the Taoist. The old yellow ox, noticing his respite, ambled over, lowering its head to graze on the tender grass at his feet. The Taoist produced a gourd of wine, refraining from drinking, instead caressing the cool surface of the gourd with his fingers. No matter how long you practice this fist technique, it will not cultivate your vital energy, break your bones, or refine your true qi. Yet, it cannot be said to be entirely without value. He raised his gaze towards the distant mountain silhouettes, his voice airy as he continued. Like these mountains, they remain unmoved for millennia, impervious to wind and water, relying not on strength, but on their foundation. Your fist appears soft, yet it overcomes hardness with softness, using strength against strength. The power lies dormant within you at present. Li Ziyo remained silent, his fingers unconsciously digging into the earth beneath him. He comprehended the Taoist's intent, yet was at a loss as to the next course of action. The disheveled Taoist observed Li Ziyo's pursed lips and slightly drooping eyes, unable to suppress a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "Enough of that long face, as if someone owes you a couple of coins. Since you are so preoccupied, allow me to enlighten you on the essence of martial arts." The Taoist took a sip from the gourd, swallowing before he began to speak languidly. "As I mentioned before, A martial artist must first cultivate their vital energy. When one's energy is abundant, they can run faster and possess greater strength than the average person. This constitutes a third-rate martial artist. Li Ziyo perked up immediately, adjusting his posture attentively. Next, one must rigorously hone their bones and tendons. The Taoist bent his fingers, tapping on his own arm, bones akin to fine steel. Tendons like resilient strings. A regular sword would merely leave a white mark upon them. This marks the threshold of a second-rate martial artist. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the distant mountain face, his voice growing somber. As for first-rate, that involves cultivating a vortex of energy, enabling the circulation of true qi throughout the body. A single palm strike can sever wood and shatter stone. A single kick can sink half a foot into the earth. This is the true transcendence of the mortal coil, worthy of the term martial arts. Upon finishing, he glanced at Li Ziyo, who appeared lost in thought. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Have you grasped it? Do you understand my meaning? Li Ziyo nodded, only to suddenly shake his head as if struck by a new thought. The disheveled Taoist paid no heed to the turmoil in his mind and continued. To enter the realm of martial artists, one must first possess a legitimate foundation of martial arts techniques. To advance further, one must align with techniques and movements that suit their own path, achieving completeness. He glanced at the open space where Li Ziyo practiced his punches, adding leisurely, though your soft and flabby antics cannot be considered a true technique, they are not entirely without merit. Should you fully comprehend the principles within, they could indeed be employed as a technique. At this revelation, Li Ziyo's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The tales I perused in my previous life were not without merit. The understanding that the foundational principles of cultivation serve as the bedrock while the techniques are mere tools resonated deeply within me. It became evident that regardless of the realm, the path of cultivation shares a commonality. The scruffy Taoist, noticing the spark of comprehension in my eyes, recognized that this young lad had truly grasped the essence. Inwardly, he commended my discernment. Indeed, my perception was not lacking. Without further hesitation, he retrieved a tightly rolled scroll from his cloak and handed it to me. Here, take this. It will serve as your initiation. I eagerly accepted it with both hands, cautiously unfurling the delicate pages. The parchment was yellowed and brittle, while the cover bore 3 clumsy characters inscribed in bold strokes, 5 animals stance. As my fingertips brushed against the rough texture of the paper, a surge of astonishment and joy washed over me. When I looked up, the Taoist had already turned his back, ambling up the mountain with a gourd of wine, leaving behind a floating remark carried by the wind. Memorize it, and then burn it. Chapter 6. Spirits, Jujube, and Matza. Time flies swiftly, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The once 6-year-old child has, over these 2 years of unceasing practice in the 5 animal frolics and Tai Chi, grown taller and stronger, his shoulders broader than those of his peers, and his gaze imbued with a newfound gravitas. In the kitchen, a haze of smoke swirled around as Li Ziyo, with a nose dusted with ash, focused intently on ladling the sour mash from a broken vat into a ceramic jar. Beneath, a cast-iron pot simmered with half a pot of clear water. He meticulously kneaded yellow clay to seal the gaps between the vat and the pot, ensuring a perfect fit. He then fashioned a smoothly carved bamboo tube, bending it gracefully. One end was cautiously inserted into the narrow crevice of the vat's lid, while the other end rested securely on an empty ceramic bowl. Lastly, he wrapped the bamboo tube in a damp cloth. Having completed these tasks, he added a handful of dry twigs to the fire. The flames crackled against the bottom of the pot, sending waves of heat that flushed his cheeks and beaded sweat upon his eyelashes. Yet, he remained fixated on the bamboo tube. Soon, steam began to hiss from the crevice, and the exterior of the damp cloth-wrapped tube glistened with droplets of water, which trickled down the inner wall into the bowl, creating a delicate sound as the clear liquid splashed at the bottom. Li Ziyo held his breath until the bowl contained a small pool of shimmering liquid. He hastily extinguished the flames with a blowpipe. Once the droplets had cooled, he quickly dipped his fingertip into the liquid and tasted it. A sharp spiciness surged down his throat, causing him to cough. His small face flushed crimson. Yet, his eyes sparkled with delight. He broke into a wide grin, bouncing twice in place while exclaiming in a clear, melodious voice, "It worked! It truly is spirits." In a flurry, Li Ziyo retrieved a polished gourd from the corner of the stove and produced a bamboo funnel. Steadily, he inserted the funnel into the gourd's opening and carefully ladled the liquid from the bowl using a wooden scoop. The liquor spiraled down the funnel, producing a gentle gurgling sound while splattering tiny droplets of liquor. His eyes remained fixed on the neck of the gourd, his hand trembling slightly, fearful of spilling even a drop. When only traces of liquid remained at the bottom of the bowl, he swiftly removed the funnel, wiped the gourd's opening clean with a soft cloth, secured it with a wooden stopper, and shook it gently, delighted by the sound of sloshing inside. With a broad smile, he clutched the gourd and exited the courtyard. If one were to speak of the most significant change over these 2 years, it would undoubtedly be the large jujube tree in the yard. Remarkably, when it was first planted 2 years ago, it was no thicker than a finger. Yet, in a mere 2 years, it has flourished into a majestic tree, its branches thick with foliage. This spring, when it first blossomed, the sweet fragrance wafted through the air, filling the entire village, even drawing inquiries from neighboring villages about its source. Now, the branches were laden with large, round jujubes, their skins glistening with moisture, promising to be sweet and crisp once fully ripe. However, they were merely showing signs of maturity at present. Li Ziyo often walked around the tree, careful not to disturb even a single leaf. He gazed at the verdant jujube trees, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Since the potent liquor had been brewed, it would be splendid to pluck a few of the freshest jujubes and present them alongside the wine to the Daoist priest. Over the past 2 years, his martial arts had lingered at the threshold, yet the priest had never expressed disdain. Not only had he frequently guided him in the nuances of practice, but he also regaled him with tales of the strange and wondrous happenings of the martial world during his leisure. The brewing of this strong liquor was initially intended as a token of gratitude for the priestess' kindness. Adding a handful of jujubes would only enhance the sentiment. In the span of 2 years, the 2 taels of silver lent by the village chief had long been repaid. To achieve this, Li Ziyo had exerted considerable thought. In his previous life, he had at least graduated from university and labored for a decade. With the insights of a modern individual, making a modest fortune should not pose much difficulty. However, the challenge lay in doing so without drawing undue attention that could attract trouble. The villagers were earnest and simple, living harmoniously, yet idle gossip was inevitable, especially if it reached the outside world. The matters concerning the Wang family were still vivid in his memory, and thus he knew he must tread carefully. After much contemplation, he recalled that his father was a carpenter. Beneath the great willow tree at the village's edge, travelers often lingered, and occasionally merchants would pass through. He pondered teaching his father to craft small stools. The technique was straightforward and portable, potentially improving their family's livelihood. Indeed, this novel item proved quite popular, yielding considerable profit in a short time, and soon he had repaid the silver owed to the village chief. Li Ziyo led the old yellow cow leisurely out of the courtyard. 2 years had passed, and the cow's coat had faded slightly. Its back had also sagged a bit, and its steps were heavier than before. After a few strides, it swished its tail and puffed out clouds of white breath. Holding the reins in one hand, he loosely wrapped the rope around his other hand. As he strolled along the village path, he encountered Aunt Zhang, who was carrying a bamboo basket. Upon seeing him, she smiled and remarked, "Is Sanwazi taking the cow to the back mountain again? It's hot today. The sooner you go and return, the better." "Understood, Aunt Zhang," Li Ziyo replied, tilting his head and offering a charming smile. Nearby Aunt Li, who was busy making shoe soles, leaned in to speak in a lowered voice. "This child has finally settled down. Those clever antics from the past 2 years had us worried he might stray." "Indeed," Aunt Zhang agreed, weighing the wild vegetables in her basket. "What can a farmer expect? It's better to be grounded, learning the trade from his father or tending to the fields." Their conversation did not shy away from the subject, devoid of malice. Instead, tinged with the relief of elders seeing their younger kin finally on the right path. Feigning ignorance, Li Ziyo continued to lead the old cow slowly past them. Yet, from behind, a piece of wheat cake was thrust into his hands by Aunt Li, who said, "Take this, it will tide you over." He accepted it gratefully, tucking it into his clothing with a crisp thank you. As he turned the corner with the old yellow cow, making his way towards the back mountain, 2 voices called out from a distance, overlapping in excitement. "Brother, brother." The calls, laced with a hint of lingering affection, conveyed a warm familiarity. Li Ziyo looked up to see 2 plump figures tumbling towards him. It was his twin cousins, Xianxia and Xia. They were a few years older than him, but for reasons unknown, had been somewhat slow-witted since birth, often struggling to articulate their thoughts and lacking in coordination. Yet he remained particularly affectionate towards him. As the younger siblings trailed behind, calling out, "Elder brother, third sister, fourth sister," Li Ziyo paused, the smile on his face softening. He shifted slightly to the side to avoid the old ox bumping into them. Fourth sister rushed forward, reaching out to tug at his garment, but was gently shoved back by third sister, who murmured, slow down." They both instinctively leaned closer, their eyes fixed on him, noticing their eager gazes. Li Ziyo suddenly remembered the jujubes in his arms and quickly took out 4. He offered them, 2 in each palm, saying, "Third sister, fourth sister, here, have some jujubes." Fourth sister snatched 2 eagerly, bringing them to her mouth, but Li Zio gently pressed her wrist, saying, "Wash them before eating." She blinked in surprise, then obediently tucked the jujubes into her clothing, grinning with a touch of innocence. The elder brother gave them, sweet. Third sister received her jujubes with a more measured demeanor than fourth sister, gently caressing them with her fingers. Suddenly, she looked up at him, her voice low. "Elder brother, are you leaving?" "Yes, I'm heading to the back mountain," Li Zio replied with a nod, noticing her carefully placing the jujubes aside. He added, "I will bring back wild fruits for third sister and fourth sister." "Wild fruits?" Fourth sister chimed in, clapping her hands. "I want the red ones." Third sister nodded in agreement, her gaze towards him imbued with a hint of dependence. "Elder brother, come back early." "I understand," Li Zio responded, gently nudging fourth sister's arm. "You two go play. I'm off now." Fourth sister exclaimed an "oh," and pulled third sister back. After a few steps, she turned and called out loudly, "Elder brother, the jujubes are sweet." Third sister echoed softly, "Sweet." Li Zio smiled and waved his hand, leading the old ox forward slowly. Behind him, he could still hear the sisters murmuring softly, mentioning something about the sweet jujubes, their voices blending with the rhythmic sound of the ox's hooves, adding a touch of warmth to the moment. Chapter 7. Weeds in the garden as twilight descended. The western sun was enveloped by wisps of cloud, gradually sinking into the valley and casting a warm, orange hue across half the village path. Today, a stranger appeared in Hailu village, meandering at the village entrance. The villagers, accustomed to the sight, continued their tasks without interruption. However, the ants by the creek, beating clothes, slowed their motions, their eyes drifting towards the newcomer, their conversation shifting accordingly. It was a wandering physician. Aunt Zhang struck the wet garments, splashing water onto the stone slabs. The figure bore a resemblance to a visitor from the previous year. An elderly man, he wore a wide-brimmed straw hat that nearly brushed his brow, revealing only the deep-set wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, reminiscent of ancient tree bark. A bushy white beard hung loosely over his chest, swaying gently in the evening breeze, more vibrant than his faded blue cloth robe. The sleeves of his robe were frayed, and the hem was dusted with dirt. Secured at the waist by a darkened cloth belt, two bulging cloth bags hung diagonally from his shoulder, gently swaying as he walked, releasing a faint scent of herbs. His trousers were of coarse dark blue fabric, with an inconspicuous patch at the knee. The black cloth shoes he wore were speckled with mud, indicating he had traveled a considerable distance. In his right hand, he held a brass bell, which he gently shook with each step, the crisp sound ringing through the dusk, penetrating the village's tranquility more effectively than the song of cicadas. His left hand supported a smooth bamboo staff, the top adorned with a cloth banner that unfurled in the wind. The faded red inscription read, "Difficult diseases, cured by medicine," still legible in the waning sunlight. The old man ambled along the village path at a leisurely pace, the bell sound echoing softly, as he intended to seek shelter for the night. However, upon reaching a vegetable garden, he suddenly halted, fixated on a particular weed. To the untrained eye, it appeared merely to be a robust weed among others. Its leaf patterns, though distinct, hardly warranted a second glance. Yet, the old man's eyes brimmed with astonishment, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary, unable to trust his own vision. He stood transfixed, holding his breath, as the surrounding sounds faded away, time seeming to stand still. After a moment, his fingers trembled as he removed his hat. Setting it aside, he lowered the banner without regard for the presence of others and leapt into the garden. Cautiously, he approached the weed, squatting down to extend a trembling hand, gently caressing it while murmuring, "Indeed, it is a rare herb, truly a rare herb." At that moment, Aunt Wang, who had been returning home with a wooden basin, chanced upon this scene and, alarmed, shouted at the top of her lungs, "Li Laosan, thieves have entered your vegetable garden. Come quickly and see." Her voice, sharp and resonant, possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality. The ants who had been pounding clothes by the stream, their pestles striking the stone slab with a resounding thud, gathered around in a flurry. Upon noticing the crowd, Aunt Wang straightened her back, her confidence bolstered. She placed the wooden basin on the ground with a clatter, then strode purposefully to the entrance of the vegetable garden. With a creak, she pushed open the wooden door, leading the throng of ants into the garden. Aunt Wang, robust and strong, seized the elderly man's nape with a firm grip, yanking him from the garden as effortlessly as one might lift a small chick, her movements precise and efficient. As she dragged him, she berated him loudly, exclaiming, "Look at you, dressed like a respectable man, yet you turn out to be a thief with 3 hands. Sisters, do not let him escape, scratch him to death." Seeing Aunt Wang take action, the other ants, disregarding all caution, rushed forward, some clutching his arms, others tugging at his clothing, all hurling insults at the shameless old man. Although their actions were hasty, they primarily consisted of shoving and pulling rather than inflicting serious harm. Nevertheless, he was bound to endure some rough treatment. A few of the ants engaged more vigorously, and soon the old man's face bore scratches. Strangely, despite this, the old man showed no signs of resistance. With his head bowed, he stumbled a few steps, his gaze fixed solely on the direction of the vegetable garden. He muttered to himself repeatedly, "How could this be? How could this be? It's impossible, impossible." His tone conveyed disbelief and confusion, as if everything around him was irrelevant, his thoughts consumed by the grass. Meanwhile, Li Laosan, who was tying ropes to a stool in the courtyard, dropped his hemp rope upon hearing Aunt Wang's shout. Normally mild-mannered, he felt a surge of anger at the thought of a thief in his vegetable garden. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed outside, his steps quickening. However, upon reaching the edge of the garden and witnessing the chaotic scene before him, he abruptly halted, frozen in place. First, he glanced at his own garden. The vegetable beds were intact, with eggplants and peppers hanging neatly. There was no sign of theft. Then, he looked at the elderly man surrounded by the ants, his white beard in disarray and several red marks on his cheeks, appearing thoroughly disheveled. Li Laosan's anger dissipated significantly. He hurried forward, extending his arms to shield the old man, his voice earnest and sincere. "Dear ants, it's not worth it, not worth it. Please, let us stop this." With a smile plastered on his face, he added, "Sister Zhang, Sister Wang, look at my garden. Nothing appears to be missing. Let it go. Laosan thanks you all. Now disperse, please." Upon hearing Li Laosan's words, the ants' anger subsided, and they nodded, returning to their own tasks. Only Li's mother and Aunt Wang remained at the scene. Li's mother held a wooden basin in her hands, gazing at the elderly figure before her with a slight furrow in her brow. Aunt Wang, having intended to return home, nodded at Li's mother and made her way in the direction of her own residence. Li's mother felt a twinge of sympathy upon observing the old man's advanced age. Perhaps he was indeed ravenous. It would not be a significant matter to gather some vegetables. After contemplating this, she carried the wooden basin into her yard. The old man remained squatting there, staring vacantly at the patch of grass. Li Laosan first picked up the straw hat that had fallen to the side, then bent down to retrieve the cloth banner that had been soiled. Noticing the footprints upon it, he carefully brushed it off with his sleeve. He then hastily assisted the old man to his feet and inquired gently, "Are you all right, sir? I noticed you are a physician. Might there be something in my yard that you require? Please tell me, and I shall fetch it for you." Upon hearing this, the old man abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of urgency flashing in his eyes. Yet, he shook his head slowly, his lips pressed tightly together, unwilling to utter another word. Li Laosan, feeling helpless, guided him to lean against the wall and softly said, "Please rest against the wall for a moment. I shall busy myself in the yard. If you need anything, just call for me." The old man numbly nodded, yet within his heart, a tempest brewed. He was no ordinary individual, revered in the martial world. He was known as Meng Xingzhou, the wandering physician of the four great divine healers. A peak-level martial artist, he had already 1 foot in the realm of masters. In an era where such masters seldom revealed themselves, he stood at the pinnacle of the martial world. Yet, despite his vast experience, what he had witnessed today left him profoundly shaken. Before entering the village, he had encountered 2 chubby girls, no older than their teens, engaged in playful scuffles. At first glance, they appeared ordinary, yet their strength was astonishing. Even more astonishing was the fact that each of them held a peculiar fruit in their hands. He initially thought he must have been mistaken. It is well known that whether it be spiritual materials or extraordinary fruits, such occurrences are rare, emerging only once in several centuries, often inciting chaos within the martial realm. However, the wild grass in the vegetable garden was unmistakably genuine. It was undoubtedly a spiritual material. The old man stared at the corner of the vegetable garden, his knuckles turning white as he murmured to himself, "How could this be? How could such things exist here?" Chapter 8. The 3 Treasures of Strange Tales. After traversing 8 years, Li Zio remains perplexed about the essence of his so-called golden finger. While he has yet to embark on the path of martial arts, his physique has already surpassed that of the average person by a significant margin. Possessing the ability to perceive his surroundings and hear the faintest sounds has become second nature to him. He often senses that various aspects of his being have been subtly enhanced. Perhaps this is what is referred to as a golden finger? In his current state of ease, he feels little inclination to delve deeper into the matter. As he rode into the village atop his great yellow ox, the murmurs of the townsfolk inevitably reached his ears. To his astonishment, the gossip today was centered around his own household. Upon reaching his doorstep, he spotted an elderly man leaning against the wall. lost in contemplation as he gazed at the vegetable garden. This piqued Li Zio's interest. Gently patting the ox, it came to a halt, and Li Zio raised his head. Focusing intently, his eyes, having undergone a quiet enhancement, not only allowed him to see clearly, but also to faintly perceive the flow of energies that eluded ordinary perception. Indeed, moments later, he made a discovery. The old man harbored a remarkably potent aura within him. Having spent 2 years in the company of the scruffy old Daoist, Li Zio had developed a certain understanding of his strength. The old Daoist, at the peak of his abilities, had once been a top-tier martial artist. His inner strength as deep as an abyss. However, after encountering misfortune, his prowess had waned significantly over the years, leaving him with merely a fraction of his former self. It was this very experience that allowed Li Zio to grasp the rudimentary principles of martial realms. Using the old Daoist as a reference, he quickly arrived at a conclusion. To his surprise, the elderly figure before him was also a top-tier martial artist. According to the scruffy Daoist, in a world devoid of grandmasters, those at the pinnacle of the martial arts were the most elite individuals within the realm. Such a person, why would he present himself in front of an ordinary vegetable garden in this manner? Li Zio raised an eyebrow and called out loudly, "Hey, old man, did you enter my vegetable garden?" The old man, who had been engrossed in staring at a patch of wild grass, was startled back to reality by the shout. His brow furrowed momentarily. As he opened his mouth to respond, his gaze fell upon the youth perched upon the ox, and the words caught in his throat. Though the boy's attire was simple, the way he sat upon the great yellow ox imbued him with a brilliance akin to stars glistening with morning dew. Despite his rural appearance, an indescribable aura of purity radiated from him, as if he were a jade stone washed by mountain winds, dazzlingly pristine. The old man's heart skipped a beat. Such spirit emanating from a mere village child? The earlier annoyance dissipated in an instant, replaced by an insatiable curiosity. The old man slowly straightened, brushing off the dust from his garments. His scrutinizing gaze traveled inch by inch over Li Zio. The fascination he had previously directed toward the weeds now transformed into a complex mixture of inquiry and astonishment. The fervor concealed within his excitement sent a shiver down Li Zio's spine. Gripping the ox's reins tightly, the slight frame of the 8-year-old boy appeared particularly small atop the beast, prompting him to instinctively shrink back. After all, this old man was a top-tier martial artist. If one truly intends to undertake a meaningful endeavor, even repeated reinforcement may prove insufficient. At the moment of his unease, he suddenly caught sight of the spot where the old man had been staring vacantly, revealing nothing more than a peculiar weed. Curiously, this type of grass had frequently appeared nearby over the past 2 years. Although the patterns on its leaves seemed odd, he, confident in his unique perception, failed to detect any further anomalies, dismissing it as a mere ordinary mutation of the wilderness and never giving it much thought. At merely 8 years of age, having ventured no farther than the vicinity of his village, he had assumed it to be a singularity of this world. Yet now, upon closer inspection, the patterns seemed to subtly emanate an indescribable rhythm. Could it be? The old man's fixation on the weed, coupled with his own fervent interest, led him to ponder whether the changes in this grass were somehow connected to himself. As thoughts raced through his mind, a phrase he had encountered in a previous life suddenly surfaced. The mountain need not be high. It is renowned if there are immortals. The water need not be deep. It is spirited if there are dragons. His mind became suddenly animated. These weeds, along with the large jujube tree in the courtyard, could it be that these anomalies arose because of him? Just as this thought crystallized, the old man jolted as if struck by lightning, and his murky eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He regarded Li Zio, then glanced back at the peculiar weed, and surveyed the ordinary village around them, murmuring, "Indeed, indeed." The earlier fervor of inquiry gradually dissipated, replaced by a gentle understanding, with a hint of the tenderness of an elder towards a younger. He stroked his beard and chuckled, "Young friend, your words are well spoken. It seems I have been too hasty." Observing the old man's demeanor soften, Li Zio felt a weight lift from his heart. Swiftly descending from the back of the ox, he stood upright, respectfully bowing. "Please forgive me, esteemed elder. I was rather brash just now." When he raised his gaze, sincerity radiated from his eyes. "Seeing your distinguished presence, it is clear you have traversed great experiences. Growing up in this small village, my exposure has been limited. I merely recited a phrase I had heard, and I hope it did not amuse you unduly." His thoughts raced, realizing that this old man, being a formidable martial artist, might possess insights regarding the mutated grass. Rather than asking directly, it would be wiser to endear himself first. Scratching his head, he displayed the characteristic shyness of youth. "Since you seem so engrossed by that grass, you must know its origins?" I truly cannot discern what makes it remarkable. Might you enlighten me? I would be immensely grateful. This expression was both courteous and imbued with youthful humility, gently glossing over his earlier transgression while naturally leading to his inquiry. The old man perceived his earnestness and tact. A deeper amusement sparkled in his eyes, recognizing that this child not only understood propriety, but also exhibited a rare perceptiveness. With a hearty laugh that unfurled the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, he declared, "What a perceptive young lad. In that case, I shall share my insights with you." The elder surveyed the surroundings before returning to his previous position by the wall. He gently patted the seat beside him, inviting Li Zio to sit down, and, stroking his beard, he began to speak. It is said in the world of martial arts that there are three treasures: spiritual materials, extraordinary fruits, and the elixir of immortality. These so-called treasures do not refer to specific items, but rather to three categories of wondrous entities. Yet, despite this, the origins of these treasures remain shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that each possesses remarkable effects. Historical records indicate that sightings of these treasures are exceedingly rare, often occurring only once every few centuries, and each appearance inevitably stirs the currents of the martial realm. Upon hearing this, Li Zio's small hands trembled slightly, not out of astonishment at the legend, but rather from a sudden chill at the nape of his neck. The hillside where he usually tended to the cattle was strewn with such patterned grasses, which he had previously dismissed as ordinary weeds. He swallowed hard, his voice tightening as he inquired, "Sir, could it be that this grass is one of the treasures you mentioned?" Suddenly struck by a thought, he respectfully asked, "Sir, must these treasures be mature to be effective? How can one determine their maturity?" The elder nodded, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Ah, young one, your insight is commendable. Each of the three treasures possesses unique characteristics, but only when harvested at maturity can one reap the greatest benefits. Particularly with spiritual materials, if picked prematurely, they are often rendered useless." As he spoke, the elder rose and guided Li Zio into the vegetable garden. Crouching down, he seemed to casually trace circles around the roots of the grass with his fingertip. The surrounding soil loosened, revealing the complete root structure. He pointed to a hidden halo at the root. "Do you see this circle of light? When it is fully developed, it signifies maturity." Li Zio nodded obediently, though inwardly he sighed in relief. Fortunately, the grass on the hillside had not yet matured. If it had, such spiritual entities growing freely in the wild would surely have attracted covetous eyes, and he would have no peace in tending to his cattle. Chapter 9. The Elder's Enthusiasm. The elder spoke passionately, transitioning from the nurturing conditions of spiritual materials to the extraordinary effects of rare fruits. He recounted several incidents of bloodshed in the martial world ignited by the elixir of immortality, expressing deep sentiments towards these mystical entities. Li Zio sat upright, listening intently. Occasionally, he nodded in agreement, furrowing his brow in contemplation when faced with confusion. His complete immersion in the conversation was far from that of an ordinary 8-year-old child. Observing this, the elder's hand, stroking his beard, became more animated. His fondness for the youth deepened. It was indeed rare to encounter such composure and thirst for knowledge at such a tender age. The growth of spiritual materials is quite demanding. They cannot thrive in just any commonplace setting. The elder's tone shifted. His gaze flitted between the mutated weeds and the vegetable garden, seemingly laden with meaning. Li Zio pretended to ponder deeply, subtly nodding in response. Suddenly, the elder appeared to recall something, his tone growing more gentle as he inquired with a smile. "By the way, my young friend, there are 2 plump girls in the village. They seem to be just a few years older than you. Do you know which family they belong to?" A jolt of apprehension coursed through Li Zio's heart. Why would the elder suddenly inquire about his 2 foolish sisters? Maintaining an innocent facade, he internally braced himself with a flicker of wariness. This elder was a peak martial artist, of no ordinary origin and with remarkable insight. His inquiry about his sisters was clearly not casual chatter. Could it be that his sisters possessed some unusual trait worth noting by such a formidable warrior? They had been simple-minded since childhood, and apart from clinging to him, what could they possibly offer to a top-tier martial artist? Or perhaps the elder's true interest lay not in the mutated spiritual grass, but in his sisters. Clenching his small fists, he resolved to confront the situation with calmness. If that were the case, he might as well respond truthfully and discern the elder's true intentions. A childlike curiosity spread across his face, as if he merely found the question intriguing, and he replied casually, "Oh, are you referring to the 2 sisters of my second uncle?" Upon hearing this response, the elder nearly lost his composure. What an extraordinary coincidence. Those 2 girls were indeed the sisters of this youth? Such serendipity was remarkable. Could it be that those rare fruits were somehow connected to this boy? Regaining his focus, the elder recalled his identity as a renowned physician, and how he had traveled far and wide in search of a worthy disciple to inherit his skills. His tone became more candid as he stroked his beard, exclaiming, "Ah, so they are your sisters. When I entered the village, I caught a glimpse of them from afar. Those two girls have sturdy builds and considerable strength, with an endearing simplicity in their eyes, indeed, promising prospects. It seems they are holding fruits that resemble rare ones. What a fortuitous connection. Having practiced medicine for a lifetime and gathered knowledge of health and vitality, I have long regretted not having a successor. Seeing your sisters. I wonder if your second uncle would be willing to let them learn from me?" A laugh nearly escaped Li Zio's lips as he struggled to contain his amusement. He hurriedly raised his hand to cover his mouth, yet the peculiar glint in his eyes betrayed his thoughts as he mused. What on earth is being said here? Is the old man referring to his two sisters? Sturdy in stature? Quite strong, possessing a spark of intelligence in their eyes. Those two sisters of his could barely walk without stumbling. Most of the time, they were either babbling nonsensically or exchanging foolish giggles. Who in the village wasn't aware of their dim-wittedness? Could it be that the old man was mistaking them for some other girls? Li Zio lowered his hand, his brows knitting into a frown. His eyes widened, fixated intently on the old man, one eye squinting slightly, the other glaring wide open. He resembled a child questioning with innocent bewilderment. "Sir, could it be that you have mistaken them? My two sisters have never been particularly bright." The skepticism in his words was unmistakable, his demeanor clearly conveying, "Surely, your eyesight is not quite accurate, is it?" The old man stammered for a moment, gazing into the clear yet perplexed eyes of the boy before him, which appeared genuine. Yet he had distinctly seen the two girls behaving unlike simpletons. Was there some hidden truth behind this? He paused, his fingers tugging at his beard. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, quickly suppressed as he forced a chuckle. "Perhaps I was standing too far away and misjudged. By the way, you mentioned your sisters have never been very bright since childhood? How about this? I have practiced medicine for many years and have encountered various peculiar ailments. Perhaps I could be of assistance. If you do not mind, I would like to stay in the village for a night and visit your sisters tomorrow to offer my help. What do you think, young friend?" Li Zio's eyes suddenly brightened, ready to nod in agreement, but then he abruptly halted. He seized the old man's arm and rushed to the front door, pointing emphatically at the jujube tree laden with unripe fruit. Standing on tiptoe, he looked up, urgency and frustration in his voice, as if he felt deceived. "Sir, is this what you call the miraculous fruit? The tree is full of them." The old man's composure shattered in an instant. He stumbled toward the jujube tree. The earlier calmness vanished. He abruptly lifted his gaze, scanning the tree brimming with green jujubes, his pupils contracting in shock. Although the fruit's exterior was unremarkable, an energy signature faintly emanated from within, indistinguishable from the miraculous fruits clutched by the two girls. He instinctively reached out to touch it, but as his fingertips approached, he recoiled as if electrocuted. It is indeed a miraculous fruit. But could it really be that abundant? The old man stood frozen, his fingers unconsciously tugging at his beard, painfully unaware of the discomfort. Having practiced medicine for half his life and traveled extensively, he had encountered countless rare treasures. Yet he had never heard of miraculous fruits hanging from branches like wild jujubes. Were those two girls truly simpletons? Were these miraculous fruits merely ordinary jujubes? Had his previous judgments and years of experience all been in error? He suddenly staggered back 2 steps. Leaning against the tree trunk, he steadied himself, his gaze fixed and his lips murmuring, "This is wrong, utterly wrong." The earlier conviction and composure had vanished, leaving only a heart full of absurdity and bewilderment, as if the entirety of his understanding had been shattered by this jujube tree laden with peculiar fruits. Li Zio hurried over, placing his small hand on the elder's arm and gently shaking it, looking up with urgency. "Sir, what troubles you? These jujubes are still quite green. They surely haven't ripened yet." He tiptoed to reach the lowest branch, giving it a slight shake. "Look, they fall with just a breeze. How could they be anything extraordinary? Just the other day, I saw my sisters using these to scare away sparrows." With wide, sparkling eyes, he added, "If you like, I can pick a couple for you to taste. They're quite sour." No, don't pick." The elder snapped back to reality, his tone shifting to one of alarm as he hurriedly grasped Li Zio's hand, his eyes filled with anxiety. These fruits must be allowed to ripen naturally. From a distance, the soft creak of a wooden door being pushed open could be heard. Li Laosen emerged, a dishcloth draped over his arm, and called out cheerfully, "Dinner's ready." Upon seeing the elder in the courtyard, he paused briefly before breaking into a bright smile. "Ah, the old gentleman is here too? What a coincidence. Come inside and have a warm meal." The elder felt a jolt of anxiety upon hearing this, suddenly realizing his earlier lapse in composure, and quickly replied, "I apologize for the disturbance." Chapter 10. Home-cooked meal. Upon the 8 immortals' table in the hall, 4 simple dishes were laid out, accompanied by steaming brown rice. Mr. Li and his wife busied themselves, inviting the elder to take a seat at the head of the table, while urging Li Zio to sit beside him. In the countryside, one must make do with humble fare, and the elder accepted the offerings with a smile. Mr. Li, rubbing his hands together with a hearty grin, settled down. The elder, quickly bowing his head in thanks, remarked, "You are too kind. This meal looks hearty and warming." With that, he took a seat, pulling Li Zio closer to him. "Let us converse, my young friend," he said in a friendly tone, devoid of any airs of superiority, resembling a common neighborhood elder. Just as Mr. Li sat down, he rose again, pushing the vibrant green wild vegetables towards the elder and cheerfully suggested, "Elder, do try this dish. It is a local specialty that you won't find elsewhere." The elder leaned down to observe the dish, noting the serrated edges of the leaves, reminiscent of those found in the wild. Nodding with a smile, he took a chopstick full and brought it to his mouth. The texture was crisp and tender, with a subtle earthy sweetness that was quite refreshing. He nodded in approval. However, after only a few bites, the elder's expression suddenly shifted. This dish possessed a revitalizing effect. The average person might overlook it, but he, being one of the 4 divine physicians known as the Wandering Doctor, possessed an extraordinary palate for identifying herbal properties. He quickly discerned the peculiar quality of the dish. Noticing the elder's change in demeanor after just one bite, Mr. Li hurriedly inquired, "Elder, is the dish to your liking?" The elder waved his hand dismissively. No. It is merely that I have never tasted such a flavor before. It is quite novel." He then continued, tasting the other 3 dishes without hesitation. He was familiar with the purslane, a herb known for its heat-clearing and detoxifying properties. Prepared in such a simple manner, it offered an unexpectedly refreshing flavor. The scrambled eggs with cucumber, a luxury in ordinary households, still bore the warmth of being freshly cooked, yet nothing seemed amiss. The final dish was cubed white radish, its crispness hinting at its freshness. He took a chance and sampled it. As he bit down, an explosion of juice filled his mouth, almost as if it had a life of its own, coursing down his throat and invigorating his meridians. It felt as if his entire body were being nourished, the subtle signs of past injuries loosening as if being tempered. Could this radish truly possess such remarkable effects? The elder's grip on his chopsticks tightened slightly, a tumult of emotions rising within him. One dish concealed a revitalizing power, while the common water radish appeared to possess the ability to mend bodily injuries. Such efficacy could hardly be matched, even with meticulously cultivated ingredients. He glanced over the dishes on the table, then stole a glance at Li Zio, who feigned ignorance. His throat moved subtly as he pondered. This humble farmhouse undoubtedly harbored secrets beyond his comprehension. The skill demonstrated by the host was indeed extraordinary. Setting down his chopsticks, the elder's voice carried an undertone of subtle inquiry, especially the radish, which brought an unparalleled sense of comfort. Mr. Li, hearing this, chuckled, scratching the back of his head as he replied, "Elder, you flatter me. This radish is merely grown in our backyard, quite ordinary indeed. Recently, with the ample rainfall, perhaps the vegetables have grown more vibrant?" He popped a piece of radish into his mouth, crunching it audibly. "We eat this daily. It doesn't seem particularly special, but it fills our bellies just fine." As he spoke, he scooped another spoonful of brown rice into the elder's bowl. "Eat more, it will satisfy your hunger." Unaware that what he considered ordinary was, in the elder's eyes, extraordinary, Li's mother wiped her hands on her apron, entering with a plate of pickled vegetables, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Please, don't be polite. This is all we have, so do enjoy." Seeing the elder and her husband engaged in lively conversation, and observing Li Zio sitting obediently beside the guest, she felt a profound sense of comfort. Initially, she thought the elder was merely passing through the vegetable garden, perhaps seeking a meal. But now, witnessing the elder praise the radish, she joined in the laughter. "This radish is a seasonal vegetable, not worth much. If you find it acceptable, there's plenty more in the backyard." As she spoke, she added more to the elder's bowl, her eyes gleaming with simple hospitality. Li Zio shoveled the brown rice into his mouth, his eyelids drooping, concealing the tumult within. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not discern the tension in the elder's jawline? He had consumed these vegetables for 8 years, sometimes sweet, sometimes bland. He had thought it was merely the season, only to now realize the true cause likely lay within himself. That mutated weed, the trees heavy with jujubes, and the hidden mysteries within this ordinary fare. His chopsticks mechanically delivered rice to his mouth, while his thoughts soared far beyond the clouds. The elder had grown suspicious. The days ahead would likely not be as carefree as before. Stealing a glance, he noticed the elder gazing towards the backyard. Fingers stroking his beard, momentarily pausing, his eyes filled with curiosity. He quickly lowered his gaze, hastening his eating. The elder set down his chopsticks and suddenly sighed. Earlier, as I entered the village, I noticed two simple-minded girls at the village entrance. I just heard from a young friend that they are the daughters of his second uncle. It's quite heart-wrenching. The elder paused, sincerity in his tone as he regarded Li Laosan. To be honest, in my years of wandering, I have encountered various perplexing ailments. Perhaps I could attempt to treat those two girls. Li's mother, quietly eating, abruptly halted, her eyes reddening. Elder, are you truly serious? She had cared for those girls since childhood. And it was she who insisted on registering their household under her name despite the second branch's disdain for them being girls. Li Laosan straightened, not as overtly emotional as his wife, yet hope glimmered in his eyes. Gazing at the elder's candid expression, he clasped his hands. If you can truly heal them, I will be forever grateful on behalf of my brother's family. The elder smiled, waving his hand. Hold your gratitude for now. Whether it can be done remains to be seen. Since we are not in a rush tonight, would you kindly accompany me to take a look after dinner? Li's mother quickly responded. I'll go heat some wine. Let my husband keep you company for a few more drinks. With that, she turned and hurried towards the kitchen, her steps lightened with joy. Li Laosan, however, hastily waved his hand. But how can that be? As dusk descended, it seemed inappropriate to trouble you at this hour. If you do not mind, why not rest at my humble abode tonight, and tomorrow my child can escort you? The elder paused momentarily upon hearing these words, nodded, and replied, Very well. I shall take my leave to accommodate your hospitality for the night. However, at that moment, Li Zio suddenly spoke up, his tone imbued with youthful earnestness. Father, you must be mistaken. Our home lacks a space for the esteemed elder to rest. Today, while delivering wine, I inadvertently left the wine gourd with the Daoist priest. I could manage to stay there for the night. He then turned to the elder, his eyes bright with sincerity. Esteemed elder, I overheard you express a desire to linger in the vicinity for a few days. How about this? My father is a renowned carpenter in the neighborhood. You seemed quite fond of the jujube tree in our courtyard earlier. Tomorrow, I shall assist my father in constructing a simple shelter beside the jujube tree for your comfort. The elder chuckled at this suggestion, stroking his beard, and remarked, What a clever child you are. This arrangement shall suffice. Indeed, indeed. Li Laosan was momentarily taken aback, interpreting his son's gesture as an amiable inclination towards the elder. Wishing to extend his stay, as an experienced carpenter, he could assemble a rudimentary shelter in just half a day, and he cheerfully agreed. Li Zio had his own plans in mind. Since the elder had already become suspicious, there was no escaping this situation. He suddenly recalled the jujube tree in the courtyard. The fruit should not be indiscriminately shared. Instead, it would be prudent to enlist this elder's assistance in guarding it. Even if neighbors came seeking a share, there would be an explanation at hand. Once his father erected the shelter, he would enclose it with a fence. This way, the unusual circumstances surrounding the jujube tree would be further concealed. Chapter 11. A year had passed in the makeshift shelter. The old man remained remarkably composed. By day, he either nestled within the confines of the hut, perusing some time-worn tomes, or he would engage with his manuscripts on perplexing ailments, squinting in contemplation for hours. Having lived there for a year, he had become well acquainted with many matters, thus losing the fervor to delve deeper into them. Villagers sought him out for ailments ranging from headaches to fevers, and he never turned them away. A few leaves or a spoonful of powder invariably yielded results. Over the course of the year, the entire River Willow village sang his praises, and even neighboring towns spread tales of the old sage capable of curing all maladies. Infrequent visitors from afar would arrive, bearing local offerings in hopes of his healing touch. The old man's temperament was rather peculiar, for the impoverished. Even when their ailments were severe, he never demanded recompense upon their recovery. Yet, for those adorned in finery, should they fail to meet his expectations, they would find themselves bereft of his aid, no matter how great their wealth. Some, in their frustration, would turn away, yet none dared to cross him entirely. Strangely enough, even those who were somewhat oblivious never returned for a second visit. The troubles presented by two young girls had indeed become the most challenging afflictions he had encountered in his decades of practice. Initially, he had thought them trivial, but as time passed, he found himself pondering, how could this be? As a wandering physician, he had traversed many lands, yet never had he been confronted with conditions that eluded his understanding. Ironically, by the end of the year, hearing these two girls had become his obsession. It was somewhat amusing. After a year of refinement, he had shed the arrogance characteristic of a top-tier practitioner. It would be inaccurate to claim he had made no progress over the year. Through extensive trials, he discovered that the jujubes growing in his fenced garden possessed unexpected virtues. Not only did they enhance beauty and promote longevity, but they also appeared to foster mental acuity. He imparted a few techniques to the girls, which not only aided in the swift absorption of the medicinal effects, but also hinted at the possibility of them becoming novice warriors. After a year of effort, the fruits of his labor bore witness to themselves. The two girls had become less prone to stuttering and had ceased to stumble aimlessly as they walked. Though they had grown increasingly boisterous and still struggled to engage with the other children in the village. Aside from their persistent attachment to Li Ziyo, the girls delighted in playful scuffles with one another. The entire Li family was overwhelmed with gratitude for the results. And even the reclusive matriarch of the Li household made several trips to the garden to offer her thanks. The old man's demeanor towards Li Ziyo also transformed subtly over the course of the year. Upon first arrival, he had observed the boy with a hint of curiosity, recognizing that he feigned ignorance, yet he was fully aware of the secrets the child harbored. Occasionally, he would engage in conversation, often veering off on tangents to test whether the boy would reveal any cracks in his facade. However, as days turned into weeks, he noticed that aside from tending to the cattle, the boy devoted himself to assisting his father, often lost in thought, but showing remarkable patience with the two girls. He played with them, indulging in their lively antics, his eyes reflecting a genuine clarity. Gradually, the old man found peace with the notion that some secrets were perhaps meant to be kept by the child alone. Now, when he looked upon Li Ziyo, his gaze was filled with the admiration of an elder for a younger generation. At such a tender age, he exhibited a remarkable composure and a keen intellect in his interactions. Occasionally, he would engage in discussions with me, articulating insights I had never encountered before, sometimes leaving me astonished. The youth, naturally curious about the outside world, often reflects the sentiments of childhood. Who among us did not find the world beyond our doors more enticing? On occasion, while rummaging through the shed, I would uncover intriguing notes and would call him over, saying, "Young lad, take a look at these pages, they might prove useful." Li Ziyo discerned this transformation as well. In the presence of the elder, he displayed less formality and would occasionally seek guidance on various matters. The two of us often sat beneath the jujube tree, one sharing tales of medical experiences while the other listened attentively, creating an atmosphere akin to a friendship that transcends generations. Initially, when patients arrived, Li Ziyo would instinctively move to the shade of the jujube tree, either squatting to fiddle with wild herbs or amusing himself by observing ants passing by. Yet, the elder often noticed the subtle twitch of his ears, always attuned to the sounds emanating from the shed. The elder found this amusing. One day, when another patient arrived, just as Li Ziyo was about to step away, the elder, without lifting his gaze, remarked, "There's no need, stay as you wish." His tone bore a hint of feigned impatience, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of amusement. Li Ziyo paused, observing the elder as he focused on taking the patient's pulse, and thus decided to remain, a sly smile playing on his lips as he discreetly tugged at the hem of his garment. As the patient departed, the fragrant aroma of herbs lingered in the air. The elder pushed the mortar aside and, casting a sidelong glance at Li Ziyo, inquired with a smile, "That fellow had a floating pulse and a yellow tongue coating. I chose to use white stop herb instead of autumn water hemp. What insights have you gleaned?" Initially taken aback, Li Ziyo scratched his ear, realizing this was a deliberate test. Gathering his thoughts, he recalled the patient's cough, which produced yellowish sputum, and the labored speech, pondering, "Old sir, that patient appears to have caught a chill, but there is hidden internal heat, its external cold enveloping internal heat. Autumn water hemp is potent in dispelling cold. However, it's akin to adding dry kindling to the stove. If the fire blazes too fiercely, wouldn't the phlegm become more viscous? White stop herb is milder, capable of warding off external cold while gradually suppressing internal heat, effectively addressing both concerns." The elder paused, his hand stilling as he raised an eyebrow. "Oh? You've discerned the balance of internal and external conditions? I often hear you say, treating external afflictions is like peeling an onion, layer by layer." Li Ziyo grinned. "I noticed you frowned when you felt his tiger mouth. It was notably red, indicating internal heat. Hence, I surmised you feared autumn water hemp might exacerbate the issue." The elder chuckled, gently tapping Li Ziyo's forehead. "Your ears have not grown in vain. The principles of medicine resemble tending cattle. You must discern which pastures are safe to graze and where the pitfalls lie. Pay more attention in the future. It's far better than merely lingering in the shade of a tree." Li Ziyo laughed, clutching his forehead, and silently recited the prescription he had just committed to memory. Little did he realize, this invitation to remain was an initiation into the world of medicine. Li Zio himself cannot quite comprehend his current situation. He has been practicing the 5 animal stances taught by the scruffy Taoist for 3 years. The Taoist often remarks that this skill is not difficult to begin mastering. At the age of 6, one is in a prime condition, with bones yet to solidify. Those with good aptitude can grasp it in less than a year, while those less fortunate can still glean some understanding after 3 years. However, his circumstances are indeed peculiar. 3 years have elapsed, yet he has yet to enter the realm of martial arts. There is indeed a semblance of something cultivated within him, yet the Taoist cannot elucidate the reasons. Only he is aware of the burgeoning power within him, steadily increasing. Now that he has the opportunity to explore new avenues, it is indeed a fortuitous development. Perhaps a change in perspective will lead him to discover his unique potential. Chapter 12. Thunderous events unfolding on the clear and bright festival. As the sun descends toward the western mountains, golden red light spills over the ridges, bestowing a warm sheen upon the freshly turned soil. The air carries the scent of damp earth, mingled with the fragrance of early blooming wildflowers. In the distance, the silhouette of returning birds flits through the woods, while the figures of laborers bustle among the furrows. With pants caked in mud, they wield their farming tools without pause, for it is the opportune moment for sowing. The men bend low, swinging their hoes to carve out deep, even furrows. Their backs are drenched with sweat, clinging to their skin like a second layer. The women, with bamboo baskets slung over their shoulders, sprinkle bean seeds, their fingertips coated in moist soil. The wind chills their hands, yet they rub them together for warmth before continuing their toil. Exhausted yet cheerful, they pause to catch their breath, their eyes and brows adorned with smiles. This fertile soil of the clear and bright festival nurtures crops abundantly, and who does not yearn for a bountiful harvest come autumn, with granaries overflowing to the beams? Aunties and uncles are busy at work. The clear voices of children drift from the far end of the ridge. 9-year-old Li Zio rides atop an old ox, grasping a willow branch, ambling homeward. The ox's hooves thud against the dirt path, a rhythmic sound. He steadies himself, grinning widely at passers-by, revealing 2 small, sharp teeth. Is that Samwa? Have you finished tending the ox? Someone straightens up to inquire, still swinging their hoe. Your old ox seems to be moving faster today, they add. Li Zio giggles, patting the ox's neck. Old Huang listens to me. The crowd chuckles, teasing him as the boy and his ox saunter off into the distance, before returning their focus to the earth. Yet, after only a few more strokes of the hoe, whispers arise. Isn't Li Laosan's ox the retired one that the village had arranged for him? Indeed, it's been over 3 years, and it still looks robust. Another chimes in. It's merely a decoration, utterly useless for plowing. Yet this boy cherishes it like a treasure. The plump ant at the edge spat at the ground, her tone dripping with envy. Well, they have it easy now. Who cares if the ox is capable of work? Li Laosan's household is exempt from military taxes, saving quite a sum. In the past 2 years, he has made a fortune crafting stools. Those 2 girls from Li Lair's family, once simple, now can even help with the beans. Look at the village. They were the first to finish planting. Another aunt interjects, her tone even more bitter, and there's more. Last year, that old man who entered their vegetable garden turned out to be a skilled healer. Quite remarkable. He has been living with them for over a year. How much can an old man eat? All the payments for his medical services surely end up in Li Laosan's hands. And what about us? Working ourselves to the bone, yet still unable to fill our stomachs? The wind carried their murmurs deeper into the fields. The group clucked their tongues, swallowing their idle gossip, and returned their hoes to the newly turned earth. The old willow tree at the village's edge swayed gently in the spring breeze, its green tendrils dancing, the fresh leaves shimmering brilliantly in the setting sun. Li Zio, riding on the old ox's back, felt a sweet contentment in his heart, swinging the willow branch with even greater enthusiasm. These past few days learning medicine from the elder had yielded fruitful results, enhancing his own spiritual vitality remarkably. As I observe the world anew, everything appears more intricate, presenting a truly refreshing experience. Even the hoofprints left by the old yellow ox are discernible in their patterns. The ox, swaying its legs in delight, suddenly hears a thunderous roar, akin to a clap of thunder exploding overhead. Li Zio's body sways, nearly causing him to slip from the ox's back. He hastily grips the tether, his heart racing, beads of sweat forming in his palms. What was that sound? So close to me? He steadies himself, squinting towards the source of the noise. The air is thick with the acrid scent of smoke, compelling him to look up. There, at the edge of the village, a column of black smoke rises, strikingly vivid against the golden-red twilight. That direction is towards my second uncle's house. Li Zio can no longer remain seated. He urges the old yellow ox, hurry, to my second uncle's house. The ox seems startled by his urgency. its ears twitching as it quickens its pace, carrying him towards the village. The wildflowers and grasses along the roadside retreat, yet his heart is knotted in dread. The earlier sense of pride has been swept away by the thunderous noise and the ominous smoke. Upon arriving at his second uncle's courtyard, the elder also approaches. Drawn by the sound, they nearly arrive simultaneously. Li Ziyo swiftly dismounts, his movements brisk, yet he stumbles slightly upon landing. Ignoring the need to steady the ox, he steadies himself and bows, inquiring, "Elder, being so near, do you know what has transpired?" The elder pauses, his hand stroking his beard, brow furrowing in confusion, his eyes reflecting a greater bewilderment than Li Ziyo's. This was no ordinary thunderous noise. It was unmistakably a celestial strike. He gazes towards the west, where the sun still clings to the mountain peak. The sky is clear, devoid of even a single cloud. How could there be thunder out of nowhere? Seeing that he cannot glean any answers from the elder, Li Ziyo decides to venture into the courtyard. The elder watches his hurried figure, pausing a moment longer, unconsciously rubbing his sleeve, troubled by the strange occurrence, which feels almost artificially induced. How could that be possible? As Li Ziyo steps through the courtyard gate, he notices the absence of both his second uncle and aunt. A wave of unease washes over him. Most likely, his two sisters have found themselves in trouble in their absence. A heart-wrenching wail emanates from within the house. His heart tightens. The shrill, choked cries unmistakably belong to his third sister. He rushes forward, taking 2 steps at a time, pushing the door open with a creak. The sight before him momentarily stuns him. His third sister is sitting on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Her once fair face is now charred black, with only her wide, startled eyes remaining visible, specks of embers clinging to her lashes. Her hair has become a tangled mess, with singed strands still emitting wisps of smoke. So that black smoke was indeed from her hair. How painful that must be. Third sister? As soon as Li Ziyo utters her name, she suddenly looks up, and upon seeing him, her wails escalate in pitch. Tears, mixed with soot, cascade down her cheeks, leaving 2 white streaks in their wake as she gasps, "Brother, brother." Oh! Relieved to see that she bears no other injuries, Li Ziyo breathes a sigh of relief. As his gaze swept over her singed hair, his heart sank. "Third sister, what has happened to you? Where is the fourth sister?" This inquiry fell like a splash of water into a cauldron of boiling oil, intensifying the wailing of the third sister, her face smeared with tears and mucus. "Sister, she." Wawa. Just then, the red-painted wardrobe in the corner creaked ominously, its doors swaying gently. Li Ziyo, sharp-eyed, immediately sensed something amiss and hastened towards it, reaching out to pull open the door. "Fourth sister, do not hide." He feigned a stern countenance, but could not suppress the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he opened the cabinet door. The fourth sister was curled up in the innermost part of the wardrobe, shielding her face with her hands, her comical demeanor seemingly saying, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Upon noticing his entrance, her small frame shrank even further into the corner. "Fourth sister, did you once again succumb to temptation and meddle in the kitchen?" Li Ziyo prodded her head gently. "The other day, you nearly set the kitchen ablaze while attempting to roast sweet potatoes. Have you caused another disaster today, leaving the third sister in such a state?" The fourth sister recoiled, her lips forming a crestfallen arc. Her eyes darted anxiously, as if she wished to defend herself, yet her words faltered, instinctively lowering her hands from her face. Li Ziyo, seeing her visage transformed into a patchwork of colors, reached out with his sleeve to wipe her face. Observing this, the third sister felt even more aggrieved and promptly pulled Li Ziyo aside, exclaiming loudly, "Sister, sister is wicked. She struck me with thunder." "What?" The mirth on Li Ziyo's face abruptly froze, the teasing retort that had been on the tip of his tongue stifled by astonishment. "Third sister, you cannot be joking. Where could there be thunder in broad daylight?" Doubts stirred within him. Could it be that she was frightened and has become confused again? However, just then, the voice of an elder from the courtyard interrupted his fleeting sense of relief. The third girl must not be lying. I heard it clearly. It was indeed the sound of thunder. Li Ziyo's pupils constricted, the anxiety he had just managed to quell surged back to his throat, and his fingertips tightened unconsciously. He trusted the elder's hearing. If it were truly thunder, then matters might indeed be serious. Chapter 13. The ancestry of An seeing the sulky expression on Xianxia's face, Li Ziyo quickly offered some words of comfort. "Oh dear sister. Surely Jie did not mean any harm." After rummaging through his pockets for a while, he produced a handful of wild fruits. Selecting the largest and roundest ones, he presented them to Xianxia, saying, "Here you go, dear sister, do not feel wronged. I have chosen only the best for you." Xianxia glanced at the plump wild fruits. Her cheeks puffed up slightly, yet her expression softened a bit. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out to accept them. Xia's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fruits, her throat bobbing with anticipation. However, recalling her previous actions, she retracted her neck in a sulky manner, appearing quite aggrieved. Under normal circumstances, she would have snatched them up without a second thought. Li Ziyu chuckled, deliberately bringing the fruits closer to her so that she could see them more clearly, and then spoke. Xia, if you tell your brother what you just did, these fruits shall all be yours. Upon seeing the abundance of fruits, her cravings could no longer be contained, and her mind was solely fixated on them. She nodded fervently, like a clanging bell, and eagerly seized the fruits. Without minding the dirt on their skins, she shoved one into her mouth. After gulping down one, she quickly reached for another. Just as she began to chew, something seemed to prick her, and she halted abruptly, staring blankly for a moment. Then, with a sudden clap of her thigh, she dashed toward the courtyard with spirited little strides. She grabbed 2 items from the stone platform and hurried back, thrusting them into Li Ziyu's hands, while tightly clutching the unfinished fruits. Li Ziyu looked at the items in his hands, momentarily taken aback. It was a stack of somewhat thick bamboo leaves and a piece of charred wood. It then dawned on him why the 2 sisters bore different shades of grime on their faces. Xianxia was clearly blackened from an explosion, while Xia had inadvertently smudged her face while trying to shield herself. Seeing her brother in a daze, Xia anxiously gestured with both hands. Bro. Drawing. The old man, who had remained silent all this time, glanced at the small patch of ash on the ground that bore the imprint of bamboo leaves. His eyelids twitched almost imperceptibly. His hands, concealed within his sleeves, clenched tightly, turning his knuckles white. As a top-tier martial artist of the martial world, he had long since mastered the art of remaining unflappable in the face of calamity. Yet at this moment, he felt as though his heart had been struck by something. His mind buzzed with disbelief. How could such a thing exist in this world? Suddenly, his pupils constricted as several rumors flashed through his mind. He quickly suppressed the tumultuous emotions beneath his calm exterior. With his fingers deftly twisting in his sleeve, he raised his gaze once more. His expression restored to its usual composure. In a tone of certainty, he declared, "It is a talisman." Li Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating before he asked, "Old sir, did you not say that the tricks in those tales are mere fabrications?" The elder was momentarily taken aback by the question. Shaking his head and furrowing his brow in contemplation, he murmured, "Indeed, it is a deception. After traversing this land for many years, I have yet to encounter anything genuine." He spread his hands, his voice thick with confusion and a hint of self-deprecation. This. Li Ziyu, quick to react, shifted his gaze to Xia and softly inquired, "What did you draw, 4th sister? Do you remember?" Xia, still chewing on half a wild fruit, blinked rapidly at the question. Her lips moved, struggling to form coherent sounds. Draw. Flustered. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her fingers danced through the air, unable to articulate a complete thought. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she caught sight of a half-broken jade piece on the table in the corner. She exclaimed, Jade. With that, she dashed toward the table, seized the fragment, and stumbled back. She thrust the half-broken jade into Li Ziyu's hands, adding, "Learn, jade, explode." At the mention of this, Xia's entire demeanor stiffened, clearly startled. Li Ziyu nodded in a daze, beginning to grasp the situation, though it still seemed incredulous. Even after 9 years of traversing this realm, could it be that he had not entered a fantastical world of martial arts? Clutching the jade fragment, his fingertips trembled slightly. Heavenly thunder, talismans, what on earth is this? It felt as though all his understanding from the past 9 years had unraveled, leaving him bewildered. After a moment to regain his composure, he gently asked, "4th sister, where did you obtain this jade?" Xia spat out the remaining pit of the wild fruit and pointed at the jade pendant, mumbling, Mother-S. Li Ziyu nodded in response. He intended to extend a hand to tidy up the singed hair of 3rd sister, but was interrupted by the elder's voice. "Young man, your second aunt's background seems rather extraordinary." This remark piqued Li Ziyu's curiosity. Although they were family, he realized he knew little about his second aunt. He recalled her short, stout figure and how she ambled along, swaying with each step like a plump jar. As for his second aunt, he was not well informed. But surely his grandmother would have insights. He paused, glancing at the elder, and gestured lightly. "Sir, I was just about to take my 2 sisters to grandmother's courtyard for some tidying up. Would you care to join us?" The group wasted no time and soon arrived at grandmother's courtyard. Li Ziyu briefly mentioned, "My 2 sisters were playing and accidentally singed their hair." The elderly matriarch scrutinized 3rd sister's singed locks and the smudges on 4th sister's face. Her brow furrowed slightly, lips moving before she let out a long sigh. These 2 mischievous monkeys. Though her tone bore an air of reproach, her gaze softened like cotton, and she ushered the two girls into the inner room. Only Li Zio and the elder remained in the courtyard. They crouched, discussing the wild grasses in the corner. It wasn't long before the matriarch returned, leading the two sisters, now dressed in clean garments. Third sister's hair had been trimmed slightly, falling to her earlobes and accentuating the roundness of her face. The elderly man suddenly retrieved a small green porcelain bottle from his sleeve, pouring out a small amount of emerald-hued ointment and gesturing for Xianxia to come closer. Apply this to alleviate your scalp discomfort, he advised. The elderly lady, witnessing this, expressed her gratitude and guided Xianxia to apply the medicine. The ointment emitted a refreshing minty fragrance, causing Xianxia to furrow her brow slightly. Yet she did not complain. Afterward, Li Zio took out a half-piece of jade from his pocket and inquired, "Grandmother, where did this half-piece of jade come from?" "Jade? What jade?" The grandmother, her eyesight not as keen due to her age, requested Li Zio to pass it to her. As she touched the half-piece, her fingertips traced the uneven surface. She exclaimed, "Oh, this is no jade. It holds no value." She requested Li Zio to assist her in sitting down and paused for a moment before continuing. "The story of this piece of jade is rather lengthy. Your second aunt is a woman of misfortune, abandoned in a dilapidated temple on the back mountain when she was merely an infant. That very back mountain where you often go to tend to the cattle. It has been many years since there were no priests residing in the temple. Originally, there was a family with the surname Lu in the village who had longed for children. While gathering firewood, they took a rest in the temple and brought your second aunt home. She was born with a congenital foot deformity, yet the Lu family did not turn her away and raised her. This piece of jade was her cherished possession, originally the size of a goose egg. It later broke into two halves, and since the material appeared coarse and of little worth, no one paid it much mind. When your second sister married a few years ago, your second aunt gifted her that half piece of jade as part of her dowry." Chapter 14. A fragment of jade. The river adjacent to Hilu village is devoid of a specific name, flowing from east to west, nurturing several villages along its banks. Hitu village, Hilu village, Henan village, and Hebei village. At the entrance of Hilu village lies a north-south thoroughfare, facilitating easy passage and rendering it considerably more prosperous than its neighboring settlements. Hebei village, situated on the northern bank of the river, is separated from Hilu village by a small hill, known locally as the Back Mountain. Although modest in size, this hill completely isolates the two villages, devoid of any direct pathways between them. The distance is not great, and travel is solely reliant on boats, taking merely half an hour to traverse. The second sister is married in Hebei village. Today, after finishing breakfast, Li Ziyu did not, as usual, lead the ox to graze on the back mountain. Instead, his mother approached him from the stove, carrying several pieces of wheat cakes, her face etched with concern, and handed them to him. Li Ziyu promptly accepted them, tucking them into his small satchel. Li Laosan offered him a freshly whittled bamboo stick, patted him on the shoulder, and quietly advised, "Depart early and return early. Do not stay overnight. In the afternoon, your uncle Jiang will be over there to collect his nets. I will ask him to bring you back." Li Ziyu nodded obediently. With this demeanor, it was clear he intended to venture out. An elderly man from the fenced courtyard emerged, presenting him with a small porcelain vial. "Take this. When you open the cork, it can ward off snakes and insects. If you are bitten, it is also effective for internal use." Li Ziyu eagerly accepted it, playfully bending at the waist, grinning as he said, "Thank you, old sir. Do you have more? Perhaps 2 vials would suffice?" The elderly man shot him an exasperated glance. "You rascal, the older you get, the less sensible you become." With that, he turned and retreated back into the courtyard. Li Ziyu, with his satchel slung over his back and bamboo stick in hand, bounded towards the back mountain. The villagers, upon seeing him, thought little of it, assuming he was merely delivering food to the old Daoist priest at the dilapidated temple, as he often did. Little did they know that the boy harbored intentions of scaling the back mountain. Had they been aware, they would surely have deemed him mad. Not only was there no path, but the terrain was also littered with tangled branches, steep and treacherous. Who would choose such a route? Upon reaching the temple, he greeted the disheveled Daoist priest before venturing directly into the mountains. The priest felt at ease with him. Though the lad had yet to embark on his martial arts training after 3 years, his robust physique made scaling the back mountain seem trivial in his eyes. Yet, why did he choose the most arduous path? He had only mentioned to his parents that he was going to his sister's house, claiming that traversing the mountains would broaden his horizons. Li Laosan and his wife, recognizing their son's determination, did not deter him. However, the true reason for his journey lay in the disturbances caused by the mutated weeds. He was incessantly preoccupied with whether similar changes had occurred beyond the mountain. This opportunity afforded him a chance to investigate and prepare accordingly. As the sun hung high overhead, the clarity of noon brought with it a sense of lethargy. Li Ziyu stumbled down the mountain, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he collapsed in exhaustion. Sweat beads trickled down his forehead into his collar, and his back was already drenched. His coarse garment bore several tears from thorns, and his arms were smeared with sap. His small satchel had developed a hole, exposing part of the wheat cake within, its edges dusted with grass seeds. He fanned himself with his shirt hem, retrieved a clean piece of wheat cake, and devoured it ravenously. Having rested sufficiently, he brushed off the grass clippings from his trousers and gazed into the distance, where smoke was rising, indicating the right direction. Tightening the strap of his satchel over his shoulder, he made his way up the soft slope towards his second sister's home. Upon arrival, Li Ziyu leaned against the mud brick wall, panting heavily. Although he was sturdy for his age, at 9 years old, his small frame could scarcely endure such exertion. Sweat trickled down his forehead, while the hem of his trousers was still speckled with grass seeds from the hillside. In a corner of the yard, he spotted his brother-in-law, Xianxia, weaving hemp rope. Setting down his bamboo pole, he cleared his throat and called out, "Brother-in-law." Upon hearing the call, Xianxia paused, momentarily stunned, his eyes flashing with surprise. He then set aside the rope, stood up with a warm smile, and approached Xianxia. "Why are you so drenched in sweat? As it happened, your sister mentioned you just the other day. I came over from the back mountain." Li Ziyu wiped his face, his voice still breathless. Yet he performed a respectful bow. "Goodness, you shouldn't just roam over those mountains. They're perilous. You mustn't act so recklessly again." Li Ziyu offered a silly grin without further explanation. "Come on in." As they entered the house, Li Ziyu promptly inquired, "Brother-in-law, I came to ask about something. Have you seen the piece of jade that Auntie brought when your sister married?" "Jade?" Xianxia's smile faltered, and he rubbed his hands on his clothing. "What jade? I don't recall. Your sister's dowry contained only a few bolts of coarse cloth. There was nothing like that. Perhaps you are mistaken?" Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Li Ziyu replied softly, "It's a rough piece of jade, about the size of a goose egg, but broken in half, with all sorts of indentations on it. I wonder if you've heard anything? Last year, a traveling doctor came to the village, saying that piece of jade might help with the ailments of the third and fourth sisters. Annie has been mentioning lately that she wants to find it to consult the doctor again." "Oh, that stone," Xianxia exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he turned to go inside. "That old rock. I think I saw it while tidying up the storeroom recently, but then I lost track of it. You know how chaotic things are at home, with the two little ones causing a ruckus. Who has the time to collect such trifles?" He lifted the curtain for Li Ziyu to enter. The interior was dimly lit. On the edge of the Kong, two children were fighting over a chipped earthen bowl. The older one had just learned to walk, while the younger one was still crawling, both barefooted and muddy between their toes. A pile of patched old cotton batting was stacked at the end of the Kong. His sister was reclining there, sewing shoe soles, her stitches uneven and crooked. Her belly had begun to show, and she could no longer stand straight. Upon seeing Li Ziyu, her needle suddenly pierced the fabric, and she hurriedly hid her hands in her sleeves, her face flushing crimson. "Ah, you've come, third brother. Sit down quickly. Why didn't you let us know in advance? Then your brother-in-law could have come to fetch you," she said, hastily getting up to greet him. However, Xianxia gently supported her. He patted the edge of the Kong, stirring up a cloud of dust from the cotton batting. "Look at this room. There's not even a proper stool. I apologize for your discomfort." Li Ziyu did not take a seat, but stood respectfully. "I am not uncomfortable, second brother-in-law. That piece of broken jade is truly important to second aunt. It may very well be the key to curing third sister and fourth sister." I understand. The second brother-in-law interrupted him, suddenly sighing as he squatted down to speak. "But third brother, it's not that I do not wish to assist you. Just look at how things are at my home." He gestured toward the corner of the Kong where a half bag of withered grain lay. They had just planted in the fields, and there was little food left in the jar. Your second sister is with child, and to have a bit of millet porridge. She has to count the grains before cooking. The two older ones fall ill every few days, and we can't even gather enough coins to consult a doctor. He straightened up suddenly, glancing toward the yard, and lowered his voice. "The other day, I heard someone say that third uncle has made a stool, and spent over 10 taels of silver to buy an old yellow ox for you. TSK, an old yellow ox, capable of pulling carts and plowing fields. There isn't another in the entire village." Li Ziyu pressed his lips together, finally grasping the situation that the second brother-in-law was hinting at. He whispered, "My father has it tough as well, working from dawn till dusk. Just the other day, his hands cracked from the cold. Indeed, it is difficult. But life has improved somewhat," the second brother-in-law replied, rubbing his hands with a smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling together. "Look at my family. We don't even have a stool to sit on. Your second sister squats on the ground to pick vegetables, her legs swelling from it. When I get tired weaving ropes, I can only sit on the muddy ground. Moreover, if the food runs out, we may truly have to beg for alms. He suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice even further. Third brother, I'm not trying to make it hard for you. Just tell third uncle that 1 share of rice and 20 stools isn't too much, is it? 1 share of rice will sustain us for a while. And the stools will spare your second sister some suffering. Once you bring the items, I will immediately search for that jade. It might just be tucked away in the cracks behind the stove, easily found. Li Zio looked up at him, his eyes still holding the innocence of youth. Yet he understood the words clearly. He bowed slightly, his tone remaining polite. Brother-in-law, I know times are hard for you. 20 stools is far too many. What about third sister and fourth sister? I remember the matters concerning those 2 girls. The second brother-in-law clapped Li Zio on the shoulder with a firm grip. Hurry back. Once the items arrive, I promise to give you the jade. We are all relatives. I wouldn't deceive you. Li Zio gritted his teeth and said, I have agreed to 1 share of rice on behalf of my father. 20 stools are absolutely out of the question. There's no negotiation. Upon hearing that the grain was assured, the second brother-in-law's heart leapt with joy, though he feigned a frown, rubbing his hands as he paced a couple of rounds. 20 is indeed excessive, but surely 10 is reasonable? Look at those 2 children crawling all over the place. They have nothing to sit on. The sunlight slanted into the yard, reflecting off the second brother-in-law's dark face, its brightness almost blinding. Li Zio lowered his gaze, tightening his fingers around the frayed hole of his satchel. When he bowed once more, his voice was heavier than before. I shall take my leave now. I would trouble my brother-in-law to wait. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he grasped a bamboo stick and heard the faint sound of his second sister weeping within the house. Additionally, he could hear the rough reprimands of his brother-in-law. What are you crying for? When the grain arrives, I'll prepare you a hearty bowl. The wind along the riverbank swept in, carrying with it the scent of damp earth, chilling his forehead. Li Zio quietly squatted to the side, awaiting Uncle Jiangzi. He felt a silent sigh of relief in his heart. This matter had finally reached a resolution. Chapter 15, Talismans, Breathing Techniques, and Lu Shao. Alas, what a pity. Truly a waste of precious resources. In the fenced yard, the elder sat with Li Zio beneath the jujube tree, gazing at the assembled jade stone with a face full of regret. The upper half was clearly polished, yet the intricate patterns in the center were evidently missing a fragment. Li Zio, however, took it in stride, expressing his contentment. It is already quite remarkable. This half of the jade was hard-earned, causing my father to toil fruitlessly for several days. The elder stroked his beard, remarking, You, young lad, possess a clarity that surpasses even my own. With that, he retrieved a palm-sized celadone vial from the innermost layer of his medicine pouch. The vial's cork was wrapped in oiled paper, and upon its removal, it exuded a slightly sticky humidity, sealed carefully with wax. As he poured its contents into a bamboo tray, his wrist flicked lightly, causing the vermilion powder to fall like a gentle mist, settling within the bamboo grooves, its deep red hue strikingly vivid. Indeed, this was clearly vermilion. Coincidentally, acquiring such a substance is no simple task. Were it not for my use in concocting medicines, you would find it quite challenging to procure. Especially given the current imperial regime, this substance has long been scavenged and sent to the palace. Is this substance in high demand? Li Zio inquired with curiosity, for in his recollection, although vermilion was uncommon, it should not be so scarce. The elder shook his head. The current emperor, advanced in years, is wholly devoted to the alchemy of immortality. Thus vermilion has naturally become a coveted commodity. Li Zio suddenly posed a question. Are there truly immortals? This query momentarily rendered the elder speechless. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I do not know. All I can say is that I have never encountered one. He stroked his beard once more, tapping his fingers gently along the edge of the bamboo tray, the vivid vermilion shimmering in the light. Had you asked me this question earlier, I would have emphatically dismissed the notion of immortals existing in this world. But now with talismans displaying signs of sentience, I find myself at a loss for words. Shaking his head, he continued, Having lived more than half a century, I once believed that life, old age, illness, and death were immutable truths. Yet now, I find myself somewhat fearful that the principles I have adhered to my entire life may, in fact, be erroneous. He then produced several sheets of hemp paper from his medicine pouch, stating, You will need to wait a few more days for that item, so use this paper first. It is merely for imprinting and will not cause any harm. The elder observed him, secretly marveling. This young lad, despite his tender years, understands the method of crafting yellow talisman paper. It is indeed remarkable. Li Ziao cautiously immersed the two fractured pieces of jade into the vermilion powder within the bamboo tray. Gently rotating the jade's edges with his fingertips, he ensured that the broken surfaces were coated with the crimson dust. He then laid a sheet of hemp paper flat upon the stone table, smoothing its surface with his fingers, aligning the vermilion-laden jade with the paper. He pressed it down gently, using his other hand to apply gradual pressure to the back of the jade. After a moment, he lifted his hand, revealing that the vermilion had left an impression of half a broken pattern upon the paper. The red trace spread slightly along the paper's texture, appearing even more distinct than the original patterns on the jade. Following this method, he proceeded to imprint the other half of the fractured jade onto the same sheet of hemp paper. Now, one could clearly discern that the paper should have originally displayed 9 talismans. Regrettably, the 3 missing talismans were destined to remain a source of disappointment. Li Ziao gazed at the incomplete talismans on the paper when, suddenly, he noticed a faint mark on the back of the shattered jade. Hastily, he made an impression of the reverse side, and to his astonishment, something indeed emerged. This side revealed an inverse impression, where the cinnabar lines became the background, leaving traces of characters in the blank spaces. 2 lines of text faintly appeared, and Li Ziao softly recited, "One breath, one what naturally. Qi enters the spirit. What intention self-spawn?" The old man leaned in for a closer look, initially delighted, stroking his beard and speculating. This is likely the first half of a breathing technique. The latter half, I dare not guess. After attempting to practice the first half for a moment, he shook his head and sighed. For us warriors, it seems rather useless. Suddenly, 2 deep, muffled mooing sounds from outside the courtyard broke the silence. Li Ziao abruptly looked up, the sun now directly overhead, its scorching rays forcing him to squint. "Alas," he exclaimed, hastily rising and bowing to the old man. "My apologies, I have been remiss. I completely lost track of time. They must be waiting anxiously." As he carefully folded the impressed paper and tucked it into his pocket, he pointed to the shattered jade on the stone table. "Might I trouble you to take a look at this for a moment? When my 2 sisters arrive, please pass it on to them. I truly cannot afford to delay." Before his words had fully left his lips, he had already turned and dashed outside, his sleeves catching the wind. As he stepped beyond the fence, he encountered an old yellow bull, panting against the fence post. Upon seeing him, the bull immediately lifted its hooves to paw at the ground, its tail wagging joyfully, even licking the back of his hand with its tongue. Li Ziao patted the bull's neck and, using its strength, leapt onto its back with ease. The old man watched his retreating figure and then glanced at the jade on the stone table, shaking his head with a wry smile. "This lad is remarkably earnest. Such a crucial item, and he simply leaves it behind. Even if he were to make another impression, it would still be a rare treasure. Yet, he shows no inclination to take it with him. Instead, he nudged the shattered jade closer to the bamboo tray, ensuring it wouldn't become overheated under the sun. With his fingers stroking his beard in contemplation, he recalled that during his earlier practice, he had sensed the breathing technique was intrinsically linked to the talismans, rendering solitary practice futile. However, how did that girl inadvertently cause the talismans to reveal their essence? Li Ziao rode the old yellow bull leisurely to the village entrance, where the gentle breeze still carried a hint of warmth. The ancient willow trees at the village's edge had sprouted vibrant green tendrils, hanging low enough to sweep the bull's back. He reached up and broke off the tenderest branch, quickly stripping away the green bark. With his thumb, he pressed against the willow's core and gave it a twist, releasing the wood with a soft pop. The sweet scent of willow sap filled the air, and a short whistle emerged. As he blew into it, a clear, melodious tune resonated, surprisingly reminiscent of a nursery rhyme from his past life, leaving him momentarily stunned. As he continued to play, he suddenly recalled the earlier half-verse of the breathing technique. What if he applied the breathing method while blowing the whistle? He attempted to adjust his breath according to the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation. Inhaling felt like holding warm water in his mouth and swallowing slowly, while exhaling harmonized with the whistle's tone, requiring a bit more effort than usual. Indeed, it took some exertion, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet the whistle's sound grew increasingly vibrant. Curiously, amidst the wild chrysanthemum clusters by the roadside, a yellow butterfly took flight, fluttering in response to the sound of the whistle. Following suit, 2 or 3 others joined the dance, white ones adorned with purple spots, circling around the ox as if enchanted by the melody. They lazily settled upon his shoulder, their wings creating a gentle breeze that harmonized with the tune, as if they were listening to a song. Li Ziao halted his whistle, and the butterflies remained still, tilting their wings to observe him. He gently caressed the yellow butterfly on his shoulder, his heart racing with the realization that it truly worked. He patted the old ox's neck, prompting a deep lowing sound as it quickened its pace. Upon reaching a secluded spot at the foot of the rear mountain, he took the willow whistle back into his mouth. Adhering to his breathing technique, he began to play the children's song once more. As the notes faded, a multitude of butterflies from the surrounding blooms gathered in unison. Blue, orange, and gold-edged, they swirled around him and the old ox, forming layers upon layers, coalescing into a swirling mist of colors that ebbed and flowed with the melody. Chapter 16. The life-extending needle. What is happening? Why am I still feeling restless at this stage? The old man stroked his beard and paced a few steps under the jujube tree. Where are those two girls? At this hour, they should have been here already, eagerly seeking jujubes with their empty pockets. Have they become so engrossed in play that they lost track of time? Just then, two footsteps approached from outside the fence, and the old man felt a sense of relief. The girls did not crash against the fence gate as usual. Instead, they entered side by side, bowing slightly and greeting in unison. Good day, esteemed sir. Ah, how come you no longer call me grandfather? The wrinkles on the old man's face spread into a smile as he picked up the fresh jujubes prepared in a bamboo basket on the stone table. Weighing them in his hand, he placed them into their chubby palms. Take these. Today's jujubes are particularly sweet. He then gestured to the two halves of jade and casually remarked, one for each of you. Take them to play with, but don't lose them, or your brother will surely be upset. The two girls echoed him in unison once more. The old man waved his hand, yawned, and ambled towards the shed, reminding them, finish your training before you leave. Don't be lazy. As he walked, he mumbled softly to himself, these two girls seem much brighter today. Could it be that I have truly cured them? At that moment, the fourth girl spoke up. Esteemed sir, where's our brother? He has gone to tend the cattle. He may be late today. Just finish your training and return home, he replied. The fourth girl curled her fingers around the jujube, puffed her cheeks, and responded softly, oh. Her voice trailed off, the jujube rolling in her palm, concealing an unspoken sense of disappointment. The old man paid no further attention to the girls and entered the shed, closing the door behind him as he lay down. Staring at the thatched roof, he murmured, did I just see them grow half a head taller? Am I losing my sight? The thatched roof trembled, dust falling in response to the commotion outside. The old man, disturbed by the noise, abruptly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in annoyance. What is all this ruckus? Has the village been invaded by bandits? Pushing open the shed door, he was met with the sight of two young women, both around 18, standing in the courtyard. They were tall and strikingly unfamiliar, clearly not from the village. Both bore a striking resemblance to one another, suggesting they were twin sisters. The girls were fiercely exchanging punches, their strikes imbued with intensity. Each blow landed with a resounding thud, echoing like drums, revealing an intent far beyond mere sparring. It was a fierce battle to the finish. What enmity could provoke such ferocity? The old man rubbed his drowsy eyes, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. The form of their punches, the arc of their movements, stirred a memory he could not quite grasp. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to realize that they were both exceptional martial artists. Yet, the more he observed, the more unsettling it became. Their energies surged visibly, and within mere exchanges, they appeared to touch the threshold of the pinnacle of martial prowess. Such rapid advancement was almost unnatural. As he stood in stunned silence, he suddenly noticed strands of silver appearing at their temples. In the blink of an eye, their raven locks seemed as if they had been dusted with snow. In an instant, her once lustrous hair turned white as snow, accentuating the fierce anger etched upon her face. The two combatants became increasingly ominous in their duel, their movements synchronized to the minutest detail. The angles of their strikes and the arcs of their turns mirrored one another perfectly, as if one were striking at their reflection in a polished mirror. Even their breaths in unison. Yet, the ferocity with which their fists collided carried an intent to obliterate the other, to subsume their opponent into themselves, to become one. This was not right. Their confrontation must not continue. The elder, observing what was merely a scuffle between two young women, reached out in an attempt to intervene. However, as he ventured into the tempest of their blows, the two forces converged like magnets, propelling toward him with violent momentum. The sensation was not one of separation. It felt as though he faced two identical adversaries at once. Taken by surprise, he was hurled backward by this combined force, crashing through the fence and landing amidst jagged splinters. Yet, the two young women resumed their battle, as if his presence had never existed. The elder's brow furrowed tighter. Suddenly struck by an epiphany, he unleashed his peak prowess, recognizing that while he could not project his vital energy outward, he could harness it to buoy his form. With a powerful leap, he soared 3 feet above the ground, his robes billowing with the force of his energy, creating a cacophony that drew the attention of the villagers. They gasped in awe, proclaiming that the old sage had manifested his powers. The elder, steadily channeling his internal energy, prepared to deliver a powerful strike. As he descended, the air crackled with anticipation. Unexpectedly, the two women simultaneously sidestepped, their fists brushing against his palm, striking him squarely in the chest. The elder felt his organs shift violently. Akin to a leaf cast adrift, propelled away to crash against an ancient locust tree 100 meters distant, causing half its leaves to fall. Bloodied, he struggled to rise. Yet, the young women halted, and the situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Their once lustrous locks had transformed into a snowy cascade. The smoothness of their cheeks was overtaken by rapidly forming wrinkles, their eyes drooping, their hands frail as twigs. In a mere moment, they had aged from youthful maidens to haggard crones, trembling even in their stance. At this realization, the elder's eyes blazed crimson, and he pounded his chest in a frenzy, roaring, "It is all wrong. Completely wrong. It is I who have brought this calamity upon you." He rose, coughing blood, leaving a trail of crimson as he staggered toward the two women. Despite his grievous injuries, he disregarded his own well-being, summoning every ounce of his vital energy. From his robes, he produced 2 silver needles, enveloping them in his life force, suspending them in midair. His hair, once a striking white, swiftly faded to a ghostly hue, his back bending slightly, and his once bright eyes clouded, as though decades of life had been siphoned away in an instant. Revitalizing needles, grant life anew, he commanded, as the needles surged with energy, transforming into hundreds of shimmering silver threads. Like a torrential downpour, they pierced the myriad acupoints across the women's bodies, the tips quivering faintly, emanating a soft luminescence. The elder, expending his final reserves of strength, trembled as he raised a finger, inscribing a few lines in the dirt. As the fingertips fell, his eyes remained fixed on the two young women, eventually closing slowly. Originally, at the foot of the back mountain, Li Zio was, as usual, consulting the disheveled old Taoist about the breathing technique. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure suspended in the distance, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an elderly man. A chill of astonishment gripped his heart, for he had never seen the old man wield true energy. The disheveled Taoist's expression changed as well. He seized Li Zio's arm and rushed towards the village, exclaiming, "A peak martial artist? We must hurry. Something has happened over there." Neither of them possessed the ability to soar into the air, though the Taoist had a slight advantage due to his practiced agility, pulling Li Zio along with all his strength towards their destination. However, by the time they arrived, the sounds of battle had ceased. They beheld 2 young girls lying on the ground, their forms having reverted to their former plump shapes, yet their bodies were riddled with fine needles, as if covered in silver filaments, their faces as pale as paper. The villagers formed a circle around them, some covering their mouths in tears, while others whispered to each other, "Aren't these the 2 foolish daughters of the Li family? How could this happen?" Li Zio's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, his throat tightening, rendering him speechless. He reached out to pull out the needles, only to be firmly restrained by the disheveled Taoist. "Do not remove them. These needles are saving their lives," the old Taoist said solemnly. With reddened eyes, he struggled, but upon hearing this, he froze suddenly, his nails digging deeply into his palm. He trusted the old man, yet the sight of the needles and the colorless faces of his sisters made him feel as though his heart was being constricted. Li Zio suppressed his panic and hurried towards the old man, noticing the final inscription beside him, "Revitalizing divine needles, prolonging life for a decade. 1 soul, 2 bodies. When life is lacking, the immortal of Penglai is present. Do not remove the needles." Upon reading these words, he abruptly stilled. His lips pressed into a straight line as he nodded. Yet, that nod was accompanied by an uncontrollable tremor throughout his body. The disheveled Taoist patted his shoulder, saying, "The way of the Tao is natural. There is still hope." The Taoist approached the elderly man, brushing away the wooden thorns from his face with a wave of his sleeve. Upon recognizing his features, he gasped in shock. "It is he. Meng Xingzhou, the herbalist. Do you know him?" Li Zio asked, his voice hoarse. "I have not seen his face, but in my travels, it is said that no one in the Jianghu is unaware of his name." The disheveled Taoist replied gravely, "Are you familiar with the 4 divine healers of the Jianghu? The Eastern Wanderer brings the dead back to life. The Western Poisoner uses poison to combat vile diseases. The Southern Needle can extend a life, and the Northern Evil can take a life with a stroke. The first 3 possess benevolent hearts, yet the Northern Evil straddles both righteousness and wickedness. This Meng Xingzhou is the Eastern healer." Moreover, he pointed to the 2 girls on the ground. "His revitalizing divine needles are the ultimate skill of the Southern Needle. Others lack the accompanying heart technique, but he just now must have forcibly activated it by consuming his own lifespan. No wonder the Daoist gazed at the elder's white hair, his voice lowering. These needles cannot be removed hastily. If they are, the life force of these two young women will be severed. Chapter 17. The dual habitat of the wooden box. The commotion that had just unfolded was indeed overwhelming. One side of the fence had collapsed, while the old locust tree shed its remaining leaves, which twirled and danced upon the ground, carried by the wind. The villagers gathered in increasing numbers, straining to catch a glimpse, their whispers weaving a tapestry of curiosity. The Li family eventually arrived, their hurried steps echoing their anxiety. The first to rush to the gate was the couple, Li Lao-san. Just moments ago, he had been tending to his stall at the village entrance, where neatly stacked small stools awaited customers. The twine on his stall remained untied, yet he paid it no mind, grasping his wife's hand as they hurried toward the scene. A corner of his coarse cloth jacket flapped in the wind, revealing a sweat-stained back. As Li Mu stepped through the gate, her gaze fell upon the two girls lying on the ground, their round bodies adorned with numerous silver needles. A heart-wrenching cry escaped her lips. "Oh, my poor daughters! What has happened?" In her grief, she attempted to lunge forward, her arms outstretched, oblivious to her footing, nearly stumbling in her haste. Li Lao-san stood nearby, his earnest face etched with lines of worry. The usual smile that graced his lips had vanished, replaced by a somber expression. Tears streamed down his dark cheeks, pooling on his chest, forming darkened spots on the fabric. He quickly steadied his wife, his voice thick with emotion. "Don't go closer." The tremor in his tone betrayed his attempt to remain composed as he gently pulled her aside. Next to arrive was Li Lao-da, freshly returned from the fields. His trousers were still caked with damp earth, and he tossed his hoe aside with a clatter as it struck the ground. Following him were his two sons, the elder draped in a sweat-soaked short coat, while the younger clutched a handful of grass, clearly having sprinted from the ridge. Unlike his sister-in-law, Li Lao-da maintained a calm demeanor, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the scene. He approached the two girls first, but could discern no explanation. He then moved to the elder, crouching to check for signs of life. As his fingers grazed the cold skin, a heavy sigh escaped him. The man had already breathed his last. Rising, he spoke with a hoarse yet steady voice amidst the chaos. "We must not disturb the girls yet. First, let us carry the elder out and cover him with a clean mat." His gaze fell upon the lines etched into the ground, which he recognized as having been inscribed with a fingertip, sending a chill through him. The characters hinted at something ominous. The astute third son, aware of the gravity of the situation, chose to remain silent, opting to conceal the truth for now. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Ziyu, who stood nearby with reddened eyes. Sensing his uncle's scrutiny, Li Ziyu met his gaze momentarily before offering a subtle nod. Li Lao-da, appearing unfazed, cautiously stepped back, allowing his foot to lightly brush over the inscriptions, erasing the evidence as the mud-soiled sole left no trace. Once this was accomplished, he turned to his sons and beckoned. "Dawa, Erwa, come lend a hand." Dawa swiftly discarded his short coat and crouched to assist in lifting the girls. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Lao-da, and he addressed Erwa. "For the 3 coffins, your third uncle may not arrive in time. Crossing to the other side of the river, go to your elder sister's house and ask her to send 3 people over." Just as Erwa nodded and was about to run, Li Ziyu hastily interjected, "Brother, 1 person is sufficient." Erwa paused, gripping the grass tighter. His eyes filled with confusion as he turned to look at his father. Li Lao-da nodded and said, "Listen to your third brother. Hurry there and back. And do not dawdle on the way." Erwa complied, sprinting out, his straw sandals rustling against the ground. However, a dragging sound of footsteps soon echoed at the courtyard entrance. Finally, Li Lao-di and his wife had arrived. Li Lao-di donned a faded blue cloth shirt, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his gaunt arms. Upon hearing that his 2 foolish daughters were in trouble, he initially opened his mouth in surprise, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his eyes. Then he sighed heavily, a sense of inexplicable relief washing over him. He did not glance at the girls, but instead quickly approached Li Lao-da, standing beside him with his hands hanging down, as if the affairs of the courtyard had nothing to do with him. In recent years, the household had been nearly brought to ruin by these 2 girls. Trailing behind him was his wife, who was laboriously making her way into the courtyard. She was short and stout, resembling a round jar. Her short legs moved quickly, yet she barely made any progress. Most noticeable were her misshapen large feet, her shoes bulging out. Each step she took veered outward, appearing both laborious and comical. She huffed and puffed, her flesh jiggling with every movement. Finally, upon reaching the center of the courtyard and spotting her 2 daughters on the ground, she suddenly shrieked, "My 2 foolish girls! As she cried out, no tears fell. Her eyes darted to the girls, then quickly scanned the onlookers, her mouth turned down. It seemed she was crying, yet the corners of her eyes subtly lifted, hiding a hint of relief that they would no longer have to fill this void. Nevertheless, she continued to slap her thighs, her voice a blend of panic and an indescribable complexity. Li Laoda cast her a glance, remaining silent, merely instructing a few people. Lend a hand and carry the two girls into the courtyard, but be careful not to touch the needles. The two girls were carefully lifted into the courtyard, and the murmurs of the crowd gradually subsided, dispersing in small groups. The wind swirled the fallen leaves, creating a few spins on the ground, also following suit. Suddenly, a ruckus erupted in the once quiet courtyard. Li Laoda's wife let out an ouch as she fell to the ground. Her hefty body rolled twice, crushing the leaves beneath her, and she screamed, "At such a young age, what do you understand? Surely you must be deluded. Do you think there are immortals in Penglai? Staying for 10 years? My two girls are likely already nothing but bones." She flailed her arms and legs, dirt smeared across her face with tears and snot. Since they have passed, it would be best to lay them to rest swiftly. How could they be kept as if objects in the house for 10 years? Such a thing is most inauspicious. Amidst her wailing, she lunged toward the straw mats where the girls lay, clawing at the air. Under Li Laoda's stern gaze, her neck shrank back, and she finally dared not move, yet her misshapen feet stomped loudly against the ground. Only rolling and thrashing on the ground, the sharp cries collided with the collapsed fence, bouncing back and stirring a sense of unease in the hearts of onlookers. Humph! Li Zio let out a cold snort, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Li's mother, fearing her son would despair, called out urgently for him to slow down and hurriedly followed. The second aunt, witnessing his departure, assumed the boy had given up. The corners of her mouth subtly twisted, and the cries diminished somewhat as her plump body slumped to the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Before long, Li's mother returned alongside Li Zio. She hurried to stand before Li Laosan, presenting a sheet of grass paper. On it was a hastily drawn object. The ink still blurred at the edges, clearly freshly sketched. Li Zio gripped an axe tightly, his knuckles turning white, his face grim as he strode straight in. The second aunt, spotting the gleaming axe approaching, shrieked in fright, her hefty body writhing backward on the ground as she cried, "Murder! This possessed child is going to kill." Li Zio, however, did not even glance at her, stepping over her curled form. He reached the jujube tree and swung the axe down. The large green jujubes that hung from the branches fell down with a clatter. Li Zio, upon witnessing this, called out to his father, "Father, gather the jujubes. These are not for ordinary people. Not a single one should be wasted." Li Laosan, hearing his son's call, paused for a moment, tightening his grip on the grass paper. He then approached Li Laer and his wife, raising the paper in his hand and stating, "Second brother, second sister-in-law. The object depicted here can preserve the two girls' bodies for a decade. Let us place them in this courtyard." Madness! Madness! The second aunt was about to raise a ruckus when suddenly Li Laoda coughed. She instinctively shrank her neck and swallowed her words. Li Laoda glanced at Li Laer. Let it be decided thus. He then glared at his two sons. "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and gather the jujubes." The elder and younger boys quickly crouched down to collect the fallen jujubes. Li Laosan busied himself as well. In no time, the once robust jujube tree was left with nothing but a stump. Li Laosan worked with remarkable efficiency, and soon, according to the drawing, he had crafted the depicted object from the jujube tree. It was a double-chambered wooden box, approximately 5 feet long and 2 feet wide, with a naturally rounded arc reminiscent of a tree's heartwood cross-section. The body of the box was hollowed and assembled from a single piece of jujube wood, still exuding the fresh fragrance of the jujube. Lively and nourishing, it could preserve a body for a decade without decay. Chapter 18. Another year passed. The days in the village flowed swiftly like the river. In the blink of an eye, another year had gone by. The clear water danced merrily beneath the stone slabs. The women by the riverbank were busy with their hands and lively with conversation. Aunt Zhang, pounding her clothes, struck the stone slab with her wooden mallet, producing a loud clatter. "Did you see? That lad from Li Laosan's family is perched atop the jujube stump again this morning." Aunt Wang, wringing out a bedsheet, straightened up at the remark. "Indeed. Ever since last year's incident with those two girls, this lad has been quite peculiar. He used to be such a spirited boy, always grinning, with sweet words and a charming voice," another chimed in. "And now look at him, alas. Who could disagree?" Aunt Yang applied soap suds to her garments. "It's been nearly a year. He neither tends to the cattle nor bothers with anything else. He sits there from dawn until dusk." Aunt Zhang sighed. "I've heard he hardly eats anymore. Most days, the bowl that Aunt Li brings over remains untouched." Aunt Wang shook her head. "Oh, When you call him, he doesn't respond. He just sits there all day long. Lowering her voice, she added, I've heard he has been up to some strange antics lately. Aunt Yang paused, letting some soap suds drop into the water. What kind of antics? Aunt Wang glanced around furtively. Yesterday, he suddenly approached Li Laosan and declared his intention to become a Taoist priest at that decrepit temple on the back mountain. Aunt Zhang dropped her mallet with a clang against the stone slab. That's outrageous. There's only that ramshackle temple on the back mountain, inhabited by a hobbled priest of unknown origins. Just think about it. If this lad truly becomes a priest, wouldn't the Li family's incense offerings cease? What a worry. Aunt Zhang picked up her mallet and struck the stone slab a couple of times, splashing water. Who could argue otherwise? Speaking of incense offerings, however, the Li family seems to have continued theirs. Aunt Yang, pausing in her ringing, leaned in curiously. What is going on? Didn't the two daughters just have their troubles? Could it be that the old couple is expecting again? Pa. Aunt Zhang spat on the ground. What are you thinking? The couple is nearing 50. Haven't you heard? Their eldest daughter was supposed to marry that lad from the village behind the mountain, right? Oh, Aunt Wang slapped her thigh. I see. Aunt Zhang rinsed her mallet in the river. That lad from the mountain is quite clever. In the past, his village was secluded by the mountains, rendering them unable to leave except by boat, and their home was impoverished to the point of echoing with the sounds of desperation. Had it not been for the financial assistance received from Sanwa last year, one would hear tales of Li Lauter's eldest daughter, who was pregnant and unable to even sip a bowl of porridge. Aunt Yang furrowed her brow and asked, what does this have to do with continuing the Li family line? Aunt Zhang interjected, you won't believe this. Xianxia, seeing that both of his daughters had passed away, suddenly visited Li Lauter a few days ago. He expressed a desire for Li Lauter's newborn son from last year to take on the family name of his late father, effectively continuing the family lineage. Upon hearing this, Li Lauter was elated and immediately brought gifts to the village chief's house. Before long, Xianxia's entire family had relocated to our village. I heard that today is the child's birthday. Li Lauter has prepared a grand banquet and is even mimicking the customs of affluent families by holding a zhuazhou ceremony. The water flowed swiftly, and the sound of wooden mallets paused momentarily as Aunt Wang murmured, the affairs of this world are truly inscrutable. Li Lauter's house, with half of its wall collapsed, had tall grass swaying in the wind, and the crooked wooden door hung askew, revealing shadows of people inside the yard. A piece of red cloth was stubbornly affixed above the doorframe, its edges frayed. Nevertheless, the courtyard buzzed with a semblance of festivity. In the center stood the large round table, typically used for significant family celebrations. The stools were brand new, evidently borrowed from Li La's third son, freshly crafted. The table was filled to capacity, with women joyfully discussing family matters, while children eagerly clutched their chopsticks, stirring the dishes in their bowls. Upon closer inspection, the offerings were modest: tofu stewed with cabbage and stir-fried shredded radish. The only dish with a hint of oil was a bowl of pickled vegetables stir-fried with thinly sliced meat that was almost translucent. Clad in a faded blue cloth coat, Li Lauter raised a wine cup, his face flushed with excitement. Eat up, drink up. Today, the Li family, let us revel in the joy. He then made his way indoors, while the people in the courtyard absent-mindedly responded with cheerful affirmations, too preoccupied with serving food to the children to pay him much attention. Inside, the dining table had already been cleared away, and a slightly worn red silk cloth covered the ground, upon which lay an array of items: an abacus, a brush, a brass scale, a sheaf of wheat, and a piece of sweet cake. There was also a bow adorned with red string, reportedly borrowed from a hunter in the western part of the village. When Li Lauter lifted the curtain and stepped inside, the room fell silent. Li Lauter and the village chief stood at the forefront, surrounded by several elders, all eyes focused on the red silk. Sun Xianxia rubbed his hands together and took the child from his wife's embrace. The little boy, clad in a newly made blue cloth jacket, gazed around with wide, sparkling eyes. Sun Xianxia handed the child over, saying, "Father, here he is." Li Lauter received the child with both hands, cradling him as if he were a precious piece of jade, and gently placed him at the center of the red silk. The child paused, his small hands grasping at the air before lunging toward the bow and grasping its tip tightly. Excellent, excellent. Li Lauter suddenly slapped his thigh, the wrinkles on his face breaking into a smile. This lad has potential. He is surely destined to bear great responsibilities in the future. The village chief stroked his beard and nodded. It is a sign of great strength. Li Lauter also nodded in agreement, chuckling heartily. Li Lauter, unable to contain his joy, bent down to lift the child, rubbing his stubble against the little one's cheek. The child giggled, clutching a small bow tightly in his hands. The village chief leaned in closer, gazing into the child's bright eyes, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This boy has a proper appearance. Has he been named yet?" Li Lauer raised the child higher, pride evident on his face. "I've been thinking about it. I specially went to the town to ask a scholar to give him a name. Li Jiaxiu, Li Jiaxiu, Li Jiaxiu." The village chief repeated the name twice, stroking his beard in approval. "A fine name. The character Su is splendid, like the sun just rising on the horizon. It signifies that in the future, he will be the son of the Li family, without a doubt." Li Lauda, standing nearby, tugged at the corner of his mouth, nodding along but with a hint of bitterness in his laughter. "That name is indeed quite bright." He raised his hand to adjust his collar, his knuckles digging into the fabric, leaving shallow marks. Li Laosen stood to the side, his expression heavy with concern. Noticing his demeanor, Li Lauer's smile instantly faded, and with the child in his arms, he frowned. "Laosan, it's not that your elder brother is scolding you, but how can you let that third child run amok like this? He even wants to go to the back mountain to become a Taoist. Why doesn't he ascend to the heavens instead? Are you still planning to carry on the family line?" Li Laosen flinched at the question, hastily nodding. Upon hearing the words "carry on the family line," his lips moved, and in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, he replied. The child said, "Going to the back mountain to become a Taoist is for cultivating one's mind and character. It's not like he's becoming a monk. It won't hinder carrying on the family line." Li Lauer snorted heavily in response, his face darkening like a stone soaked in water. "Humph. Cultivating one's mind and character? What is the difference between a Taoist and a monk? We farmers rely on the land for sustenance, not on staying in a temple, spending all day doing nothing but engaging in empty pursuits." With that, he turned away, not sparing Li Laosen another glance, and strode out of the house, the wind lifting a corner of the red silk and revealing the polished clay floor beneath. The room fell silent instantly, the village chief clearing his throat twice, twirling his beard without uttering a word. Li Lauda tugged at Li Laosan's arm, whispering, "Don't take it to heart. Your second brother, he's just overly excited." Li Laosan kept his head down, his nails digging deeply into his palm, remaining silent for a long while. Outside the window, someone accidentally knocked over a stool, producing a loud clatter that startled him, causing his shoulders to tremble. Chapter 19. Dining on the misty dawn. The small door of the picket fence creaked open. Li's mother entered, carefully balancing a steaming bowl of meat, deftly avoiding the fence. Li Zio, seated cross-legged on a jujube stump, slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing his mother, he affectionately called out, "Mother." Suddenly catching a whiff of the savory meat, he curiously inquired, "Where did this meat come from?" Li's mother beamed and softly replied, "Today, the hunter from the west end of the village had good fortune and caught a doe. He couldn't finish it all himself, so he brought it to the village entrance to sell. His stall is next to your father's, and your father bought some. It's still warm. You should eat, my son." Li Zio quickly waved his hands and shook his head, saying, "Mother, you and father have worked harder. You should eat it." Seeing her son refuse again, Li's mother grew anxious, but Li Zio continued, "Mother, I truly cannot eat right now, and I mean no offense. Look at my muscles," he said, patting his chest and rolling up his sleeves. "Do I not seem strong enough? I do not need this meat for nourishment. If I were to eat it, it would only disappoint you and father. This meat should nourish those who toil. If I indulge, that would be unfilial. Surely, you wouldn't want your son to be unfilial." Li's mother was at a loss with her son's resolve, reaching out to pinch his arm. Indeed, he was quite sturdy, and her eyes brightened. She nodded and sighed, "Very well. Alas, my son, you do not know that because of your decision, your father was scolded by your second uncle. Have you truly considered this? The back mountain is not like home. You say you wish to cultivate your heart and mind. Both your father and I believe in you and support you, but..." As her words trailed off, Li's mother swallowed her concerns. Li Zio, filled with guilt, said, "Mother, I know it is hard on you and father, but..." Sighing, she continued, "I understand you are doing this for your two sisters. Indeed, they have treated you well in the past, always calling out for their younger brother. Your actions are filled with affection and loyalty, and your father and I support you." He said, "If you have made up your mind, then go ahead." "Really?" Li Zio jumped up from the jujube stump, excitement shining in his eyes. Li's mother nodded, and seeing her son's exuberance brought a smile to her face. Suddenly, Li Zio remembered something. He pulled out 3 pieces of talisman paper from his pocket, folding 2 into squares and handing them to his mother. "Mother, please sew 2 pouches and place these talismans inside. They will bring fortune and avert misfortune." Then he presented the last piece, saying, "The mountain path is treacherous. If anything happens at home, burn this talisman. I will sense it and hurry down immediately." Li's mother accepted the 3 talismans, nodded, and holding the bowl of meat, turned to leave. At the door, she glanced back at her son before gently closing the door behind her. Watching his mother depart, Li Ziyo breathed a sigh of relief. He had traversed this world for a decade now, and his so-called golden finger had quietly transformed. He raised his hand and retrieved a stone from his bosom, the very culprit that had facilitated his traversal into this realm in his previous life. Previously, this stone existed solely in the recesses of his mind, but after a decade, he was finally able to extract it. Yet, it bore two limitations. Firstly, it could only be perceived by him. Secondly, it could never stray from his grasp. More importantly, it had acquired a new functionality. It concealed a small space within, capable of both storing items and nurturing plants. Li Ziyo had already relocated the mutated weeds that had sprouted near his home into this space, and he had also planted some medicinal herbs from the seeds that were part of the old man's relics. When they interred the elder, he had left behind 4 items: a medicinal pouch containing various vials and seeds, 2 volumes titled Compendium of Herbs and Chronicles of the Extraordinary, and a half-embroidered handkerchief, adorned with the embroidery of the technique for the life-sustaining needle. Li Ziyo speculated that the other half of the handkerchief might be the life essence technique mentioned by the unkempt Daoist priest. However, he could not fathom why such a significant item would be embroidered on a woman's handkerchief. Additionally, he had finally discerned the functions of the 9 talismans he had previously imprinted. The half-amulet from his 4th sister bore the eye-opening talisman, the exorcism talisman, and the lightning-attracting talisman. The half-amulet from his 2nd sister held the levitation talisman, the sound transmission talisman, and the growth acceleration talisman. The remaining 3 incomplete talismans, after extensive research, he surmised to be the defense talisman, the tranquility talisman, and the concealment talisman. Now, aside from the 3 incomplete ones, he had mastered the rest. After a year of cultivation, he had honed his innate perception to its utmost potential, which he referred to as divine consciousness. Furthermore, his ability to whistle like a willow had been thoroughly comprehended and was now termed spirit manipulation, enabling him to control animals and surrounding flora, with the method of execution no longer confined to mere whistling. Li Ziyo first entered the shed, cautiously storing the amphibious wooden box within the small space, for it housed his 2 sisters in slumber, and he feared any misstep if it remained in the shed. The previously large jujubes had now matured into robust jujube trees within the small space, and he had inadvertently discovered that the plants therein grew at an accelerated pace. Yet, the underlying remained elusive, necessitating gradual exploration. Exiting the small courtyard, he approached the large yellow ox, which greeted him with gleeful eyes and a couple of low bellows. Affectionately, it nudged his arm with its head, exhaling warm breath through its nostrils. The rope around the ox had long been untied by Li Ziyo. Initially, the Li family's 3rd couple had harbored reservations, but upon witnessing the ox venture to the back mountain each morning and return promptly at sunset, they ceased their concerns. This peculiar occurrence had become a local marvel. Dahuang, I shall ascend the mountain now. I shall rely on you to watch over the home in my absence. The ox seemed to comprehend, responding readily. Li Ziyo patted its head and turned to ascend the back mountain. The ox, reluctant to part ways, followed him for a few steps before ultimately obeying and remaining in the courtyard, gazing at his retreating figure until it vanished at the trail's end. Upon reaching the foot of the back mountain, Li Ziyo did not hasten to climb, but instead bent down to inspect the nearby mutated spiritual grasses. Over the past year, the diligent yellow cattle have indeed caused much concern, as their incessant grazing has significantly suppressed the growth of the spiritual herbs. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully gathered the herbs growing in secluded spots into a small space. The remainder was left in place, for it belonged to the providence of this land. His aim was merely to hinder the maturation of the herbs to avert calamity, without resorting to complete annihilation. The subtle transformations of these spiritual herbs had already rendered the surrounding air considerably fresher. Subsequently, he expanded his consciousness to meticulously search the vicinity. Recalling his mother's mention of the hunter who had captured a doe, he surmised that there might still be a fawn lingering in the mountains. Indeed, behind a patch of low shrubs, he discovered the little creature curled up in a ball. The fawn initially trembled in fear upon seeing him, yet its frail body, having long been deprived of maternal nourishment, lacked the strength to flee. Li Ziyo gently cradled it, his palm resting against its spine as he tenderly stroked it. Speaking softly to soothe it, he then proceeded to walk deeper into the mountains with the fawn in his arms. The disheveled old Daoist sat cross-legged on the bluestone slabs before the dilapidated temple. Upon noticing his arrival, he did not lift his eyelids, merely inquiring with a hint of indifference, "Youngster, have you made up your mind?" Li Ziyo carefully placed the fawn at his feet and, adopting a deliberately stern expression, performed a formal bow, mimicking the tone of novels from his past life. I have made up my mind. I humbly seek your guidance, fellow Daoist. The old Daoist, amused by his antics, burst into hearty laughter. Haha, fellow Daoist? Where did you learn such pretentiousness? Quite amusing indeed. Enough of the charade. Go about your business. Li Zio flashed a grin, once again lifting the fawn to hand it over to the old Daoist. Hee, old Daoist, I entrust this little one to you. Without waiting for the old man's response, he turned and found a sheltered bluestone nearby to sit down, slowly closing his eyes. Little did he anticipate that this moment of repose would last for 6 years. He subsisted on the evening glow and quenched his thirst with the morning dew, his breath harmonizing with the mountains and forests. It was not until one day, when the morning light gently kissed his brow, that he gradually opened his eyes. And within their clarity, a tranquil essence reminiscent of the mountain moon had taken root. Chapter 20. The remarkable young man, unbelievable. You have sat here for 6 years. Have you gained anything? The raspy voice of the disheveled old man echoed softly. The youth on the bluestone slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes first shimmering with a fleeting light, then settling into a depth as clear as a tranquil pond. After 6 years of silent meditation, he had shed the naivety of youth, his stature now as upright as a pine. Though his coarse robe was frayed at the edges and the cuffs bore tattered threads, it could not conceal the ethereal grace that emanated from him. His features had matured, defined yet gentle, with a peculiar softness lingering between his brows, as if kissed by morning dew for 1,000 days. Even the strands of hair cascading over his shoulders glimmered faintly, flowing like water when caressed by the wind. Most striking were his eyes. When they met yours, it felt as though they could reflect the surrounding flora and streams. Yet, they were unfathomably deep, concealing the tranquility etched by 6 years of mountain breezes and celestial nights. It seemed that all the morning dew and evening glow he had witnessed lay quietly at the bottom of his gaze. I cannot claim to have gained much, he spoke, his voice resonant and clear as jade clashing, infused with the serenity of a mountain stream. I have merely borrowed a touch of the evening glow, imbibed the essence of morning dew, and attained a sense of unity with nature. He paused, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the bluestone, from which a hint of fresh green quietly emerged. It is not precisely martial prowess. Rather, it resembles a skill of resonating with the breath of flora and the harmony of wind and dew. Let's call it the power of nature. As he rose, his robes fluttered lightly, releasing a faint fragrance of grass and trees, as if he were not a mere inhabitant of the bluestone, but a celestial being descending from the clouds. Throughout the 6 years, he had consumed neither grain nor meat, relying solely on the nourishment of the elemental energies of heaven and earth. His skin radiated a near-translucent glow, not frail, but exuding a robust vitality that spoke of an intrinsic harmony with the universe. As his fingers brushed against the grass beside him, the leaves responded by gracefully arching towards him, even the veins shimmering with a soft, golden light. The disheveled old man squinted, observing him with newfound wonder, suddenly laughing, his eyes crinkling with astonishment. You, young man, after 6 years of stillness, have become increasingly inscrutable to me, yet your temperament remains unchanged. Your words still as whimsical as ever. Li Zio chuckled lightly at the remark, raising his hand as if to summon the nearby ginkgo leaves, which floated gently into his palm. He exhaled softly. The breath was not the ordinary mist of exhalation, but a delicate azure stream infused with the essence of flora. As it brushed against the leaves, the ginkgo unfurled as if caressed by a spring breeze, expanding until it resembled a fan, gracefully hovering before him. With a light touch of his toes, he stepped upon the leaf, which lifted him slightly off the ground, swaying gently in the mountain breeze, exuding an air of effortless elegance as if he were riding the clouds. The hem of his robe swept across the bluestone, stirring the air and causing dandelion seeds to swirl around him in a whimsical dance. The old man was utterly astonished, stroking his beard in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. A master? No, at the very least a grandmaster. Perhaps even surpassing that. He smacked his lips, gazing at the calm and smiling youth on the leaf, and suddenly sighed. Enough, enough. What can I compare to you, you prodigy? You are merely 16 this year. His tone carried a hint of self-deprecation, yet it was imbued with a greater sense of relief and contentment. He looked towards the distant mist-covered mountains, and suddenly stroked his beard, a flicker of interest gleaming in his eyes. This lad's abilities seem to have sprouted from the very mountains and waters. If he truly emerges from this rear mountain, it is likely to leave those entrenched old-timers utterly astonished. Master, Grandmaster, what do these titles even signify? Are they merely the realms beyond the pinnacle of a first-grade martial artist? Li Zio leaped down from the leaf, and as his toes touched the ground, The wind he stirred carried dandelion seeds onto the old Taoist's shoulder. His eyes were filled with pure curiosity, as if the one who had just flown on the leaf was not himself. The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback by his question, then chuckled. Indeed, you have yet to encounter other martial artists. Apart from me, the other one has long since vanished. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. I refrained from mentioning the higher realms before, fearing you might be too ambitious. Above the pinnacle of a first-grade martial artist, the realms are divided into 3 grades: first-grade master, second-grade grandmaster, and third grade, which is said to be akin to transcending into the divine, hence referred to as earthly immortals. The words left by the divine physician of herbs, Peng Lai has immortals, likely refer to these legendary earthly immortals. However, there is another saying in the rumors. It speaks of a group of individuals whose cultivation differs entirely from martial artists, known as immortal cultivators. Yet, these are merely tales. I dare say, you increasingly resemble an immortal. Li Ziao shook his head and replied, I do not even know what this natural power truly constitutes. He chuckled and added, but since I am here, let me embrace it. Why ponder over such matters? Haha, indeed. Had I possessed your mindset back then, I might not have ended up in this predicament. Li Ziao scrutinized the disheveled old Taoist and spoke. I can treat your leg injury now. As for your declining cultivation, I can help stabilize it. With 3 to 5 years of nurturing, perhaps you might regain your peak state. The disheveled old Taoist shook his head in refusal. No need for that. I have long lost the will. Why trouble oneself? Even if I were to recover, what would it change? Would I return to my sect to contest for right and wrong? But we are fundamentally at odds. Where is the right or wrong in that? Let us speak no more of it. I appreciate your good intentions, but let me remain in this dilapidated temple, returning to dust as dust. The greatest solace in my life has been encountering a rising talent like you before my time ends. That is enough. The chaos below the mountain has nothing to do with me. Li Ziao did not expect his refusal to be so resolute. After contemplating, he chose not to press further. Since it was his choice, it was only respectful to honor it. The old Taoist approached him, patting his shoulder. You and I are not the same. What you must do is achieve clarity in your thoughts. Let me see. It appears more than half of the decade has passed, hasn't it? First, return home and spend some quality time with your parents. Afterward, venture forth into the world. The universe is vast, and you ought to explore it. With these words, the disheveled old priest turned and entered the dilapidated temple, rummaging for some time before emerging with a bundle. Upon opening it, he revealed a set of green robes, slightly different in style from those he wore. He presented them to Li Ziao, saying, having spent 6 years on the mountain, you cannot possibly return home clad in these tattered garments. It is only fitting for a Taoist to don the robe. He waved his hand, signaling Li Ziao to descend the mountain. Before you leave, make one last ascent. I shall share with you the insights of the outside world. Li Ziao nodded, ready to set forth, when suddenly his heart skipped a beat. The communication talisman he had left for his mother unexpectedly stirred to life. Could it be that something had transpired at home? Chapter 21. The haunted village of Hunan. Li Ziao moved with the swiftness of the wind, transforming into a streak of azure light as he swiftly arrived at his doorstep. Gazing upon his home, which had changed little in the 6 years of his absence, he was filled with a profound sense of nostalgia, as if he had traversed through time. Hastily, he adjusted his Daoist robe, still slightly disheveled from the activation of talismans, before taking a tentative step forward, yet he hesitated to open the door. After 6 years apart, how were his parents faring? Were they still upset with him? Was his choice from years past truly fair to them? A voice suddenly called out from behind him, playful yet reprimanding. Who are you? Lurking about in front of the Li family's house? Li Ziao turned quickly to see a strikingly beautiful girl, her ethereal demeanor captivating to any young woman of 18. The girl stared at him in bewilderment, and Li Ziao hesitantly exclaimed, Wangyar, is that you? Upon hearing her name spoken by the boy, Wangyar was thrown into a flurry of surprise and asked eagerly, You recognize me? Li Ziao adjusted his robe and spun in a playful circle, teasingly responding, Can't you recognize me, Wangyar? I'm Sanwazi. Back when I was studying, you used to chase after me to tell you stories. Wangyar's expression shifted from shock to delight, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Oh, Sanwazi, you've come down from the mountain? Why are you standing outside? If my aunt knew you were back, she would be overjoyed. She has been talking about you constantly. Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Ziao scratched his head and deliberately changed the subject. Wangyar, do you know if anything unusual has happened at my home recently? I haven't heard anything. Wangyar blinked, scratching her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. Just yesterday, I was washing clothes by the river and chatting with Aunt San. She didn't mention any troubles. Before she could finish, a robust voice boomed from the neighboring yard. You lazy girl. Have you finished your chores at home? What are you doing idling at the door? Wang Yer stiffened, sticking out her tongue, and quickly replied, Oh dear, my mother is calling me. I must go help. She turned to leave, but suddenly halted, slapping her forehead in realization. Oh right, I remembered. This morning, I saw your elder sister. She seemed to have returned to the village. She was walking hurriedly. Her eyes were red, and I called out to her several times, but she didn't hear me. With that, she dashed back into her own yard like a startled deer. Shortly after, Li Zio heard Wang Ant's curious mumbling from next door. Who was that handsome young man standing there? When did this silly girl get acquainted with such a character? The voice gradually faded into the breeze. As the embarrassment faded from Li Zio's face, a frown began to form. Wang Yar's words struck him like a stone, sending ripples of concern through his heart. His elder sister, known for her calm demeanor, would never have behaved so rashly unless something was amiss. 6 years had passed. During this time, his parents had indeed come to visit him on the mountain. While he had been in seclusion, his awareness of the outside world had been dim, yet he had faintly sensed their familiar presence on several occasions. Wandering upon the mountain, burdened by concern and reluctance, yet never did he truly intrude. Nor had he ever touched the talisman meant for emergencies. His parents understood that he was at a crucial juncture in his cultivation and refrained from disturbing him with trivial matters. However, this time, the talisman ignited. For his parents to have burned this life-saving charm, it must mean that something insurmountable had occurred at his elder sister's home. Li Zio inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of thoughts swirling within him. He cast another glance at the familiar wooden door, and the earlier hesitation vanished. Raising his hand, this time, he hesitated not at all, gently pushing open the door to his home after 6 long years. The door creaked open with a long, drawn-out sound, akin to a sigh, or perhaps a warm welcome for the returning wayfarer. As the door widened, the scene within gradually unfolded before his eyes. Against the wall stood a row of low stools. Uneven in height, their bamboo weavings still bearing traces of dust. At this hour in days gone by, his father would have already taken these wares to the village entrance to earn a living. Yet today, they stood uniformly in place. The dust settled among the bamboo strands, indicating that they had not been disturbed since dawn. The courtyard was so quiet that one could hear the rustling of grass swaying in the wind. With another creak, the door fully opened. In the courtyard, a familiar figure paced anxiously back and forth. The corners of her blue cloth coat swayed gently with her hurried steps. It was his mother. She walked with urgency, her brow furrowed, muttering phrases like "hurry back, please don't let anything happen." Only when the sound of the door hinge came to rest did she abruptly halt, spinning around. In that moment of eye contact, her eyes brightened and her gaze softened, tears welling up. As if suddenly recalling her purpose, she surged forward, grasping Li Zio's arm tightly. "My son, you have returned." Her voice trembled, yet the final note soared high, unable to conceal the joy that surged from her very bones. Before she could finish her thought, she abruptly remembered something. Pulling Li Zio along as she rushed out, her steps unsteady yet frantic. "Quick, come with me. Something has happened at your elder sister's home. Your father has already gone to your uncle's place, anxiously awaiting your return to hurry over." Li Zio felt his mother's hand, cold and trembling, clutching his arm. He gently tightened his grip, hoping to steady her, as his own footsteps quickened. A heavy melancholy settled deeper within him. The gravity of the situation at his sister's home must be far more severe than he had imagined, to render his parents so distraught. Arriving at his uncle's house, before even stepping into the courtyard, he heard the sounds of weeping emanating from within. Following his mother inside, he encountered a much older uncle, strong yet pacing anxiously. His elder and second brothers were there, and his father stood nearby, speaking softly to his uncle, his brow furrowed and expression grave. His elder sister was there too, tears streaming down her face, surrounded by his aunt and 2 sisters-in-law, who gently comforted her, patting her back while whispering words of solace. The scene of chaos, with some weeping and others in a state of urgency, seemed to freeze the moment Li Zio entered, as all gazes turned towards him, staring in stunned silence. Li Laosen quickly pulled him 2 steps into a corner, lowering his voice to a whisper just audible to the 2 of them, and swiftly recounted the events that had transpired. What? A haunting? Upon hearing his father's account, Li Zio's voice involuntarily rose, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Rather than mere agitation, it was an uncontrollable thrill. He had never anticipated that after 16 years of traversing this world, having just achieved his cultivation, he would encounter the fabled specter for the very first time. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. It was akin to receiving a pillow when one was drowsy. To anyone else, it might sound sensational, but Li Zio was filled with delight. It was as if fate had delivered an opportunity directly to his doorstep. After years of diligent training, he was finally presented with the chance to test his skills. It turned out that his brother-in-law had opened a funeral parlor in Hunan village, located across the river. Recently, a brawl had erupted at the village entrance among some wandering warriors, resulting in one of them meeting a tragic end at the hands of another. His brother-in-law, being kind-hearted, could not bear to leave the bodies exposed, so he wrapped them in straw mats and found a place to bury them. Since then, tranquility had eluded their home. Every few days, wandering warriors would invade the shop uninvited, rummaging through everything in search of items. Initially, his brother-in-law had paid little mind to it, but, unexpectedly, just days ago, he encountered a female ghost in the shop. The apparition, with disheveled hair and a ghastly visage, bore a pair of vengeful eyes that fixed upon him. She accused him of taking something he ought not to have and demanded its return within 3 days, or else the peace of his entire family would be shattered. In a hurry, his brother-in-law urged his sister to return to her family home. Although she was reluctant to leave, he insisted, pushing her out. Their struggle delayed her departure by 2 days, and she had only just returned to her family home that morning. Calculating the time, he realized that tonight marked the deadline. Chapter 22. The ghosts of Hunan village. As twilight descended, the sky darkened like a velvet cloth soaked in ink, gradually enveloping the entire village. The old locust tree at the village entrance twisted its branches ominously, adding a sinister aura to the dimming light. Not far away, behind a few trees on a dirt slope, 2 shadows crouched, their gaze fixated on the faint glow of an oil lamp emanating from the funeral parlor. "Have you found it yet?" A male voice murmured, low and tinged with impatience as he unconsciously ran his fingers over the short knife at his waist, its blade glinting coldly in the hazy moonlight. "What are you so anxious about?" A female voice replied, icy and devoid of emotion. "We have reached the final deadline I provided. If that man surnamed Fan remains obstinate, we shall send him on his way tonight." She paused, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her lips. The rumors of ghosts haunting the village are rampant these days. One more life lost will conveniently place the blame on the female specter. The man, exuding an air of menace, urged her impatiently, "Then hurry. Remember, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the earth, you must unearth the item." The woman did not respond, but instead rose silently from behind the tree, her movements as stealthy as a weasel. Using the shadows of the houses as cover, she crept toward the funeral parlor, her footsteps so light upon the dust-laden path that they made not a sound. Inside the funeral parlor, the flame of the oil lamp flickered erratically. The elder brother-in-law, Fan Jianghu, with his back turned to the door, squatted on the ground, a slender wooden stick in his hand, absent-mindedly scraping the surface of the earth, his brow furrowed in distress. The stacks of paper money and burial garments piled in the corner glowed eerily white in the dim light, their edges still dusted with remnants of ash. The air was saturated with the mingled scent of burnt paper and aged wood, and a sense of dread enveloped him. The deadline set by the female ghost loomed ominously over him, yet he could not recall what forbidden item he might have taken. When he buried those few rogues, it had been purely out of compassion. He had not dared to touch their belongings. How had he inadvertently invited such calamity upon himself? Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by a faint creaking sound from the courtyard, as if someone had pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door. Fan Jianghu spun around, his heart racing as it leaped into his throat. "Who is it?" he stammered, tightening his grip on the wooden stick. The creaking of the door lingered, opening a mere half-foot, yet the space beyond was empty, devoid of even a whisper of wind. Beads of cold sweat formed on his palms, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, a white figure suddenly drifted in from the side of the door, barely touching the ground, as if suspended half a foot above it. The figure's long hair, resembling damp black cloth, cascaded down to her waist, stained with clotted blood. Her face was an unsettling shade of pale, with deep, gaping wounds at the corners of her eyes and mouth, revealing the raw flesh beneath. She was the very ghost with the green face and sharp fangs from days prior. "Where is it?" The ghost's voice sent chills down his spine. "Fan Jianghu, do you truly wish for your entire family to perish with you?" As Fan Jianghu's legs weakened, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, the wooden stick clattering at his feet. Trembling like a leaf, his teeth chattered. "Please, ghost, spare me. I truly took nothing. Didn't he touch anything that day?" The female ghost drifted closer, an unpleasant odor assaulting him. She suddenly thrust her hand forward, her black, sharp nails nearly grazing his face. "Dare you to argue? That item was clearly on you. Where has it gone? If you do not surrender it tonight, I shall first tear you apart, then pay a visit to your in-laws to torment your wife and children." Petrified, Fan Jianghu collapsed to the ground, repeatedly knocking his head against the earth, the sound echoing as blood oozed without him noticing, tears and snot staining his face. I truly have nothing. I beg you. Spare me. I have no idea what you seek. A fierce glint flashed in the ghost's eyes, her lips curling into a sinister smile as her hands curled into claws. Her nails glimmered ominously under the oil lamp, slicing through the air as they lunged toward Fan Genju's face. Terrified, he shut his eyes tightly, a desperate whimper escaping his throat, forgetting even to evade. Suddenly, 3 crisp claps echoed from the courtyard entrance, shattering the oppressive silence within the shop. The ghost halted, abruptly turning her gaze. Moonlight illuminated the newcomer, a young man clad in a blue Daoist robe. His garments fluttered gently in the evening breeze, his countenance striking and ethereal. A peachwood sword slung across his back, he regarded her with a bemused smile. Very well. The youth strolled forward leisurely, his gaze sweeping over her painted visage. His tone laced with mockery. Which film crew are you with? If I fail to make a name for myself, perhaps I shall ask you for work. A jolt ran through the ghost's heart. Her menacing expression froze for a moment. His words were peculiar, yet the understanding in his eyes clearly pierced through her disguise. She abandoned all pretense, revealing her true ferocity, and with a flick of her toes, she changed course, lunging at the youth. Nonsense. Mind your own business. And prepare to lose your life. The gale stirred by her claws was even fiercer than before. The young man shook his head in resignation, murmuring softly, "It seems you did not comprehend. Then I shall use words you can understand." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 items from his robe, a yellow talisman and a dull gray seed. Before the ghost could close the distance, he tossed the seed towards her. Mistaking it for a projectile, she hastily sidestepped. When she saw it softly land on the ground, revealing itself to be an inconspicuous grass seed, her fury ignited. "You dare mock me." Before her words could fade, the yellow talisman ignited, flames appearing in an eerie azure hue. Almost simultaneously, the grass seed sprouted at a visible pace, tendrils unfurling, green vines with barbs growing wildly. In an instant, they coiled around the ghost's limbs, tightening with relentless strength. Ugh! The ghost found herself firmly bound, struggling as she realized the vines were extraordinarily resilient, refusing to yield even a fraction, her face falling in shock. The young man approached her steadily, the azure flames reflecting in his eyes, a smile playing at his lips. "You claim to have found nothing on him? Why not allow me to escort you down? Shall we inquire further?" He deliberately winked, his tone laced with jest. "Surely, you comprehend this much?" The ghostly figure found herself constricted by the tendrils, struggling to breathe, while a cold sweat formed at her back. What manner of fiend is this? The specter glared at the vines, ensnaring her, a tempest of fear and fury. In her thrashing, the barbs had torn through her sleeve, revealing her delicate wrist beneath. Upon hearing this, the young man erupted into laughter, bending slightly closer, his voice dripping with mockery. "A ghost? No, 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 you are the one masquerading as a specter." As his words echoed, he swiftly drew a peachwood sword from behind him, while his other hand produced a talisman. This talisman, in stark contrast to the previous yellow one, crackled with faint arcs of electricity. "Choose." The youth weighed the sword in his hand, shaking the lightning talisman playfully, his gaze a blend of sincerity and mischief. "How shall we proceed?" He glanced down at the peachwood sword, a tinge of regret coloring his tone. "I heard tales of spirits lurking here, so I fashioned this sword before departing. It would be a shame for my efforts to go to waste, wouldn't it? Should I personally escort you down?" With that, he cast a sidelong glance at the talisman in his palm, and a spark of lightning erupted with a crackling sound. "Or shall I reduce you to ashes instead?" Chapter 23. Retribution. Upon hearing the young man's choice, the female specter suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. "No, no. I refuse to choose. Spare my life. I beseech you, esteemed elder, spare me." Her words became incoherent, culminating in her desperate call for mercy. The young man remained unmoved, standing before her, quietly observing her performance with a mocking tone. "Pray tell, why do you only plead for mercy and not for salvation? Are you attempting to warn the little mouse outside that danger lurks within, urging him to flee?" At these words, the color drained from the ghostly face of the woman. The sobs that had just escaped her throat became lodged, stifled by her own feigned terror, which evaporated in an instant, leaving only a frenzied panic in its wake. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed her eyes, but as she met the young man's gaze, one that was both sardonic and inscrutable, she swallowed it back. Her bound body stiffened abruptly, and she parted her lips, eager to formulate a defense, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. Outside the courtyard, the shadow behind the earthen embankment had already tightened his grip around the short blade, knuckles paling. The moment the female spectre's anguished cries had subsided, the blade's tip sprang forth a fraction of an inch. Just as he meant to lift his foot, the young man's leisurely words pinned him in place. The dust beneath his feet crunched ominously, yet he dared not advance a single step. The young man's voice drifted through the door's crack, neither loud nor soft, but akin to a dagger tempered in ice, piercing precisely at his most sensitive vulnerability. Inside the funeral parlor, the flame of the oil lamp began to flicker violently, casting the young man's shadow upon the wall, shifting in size. He glanced down at the limp figure of Fan Zhenju at his feet, who still had not recovered from his fright. A sound escaped his throat, as if he suddenly recalled something. His gaze shifted from a dazed stare to one of bewildered confusion. That voice of the female specter, had he not heard it before? He stared fixedly at the bound spirit, his lips trembling, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Why the silence? The young man gently tapped the specter's shoulder with his peachwood sword. The soft sound startled the flame of the oil lamp, causing it to flicker again. The crimson stains on her face were illuminated, revealing not blood, but rather rouge mixed with rust. Was she fearful of my accuracy, or pondering how to prevent that individual outside from making a foolish move? The specter trembled at the tap on her shoulder, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. They trickled down her cheeks, washing away more of the crimson grime, exposing the true color of her complexion beneath. She understood that the thoughts she shared with her companion had likely become transparent to the young man before her. After eavesdropping for so long outside, he was not coming in, perhaps waiting for her to invite him? The young man's voice penetrated the courtyard door, while the shadow behind the embankment tightened his grip on the short knife, knuckles whitening. Or perhaps, the young man glanced towards the bound woman, a faint smile playing on his lips, suggesting, "Are you willing to abandon your companion? Don't come in. Run away. We are no match for him." The woman shrieked, struggling with all her might, as the vines constricted around her flesh, drawing forth blood. The shadow outside the courtyard seemed enraged, kicking aside the debris, crashing through the wooden door, and lunging with a knife towards the boy's back. "Release her." The young man did not turn, his left hand forming a talisman, while his right hand drew forth a peachwood sword, striking back with a fleeting shadow. A piercing scream shattered the silence. The shadow's dagger clattered to the ground, as an entire arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth and staining the ground with paper money. The severed limb rolled twice, fingers still twitching. The man clutched his shoulder, convulsing, his face ashen as he knelt, blood pooling beneath him. The woman's pupils constricted, her throat rasping, color draining from her face, leaving her devoid of the strength to struggle, consumed by a profound terror. The young man turned, wiping the blood from his peachwood sword, gazing indifferently at the woman. "Enough. I harbor no interest in your origins. Speak of your intentions, and let us assess your transgressions." Fan Zhenju stood dumbfounded, covering his mouth to suppress his nausea. In the chaos, he suddenly recalled the voice and demeanor of this female specter, which eerily mirrored that of the individual who had come to express gratitude earlier. She was indeed a relative of the buried man, who had once presented him with silver coins, a gesture he had declined. The woman, eyeing the bloodied peachwood sword and her barely breathing companion, trembled, collapsing under the weight of despair. "I will speak. I will speak." Recently, a nearby villa was annihilated by enemies. The martial arts manual of the villa's master, Fire Fist Hui Dazhang, was lost in the conflict. We discovered that it had been taken away by the remnants of the villa, and when we found it, the individual had already been buried. Digging up the grave yielded no manual, leading us to suspect that it was taken by the one who buried him. "You dared to desecrate his grave? How could you do such a thing?" Before the young man could respond, Fan Zhenju had already begun to shout. Upon hearing the question, the ghostly woman's eyelids fluttered. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, imbued with a mixture of mockery and resignation. The young man chose not to engage, merely shaking his head at the outburst of the elder brother-in-law. With a wave of his hand, vines surged forth as if animated, ensnaring the barely alive man tightly. He turned and walked outward, his consciousness extending, and within moments, he sensed an anomaly behind a nearby haystack. Ironically, the object was not well concealed, and had one been diligent, it might have been discovered sooner. The young man rummaged through the haystack and unearthed a bundle, within which lay an ancient book. The pages were yellowed and brittle, a thin volume containing only a few scant pages. The edges of the pages were stained with dirt, and the cover bore the title Fierce Bull's Strength. He opened it, glancing through, then shook his head in disdain. "Crude and unworthy. You have disturbed the neighbors for this trinket, and even resorted to murder?" The woman opened her mouth to speak, but uttered not a word. Perspectives vary with differing angles of view. Perhaps in the eyes of these lowly figures of the martial world, This rough and unrefined manual represented an opportunity for advancement. As a traveler from another realm, Li Zio understood this all too well. Clearly, this worthless book in his possession had become a source of calamity in the martial realm, capable of inciting a minor bloodbath. In that moment, Li Zio comprehended the woman's motives. While he did not condone her actions, it was evident that this was the very means of survival for individuals such as herself. Li Zio had no intention of getting involved. Instead, he simply transformed them into ashes with a piece of talisman paper. Earlier, upon hearing tales of hauntings in the village, he had taken the precaution of drawing a talisman to restrain the lurking spirits. Although it was not used to strike down any ghosts, it certainly proved useful. In truth, with 6 years of cultivation under his belt, he could easily summon the power of talismans without the need for paper. However, given the nature of this martial arts world, it was wiser to remain discreet and not draw too much attention. Li Zio manipulated the vines, suspending the two individuals in midair from the ancient locust tree at the village entrance. He then tore a piece of white cloth from the funeral shop and inscribed upon it, "Suspended for 10 days as a warning. Any further troublemakers shall face severe punishment." After completing this task, he cast a glance at the woman, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Perhaps your actions were not entirely unjust, but one must not bully the weak. You appear to be in good health. You should survive these 10 days. Henceforth, do not trouble us again." Chapter 24, Proposals. The iron pot on the stove still radiated warmth, its contents having been reheated multiple times by Mr. and Mrs. Li. The sizzling of oil resonated, mingling with the savory aroma of the dishes that wafted throughout the room, yet it could not quell the couple's anxious glances towards the courtyard entrance. Their son had explicitly mentioned before leaving that he would return tonight. Just then, a loud voice suddenly erupted from outside the courtyard, causing the window paper to tremble. "Is the third brother and sister-in-law of the Li family at home?" Mr. Li furrowed his brow slightly, exchanging a glance with his wife. Mrs. Li wiped her hands on her apron, responding, "Coming, coming," as she turned to head towards the courtyard door. Standing at the entrance was Aunt Wang, a robust woman with a sturdy build, today adorned in a vibrant red jacket adorned with pink flowers, a sight that was rather eye-catching. This was the first time Mrs. Li had seen her in such a bright outfit. Aunt Wang carried a bamboo basket filled to the brim in her left hand, while her right hand grasped a small bamboo container, heavy with the weight of fresh eggs. Upon seeing Mrs. Li open the door, a wide smile broke across Aunt Wang's face, and she boomed, "Sister-in-law, it's wonderful to finally find you at home." Without waiting for an invitation, she strode into the courtyard and headed straight for the house. Upon entering, she thudded the basket and egg container onto the table, causing the coarse porcelain bowls to rattle. Mr. and Mrs. Li exchanged bewildered glances, sensing that Aunt Wang's usually cheerful demeanor indicated she had something significant to discuss. Before they could utter a word, Aunt Wang had already found a chair and seated herself. With a hand resembling a fan, she clapped her thigh and cheerfully cut to the chase. "I heard from my daughter that Xianxia's come down from the mountain. This is truly splendid news." Mr. Li, with his honest disposition, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, he has come down, crossed over to the other side of the river. We are just waiting for him to return for dinner." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang's eyes darted about. Her fingers absent-mindedly fidgeted with the edge of the chair before she spoke again. "Brotherly, our two families have resided just a wall apart for many years now. Haven't we?" Mr. Li nodded, perplexed by Aunt Wang's inquiry. Meanwhile, Mrs. Li twisted her hands on her apron, her brows subtly knitting together. Aunt Wang sighed and continued, "My daughter, well, she has grown up under your watchful eye, Brotherly. In her childhood, she would always trail after Xianxia, clamoring for him to tell her stories. A marriage proposal was initially discussed, but alas, the child's fate was unfortunate. This has caused my daughter much distress, with the engagement being postponed time and again. She is nearing the age of becoming an old maid. Xianxia has always been clever from a young age. My husband and I have watched him grow. Knowing his character, I merely wish to inquire, does Xianxia have any intentions of starting a family?" Aunt Wang added, spreading her fingers as she spoke. "Calculating it out, Xianxia must be 16 this year. Many boys of his age in our village have already been married for 2 years. Surely, you and your wife must be longing to hold your grandchild soon?" Then, with a cheerful laugh, she remarked, "Although my daughter has grown a bit older, isn't there a saying that a woman 3 years older brings prosperity? Surely, she will be more capable of caring for others." Li Laosan was rendered speechless for a moment. Aunt Wang picked up a coarse tea bowl from the table, not drinking from it, but merely cradling it in her hands. After speaking, she stood up and addressed Li Laosan, saying, "Sunwazi has always been a decisive person. You need not feel burdened, Sanlich. I have said what I needed to, so I shall take my leave now. It's getting late, and Sunwazi might be back soon. With that, she headed out. Li Mu and Li Laosan hurried to gather the dishes and fresh eggs, but Aunt Wang waved her hand, saying, Sunwazi has just come down from the mountain. As his aunt, it is my duty to provide him with some provisions. No need to see me off. I shall take my leave. The sound of Aunt Wang's footsteps gradually faded away. Li Laosan stroked his stubble, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Aunt Wang is indeed straightforward. Li Mu approached the table and wiped the dust off the basket of fresh eggs with the corner of her apron. Casting a glance at the nearby basket of vegetables, she spoke softly, I have watched that girl grow up. She is skilled with needlework, has a cheerful disposition, and works efficiently. She is truly a fine young lady. Indeed, Li Laosan responded, a hint of regret in his tone. What happened a couple of years ago truly affected the child. If it weren't for... He did not finish his thought. Instead, gazing absently at the dishes warming on the stove, Li Mu glanced towards the courtyard door, then turned back to her husband. We understand Aunt Wang's intentions. But Sunwazi has just returned. We mustn't rush this matter. She paused, seemingly recalling something. However, to be honest, that girl has always been close to Sunwazi since childhood. If they were to become a couple, it would indeed be fitting. Fitting it may be, Li Laosan's brows slightly relaxed, yet soon furrowed again. But in matters of marriage, we must consult the young man himself. He has been away for 6 years. It won't be long before he has been gone for a decade. This trip is already set in stone. He is certainly planning something. The dishes on the stove began to emit steam again, mingling with the silence of the room. Heavier than before, as if a stone had been placed upon it. Li Mu shifted the pot to avoid the hottest flames in the stove. We will wait for him to return and gauge his thoughts. After all, marriage is no trivial matter. We cannot delay Wang girl, nor can we impose upon our son. Li Laosan murmured in agreement, nodding absently, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the edge of the table. Before long, the creaking sound of the courtyard door announced the arrival of Li Laosan's second son and his wife, filling them with joy. The wooden door creaked open, and Li Zio strode in with a flourish, casually placing his peachwood sword in the corner, and greeted his parents. Father, Mother, I'm back. Li Laosan abruptly stood up, while Li Mu quickly approached, exclaiming, At last, you've returned. Dinner is ready. The dishes are just warmed up. At the dining table, Li Laosan served his son a portion of vegetables and inquired, Can you eat this? Li Zio flashed a smile and reassured his parents, saying, Do not worry, dear father and mother. I have made significant progress in my cultivation and am no longer particular. These dishes are perfectly edible. During this exchange, Li Laosan casually inquired, Have you settled matters regarding your elder sister's husband's family? Li Zio nodded with a smile, responding, Rest assured, I shall take care of it. He added, After all, there is no such thing as ghosts in this world. It is merely some rogues pretending to be supernatural. Listening nearby, Li Mother occasionally served her son more food, and the oppressive atmosphere in the room gradually lifted. Noticing that the father and son had finished their conversation, Li Mother gestured towards the basket of vegetables on the table and said, By the way, Aunt Wang came by today, bringing some vegetables and eggs. As she peeled a freshly boiled egg for her son, she leisurely remarked, She inquired about you, mentioning that her daughter is of an age, and asked if you have any plans for marriage. Li Zio's hand, which was picking up food, paused momentarily as he lifted his gaze to his parents. His chewing slowed, and a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. He tapped his chopsticks lightly against the rim of his bowl and suddenly grasped the implications of the conversation. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, This matter. I am fully aware and will handle it appropriately. Chapter 25. A cautionary tale. Having descended from the mountain for some time, Li Zio relished a life of leisure and tranquility. He yearned for this kind of routine. As soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, he would retire to bed, only to awaken when the sun's rays kissed his face the following morning. The warm sunlight caressed his skin like a delicate layer of cotton, instilling a sense of comfort that rendered him reluctant to move. The village women often chided him for his propensity to sleep, yet he paid them no heed. After 6 years of seclusion, wasn't he it only right to seize this opportunity to replenish his lost rest? Upon awakening, he returned to his childhood habits, assisting his father at the village stall. Whenever his mother ventured to the fields, he would shoulder a hoe and follow suit. With an abundance of weeds to contend with, he bent down to meticulously uproot them, indifferent to the dewy soil that dampened his trousers. The earthy scent mingled with the fragrance of grass and foliage, creating a unique experience of its own. The simplicity of such days was understood by both Li Laosan and his wife, as well as Li Zio. They all knew that this tranquility would not last long, yet they tacitly cherished the moments, choosing not to voice their unspoken awareness. During this period, Wang Yi frequently visited, sometimes bringing freshly picked vegetables. At other times, she would sit by the stove, watching him chop firewood. Blushing, she would chatter about how girls of her age in the village were already cradling babies, her intentions unmistakably evident. Li Ziyo continued to regard her as a childhood companion. Yet he often found himself troubled in solitude. What was he to do? More than half of the 10-year period had elapsed, and the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders grew heavier by the day. He was destined for Penglai, seeking immortals, and the imperative to rescue his two sisters had been ingrained into his very bones. Wang Yer was a fine girl, yet in this village, at her age, remaining unmarried had made her a target for idle gossip. His journey would take no less than 3 years, which would undoubtedly delay her prospects. Moreover, influenced by memories from his past life, he had never intended to marry early in this world. Today unfolded as usual, with him rising much later than expected. His parents had grown accustomed to this routine, and once he had washed his face, Li Laosan set aside his tasks as Li Mu called them to the table for a meal. Typically at this hour, his father would hastily finish his food to attend to unfinished work. After midday, he would begin preparations for the village stall. However, today, Li Laosan merely took a few bites before setting down his chopsticks. Li Ziyo sensed that his father had something to discuss, so he wiped his mouth and sat up straight. Noticing his son's demeanor, Li Laosan began. Not long ago, your second uncle paid us a visit. Second uncle? Li Ziyo was momentarily taken aback. Father, I had almost forgotten. Why didn't I see him at uncle's home during the recent events at my brother-in-law's? Well, Li Laosan faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Mu rolled her eyes and interjected, what else could it be? In recent years, your second uncle's family has prospered and naturally distanced themselves from us poor relatives. Prosper? How could that be? Li Ziyo queried, his face a mask of confusion. Oh, remember the year you went to the mountains? The mountain sprouts passed their newborn son to your second uncle, who took his surname. They later moved to the village. Didn't they? Li Mu clarified. Your second brother-in-law seems to have struck a stroke of luck. At the foot of the back mountain, the very place where you often grazed cattle, they unearthed a rare medicinal root. It is said that the medicinal roots have become quite valuable. Subsequently, other villagers began to search for them, but he had already established his connections. Those roots unearthed by the villagers were all purchased from them at a low price, allowing him to accumulate a substantial fortune over the past 2 years. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible frown crossed Li Ziyo's brow, and his expression subtly shifted. Alas, what is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass. The years spent allowing the old ox to graze without destruction merely hindered the growth of the medicinal roots. Ultimately, one cannot evade the day of reckoning. He curled his lips and casually remarked, what does this have to do with me? Li Mu did not respond, but Li Laosan picked up the conversation. Your second uncle has heard from somewhere that the Taoist priests outside can issue Taoist credentials. He also mentioned that high-ranking officials hold those with such credentials in high esteem. If your Taoist credentials were to be established on the back mountain, according to custom, that mountain would fall under your jurisdiction. The latter part of his statement remained unspoken. Yet Li Ziyo instantly understood that they intended to leverage his name to monopolize the back mountain. He smacked his lips, shook his head, and smiled wryly. My second brother-in-law is truly a talent. No sooner had he spoken than a somewhat sharp voice called out from the entrance of the courtyard. His third brother at home? Li Laosan and his wife exchanged glances, both displaying a hint of discomfort. Li Ziyo set down his bowl and chopsticks and stepped outside. Standing at the entrance was none other than his second brother-in-law, Xianxia, dressed in expensive silk garments and holding an oil paper-wrapped osmanthus cake. He wore a smile on his face, though his eyes darted into the courtyard. I heard that third brother has come down from the mountain, so I brought some city delicacies for you to taste. Xianxia's gaze appraised Li Ziyo, clearly astonished. The youth before him was vastly different from the boy who had once visited his home. Handsome and exuding an extraordinary aura. Clad in a Daoist robe that lent him an ethereal quality, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. In recent years, having mingled with numerous people, both influential officials and enlightened masters, none had exuded the same imposing presence as his own sister's husband. Oh, it's my second brother-in-law. Li Ziyo did not accept the offering nor invite him inside, merely stating with indifference, I have been on the mountain all these years. I did not expect my second brother-in-law to have become so prosperous. Third brother speaks too modestly. Xianxia rubbed his hands together, suddenly recalling something. Upon meeting you, I almost forgot to discuss important matters. I just heard from my father-in-law that you are seeking to acquire Taoist credentials. Since I am heading back to town, why not let me give you a ride in my newly purchased carriage? Taoist credentials? What is that? Why would I need to pursue such a thing? Li Ziyo feigned ignorance, gazing intently at him. Xianxia scrutinized Li Ziyo once more. This young man was no longer someone he could easily manipulate. Perhaps he had never truly held sway over him. In the past, he could extract some benefits from him, likely due to familial ties. And considering that his sister was with child, it would be unkind to let her go hungry. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Third brother, we are family. Moreover, for these years, the old ox has always been here to look after you. As Li Zio listened, he found the situation amusing. Did that old acquaintance truly require your care? Was it not a matter of friendship that had turned to threats? It appeared that this second brother-in-law was quite astute, having discerned the subtleties from the old ox. He retracted his friendly smile, adopting a serious demeanor. The medicinal roots in the mountains grow naturally and should be returned to the community. Years ago, I sent the old ox to graze on the herbs, fearing that their value might tempt the villagers and ultimately harm them. Have you considered any of this? Look at what you wear, what you eat, and that cart of yours. He emphasized his words. With such wealth, and yet you remain unsatisfied. Do you truly believe you can resist temptation? Given that you already possess boundless riches, contentment is the path to lasting joy, dear brother-in-law. Furthermore, you have consistently misunderstood one point. There resides a Daoist priest in the back mountains, and no matter how things unfold, it shall not concern me. By the way, you just claimed we are family? Li Zio's tone turned icy. When the elder brother-in-law's family faced misfortune, why did you not make your presence known? Brother-in-law, your surname is Sun. When did we become family? Today, let me be clear. Should you ever soar to great heights, I do not ask you to remember us. The impoverished relatives. I merely hope that when calamity befalls you, you do not cast us aside. With that, he placed a firm hand on the shoulder of his brother-in-law. The pressure significant and meaningfully remarked. I have heard that when high officials err, their entire clan is often implicated. With those words, he strode into the courtyard, leaving son Xianxia rooted in place, speechless. Chapter 26. The Fortune of Divination. Third young master has arrived. Come inside quickly. That girl is embroidering in the room. Annie will go call her for you. Aunt Wang, still holding half-prepared vegetables, greeted with a warm smile as she noticed Li Zio standing at the courtyard entrance, her face instantly blooming with wrinkles of joy. Auntie, please wait, Li Zio interjected, waving his hand to halt her. Actually, I have specifically come to seek you out. Aunt Wang paused, placing the vegetables into a bamboo basket, her eyes widening in confusion. Oh, you specifically came to find me? Li Zio took a step closer, bowing respectfully. Auntie, you are aware of my two sisters' situation. In a few days, I must embark on a long journey, one that will last no less than 3 to 5 years. I understand the feelings of my sister, but I cannot allow her to wait any longer. Aunt Wang's smile abruptly faded, her hands fidgeting with her apron. How could she not understand? This young man had endured 6 long years alone in the mountains to save his sister. She was fully aware of her daughter's sentiments. Yet how could she impede someone from rescuing another for the sake of personal affection? A lump in her throat made her uneasy, and after a moment, she sighed. You, dear boy, have endured much hardship. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden clatter came from the inner room. It was Wang Yar, startled by the noise, who had clutched her embroidery frame and attempted to rush outside. Upon hearing the conversation, her steps faltered, and the bamboo basket in her arms slipped from her grasp, scattering needles, thimbles, and half-embroidered handkerchiefs across the ground. Li Zio and Aunt Wang's gazes fell upon her simultaneously. Wang Yar quickly averted her face, hastily wiping her eyes with her sleeve. When she turned back, a forced smile, more sorrowful than a frown, graced her lips. Third young master has come? Please, come in and sit. Yar, you emerged at the perfect moment. Li Zio's voice softened, his gaze lingering on the redness at the corners of her eyes before shifting away. There is something I have contemplated for a long time, and with Auntie here, she can serve as a witness. He took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a momentous declaration. My journey ahead does not have a definite return date. It will inevitably be a lengthy absence. I kindly ask you, Yar, to take care of my parents in my stead. If you do not mind, I wish to recognize you as my godsister. Upon finishing, he raised his hand and lightly brushed the stone table in the courtyard. With a soft click, a palm-sized rosewood box materialized before him, accompanied by a sheet of faintly glowing talisman paper. Li Zio gently tapped the wooden box with his fingertips, speaking softly. Inside this box are 3 fruits I have meticulously cultivated. Consuming them can prolong life and alleviate ailments. He gestured toward the talisman paper. This yellow talisman, regardless of where I may wander, will allow me to sense your presence as long as it is ignited. Wang Yar's gaze flitted between the wooden box and the talisman paper before abruptly turning to her mother. Aunt Wang averted her face, wiping her eyes with her sleeve, and nodded gently. What you say is quite uncalled for. Wang Yar bent down to gather the scattered needles and threads, oblivious to the prick of an embroidery needle that had pierced her fingertip. With her head bowed, she spoke in a muffled tone, "Rest assured at home. I shall take care of my parents. You, my dear younger brother. I acknowledge you as such." Having said that, she hastily tossed the collected needle and thread into the basket and turned to leave the room. "Sister, wait." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi paused in her steps. As she turned around, the redness at the corners of her eyes had yet to fade, and her voice carried a hint of the emotion she had just restrained. "Do you have more to say, brother?" Li Ziyo first performed a deep bow to Aunt Wang before turning his attention to Wang Yi. His tone softened slightly from when he had acknowledged their kinship. "I have spent 6 years cultivating on the back mountain and have gained some understanding of discerning people and predicting fortunes. Your feelings over the years, dear sister, I have kept close to my heart. As I embark on this journey, my greatest concern is you. If you trust me, I wish to divine your future fate, allowing me to depart with fewer worries. I wonder if Auntie and you would consent?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang's frown lifted significantly as she tugged at Wang Yi's arm. "What is there to hesitate about? Your brother genuinely wishes you well. He will be away for an uncertain time. If you can find a good match, he can be at ease out there." Wang Yi gripped the edge of the basket, her fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the bamboo weave. The embroidery needle that had fallen to the ground still glimmered by her feet, but she seemed oblivious, only gazing at Li Ziyo, her eyes swirling with indescribable emotions, some resentment, some reluctance, and a hint of fluster at having her innermost thoughts laid bare. "Mother," she whispered softly, her voice gentle and laced with dependence. Aunt Wang, aware of her daughter's shyness, chided lightly, "Silly girl, why be coy? Can your brother truly bring you harm? Let him see you, it will ease his mind." After a moment of silence, Wang Yi suddenly glanced down at the scattered embroidery threads in the basket. It was the peacock blue she had saved for a long time, intending to stitch a new handkerchief for him. Slowly, she gathered the threads together, and when she looked up again, the glimmer of tears in her eyes had receded. She softly replied, "Then, I will heed my brother." Seeing her acquiescence, a flicker of guilt crossed Li Ziyo's eyes. He then retrieved 3 copper coins from his pocket and placed them on the stone table. "Sister, please take a moment to calm your mind and think of your hopes." Following his advice, Wang Yi closed her eyes, the long lashes casting a small shadow beneath them. Sunlight filtered through the pomegranate tree, casting delicate spots of light on her blue skirt, softer than the threads in the basket. Li Ziyo gently shook the 3 copper coins between his fingers. With a flick of his wrist, the coins clinked and spun on the stone table, creating a halo of shimmering reflections. He focused intently for a moment before raising his gaze to observe the sun's trajectory, his brow gradually relaxing. "Well?" Aunt Wang could not suppress her eagerness and stepped forward slightly, her voice tinged with anticipation. Li Ziyo gathered the coins back into his palm, his gaze resting firmly on Wang Yi's face, his tone becoming more solemn. "Sister, your fate is neither near nor far from you." Wang Yi tightened her grip on the basket, and when her eyes lifted, they unconsciously lingered on Li Ziyo's face. She hurriedly lowered her gaze, yet her ears discreetly flushed with color. At the stroke of noon tomorrow, Li Ziyo turned to Aunt Wang. "I kindly ask you to accompany my sister to the grand market in town. Upon arrival, you shall part ways." Allowing her to step forward alone for a couple of paces, he paused, deliberately emphasizing his words. "She will encounter a scholar, appearing somewhat awkward, showcasing his own written works." Aunt Wang listened intently, nodding repeatedly while subtly tugging at Wang Yi's arm. With her fingertips, she gently tapped the back of her hand. Remember. And then what?" "My sister simply needs to approach his stall." Li Ziyo shifted his gaze toward Wang Yi, his eyes bright. "Extract the painting that is pressed beneath all the others at his stand. Once that particular piece is unveiled, it will be your fortune. Seize it, and it shall lead to your happiness." He reiterated his instructions, as if concerned she might forget. "Remember, it is the one at the very bottom. Do you understand, Yue?" Wang Yi lifted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the bamboo edge of the basket. She gazed at Li Ziyo, hesitatingly nodding, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I understand." Aunt Wang clapped her hands, the clouds of worry on her face dissipating. Though she sighed, "This is good. With your brother's words, we can feel reassured." Li Ziyo observed Wang Yi's tightened grip on the embroidered thread, as if a lump of cotton had lodged in his throat. His hand, hanging by his side, quietly clenched into a fist, knuckles paling. Ultimately, he averted his gaze. Bowing slightly to the two, "The hour grows late. I must return to prepare my belongings. Aunt, sister, take care." Wang Yi watched his retreating figure. The peacock blue embroidery thread in her hand had, unbeknownst to her, entwined around her fingertips, tightening its grip until her fingertips turned white. The rosewood box on the stone table glimmered with a gentle sheen. Beside it, The communication talisman sparkled with fine golden rays under the sun, much like the unspoken words within her heart, shining yet destined to be tucked away in the shadows. Chapter 27. The wandering Taoist Li Zio leisurely arrived at the dilapidated temple on the back mountain. The disheveled old Taoist, upon noticing his presence, cast a glance his way and rasped, "Have you made up your mind? Why not spend a bit more time with your parents?" Li Zio nodded and replied, "I shall depart tomorrow. Since I must leave sooner or later, why prolong the inevitable? The sooner I find my two sisters, the sooner they may awaken." The old Taoist nodded in agreement, but suddenly noticed the peach-wood sword strapped to Li Zio's back and asked, puzzled, "Have you taken up swordsmanship?" Li Zio shook his head in resignation. "Not long ago, my brother-in-law's household was haunted, so I fashioned this peach-wood sword. Later, I learned it was a human-made disturbance. Nonetheless, the sword proves adept at chopping wood and breaking branches, and as I traverse the martial world, it may indeed serve a purpose." The old Taoist contemplated for a moment before affirming, "You make a valid point. In the martial realm, wielding a weapon is not merely for convenience. It may also serve the purpose you often mention, of appearing impressive." "Precisely." The old Taoist grinned. "A weapon is a facade. Many can be recognized by their arms alone, which affords a sense of achievement. Yet, while your skills may not necessitate sword practice, one cannot simply brandish a wooden sword recklessly." With that, he rummaged through his robes for a while and finally produced a yellowed booklet, handing it over. "This is the 7 forms of slashing the mundane, my signature technique from years past. I thought you might find it useful. So I altered a few of the names of the stances. My name is Zhang Xuanqing, with the Taoist title of slashing the mundane, once a disciple of the Xianxia sect. In my youth, I was betrayed by my own while escorting a treasured artifact of the Taoist sect. Now, my powers have waned, and I have become a target within the entire Taoist community." Observing the frown on Li Zio's brow, he added, "The alterations were made to prevent you from being recognized and attracting unnecessary trouble. I share this not for you to seek vengeance on my behalf, but rather to teach you how to navigate the martial world. In our great Wu dynasty, the emperor, now advanced in years, is wholly focused on concocting the elixir of immortality and places great importance on Taoists. However, there are 2 types of Taoists in the martial world: the orthodox sectarians, who hold themselves in high regard and are solely concerned with acting on behalf of heaven, disregarding court intrigues unless monumental events occur, and they maintain exceptional unity. The other type is the wandering Taoists, many of whom lack legitimate inheritance or martial arts, merely relying on donning a Taoist robe to make a living. Ironically, these individuals are favored by the court, as the emperor seeks elixirs, and they are the ones most adept at capitalizing on such endeavors." The old Taoist stroked his stubble thoughtfully, his expression growing somber. "To traverse the martial world, one must possess an identity. Forget about the first type. Invoking my name will only render you a public enemy. The second type, however, is simpler. One could simply visit the local government office, offer a bit of silver, and casually claim to be a registered Taoist." Li Zio nodded and casually flipped open the booklet, tracing the pages with his finger as he read aloud. "Push the door. Sweep the leaves. Tread the foot. Strike the head. Slash the waist. Close the door. Return the scabbard. Wait a moment. These names for the stances are rather hasty, aren't they?" He raised his gaze towards the old priest. "Pushing the door and sweeping leaves are manageable, but terms like striking the head and cutting the waist are rather too blunt," he remarked. "What does it matter? As long as it serves its purpose," the old priest waved dismissively. "If you find it unpalatable, feel free to amend it. Such trivialities should pose no challenge to you." Li Zio nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this minor issue was inconsequential. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired, "As I traverse the martial world, is there anything I should pay particular attention to? Perhaps you could elucidate the divisions of power within this realm." "The martial world is akin to a grand stage, bustling with activity," the old priest exclaimed, patting his knee, his voice becoming more resonant. "The most renowned are the 10 great sects: Xianxia sect, Zixia temple, Qingxiao Dao Academy, Qiyun Valley, and Taisu temple, all of which are branches of the Daoist sections. The remaining 5 include Deluo Temple, Yaowang Valley, Jingtao Manor, Songjian Manor, and Luokai Manor." He paused momentarily, adding, "Furthermore, there are 2 factions in the martial world that stand equally against the 10 great sects: the Flowered Garment Gang and the Butian sect. Thus, a saying circulates in the martial world: the chaos of the great martial world is dictated by the Daoist sections. Better to provoke the 10 great sects than to offend the Flowered Garment Gang. Once the demonic sect emerges, half will fall first." Li Zio pressed for clarification. "What does that mean?" "The first part is straightforward. The Daoist sects are remarkably united. As soon as they emerge from the mountains, They proclaim acting for heaven's justice, intervening in matters of great significance, thus holding considerable weight in the martial world, the old priest explained. As for the second part, the Flowered Garment Gang is the foremost gang in the great martial world. They can be found in every town, street corner, ferry, dock, and wilderness inn, with beggars clad in floral garments ubiquitous, though they seem to fend for themselves. There are rules. Those with 7 or 8 patches are new beggars, while those with 20 or more are deemed elders. The more patches one has, the greater their seniority and influence. Should someone's floral garment feature a piece of heartfelt cloth, that individual is a vied too capable of mobilizing a faction's followers. The gang has no leader. It is governed by 3 old beggars. The matron from the south oversees waterways, the elder from the northwest manages the grasslands and deserts, and the broken Zhang from Central Plains handles urban affairs. As he concluded, the old priest's tone grew somber. The demonic sect mentioned in the third part refers to the Wuxian sect. These individuals are ruthless, and their appearances invariably stir a bloody tempest. They often relish embroiling themselves in the disputes of various sects, and frequently, before they even formally reveal themselves, the major sects have already descended into chaos. Hence the phrase half will fall first. Li Ziao furrowed his brow. How perilous is this Wuxian sect? It is not as ominous as it seems. Such petty tactics pale in comparison to absolute power, the disheveled old priest scoffed. Just remember this, when encountering disciples of the Daoist sect, do not befriend them. When meeting members of the Flowered Garment Gang, refrain from excessive conversation, and when facing Buddhist disciples, one must neither strike nor insult them. For those monks are adept at weaving karma, and once entangled, one cannot easily extricate themselves. He cast a fleeting glance at Li Ziao and added, however, with your prowess, it is indeed quite manageable. You speak of the demon sect as if they are formidable, but should I encounter them in the future, it would be rather straightforward to eliminate them all. The old Taoist's tone was unassuming, suddenly recalling something. Right, you have yet to take a life, have you? That too is simple, just incapacitate them. If, in the future, someone from the Daoist sect provokes you, do not feel bound by our past friendship. There is no need to defend me. If you wish to kill, then kill. If you desire to slaughter, then slaughter. However, some of the older fellows are quite protective of their own and tend to be unreasonable due to their age. You merely need to subdue them. So brutish? Li Ziao's lips twitched. The martial world, after all, values strength above all, the old Taoist shrugged. Being a bit rough can save you a great deal of trouble. He suddenly gestured towards the woods outside the temple, as if recalling something of great importance. By the way, on this outing, you should take that fellow with you. Who? Li Ziao was puzzled. The old Taoist whistled, and from the nearby thicket, a spotted deer sprang forth, bounding eagerly to nuzzle at his feet. As Li Ziao beheld the familiar small antlers atop its head, he exclaimed, This is the little deer we brought back years ago. Indeed, the old Taoist patted the deer's back. In these past years, it has thrived on the mountain, growing robust and strong. Take it with you. It will serve you well on your journey. Li Ziao nodded, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, do you have a map of Dao? I truly do not know where Penglai is located. What need have you for a map to reach Penglai? The old Taoist waved his hand dismissively. First, go to the local magistrate's office to establish your identity. Then travel east along the official road for about 200 miles, and you will soon see the ocean. Continue north for 800 miles, and you shall arrive. It is quite easy to find. Chapter 28. Leaving home at the break of dawn. The chimneys of Hilu village exhaled thick plumes of smoke in unison. The haze enveloped the morning mist, creating a dreamlike atmosphere of soft whiteness. The surrounding air was imbued with a warmth reminiscent of the hearth. The villagers, known for their early risings, were especially nimble this morning, even more so than the first crow of the rooster. The sounds from the kitchen had been persistent since the latter half of the night, with the sizzling of pancakes on the griddle and the hissing of steam from the bamboo steamer, mingling with the crackling of burning firewood, resonating throughout the tranquil village. Everyone was aware of the significance of this day. It marked the departure of Li's third son on a long journey. The Li family had always enjoyed a stellar reputation in the village, with the third son, known for his generous spirit, gaining particular acclaim. After spending 6 solitary years honing his skills on the mountain, he had returned not only to help a grieving family across the river, but also to predict a fortunate marriage for a young girl from the Wang family. As word spread among the village women, the tales grew increasingly fantastical, suggesting that the third son possessed the ability to divine and was setting off in search of immortals. This stirred excitement throughout the village, as everyone yearned to seek blessings for themselves. At the village entrance, Beneath a few ancient willow trees, a crowd had gathered, each person clutching small, bulging cloth bags. Aunt Zhang's bag contained freshly made scallion pancakes, still radiating warmth, with oil stains marking the coarse fabric. Uncle Lu's bag held dumplings made from cornmeal and wild vegetables, so dense they could easily be felt through the fabric. Even the elderly Granny Chun was led by her grandson, carrying a bag of fragrant fried pastries, claiming they would alleviate boredom on the road. When the spotted deer, stepping lightly through the morning dew, approached, the crowd inched forward. The deer was already laden with numerous bundles, and the villagers eagerly added more items to its back. Even the strongest of deer began to show signs of strain under the weight of the bags. Meanwhile, at the front, a young lad held the lead rope. He was handsome and exuded an extraordinary aura, dressed in a flowing blue robe and carrying a peachwood sword, ambling leisurely ahead. "Take it slow. Don't tire the deer," someone whispered, yet their hands continued to stack bags atop the deer's back. The cords of the bags from two families became entangled, and they knotted them securely together. The deer let out a soft bleat, its legs sinking slightly under the burden, its once upright form now bowing slightly. Li Ziyo, observing the scene with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, quickly intervened. "Dear uncles and aunts, we truly cannot add any more." He gestured towards the bags piled nearly to his chest on the deer's back. "This is a deer, not a mule. It can scarcely maintain its footing. Besides, I will be traveling alone, and I cannot possibly consume all of this. In this heat, the pancakes and dumplings will spoil in just a couple of days. What a waste that would be." Just as he finished speaking, Aunt Zhang pressed an oiled paper package into his hands, containing 2 still warm boiled eggs. "Third son, don't be stubborn. These will sustain you on your journey. You don't know when you'll return, and there's little in the village worth having. It's all homemade and clean." Li Ziyo held the warm package. Glancing at the villagers surrounding him, Aunt Zhang was still stuffing pickled vegetables into his pocket, while Uncle Lu helped steady the burden on the deer's back. Even old Lady Chun gazed at him with trembling eyes, her gaze suddenly moistening. At that moment, a path opened in the crowd as Li Laosan and his mother approached. Li Laosan clutched an old cloth bag in his hand and, drawing closer, patted Li Ziyo on the shoulder. His Adam's apple moved as he spoke. "Out there is not like home. Be cautious while lodging at inns at night, and if you encounter difficulties, do not bear them alone." Li's mother, with reddened eyes, reached out to adjust the collar of her son's robe without uttering a word, merely pressing a small porcelain vial into his hand. It was the seasoning she had casually mentioned before. As his fingers brushed against the warm porcelain, he quickly clasped his mother's hand tightly, his throat tightening. "Mother, you worry too much." Li Laosan added, "Do not fret about home. Your mother and I are in good health. Take your time on the journey. There is no need to rush. The sooner you depart, the sooner you return." Li Ziyo nodded earnestly, tucking the vial into the inner pocket of his robe, then turned to pat his father's hand. "Father, mother, take care of yourselves and do not dwell on my absence." Not far away, beneath the old locust tree, several families stood in shadowy outlines. The village head and several esteemed elders were present, along with his uncle and aunt, behind whom stood his elder and second brothers with their wives and children. Many pairs of eyes were fixed upon Li Ziyo, and as he glanced their way, they hurriedly waved to him. They did not approach, fearing to disrupt the atmosphere, but remained at a distance. With his elder brother still clutching a cloth bag he had yet to hand over, that palpable sense of reluctance and concern hung in the air like morning mist. Evident to all, Li Ziyo waved back at them, feeling a warmth in his heart. However, his gaze swept around, and he noted the absence of his second uncle's family, which was not surprising. They were not in the village at this time, thus sparing him some discomfort. As Li Ziyo turned the deer around, his parents and the villagers were preparing to escort him out. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from behind. "Sanwazi, wait for your Aunt Wang." He turned to see Aunt Wang running towards him with a cloth bag in hand, followed closely by Uncle Wang, who could be heard muttering, "It's all your fault. You overslept." Almost missed sending Sanwazi off on such an important occasion. Behind her trailed Wang Yar. Nearby stood a young scholar, dressed in a modest blue robe, approaching with a hint of shyness. Aunt Wang pushed aside the fidgeting Uncle Wang and stepped right up to Li Ziyo, pulling the scholar along with her, cheerfully announcing, "Sanwazi, let me introduce you. This is Wei Liangkai, Yar's husband. Unfortunately, you'll be leaving in haste and will miss their banquet." Wang Yar blushed deeply, stamping her foot in playful reproach. "Mother." Wei Liangkai quickly bowed, his voice earnest. "Thank you, Daoist, for your kind approval. I am exceedingly grateful." "You are most welcome." Li Ziyo replied with a smile. "I hope you will cherish my sister in the days to come." No sooner had he spoken than Wang Yar tugged him aside, whispering in mild annoyance, Why didn't you tell me earlier? That painting was utterly dreadful. Li Zio scratched his head with a smile. Sister, isn't this now a matter of fate? Had I spoken in advance, how could my sister have been so at ease? Alas, it is all your fault. Upon hearing Wang Yar's complaint, Li Zio approached with a smile. Noticing that Wang Yar's cheeks were flushed and she remained silent, while casting glances at him, Wei Liangkai hurriedly clarified, that painting was truly not my work, driven by the demands of life. It was a favor for a classmate who asked me to assist elsewhere. Li Zio replied cheerfully, I understand. We are all adults here, no need for explanations. What does it mean to be an adult? I understand marriage. But what does adulthood signify? It is all the same. In the future, pursue what you desire without regard for others. If anyone attempts to coerce you into conformity, seek me out. I shall protect you. Daozhang, you ought to refer to yourself as Pindo. This young master is rather crude. Haha, the sea is vast enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to soar. I shall speak as I please. If anyone has an issue, let them come to me. When that time comes, I shall have a proper discussion with them. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a book titled A Clear Stream Amidst the Murk and handed it to Wei Liangkai. Having completed these actions, he did not look back but simply waved his hand behind him, continuing to walk away without raising it. Chapter 29, Entering the City. Exchanging silver as the sun reached its zenith, Li Zio leisurely rode his spotted deer towards the nearest county town, Wuxia, from the village of Hailiu. At the city gate stood 2 gatekeepers, who did not charge any fees for entry or exit. Their primary role was merely to confirm the identity of those passing through. The arrival of Li Zio was indeed a sight to behold, as the queue of people instinctively parted to grant him passage. Just as he was about to dismount, the gatekeepers waved their hands and, with smiles adorning their faces, said, Esteemed Daoist, there is no need for inspection. Please proceed directly inside. Li Zio nodded inwardly, acknowledging the words of the disheveled old Daoist. Indeed, the court's attitude towards itinerant Daoist priests was quite favorable. Grateful, he decided to forego any pretense, nodded in affirmation, and entered the city. Upon crossing the threshold, Li Zio's gaze fell upon several yellow papers affixed to the city wall. Approaching closer, he discerned they were wanted posters, featuring distorted likenesses of various individuals. The accompanying text detailed crimes such as theft of gold and silver and nighttime intrusions into homes. The ink had faded slightly. Yet one particular corner caught the eye, emblazoned with the striking red characters proclaiming the notorious villain, Xianxia. The poster accused him of slaughtering an entire family of 7 from the Wang clan, with a bounty of 50 taels of silver offered for his capture. A bold red line indicated that the matter was of life and death. Li Zio gently patted his deer, urging it to pause momentarily as he scrutinized the images. Having spent 16 years in this world, predominantly in Hailiu village, he found this display both novel and somewhat somber. It was his first encounter with such a spectacle, and while the novelty intrigued him, the weight of the accusation against the family's murderer cast a shadow upon his thoughts. He clicked his tongue softly, hoping fervently that he would not cross paths with such a wretched individual. Shaking his head, he patted the deer's back and meandered further into the city. When departing the village, the villagers had bestowed upon him an abundance of gifts. The little deer struggled under the weight, especially with a rider on its back. Thus, Li Zio stored the items within his small spatial realm. This deer, having grown on the back mountain by consuming mutated spiritual herbs, was imbued with vitality. With his mastery of the spirit control technique, their bond was harmonious. Moreover, the deer remembered him as the one who had carried it back to the mountain all those years ago, fostering a special affinity towards him. According to the disheveled old Daoist, Li Zio first needed to present silver to the county office to obtain the credentials necessary for itinerant Daoists, thus legitimizing his status as a registered priest. Before leaving home, he had deliberately refrained from accepting silver from his parents. Although he currently lacked funds, acquiring some silver was not an insurmountable task. He instructed his deer to wander the streets as he sought his destination. Soon enough, he spotted the establishment he was looking for, its sign reading Fortune Commerce Guild. Leading the deer to the front of the guild, he encountered 2 burly men flanking the grand ebony doors, each adorned with a short blade at their waist. Their scrutinizing gazes swept over him, yet they did not impede his progress. Just as he was about to step forward, a steward in a long blue robe emerged from within, his face alight with a smile. However, his eyes first darted to the deer behind Li Zio. Esteemed Daoist, live animals are not permitted inside our guild. Would you like me to find a corner in the back to provide your deer with some fodder? Li Zio nodded in agreement, gently stroking the deer's ear. Wait here for a moment. The little deer nuzzled his palm and obediently stood by the door without moving. The steward, taken aback by this unusual behavior, prompted him to enter, asking, "Are you here to purchase or to sell? Our Fortune Merchants Association has been conducting business in Lake County for decades. We offer gold and silverware, medicinal herbs, and commonplace weaponry at fair prices." Li Zio did not respond, instead scrutinizing the steward with a discerning gaze before saying, "This transaction is beyond your authority. I kindly request to speak with the manager." The steward's smile waned slightly, and though he felt somewhat uneasy, he noted the other's Daoist robe and exceptional demeanor. Promptly replied, "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch him right away." He turned and hurried towards the back courtyard. Before long, the steward returned, accompanied by a man clad in a brocade long robe, the collar and cuffs adorned with subtle embroidery. The fabric was undoubtedly expensive, though the man's waistline stretched the garment taut. As he walked, his belly swayed slightly, adding an air of affability. "Esteemed Daoist, I have been waiting. I am the manager of the Fortune Merchants Association, Lu," he greeted with a bow, his gaze sweeping over Li Zio. He noted the neat stitches on the Daoist robe, which, though modest, were impeccably done. "I hear from the steward that you wish to discuss a business matter. Please, allow me to escort you to the inner hall." As they walked towards the side courtyard, Lu maintained a leisurely pace to match Li Zio's stride, engaging him in conversation. "You seem unfamiliar with this place. Is it your first visit to Lake County? Although our association may not rival the grand establishments in larger cities, rest assured, whatever you seek or wish to sell, feel free to speak up. We guarantee honesty." Li Zio replied coolly, "I am merely passing through. This small locale is quite inconvenient. I have some rare medicinal herbs to exchange for silver and would also like to trade for some small change, but I wonder if the manager is discerning enough." Lu's smile remained, yet a flicker of skepticism crossed his eyes as he mentally assessed the young Daoist, suspecting he might be a sheltered disciple from a Daoist sect. Prideful yet lacking in experience, putting on airs, he led Li Zio into the inner hall, gestured for him to take a seat, and called for tea. Leisurely speaking with a hint of dismissive politeness, "You jest, esteemed Daoist. Our Fortune Merchants Association has established itself here in Lake County for many years. I cannot boast in other areas, but I can discern the quality of medicinal herbs. If you trust us, please present your herbs for inspection. If they are indeed rare, we will ensure you receive a fair price." After taking a sip of tea, he discreetly glanced at Li Zio. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Li Zio was acutely aware of the disdain underlying Lu's words. Unfazed, he lifted his teacup and took a sip, then with a swift motion of his sleeve, 2 mountain ginseng roots and a rectangular wooden box appeared on the table with a resounding thud. Lu's mind was racing. The box seemed to contain ginseng, and it bore a yellow talisman, a common ruse among charlatans in their line of work. Could he have misjudged? Was this not a practitioner of the Tao, but rather a wandering trickster? He first picked up the first wild ginseng, scrutinizing it carefully before his hand trembled slightly, stammering, 80 years. Then he turned his gaze toward the larger one beside it, his voice rising in astonishment. A hundred-year-old wild ginseng? No longer dismissive, he hurriedly retrieved his small copper scale and a glass mirror. Examining it from every angle, he confirmed its authenticity and exclaimed, "Daoist, for this 80-year-old specimen, I am willing to offer 180 taels. For this century-old one, 500 taels. This price is already quite generous. Are you satisfied?" On the surface, Li Zio nodded, but inwardly he was astonished. Good heavens, this thing is worth so much. He recalled that he had spent merely 10 taels on a cow back in the day, and that had required the village head's assistance. Yet these 2 were the most inferior quality in the small space. Little did he expect that the seeds left by the northern medical master would thrive so splendidly in the small realm. He nodded faintly and replied, "That seems reasonable." He then reached for the wooden box. Seeing him approach the box, Manager Lu quickly intervened, exclaiming, Daoist, 800 taels. How about 800? Please, don't rush to accept. Let us open it and take a look." It dawned on Li Zio that the man had misunderstood his hesitation regarding the price. Noting the ginseng in the box was quite ordinary in the small space, he withdrew his hand, saying, "All right, if you wish to see it, then by all means. But I fear your shop may not be able to accommodate it." Manager Lu patted his belly, chuckling, "Daoist, don't jest. There's nothing I cannot handle." Then, with a puzzled expression, he inquired, "What is this talisman for?" "To prevent the loss of medicinal potency," Li Zio replied, fabricating an explanation. In truth, it was a growth talisman. As long as it was present, the ginseng could still thrive, but this concept was beyond the understanding of their worldly ilk. Thus, he concocted an elaborate tale. Is it truly that powerful? Manager Lu inhaled deeply, fearing he had encountered a genuine immortal. He opened the box, and a surge of potent medicinal energy enveloped him. He let out a soft sigh of comfort, daring only to gently prod at it through the box. His face paling in shock. Thousand-year-old wild ginseng? His lips trembled as he gritted his teeth. Daoist, 10,000 taels. You must sell this treasure to our trading guild. As he spoke, he produced a token inscribed with the characters for prosperity and handed it over, saying, "Please take this. Our guild is under the auspices of the renowned Prosperity Mountain Manor, one of the top 10 sects in the martial world. With this token, you shall be regarded as an esteemed guest in all the properties of Prosperity Manor." Li Zio accepted the token with a nod, inwardly marveling at how he had unexpectedly found himself in a scene reminiscent of a novel from his previous life. Chapter 30. The County Office. Daoist registration. Li Zio had just exited the Fortune Merchants Association, weighing a thick stack of silver notes in his hand. Without even counting them, he placed them, along with the token, into his spatial pouch. A bag of small silver coins, which he had specially exchanged with Manager Liu, was securely fastened around his waist. The heavy sensation paradoxically quickened his steps. Upon his emergence, the spotted deer approached him eagerly, its damp nose gently nudging his palm, emitting soft whimpers from its throat. He smiled and mounted the deer, feeling a surge of comfort. He had not anticipated that the ordinary medicinal herbs in his spatial pouch would prove so invaluable. It seemed his worries about finances had dissipated. As he hummed an off-key tune, the lively scene along the street appeared all the more delightful. With a gentle nudge to the deer's belly, he urged it forward in rhythm with his melody, his heart brimming with joy as they made their way to the county office. Upon arriving at the county office, he noticed two constables chatting with their necks hunched. From a distance, he spotted a figure clad in a green Daoist robe, riding gracefully on the spotted deer, exuding an extraordinary aura. As the young Daoist approached on his steed, the two constables quickly straightened up and hurried forward to greet him. The deer obediently halted at the steps, its nose brushing against the hem of Li Zio's robe. One constable, bowing, inquired, "Are you here for official business, Daoist?" Li Zio nodded slightly from atop the deer. "I have come to register for Daoist credentials." "Ah, please come inside," one of them promptly offered, while the other dashed towards the inner courtyard, shouting, "Sir, a young Daoist on a deer has arrived, claiming to seek Daoist registration, and he appears quite remarkable." The county magistrate was currently mired in a pile of documents, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing the commotion from the constables, he abruptly lifted his head, his brush striking the inkstone with a loud crack, splattering ink across half a scroll. A Daoist on a deer? Here for registration? His heart skipped a beat as he slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "What?" His hefty frame sprang up from the chair, his mind buzzing with excitement. Such a fortuitous event had fallen into his lap. If this Daoist were to become a celestial master appointed by the court, his rank would soar to the first or second tier, and he, as a mere county magistrate, might bask in that glory. Even now, having a figure of such capability within his jurisdiction would be a significant achievement. He rubbed his plump hands together as he stepped outside, his eyes catching sight of a pile of documents from Huchuan Township on the corner of the table. Abruptly halting his steps, "Wait a moment, could it be the young Daoist from Liuhe village who was cultivating on the back mountain?" Huchuan Township was indeed within his jurisdiction, and he had heard tales of this individual. At merely 16, he had accomplished astonishing feats upon descending the mountain. While the rumors of ghost catching were exaggerated, he was well aware of the truth behind them. The method of hanging those two rogue cultivators from the old locust tree for 10 days was no trivial matter. During that time, other rogues had attempted to rescue them, only to suffer hidden losses. Such prowess was far from ordinary. Could it possibly be him? The magistrate felt a surge of excitement, quickly adjusting his robe and donning the warmest smile before hurrying out. As he turned the corner, he immediately spotted the figure in the green robe at the steps. The youth sat poised atop the deer, his features handsome and serene, exuding an air of composure that set him apart from ordinary Daoists. The magistrate silently praised, "Indeed, this must be the one from Liuhe village. Such grace and elegance, no wonder one possesses such means." The county magistrate hurriedly stepped forward, clasping his hands and smiling. "It is an honor to welcome the esteemed Daoist. I regret not receiving you properly." Li Zio, slightly bowing atop the deer, soon dismounted and, returning the magistrate's gesture, replied, "Your Excellency is too kind." The clever deer stood patiently beneath the corridor, occasionally flicking its tail while its nose gently sniffed the moss on the pillars. The magistrate led him into the inner chamber. Upon entering, he called out, "Master Clerk, come and prepare the writing tools." As the words left his mouth, a clerk donned in a square cap entered, carrying the 4 treasures of the study, and seated himself at the side table. The two took their respective seats as host and guest, while the clerk bowed his head, preparing paper and ink. The magistrate lifted his teacup, taking a sip, and lightly traced his fingertip along the rim before inquiring, "Is it your intent to leave your Daoist registration at the dilapidated temple on the back mountain of Hailu village?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Zio's mind. The magistrate had recognized his identity, truly a figure of authority not to be underestimated. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he waved his hand gently, speaking with a serene yet resolute tone. "There is no need for that. I shall simply be a wandering Daoist. I wish to travel the world and refine my practice. Should there be a need within the county, I will certainly return to assist." The magistrate considered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, registering with him would ensure the court's commendation. This exceptional Daoist was not worth offending over such trivial matters, and he responded with a smile. "In that case, I shall defer to your wishes." Setting down his teacup, the magistrate suddenly seemed to recall something and leaned forward slightly. "Esteemed Daoist, even as a wandering priest, there are intricacies to consider." He paused, weighing his words. "You are aware that the reputation of wandering Daoists in the world is rather poor. If you were to practice in one location, you might not fear idle gossip. However, while traveling, you may be looked down upon. You might not care, but it is always prudent to avoid unnecessary troubles." Li Zio raised his gaze, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly, signaling for him to continue. "For instance, adding a prefix to your title," the magistrate gestured, stroking his beard. "This way, the people of the realm will not conflate you with those charlatan Daoists." "I apologize, I misspoke." He then laughed self-deprecatingly and took another sip of tea. Li Zio shook his head, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Your Excellency speaks wisely. Let us proceed as you suggest." The clerk, having overheard, paused his quill on the paper, causing a small ink blot to bloom. He quickly dipped his brush again, casting a swift glance at the two before bowing his head to wait. Clearing his throat, the magistrate turned to Li Zio. "Have you thought about your Daoist title?" Li Zio nodded gracefully, proclaiming, "We practitioners pursue longevity. Let us adopt Changxing as my title." The magistrate was momentarily taken aback by the straightforwardness of the title, but then nodded in agreement. "That is indeed fitting." He turned to the clerk, signaling him to take note as the quill scratched across the paper. "And the prefix?" The magistrate inquired once more. "Yunyu Xianren. I shall use the Yunyu sect," Li Zio replied succinctly. "By the way, I have yet to disclose my name to your esteemed self. I am Li Zio." The county magistrate clapped his hands and chuckled. What a splendid name and noble aspiration. The scribe lowered his head, meticulously inscribing the name Li Zio. "What are your specialties?" he inquired. Noticing Li Zio's slight confusion, the magistrate quickly elaborated. "Wandering Taoist priests often annotate their abilities to earn a modest living while traveling." Li Zio nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. I possess a variety of skills. I can remedy perplexing ailments, providing swift cures. I dabble in feng shui and divination, and I am also adept at exorcising malevolent spirits and vanquishing evil ghosts." The magistrate hastily waved his hand. "There is no need for such ghostly pursuits. That is mere superstition." However, Li Zio shook his head with conviction. "How can you be certain it is mere superstition? Perhaps there is truth to it." "Well, very well. We shall proceed as you wish, Daoist." The magistrate acquiesced reluctantly. The scribe paused, pensively gripping his brush, but ultimately decided to record those lines as well. Once the magistrate had nearly completed the registration of the documents, he rose with a smile. "Daoist. The registration and documentation must be transcribed by the scribe and stamped with the county seal, which will take approximately an hour. Why not share a meal here in the meantime?" He added, "Since you are embarking on a journey, it would be prudent to finalize your documentation and talismans quickly to avoid any inconvenience on the road." Observing the sincerity in his tone, Li Zio understood the intent to curry favor and graciously accepted with a nod. After the scribe exited to organize the documents, only the two remained in the inner chamber. The magistrate rubbed his hands together nervously, lowering his voice. "Upon hearing you mention your ability to cure perplexing ailments, I find myself with a minor affliction. I wonder if you might have a remedy?" Noticing his demeanor, Li Zio smiled knowingly and retrieved a small, pristine porcelain vial from his robe, offering it to the magistrate. "1 pill a day, and within 7 days, you shall regain your vigor." The magistrate accepted the vial, feeling its cool surface against his fingertips. His jowls quivered with excitement as he hastily tucked it into his bosom, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. After the meal, the scribe entered with the red silk-wrapped documents and talismans. The ink had dried, and the county seal glimmered vividly. Li Zio received them and secured them carefully before mounting his deer. Take care on your journey, Daoist. The magistrate bowed deeply as he saw Li Ziyo and his deer disappear around the corner. He then fondled the porcelain vial in his embrace, unable to contain his wide grin. Chapter 31. An encounter with robbers. Having entered this world, one should indeed wander more. How could one stumble upon so many intriguing occurrences without venturing out? The Daowu dynasty is currently in turmoil, with storm clouds gathering ominously. The elderly emperor, frail with age, struggles to maintain his vigor. The eldest prince, foolish and inept, is unfit for the throne. The other princes harbor their own ambitions, clandestinely forming factions and quietly amassing power, biding their time. Surrounding nations show no intent to intervene, instead eyeing the situation like hungry wolves, awaiting the slightest crack in Daowu's facade to pounce and seize their share. Yet, the realm of the Jianghu remains unchanged. Regardless of the tempest brewing in the court, the people of Jianghu adhere to their own principles. They engage in chivalrous acts when needed and suppress tyranny and injustice, carving out their own domain. Li Ziyo, on his inaugural journey through the Jianghu, is not in a hurry. He rides a spotted deer, traveling by day and seeking refuge in villages by night, or meditating in the open when no homes are available. Thus, he meanders for 10 days, covering scarcely 100 miles. Upon passing the Banyan Mountain, he is on the verge of crossing from Hu County into Zhao County. Zhao County, positioned adjacent to the eastern sea, receives the first rays of the sun each dawn, which grace the land with golden light, hence its name. Li Ziyo, being of a carefree disposition, arrived at Banyan Mountain yesterday. As twilight descended, he noticed no signs of smoke from cooking fires. He decided not to search for shelter, loosening the reins and allowing his deer to frolic. The mountain, named for its ancient banyan trees, provided a sturdy branch upon which he perched, closing his eyes to meditate through the night. As dawn's light filtered through the treetops, he slowly opened his eyes and observed something intriguing from his vantage point. 5 burly men, their muscular arms exposed, displayed a certain vied. They were awkwardly concealed in the shrubbery at the mountain's foot, peering out in an ungraceful manner. These were no hunters. Their demeanor clearly indicated an intention to ambush. He smirked slightly, settling his breath and positioning himself more comfortably on the branch. With no urgency to continue his journey, he was curious to see how these clumsy ruffians would proceed. The wait was tedious, prompting Li Ziyo to close his eyes once more and resume his meditation. He lost track of time, but eventually, he noticed the sun had shifted considerably in the sky. Just then, a gruff voice echoed from a distance, rousing him from his reverie. "Hey, leave your passage fee and let your group pass." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 5 men brandished their large blades and erupted from the bushes, startling a nearby group of travelers. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be a small merchant caravan passing through. The leader of the merchants, recognizing the robbers, hurried forward, greeting them with familiarity. "Gentlemen, as always, just a string of coins and some freshly baked cakes will suffice." Li Ziyo, perched in the tree, was taken aback. In all his previous lives, whether in novels or television dramas, he had never witnessed such a peculiar form of robbery. The merchant, evidently accustomed to this routine, produced coins and a parcel of cakes from his cargo and handed them over. Remarkably, the bandits accepted merely a string of coins and a few cakes. After counting their haul, they stepped aside, clearing the path for the merchants. Li Ziyo could not help but chuckle softly. How amusing, truly amusing. He observed the scene from the tree, noting how the sun gradually shifted positions and the number of passers-by noticeably increased. The rules of this band of ruffians became increasingly apparent. They collected a toll from merchant caravans, while men resembling local villagers were approached for a piece of bread. If one had no bread, a copper coin would suffice, and if one were utterly destitute, they would merely wave their hand dismissively. On rare occasions, when women accompanied by children passed by, the thicket remained utterly still. The 5 men seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, not even daring to peek their heads out. The more Li Ziyo watched, the more intrigued he became. In the tales of the Greenwood he had heard in his previous life, there were no robbers with such decorum. They refrained from assaulting women, did not excessively extort, and even spared the impoverished. What they collected was laughably meager, resembling a mere toll for passage. He could not help but stroke his chin, his mind filled with questions. Was the world of highwaymen truly so peculiar? After a while, an elderly woman appeared in the distance, leading a child of 7 or 8 years. The woman wore a coarse, patched garment, her hair as white as autumn frost, and she stooped with age. With each step, she leaned on her waist to catch her breath, her cloth shoes worn down to reveal her toes. The child, approximately 7 or 8, had a thin, pointed face but clutched the corner of the woman's garment tightly. He took unsteady little steps, his eyes glimmering with intelligence. Occasionally, he would glance up at the mountain path, then tug at the old woman's sleeve, as if urging her onward or expressing concern. Just as they approached the thicket, Li Ziyo was contemplating how the band of ruffians ought to remain concealed, when suddenly the 5 figures sprang forth from the bushes. Their large knives were nowhere to be seen, and the fierce demeanor that once marked their faces had vanished, replaced by a hurried eagerness as they approached the old woman. From a distance, their words were indistinct. He could only see the leader crouching down, gesturing towards the steep mountain path and pointing at the child's short legs, as if to convey the difficulty of the journey. The old woman waved her hand, seemingly declining their offer. Yet the man insisted, carefully assisting her to her feet, and, in a remarkable display of strength, he knelt and lifted her onto his back. Another man smiled and reached out to the child. Initially hesitant, the child glanced at the old woman, and upon receiving her nod, timidly extended his little hand, only to be swept up into the man's arms, cradled securely. The remaining 3 followed closely, one clearing the obstructing branches ahead, another protecting from the side, and the last occasionally glancing back, as if wary of unforeseen dangers. The 5 of them, safeguarding the elderly woman and the child, moved at a deliberate pace, cautious not to jostle them. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the banyan tree, casting a warm glow upon the sweat-drenched faces of the men, who displayed no signs of impatience. Rather, they exhibited a clumsy attentiveness. Upon safely delivering the 2 to a flatter section of the mountain path, the man gently set the old woman down and returned the child to her embrace. Trembling, the old woman rummaged through her cloth pouch and offered a wrinkled wild fruit to the man. After much persuasion among themselves, they finally yielded to the leader, who then bowed respectfully to the old woman. They watched the grandmother and her grandson disappear into the distance before turning back. Once again, they concealed themselves within the thicket, as if the tender scene they had just witnessed had never transpired. Li Ziyo, perched in the tree, was momentarily taken aback, his fingertips unconsciously grazing the bark beneath him. How could they be considered robbers? He suddenly recalled the leader of the caravan shouting about 5 great heroes. At that moment, he found no trace of irony in it. Instead, it bore a semblance of truth. The breeze at the foot of the Rong mountain seemed to carry a newfound warmth. Pondering this, Li Ziyo whistled to summon a cicadere. He leaped onto its back and headed back in the direction he had come, approaching the vicinity of the 5 formidable men. Clearly, they had no intention of emerging, and he deliberately coughed a couple of times, yet the thicket remained silent. However, due to his superior cultivation, he could distinctly hear the hushed murmurs of the individuals concealed within. What is with this young Daoist? Why isn't he coming over? Still coughing away? One of the burly men whispered. Indeed, the 5 brothers of Rong Mountain never rob Daoists. Those with true skill cannot be bested, and those without it simply seek a meal. Why make things difficult for him? Another replied softly. Li Ziyo found their words amusing and shook his head in mirth. He decided to redirect the cicadere, heading back towards Xianxia. Just as the deer turned, a bound manuscript slipped from the sleeve of his robe. It was a text he had adapted into the 5-animal fist, based on the teachings of the disheveled old Daoist. The pages illustrated several figures demonstrating the 5 techniques. Whether they could learn it depended entirely on the fate of the 5 men. As for an encounter, there was no necessity for that. Perhaps if fate allowed, they might meet again, and it could blossom into an amusing tale of the martial world. Chapter 32. A fortuitous encounter with a flower thief. 10 days passed, and the shores of the vast ocean, mentioned by the disheveled old Daoist, were now within reach. The journey of 200 miles had taken him nearly 20 days, riding leisurely on his deer. At this moment, he lay resting beneath a gnarled tree outside the city of Zhao. Through this period of wandering, he had come to prefer the simplicity of sleeping outdoors, finding solace in the embrace of nature rather than sitting cross-legged atop a tree, as he had always done. Upon arriving at Zhao County, the hour was late, and he deemed it unnecessary to enter the city. Finding an inn would surely complicate matters, while the starry sky offered a more liberating experience. That night, he refrained from allowing his deer to frolic freely, mindful of the many eyes around them that might stir unwarranted trouble. Instead, he permitted the deer to rest peacefully beneath the gnarled tree while he himself succumbed to a tranquil slumber. Before long, the deer suddenly perked its ears and let out a cautious snort. Li Ziyo stirred, awakening to the sound of metal clashing and raised voices in the distance. He slowly opened his eyes and peered down, illuminated by the moonlight. A group of 7 or 8 men, dressed as servants, encircled a young man clad in green, blades glinting ominously in the night. "Do not let this flower thief escape," the leader bellowed, delivering a kick to the young man's leg. "A flower thief? Li Zio's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that notorious thief from Wuxia had ventured all the way to Zhao County? After a 20-day journey, was it mere coincidence that he stumbled upon this encounter? He retrieved a wanted poster from his spatial pouch and, using the moonlight, unfurled it. It bore the likeness of the flower thief, meticulously redrawn from memory. He had hoped that fortune would favor him in apprehending the miscreant. Yet the odds seemed almost too fortuitous. As he scrutinized the image, a wave of frustration washed over him. The artistry of this world left much to be desired, rendering the features too abstract for proper identification. However, upon a closer glance at the young man, he discerned a clue. Drawing forth his peachwood sword, he flicked it with his fingers, sending it arcing gracefully through the moonlit air towards the gathered group. The once encircled men were momentarily pushed back by the force of the sword. The leader, taken aback by the unexpected intrusion, quickly recognized the figure before him and clasped his hands in salute. "Esteemed Daoist, what is your intention? I am but a servant of the Chung family in Zhao County. This is indeed a flower thief who, under the influence of a narcotic, infiltrated my young mistress's chamber. Had I not chanced upon him, her virtue would have been compromised. I beseech you, do not impede our pursuit." Li Zio tossed the wanted poster towards the servant. "Is this the flower thief you speak of?" The servant, examining the likeness in the moonlight, confirmed, "Indeed it is." Li Zio nodded. "Then you may return. This person is now in my custody." The servant's expression shifted dramatically, and in a hushed tone, he warned, "Esteemed Taoist, what do you mean? Surely you do not intend to deceive the Chung family." Li Zio chuckled, a playful glint in his eye. "What do you mean? Did you not see the warrant I issued? This individual is to be taken away by me. If the Chung family desires him, they may come to the county office tomorrow to collect him. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the steward's expression changed abruptly, and he hastily gestured for his subordinates to surround Li Zio. An air of arrogance was unmistakably evident. "Do not presume that your status as a Taoist grants you any privilege. No one can snatch a person from the Chung family," the steward declared in a low voice. Li Zio, rather than feeling angered, clapped his hands mockingly and said, "You demonstrate considerable courage." A spotted deer, vigilant beneath the gnarled tree, suddenly stood up at Li Zio's signal, bleating loudly and kicking the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Li Zio leaped onto the deer's back, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered the crowd prone on the ground, unable to move. With a flick of his wrist, a peachwood sword flew back into his hand, and he casually inquired of the steward, "Which family do you hail from?" The steward, pressed by the oppressive force, felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth, unable to utter another word. Li Zio, seated atop the deer, cast a dispassionate glance at him. The sword shot out once more, a flash of cold light severing the steward's arm. "The arm that made that gesture, is it not? For offending me, this arm shall remain." Panic-stricken, the steward realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Accustomed to the Chung family's tyranny, he had not anticipated provoking such calamity today. As Li Zio withdrew his oppressive aura, the steward let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His subordinates rushed to assist him, their faces etched with wariness, overshadowed by a profound sense of terror. The person before them was not one they could dare provoke. Li Zio waved his hand, dismissing them. In the realm of martial arts, there are rules among practitioners, and this steward, while a fighter, was merely of the third rate. Observing his demeanor, it was clear he often bullied the ordinary. Taking his arm posed no moral burden. A young woman nearby was drenched in cold sweat, the recent spectacle having left her astounded. Li Zio retrieved the painting that had fallen to the ground and tossed it before the young woman. "This flower thief is you, is it not?" The young woman paused momentarily, then nodded dumbly. Li Zio scoffed, "Who painted this? One would think you were a relative with such an appearance." "A flower thief? Surely not. What woman would seek to gather flowers? Are you perhaps a hornet?" The young woman trembled, suddenly looking up in astonishment. "How did you know I am a woman, Taoist priest?" Li Zio did not respond outwardly, but inwardly mused. "I truly wonder how you ancients fail to recognize a woman disguised as a man. It is as clear as day, as depicted in television dramas. The clues are evident." The young woman quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your timely rescue, Taoist priest." Li Zio waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. You are fortunate to be a woman, or today you might have met your demise beneath my sword. I do not offer aid without reason. Now tell me, why does a woman like you masquerade as a flower thief, running from Lake County to Zhao County? Ah, could it be you possess such peculiar inclinations?" The young woman felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at the teasing remark and hurriedly replied, "Please, esteemed Daoist, do not jest. My name is Xianxia, and I have my own burdens to bear. I once had a sister who was abducted by traffickers during our childhood. Fortunately, I encountered a master who taught me the art of martial prowess. After much effort, I tracked down those vile traffickers. Yet they could not disclose the whereabouts of my sister, only stating that she had been sold to a wealthy family, where she now resides as a lady of high status. My sister bears a birthmark on her shoulder. Thus, I resorted to this desperate measure of incapacitating the young ladies of various households in hopes of finding her by inspecting their garments. Li Zio nodded thoughtfully, inwardly lamenting the predictability of such a narrative. He cast a glance at her injured leg and casually tossed her a small porcelain vial. Your leg is quite injured. Take 2 pills from this. Consume one and crush the other into powder to apply to the wound. Xianxia promptly nodded and complied. Having been thoroughly impressed by the Daoist's previous skill, she naturally placed her trust in him, especially noting his gentle demeanor, which clearly indicated no intent to cause her distress. Chapter 33. Divination and seeking kin. The Taoist medicine proved to be remarkably effective. Xianxia was astonished to discover that the injury on her leg had completely healed. Li Zio, seeing that the trouble had been dispensed with, leaped down from the deer's back and strode directly to the gnarled tree. Xianxia stood by, momentarily stunned, before suddenly kneeling and exclaiming, "May I inquire if the Taoist is proficient in the art of divination? I implore you to show mercy and guide this humble girl." Li Zio halted his steps, regarding the kneeling maiden with a detached expression. In the realm of Jianghu, kneeling is not customary, he remarked, helping her to her feet. "Very well, I am a firm believer in fate. Since you have brought it up, I shall assist you in a divination." With no ostentatious gestures, he retrieved 3 copper coins from his robe and cast them onto the ground. A fleeting glance followed by a sigh escaped his lips. Xianxia, witnessing this, urgently inquired, "Could it be that the Taoist has not divined anything?" She quickly regained her composure and added, "Fear not, Taoist." Li Zio, observing her fluctuating emotions, retorted, "Are you questioning me? My lament is merely for the capriciousness of fate." Eagerly, Xianxia pressed, "Taoist, what does this mean?" Li Zio assessed her with a curious gaze and replied, "I cannot discern whether it is fortunate or unfortunate for you. Had you not encountered me, you would have certainly missed the chance to reunite with your sister. Your sibling is not far off. She resides within the Chung family's grand estate. However, she is not a lady of the Chung family, but rather their adopted daughter." Casting his eyes toward the sky, which was beginning to lighten, he waved his hand and declared, "Since your connection with the Chung family remains intact, I shall accompany you there tomorrow. As a child of Jianghu, you should not be overly finicky. Find a tree to lean against and rest for a while." With a yawn, he moved toward the gnarled tree and added, "I am growing weary, and dawn is fast approaching." The spotted deer, observing this, obediently trotted to the base of the tree and lay down there, leaving Xianxia in a daze. As the daybreak arrived, golden sunlight filtered through the branches of the gnarled tree, illuminating Li Zio's face. Squinting against the brightness, he found it impossible to continue sleeping and reluctantly sat up. His gaze fell upon Xianxia, who stood a short distance away, her eyes bearing the unmistakable signs of a sleepless night. Li Zio shook his head and pretended to search his person, while in reality, he retrieved several rosy fruits from his concealed pouch. He first popped one into his mouth, savoring the crisp sound as he bit down. Then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned the deer that lay beneath the tree and personally offered it a fruit. Xianxia remained lost in thought, seemingly still contemplating the previous night's conversation. Noticing her distraction, Li Zio tossed a fruit in her direction, saying, "Eat up, the day is not young, and we must enter the city." The fruit landed securely in Xiaoxia's hands. Momentarily taken aback, she did not ponder further and swallowed it hastily. However, scarcely had she swallowed when a refreshing sensation surged from her throat to the crown of her head. The once heavy fog of her mind dissipated in an instant, along with a considerable portion of her fatigue, leaving her feeling remarkably refreshed. Subconsciously, she touched her under-eye area and was astonished to find that the dark circles, which had made her appear so weary, were gradually fading away. This, Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with a mixture of surprise and delight as she looked up at Li Zio, her gaze now imbued with a hint of reverence. "Daoist, this fruit. It's nothing of great value, merely a means to awaken the spirit." Li Zio brushed off the remnants of grass from his robes, rising to pat the back of the spotted deer. "Let's go. If we linger any longer, breakfast at the Chung family estate will be cold." Xiaoxia hurriedly followed, her steps noticeably lighter, though her heart surged with tumultuous waves. This Daoist, seemingly casual in demeanor, possessed extraordinary items. The medicinal ointment from last night and the fruit from this morning were both remarkable. She clenched her fist, increasingly convinced that this journey to find her family might indeed yield the fulfillment of her wishes, just as he had claimed. The spotted deer ambled ahead with Li Ziyo atop, while Xianxia closely trailed behind, her gaze fixed on the town's silhouette gradually coming into focus. As they approached the city gate, the crowd that had been queuing instinctively parted. The gatekeeper, upon seeing Li Ziyo in his Daoist robes, was not surprised and allowed him passage into the city, with Xianxia following closely behind. Guided by Xianxia, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Cheng residence. Clearly, the Cheng family had anticipated trouble, as the two young servants guarding the gate promptly shut it tight. One of them dashed inside, calling out loudly, "This is bad. The Daoist has come to our door." Moments after they arrived at the Cheng residence, a large group emerged, comprising men, women, and children. At the forefront stood the head of the Cheng family. The surrounding attendants, armed with weapons, heightened the tension in the air. Upon spotting Li Ziyo, the Cheng family head was inwardly alarmed, silently cursing the incompetent steward from yesterday for provoking such a formidable figure. He quickly bowed and said politely, "Esteemed Daoist, there has been a misunderstanding regarding last night's incident. The one who offended you has already been expelled from the Cheng residence. I intended to prepare a generous gift to apologize, but it seems you have arrived first. Please, do come inside." Li Ziyo regarded him with indifference and replied, "Old man, I believe you might be mistaken. I had no intention of entering your home." After saying this, he turned his gaze toward Xianxia, instructing, "Reveal your true appearance." Xianxia nodded and released her hair from the disguise, letting her long tresses cascade down. The onlookers were instantly taken aback to discover that the infamous flower thief was, in fact, a woman. This revelation left the Cheng family head in an awkward predicament. He had thought himself justified in pursuing the thief, only to find the situation had transformed into a grand farce. Standing beside him, Madame Cheng blinked in surprise, quickly tugging at his arm and whispering, "My lord, do you not find this woman somewhat familiar?" The head of the Cheng family scrutinized the situation carefully and hesitated. "Is she not the child bride of that foolish boy?" Mrs. Cheng nodded affirmatively. "There is little doubt. These two must have a connection." Li Ziyo clearly had no intention of hunting, and after clearing his throat, he stated, "Her sister is in your household. Arrange for their meeting promptly. No interference. Their choices shall be theirs alone, understood?" The head of the Cheng family nodded vigorously and signaled to a maid to fetch the girl. Before long, the maid returned, leading a young girl, accompanied by a boy of around 10, who appeared somewhat simple-minded. Without needing further words, one could see the resemblance between the young girl and Xianxia. With a rush of emotion, Xianxia dashed forward and embraced her tightly. The girl froze momentarily, then slowly lifted her gaze to recognize Xianxia's face. The once vacant expression suddenly glistened with tears. "Sister, it is I. I have come to find you." Xianxia choked back tears, her hand gently caressing the girl's frail back. The girl suddenly wrapped her arms around Xianxia, tears falling onto her shoulder. "I thought I would never see you again." The simple-minded boy nearby giggled, tugging at the girl's clothing, but she gently pressed his hand down. The head of the Cheng family and his wife stood in place, their expressions complex. Li Ziyo remained on the sidelines, yet he attentively observed the unfolding scene, a smile gradually spreading across his face. As the day wore on and the sisters had nearly exhausted their conversation, Li Ziyo patted the deer, preparing to depart. "Hold on a moment." Xianxia led her sister swiftly to Li Ziyo. As they were about to bow in greeting, Li Ziyo waved his hand, preventing them from kneeling. He spoke, "I have witnessed enough of your revelry. It is time for me to take my leave." Xianxia quickly retrieved a weathered book from her bosom and extended it towards Li Ziyo. He did not take it, but inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Xianxia hastily explained, "Master, I have resolved to remain here. However, feeling indebted to my master's legacy, I ask you to take this tome with you. Should you encounter a suitable person in the future, please pass it on, ensuring my master's lineage endures." Li Ziyo nodded, accepting the book, whereupon he saw the title "Floating Steps" inscribed in bold letters. He remarked, "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall assist you in this matter. Your choice is indeed wise. The treachery of the martial world is ill-suited for a gentle soul like yours." As they conversed, the head of the Cheng family approached with a group of people. Mrs. Cheng immediately knelt and implored, "Master, you are a figure akin to a celestial being. Please, for the sake of Miss Zhao's sister, lend your aid to our foolish child." Hearing this, Xianxia lowered her head in shame but did not rebut. Seated upon the deer, Li Ziyo nodded and produced a small porcelain vial, tossing it to Xianxia. "Administer the medicine gradually, 1 pill every 3 days. This medicine requires enlightenment. Let it assist your sister in her guidance." After speaking, he gently patted the deer's back, and the spotted deer, as if receiving a command, began to stride forward. Chapter 34. the small fishing village Li Zio rode his spotted deer and set forth directly eastward from Zhao County. The county, already in close proximity to the sea, began to carry the briny scent of salt water in the breeze. Within a few hours, he beheld the vast expanse of the ocean, stretching endlessly before him. Glancing at the time, he noted the sun descending towards the horizon, casting a golden-red glow that rendered the waters almost translucent. In the near distance lay a quaint village. Indeed, it was his first venture to the seaside of this world, and he thought it would be delightful to witness the local customs of those who dwelled by the shore. However, the further he ventured into the village, the more his astonishment grew. The earthen walls of the village had crumbled significantly, and the thatched roofs had been stripped bare by the wind, leaving only sparse tufts. Occasionally, a gust would stir, lifting dust and dried grass from the ground. The entire village could be succinctly encapsulated in two words: impoverished and dilapidated. Surely, this could not be the case. Even amidst recent unrest in Daoist, it could not have reached the point where the villagers resorted to eating tree bark. As he pressed deeper into the village, a more bizarre sight met his gaze. The ancient locust and willow trees lining the path were entirely stripped of their bark. The exposed wood appeared dry and bleached, resembling the skeleton of a creature divested of its flesh. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the jagged edges of the exposed wood were far from the smoothness of a blade-esque cut. It appeared as if it had been gnawed away. Tiny bite marks were scattered densely across the surface, with remnants of moist wood shavings clinging to the edges. Li Zio scrutinized the bite marks with intent. They were small and closely spaced, unmistakably the impressions of a child's teeth. This suggested that the village's children must be dreadfully famished. Yet, with all the trees having been so thoroughly gnawed, how could a mere handful of children be responsible for such devastation? The entire situation reeked of peculiarity, prompting Li Zio to sharpen his senses. This was surely no simple matter. The spotted deer ambled at a leisurely pace, eventually bringing him to the village entrance, where he first observed a group of children engaged in a wrestling match. A little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, donned tattered, flimsy clothing that bore several rips. With a small tiger tooth visible, she crouched low, poised for action. She grappled with several boys, holding her own remarkably well. Although her frame was frail, she possessed a surprising strength, yet her stomach growled audibly, indicating her hunger. Despite her vigor, she struggled to gain the upper hand against her opponents. Li Zio gently patted the deer, intending to halt its progress and speak, when suddenly, the girl lunged at one of the boys, sinking her teeth into his arm. The boy cried out in pain, prompting the other boys to flee in haste. The girl then stood triumphantly, hands on her hips, her small chest heaving with exertion. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of Li Zio atop the spotted deer. Her eyes brightened with curiosity, and she dashed over with unrestrained enthusiasm. She gazed up at the deer, her small tongue instinctively licking her lips, nearly allowing drool to drip from her chin. Her expression sparkled with wonder, fixated on the deer as if it were a rare treasure, infused with an unmistakable longing. Had she not been exerting great effort to contain herself, one could easily imagine her attempting to leap forward and take a bite. "Where do you come from?" the girl inquired, her voice crisp and vibrant. Before Li Zio could respond, she reached out to tug at the deer's mane, eager to draw the fluffy creature closer. She stumbled forward, nearly colliding with the deer's legs. Unfazed, she tiptoed closer, nearly pressing her nose against the creature's side, and inquired loudly, "What is this fluffy thing? Can it be eaten?" As she spoke, she attempted to nibble on the deer's ear, only to be thwarted by Li Zio, who reached out to stop her. Reluctantly, she withdrew her mouth, but her fists remained clenched as she glared at him with wide, fierce eyes, as if fearing he might hide the deer away. Li Zio, amused by the spirited little girl, produced 2 bright red fruits from his pocket and shook them playfully. "Lead me to an adult in your village, and these 2 fruits will be yours." The girl's gaze immediately fixed on the fruits, her throat bobbing with anticipation. Her eyes locked onto the fruits. She bounced with excitement. "All right, I'll take you to Grandpa Village Chief, but don't forget." With that, she turned and darted towards the village, kicking up dust in her wake. The bare tree trunks along the roadside cast wavering shadows as she hurried along, glancing back eagerly at the fruits. Li Zio chuckled softly and followed the graceful deer. The girl reached a low earthen house, lifted her foot, and kicked the doorframe, shouting, "Grandpa Village Chief! Grandpa Village Chief, come out quickly. Someone is here for you." A series of coughs emanated from within, and an elderly man with graying hair and beard opened the door. Upon seeing the dirty face and tattered clothes of the girl, his brow furrowed slightly, a look of pity crossing his features. However, he quickly turned his attention to Li Zio, his murky eyes brightening. He appraised Li Zio. Noting the simplicity yet cleanliness of his azure robe, his upright posture, and the clarity reflected in his demeanor, the gentle deer beside him was equally remarkable. The village chief hastily clasped his hands in greeting, a smile spreading across his face. This esteemed Daoist seems unfamiliar. Have you come from afar? Please, come in, come in. The accommodations are humble, but do not mind. Dismounting from the deer, Liziu inclined his head slightly. You honor me, esteemed elder. I am merely passing through your esteemed village. And as the hour grows late, I seek your hospitality for the night. I hope this is not too much to ask. His tone was gentle and courteous, devoid of any arrogance. Of course, of course. The village chief quickly ushered him inside. For a Daoist to visit our humble fishing village is a great honor. How could I refuse? Please, come in and rest. Thank you, elder. I apologize for the intrusion. Liziu expressed his gratitude, gently patting the deer to rest in the corner of the courtyard, following the village chief inside. The girl, peering over the doorframe, clutched her hands tightly in her pockets, clearly not having forgotten about the two fruits. Just as Liziu was about to cross the threshold, he caught sight of her eager expression and paused momentarily. A smile flickered in his eyes. How could he not understand her yearning? He retrieved the two vibrant fruits from his robe and turned to present them to her. Here. For you. The girl's eyes widened in delight, and she hurriedly accepted them, tucking them into her embrace, her fingertips brushing against the warmth of the fruits. She grinned, revealing her small tiger-like teeth, but did not forget to mumble shyly, "Teach, thank you." The village chief observed from the side, shaking his head helplessly and with a smile. He sighed. This little tiger girl, all she cares about is food, and she doesn't even know to express her gratitude. His words were reproachful, yet his eyes brimmed with indulgence. Feeling embarrassed by his remarks, Tiger Girl pouted defiantly and exclaimed, "I did thank you." As she spoke, she clenched the fruit tightly in her hand and dashed away in a flash. Upon entering the house, she found the interior stark and bare, with a tattered bamboo basket hanging on the earthen wall, devoid of even a morsel of dry food. The village chief led Liziu to a creaking wooden table and gestured for him to sit, before retreating to the inner room. After a brief moment, he emerged with a coarse porcelain bowl containing a small portion of brown rice. A few beans were mixed in, still steaming. Please do not disdain it. This is all we have in the village, he remarked, rubbing his hands together. He then brought over a chipped plate from the stove, which held a modest serving of stir-fried salted fish, the flesh lean and slightly charred around the edges, clearly cooked with a frugal amount of oil. Yet, it had been carefully prepared, with the fine bones removed, exuding a genuine salty fragrance. This was caught recently from the sea. It has been salted, nothing extravagant. Just enough to fill the stomach, he explained. Liziu looked at the plate of salted fish and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "You are too kind, elder. This is already a generous offering." The village chief sighed and added some firewood to the stove. His hand paused for a moment, as sparks flickered and crackled in the hearth. "People by the sea may have little else, but we do have some fish," he continued. "As long as the Daoist priest does not mind, that is good enough." With a sudden sigh, the village chief trailed off, leaving his thought unspoken. Liziu hesitated momentarily, lifting his gaze towards the village chief. The sorrow concealed within that sigh seemed to stem from more than mere poverty. Chapter 35. The Three Calamities. Liziu took a few bites, and, observing the old village chief's furrowed brow, said, "Elder, if there is something on your mind, please feel free to express it. If you are truly facing difficulties, perhaps I could assist you in alleviating your troubles." Upon hearing this, the village chief hurriedly replied, No, Daoist, do not misunderstand. Our village has indeed been troubled lately, but these issues are not easily resolved. How could I trouble a guest?" With a sigh, he continued, "I speak without thinking. Please do not take offense." Liziu frowned slightly, his tone growing serious. "Elder, what you say is quite unjust. You have treated me with such hospitality. How could it be a burden? Since you have broached the subject, might you enlighten me regarding my confusion? As I journeyed here, I have visited numerous places, yet none have appeared as impoverished as your village. If your village indeed faces hardships, perhaps I could be of assistance. To be candid, after years of cultivation, I possess some skills." The old village chief found himself in a dilemma, but seeing the confidence radiating from this young Daoist, he pondered that perhaps he could indeed help resolve their plight. With a sigh, he admitted, "Alas, to speak truthfully, our little fishing village was not always like this. While we were never affluent, we certainly did not suffer such conditions. Now, our village is beset by 3 calamities." "Oh, 3 calamities?" Liziu's interest piqued instantly. In his previous life, he had perused numerous tales about such calamities. He wondered what afflictions plagued this small fishing village. He poured a cup of water from the modest jug on the table and offered it to the old chief, saying, "Elder, please take a sip and share your tale in detail." Accepting the cup, the village chief felt the coolness of the rough porcelain against his fingertips and took a long drink. Lowering the cup, his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "Alas, the first calamity is natural disaster. Ever since that fateful day 2 years ago, we have known no peace. Every night, when the sky is scarcely cloudy, a fierce wind arises, howling as if weeping. It can rip thatch from rooftops and overturn fishing boats moored at the shore." He paused, swallowing hard. "We sought assistance from the local authorities, but they merely stated it was the will of heaven, advising us to offer more sacrifices during festivals. Yet, despite our repeated offerings, the winds continue to howl. Half of the village's houses have collapsed, and scarcely any boats remain seaworthy." As he spoke, he gazed out the window. His hands clenched into fists upon his knees, knuckles whitening from the strain, as if fearing the next moment the wind might surge in, carrying with it sand and stones. Li Zio listened intently, his brow furrowing. The nature of this sinister wind seemed peculiar, far from an ordinary natural disaster. His fingertips gently tapped on his knee as the village chief recounted how the night wind howled like a lament. It resembled an omen of some peculiar phenomenon, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He hastily retrieved the relic left by the wandering physician, titled Chronicles of the Extraordinary. The aged pages rustled softly, and he flipped through several chapters chronicling strange occurrences in the mountains and rivers. Eventually, he paused at a page that contained a dried maple leaf, scrutinizing it intently. The old village chief observed him in silence, casting occasional glances at the yellowed tome, patiently waiting. After a considerable while, Li Zio finally came across a line that read, "If an unusual phenomenon suddenly occurs in a certain place, extraordinary objects may descend upon the world." A marginal note, pinned in red cinnabar, elaborated, "Such phenomena are often caused by wondrous objects." An example followed. Once, a hunter found the vicinity of his hunting grounds inexplicably sweltering. Driven by curiosity, he ventured forth and discovered a red stone. Later, he commissioned the crafting of a blade from this stone, which radiated flames. With this blade, the hunter became renowned, establishing a formidable reputation in the martial world, ultimately becoming a master of his craft. Li Zio closed the book and looked up at the village chief, his gaze resolute. "Rest assured, Elder, if that malevolent wind blows again tonight, I shall investigate its source." He lightly tapped the table with his fingers. "What this book describes is not mere fiction. What is concealed within this wind may not necessarily portend disaster. Tonight, I shall explore, and perhaps I can dispel this initial calamity." A glimmer of hope flickered in the old chief's eyes, and he hurriedly bowed. "I leave it to your discretion, Daoist." Li Zio nodded. "Now, Elder, please tell me of the second calamity." The village chief's expression darkened with worry, and he sighed heavily. "A year after that wind disaster, strange fish began to plague the seaside. These creatures are as large as small boats, with fins sharp enough to slice through iron, leaving fishing vessels in tatters. Many men from the village have yet to return. When we report this to the authorities, they accuse us of fabricating tales, and no case is even filed." His voice grew hoarse. "Now, who dares to venture into the sea? That ocean has become a place of devouring." Li Zio contemplated for a moment and speculated. Surely, the fish in the sea must have been affected by the ominous wind, leading to their mutations. They should be eradicated as well. Steeling himself, Li Zio declared, "If the elder trusts me, I shall eliminate both calamities for you." The village chief hastily cautioned, "Daoist, do not underestimate the gravity of such extraordinary matters. One must exercise caution." Li Zio nodded and said, "Rest easy, Elder. Now let us discuss this third calamity. I shall eliminate it directly as well." The village chief waved his hands repeatedly, the calluses on his palms glimmering in the dim light, his voice trembling with urgency. "No, no, no, this third calamity cannot be removed." Li Zio, puzzled, asked, "Elder, why is this so? If it is indeed a calamity, why can it not be eradicated?" The village chief sighed once more, settling down as he explained, "This third calamity is a person." Li Zio responded in disbelief. "Ah, how can a person be a plague upon your village?" "Daoist, do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate. The final calamity of our village is that girl. The tiger girl." "Ah, that little girl." The Daoist priest, while traversing the path, must have noticed the bark of those trees, right? The one gnawing on the tree bark is none other than Tiger Girl. This child is indeed unfortunate. Her mother passed away shortly after giving birth, and not long after, her father followed suit. She has grown up on the kindness of the villagers, nourished by their shared resources. Initially, this little girl could be sustained by our village, as each household could spare some food. However, therein lies the complication. As she matured, Tiger Girl's strength increased alongside her appetite. Her stomach was perpetually unsatisfied, demanding more sustenance each day, often leaving her to cry out in hunger. The bark from the trees outside was stealthily consumed during others' moments of inattention, as she never resorted to stealing from her neighbors. In her direst hunger, she would retreat to the outskirts of the village, and when caught, she would glare with red-rimmed eyes, genuinely afraid of being chased away. Are you suggesting that your village has been impoverished by this little girl? Li Zio's brow twitched involuntarily as he recalled the child's visage. The old village chief nodded helplessly in agreement. Chapter 36. The Wind Spirit Pearl and the Strange Fish. The night had deepened, and the old village chief lay asleep on the heated bed. On the opposite side, Li Zio sat cross-legged, engaged in meditation with his eyes closed. Outside, the moonlight was clear and bright, and the sparse clouds in the night sky echoed the chief's earlier words. Before long, a fierce wind arose, its howling sounds echoing through the night, eerily resembling the wails of a restless infant. The old chief was startled awake, his body trembling slightly as his hands instinctively clutched the worn bedding. He fumbled to retrieve a fire starter, his hands shaking as he lit the oil lamp. Under the dim yellow light, he gazed at Li Zio, his eyes filled with anxiety. Li Zio slowly opened his eyes and, rising gently, reassured the old chief. "Do not panic, elder. Just wait here. I shall return shortly." With that, he grasped the peach wood sword beside him and stepped outside. A cold wind, laden with grit, rushed toward him. Li Zio instinctively squinted, tightening his grip on the peach wood sword. The howling wind roared like a wild beast, whipping sand and stones against the ground. The village houses trembled in the gusts, the thatched roofs cracking ominously. The branches of several old trees swayed violently, as if striving to break free from the earth. Old boats along the shore creaked and groaned, dragged by the tempest. The eerie wailing blended with the wind, sometimes distant, sometimes near, heightening the sense of dread. The entire village seemed to be kneaded by an invisible giant hand, with sounds of shattering resonating everywhere. Li Zio stood amidst the chaos, expanding his consciousness as an intangible perception spread out like a spider's web. Though the wind was fierce, it could not hinder this probing intent. It penetrated the howling winds, sweeping past the trembling houses and struggling trees. He held his breath and focused intently, carefully tracing the source of the wind. Before long, he pinpointed the most intense energy fluctuation, which indeed emanated from the nearby sea. A slight smile formed at the corners of his mouth, his expression easing. As if he had anticipated this moment, he raised his hand, sheathing the peach wood sword behind him. Then, with a gentle push of his toes against the ground, he seemed to be lifted by the currents, floating effortlessly as if riding clouds, standing firmly in midair. Utilizing the moonlight, he gazed toward the direction of his probing. With a leap, his garments billowed in the fierce wind, resembling a fleeting shadow as he sped toward the surface of the sea. As he drew closer, the wind grew increasingly violent, as though countless unseen forces were tearing at his surroundings. Beneath the starlit sky, Li Zio discerned a pearl the size of an eye, suspended in the depths of the ocean. It radiated a silvery glow, and with each flicker, a powerful gust of wind surged forth. This pearl was the source of the wind, its unleashed energy ferocious, capable of inflicting harm with the slightest misstep. Li Zio hovered above the sea, his garments fluttering in the tempest. Regardless of how fierce the waves churned beneath him, his figure remained as steadfast as a rock. He took a few steps forward, moving with ease as if strolling on level ground. Upon reaching the pearl, he regarded it with an indifferent gaze and simply raised his palm gently. The violent silver pearl seemed to be calmed by an invisible hand, instantly retracting its hostility. The silvery aura softened and leisurely floated into his palm, settling gently. The surrounding tempest ceased abruptly, and the sea returned to a tranquil state. The entire process was executed with a nonchalance that suggested it was done effortlessly. Li Zio tossed the pearl in the palm of his hand, feeling its solid weight and warm radiance. He nodded in satisfaction and murmured, "From now on, you shall be called the Wind Spirit Pearl." No sooner had the words left his lips than the silver pearl seemed to awaken with a life of its own, its surface glimmering softly as if in acknowledgement. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. From the depths of the sea, tumultuous waves erupted, and a dark shadow surged forth from hundreds of meters away, propelled by the briny sea breeze straight towards Li Zio. The monstrous fish, comparable in size to a small boat, bore dorsal fins as sharp as blades. Its gaping maw revealed 2 rows of serrated fangs, exuding a foul stench. Li Zio lightly tapped the air with his toes, his figure drifting sideways like a wisp of willow fluff, effortlessly evading the impending collision. glancing down at the monstrous fish. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth. "Huh, I had not sought you, yet you have come looking for me. It seems your mutation is indeed connected to this pearl. Tonight, I shall deal with you as well." The creature roared in fury, thrashing its tail to create towering waves. Harnessing the momentum of the surf, it charged forward, its dorsal fin slicing through the night sky with a sharp sound. Li Ziyo, with an ethereal grace, danced around the creature, deftly avoiding its attacks by mere fractions of an inch, as if toying with it. The fish grew increasingly frenzied, its massive body stirring the waters into a whirlpool. Enormous waves crashed down like small mountains, yet the faint aura surrounding Li Ziyo held them at bay. Suddenly, the creature reared up, attempting to ram Li Ziyo into the depths, to which he responded with a light laugh, the bravado of a brute. With a flick of his right hand, the peachwood sword behind him transformed into a streak of light, piercing directly into its left eye. With a muffled thud, the sword accurately penetrated the creature's skull. It let out a piercing scream and struggled for a moment before sinking beneath the waves. Li Ziyo reached out, his aura extending in response. Like silk, it enveloped the corpse of the fish, drawing it into a small space. As he watched the creature's body vanish within the shimmering light, a thought flickered in his mind. After traversing these 16 years, though I have never encountered a ghost, this monstrous fish, is this still the world of martial arts? It appears this realm is far from simple. Perhaps Penglai truly holds immortals. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and turned to soar towards the village, landing upon the cool sands of the beach. With a wave of his hand, the enormous body of the fish crashed onto the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. Standing on the beach, Li Ziyo gazed at the lifeless form of the creature on the ground. His fingertips unconsciously caressed the wind spirit pearl nestled in his bosom, its cool touch bringing him a modicum of calm. The sea breeze, laden with salt, swept past, and the outlines of the distant village lay silent in the night. Soon, flickering lights approached from the direction of the village entrance. The elderly village chief, leaning on his cane, was followed by several robust men brandishing torches, trudging through the sand. "Daoist," the village chief exclaimed, recognizing Li Ziyo, his voice trembling with emotion. As his gaze fell upon the enormous beast on the ground, his lips quivered, and a tumult of fear, anger, and relief surged in his murky eyes. After a moment's pause, he managed to utter, this beast is finally gone." Beside him, two of the sturdy men, their eyes reddened with rage, charged forward to kick and strike at the fish's corpse. "You wretched creature! You took my father, my younger brother." The harsh shouts mingled with muffled sounds, laden with years of suppressed resentment. "Stop!" The old village chief suddenly coughed a few times, leaning heavily on his cane as he stepped forward to intervene. The Taoist priest had just rid them of the calamity. There was no need to engage with the lifeless. He wiped his face, now damp without his notice, and turned to the crowd, exclaiming loudly, "What are you all waiting for? Sound the drums. Gather the villagers. Tell them that the fierce winds have ceased, the monstrous fish has been vanquished, and we can finally sleep soundly at night." A few men responded, wiping their eyes, brandishing torches as they rushed back to the village. They were off to beat the drums, to spread the joyous news. The glow of the torches receded into the distance, and the old village chief bowed deeply to Li Ziyo, nearly touching the ground with his bent waist. "Thank you, Taoist priest, for saving our lives. My fishing village. At last, we can breathe easy." Li Ziyo sidestepped the old chief's profound gesture, raising his hand in a gentle support. "There is no need for such formality, elder. This is merely my duty." As his words faded, the sounds of commotion erupted from the village. Men, women, and children, lanterns and torches in hand, surged forth, illuminating the beach as bright as day. The children gathered around the carcass of the monstrous fish, their eyes wide with curiosity. Among them was Tiger Girl, spitting at the fish's body alongside a few other children, her small face a mask of feigned ire. Several women, their heads wrapped in cloth, pushed to the front, gazing at the fish's remains with reddened eyes, their suppressed sobs rising. "Look, dear, the scourge has finally been eliminated." Tears fell onto the sandy ground, mingling with the laughter of nearby children and the chatter of the men, creating a complex symphony of sound. Li Ziyo stood at the edge of the firelight, observing the scene before him, a tapestry of joy and sorrow intertwined. The movement of his fingers caressing the wind spirit pearl slowed. He had faced storms and vanquished monsters. Yet at this moment, he found himself moved by the profound emotions woven into the fabric of human existence. It seemed that the removal of a single evil could evoke such a heavy torrent of feelings. He let out a soft sigh, the moonlight resting upon his shoulder, his silhouette imbued with an indescribable melancholy, yet enriched by a genuine perception of this human experience. Chapter 37. Departure and Apprenticeship. Due to the warm entreaties of the old village chief and the villagers, Li Zio decided to linger in the quaint fishing village for a few more days. During this time, the villagers, perhaps buoyed by newfound hope, wore smiles more frequently upon their faces. This uplifted Li Zio's spirits considerably. He never put on airs and engaged in playful games with the village children, teaching them how to play jianzi and hopscotch. These tranquil days made him somewhat reluctant to leave. However, recalling the purpose of his journey, he subdued his contentment and made his way to the village chief's home. Upon seeing him, the old village chief did not appear surprised and remarked, "Daoist, are you preparing to depart?" Li Zio nodded and replied, "I sincerely thank you for your hospitality during these past few days. It is indeed time for me to set forth." The village chief nodded, refraining from the customary please to stay, and after a brief pause, he spoke again. "The entire village is grateful for your benevolent assistance, but," noticing the chief's hesitance, Li Zio candidly inquired, "Is there something else on your mind? Please speak freely, for I have greatly appreciated your care during my stay." The village chief glanced at the corner where a girl named Huniu was intently watching the other children play and said, "I do have an unusual request. I implore you to take this child with you." "Take her with me? Please, do not jest," Li Zio interjected hastily. "Daoist, allow me to explain," the chief continued. "You have observed the girl's situation in the village. Although she is capable, she possesses a certain strength that could be of service to you. Consider her as a little disciple. If nothing else, she could assist you in guiding the deer. I know you are a person of great ability, and this child's strength is wasted here. Huniu is earnest, obedient, and resilient. I beg you, take her with you." Seeing the earnest expression on the chief's face, Li Zio relented, saying, "Very well, my journey has always been guided by fate. This child indeed shares a bond with me, so I shall take her on as my apprentice today." The village chief rejoiced at this news, quickly summoning Huniu over. He gently patted her head and said, "Huniu, do you remember what I told you?" Huniu nodded obediently. The chief continued, "Now, kneel and pay your respects to the Daoist. He shall be your master henceforth. You must heed his words, understand?" Huniu promptly knelt and bowed 3 times before Li Zio. He quickly helped her up, saying, all right, rise now." As they reached the village entrance, Li Zio donned a blue Daoist robe, carried a peachwood sword, and rode upon a deer. Huniu held the deer's lead. Clad in a newly tailored little disciple-s outfit, her hair styled in 2 playful braids, and a small satchel slung over her shoulder. The outfit and satchel had been thoughtfully prepared by the village chief in advance. Though Huniu still exhibited her spirited nature, she appeared particularly vibrant and lively. The villagers gazed at the 2 figures with a sense of reluctance, standing at a distance and waving goodbye. The village children, however, called out to Huniu. Although they were unaware of her destination, they knew she might not return for quite some time. Residing in the same village, several children who had previously held biases against Huniu now found it difficult to conceal their sorrow. The 2 walked along the seaside heading north, and Li Zio, seated on the deer's back, suddenly turned to Huniu and spoke. "Huniu." "Ah." Huniu responded eagerly. "Do you know what it means to apprentice?" "Yes. One bows and calls the master." Huniu replied. "Grandfather the village chief said that if I listen to my master and endure hardship, I will never be driven away." "Haha, that's not quite right. Your village chief is teasing you. As long as you endure hardship, there will be endless challenges." Huniu abruptly halted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet she stubbornly held her head high. "You are deceiving me." Li Zio laughed heartily, causing the deer to pause as well. "I was just teasing you." He leaned down from the deer and patted Huniu's head. "You will walk a long and arduous journey with me. Are you not afraid?" Huniu sniffled, gripping the deer's reins tightly, her face resolute. "I am not afraid." "Good." Li Zio straightened up, lightly tapping the deer's neck. "Then let us proceed." The deer began to move, with Huniu following closely behind, the sand crunching beneath their feet. The wind whipped the spray of the waves, causing her pigtails to sway gently. After walking for a while, Li Zio suddenly recalled something and said, "There's an old yellow one at home. Huniu, from now on, you shall be called Eru, and we shall name it Sanhua." He concluded with a pat on the still unnamed spotted deer. Huniu sniffled again, her expression defiant. "I won tea. Eru does not sound nice." "Haha, does it not?" Li Zio glanced at the vast ocean beside them and remarked, "This sea is clear, and so are you. Henceforth, as you follow your master, you shall be known as Li Qingqing." This time, Huniu did not protest and obediently nodded her head. They soon arrived at a massive stone engraved with 2 large characters, surrounded by a few trees. They had been walking for quite some time, observing the young girl. beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. It was evident she was tired, though she had stubbornly refrained from admitting it. Li Ziyo decided to dismount from the spotted deer and invited Hunyu to sit down. Hunyu, how old are you this year? Almost 6. Hunyu, you must learn to read. It is essential. Without literacy, you won't recognize the characters on stones and will not know where you have arrived. As you accompany your master across the land, you will need to recognize words. Hunyu promptly nodded, displaying her eagerness to learn. There are many benefits to literacy. Understanding words leads to understanding principles. Isn't it said that knowledge can alter one's destiny? When your master was your age, he was already recognized as a prodigy in the surrounding villages due to his ability to read. Li Ziyo wore a proud expression, while Tiger Girl listened with wide, sparkling eyes, asserting with determination, if master can do it, so can I. I too shall become a prodigy. Haha, splendid. Such ambition. Li Ziyo then drew several characters in the dirt with a branch, stating, these 3 characters represent my name, Li Ziyo. The other 3 are yours, Li Qingqing. He handed the branch to her, continuing, from this moment forth, during our rest, you shall write these 6 characters 10 times. He then produced a few fruits from his small space and declared, you may eat once you have completed your writing. After you finish, we shall continue our journey. While I cannot guarantee much, I assure you that you will not go hungry. Upon seeing the fruits, Tiger Girl's mouth watered. However, noticing her master's serious demeanor, she obediently began to write the 6 characters with the branch. Her initial attempts were crooked, but after several repetitions, they began to resemble proper characters. Li Ziyo nodded approvingly and handed her the fruits. Though this spirited girl approached tasks with fervor, she possessed a natural talent. She was both obedient and capable, which was quite commendable. Chapter 38. Modifying the breathing technique. Hunyu led the deer, upon whose back sat Li Ziyo, as they journeyed northward along the seashore for nearly half a month. During these days, a sense of melancholy gradually enveloped Li Ziyo. The breathing technique he practiced was inherently simple, consisting of only 2 phrases. In his leisure moments, he had imparted it in its entirety to Hunyu. Yet, the girl remained unable to grasp its essence. At times, she would mimic her master, sitting cross-legged and attempting to breathe. However, halfway through inhaling, her face would turn crimson and her throat would emit gurgling sounds. Upon glancing down, he would see her stomach protesting due to hunger. Occasionally, when she finally managed to calm herself, the sea breeze would waft the fragrance of wild fruits towards her. With a twitch of her nose, she would leap from the stone to gather them, utterly abandoning any semblance of breathing practice. He had even attempted to lead her in savoring the morning dew and the essence of dawn. Just as the first light of day broke, he would sit with her facing the glow, urging her to absorb the refreshing dew and the gentle warmth of the clouds. Yet, after merely a quarter of an hour, Hunyu would be rubbing her stomach and shaking her head, exclaiming, Master, the wind is cold, the dew is damp, but it does not quell my hunger. Turning her gaze, she would spot a few red fruits nestled in the grass, promptly reaching out to pluck them and swallowing them whole. Only after a few bites would she smile in satisfaction, declaring, this is much more reliable. Seeing her contented expression deepened Li Ziyo's gloom. While others could sustain themselves for 3 to 5 days on a single spiritual fruit, Hunyu could devour half a basket in one sitting and still insist she was unsated. Relying on the dew and dawn to cultivate natural power? To her, it was sheer fantasy. How could it be that such a simple mantra eluded her? He found himself pondering deeply. In his own youth, he had mastered it effortlessly, feeling the flow of energy coursing through his body with every breath. Yet Hunyu seemed akin to an unyielding stone, impervious to warmth. No matter how often he recited the mantra or demonstrated the movements, there remained an invisible barrier between them. This girl possessed astonishing strength. Just days prior, as they crossed a shallow stream, the deer had slipped into the mud. With a mere tug, she had effortlessly pulled the deer back on a solid ground. Surely, he could not allow her to remain merely a physically robust companion. Li Ziyo gazed at the surging waves in the distance, feeling a tumult of emotions. He had considered introducing her to martial arts, yet he felt that the breathing technique was superior. It was disheartening to think that he could succeed where Hunyu could not. Was he truly a mere fluke? Did this world offer no path but martial arts, no other means to replicate his own success? After much contemplation, Li Ziyo resolved to uncover the root of the problem. As the sun began its descent, he pointed to a large rock nearby and instructed, Hunyu, go sit on that stone and practice the breathing technique as I taught you. Hunyu, with a reluctant expression, replied, Master, can we not skip this? Following your method, I am always hungry. You promised I would be well fed, surely. You cannot expect me to subsist on nothing. Li Ziyo, wearing a serious expression, gazed at her pitiful demeanor and, unable to bear it, reassured her, "Very well. This shall be the last time. How could I allow you to go hungry? Remember, it was you who insisted I would not coddle you." Tiger Nyo nimbly ascended the large stone, facing the crimson sun, and began her breathing exercises. Li Zio immediately extended his consciousness to observe her practice, only to discover that she was unable to absorb any energy from nature. However, he was taken aback to find a small reservoir of energy within her body, remarkably similar to his own natural power. Confused, Li Zio pondered the situation of his tiger disciple. Was she a prodigy, capable of absorbing natural energy without the need for meditation? No, he must have overlooked something. Suddenly struck by an idea, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Could it be the effect of the spirit fruit? Tiger Nyo has such a large appetite. I can't provide her with food every day. Moreover, the spirit fruit has the added benefit of staving off hunger. While an ordinary person might be satiated for several days after consumption, a few pieces would surely suffice for Tiger Nyo. To simplify matters, I decided to let her eat as much as she wanted. The energy within her must be the residual energy from the spirit fruit. Yet, this is not a sustainable solution. If she does not refine it, the energy will gradually dissipate, let alone be utilized." An epiphany struck Li Zio. This could be simpler than he thought. The meditation method was meant to draw energy from nature, but the energy already resided within her. She merely lacked the knowledge to refine it. While prolonged accumulation might pose risks, if he could devise a method to refine this energy, it would allow her to continually obtain sustenance through eating while also digesting the energy accumulated within her. This would be a twofold advantage, freeing her from the pressure of practicing an unfamiliar meditation technique, perfectly aligning with her natural disposition. Li Zio called out to Tiger Nyo to halt her activities and presented her with a heap of spirit fruits, saying, "Tiger Nyo, no need to practice anymore. Eat to your heart's content." Upon seeing the vibrant assortment of red and green fruits, her eyes sparkled like stars, and rubbing her hands together, she grinned. Thank you, Master." Without hesitation, she lunged forward, seizing the largest fruit and stuffing it into her mouth, juice dripping down her chin. Li Zio promptly extended his consciousness, observing her as she devoured the spirit fruit, thereby confirming his hypothesis. He focused on her breathing rhythm as she swallowed, comparing it with his original meditation technique. And after several attempts, he devised a gentle method. This was no longer mere meditation. It resembled the art of consuming energy. By aligning her breathing with her chewing and swallowing rhythm, he could enable her to digest the newly ingested energy while gradually dispersing the residual energy embedded within her, integrating it into her bones and muscles, truly making it a part of her being. Having solidified his idea, Li Zio settled beside Tiger Nyo, guarding the pile of fruits with one hand. She looked up with a wary expression and queried, "Master, you really want to go back on your word about these fruits, will you?" Li Zio lightly tapped her on the head, replying with a hint of exasperation, "Do you think I am that kind of person? How petty do you imagine me to be?" He then shifted the conversation, "Tiger Nyo, do you think you will ever wish to practice that previous method again?" Hu Nyo nodded eagerly, her mouth stuffed with fruit, mumbling, "No more practice, no more practice. It not only fails to satiate, but leaves me hungrier." The master replied, "I promise you, I shall no longer compel you to practice that." Li Zio chuckled, "However, when you eat fruit in the future, you must follow my method of breathing. All right." As he spoke, he leisurely retrieved a spirit fruit from his sleeve, swallowing it slowly while adjusting his breath. His chest gently rose and fell with each inhalation and exhalation, deliberately slowing the rhythm for her to observe. Hu Nyo glanced twice, pouting in complaint, "Oh master, this is too cumbersome. It's just eating a fruit, why all the fuss?" Li Zio did not respond but instead shushed her, asking, "Do you hear anything?" Preoccupied with her fruit, Hu Nyo shook her head vaguely. "No, nothing." Li Zio casually plucked a blade of grass from the nearby thicket and blew into it. The clear melody had barely begun when several small sparrows, which had been resting on the tree, suddenly fluttered down. They cocked their heads to glance and then directly landed on his shoulder, hopping about, their wings brushing against his earlobe. Master, look, little birds." Hu Nyo's eyes widened in astonishment, forgetting to chew the fruit in her mouth. Li Zio smiled gently, tilting his head as he lightly touched the small bird on his shoulder with his fingertip. "Would you like to learn? Once you master it, not only will the birds become affectionate towards you, but you might even comprehend their chirping." Hu Nyo swallowed the fruit with a gulp, her hand loosening as she reached out to catch the bird, nodding eagerly, "Yes, master, I want to learn right now." "Then listen to me, and I guarantee you will learn in no time." Observing Hu Nyo's cheerful demeanor, Li Zio made a decision in his heart. This method, reliant on consuming spirit fruits, draws energy from food, distinctly different from the previous breath regulation technique. It suited her nature of gluttony while elucidating the path to refining spirit fruits. Thus, it shall be named Swallowing Spirit Method. Chapter 39. Fish Soup. Boating. After more than a month of journeying from a quaint fishing village, the master and apprentice had traversed a considerable distance. During this time, Hunyo had made remarkable progress, having nearly mastered the characters along the roadside. What delighted Li Zio further was the girl's remarkable intuition. She grasped the art of spirit control with enviable speed, particularly excelling in her interactions with birds. However, her attempts at talisman drawing displayed a distinct lack of talent, often leaving her in a state of disarray. Coupled with their constant travels lacking a stable resting place, Li Zio eventually ceased his attempts to teach her. As Li Zio rode ahead on his spotted deer, he noticed that Hunyo had fallen behind. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a flock of sparrows chirping around her. Some perched on her shoulders while others pecked at the crumbs in her palm. She stood on tiptoe, hesitant to move, her eyes squinting in delight as she played with the birds. Hunyo, you've fallen quite far behind your master, Li Zio called out, urging her to catch up. Oh, master, I understand. I'll be right there, Hunyo replied in a robust voice, yet her feet remained planted, fearful of startling the sparrows. Li Zio, exasperated, raised his voice. Hurry. It seems there are people gathered ahead. Perhaps there is something delicious to be had. Delicious? Hunyo's ears perked up, and as she loosened her grip, the sparrows took flight. Not caring for her loss, she dashed towards her master, calling out, Wait for me, master. I'm coming. Upon nearing the gathering, they observed a cluster of about 10 people at the intersection. A fish vendor was calling out, the mingling scents of fish and salt wafting through the air. Nearby stood a makeshift inn, its chimney releasing a plume of thick smoke. Hunyo leaned closer, her nose nearly touching the doorframe of the inn, captivated by the enticing aroma of fish soup emanating from a steaming pot inside. She hurried back to the deer, seized the reins, and looked up at Li Zio with a sweet smile. Master, are you hungry? There's delicious fish soup inside. Ah, as you wish, Li Zio chuckled. Dismounting, the duo tethered the deer beside the inn and entered, bantering cheerfully. As they crossed the threshold, a rich scent of fish enveloped them, accompanied by warmth. A white-bearded elder sat by the stove, stirring a bubbling pot of milky fish soup with a long ladle. Upon noticing their entrance, he looked up to see a refined young Daoist and a little acolyte with 2 horned braids. The elder promptly set down his ladle, wiped his hands on his apron, and beamed. Can the Daoist drink fish soup, or shall it only be for this little acolyte? Having lived long and seen much, he inquired further, unsure if the young Daoist had any dietary restrictions. Li Zio, with a courteous bow, replied, Elder, this Daoist has no dietary prohibitions. I shall take 2 bowls. Splendid. The elder responded cheerfully, retrieving 2 large coarse porcelain bowls from beside the stove. He lifted the pot lid and ladled out generous portions, sprinkling them with scallions and a pinch of salt. The steam obscured the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and the freshly caught pomfret, simmered for 2 hours, was a delight to behold. Hunyo tiptoed to the edge of the table. Upon seeing the old man bring over a bowl, she did not wait for Li Zio to speak and swiftly took a large sip from the bowl. The scalding liquid made her stick out her tongue, yet she mumbled, Hot, but still fragrant. The old man chuckled at her antics and stroked his beard, inquiring, How old is the little Taoist? Not afraid of the fatigue from roaming with the master? I'm almost 6. Hunyo leaned the bowl closer to her mouth again, exclaiming, Not tired. Master treats me to delicious food and lets me play with little birds. Li Zio shook his head in resignation and took a sip from his own bowl. The sweet freshness of the fish mixed with the aroma of ginger danced on his palate, truly a testament to authentic cooking. He turned to the old man, saying, Elder, are there fishing boats nearby that carry passengers? The old man shook his head and gently stirred the soup pot with a long spoon, responding, Most do not carry passengers. Either they venture far and cannot return in a short time, or the boats are too small, leaving no room for others. He paused, suddenly slapping his thigh as if recalling something important. Ah, it's quite the coincidence. The boat of old man Yu has been docked on the eastern mudflat these past few days. He and his grandson have a moderately sized boat, usually good for carrying passengers. However, this time they are heading straight to Qing County and 1TB returning here. Qing County. Li Zio's eyes brightened, and he pushed his bowl forward again, saying, We are just about to go to Qing County. What a coincidence. With fish still in her mouth, Hunyo chimed in. Qing County. Is there good food there? The old man chuckled again, pointing towards the east outside the inn. Follow this path towards the sea, and you will soon spot old man U.S. boat. It's easy to recognize, with a patch of blue cloth on the sail. Just call out Uncle Yu when you arrive. and someone will respond. Thank you for your guidance, Elder, Li Zio said with a respectful gesture, casting a knowing glance at Hunyo. She quickly finished the soup in her bowl, wiped her mouth, and dashed towards the door, exclaiming, Master, let us go. Time to board the boat. Li Zio placed a half piece of silver on the table and, without waiting for his change, hurried after Hunyo. Just a few steps out, he heard the old man calling from behind. Oh dear, you've given too much, young Daoist. I still need to give you change. Li Zio turned back and waved his hand, noticing Hunyo had already bounced far ahead. He shook his head in amusement and quickened his pace. Just as the old man had mentioned, Old Man U.S. boat was indeed easy to identify. After walking along the small path for a short while, they spotted a wooden boat anchored on the mudflat, its sail rolled up on the mast. The conspicuous blue patch stood out vividly in the evening sunlight. A dark-skinned man was mending a fishing net by the boat, and upon seeing the two approach, he straightened up and called out, Are you looking for Old Man Yu? Indeed, I am a little Taoist seeking to inquire about boarding the boat to Qing County, Li Zio replied with a respectful gesture. I am Yu Zhuang, Old Man Yu's son, the man said, grinning broadly before shouting into the cabin, Father, we have guests. An elderly man, of similar age to the innkeeper, emerged from the cabin. With a coarse porcelain bowl in hand, the old man squinted and smiled upon seeing Li Zio and his disciple. Going to Qing County? What a coincidence. Young Taoist, come aboard. I've just cooked some shrimp, best to enjoy them while they're hot. Without a hint of hesitation, the old man patted the boat's side and said, Though this vessel may seem small, it is quite spacious inside. Accommodating one more person is no trouble at all. Li Zio took a closer look, and indeed, the boat was rather sizable. It measured a full 8 meters in length, with a deck laid with sturdy wooden planks, and the cabin even featured small compartments. The little girl, Hunyo, was irresistibly drawn to the fragrant aroma of shrimp wafting from the cabin. Meanwhile, the cicadere hesitated as it stepped onto the boat, pausing momentarily on the deck before cautiously following. Eventually, it settled down in a corner, its ears perked up in vigilance. Both the old man and his son were straightforward individuals. Aware that Li Zio was a Taoist priest, they refrained from prying further. Instead, they busied themselves laying down clean straw mats in the compartments and brought out some preserved fish to satisfy Hunyo's cravings. The son, Yu Zhuang, who was more talkative, squatted on the deck and said to Li Zio, Taoist, do not underestimate our boat. It can weather storms. Last time we went to Qing County, we encountered a minor tempest but managed to dock safely. With her mouth full of dried fish, Hunyo mumbled, as long as it's faster than walking. We can arrive in Qing County sooner to enjoy the delicious food. The old man chuckled and handed her a roasted oyster, saying, Once we reach Qing County, let your master take you to Xianxia to savor their mackerel dumplings. That is truly delightful. Li Zio expressed his gratitude with a smile, observing Hunyo engaging animatedly with Yu Zhuang. The cicadere also gradually relaxed. Chapter 40. Sea Fishing. Diving into the sea. Uncle Yu is indeed an expert at handling boats. The past few days have been smooth sailing. He is also quite loquacious, sharing with Li Zio numerous tales from his years on the sea. Uncle Yu is amiable and particularly kind to Hunyo, often preparing delicious meals for her. The ingredients sourced from the ocean are exceptionally fresh, and Hunyo relishes every bite. Each time she encounters Uncle Yu, she beams with a broad grin, revealing her little tiger tooth, which only adds to her charm and brings laughter to Uncle Yu. As the fishing boat ventured into deeper waters, Uncle Yu has been especially busy these last couple of days. As dawn light spilled over the vessel's edge, he crouched at the bow, testing the water temperature. His fingertips sifted through the sand to gauge the current, humming an old tune, while his compass spun with remarkable swiftness. Suddenly, he heard a dull roar from the distant waves, prompting him to straighten up, lower the foresail. Yu Zhuang was already poised with the oar, and upon hearing his father's command, he pushed off the deck, gripping the coarse hemp rope tightly, leaving red marks on his palm. Once the boat steadied, Uncle Yu pointed to the left front. Cast the net here. The ribbon fish are plentiful. Li Zio, holding Hunyo, stood by the edge of the cabin, observing as the father and son worked in perfect synchronization, one anchoring while the other cast the net. Their movements were precise, more so than the performances on the shore. The sea breeze delighted Hunyo, who clapped her hands and shouted, Fish! Fish! This drew a smile from Yu Zhuang, nearly causing him to lose grip on the net. Being an amateur, Li Zio was of little help. The two fishermen were engrossed in retrieving the net and organizing their catch, leaving him to take Hunyo to the stern of the boat. He extracted a segment of a spiritual fruit branch from a small compartment. The branch curved gracefully, and from its tip emanated a faint azure energy. As he drew out a silken thread, He also procured a round and fragrant fruit. When he crushed it, a sweet aroma wafted into the air. Xianxia watched eagerly. Are we going to catch big fish? Her eyes widened as her little hands grasped the boat's railing, observing him hang the fragrant fruit on the hook. The silken thread slipped silently into the water, and just as it sank 3 feet down, the line suddenly tightened. With a flick of his wrist, a silver arc broke the surface, revealing a half-foot-long golden-scaled fish. As it flopped on the deck, its scales shimmered, prompting Xianxia to exclaim in delight. She reached out to grab it, only to be splashed with water from the fish's tail. However, in the subsequent attempts, the silken thread remained motionless beneath the water, as if the fish had all taken refuge. After 3 tries, the spiritual fruit branch bent and straightened, yielding no response. He switched out the fragrant fruit 3 times, yet not even a small fry graced his hook. Scratching his head, he pondered the branch in his hand. Could it be that my novice protection period has expired? Xianxia had long lost her initial excitement. Her small body swayed slightly before leaning against Li Zio's leg, her eyelids gradually drooping. Looking down at Xianxia resting against him, an idea struck Li Zio. He still possessed the technique, and now seemed the perfect moment to teach it to Xianxia. Gently patting her, he said, Xianxia, my dear, I shall teach you the spirit binding technique. Wake up now? Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately perked up, raising her head and mumbling, Spirit fruit tree? What spirit fruit? Where's the master? I want to eat. Li Zio cast a disapproving glance at her and remarked, Eating, that is all you think about. What I speak of is the spirit wrapping technique, with wrapping as in to envelop, not the fruit you are imagining. Upon hearing this, Xianxia drooped her head, her enthusiasm markedly diminished. Recognizing her lack of interest, Li Zio understood that teaching her at this moment would be futile. Suddenly struck by an idea, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his robe and pressed it against Xianxia's forehead. Instantly, the talisman disintegrated into ashes, and Xianxia's eyes widened as if she had awakened a new perception. Through the surface of the sea, she could see fish swimming about, which piqued her interest. Li Zio gestured towards the fish and inquired, Would you like to dive into the water and play with these fish? Xianxia eagerly nodded, her face filled with anticipation. However, you are not ready yet. You cannot hold your breath for too long underwater. Should you plunge into the sea, you would likely become a meal for the fish. And even if you were retrieved, you would merely be a piece of fish droppings. Master, you are so cruel, Xianxia retorted, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Li Zio chuckled. Do not be hasty. According to my method, once you master the spirit wrapping technique, you will be free to explore the depths of the sea. Xianxia nodded earnestly. Master, I wish to learn. I certainly do not want to become fish droppings. Li Zio carefully guided her. Xianxia, calm your mind and close your eyes. Focus on the small points of light within you. Can you sense them? Yes, Master, I can feel them. There are so many little points of light. Wonderful. Now, attempt to communicate with them and instruct them to envelop your body. All right, Master. It was evident that Xianxia possessed an innate talent for the spirit wrapping technique, as she quickly grasped the foundational principles. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, puffed out her chest, and exclaimed, Master, look, I have learned. As she raised her hand, a faint azure glow enveloped her, akin to a delicate veil. Now reward me. She tugged at Li Zio's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Li Zio, amused by her antics, produced 3 glistening red spirit fruits from his spatial pouch. Xianxia's eyes widened in delight as she snatched them and stuffed them into her mouth, her cheeks bulging as she mumbled, Sweet. You are the best, Master. Li Zio nodded with a smile. Very well, go play in the sea, but do not wander too far. Xianxia, unable to contain her excitement, plunged into the water with a splash, sending droplets cascading onto the deck. Li Zio shook his head in resignation as he observed the ripples spreading across the surface. Well, there goes the chance of catching any fish. They have all been frightened away. The commotion startled the father and son of the Yu family at the other end of the deck. Old Yu dropped the fishing net he had been holding. Yu Zhuang halted his task of sorting the catch, and both hurried over, their faces filled with concern. Daoist, what has happened? Old Yu inquired, his voice tense. Is it possible the child fell into the sea? What shall we do? Li Zio waved his hand reassuringly. Do not worry, Old Yu. I am merely teaching her a skill. She is safe. Yu Zhuang, still frowning, pressed. But the child is so small, and the waves are fierce. Is she truly all right? Brother, have faith. Li Zio chuckled. How could a child by the sea lack swimming skills? Besides, as their master, I would never let my disciple come to harm. Old man Yu gazed intently at the surface of the sea for a moment, then suddenly tugged at his son's sleeve and whispered, The young Taoist possesses genuine skill. Let us not complicate matters. We should return to our tasks. With that, He led the still somewhat apprehensive Yu Zhuang back to the pile of fishing nets. In the water, Hunyu splashed about, enveloped in a pale azure glow, resembling a small bubble dancing amidst the waves. Spotting a school of silver fish swimming by, she reached out to catch them. As her fingertips brushed against the fish, the school dispersed in a flurry, startling her into a fit of giggles. She noticed a half-buried colorful shell in the sand and promptly stepped on it. With a crunch, it shattered, prompting her to crouch down and sift through the fragments. Her fingers then encountered a slippery object, which she lifted to reveal a sea urchin, causing her to recoil in surprise. The sea urchin rolled into a cluster of coral, startling a few small shrimp. She chased after the shrimp, but suddenly felt something hard beneath her foot. Looking down, she discovered a round stone and, with a swift kick, sent it crashing into the school of fish, causing them to scatter in all directions. Unfazed, she reached for the swaying seaweed, leaped onto a starfish, and exclaimed, "Got you. Don't run away." The glow surrounding her flickered in tandem with her movements, resembling a little lantern pursuing the fish and shrimp. Hunyu was thoroughly enjoying herself in the water. At one moment, she was chasing a glowing jellyfish, and at another, she squatted beside the coral reef, counting the patterns on the small fish. Her tiny hands occasionally poked at the sluggish sea cucumber, which prompted the soft creature to retract abruptly, eliciting laughter as she splashed the water. Aboard the vessel, Li Zio remained focused on the surface of the sea, his gaze akin to an invisible thread, firmly tethered to Hunyu's pale azure glow. He concentrated a faint thread of natural energy at his fingertips, ready to extend like a vine into the depths of the ocean. Observing Hunyu pursuing a strangely shaped fish deeper into the sea, he furrowed his brow and called out gently, "Hunyu, come back." The glow hesitated momentarily before swiftly changing direction, and Hunyu's little head emerged from the water, proudly holding up a fist-sized conch shell, exclaiming, "Master, look. It makes a sound." Li Zio nodded and called out, "Once you've had your fill of fun, come back up. You haven't fully mastered the spirit wrapping technique yet, so take care." The glow in the water spun playfully, as if in a show of affection. Hunyu mumbled her understanding and slowly began to drift back toward the boat. Chapter 41. The dock. The turmoil during this period. I am immensely grateful to Uncle Yu for his care. As a wanderer, I possess little of value, save for this small pill, which I crafted with my own hands. Uncle Yu, having toiled at sea for many years, has accumulated numerous ailments. This humble pill may provide some relief. I hope you do not despise it. Li Zio extracted a small porcelain vial from his possession and directly handed it to Uncle Yu. No, young Daoist. This is unacceptable. We cannot accept offerings from practitioners." Uncle Yu hastily waved his hand, attempting to return the vial. "This trinket holds little worth. It is merely a token of my appreciation. Would you truly turn away my goodwill? How could I possibly accept such kindness? Dazhang, quickly bring out that bag of dried fish from the house, so our young Daoist may indulge on the journey." Upon hearing his father's command, Dazhang promptly retrieved a bag of prepared dried fish from the boat and handed it to Hunyu. She beamed with joy as she accepted it, casting a furtive glance at her master. Li Zio sighed. "Very well. If it pleases you, keep it. Thank you for your kindness, uncle. May our paths cross again. Safe travels, young Daoist." As Li Zio led Hunyu, who held the reins of the spotted deer, they waved goodbye while calling back, "Farewell. May your future voyages be smooth sailing." Master, this Qing County dock is truly bustling," Hunyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Having never ventured beyond the small fishing village, this vibrant dock was a sight to behold, overwhelming her senses. Li Zio, now mounted upon the spotted deer, ambled leisurely along, while Hunyu, holding the reins, gazed around in awe, brimming with curiosity. Suddenly, Li Zio sensed that the deer had halted. Turning back, he discovered Hunyu transfixed by an elderly vendor selling candied hawthorns, her feet unwilling to move. Thanks to Li Zio's attentive guidance, Hunyu's training had yielded some progress. Her strength had multiplied significantly, allowing her to restrain the deer effortlessly. Gently patting the deer's back, Li Zio encouraged it to turn toward the vendor. "Good sir, I would like 2 skewers of candied hawthorns." "Certainly, young Daoist." The vendor cheerfully handed over 2 skewers as Hunyu tiptoed to receive them, amusing the vendor, who praised her cleverness. Seated atop the deer, Li Zio produced 2 copper coins and offered them to the vendor. Hunyu, now licking her candied hawthorn, continued forward, only to soon find herself captivated by a commotion. A crowd had gathered, animatedly chattering, creating an atmosphere of excitement. Hunyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and before she realized it, the reins slipped from her grasp, her small frame twisting toward the throng. Li Zio chuckled softly from the deer's back, choosing not to intervene. After all, children should be encouraged to explore the wonders of the world. It would broaden her horizons. His gaze swept over the crowd, revealing the scene within. It was two young disciples from a nearby sect, engaged in a spirited contest to win the favor of their junior sister. Their faces flushed and voices raised as their swords clashed with a resounding clang. The moves appeared flashy, yet were utterly merciless. The two individuals were clad in identical indigo attire, adorned with silver-threaded cloud patterns along the lapels. Their long swords, also crafted according to the sect standards, featured ebony sheaths complemented by deep blue tassels, presenting a striking uniformity. The previously boisterous crowd suddenly fell silent, as if a spell had been cast. All sounds hushed. The senior brother struck with swift and brutal precision, each blow aimed directly at the junior brother's vital points. The junior brother gritted his teeth in defense, yet was perpetually a beat behind, finding it increasingly arduous to parry. Before long, the senior brother seized upon a flaw, twisting his wrist to deliver a diagonal thrust. The junior brother, in a panic, attempted to block, but was met with such force that his hands went numb. With a resounding clang, his sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Frozen in place, the junior brother's face turned ashen. The senior brother stood poised, sword in hand, his gaze icy. The surrounding atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the girl, squeezed between the crowd, gazed at the fallen sword and suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter was particularly jarring, causing the junior brother's already flushed face to redden further. Hearing her abrupt mirth was akin to igniting a firecracker. He whipped around, glaring fiercely at the girl. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, sensing the ire of the sect's disciple boiling over. He bent down to retrieve his sword, disregarding any notions of martial decorum, and bellowed toward the girl amidst the throng. "Who is this wild girl, daring to mock me?" The cold glint of his sword bore down on her, leaving the girl stunned, her candied hawthorn skewer tumbling to the ground. Instinctively, she raised her slender arms to shield her face. The long sword swung viciously toward her arm. Had it been anyone else, that limb would likely have been severed. However, an unnoticed pale blue aura enveloped her arm just in time. With a resounding crash, the sword wielded by the sect's disciple shattered upon impact. Not only the junior brother, but even the senior brother who had just been engaged in combat, along with the sister standing nearby, were rendered speechless by the spectacle. An instant of profound silence ensued, and only then did the girl react, bursting into tears. Her sobs mingled with the remnants of the uncleaned sugar syrup from the hawthorn. The crowd, previously intent on witnessing the spectacle, now scattered in alarm, fearing that the noble youth would strike again. In an instant, only 5 individuals remained on the street. Li Zio, mounted upon a spotted deer, remained the most composed. Although the recent strike could be deemed a sneak attack, he had been vigilant. The martial world was treacherous. Even if the girl could not withstand the blow, a lesson learned might not be entirely disadvantageous. With his medical prowess, he was confident that whether her arm was severed or her face marred, he could restore her to her former self. Moreover, his teaching of the girl the spirit-wrapping technique was not intended for frivolous pursuits, but rather as a means of self-preservation. This incident unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The senior brother reacted swiftly, realizing the scene might escalate into calamity. His immediate thought was that both the young Taoist and the wailing child were practitioners of the Tao. There were essentially 2 types of Taoists, those of genuine sects and those who were charlatans. The abilities of this young child were evidently rooted in secretive Taoist arts, making it clear they could not be mere impostors. In the martial world, the Taoists were the most united, wielding the highest authority, and no one wished to provoke them. The junior brother, however, thought little of it, secretly relieved that no true harm had come to pass. Moments ago, I was engulfed in a fit of rage, and now, a lingering sense of trepidation compels me to scrutinize the Daoist priest before me. Although the rivalry between my junior brother and myself was sparked by our mutual affection for our younger sister, she remains blissfully unaware. Finding the sight of the little Daoist boy, his face flushed from tears, rather endearing. "Please, esteemed Daoist, do not take offense. My junior brother and I were merely engaged in a friendly sparring match when he inadvertently harmed your disciple. I am here to offer my sincerest apologies, and I kindly ask for your understanding." My senior brother interjected hastily, adding, "We, the 3 disciples of the Qingjian sect, are affiliated with the Jingtao Mountain Manor. May I inquire to which sect you belong? I shall promptly seek the elders of my sect to extend our apologies to you." He exchanged a knowing glance with his junior brother and sister, eager to extricate themselves from the situation. "Hold on." The spotted deer took a few steps forward. while Li Zio regarded the senior brother with a discerning gaze. You claim to be of the Qingjian sect? Indeed. I implore you, esteemed Daoist, to temper your anger in light of Jingtao Mountain Manor's reputation. However, at that moment, the junior brother leaned in closer to his senior brother, whispering urgently, Senior brother, you have misjudged. This young Daoist riding the deer is merely an ordinary person, devoid of any martial prowess. Initially worried about the trouble they might have caused, he now felt a wave of relief wash over him. In his eyes, they were inherently superior to the common folk, and any traces of regret evaporated in an instant. Chapter 42. A call for help, a severed arm silence. The senior brother glared fiercely at the junior, his voice laced with authority. Li Zio dismounted from the deer's back and approached Hunyu, attempting to console her. Do not weep. I have long told you that following me would entail enduring considerable hardships. Is this too much for you? Upon hearing this, Hunyu quickly wiped her tears and sniffled, declaring, I can endure hardships. I shall not cry. I am not aggrieved. Li Zio glanced at the candied hawthorn that had fallen to the ground and, casting her a sidelong look, remarked, If you feel wronged, just speak up. I shall buy you 2 more skewers later. He then produced 2 spirit fruits and handed them to her, saying, Here, have these to quell your hunger. Hunyu eagerly accepted the fruits and began to munch on them, her previous grievances evidently dissipating. Turning his attention back to the senior brother, Li Zio reiterated his inquiry. You claim to belong to the Qingjian sect? Indeed. But please, enough of your rambling, Li Zio interrupted. Does the Qingjian sect have any connection to Qing County? Yes. Our sect is named after our settlement in Qing County. Enough. Go summon your people, Li Zio commanded. The senior brother appeared bewildered. Summon whom? Bring every member of your sect here. The senior brother hesitated, but the junior brother unleashed a torrent of insults. You little Taoist. Do you think you can afford to be insolent? Hurry and lead this wild child away. You dared to mock just now. Before he could finish, a peachwood sword flew towards him with a whoosh. The junior brother was immediately struck down, his body crumpling as if hit by a heavy blow, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a dying pig, collapsing to the ground. The junior sister rushed over to examine him, her face pale with fear as she shook her head at the senior brother. His bones are shattered. He is left a cripple. Enough of your prattle. Li Zio shot a glance at the senior brother. Was my previous statement unclear? He extended a finger, a faint glow gathering at its tip. You have 1 hour. If your sect's members do not arrive by then, there will be no need for their continued existence. Seeing this, the senior brother dared not delay, scrambling away towards the sect in a panicked hurry. The junior sister crouched beside her fallen companion, watching him writhe on the ground, his face as pale as a sheet. Yet, she dared not speak further, stealing glances at Li Zio, her eyes wide with trepidation. After devouring the spirit fruit, Hunyu sidled up to Li Zio and tugged at his sleeve, asking, Master, will many people truly come? Li Zio patted her head, remaining silent as he gazed towards the direction of the Qingjian sect. Nearby, a Sika deer leisurely flicked its tail, occasionally scratching the ground with its hooves, as if confident that its master would emerge victorious. In less than half an hour, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from afar, causing the stone-paved road to resonate. Hunyu clung to Li Zio's arm, peering intently as a dense throng approached. All were clad in indigo uniforms, their swords at their waists identical to those of the earlier brothers. Leading the procession was a middle-aged man with a solemn demeanor, followed closely by 4 companions of similar aura. At the rear, 2 disciples carried a bamboo chair, upon which sat an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. With half-closed eyes, he held a glistening walnut in his hand. Despite appearing aged and frail, an intimidating aura emanated from him. Zhao Lai, the leader of the Qingjian sect, accompanied by his disciples, approached the Taoist priest. The middle-aged sect leader came to a halt, his gaze sweeping over the prostrate disciple on the ground before settling on Li Zio. When he clasped his fists in greeting, his knuckles turned slightly pale. Li Zio glanced at the elderly man seated on the bamboo chair and spoke coolly. Is everyone present? Zhao Lai's expression shifted subtly, and just as he was about to respond, the old man abruptly opened his eyes. His voice was rough, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. This young Taoist, despite his tender age, strikes with remarkable ferocity. Has my incompetent disciple wronged you in any way? Before he could finish, the old man's aura surged dramatically, radiating the oppressive presence of a peak second-tier martial artist, causing the surrounding air to seem to solidify. Under this pressure, Hunyu instinctively shrank back behind Li Zio. To live so long yet remain ignorant of such basic truths, how lamentable. All that cultivation wasted on a fool, perhaps it is best left to wither. With a gentle wave of his hand, Li Zio dissipated the old man's entire cultivation rendering it null and void. The elder sprang from the bamboo chair, his complexion turning ashen, akin to cold ashes. The walnut in his hand fell to the ground, shattering upon impact. Over 100 pairs of eyes bore witness to this spectacle, not daring to breathe. Seeing this, Zhao Lai shouted earnestly, "I implore the Taoist to show mercy. It is all my fault. I have failed in my duties and have offended you." "Enough, he has wronged my cherished disciple," Li Ziyo remarked, patting Hunyu on the head. Not missing a beat, Hunyu flashed her little tiger teeth, returning a fierce look towards Zhao Lai. Indeed, the Taoist speaks wisely. Please state your demands, and I shall comply," Zhao Lai said, eager to placate. Li Ziyo nodded appreciatively, praising, "Truly, as expected of a sect leader, you are quite perceptive." He then extended a finger. Zhao Lai inhaled deeply and ventured, 10,000 taels. After a moment of hesitation, he resolutely affirmed, "As you say, 10,000 taels it shall be." 10,000 taels? Huh. Your Qingjian sect has certainly siphoned enough from the people of Qing County, Li Ziyo replied, shaking his head. "I believe, sect leader Zhao, you have misunderstood. As a wandering Taoist, what would I do with such a sum?" Zhao Lai felt a flicker of hope. Could this Taoist be benevolent? But then he heard the astonishing words from the young priest. "Since you have struck my disciple with a sword, the Qingjian sect shall sever an arm in recompense, and we shall consider the matter closed." A middle-aged man beside Zhao Lai, whose aura matched his own, immediately panicked and protested. How could the Qingjian sect sever an arm? That is utterly impossible. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than his own cultivation dissipated, leaving him weak and collapsing to the ground. "Do I need to negotiate with you?" Li Ziyo pointed at the disciple sprawled on the floor and stated, "He struck my disciple's shoulder with a sword. It is only fair that the Qingjian sect compensates my disciple with an arm." Zhao Lai gritted his teeth and spoke, "Daoist. Our Qingjian sect is comprised entirely of sword practitioners. To sever an arm, would that not be? It is of no consequence. I have not insisted that you must sever your right arm," Li Ziyo replied nonchalantly. "I am quite reasonable. I will count to 10. If any among you has not severed an arm, it is evidently a sign of disloyalty to the sect, and I shall simply revoke your cultivation. Moreover, I shall assist in purging the disloyal elements among you." Upon hearing this, some of the younger disciples immediately panicked and turned to flee. However, a mere glance from Li Ziyo rendered them powerless, their cultivation dissipating, leaving them as ordinary mortals. This sudden turn of events caused the remaining individuals to halt in their tracks. Zhao Lai clenched his jaw and ultimately made a decision. "I implore you to honor your word, Daoist." Li Ziyo waved his hand, lifted the girl Hunyo onto the back of a deer, and gently urged the creature to turn. He then stated, "I have always been a man of my word." 10, 9. Li Ziyo began to count. With his eyes closed, Zhao Lai drew his long sword from his waist and forcefully struck his left arm. From that moment forth, every member of the Qingjian sect severed an arm. Chapter 43. Fresh arrival. The affairs of the Qingjian sect had become irrelevant to Li Ziyo and his apprentice. Standing before the entrance of the fresh arrival establishment, Li Ziyo held the deer's reins and gazed up at the ebony plaque. His eyes lingered on a corner where a unique ingot symbol resided, and his brow arched slightly. What a coincidence it was that the fresh arrival, mentioned by Uncle Yu, belonged to the Luokai Manor. He had originally intended to sample the mackerel dumplings here, but now that he discovered it was indeed a property of Luokai Manor, he felt an even greater urge to explore within. Turning to the dazed Hunyu, who was perched upon the deer's back, he smiled and said, "Hunyu, come down." He nodded his chin. "Master will take you inside for some delicious treats." Hunyu's ears perked up, and she blinked her wide eyes. Upon hearing the words delicious treats, her spirit revived instantly. She eagerly spread her arms and leaned forward slightly. Observing her enthusiasm, Li Ziyo chuckled and gently lifted her down, placing her on the ground. Hunyu immediately tilted her face upward and inquired, "Delicious? Is it better than the candied hawthorn we just had?" She pouted her lips and tugged at her master's sleeve, stretching her voice. That candied hawthorn fell to the ground after just one bite. Her expression clearly reminded him, "Master, you promised to make it up to me." Li Ziyo was amused by her antics. With a flick of his sleeve, he replied confidently, "What is a candied hawthorn? Master will treat you to pastries and those fragrant mackerel dumplings." Hunyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, regardless of whether it was mackerel dumplings or pastries, if Master deemed it delicious. It must be so. She eagerly stood on her toes to peek into the shop and then grasped Li Ziyo's hand, pulling him toward the entrance. "Master, let us hurry." The attentive attendant at the door noticed the Taoist priest with the deer and the little acolyte atop its back standing for a moment. He quickly approached with a beaming smile, cupping his hands in greeting. "Are you here for a meal, esteemed priest? This little deer looks lively, Leave it to me, and I shall take good care of it. Li Zio nodded, gently patting the deer's neck with his fingertips, and addressed the attendant. Thank you. Please prepare some fine vegetables for it. It's named Xianxia and has a fondness for fruits, so do include some fresh ones as well. The attendant's smile immediately faltered. He had anticipated merely leading the deer to the backyard and feeding it some hay. But the request for vegetables and fruits was beyond the ordinary treatment for livestock. As a mere servant, he dared not make such decisions on his own. Li Zio seemed to sense the attendant's predicament. He retrieved a token inscribed with the words Luokai from his sleeve and presented it before him. Do you recognize this item? If you are uncertain, feel free to inform your master. His tone remained calm, devoid of any hint of impatience, yet it carried an undeniable authority. As the attendant's gaze fell upon the token, his face blanched, and his previous hesitation vanished like mist. He quickly bowed, accepting the token with both hands and returning it cautiously. Lowering himself further, he spoke with a tremor of respect and fear. I recognize it. Of course I do. It appears a distinguished guest has arrived. The attendant, with a lack of discernment, gestured for the two of you to step inside and take a seat. He would promptly summon the innkeeper to personally attend to you. With that, he refrained from mentioning the matter of looking after the deer again. Turning swiftly to enter the establishment, his pace noticeably hastened, anxious not to offend the esteemed Daoist holding the token. Li Zio observed the attendant's hurried retreat into the inn, then glanced down at the docile Xianxia at his feet, his brow slightly furrowed. He gently patted the deer's neck and said to Hui beside him, "Let us linger for a moment. This is a place for dining. We should lead Xianxia inside. It would be unseemly to disturb the other guests." Hui, seemingly grasping the essence of his words, nodded while clutching the hem of her master's robe, her curious eyes darting toward the inn. Although eager to indulge in delightful delicacies, she obediently adhered to her master's counsel. Before long, the attendant returned, accompanied by a rather portly innkeeper who approached with brisk steps. The innkeeper greeted them with a courteous bow, his demeanor polite, yet appropriately measured. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please, come inside." His gaze swept over the reins in Li Zio's hand, taking note of the gentle Xianxia before turning to the attendant. "Why are you still standing there? As per the esteemed guest's instructions, take the deer to the backyard, select the finest vegetables and fruits, and do not be negligent." The attendant promptly acknowledged and hastily led Xianxia away. Turning back to Li Zio, the innkeeper invited, "Esteemed guest, please follow me. The private room on the second floor is tranquil, a perfect place to rest." As Li Zio was guided into the inn, he mused internally, truly, the treatment befitting a VIP is unparalleled. In my past life, I would never have experienced such hospitality. He gently patted Hunyu's little head and addressed the innkeeper. "My apprentice has a penchant for sweet treats. Please serve an abundance of exquisite desserts. There is no need for many dishes. Just a few of your house specialties will suffice. And do ensure to bring 2 plates of mackerel dumplings. That is precisely what we have come for." Upon hearing the mention of sweets, Hunyu suddenly recalled something and looked up at the innkeeper, her voice bright with curiosity. "Do you have candied hawthorn?" Li Zio was taken aback by her inquiry, but before he could respond, the innkeeper cheerfully nodded. "Yes, indeed. Our chef has prepared sweets for the princes in the past. The candied hawthorn can be made fresh. Just let me know your preferred flavor." Hunyu's eyes widened in excitement, her small form instinctively inching closer. Her gaze fixed on Li Zio, her face brimming with anticipation. Understanding her unspoken desire, Li Zio feigned a search in his robe. In reality, he retrieved a cloth bag filled with precious spiritual fruits from his spatial storage and handed it to the innkeeper, his tone calm, yet weighted with significance. "These items are quite rare, cultivated by my own hand. I trust you know how to handle them." The innkeeper accepted the bag with both hands, feeling its slight heaviness, a refreshing fragrance wafting from it, and quickly nodded. "Understood. I will send these to the kitchen at once. The chef will prepare them meticulously, ensuring that your esteemed offerings are not wasted." The innkeeper led the two upstairs and opened the door to a private chamber. The room, simply furnished yet elegant, featured a long table made of pear blossom wood against the wall. Upon the table rests a set of exquisite celadon tea ware, while in the corner, a subtle incense burner emits a delicate fragrance of sandalwood, dispelling the lingering scent of smoke and fire. The most prominent feature is the square table by the window, its surface polished to a lustrous sheen, directly facing the bustling lobby below. There is no need to rise. A mere lift of the gaze allows one to behold the lively scene on the first floor. Esteemed guests, behold this most convenient position, serene yet vibrant. The innkeeper, with a warm smile, gestures with a raised hand, saying, "Please, take a seat. The tea will be served shortly, and the dishes will be prepared soon." However, The candied hawthorn may take a little longer. With that, he quietly closes the door behind him as he steps out. Li Ziyo nods, leading Hunyu to the table where they sit. Just as Hunyu climbs onto the stool and steadies herself, her small hands gripping the edge of the table, she suddenly looks up with curiosity and asks, "Master, why did you refer to yourself as the poor Daoist to the innkeeper, but the young Daoist to Grandpa Village Head and Grandpa Yu? And now, you call yourself young master?" Li Ziyo, taken aback by the question, is surprised by Hunyu's attentiveness despite her usually boisterous demeanor, gently patting her little head. He replies, "Elders deserve respect, hence one should humbly refer to oneself as the young Daoist, in the presence of shopkeepers. It is customary for us itinerant Daoists to refer to ourselves as the poor Daoist. When confronted with impolite or unpleasant individuals, there is no need for formality. Thus one may call oneself young master." Hunyu eagerly nods, exclaiming, "Oh, I understand." Li Ziyo, puzzled, inquires, "What do you comprehend?" Puffing out her chest and raising her small chin with a proud expression, Hunyu declares, "Next time I encounter someone who displeases me, I shall have them call me little auntie." Hearing this, Li Ziyo bursts into laughter, playfully tapping her nose and saying, "Haha, as long as it brings you joy." Chapter 44. Serving dishes. As the laughter of Li Ziyo faded, a knock echoed through the private room. "Come in." The proprietor cheerfully entered, his voice warm and welcoming. "I hope I am not intruding upon our esteemed guests." "Not at all. Are we ready to be served?" Li Ziyo inquired. The proprietor nodded enthusiastically and replied, "The desserts have been prepared in advance. Since our little guest has a fondness for sweets, I have instructed the staff to bring them forth promptly." No sooner had he spoken than a procession of maidens entered, each bowing respectfully. They bore exquisite wooden trays, artfully arranged with an assortment of delightful pastries, each holding 1 or 2 plates of dainty treats. The maidens approached the table in turn, gently placing the trays upon the edge. The proprietor took over, arranging the delicacies in accordance with their proximity to Hunyu. With a broad smile, he proclaimed, "Dear guests, behold our renowned selection of desserts from Xianxia. The ducktail pastry is crafted from layers of crispy skin, brushed with honey, coated in duck egg yolk, and sprinkled with sesame, resembling a duck's tail. It is both delectable and delightful, guaranteed to please our little guest." With this, he nudged the tray towards Hunyu. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly reached for the treat. Biting into a piece, the crispness crumbled, revealing a fluffy texture that was sweet yet delicate, rich without being cloying. Hunyu had never encountered such a confection, and her astonishment was palpable. After a few bites, she had devoured one entirely. Her cheeks puffed with delight. Grasping a fragment in her hand, her gaze darted towards the next tray, eliciting laughter from the proprietor. "Take your time, dear one. There are many more delights to savor," he continued, gesturing towards an array of sweets. Honey 3 cuts, sesame cakes, crisp pastries, smiling cookies, sticky candies, flour flips, candied fruits, sesame crunch, and date paste cakes. As he pointed out each treat, Hunyu's eyes gleamed brighter, her eagerness to sample each one palpable. The proprietor was pleasantly surprised by the young girl's considerable appetite. In no time, she had savored every tray of 10 desserts. Just then, another knock resonated at the door. A maiden entered, carrying a wooden tray adorned with 2 large bowls and 2 small bowls, accompanied by silver spoons. The 2 larger bowls held a creamy white delicacy, while the smaller bowls remained empty. The proprietor turned to Li Ziyo and asked, "Might our little guest be able to enjoy some ice?" Li Ziyo gauged the climate, realizing autumn had quietly approached. Yet, glancing at Hunyu's eager expression, he nodded, "Yes, but let her not indulge excessively." The proprietor placed the bowls before Hunyu, continuing, "This bowl contains cheese, and this one holds ice cream. Do try it, dear." Hunyu, having never encountered such a treat, was filled with curiosity and was about to embrace the large bowl. The proprietor quickly interjected, "No rush, no rush. Use a spoon to transfer what you wish to the smaller bowl." Obediently, Hunyu followed the proprietor's guidance, scooping a spoonful to taste. With the first 2 bites, her eyes lit up, her face illuminated with sheer delight. The proprietor turned to Li Ziyo and said, "Esteemed guest, this delicacy is quite rare. Would you care to sample it? It possesses a richness that is both indulgent and refreshing, a perfect balance of texture and flavor." Li Ziyo recited softly, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, a rare delight. I shall refrain from tasting it, but your efforts are commendable." The shopkeeper promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Marvelous. These few lines embody the essence of this bowl of ice cream. It seems I have underestimated myself. Forgive my clumsiness." "You speak too humbly," Li Ziyo replied. "My palate leans towards the sweet." The shopkeeper nodded in understanding, standing by with an unwavering smile, though a tempest brewed within his heart. Initially, he presumed this young Daoist was merely a disciple from a reputable sect and could not help but entertain doubts at such a tender age. Even if born into a Daoist lineage, he likely relied on the protection of his elders. While he dared not show any disrespect, a hint of youthful ignorance lingered in the shadows of his mind. Observing the youth's tender years and handsome features, he found it difficult to associate him with someone capable of stirring up a storm. The deliberate presentation of the ice cream served two purposes: to please his distinguished guest and to gauge the depth of this rare treat. To establish oneself in this realm, one must possess keen insight. A mere bowl of ice cream could unveil much about the subtleties of the elite. This delicacy was seldom savored by common folk, and even the nobility of the capital had to rely on fortune and timing. The shopkeeper had intended to probe the young man's background, but was taken aback when the latter's poetic lines elucidated the essence of the ice cream. Such demeanor and discernment were far beyond what a typical disciple could possess. His fingers subtly curled, recalling the previous casualness which now felt rather embarrassing. The token of wealth, previously thought to be a mere result of familial favor, now seemed to be earned through genuine skill. The recent news from the back hall suddenly surged into his thoughts. The Qingjian sect had suffered the loss of an arm, dealt by a young Daoist accompanied by a child. At their first encounter, he had not made this connection. The incident had only just occurred, and the young man should not have arrived so swiftly. Moreover, his youthful countenance bore no trace of malice, rather exuding tranquility. It was difficult to associate him with the ruthlessness that had rendered someone armless. Yet, the depth behind his recent poetic verses, coupled with an unruffled demeanor, compelled the shopkeeper to reassess his impressions. Could it be they had indeed come directly to Xianxia, which explained their prompt arrival? Stealing a glance at Li Zio, the shopkeeper found him smiling as he watched Hu scoop the ice cream. The light filtering through the window accentuated his refined profile, yet his gaze concealed a depth that belied his years. Surely, someone capable of causing such a significant setback for the Qingjian sect could not be an ordinary individual. The earlier dismissiveness now seemed profoundly misguided. He inhaled quietly, lowering his eyelids to suppress his astonishment. Regardless of the truth, the weight of this young Daoist warranted a reevaluation. Not a trace of disdain could be afforded, even from the steward of Luokai Mountain Villa. He would surely extend the utmost courtesy. Just as the shopkeeper reined in his thoughts, footsteps approached the door. This time, two attendants entered, bearing a wooden tray, steam wafting with enticing aromas. Esteemed guest, behold, this is the pig trotter you ordered, braised for 3 hours in an old broth, tender and succulent without being greasy. The shopkeeper gestured towards the glistening trotter and then lifted the lid of the tray. The crispy chicken is freshly fried, its skin so crunchy that one can hear it crackle, while the meat within remains juicy. Hui had long been eyeing the golden chicken, reaching out to grasp it. However, she was gently tapped on the back of her hand by Li Zio, prompting her to obediently pick up a small spoon instead. The spicy stir-fried clams were delectably fresh, and the sweet sun-dried fish, cured by the ocean breeze, became increasingly flavorful with each bite. The shopkeeper, while speaking, arranged the dishes, ultimately presenting 2 plates of the main course. The pot stickers from Qing County, slightly charred at the bottom, offering a satisfying crispness. He also brought forth the mackerel dumplings, which you had specifically requested. This early autumn mackerel, paired with late-season chives, created a harmonious blend of flavors that was both tender and smooth. Enjoy your meal, he said. Hui could hardly contain herself. She bit into a pot sticker, juice splattering at the corners of her mouth without a care. She then speared a piece of chicken leg. Cheeks puffed out, evoking laughter from the shopkeeper. Li Zio, on the other hand, ate with a refined elegance, taking only a couple of bites from each dish. After savoring the flavors, he nodded in approval, offering a few words of praise. Just then, several maidens entered, carrying exquisite wooden trays. As they gently placed the trays on the table and lifted the cloth covers, even the shopkeeper gasped. What lay within were glistening candied hawthorns. But the fruits were unlike any he had ever seen, each one plump as a pigeon's egg, some exuding a honeyed hue, sparkling as if draped in a layer of twilight. Others were a translucent green, their skins shimmering with a subtle sheen. The outer layer of rock candy was as delicate as gossamer, reflecting fragmented rainbows under the sunlight. The shopkeeper's pupils constricted. Such fruits could not be cultivated through ordinary means. Just as he was about to express his admiration, Li Zio remarked nonchalantly, "Your pastry chef possesses commendable skill, managing to devise a method of skewering them in halves." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, it appears that 2 halves are missing." He gestured towards the yellow fruit, stating, "This one is harmless for an ordinary person, and may even invigorate them. He then pointed to the green fruit, his tone shifting to a graver note. If your chef is a martial artist, they might withstand it and even enhance their martial prowess. But for an ordinary person, it could lead to a prolonged illness of 10 days or more. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression changed dramatically. His legs felt weak, and he had to steady himself against the table. He never anticipated that he had explicitly warned against being greedy just moments ago, only to discover that the kitchen staff had indeed left 2 halves of the fruit. Li Zio waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It seems you are not a martial artist. You should swiftly check on your chef. If those 2 halves have not been consumed, you can keep them, as they will conveniently cover the cost of this meal." Yes, it is my fault for not supervising properly. I assure you, I will provide an explanation." "No need for an explanation. Let this serve as a lesson," Li Zio replied, his gaze returning to Huni, and waved his hand, allowing her to leave. Seeing Huni thoroughly enjoying her meal, oblivious to the happenings at the table, he decided to leave 2 skewers of candied hawthorn while putting the rest away in a small space. Despite Huni's fondness for these spiritual fruits, they could not be consumed all at once. It was better for her to savor them slowly, to avoid any difficulties in digestion. Chapter 45. The contestants. Huni devoured the food before her with unrestrained enthusiasm, her small hands discreetly wiping the grease from the corners of her mouth. With an innocent demeanor, she turned to her master, Li Zio, and inquired, "Master, aren't you going to eat?" Li Zio cast her a sidelong glance, fully aware of her little schemes. With a hint of annoyance, he replied, "One must savor each bite to truly appreciate the flavor. No one is competing with you. What have you tasted?" Huni eagerly nodded in response, exclaiming, "I've tasted it, and it's all quite delicious." "Master, are you really not going to eat?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she pressed on. Li Zio lightly tapped his fingers on the table, gazing at the remaining dishes, and said, "I have already eaten. You may finish what is left." Upon hearing this, Huni disregarded any semblance of decorum, quickly rising to pull the food closer to herself. She then indulged heartily, her mouth stuffed to the brim, mumbling incoherently praises of her master's generosity. Li Zio shook his head with a wry smile. Yet his attention was drawn to the commotion downstairs. From his vantage point in the elegant room on the 2nd floor, a mere turn of his head revealed the lively scene below. It seemed that the 1st floor had come alive with activity. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 2 elderly gentlemen engaged in a game of chess. A crowd had gathered around them, forming circles to observe the match. The gentleman on the left was clad in a Daoist robe, albeit worn in a rather disheveled manner, as if it were hastily draped over him. He bore the countenance of a playful old child, his eyes sparkling with vigor as he jested with his opponent. With each move, he would stroke his beard, seamlessly transitioning between moments of animated banter and contemplative silence. In contrast, the elder on the right appeared weary and weathered, his face etched with the marks of time. His fingers hovered over a chess piece, hesitant to make a move, revealing a heavy heart burdened with thoughts. Though they were evidently friends engaged in a friendly contest, the Daoist's teasing remarks were met with the older man's gentle responses, as if he had long understood his companion's nature. The spectators were equally engaged, whispering suggestions to one another about potential moves, and occasionally sparking light disputes over differing strategies, adding to the lively atmosphere. What captured Li Zio's keen interest was the large wooden chest positioned beside the elder on the right, intricately crafted and far beyond the skill of an ordinary artisan. After a prolonged pause, the elder finally spoke. "Daoist brother, why did you choose that move just now?" He pointed to another spot on the board, adding, "If you hadn't placed it there, wouldn't I have captured the entire area?" "Ha, old carpenter, you remain too fixated." The Daoist chuckled in response. "Chess is about following one's instincts. If you feel it's right, you must play the piece. If you cling to what is in front of you, how can you seize the opportunity? Your indecisiveness has cost us all this precious time." He then bowed to the surrounding onlookers, displaying an understanding demeanor that was evidently appreciated, as everyone around him erupted in laughter and agreement. "Yet, with this move, you have lost so many pieces." The old carpenter furrowed his brow. "How do you know that these pieces I discarded were not meant to be sacrificed?" The old Taoist shot him a sly glance. "They obstructed my path. If I do not discard them, how could I possibly annihilate your pieces in one fell swoop?" The old carpenter hesitated no longer and placed his piece. Indeed, as he had previously calculated, the old Taoist soon lost a significant number of pieces. However, the more he played, the more he sensed something amiss as he observed the fragmented pathways on the board. His fingers froze momentarily above the board, and he suddenly realized he had unwittingly fallen into a siege. Finally, he sighed and clasped his hands, saying, "Brother Tao, you see through it all. I humbly accept defeat." The old Taoist stepped forward and patted the carpenter's shoulder, offering consolation. The affairs of this world are inherently predetermined. Do not cling so tightly to your obsessions, trapped in a corner of your own making. We, as old friends, come here every few years for a match, yet your spirit wanes with each passing year. The universe undergoes countless transformations, much like the treasures contained within your box. They should be allowed to shine, rather than languish in confinement. There is malice residing upon your brow. Calamity may soon befall you. Upon hearing this, the old carpenter's body tensed imperceptibly, his hands instinctively clutching the hem of his garment. Gazing at the exquisite wooden box beside him, his brow furrowed into a knot. Brother Tao, do you again attempt to frighten me with these esoteric words? Despite his retort, the confidence he had during their match had evaporated, and a trace of unmasked concern flickered in his eyes. The onlookers, initially preparing to disperse now that the match had concluded, paused upon hearing the Taoist's cryptic words. Their gazes flitted back and forth between the old carpenter and the wooden box. One could not help but murmur, what could possibly be inside that box? The carpenter carries it with such care. The old Taoist, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding murmurs, fixed his gaze intently on the carpenter's eyes, his tone growing grave. When have I ever spoken to you falsely? You have kept your thoughts hidden in that box for over a decade, suffocating yourself. It is high time they see the light. Once calamity arrives, reversing course will become exceedingly difficult. The old carpenter swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he replied. At this juncture, what difference does it make to reveal them after uttering these words? He dared not meet the old Taoist's eyes and hurriedly feigned interest in his surroundings. Yet, with that fleeting glance, his heart constricted sharply. The silhouette at the entrance matched exactly with the figure he had not forgotten for all these years, indistinguishable in every aspect. As if his soul had been wrenched from him, the old carpenter abruptly pushed through the crowd, stumbling toward the exit. Yet, by the time he reached the doorway, the figure had vanished without a trace. He was convinced he had not erred and stumbled back, quickly apologizing to the old Taoist before hoisting the large wooden box and rushing outside. The old Taoist, intending to reach out and stop him, suddenly hesitated, sighed deeply, and with resignation waved his hand, murmuring, let it be, what is destined to come will ultimately arrive. I can only hope my old companion can weather this storm. The surrounding individuals were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, their murmurs growing increasingly chaotic. Li Zio observed this scene with keen clarity and sighed, remarking that the world of Jianghu indeed resembled a painted scroll, full of stories at every turn. He pondered the nature of the old man's tale, wondering how melodramatic it might be, and whether fate would allow him to uncover its continuation. Shaking his head, he intended to withdraw his gaze, yet found himself drawn to the chessboard once more, suddenly recalling the two phrases spoken by the old Taoist. He was struck with a jolt. Heaven and earth, all things, undergo myriad changes. The affairs of this world, after all, are governed by fate. In this moment, amidst the chess and the painting, he found an exquisite intricacy. Li Zio abruptly halted, his mind wandering beyond the mundane, closing his eyes and remaining in stillness. Even the nearby Hunyu, who was engrossed in her meal, failed to notice his peculiar state. Chapter 46. The Inferno. Understanding no one anticipated that the seemingly unassuming old carpenter, who had just engaged in a game of strategy with the old Taoist at Xianxia residence, was, in fact, a formidable martial artist of profound capabilities. At this moment, he had shed all semblance of frailty, standing upright with a heavy wooden box slung over his back. His form, swift as the tempest, stirred up a cloud of fine dust with each step, relentlessly pursuing the figure ahead. Yet, despite his efforts to accelerate, he remained a mere half-step behind. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow, and his voice, tinged with an urgency that could no longer be contained, rang out. Master brother, how long do you intend to evade me? The wind carried his inquiries, each word resonating with resolve. After all these years, why have you not offered an explanation? When our master passed, he entrusted us with two unparalleled techniques, yet yours conspicuously lacks the final page. At these words, the figure ahead abruptly halted and slowly turned to face him. The moonlight illuminated his features, revealing a complex smile. Then, a hearty laughter erupted, bright yet laced with an icy edge. Ha ha ha, indeed, it is I. The old carpenter, witnessing this, felt the tension in his expression soften into a hint of relief, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Just as he was about to advance, the next words from his counterpart fell upon him like a deluge of cold water. The smile on his face froze instantly, and his breath caught for a moment. Junior brother, the man shook his head, his tone brimming with derision as he teasingly tapped his temple with a finger. All these years, you remained so naive. He advanced a step closer, his gaze sharpening like a blade, locking onto the old carpenter. Had you not emerged so unexpectedly back then, these two techniques would have rightfully been mine. Do you still fail to discern what manner of person I am? A disdainful laugh escaped him as he flicked dust from his sleeve. His movements languid, yet his tone imbued with undeniable arrogance. Nay, master brother, there must be some misunderstanding. The old carpenter vehemently shook his head, instinctively retreating a half-step. His hand gripped the handle of the wooden box behind him tightly, knuckles whitening, his voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. Misunderstanding? The man raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Indeed, there is a misunderstanding. Do you truly believe I lured you here for a nostalgic reunion? Under duress, I reluctantly entrusted that technique to you. Yet, my discontent lingered, compelling me to withhold the final page. Haven't you longed to question me as to why I have remained silent all these years? What is there to elucidate? You haven't exactly idled away your time, have you? He abruptly pointed towards the old carpenter's wooden box. Open your box and let your master brother take a good look. Back then, our master favored you, imparting the art of the yin shu to you, while I was left with the inferior craft of mechanisms. Today, your master brother shall utilize these wooden contraptions to vanquish your precious treasure, which is missing its final step. As soon as the words left his lips, he shattered a wooden plaque. Ignoring the nearby residents in the street, he unleashed the meticulously laid traps hidden in the surroundings. The alleys and corners echoed with the subtle sound of taut threads being pulled. Suddenly, a towering wooden dragon burst forth, its scales glimmering coldly, and with a gaping maw. It spewed forth dozens of wooden spikes. The silken thread vanished into the shadows behind him, trembling at the tips of his fingers. The wooden dragon subtly shifted in midair, aiming for the old carpenter's blind spot. The ground at the alley's entrance split open, releasing a swarm of palm-sized wooden birds that flapped their wings. With sharpened beaks laced with poison, the threads manipulated them up and down, encircling every possible escape route like a swarm of bees. Madness. The old carpenter's eyes reddened as he roared, positioning the wooden box defensively before him. The wooden spikes struck the box with a muffled thud. Splinters scattered as the wooden birds pecked at the corners, and with a crack, the box shattered into fragments. Among the debris, a wooden puppet landed steadily. Its features were lifelike, clad in intricately carved wooden armor, dual swords firmly grasped in its hands, joints moving soundlessly. The old carpenter's fingers danced urgently, and the puppet spun, drawing its blades. The left sword deflected the approaching wooden birds, while the right struck towards the dragon's foreclaws, executing swift yet limited maneuvers in close combat. The figure concealed in the shadows chuckled coldly, twisting the thread. You cannot reach me. Let us see what you can do. The wooden dragon abruptly raised its head, unleashing another deluge of wooden spikes. Meanwhile, the birds circled behind the puppet, their sharp beaks targeting the gaps in its joints. No matter how quickly the puppet wielded its swords, it could only defend its front. A wooden bird struck its lower back, causing a piece of armor to fall away, staggering it back a step. Though adept in swordplay, it lacked the means for a ranged counterattack. It could only endure the onslaught of wooden spikes and flying birds, each sword swing appearing reactive. The old carpenter's forehead throbbed, veins bulging, as he helplessly watched the puppet being overwhelmed, hesitating to employ the ultimate move. His master's techniques were lethal. If he did not act soon, he might perish on the spot. Yet, if he unleashed that technique, all his years of dedication would be in vain. Clenching his teeth, he gazed at the increasing cracks on the puppet's body. Finally, he closed his eyes and abruptly changed his hand gestures. He manipulated the puppet's control thread, sending it hurling its swords away. Before the wooden swords could touch the ground, the puppet's joints began to click ominously, loosening and cracking unexpectedly. In the next instant, a flurry of fine needles erupted from the seams of the puppet's body, cascading like silver rain toward the wooden dragon and the birds. Hissing sounds erupted as the wooden dragon's scales were pierced by the needles, gears jammed and splintered. The wooden birds fell like broken kites, their venom splattering onto the ground, burning small scorch marks. In a matter of moments, his master's mechanisms lay in ruins, reduced to a heap of worthless wood. The puppet, now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, barely stood upright, supported only by its remaining arm bones. The old carpenter gasped for breath, his voice hoarse. Brother, you have lost. Lost. How could I lose? His master suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his face contorted. If so, then we shall perish together. He abruptly produced another wooden token from his bosom and smashed it with force. In an instant, raindrops began to cascade from the eaves of the nearby homes. But the rain was tinged with yellow and carried a pungent odor. Kerosene? Brother, You have truly lost your mind. The old carpenter's pupils dilated in shock as he cried out, "Ha ha ha, lost my mind. I have long been mad." His master's eyes, bloodshot, glared fiercely. "Let us descend together and confront master, and ask him why he shows favoritism. Even though I left the last page blank, I still could not overcome you. Let us burn it all clean." As the kerosene soaked the remnants of battle, flames erupted with a roar. Both figures, already cloaked in kerosene, were instantly engulfed by the inferno. "The water is flooding. Run!" The cries of nearby residents pierced through the fiery chaos, amidst the billowing smoke. Two silhouettes struggled within the flames, the wooden marionettes' remnants crackling as they were licked by the fire. In the second floor of Xianxia restaurant, Li Zio suddenly regained his senses. Drawing from his earlier reflections on the game, he experienced an epiphany, murmuring to himself, "Have I truly attained enlightenment?" In the previous life within the novel, the protagonist often reached a moment of realization. What have I comprehended? Could it be a formation from the story? However, at that moment, chaos erupted outside once more, with voices shouting, "The water is flooding! The water is flooding!" Suddenly, Li Zio caught a whiff of a foul odor in the air, and his heart sank. This is bad. Something serious has occurred. Did the ancients indeed pour oil when setting fires? If this great fire is not extinguished promptly, half of Qing County may be consumed. In ancient times, there were no fire extinguishers. Water would be ineffective against a fire fueled by kerosene. Li Zio hurriedly scooped up the still-eating tiger girl and made his way downstairs. Although Tiger Girl was unaware of the unfolding chaos, she, seeing the disorder outside, quickly grabbed a half-eaten crispy chicken and resumed her feast. Just as Li Zio reached the first floor, he suddenly spotted the chess pieces. With a flick of his fingertip, the box of white pieces instantly appeared in his hand. At that moment, the shopkeeper also descended and, upon seeing Li Zio hastily approaching, exclaimed, "Esteemed guest, a conflict among warriors has ignited this great fire, and it cannot be extinguished in haste. Xianxia restaurant will likely not survive. You must follow me to find a safe place to hide." Li Zio waved his hand. "I shall not go. Dear shopkeeper, you attend to your matters. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate." As he stepped out, Sanhua had long been waiting nearby. Li Zio quickly took Sanhua's hand and, leading Tiger Girl, headed towards the direction of the raging fire. Chapter 47. The initial trial of the formation master. Fire, great fire. As they approached the street, a torrent of flames surged towards them. Hunyo, startled, instinctively shrank behind Li Zio, her small arms clutching his garment tightly, her voice strained and trembling. Li Zio crouched down, gently patting her little head with his warm palm. "Do you remember the spirit wrapping technique you learned in the sea?" Hunyo nodded vigorously. "You and Sanhua stay here obediently. If the fire comes, use the spirit wrapping technique to protect yourselves." He paused, speaking softly. "We enjoyed so many delicious dishes at Xianlaiju today, so our Hunyo must be brave. When we encounter another grand inn, I will take you inside to eat." Hunyo's eyes brightened, yet her small hands tightened their grip on his clothing. Sanhua seemed to sense her anxiety. Gently nudging her hand with its fluffy head, she glanced at the gentle Sanhua, then raised her gaze to her master. Finally, gritting her teeth, she puffed up her little chest and declared, "Master, go ahead. Hunyo is not afraid with Sanhua by my side." Li Zio, feeling reassured, affectionately stroked her little head before turning to stride towards the raging inferno. Upon entering the sea of flames, Li Zio ascended into the air. In an instant, he retrieved a box of white chess pieces, infusing them with natural energy and casting them in all directions where the fire had yet to spread. Almost immediately, the flames seemed enveloped by a protective shield, halting their outward advance. Realizing the fire was under control, Li Zio breathed a silent sigh of relief. Having just grasped the formation, he lacked complete confidence. The fire, fueled by kerosene, was not easily extinguished by ordinary means. Although this location was near the Qing County dock and adjacent to the seawater might not be sufficient to quell the flames. Thus, it seemed prudent to first contain the fire, gazing at the flames still raging within the protective barrier. A flash of inspiration struck him. Why not isolate the fire from the air? He initially contemplated drawing the fire into a confined space, but feared igniting the spirit fruit trees inside, which would be heartbreaking. Comparatively, isolating the air was clearly a simpler and more direct approach. Li Zio stood suspended in midair, waving a hand. Harnessing the natural energy, he swiftly severed the fire from the surrounding air. This method indeed proved effective. The flames seemed to be choked at the throat, their momentum abruptly waning until they dwindled to mere charred remnants and wisps of white smoke. As the white smoke dissipated, a maniacal laughter suddenly erupted. "Qian, how can you possibly contend with your senior brother? In the end, it is I, Gong Shu Ming, who prevails? A figure stumbled out, his face severely burned and unrecognizable. Yet his pride was unmistakable. He kicked the charred corpse with fervor, his laughter growing ever more deranged. Ha ha! You fool! You deserve to be reduced to ashes. Before he could finish, his eyes caught sight of the figure hovering in the air. You, the arsonist, have not perished in the flames? You seem mad. Yet you have clearly prepared a backup plan. What you have applied upon yourself is surely a means of self-preservation. Li Ziyo slowly descended from the air, his tone unruffled. Gong Shu Ming was taken aback. To be able to soar through the air, a martial arts master? How can one be so young? He must be a master of youthful appearance. Not daring to delay, he hastily called out, if the Daoist can extinguish this great fire, I implore you to assist this old man further. I am willing to repay with the profound teachings of my sect. With that, he produced a time-worn tome, within which was a page of paper that he cast towards Li Ziyo, his eyes flickering with a hint of hope. I beseech you, Daoist, to lend aid in consideration of this precious text. Li Ziyo accepted the book, nodding lightly. Rest assured, I shall help your sect find a successor. As soon as the words left his lips, he waved a hand. The layer of fire-retardant oil on Gong Shu Ming's body dissipated instantaneously, and he cried out in panic. No, Daoist, that is not what I meant. Yet before he could finish, the remnants of the flames, like a malignant force, swiftly consumed him, reducing him to ashes. Li Ziyo opened the book and beheld the grand characters inscribed on the cover, the secret record of heavenly craft. He then extracted the page marked within, noting it was the last page of the secret classics of Xianxia. He pinched the tattered page between his fingers and shook his head in lamentation. What a tragic fate for a fellow disciple, reduced to a mere object, resulting in mutual destruction. He cast a glance at the old carpenter's lifeless body and murmured, so be it. Let that legacy accompany you. Turning his gaze towards the place where Gong Shu Ming had turned to ash, he sighed heavily. A grave sin indeed. With a wave of his hand, he declared, dust to dust, earth to earth. You both may descend together, so that you may care for one another. As his words faded, the two charred corpses transformed into wisps of smoke, dissipating with the wind, along with the enmity that had existed. Li Ziyo raised his hand to summon the go pieces, his fingertips moving slightly, causing 5 pieces to float into the air, connecting to form a luminous disk. He pointed towards the seaside, and a droplet of seawater raced through the wind, precisely landing at the center of the disk. In an instant, the disk radiated brilliance, and fine strands of rain cascaded from the sky. Like countless silver threads washing over the scorched earth, the ashes coalesced into a stream. The hidden embers were entirely extinguished in the moisture, and even the residual warmth in the crevices of the blue bricks was thoroughly cleansed. He then retrieved 7 more pieces, arranging them in accordance with the positions of the Big Dipper. The moment the pieces touched the earth, the charred beams and remnants of pillars began to emit a faint glow. The decayed wood gradually rejoined, and broken tiles returned to their rightful places. The burned house slowly commenced its restoration. Though missing several tiles from the roof, and the walls still bore the marks of charring, it had regained a sturdy framework, with doors and windows creaking open, sufficient to shield against wind and rain. Finally, the last 3 pieces were placed, forming a triangular formation embedded in the soil. Li Ziyo infused the natural energies into the formation. Beneath the scorched earth, the roots of grass stirred, the blackened branches sprouted tender buds, and the withered grass leaves began to show a hint of green. In but a moment, the charred ground blossomed into a soft hue of blue. Scattered wildflowers broke through the ashes, dispelling the desolation of autumn and radiating a hint of vitality. Li Ziyo recaptured the go pieces into their box, his fingers caressing the cool surface of the box, as thoughts surged within him. This formation was indeed profound. The seemingly simple arrangement of pieces could summon the forces of heaven and earth. Had it not been for the hurried grasp of certain principles today, relying solely on previous methods would have likely proven insufficient even to contain the flames. The fire, fueled by kerosene, was incredibly fierce, and ordinary methods could not suppress it at all. He let out a gentle sigh, at this moment truly grasping the profound essence of simplicity in the grand path. He had merely skimmed the surface, yet it had yielded such remarkable effects. Should he delve deeper into its underlying principles, who knows how many wondrous applications might unfold in the future? Yet, he was still far from this goal and needed to refine his understanding through practice. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, silently etching today's insights into his heart before turning towards the direction where Tiger Girl awaited him. At the corner of the street, Tiger Girl was curled up beside Xianxia, her small hands tugging at the deer's fur in a daze. Upon catching sight of Li Ziyu's figure, she sprang up from the ground, her two little horn braids bobbing slightly. With her short legs moving swiftly, she dashed to him and tightly embraced his thigh, tilting her little face up as she exclaimed, "Master, you're back." Her voice was filled with a fierce yet slightly tearful tremor. Liziu gently patted her slightly trembling shoulder and said, "Yes, let us go." "Where to, master?" Tiger Girl asked curiously, gazing up at him. "We shall continue northward." Liziu replied with a hint of warmth in his tone. "All right." Tiger Girl obediently nodded, closely following behind him. Chapter 48. Fallen Leaves. Under surveillance, the hooves of the deer tread softly along the forest path, stirring up a few brown leaves at her feet. Hunyu tightly grips the deer's lead as she walks forward, catching a glimpse of scattered leaves on the ground. Her brows furrow slightly, but she remains silent, continuing to lead the deer along. After a short distance, the leaves underfoot become more numerous, crunching softly with each step. Suddenly, she halts, tightening the lead and calling back, "Master, look at the ground. Where did all these leaves come from?" With a spirited flick of her braids, her tone carries a hint of defiance. "Just a couple of days ago, there weren't this many." Liziu, seated upon the deer's back, twirls a freshly fallen maple leaf between his fingers and glances down. "Silly girl, autumn has arrived. Just as we change our attire with the seasons, so too do the trees. Haven't you noticed I added a layer to your outfit these past few days? They too must lighten their load for the winter." He continues, "In spring, they bud just as you awaken craving sweets. In summer, they grow leaves to shield from the sun. In autumn, shedding leaves is as natural as your routine of dining and resting as the day fades." He offers her the leaf, which Hunyu eagerly snatches. After a gentle squeeze, she brings it to her nose, causing it to tickle and elicit a joyful laugh. "Master, this leaf smells wonderful." Liziu leans down, affectionately ruffling her hair, his fingers brushing against her tousled braids. One must follow the natural order to appreciate the beauty of the seasons. If trees did not shed their leaves in spring and autumn, it would indeed be peculiar, and we would miss the splendor of autumn. Hunyu clutches the leaf and continues on, the carpet of leaves thickening beneath her feet. Occasionally, she steps on curled, dry leaves, producing a satisfying crunch. After a while, she encounters a small mound of fallen leaves by the roadside, resembling a bundle shaped by the wind. She abruptly stops, her small stature straightening. "Master, what should we do about this pile blocking our way? Must we take a detour?" Liziu pats the deer's neck, chuckling at the sight of the leaves. "If it obstructs our path, simply kick it aside. As wandering Daoists, we believe in the clarity of thought. If the leaves disrupt your peace, just clear them away. It is neither disingenuous nor inconveniencing anyone. Surely, we cannot allow scattered leaves to trip our Hunyu." Her eyes light up, and she rushes to the pile, lifting her foot to deliver a decisive kick. The leaves scatter, carpeting the ground. With hands on her hips, she exclaims, "Master, look. I kicked them away. If anything else gets in our way, I can send it flying far away." Liziu gently pats the deer's back, encouraging it to move closer to Hunyu. He reaches up and plucks a stray leaf that had fallen into her hair, softly inquiring, "Hunyu, tell me, when did you first notice?" Though the question seems abrupt, Hunyu instantly comprehends his meaning. Pouting slightly, she pauses before responding. "I noticed after we exited that building filled with delicious treats. When you returned from putting out the fire, I spotted them. Master, can you please tell them to stop watching us? It's quite uncomfortable being under their gaze." Liziu affectionately strokes her little head, praising her. "Hunyu, you are remarkable. But why didn't you tell me sooner?" I can't quite say." Hunyu suddenly recalls something and quickly adds, "Their stares are so strange. They make me feel quite uneasy." Seated upon the back of the deer, Liziu suddenly straightened his posture, his spine rigid and the tattered leaf in his grasp crumpling under pressure. He turned his head and called out with a resonant voice, "A person must have dignity. And a tree its bark. Do you possess no self-awareness whatsoever?" The forest fell silent, save for the sound of falling leaves. The group behind him initially froze in disbelief, their faces a mask of incredulity. After a moment's hesitation, they lowered their heads and shuffled forward. Observing their ragged attire, Liziu remarked coolly, "Members of the flower garment gang, are we?" The individuals exchanged startled glances before instinctively nodding, their expressions betraying a hint of embarrassment at being unmasked. Liziu raised an eyebrow, a chill creeping into his tone. "I have long heard that the flower garment gang is the most formidable faction in the martial world. Is this your notion of chivalry?" His gaze swept over their patched clothing, deliberately noting the number of rags they wore. The expressions of the men shifted subtly, and just as one opened his mouth to speak, Liziu interjected, "Are you truly a band of scoundrels engaged in such despicable deeds?" "Mistake. A misunderstanding," esteemed Daoist, the most ragged among them, stammered, hastily defending themselves. We were merely passing through. It was never our intention. Passing through? Li Ziyo scoffed, his grip on the leaf crushing it into fragments, a sudden aura of authority emanating from him. The group of beggars crumbled under the weight of his presence, half kneeling in submission. You have been tailing my master and me since we left the Qing County dock. After so many days of following us, you dare claim it was a misunderstanding? Struck to the core, the men fell silent, their faces draining of color. They had never anticipated that their covert pursuit had been so thoroughly perceived. Li Ziyo, steady upon the deer, narrowed his eyes threateningly. Since you lack an understanding of martial ethics and persist in such underhanded conduct, what use is this leg to you? Before his words could even settle, he raised his hand, casting the shattered leaves into the air, infused with the essence of nature. A series of sharp cracks echoed through the woods as the men screamed in agony, rolling on the ground, their left legs bent at unnatural angles. The sound of breaking bones resounded painfully in the tranquil forest. Expressions of disbelief painted their faces. They had never imagined that someone would dare to disregard the Flower Garment Gang's reputation, striking without hesitation. I have heard that your gang is swift in relaying information. Relay this to your leader. Should any member of the Flower Garment Gang dare to follow me again, they shall be rendered incapacitated. Pausing for effect, he added with a sneer, you must be under the command of the Broken Bull Zhang. Should this message reach him, rest assured that next time, I shall not hesitate to replace his bowl with a crutch. Li Ziyo regarded the writhing figures on the ground, his voice calm, yet laced with undeniable authority. Humph. With that, the oppressive aura dissipated. The men, racked with pain, dared not respond, their eyes wide as they watched Li Ziyo pat the deer's neck, its hooves lightly crunching the leaves as it moved forward. Behind him, Hunyu grasped the deer's reins, her brows knitted in concern. Gazing at the figures on the ground, she suddenly clenched her small fist. Her little face puffed up, mimicking her master's demeanor with a cold snort. She waved her tiny fist towards the group, then lifted her foot to fiercely kick at the dry leaves beside her. The rustling sound of shattered leaves seemed to convey a warning. Dare to stare, and I shall deliver a few kicks your way. Having completed this act, she hurried to catch up with the deer, her chin held high, and her braids swaying joyfully with her movements. The onlookers watched the retreating figures of the master and disciple, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They pressed down hard on their broken leg, pained yet paralyzed with fear. It was over. The mission had gone awry. How would they report to the head of the Bureau of Civil Affairs? He had always maintained a good relationship with Master Zhao Lai. This surveillance had been a private arrangement by the head of the Bureau, aimed at testing the capabilities of the young Daoist and seeking a fitting opportunity for retaliation. Yet, the other party did not even regard the notorious beggar Zhang as a threat. How could they possibly provoke such individuals? After all, old beggar Zhang was one of the 3 esteemed martial arts masters of the Flowered Garment Gang. Chapter 49. Let us keep you busy for a year, Granny. What is it that you are carrying? Hunyo inquired with wide-eyed curiosity, gazing at the large bundle of millet stalks on the old woman's back. Her little hands couldn't resist reaching out to touch the drooping ears of grain. Hearing the voice, the old woman turned her head, a hint of surprise crossing her face as she saw a 5 or 6-year-old child. Where did this little one come from? This is millet. It's food that can be eaten. Upon hearing this, Hunyo immediately plucked an ear of millet and stuffed it into her mouth. However, after taking a bite, she spat it out, exclaiming, yuck, yuck, yuck. Oh dear, it's not tasty at all. The old woman did not scold her. Instead, she leisurely set down the millet stalks and retrieved a small cloth bag from her waist. Inside were a few boiled sweet potatoes, originally her lunch. Noticing the child's adorable demeanor, she offered one, saying, you can't eat raw millet, but try this, it's quite sweet. At first, Hunyo regarded the wrinkled sweet potato with indifference, but after taking a bite, her eyes brightened in delight. It was truly sweet. She devoured it eagerly. After finishing one, she looked up at the old woman with longing. The elder pondered for a moment and then pulled out another sweet potato, saying, if it's delicious, do eat more. Why are you here all alone? With her mouth stuffed, Hunyo mumbled, I came with my master, oh dear. Where's my master? Just then, a teasing voice echoed from a distance. Haha, I knew you would get carried away and lose track of your master. Master. Hunyo hurriedly hid the sweet potato behind her back, fearful of being reprimanded. Have you eaten all of Granny's lunch? Do you wish for her to go hungry? This. Hunyo fidgeted with her fingers, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, her head bowed low, unable to meet her master's gaze. Li Ziyo handed the deer rope to Hunyo and said, if you've taken something from Granny, you must assist her in return. She is quite elderly, and carrying such a heavy load must be tiring for her. You can lead Xianxia to help Granny take it back while I wait here." The old woman quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no, that won't do. The child is so small. How can she manage this?" Li Zio smiled kindly at the old woman. "Do not worry, dear lady. Although she is young, she possesses quite the strength. Besides, with the deer carrying the millet, it won't tire her." As he spoke, he took out a wild fruit from his pocket and offered it. "This is a freshly picked wild fruit. If you don't mind, please try it." "Not at all, not at all." The old woman eagerly accepted it, wiped it, and placed it in her mouth. As the sweet juice burst forth, a wave of comfort enveloped her. She savored the taste with a smile, oblivious to the subtle softening of the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and her back seemed to straighten a bit. Hunyo grasped the deer rope, looked up at her master, then at the old woman, and suddenly puffed out her little chest, declaring, "Granny, I can do it." Xianxia is very obedient. With that, she tugged on the rope, and Xianxia gently nudged her palm. The elderly woman observed the child's earnest demeanor and glanced at Li Zio's gentle gaze, finally nodding in agreement. Then, "I shall trouble the little one." In an instant, Hunyo began assisting in moving the straw onto the deer's back. Though her movements were clumsy, they were surprisingly efficient. She led the deer with its reins, occasionally turning back to call out to the old woman, "Come on, Granny, let us go. I'm strong, aren't I?" Li Zio gazed at the retreating figures of the child, the deer, and the elderly matron. The smile that had graced his lips gradually fading. He slowly raised his head, casting his gaze toward the empty sky, and called out loudly, "Old man, you've been following us all this way. Do you not wish to reveal yourself?" "Indeed, I am addressing you. What are you staring at?" He chuckled. "Ah, my young friend is quite perceptive." The old Daoist, believing he had concealed himself better than the beggars he had encountered, was taken aback when the young man saw through his disguise. As the words traveled from afar to near, an old Daoist materialized before him. It was the very same elder who had played chess with the old carpenter not long ago. "My young friend, to which sect do you belong? Who is your master? I have never heard of you before." The old Daoist was not merely boasting. He was the current leader of the Xianxia sect, and he should be addressed as Master Uncle. Upon hearing the name of the Xianxia sect, Li Zio's expression darkened, and he unleashed a formidable aura, exclaiming, "Young friend? Who are you referring to as a young friend? Old man, open your eyes wide and see if I am not your equal." Li Zio, having lived 2 lives, bore the weight of age and wisdom in a manner that was both incomprehensible yet palpably felt. The old Daoist was taken aback. The demeanor of this youth suggested he had endured countless hardships, an experience far beyond that of a mere boy. How could this be possible? Could he have achieved a return to youth? A sudden thought struck him. Was this not a true terrestrial immortal? How could this be? It had been centuries since a terrestrial immortal had appeared. Observing the old man's bewildered expression, Li Zio felt a sense of delight. Humph. This old fellow is indeed from the Xianxia sect, and of considerable seniority. If I do not first intimidate him, he might uncover my true identity and insist on drawing me into the Xianxia sect, which would be quite troublesome. Such an old character cannot be easily dispatched. Striking him lightly would be futile, given his robust constitution. I hold several legacies from the Xianxia sect myself. With this intimidation, he surely would not dare to act recklessly. Although I could defeat him, what would be the point? Should he cling to me, insisting on his seniority, it could become quite bothersome. Let us see how this old man reacts when I astonish him. This will also give the scruffy Daoist a chance to vent his frustrations. The old Daoist was startled by the sudden aura of ancient wisdom emanating from Li Zio. When he beheld the youth's eyes, which seemed to pierce through the fabric of existence, he no longer dared to harbor any disdain. He staggered back a step, hurriedly bowing and clasping his hands. "Forgive me, esteemed elder. Forgive my insolence. I failed to recognize your stature." Before his words had faded, he bowed respectfully and repeatedly stated, "I am Dao Min, the 15th generation disciple of the Xianxia sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior. I sincerely apologize for my earlier transgressions, and I hope you can forgive me." The stark contrast between his previous boastful demeanor and his current subservience was striking. Stealing a glance at Li Zio, Dao Min noticed that the latter's expression remained unchanged, and beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. A singular thought raced through his mind. A terrestrial immortal. An immortal who had not emerged from seclusion for centuries had manifested in the guise of a youth. No wonder he had misjudged the situation. Should he truly provoke this individual, it would not only be his own downfall, but the entire Xianxia sect would inevitably suffer the consequences. Li Zio let out a cold snort, slightly tempering his imposing aura, yet his voice remained grave. "Xianxia sect? You appear to possess more discernment than some of your foolish peers." Dao Min felt a tightening in his chest. Did this elder actually recognize other members of the Xianxia sect? And to imply that someone had acted foolishly, how could that be? He hastily inquired, "What misdeed do you refer to, esteemed senior?" Li Zio scoffed. "How could I possibly recall events from so long ago? It seems there was a certain disciple who was treacherously betrayed by his peers, losing a precious artifact and subsequently being branded a traitor." A chill ran down Dao Min's spine, and his expression shifted dramatically. This could only refer to the current sect leader. He quickly forced a laugh. "Indeed, there are some unruly individuals among us, and I apologize for their behavior in your presence." Li Zio, of course, perceived his palpable unease. "Humph. Though this individual may not have been a participant in the past events, he might well have been an enabler. How unfortunate for you to encounter me." Suddenly, Li Zio withdrew 4 white ghost stones from his sleeve, flicked them into the air, and declared, "I perceive a sign of decline in you over the course of this year. Remain here for now, and you may depart after a year has passed." With that, he vanished, leaving Dao Min in a state of shock. As he took a few steps forward, an invisible barrier unexpectedly struck him, forcefully propelling him back to his original spot. It was only when he landed on the ground that he realized he was indeed destined to be trapped here for a year. Henceforth, he must adopt a more discreet approach in his ventures within the martial world. Sitting on the ground in a daze, he had initially thought he had encountered a promising junior. Little did he know, he had come face to face with a venerable figure who had existed for countless years. Where could he possibly seek redress for this predicament? Chapter 50. Children of the Jianghu, Tiger Girl. When venturing into the world, we must learn to conceal our true capabilities. Li Zio remarked with a gentle tone, rubbing his brow as a hint of helpless amusement flickered in his eyes. "How about just 10? That won't do. I want to be satisfied," Tiger Girl pouted, her eyes fixed on him with a hint of innocent grievance, almost as if accusing him of mistreating his disciple. Taking a deep breath, Li Zio patiently replied, "Then let Tiger Girl devour all 10, and I shall order one for myself. Does that sound agreeable?" Tiger Girl cast a swift glance around the inn, where every table was filled with robust men ravenously indulging in the fragrant meat buns. Fearing that the delectable buns would vanish if they tarried any longer, she finally conceded with a nod. "You promised, so make sure to leave 10 for me while you order another." "Rest assured, have I ever deceived you?" Li Zio called out to the innkeeper, raising his hand and proclaiming, "Bring me 11 large meat buns." At his words, a sudden hush fell over the room, followed by a flurry of whispers. Who would have thought this seemingly refined young Taoist could eat so heartily? Indeed, the sight of a large and small figure ordering 11 buns was a testament to their Jianghu roots. "Shoo, keep your voices down. Can't you see he is a young Taoist? A wandering Taoist cannot be considered a true Jianghu person." After a few murmurs, the alluring aroma of the buns pulled them back into their feasting frenzy. At that moment, 2 men and a woman entered the inn. The first to arrive was a youth, his hair tied atop his head with a delicate crown adorning it, clad in a flowing blue and white robe with wide sleeves. Complemented by black wrist guards, he held a folding fan in one hand and wore a long sword at his waist. Following closely behind was a girl of about 14 or 15, dressed in a lively yellow short outfit with a playful skirt, her hair adorned with matching accessories. Her smiling eyes radiated a lively spirit, and she bore a petite, exquisite sword at her side, its sheath embellished with intricate silver patterns. The last to enter was another young man, attired in a harmonious blend of yellow and white robes, his garments' hems and cuffs delicately patterned, with black wrist guards adding to his sharp appearance. His long hair was neatly tied back with a simple hairpin, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. A long sword hung diagonally from his back, its tassel swaying gently with his stride. As the trio entered and discovered the inn bustling with patrons, the girl frowned and complained, "Are we really going to have to move to another place? The influx of visitors to the Jingtao Manor has been overwhelming these past few days. The closer we get, the more crowded it becomes. If this continues, we might genuinely go hungry." The young man in the blue and white robe scanned the tables for a moment and, seeing no available seats, spoke up, "Little junior sister, do not be so impatient. As children of the Jianghu, we are not bound by trivialities. Let us see if we can share a table with others." His gaze suddenly landed on a table where a Taoist priest was seated alongside a young disciple. Across the table, there were available seats. With a sudden inspiration, I approached and clasped my fists in greeting, saying, "Esteemed young Daoist, I pay my respects. I see there are vacant spots at this table. Would it be convenient for me to allow 3 of us to sit down?" Li Zio glanced at the trio, gestured towards the empty seats across, nodded, and replied, "When one is away from home, there is no need for formalities. Please, come and take a seat." The man in the azure robe turned sideways and called to his companions, "Junior sister, Brother Chen, come and sit." He then turned back to Li Ziyo, clasping his fists, and introduced himself. I am Xiao Zhulu from the Qing Foam Sword sect. This is my junior sister, Su Qinghuan, and her elder brother, Su Chun from the Su family of Mo City. Both Su Qinghuan and Su Qin also clasped their fists and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Daoist. Li Ziyo nodded and was about to withdraw his gaze when he noticed all three were fixated on him, seemingly unwilling to look away. A sudden jolt of realization struck him. He remembered the custom of the Jianghu, which dictated that upon being introduced, one should reciprocate. However, revealing his own name in such a public setting would be exceedingly awkward. He steeled himself and said, I am from the Yunyu sect, and I am Daoist Chongqing. This is my disciple, Hunyu. Yunyu sect? Someone at the neighboring table murmured, I have not heard of this sect before. Daoist Chongqing? That name is rather straightforward, another interjected, casting a glance at Li Ziyo, but soon his attention was drawn back to the enticing aroma of the buns on the table. Su Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with interest, ready to speak, but was gently restrained by Su Qin's tug on her sleeve. Xiao Zhulu lightly tapped his palm with his fan and remarked, Daoist Chongqing. What a splendid name. It truly complements your noble demeanor. Hunyu, however, was oblivious to such compliments, her focus entirely on the large stack of 10 savory meat buns presented by the waiter. Her little hand was already itching to seize one. Just as the waiter placed the 11 hefty buns down, Xiao Zhulu interjected, blocking the waiter's path with his fan, 6 of those meat buns. And please bring me a large platter of meat as well. The waiter promptly responded, certainly, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. Once Xiao Zhulu had completed his order, he suddenly noticed that the expressions of his companions were somewhat peculiar, and curiously inquired, Junior sister, Brother Chun, what troubles you? He turned to look at the Daoist, who was diligently savoring a large meat bun without any apparent concern. However, when he turned back to the stack of buns, he was astonished to see that a significant portion had already vanished. Hunyu had already devoured one with gusto, her cheeks puffed out as if stuffed with dumplings, while still clutching half of another bun in her hand. Xiao Zhulio's eyes widened in disbelief. This truly reflects the carefree spirit of Jianghu children. He then directed his gaze back to Li Ziyo, saying, Daoist Chongqing, your disciple is no ordinary child. Li Ziyo, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, I beg your pardon for the amusement. Let us change the subject. I overheard your discussion about the gathering of Jianghu heroes. Is there a deeper reason behind it? Oh, you are not aware? Xiao Zhulu elegantly unfurled his fan and proudly declared, Daoist, you may not know, but the esteemed Ling from the Jingtao Manor, one of the top 10 sects in the Jianghu, has sent out invitations to summon all young heroes for a gathering at Jingtao Manor. Oh, is that so? Li Ziyo felt an unexpected surprise, never anticipating such a coincidence. To encounter a gathering of illustrious heroes at the mountain villa, according to the scripts of his previous life. This affair was certainly not trivial. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Daoist, did you not notice that 9 out of 10 tables in this inn are occupied by youthful individuals? Oh, is there a deeper meaning to this? Indeed, the Daoist seemed unaware of the nuances. It was said that the young mistress of Jingtao Mountain Villa, Xianxia, was as beautiful as a celestial being. This time, the villa's master had specifically organized this event to seek a suitor for his daughter. At that moment, Su Qinghuan scoffed, turning her face away, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hilt of her sword as she remarked, Humph, what is so special about her? Isn't it merely that she was born in Jingtao Mountain Villa? The others exchanged glances, and Su Chanzhou cleared his throat, shifting his gaze. Xiao Zhulu paused with his folding fan, hastily changing the subject without further elaboration. At that juncture, the waiter approached, carrying 6 large meat buns and a generous platter of meat. He placed the tray on the table, deftly arranging the bowls and chopsticks, successfully breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Hunyo had just polished off 10 large meat buns, and, upon seeing the meat platter presented, her eyes widened, seemingly glued to the dish. Xiao Zhulu, smiling, closed his fan and gestured, Fellow wanderers of the Jianghu, our gathering signifies fate, let us dine together. Just as Li Ziyo was about to politely decline, he noticed Hunyo had already seized the platter and was devouring the food voraciously. In the blink of an eye, only a clean white plate remained, licked spotless. Xiao Zhulu had yet to fold his fan, while Su Qinghuan had just picked up her chopsticks. Su Qinzhou paused, holding his bowl aloft in midair. The 3 of them were left in a state of stunned silence. Li Ziyo raised his hand to his forehead, silently lamenting within, alas, my master's once brilliant wisdom. Chapter 51, Companions, bestowing the sword, nothing to worry about, nothing at all. For children of the rivers and lakes, being able to eat is a blessing. Xiao Zhulu elegantly unfurled his folding fan, obscuring half of his face, yet unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. He raised his hand and called out to the waiter in a loud voice, "Waiter, bring us several more plates of meat, the thickest braised pork knuckles you have." Su Qinghuan let out a soft laugh, her earlier awkwardness dissipating as she poked her brother Su Qinzhou's arm. "Brother, look at how delightfully the little girl devours her food." Su Qinzhou shook his head helplessly, his gaze falling upon the gleaming oil that coated the empty plates. He glanced at the little girl, now licking her fingers, and said in a low voice, "One should not speak while eating, nor converse while resting." Despite his words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Li Ziyo, wishing to ease the atmosphere, was about to interject when the little girl tilted her face up, her small nose dusted with bits of meat. "Master, this meat is more fragrant than the buns. Next time we order large meat buns, can we just have the filling? No skin, please." She spoke with a twinkle in her eye, exuding an air of cleverness, eagerly awaiting compliments. Her words elicited hearty laughter from the table. The waiter soon returned with a tray stacked high with 3 glossy braised pork knuckles, steam wafting up, carrying the rich aroma that tickled the noses of all present. The men at the neighboring table had completely forgotten their buns, each stretching their necks to gaze enviously at this table. One of the bearded men could not help but exclaim, "Is this little Taoist boy perhaps a celestial being descended to earth? Not one of us burly men could match such an appetite. Indeed, it is quite an eye-opener." Xiao Zhulu observed the little girl, and, unable to resist, clasped his hands and smiled. Longxing Daoist, seeing the little girl's appetite, "She must possess extraordinary gifts, does she not?" Li Ziyo, savoring his food leisurely, swallowed slowly upon hearing this, glancing at the little girl who was voraciously gnawing on the pork knuckle, and sighed inwardly. "This is hardly extraordinary talent. She is merely a child in the midst of growth." Xiao Zhulu laughed heartily, picking up on the conversation. "Indeed, the Daoist is right. Children should eat well to grow strong." The table brimmed with chatter as they dined, transitioning from tales of their journey to intriguing anecdotes from the martial world, gradually growing more familiar with one another. The little girl continued to immerse herself in her meal, occasionally mumbling vague replies to Su Qinghuan, but showing no signs of estrangement. When it came time to settle the bill, Xiao Zhulu swiftly approached the counter and placed a few pieces of silver on the table. "Let me cover the Daoist's expenses." Li Ziyo was about to rise to object, but the innkeeper, beaming with delight, accepted the silver without hesitation, even testing it with his teeth, exclaiming, "What a generous guest." Li Ziyo could only shake his head in resignation, letting out a soft sigh. "Ah, this connection has been forged." The 5 of them exited the inn together, and Xiao Zhulu clasped his hands again, inquiring, "Daoist, do you have any further plans? Perhaps we could journey to Jingtao Mountain Manor together. It would be good for children of the rivers and lakes to look out for one another." Li Ziyo nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable." On the official road, the 3 men led their horses while Li Ziyo held the deer's reins. The little girl sat upon the deer's back, walking alongside, laughter and conversation flowing freely. Xiao Zhulu called out brightly, "By your demeanor, Daoist, you must indeed possess true abilities. Yet, how is it that you seem so uninformed about the matters of the martial world, having only recently entered it?" Li Ziyo nodded and remarked, "I have been cultivating in the mountains until this year when I finally descended. As a newcomer to the martial world, my understanding of its affairs is quite limited." Xiao Zhulu seized the opportunity to respond, "No worries. Allow me to elucidate the divisions of power within this realm." Li Ziyo clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "I could not ask for more. The martial world is generally categorized into 4 tiers. For instance, my sister and I belong to the Qingfeng sword sect, while my sister and brother Qinzhou are affiliated with the Su family of Imo City, both of which are considered 2nd tier. The lowest tier consists of 3rd-rate factions, typically comprising a small number of individuals without the presence of 2nd-rate warriors. Such factions are numerous in the martial world, with new ones emerging each year while others may be eradicated. Next, we have 2nd-tier factions, which are characterized by a few 2nd-rate warriors. Most of those who traverse the martial world are individuals like us. The 1st-tier factions, however, are the aspirations we pursue. They boast several 1st-rate warriors and wield significant influence in this realm. Among the elite powers, excluding the Daoist sects, there are only a handful. It seems that the Daoist master does not regard us common folk with disdain. Yet, I firmly believe that you possess genuine prowess." Li Ziyo applauded, "Indeed. You perceive things clearly, young hero." "Haha, thank you for the compliment, Daoist." As they continued their journey, they arrived beneath a large tree, an ideal spot to rest. Xiao Zhulu noticed the peachwood sword behind Li Ziyo and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Are you adept in swordsmanship, Daoist?" Li Ziyo tied the deer rope to the trunk and replied with a smile, I have a rudimentary understanding, but I cannot claim mastery. Hunyo leaped down from the deer's back and dashed to the tree to gather wild fruits, with Su Qinghuan following suit, the two of them playing merrily together. Su Chunzhou found a stone to sit upon, quietly listening to the conversation while keeping an eye on his sister. Xiao Zhuliu's eyes brightened, and he quickly said, "You are being modest. I can only imagine that the sword you practice is extraordinary. Perhaps you could enlighten us?" Li Zio hesitated slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Zhuliu thought he had misunderstood and hastily clarified, "We have no intention of secretly learning your ultimate techniques. It is customary among the children of the martial world to exchange martial arts." Clearly, Li Zio's hesitation led to a misunderstanding. In truth, he thought this was an excellent opportunity for mutual benefit. Li Zio had never liked taking advantage of others, yet he felt he had little swordplay to offer. The 7 styles of cutting the mundane were a renowned secret of a scruffy old Daoist and should not be carelessly disseminated. Suddenly inspired, he nodded and stated, "Then I shall humbly present my skills." Li Zio drew the peachwood sword from his back and began to demonstrate. At first glance, the swordplay appeared unremarkable, but upon closer examination, it concealed profound mysteries, swift transitions and techniques, the sword's aura gentle as a willow's caress, yet fierce as the tearing of silk, presenting a refined aspect of Daoist martial arts. In the delicate interplay of offense and defense, the gentle force released seamlessly transitions into a swift counterattack, all executed without the slightest hint of awkwardness. After several demonstrations, the intricate sword techniques seemed to imprint themselves upon the minds of Xiao Zhuliu and Su Qinzhou, evoking profound insights within them. When their gazes met, both discerned the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes, instantly grasping the intention of the Daoist master. Li Zio, with a deft flick of his wrist, sheathed the peachwood sword with a swift motion, securing it firmly behind his back. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhuliu stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Daoist master, for your guidance. Such a great kindness shall never be forgotten by me." Su Qinzhou also rose, clasping his fists in appreciation, and solemnly echoed, "Thank you, Daoist master." Li Zio, brushing off the dust from his attire, teased, "What are you saying, young hero? Did you not often proclaim that those of the Jianghu are not bound by trifles? Why, then, this excessive courtesy?" Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Zhuliu scratched his head, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Just then, Su Qinghuan returned with Hunyu in tow, her curiosity piqued by the scene before her. Xiao Zhuliu merely smiled, attributing his newfound insights to the Daoist master's teachings, though a deeper respect now shone in his eyes. Chapter 52. Arrival at Stormy Villa in less than 2 days. The 5 of them finally arrived at Stormy Villa. From a distance, the imposing villa gate loomed high, adorned with crimson silk, while a steady stream of visitors flowed in and out. The crowd consisted of sword-bearing wanderers, their voices lively yet orderly. As they reached the entrance, a young servant clad in a blue tunic hastened towards them, cupping his hands in greeting and smiling. "Are you here for the banquet? Please follow me. The steward is waiting to register you inside." As soon as he finished speaking, several nimble young servants approached. They quickly took the reins from Xiao Zhuliu and the others, assuring them with smiles, "Rest assured, we will take good care of your horses." The servant then exchanged a glance with Hunyu, who, upon receiving a slight nod from her master, reluctantly loosened her grip on the deer's lead. She tiptoed and tugged at the servant's sleeve, softly advising, "Make sure to give it plenty to eat. Don't let my Sanhua go hungry." The servant promptly agreed and carefully led the horses and deer to the side courtyard. Following the young servant's guidance, they entered the courtyard, where tables and chairs were arranged by factional strength. Numerous guests were gathered, engaged in lively conversation. At a long pearwood table on the east side, an elderly man was diligently registering guests. The servant led them forward and bowed, saying, "Steward Wang, these are the newly arrived guests." Steward Wang raised his head to assess the newcomers, set down his pen, and gestured politely before picking up his pen again to inquire, "May I ask for your names and affiliations? After registration, I will show you to your accommodations." Xiao Zhuliu stepped forward, clasping his fists. "I am Xiao Zhuliu from the Qingfeng sword sect." Su Qinzhou then followed, bowing and stating, "I am Su Qinzhou from the Su family of Mo City, and this is my younger sister, Su Qinghuan." Su Qinghuan nodded in acknowledgement. Steward Wang noted their names in his ledger, responding, "Qingfeng sword sect, Su family of Mo City, duly registered." Just as Su Qinzhou turned to make way for Li Zio, a young servant suddenly leaned in, casting a glance at Li Zio and murmuring something in Steward Wang's ear. Wang's expression shifted, and before Li Zio could introduce himself, he retrieved 2 pristine wooden tokens from the desk and handed them to Xiao and Su with a smile. Here are the tokens for the bee courtyard. Please, make yourselves comfortable. He then produced a worn wooden token from beneath the table and casually pushed it towards Li Zio, stating in a nonchalant tone, "This is yours." Li Zio lightly pinched the token bearing the D designation, a serene smile still gracing his lips. He handed it over to Hunyu without further comment and followed Xiao Zhulu and the others as they exited. Xiao Zhulu glanced at the D token, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion. Turning to the retreating figure of Steward Wang, he questioned, "What is the meaning of this?" Even with the D courtyard, the Daoist should have introduced himself. How could the steward of Stormy Villa display such discourtesy? In an instant, Li Zio comprehended the reason behind the earlier incident. Upon entering the courtyard, he had caught sight of several men in patched clothing whispering to the young servant. At this moment, it became evident that the flowered robe gang had been scheming behind the scenes, prompting an involuntary bitter smile and a shake of the head. Observing Li Zio's gesture of denial, Xiao Zhulu mistakenly assumed it was due to disappointment in Steward Wang and promptly invited, "Daoist, I imagine the Bing courtyard is quite spacious. Why not come and stay with me and Hunyu? My junior sister can reside with brother Qinzhou." Li Zio, smiling and waving his hand in refusal, replied lightly, No, I appreciate your kind offer, but Hunyu and I are quite content as we are. Besides, the Ding courtyard is tranquil, perfectly suiting the temperaments of my disciple and me." With a sigh, Xiao Zhulu nodded in resignation and said to Li Zio, "Take care, Daoist. I shall visit you later." He then followed the young servant toward the Bing courtyard. Li Zio watched the retreating figures of Xiao Zhulu and his companions before turning to Hunyu and instructing, "Hand him the wooden plaque." Hunyu, not grasping the intricacies of the situation, recalled seeing Xiao Zhulu pass the plaque to the servant. She smiled and extended her small hand to pass it over. The young servant, appearing unfamiliar with the circumstances, accepted the plaque with a couple of naive chuckles, then sincerely walked ahead to guide the two. Li Zio held Hunyu's hand tightly, following closely behind, while his thoughts began to murmur. Ah, indeed, the flowered robe gang is quite obstinate, truly deserving of the saying, "It is better to provoke the 10 major sects than to offend the flowered robe." A broken bowl, you say? Very well, I hope not to cross paths with you. Otherwise, I may just use that broken bowl as a night pot for Hunyu. I did not traverse to this world merely to endure your petty grievances. After walking alongside the servant for nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at a drab courtyard. The walls were chipped and peeling, and the paint on the wooden door had flaked into fragments. In stark contrast to the blue bricks and black tiles they had previously encountered, it was a world apart. "Here we are," the servant pointed to the second-to-last room at the far end, the wooden plaque swaying above the door. Hunyu wrinkled her nose and remarked, "Master, this place is even more dilapidated than the little fishing village." Li Zio patted her head, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, where dozens of rooms bore similar wooden plaques. It appeared that the accommodations were fully occupied, suggesting that this was not solely a slight against him. His simmering irritation gradually subsided. He then chuckled to himself. "Why should I harbor grievances against a bunch of NPCs? Let us go inside and take a look." He pushed open the door, finding the interior surprisingly clean. While the exterior was somewhat worn, it was evident that care had been taken to prepare it for guests. Stepping into the courtyard, he noted that it seemed to have been neglected in the past, but had recently been tidied up, with the grass cleared away. Although small, the courtyard was well equipped, featuring a stone table and several stone stools. Li Zio felt satisfied. After his travels, ordinary folk would hardly possess such accommodations, leaving little room for discontent. As he opened the door to the room, he detected a faint musty odor, suggesting it had not been inhabited for some time. Presumably, the prior disturbances had already dissipated. However, this was hardly a significant issue. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a refreshing energy dispersed the mustiness entirely, instantly revitalizing the air. At first glance, Hunyo spotted the 2 small beds and promptly lay down on her back, gazing at the ceiling. She had endured much hardship during this time, yet her resolute spirit never allowed her to voice her fatigue. Accustomed to the wild, even her occasional lodgings lacked such comfort. "Just rest for a while. But don't fall asleep," she reminded herself, recalling the young man's words about the imminent arrival of food. Upon hearing this, Hunyo quickly sat up and began to survey her surroundings. "Where is the food? It seems we must wait a bit longer." With a sigh, she resignedly lay back down. Li Zio chuckled softly, shaking his head, and turned to venture outside for a stroll. This courtyard was already somewhat secluded, but he was surprised to find an even more remote room within it. He mused to himself, could this fellow have had a dispute with the Jingtao villa? What led him to this thought was the observation that the few rooms ahead were still vacant, implying that the steward Wang had relegated those with grievances to the back. The courtyard walls appeared more as mere decoration, standing at a mere 5 feet high, allowing an outsider a clear view of the courtyard's general condition. Chapter 53. The Dingzi Courtyard, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Cough. Li Xiao leisurely circled around the Dingzi Courtyard. What was referred to as the Dingzi Courtyard was, in fact, a place that hosted third-rate powers. Most of the inhabitants of this courtyard were mediocre martial artists. Though there were exceptions, the current courtyard was one such anomaly. The persistent cough echoed within, emanating from an elderly man who, despite being on the brink of death, was a peak first-rate martial artist. Li Xiao had not encountered many martial artists, but he would never mistake the aura of a peak first-rate master. Grandfather, are you all right? A girl's anxious voice rang out from within the courtyard, presumably around the age of 14 or 15. It seemed she was distressed by the severity of the old man's coughing, her tone tinged with the threat of tears. Knock, knock, knock. Li Xiao gently tapped on the wooden door with his knuckles, his force measured, and called out to the courtyard. Do you require assistance? Though it appeared abrupt, perhaps this little path could indeed be of help. The courtyard fell silent for a moment before the door creaked open. The girl, upon seeing a handsome young man clad in a blue robe standing outside, grasped his hand and urgently exclaimed, Can you truly save my grandfather? Just as Li Xiao was about to respond, a stern voice from within the courtyard interrupted. Nonsense. What kind of decorum is this? A wandering Taoist dares claim he can cure me? I have no money. Do not come here to swindle me. The girl hastily released her grip. Staring at him in disbelief, Are you a charlatan? Saying this, she began to push him away. Go away. You are not welcome here. With a loud bang, the door was shut. Li Xiao stood momentarily dumbfounded. He had yet to utter a word, yet he was already branded a fraud. Shaking his head, he could only continue on his way. The old man's condition was indeed dire, but in Li Xiao's view, healing him would be as effortless as lifting a finger. However, being dismissed without a word left him utterly perplexed. He sighed. What on earth is happening? After Li Xiao departed, he expanded his consciousness, still keeping a watchful eye on the courtyard. He was curious to uncover the true situation within. The girl returned to the old man's side, steadying herself and asking with curiosity, Grandfather, is he truly a charlatan? I feel he is unlike those deceivers from the palace. Cough, cough. Your Highness, I would never mistake him, the old man gasped. I have many friends in the Taoist sect and have never heard of such a youth. Besides, those from the Taoist order would not need to seek patience actively. This is clearly the tactic of a wandering Taoist. I have seen too many of these over the years. Do we not have enough of being swindled by such people in our royal family? The girl nodded in agreement and said, I will listen to you, Grandfather. Is there truly no hope for your illness? The old man shook his head, replying, Had I encountered the Eastern Wanderer physician a few years ago, it would not have been too late. Now, my body has withered completely. There is no salvation. Even the miraculous life-extending needle could only prolong my life for a few years, addressing only the symptoms, not the root cause. The reason for bringing you out this time was, in part, due to that legend. Secondly, I wish to entrust you to my friends, so that I may depart this world in peace. Grandfather, I do not wish for your demise. Alas you. Li Xiao stood there, momentarily at a loss. Huh, what a surprise. Have I encountered royalty? A fallen princess, entrusted to friends? He comprehended why the two had reacted so vehemently towards him. It was said that the old emperor was advanced in age, often seeking wandering Taoist priests to concoct elixirs. It was no wonder he mistook himself for a conman. Li Xiao decided to continue on his path, hastening his steps upon reaching the entrance of a courtyard. Within, he observed a figure leisurely reclining on a bamboo chair, swaying gently in rhythm with the creaking sound. The individual had their hair tied back, wielding a fan, clad in a blue and white collared robe, complemented by a deep blue embroidered short shirt and a black blue belt, with dark-colored arm guards adorning their arms, exuding an air of gallantry. Yet, Li Xiao immediately discerned that this was a woman disguised as a man. He quickened his pace, not because she was a woman, but due to the striking familiarity of her aura. It mirrored that of the old Taoist he had trapped just days prior. This person must surely be connected to the Xianxia sect. Those of the Taoist community typically remain aloof from worldly disputes. What could this signify? However, being merely in her 20s and already a first-rate martial artist, her background could not be trivial. It seemed this woman possessed a remarkable identity. Thus, he hastened further, wishing to evade attention and avoid unnecessary troubles. The woman reclined in the bamboo chair, swaying leisurely, oblivious to the fleeting shadow that passed by the courtyard entrance. As Li Xiao came to a halt, he noticed an odd courtyard. the windows and door curtains tightly sealed even in broad daylight. The more he observed, the more his curiosity piqued, prompting him to investigate further. Expanding his consciousness, he saw a man seated cross-legged within. Dressed plainly, he appeared to be an honest young man. Yet his aura was notably restrained. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. As Li Zio scrutinized him, he discovered that the man wore a mask made of human skin. How intriguing, a human skin mask. Could he be affiliated with a sinister sect? There was indeed a sect known as the Butian sect, and the disheveled old Taoist had mentioned that if one encountered them, there was no need to hold back, simply eliminate them. This individual hiding here surely had ulterior motives. Choosing to remain discreet, Li Zio decided to observe the unfolding situation. Perhaps a tale of righteousness triumphing over evil could emerge. The old Taoist's words were not without merit. The Butian sect indeed exuded an unsettling aura. Having thoroughly explored the Ding courtyard, Li Zio turned back towards the direction he had come. Upon returning to his own courtyard, he fortuitously encountered the resident of the last house. What puzzled him was that the man was clad in simple blue attire, holding a small wine flask, emanating an air of carefree nonchalance. Why would he be particularly targeted by the Jianghu mountain villa? Upon seeing Li Zio, the man's initial reaction was one of surprise. Clearly, he was aware of the intricacies of residing in this courtyard. Equally perplexed, he wondered how this remarkably handsome young Taoist had offended the Jianghu mountain villa. Truly, it echoed the sentiment of kindred souls in distress. The man stepped forward with a hearty demeanor, bowing respectfully. I am Yi Jingxian, a wandering rogue of the Jianghu. Pleased to meet you, Taoist. Previously unseen. Have you just moved in? Li Zio smiled and nodded. Indeed, I have only resided in this courtyard for a few hours. I see. That is quite unfortunate. I have just returned with some wine. Yi Jingxian raised the wine jug and asked, would you care to share a drink, Daoist? Li Zio quickly waved his hand. I do not partake in alcohol. Yi Jingxian nodded, not insisting, and with a fist salute. He smiled and said, these few courtyards are somewhat secluded. The arena for the competition will take a few more days to be completed, so it seems we shall be staying here for a while longer. If you wish to find someone to alleviate your boredom, just call for me. The arena for the competition? Li Zio was perplexed. What sort of arena? Do you not know? Yi Jingxian raised an eyebrow. The master of Ling Manor has widely distributed invitations, all for the purpose of a martial arts contest to win a bride. I have a deep affection for Miss Ling, and this time I must secure the top position. I humbly request that you cheer for me when the time comes. With that, he lifted the wine jug to his lips. Haha, Li Zio finally understood. Now it made sense why this fellow was afforded such special treatment. Well said, he replied, clasping his hands together. Then I shall wish the young hero success in securing his beloved in advance. Chapter 54. A secret meeting beyond the wall. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. With a creak, Xiao Zhulu pushed the door open and exclaimed, Oh, Daoist, have you and Hunyu already had your meal? It seems we are not too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Hunyu hurriedly stood up, spreading her arms to shield the table behind her. Haha, Hunyu, is that really necessary? Have you forgotten that I treated you to braised pork knuckle just a couple of days ago? Hunyu remained silent, her vigilant gaze still fixed on the food. All right, Hunyu, step aside. He is merely teasing you. Look what your sister Qinghuan has brought for you, Li Zio kindly urged, covering his face in exasperation. Ding, ding, ding. Su Qinghuan bounced over, placing a food box on the table and waving at Hunyu with a smile. Hunyu, sweet pastries. Come and have some. Pastries? Hunyu's eyes lit up as she eagerly pulled Su Qinghuan into the small room. Before long, the corner was filled with the sounds of her nibbling on the treats. Young Sir Xiao, young Sir Su, please, have a seat and join us. Li Zio invited with a smile, quickly rising to set bowls and chopsticks for them. Excellent. Xiao Zhulu, without any reservations, picked up his chopsticks and sampled a dish. He began to recount the rumors he had heard since moving into the B courtyard. As their conversation progressed, Xiao Zhulu suddenly grew agitated. Daoist, this place is far too secluded. You came here with us. Why does the Jingtao villa single you out? The food here is vastly inferior to ours. This is clearly bullying. Li Zio waved his hand with a smile. Such trifles, do not let them anger you. Though the house may be old, it shelters us from the wind and rain, providing tranquility. You know I am not fond of extravagance. Xiao Zhulu nodded in agreement, lamenting. That is true. Alas, in this world, I find it increasingly difficult to comprehend. Li Zio, puzzled, inquired, what is it? Why the sudden reflection? This is not like you. Xiao Zhulu shook his head. I was pondering the true significance of the goals I uphold. Have you encountered some setback? Li Zio pressed further. With a sigh, Xiao Zhulu set down his chopsticks. Ah, Daoist, you may not realize. Look at those beggars from the Hui gang. They have directly moved into the A courtyard, enjoying abundant food and drink, with dancing girls in attendance. Suddenly, I feel that despite my lifelong struggles, I may not even live as comfortably as these beggars. Do not be deceived by my fine attire. I am no better off than those patched-up beggars. This disparity is disheartening. It would be better to marry into wealth. Oh, how could young Sir Xiao entertain such thoughts? Surely, you are not one to think in such a manner. Ah, Daoist, reflecting on it now, I suddenly see a shortcut before me, yet I insist on toiling away. In the end, I might not even surpass a fraction of that shortcut. Haha, one cannot say it that way. Li Zio remarked, you must not drift along aimlessly like your name suggests. One must steadfastly pursue their goals, even if it leads to utter ruin. It is the effort that counts, is it not? Xiao Zhulu suddenly came to a realization, exclaiming, Ah, you speak wisely, Daoist. I have indeed been fixated on trivialities. Li Zio gently patted his shoulder, saying, what you perceive may not align with your imagination. Take the Flowered Garment Gang, for instance. They hold a considerable status in the martial world, despite being a band of beggars. The scale they have achieved today is likely the result of countless generations of toil. Do not hastily dismiss your own direction. Perhaps one day, you too shall be someone they look up to, young man. You still have much to strive for. Uncertain of how long they had conversed, nightfall arrived, prompting the three to return. After securing the door, Li Zio cradled the sleepy tiger girl and tucked her into bed, shaking his head with a wry smile. I never imagined that in this world, I would find myself dispensing toxic platitudes to others. I wonder what this lad has experienced today. Suddenly seeking shortcuts. Has he not discerned the intentions of that girl, Qinghuan? Resolving not to dwell on it further, Li Zio looked out the window, where the moonlight streamed in beautifully. He settled onto the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Time passed, and the night deepened. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from outside. Li Zio opened his eyes slowly, raising an eyebrow as he thought. Is that the sound of someone scaling the wall? Could it be an intruder? Surely not. Why would they bypass the more accessible courtyards of AB and C to come to this secluded spot? He expanded his consciousness, soon realizing that the intruder was not attempting to breach his wall, but rather that of Yi Jingxian. Ah, this presents an intriguing scenario. Upon discerning the figure's attire, he noted it was that of a maid. How curious indeed. What could a young maid be doing at this hour, climbing over Yi Jingxian's wall? A soft thud resonated as she leaped down. Yi Jingxian, awakened by the disturbance, emerged with a look of confusion, brightening upon seeing her. Miss Ling, what brings you here? This greeting evidently did not resonate with the young woman, who raised an eyebrow and retorted, this is my home. Why should I not come? Miss Ling, have you grown distant after these months, Yilang? Although Yi Jingxian was a man, his ears flushed red as he stammered, we have not yet wed. This manner of interaction is inappropriate. Bah! Who wishes to wed you? Seeing her irritation, Yi Jingxian hastily grasped her hand. Ah, Moon, I shall call you Moon. Humph. After months apart, you remain as dull as ever. The young woman playfully poked his forehead, expressing her frustration. You were so valiant when we first met, swiftly dispatching those ruffians. Yet now you seem all too reserved. Yi Jingxian scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. The young woman twirled before him and inquired. It has been 3 months since we last met, and these past days I have felt rather heavy around the waist. Yilang, do tell, have I gained weight? Yi Jingxian scrutinized her intently and remarked, you have not gained weight. You remain as slender as ever. With a dismissive scoff, she retorted, asking you is a futile endeavor. With that, she turned to scale the wall. Yi Jingxian hastily reached out to stop her, secretly pleased at her defiance. Yet he spoke. I shall open the door for you. Climbing over the wall is unbecoming of a gentleman. Incensed, the young woman stepped on his foot and coldly huffed. I have never claimed to be a lady. Despite her bravado, she cautiously protected her abdomen while climbing. Li Zio, regaining his composure, shook his head in resignation and muttered, so this maid, dressed as she is actually the cherished jewel of the Jingtao manor. It is indeed curious that Yi Jingxian, who had been so resolute during the day about claiming victory, now found himself at a loss for words in the presence of the true lady. Yet, with her condition, it seems she would not be able to conceal it for much longer. No wonder Jingtao manor is so eager to seek a suitor. They are in search of a steward. A libertine, indeed, ultimately succumbs to the very nature of his waywardness. How could the leaders of the 10 major sects ever consent to marry their daughters to a vagabond? Alas, I hope that you both can traverse the mists and behold the rainbow. Chapter 55. A touch of excitement as Li Zio gazed upon the night sky. The hour had struck midnight. A sudden thought crossed his mind regarding the Hui gang, which Xiao Zhulu had mentioned earlier that day. Truly, The audacity of the Hui gang knew no bounds. The last incident had yet to be avenged, and now they had dared to target him once more. With the serene night at hand, was it not the perfect moment to take action? After traversing this realm for so many years, it was the first time he had endured such indignation. If he were to simply let things be, would it not impede his own clarity of mind? Very well, then, let him provide them with a thrilling experience. And let us not forget about the Jingtao villa. He, being magnanimous, had no intention of quarreling with a mere steward. Yet, it was evident that Jingtao villa had turned a blind eye to its subordinates' misdeeds. This debt must also be settled, and they shall bear the consequences of their actions. Li Zio leaped into the air, landing directly atop the courtyard marked A. This courtyard was not only spacious, but also bore a building. The second floor emanated a sense of tranquility, with the occasional sound of snoring. Meanwhile, a few young vagabonds frolicked on the ground floor. Li Zio decided to expand his consciousness, swiftly locating his target. As his awareness swept through, he identified a middle-aged man lying in a bedroom on the second floor. Breathing steadily, the patchwork of his beggar's attire bore a conspicuous piece of fabric, draped over the edge of a wooden bed. Li Zio retrieved 4 white pieces of chess and cast them into the corners of the courtyard. In an instant, it felt as though the courtyard had been sealed off from the outside world, with the wind no longer able to penetrate. He lifted his gaze to the starry night sky, sparkling brilliantly, a sight that would compel anyone to exclaim in admiration of such a splendid evening. Oh, such a delightful scene, and yet merely sleeping would be a waste. Digging through his robes, he finally unearthed a yellow talisman. Since descending the mountain, this marked the second occasion he would employ the lightning summoning talisman. The first attempt had failed to strike the ghost, instead exploding a subpar manual. One could only wonder if this beggar of a martial artist could withstand its power. However, he reconsidered, shaking his head. It was best not to throw it at the head, for a splattered brain would be rather unsightly. With a resounding boom, the courtyard trembled violently, and the entire building collapsed, while the surrounding area merely shuddered. TSK. What shoddy construction. The quality of Jingtao Villa's buildings left much to be desired. As Li Zio shook his head, intending to depart, a thought struck him. Why should he act in secrecy? If there were grievances, it was best to address them face to face. He detested the whispering behind his back. With a flourish of his hand, the white clouds in the night sky suddenly arranged themselves into 5 grand characters. You are all quite arrogant. A middle-aged beggar, his hair singed and face blackened, emerged from the rubble, bewildered by the tremendous noise. What had transpired? Was he not resting? How had the building collapsed? The acrid scent of charred material invaded his nostrils, and suddenly, realization struck him. Was that thunder? Cold sweat drenched his clothing as he stumbled backward, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had narrowly escaped becoming a charred remnant beneath the debris. Was this divine retribution? It hadn't even rained. Was he facing the wrath of some elder he had offended recently? Casting a glance around, he was astounded to find that all the young beggars he had brought were utterly annihilated. Though there is no danger to life, there are injuries to the muscles and bones. It will take at least 100 days to recover, and several individuals have been severely injured by heavy objects. Some lighter casualties crawl from the rubble, stumbling as they approach him. It's nothing. I am not gravely harmed. Who among you has brought healing ointments? Administer them to those in critical condition first. He hastily rummaged through the debris and finally discovered his patched beggar's robe adorned with fabric of intertwined hearts. However, the sparks from the fire had reached the wreckage, and although the garment lay beneath, it was in a woeful state. He surveyed his surroundings. The commotion had aroused the attention of many, and he could not appear before his fellow wanderers in such a state of undress. He draped the tattered robe over himself. After all, he was a beggar, and at this moment, it did not feel out of place. The awakened crowd hurried towards him, led by 2 rotund figures. The foremost was a man in a red robe, looking somewhat simple-minded. He sported a lofty topknot secured with a golden ornament. His robe was embroidered with golden motifs of ingots, and his waist was adorned with numerous pouches. As he merrily approached, were one unaware of his identity. They might mistake him for the foolish offspring of a landlord. Following closely was a stout monk clad in a gray-black robe, also appearing rather naive. His feet shod in cloth shoes, with sleeves that billowed widely. Indeed, one could mistakenly believe them to be twins. Yet, those versed in the ways of the world knew that these 2 were none other than Qiandaba, the young master of the Luocation Manor, and Liao Wu, the esteemed disciple of the Daoist Temple. The 2 exchanged glances, and Qiandaba could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter, maliciously muttering. These beggars must be receiving their just deserts. Struck by lightning in the dead of night, they deserve it. Failing to beg properly, and instead seeking to join the fray. They think they can partake in the marriage arrangements. Liao Wu's lips twitched, nearly giving way to laughter himself. He quickly brought his hands together and murmured a prayer, Amit Ba, his ample sleeves covering half his face, successfully masking his embarrassment, though his shoulders still trembled slightly. Soon after, others from the designated areas arrived, each bearing expressions of suspicion. Suddenly, a burst of flames flickered towards them, torches forming a long serpentine line, illuminating half the night sky as the master of the Jingtao Manor finally arrived. At the center was a serious-looking middle-aged man, none other than Ling Kanglan, the lord of Jingtao Manor. His brow was furrowed, and an oppressive aura surrounded him, striking fear into those present. Before the assembled crowd of martial artists, it was an unmistakable affront to him. Following closely was a man holding a lantern, none other than Butler Wang, who had given Li Zio a sidelong glance earlier in the day. At this moment, he kept his head lowered, not daring to breathe. Just then, a figure soared through the air. Lightly landing on the debris with the tips of his toes, he steadied himself beside Ling Kanglan. The crowd focused intently, revealing an elder who bore a resemblance to Ling Kanglan, his hair and beard completely white, yet full of vitality. It was the former lord of the manor. Someone in the crowd gasped, causing a ripple of excitement. This was the steadfast anchor of the Jingtao Manor, a martial arts master who had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. His presence signified the gravity of the situation, and the surrounding murmurs quickly dwindled. In the crowd, a few individuals suddenly froze, rubbing their eyes, and then began to exclaim, "Look up! Look at the sky!" The father and son, upon hearing the commotion, raised their heads. And there, boldly emblazoned across the night sky, were 5 characters that spelled cloud. The expressions on their faces shifted dramatically, filled with terror. They had already harbored suspicions that such a splendid weather could not possibly be accompanied by thunder without reason. Now, witnessing the phenomenon with their own eyes, they were left in a state of profound shock. To command thunder and disperse clouds, such a feat had never been encountered in the realm of martial arts. The elder patriarch tightened his fingers around his beard, then gradually relaxed his grip. However, his knuckles turned pale, and disbelief surged in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Ling Kanglan, as if his stare alone could consume him, laden with accountability. Ling Kanglan felt a chill run down his spine. Instantly comprehending his father's fury, cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and instinctively he hunched over, even his breathing becoming subdued. Chapter 56. The Old Manor Lord, with fingers delicately twisting his beard, suddenly halted, his presence imposing even without anger, and spoke. "Has anyone of lowly status been neglected at the manor recently?" His gaze shifted to a middle-aged beggar, whose face was grimy and attire tattered, and he added, "Given the circumstances, I fear you may be involved with them." Cold sweat trickled down Ling Kanglan's forehead. Upon hearing this, he immediately bowed and replied, I am unaware, my lord. The manor has been receiving various guests from the martial world, and I have not noticed any anomalies." His words were abruptly interrupted by the old manor lord's piercing gaze. Butler Wang, already cowering, trembled at this remark, nearly dropping the lantern he held. This subtle movement did not escape the old manor lord's keen observation. A weighty pressure, akin to a mountain, suddenly bore down on Butler Wang, who was sternly commanded, "Speak. Should you conceal anything, you shall not be spared." Butler Wang fell to his knees with a thud, the lantern crashing to the ground and extinguishing. He crawled a few steps, his forehead knocking against the earth as he pleaded, "Spare me, old manor lord. I beg for mercy." The remnants of his former dignity had vanished, leaving him trembling on the ground, reduced to a pitiful wail for reprieve. The old manor lord cast a glance at him. His tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority, confessed the truth. Then he turned to Ling Kanglan, coldly inquiring, "No, nothing at all? What is it that you, as the manor lord, occupy yourself with daily?" "My lord, this matter cannot truly be blamed on the manor lord. I believed it to be a trivial issue. Moreover, due to the numerous affairs burdening the manor lord recently, I acted on my own accord." "A trivial issue?" The old manor lord surveyed the surrounding ruins and glanced at the sky, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. Is this what you deem trivial? You foolish servant. How could you not comprehend your own station? Who granted you the authority to act unilaterally? Trivial? Do you suppose that the annihilation of the Jingtao Manor would be deemed significant? I deserve to die. I deserve to die." Butler Wang fervently knocked his head against the ground, his voice trembling and his eyes averted, utterly terrified. "Continue. Recount in detail what you consider trivial." "It concerns a while ago when the Qingjian sect, allied with our manor, provoked a young Daoist. The former sect master and an elder had their powers rendered useless, while the rest of the sect, Over 100 individuals self-mutilated an arm. I believe the former sect master of the Qingjian sect to be merely a pinnacle second-tier martial artist. I had heard that the young Daoist was exceedingly youthful. Thus, I presumed he was merely a fledgling disciple of the Daoist sect. When he visited the manor today, I intentionally slighted him, placing him in the Ding courtyard. Huh, slighted him, you say? Even a Taoist disciple is someone you, a mere servant, could dismiss? Such a monumental event, and you dared to act on your own? Why do you think over 100 members of the Qingjian sect chose to sever their own arms? When did you foolish servant, begin to look down upon others? Is it true that everyone in our manor holds themselves in such high regard? The old master approached Steward Wang with an air of indifference, causing him to tremble in fright. Do you comprehend that your trivial cunning nearly brought ruin to the entire manor? The old master sneered, stating, a servant is merely a servant. When will you ever make decisions for the family? Keeping someone so oblivious to the gravity of matters will inevitably lead to disaster. If you cannot discern the depths of a situation, then even your cultivation is superfluous, utterly wasted. He raised his hand, pressing it upon Steward Wang's crown. Suddenly, a torrent of true energy surged forth from his palm, swiftly rendering Wang's abilities nearly non-existent, transforming him into a complete invalid. Without casting him another glance, the old master coldly commanded, take him away. His gaze shifted to Ling Kanglin, his brow furrowing slightly. Such a significant matter, and you remain indifferent. What have you been occupied with lately? Ling Kanglin's eyes flickered as he stammered, struggling to articulate a single word. Observing this, the old master sighed in resignation. Let us go and pay a visit to this esteemed individual in person. Father, do you also believe it was that Daoist's doing? Ling Kanglin exclaimed in astonishment. The old master glanced upwards at the night sky, chuckling softly. Is there any doubt? It has been plainly revealed to you. Do you expect them to inscribe their name for you? Ling Kanglin fell silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing this, Qian quickly grasped the hem of Monk Liuwu's robe and stepped forward. Monk Liuwu stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his balance. Qian, with his round belly, clumsily imitated others in offering a salute, saying, Greetings, Grandfather Ling. May I accompany you to witness this as well? The old master observed his endearing demeanor, his stern expression softening into a smile. Well done, my boy. You have grown quite sturdy. If you wish to go, then by all means, join us. He then turned to the somewhat reserved Monk Liuwu, raising his hand in a gentle gesture, his tone warm. Young master, you should come along as well. I have long benefited from the guidance of great masters. There is no need for formality. Monk Liuwu quickly bowed, murmuring, Umitba, thank you, benefactor Ling. The old master cast a sidelong glance at the timid and unapproachable Lu Baijie, remarking, what sort of troublemakers does the old beggar keep around him? Lu Baijie dared not respond. Given the earlier scene, if the other party wished to render him powerless, it would be effortlessly within their grasp. There are but a few martial arts masters in the entire Jianghu. They speak highly of the Hui gang, claiming 3 masters reside within, but in truth, the vastness of the martial world means each oversees their own territories, and it has been years since any of the masters have crossed paths. The weight of the master before him was something he needed to carefully consider. A slight misstep could lead to his own downfall, and no one would hold a martial arts master accountable for such trivial matters. With a cold snort, the old master led Ling Kanglin, followed by Qian and Monk Liuwu. The 4 of them proceeded directly to the courtyard where Li Zio resided. The courtyard gate stood firmly shut, and the atmosphere within was eerily quiet, indicating that the master had retired for the night. Observing this, Ling Kanglin was about to step forward to knock on the door when he was abruptly halted by a sharp rebuke from the old estate master. Impertinent. As the esteemed lord of this manor, when have you acted so recklessly? But, father. Ling Kanglin froze in place, his expression contorted with difficulty. The old master lifted his gaze to the sparse stars in the night sky and spoke in a deep voice. It is still quite early. Our arrival is ill-timed. We shall wait here quietly and not disturb the esteemed one's rest. Ling Kanglin's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of red and white, as he stammered in silence. The old master, observing his son's demeanor, furrowed his brow even deeper. If you are unwilling, you may leave of your own accord. After all these years as the estate master, you have learned nothing but to posture better than I. These words struck Ling Kanglin like a heavy blow, and he quickly bowed deeply, saying, I dare not, father. Following this, he stood silently to the side, refraining from voicing any further dissent. Qian and the monk Liuwu exchanged knowing glances, wisely keeping their silence as they stood together in the embrace of the night. Chapter 57. The 4 connections. Last night, she enjoyed a remarkably restful sleep. It had been a long time since she had experienced such comfort. As dawn broke, Hunyu awoke, her eyelids still heavy with remnants of slumber. She blinked vigorously a couple of times before managing to open her eyes. Supporting herself against the headboard, she slowly slid down, her bare feet brushing against the floor as she took a few cautious steps. Suddenly remembering to tread lightly, she tiptoed carefully. Noticing her master meditating with closed eyes did not surprise her. Instead, she pondered to herself how delightful it had been to snuggle under the warm covers, still feeling the soothing comfort of sleep. It baffled her why her master chose to meditate. A master who forces a disciple to meditate cannot be deemed a good master. Thankfully, her own master never imposed such demands on her, especially since she struggled with the breath control method. With the essence of meditation lost on her, Li Zio had given her the freedom to pursue her own path. Just then, her stomach grumbled audibly. Hunyu leaned against the doorframe, peering out, her eyes darting to the courtyard. When she was brought here by the young servant, she had been observant, taking in her surroundings. Along the way, she had spotted several fruit trees, their bright red hawthorn berries looking particularly enticing. She could almost taste the tartness on her tongue, having licked her lips in anticipation. Determined to venture out in search of food, she figured that fresh fruit was far better than gnawing on tree bark as she had done in the small fishing village. She needed to hurry and pick some before the birds devoured them all. As she nudged the door open slightly, her nose twitched, eagerly searching for the scent of hawthorn berries, waiting to locate the trees before rushing out. However, in the next moment, four pairs of piercing eyes suddenly met hers from beyond the courtyard wall. Hunyu froze, her eyes widening in shock, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, as if her feet were glued to the ground. The fleeting thoughts of her earlier intentions evaporated instantly, and she let out a startled cry. She spun around and dashed towards her master, pressing her back tightly against his arm, too frightened to look back. The four individuals had been standing outside the wall for several hours, their gazes fixed intently upon her, illuminated by the morning light. Their stares were unnervingly bright, and when they clashed with Hunyu's gaze, an unsettling chill coursed through her. Li Zio slowly opened his eyes, his lashes resembling the delicate wings of a butterfly glistening with morning dew, fluttering gently as they unfurled. He reached out a hand to softly pat Hunyu's trembling back, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid, your master is here. They are not bad people." Once Hunyu's sobs subsided somewhat, he rose to his feet and stepped calmly out of the courtyard. Addressing the four figures outside, he spoke with a composed demeanor, "You have arrived." The old village chief was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Zio closely, his expression shifting from surprise to reverence. The young man's striking good looks and extraordinary presence resembled that of a legendary immortal, although he bore no signs of martial prowess. The old chief understood that even a martial arts master would be no match for him. A cold sweat began to bead on his back, a testament to his astonishment. Since becoming a martial arts master, his instincts had never failed him. In the martial world, respect is earned by the accomplished. The old chief quickly clasped his fists in salute, expressing with utmost respect, "The arrival of your esteemed presence elevates our humble residence, truly a great honor. I apologize for any previous neglect towards your esteemed self." Li Zio waved his hand and nodded towards Hunyu, beckoning her to join him on the stone bench in the courtyard. He lightly tapped his fingers on the stone surface twice, inviting her to sit. With a subtle motion of his hand within his sleeve, he retrieved a few fruits from his small space and offered them to Hunyu, saying, "Are you hungry, Hunyu? Go eat over there while I converse with this esteemed elder." Hunyu quickly grabbed the fruits, casting a furtive glance at the old lord before tightly clutching them. With her cheeks puffed up, she nodded obediently and found a corner in the courtyard, sitting cross-legged on the ground. She stuffed the fruit into her mouth, chewing eagerly, her eyes squinting in delight at the sweetness, reluctant to pause. "Ah, there is no need for such polite words, dear old lord. To you, I am merely a transient guest. I shall linger here for a few days and then depart. Our encounter is but a fleeting moment, so there is no need for such formality." Li Zio's words were well understood by the old lord, and he saw through the old lord's intentions with clarity. Thus, their conversation was straightforward and unambiguous. Ling Kanglin, being the lord of the estate and a peak martial artist, naturally sensed the extraordinary nature of this Daoist priest. No longer did he harbor any contempt. Rather, he felt fortunate for his father's wise decision. The portly monk standing beside them appeared distracted, lingering behind the old lord. Upon first seeing the four individuals, Li Zio's attention was immediately drawn to this plump monk, in his 20s, with a protruding belly and large ears. He exuded a charmingly foolish yet striking presence. He bore a striking resemblance to the Maitreya Buddha from his previous life, although he had never been a believer. He once purchased a small Mithra Buddha figurine. The sight of this monk stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him, and he muttered, so similar. Taoist priest. Did you say something? The old lord, being a martial arts master, had keen hearing and faintly caught Li Zio's murmurs, though he could not discern the words. Li Zio nodded and replied, I have always placed great importance on the concept of fate, since the four of you have come together. It signifies the formation of four fates. He lightly tapped the stone table twice and turned his gaze towards the plump monk. Young master, are you comprehending something? The monk, taken aback, did not expect the Taoist priest to address him. Initially dragged here by Qiandaba, he had not intended to engage in conversation. Amitba, he replied. As the benefactor has said, it is indeed so. Li Zio nodded, his voice gentle and imbued with subtle guidance. Young master, you are too attached to the notion of understanding. Let go of that fixation. When your heart comprehends, you will truly grasp it. At that moment, the monk felt a profound tremor within, and with hands joined in reverence, he deeply bowed, his voice ringing with clarity after his epiphany. Amitba, thank you, Taoist priest, for your guidance. Li Zio then turned his attention to Qiandaba, gesturing towards Hunyu. Your fate does not lie with me. Have you noticed my disciple over there? She held a few fruits in her hand, and whichever one you could procure from her would be your destiny. Qiandaba watched with feigned foolishness, yet his heart was keenly aware. After all, he was the young master of the Luokai mountain manor. How could he truly be naive? His eyes sparkled like dew-kissed pearls. He quickly bowed to Li Zio and hurried over to Hunyu. Hunyu sat cross-legged, munching on a fruit. Upon noticing someone approaching, she puffed her cheeks and tucked the remaining fruit into her bosom, raising her gaze warily. What do you want? Qiandaba rubbed his hands together, a pleasing smile gracing his face. Little sister, may I trade this for one of your fruits? He unclasped 3 pouches from his waist and poured a heap of silver coins onto the ground, which shimmered brightly. Hunyu didn't even glance up, biting into her fruit with a crunch. Not trading. This is a gift from my master. Qiandaba grew anxious and fished out a jade pendant the size of a pigeon's egg, offering it to her. What about this? Warm jade. It's quite valuable. Hunyu cast a sidelong glance at the pendant and suddenly reached into her bosom, producing the smallest fruit, barely the size of a marble. She tossed it into his hands. Just this, take it or leave it. Qiandaba hastily caught it, not daring to show disdain. He quickly tucked the fruit away and brought it to his mouth, a refreshing chill coursing down his throat. Just as he contemplated further negotiation, Hunyu huffed, gathered her remaining fruits, and abruptly pushed open the door to the room, retreating inside. She promptly secured the latch from within. Qiandaba rubbed his nose, gazing at the closed door with a grin, satisfied with the outcome. Eventually, Li Zio turned his attention to the old master and his son, stating, Since you both have come together, allow me to share 2 stories with you. The old master nodded in agreement. Thank you, Daoist. Your tales are surely extraordinary. I shall listen intently. Li Zio pondered for a moment before beginning. The first story speaks of an immortal in the heavens, who had 2 disciples. They secretly pledged their lives to one another, incurring the wrath of the immortal. The man was banished to the mortal realm to tend cattle, where a divine ox assisted him in retrieving the woman's garments to identify her, leading to their union. Enraged, the immortal seized the woman, but the divine ox offered its hide to help the man pursue her to the heavens. The immortal waved his sleeve, establishing a boundary, allowing them to meet only on the same day each year at the Magpie Bridge. The old master was taken aback by such a tale. Though uncertain of the Daoist's intentions, he complied and praised, Indeed, your story is remarkable. Ling Kanglin clenched the hem of his sleeve tightly, his throat tightening as his expression shifted, though he concealed it well. Li Zio, perceptive to this shift, continued, If the old master enjoys this, I shall proceed to the second story. Please do, Daoist. I shall listen attentively, the old master replied. Ling Kanglin felt an ominous sensation, shifting uncomfortably on the stone steps, casting furtive glances at his father's face. Yet, he dared not speak further in his presence, feeling restless. Li Zio smiled softly, his fingertips tracing circles upon the stone table, and then he began to recount. Once upon a time, there was a woman who disguised herself as a man to pursue her studies, forming a deep friendship with a young man. Before returning home, she secretly pledged her lifelong loyalty to him. When the young man later discovered her true identity, he learned that she had already been promised to another. Consumed by sorrow, he fell ill and passed away, while the woman, on her way to marriage, leapt into his grave. Thus, they transformed into butterflies, forever intertwined. He turned to the old estate master and inquired, Old master, are you prepared for your granddaughter to take flight as a butterfly? The old master's face paled momentarily, only to be followed by a rush of crimson. even one as slow to comprehend as he could grasp the underlying meaning of the words. He finally understood what his son had been preoccupied with lately. Oh, so it was a scheme to separate the lovebirds. Anger surged within him, yet he recognized the inappropriateness of the moment and forced himself to suppress it. At that juncture, Ling Kanglin, mustering his courage, spoke. Father, I was foolish regarding your marriage before. However, the martial competition for suitors is about to commence, and it is now too late to turn back. I assure you, as long as that young man secures the top position, I will no longer obstruct him. Li Ziyo, being an outsider, saw that his purpose had been fulfilled and interjected. Old master, the tale has reached its conclusion. You may take your leave. The old master nodded, shot his son a glare, and then clasped his hands toward Li Ziyo, his voice grave. Thank you, esteemed Daoist, for your enlightenment. With that, he departed with the three others. Chapter 58. The contest for marriage at last. The day of the contest for marriage had arrived. Since the return of the old master of the estate, Li Ziyo and Huniu had not changed their courtyard, yet their treatment had ascended to unprecedented heights. They were daily indulged with exquisite delicacies and beverages, a privilege that filled Huniu with uncontainable joy, her face perpetually adorned with a beaming smile. Early in the morning, Xiao Zhulu invited Li Ziyo and his disciple to the contest venue. Su Qinghuan, brimming with complaints, questioned the need to arrive so early before the competition had even begun. His elder brother, Su Qinzhou, merely shook his head, understanding that Xiao Zhulu was eager to register for the event. Li Ziyo was also aware of this, but chose not to expose the matter. Observing their expressions, Xiao Zhulu hastily clarified, Daoist, brother Qinzhou, please do not regard me in such a manner. Since that day I received your teachings, I have relinquished the notion of seeking shortcuts. Today presents a rare opportunity to engage in a few exchanges with the youthful heroes of the martial world. It would render our journey not entirely fruitless. Li Ziyo nodded in agreement, recognizing that this aligned with his character, clearly indicating a genuine abandonment of his previous intentions. Su Qinzhou maintained his stoic demeanor, offering no response. Yet internally he harbored concerns for his sister. Upon arrival at the venue, Xiao Zhulu discreetly departed for a brief moment. Upon his return, he was humming a tune while holding a small wooden plaque. Su Qinghuan approached and snatched it from him, pouting as she inquired, What is this? You've gone to such lengths for this trinket? Planning to hide like a turtle, are we? The venue was already teeming with spectators, all gathered around the fighting platform, leaving no space to even stand comfortably. Nearby, a high platform was adorned with a row of chairs. In the center sat Ling Kanglin, the master of the Jingtao villa. To his left, 5 chairs were partly occupied by 2 portly figures, none other than Qian Daba and Monk Wuyu, clearly reserved for representatives of the foremost powers in the martial world. To the right, a few ladies engaged in hushed conversations, indicating that these seats were intentionally reserved for the female relatives of the villa. Xiao Zhulu, accustomed to such arrangements, promptly explained to Li Ziyo, those chairs above are prepared for the elite factions of the martial world. He cast a glance at the 3 vacant seats, remarking that Songjian Villa and Jingtao Villa have always been at odds. Their absence today is hardly surprising. As for the last empty chair, it is rather amusing. It is reserved for the Hui gang. I heard they sent someone but were struck by lightning, so badly that their hair was singed. They likely lack the face to sit here now. He chuckled at his own jest. Li Ziyo maintained a composed exterior while secretly reveling in the turn of events, thinking, you remain unaware, my friend. This is indeed my handiwork. As for the final vacant seat, Xiao Zhulu surveyed the surroundings before gesturing toward the section reserved for the female relatives, saying, there it is. In this instance, the revered Apothecary Valley is graced by the presence of the esteemed goddess of medicine, Mu Xinwan. Having known the illustrious Miss Ling since childhood, they are likely to share playful banter. Li Ziyo, listening intently, secretly nods in agreement, recognizing that Xiao Zhulu possesses considerable insight into the affairs of the martial world. At that moment, a dashing young man clad in an ornate robe approaches the host, whispering a few words into his ear. Xiao Zhulu promptly leans in to explain to Li Ziyo. This individual is none other than the chief disciple of Master Ling, renowned in the martial realm as Gentleman of the Raging Waves, Qin Yuhan. It is said that he conducts himself with exceptional courtesy and discretion, garnering admiration from the women of the martial world. Many novices regard him as a paragon of conduct. Li Ziyo maintains an impassive faade, yet inwardly muses, how curious. This fellow's countenance does not suggest a benevolent spirit. If not for his insincerity, he must possess remarkable tolerance. It appears he is indeed a formidable contender for Yi Jingxian, a character not easily trifled with. Just then, a jovial voice calls from behind. What a coincidence. Have you arrived so early, Daoist? Li Ziyo, allowing Tiger Girl to rest her head upon his abdomen to conserve energy, turns to find none other than the aforementioned Yi Jingxian. Ah, young hero Yi. You must have arrived quite early as well. Have you completed your registration? Yi Jingxian, caught off guard, scratches his head and replies. It seems I cannot hide anything from you, Daoist. Xiao Zhulu, intrigued, inquires. Will you not introduce this young hero? Li Ziyo, with a knowing smile, introduces. This is Yi Jingxian, who resides in the adjacent courtyard. He then gestures toward Yi Jingxian, adding, These three accompany me. Xiao Zhulu of the Qingfeng sword sect, his junior sister Su Qinghuan, and her elder brother Su Qinzhou from the Su family of Mo City. Yi Jingxian promptly clasps his fists in greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you, young hero Xiao, young master Su, and lady Su. Haha, you flatter me, young hero Yi. Xiao Zhulu suddenly realizes, oh, that courtyard belongs to you. I must say, the feng shui there is quite exceptional. Had I known sooner, I would have moved in without hesitation. Surprised by Xiao Zhulio's amiable demeanor, Yi Jingxian finds their conversation increasingly congenial, and they share hearty laughter, exchanging friendly pats on each other's shoulders, as if lamenting the years lost in not meeting sooner. Observing their camaraderie, Li Ziyo takes a moment to survey his surroundings. Familiar faces abound, including a figure adorned with a human skin mask, presumably affiliated with the Butian sect. Clad in simple garb, he appears unremarkable, yet his eyes dart around with keen interest, suggesting he harbors grand ambitions. Could it be that he seeks to use the martial contest to ingratiate himself with the Jingtao manor and ultimately usurp it? His gaze then falls upon another individual, a woman of the Xianxia sect disguised as a man. Her demeanor is remarkably relaxed, suggesting she has clandestinely escaped to observe the festivities. It seems her disguise serves to evade the prying eyes of her sect, likely a rebellion against the constraints of orthodox practices, as she ventures out for a bit of amusement. At that moment, a few coughs could be heard nearby. Sure enough, it was the royal elder who had once regarded him as a charlatan. The elder appeared to be fading day by day, supported by a young princess who gazed about with wide-eyed curiosity, clearly unaccustomed to the lively scenes of the world beyond the palace walls. Seated in the upper position, Ling Kanglin's expression subtly shifted upon recognizing the elder, yet he refrained from any overt reaction. It seemed he had acknowledged the elder's identity, and since the latter had not made his status explicit, there was no necessity for further action on Ling Kanglin's part. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Li Ziyo mused quietly to himself. Indeed, the world of martial arts is precisely as the tales describe, a grand, chaotic stage. Amidst the surging tides of intrigue and the tender affections of youth, one can always witness the emergence of fascinating events. This vivid reality was far more exhilarating than merely clutching a book of tales. Whether they were vying for power or entangled in romance, I shall remain here, watching attentively as this grand performance unfolds, far more engaging than binge-watching dramas on the couch before my journey through time. Chapter 59. The martial arts competition begins before long. A middle-aged man from the Jingtao villa, agile and sprightly, leapt onto the stage. His demeanor indicated that he was the host for today's martial arts competition, held in honor of the villa master's daughter. He first bowed respectfully to the audience surrounding the arena and declared in a clear voice, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed guests from the martial world who have graciously accepted the invitation to participate in the villa master's special competition for his daughter. To be candid, aside from the purpose of this martial arts contest, I encourage those who have not entered the fray to remain. Following the conclusion of the competition, the villa master has another significant announcement to make. This revelation sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. As whispers erupted among the spectators, it seems this grand invitation holds more than just a romantic contest. The fact that a matter of such import had drawn the attention of the top 10 sects suggested it was indeed extraordinary, and anticipation filled the air. At that moment, a maid ascended the stage, carrying a small wooden box. The middle-aged man received the box and continued, I trust that all the young heroes eager to participate have registered and received their numbers. We shall now draw lots to determine the order of combat and commence officially. Every contestant, regardless of their final ranking, will be awarded a fine weapon personally selected by the villa master. The third-place winner may choose any one volume from the villa's esteemed collection of martial arts manuals. The second-place victor will receive 3 days of personal guidance from the old villa master, and as for the first-place champion, they shall have the honor of marrying our esteemed young lady. Without further ado, let us proceed with the draw. The middle-aged man retrieved 2 slips of paper from the box and announced loudly, the first match of the first round, Yizhuke versus Xine Xuanwu. Xiao Zhuliu's eyes sparkled as he clutched his wooden token and exclaimed, Daoist, look! The first match is mine. What a splendid omen. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and, with a lightness of spirit, stepped onto the stage. Li Ziyo, without uttering a word, merely nodded with a smile. Su Qinghuan, standing nearby, smirked. Do not be too pleased, or you may find yourself with a bruised face. Despite her teasing words, her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her garment. Xiao Zhulu laughed heartily and leapt onto the platform. Opposite him stood a man clad in a green robe, who immediately cupped his hands in salute. Please, go ahead. The man in green returned the gesture and then, with swift precision, drew his long sword, launching a lightning-fast thrust at Xiao Zhulu. Unperturbed, Xiao Zhulu deftly twisted his wrist, his sword moving gracefully through the air like a willow swaying in the breeze, tracing a half-arc. When their blades met, the man in green felt an unexpected force flowing along the spine of his sword, as though the strength he had exerted had dissipated into the depths of the sea. Alarmed, he intended to change his tactic, but to his astonishment, Xiao Zhuliu's sword tip had already found its way to his neck, the tassel swaying gently. Before the audience could fully comprehend the unfolding events, the middle-aged man promptly declared, the winner of the first match, first round, is Exine Xuanwu. The crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a chorus of astonished murmurs. Some rubbed their eyes, while others gaped in disbelief, questioning their companions. Is it over just like that? Did you see what Exine Xuanwu did? Their companions shook their heads, equally bewildered. With a triumphant leap, Xiao Zhulu descended from the stage, the tassel of his sword still swaying. Yi Jingxian cupped his hands and smiled. Xiao, what marvelous skills you possess. Flattery is indeed excessive. Xiao Zhulu modestly returned the gesture. I also wish young hero Yi a triumphant victory. Su Qinghuan let out a soft huff, yet handed over the water flask. It's merely coincidence, so do not be too pleased with yourself. Li Ziyo nodded in satisfaction. Your understanding is quite commendable. Xiao Zhulu opened the flask and took a sip, then clasped his fists and said, I must thank the Daoist for your guidance. The competition resumed on the arena, and shortly thereafter, the middle-aged man announced, Yi Qinglong versus Ren Zhuke. Yi Jingxian momentarily paused, then turned to Li Ziyo and the others, saying, Daoist, young hero Xiao. Young Master Su, it's my turn now, I shall ascend. Li Ziyo smiled broadly and nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Zhulu appeared momentarily bewildered, lost in thought. And only when Yi Jingxian ascended the stage did he snap back to reality, staring blankly at Li Ziyo. Daoist, I did not catch which badge young hero Yi holds. Li Ziyo, understanding his thoughts, replied in a calm tone, Yi Qinglong. Su Qinghuan, puzzled by the exchange, inquired, Senior brother, what is amiss? Xiao Zhulu continued to be in a daze. Su Qinghua contemplated before elucidating. The badges for this competition are arranged according to the heavenly stems matched with the four symbols. Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Geng, Exine, Ren, Gue correspond to Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. After the previous round, they are arranged in succession. Su Qinghuan still did not grasp the significance. What does this imply? To which Xiao Zhulu interjected, realization dawning upon him. It indicates he was among the earliest to register. Su Qinghuan finally understood, sticking out her tongue in acknowledgement. Despite Yi Jingxian's self-proclaimed rogue persona, his skills were remarkably solid. He had not cultivated any high-level techniques, but his foundational training was as steadfast as a rock. After exchanging merely 10 moves with his opponent, he adeptly seized an opening and delivered a kick that sent his rival tumbling off the stage. As he stepped down, someone lightly nudged his arm. Turning around, he found a folded note slipped into his hand. Glancing over it hastily, his fingertips tightened slightly. He then swiftly crumpled the note and swallowed it. Yi Jingxian hesitated momentarily, opting not to return to Li Ziyo, but instead sought a secluded corner to ponder in solitude. In this contest for marital selection, many participants aimed to showcase their prowess before their peers in the martial world, while also seeking to vanquish their rivals. Everyone engaged with a sense of decorum, mindful of the unspoken rules of restraint. The true aspirations of those wishing to join the Jingtao mountain manor were few. Thus, the pace of the competition was brisk. Within a mere afternoon, 3 rounds had concluded, leaving only 5 contenders. Xiao Zhulu, having benefited from Li Ziyo's prior guidance coupled with his own insights, had made remarkable progress recently, resulting in swift victories in the first 3 rounds. Yi Jingxian, despite his reputation as a roguish wanderer, had acquired considerable skills over the years. With the right guidance, he would undoubtedly make his mark. Qin Yuhan, the eldest disciple of Jingtao Mountain Manor, was a key proponent of this contest for marital selection. believing it to be an endeavor akin to plucking fruit from a tree. Xinyan, suspected to be affiliated with the Butian sect, maintained a notably low profile throughout this event. Utilizing a series of fortuitous maneuvers, he emerged as the unexpected champion this time, garnering the admiration of many within the community. With numerous individuals eager to cultivate alliances, Wang Damo, a magnanimous figure of the martial world, possessed a robust physique and had honed formidable skills. Few could inflict harm upon him. The middle-aged man ascended the platform once more, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "The hour of noon has arrived. Let us take a respite for our meal and resume the latter half in the afternoon." Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed, making their way in small groups to the dining hall arranged by the manor. Upon hearing the mention of food, Huni's eyes sparkled with excitement. She tugged at her master's sleeve, rushing forward while exclaiming, "Master, let us hurry. If we delay, there will be nothing delicious left." Xiao Zhilu, recalling his victory from the morning, felt a buoyancy in his step. Unconsciously, he began to hum a slightly off-key tune, his head bobbing in a manner that drew the attention of those around him. Observing his self-satisfied demeanor, Su Qinghuan could not suppress a disdainful snort. She quickened her pace, chasing after Huni's retreating figure, inwardly muttering, "Such a show-off." Chapter 60. The loss of Sanhua. The news arrived with an unexpected suddenness, leaving Yi Jingxian momentarily bewildered. Initially, he believed that his participation in the martial arts competition was solely to win the heart of the woman he cherished. However, he was now confronted with the astonishing revelation that he was to become a father. This news struck him like a thunderclap, overwhelming him with a tumult of emotions, joy, anxiety, confusion, and a touch of concern. At that moment, a figure stepped before him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he hastily bowed and clasped his fists, exclaiming, "Senior brother Qin." "Stop! Who do you think you are calling your senior brother?" "Mind your words," Qin Yuhan interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "You should not have come to this competition." "What do you mean by that? I have a connection with Yue." "Silence! How dare you even utter her name?" Qin Yuhan reprimanded coldly. "Have you taken a good look at your own standing? Do you dare to covet what is beyond your reach?" Yi Jingxian was taken aback. The legendary gentleman known for his grace and poise was revealing such a disdainful demeanor. Instantly shedding his previous politeness, he retorted icily, "What happens between Yue and me is no concern of yours. It is you who has always failed to recognize your own station." With that, he turned on his heel and stormed away, leaving Qin Yuhan seething, his fists clenched in frustration. The reality of the esteemed gentleman, renowned across the land, being such a person was indeed disheartening. Fuming, Yi Jingxian entered the dining hall and sought a secluded corner to sit. He took a gulp of the cold tea before him, yet the agitation within him refused to dissipate. At that moment, a man beside him spoke up, "My friend, what troubles you so? You seem quite upset. Your tea has turned cold. Drinking it will harm your health. Perhaps a bit of wine would do you good?" Only then did Yi Jingxian take a closer look at the man beside him. Although dressed plainly, he left a profound impression. Wasn't he the fortunate one who had managed to win several matches by sheer luck? Yi Jingxian quickly cupped his fists in apology. "I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. I am Yi Jingxian, pleased to meet you." "Not at all. My name is Xunyan," the man replied, pushing a wine jar towards him with a smile. "Why drink cold tea when you can try my freshly brewed wine?" Fond of wine as he was, and sensing no ill intent from Xunyan, Yi Jingxian raised his cup, saying, "Since you insist, I shall not refuse." With that, he drank heartily. Xunyan, observing him, could not help but smirk slyly at the corners of his mouth. At the dining table of Li Ziyo, Huniyu and Xiao Zhilu were indulging in a hearty meal. It was rare to see Xiao Zhilu eat with such gusto. Clearly, the recent competition had taken its toll on him. Li Ziyo noted that despite Xiao Zhulio's reluctance to take shortcuts, he remained earnest in the competition. He inwardly mused, with Xiao Zhulio's disposition, "I hope he does not misjudge the situation and inadvertently eliminate the rightful contender. That would surely be unjust for Yi Jingxian." After some contemplation, he decided to subtly offer guidance. "I must extend my early congratulations to you, young hero Xiao." Xiao Zhilu paused, turning his gaze towards Li Ziyo, puzzled. "Daoist, what is this congratulations for?" "Of course, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to young hero Xiao. Should you emerge victorious this time, it would indeed be a double delight." A double delight, you might wonder? It is not only the prospect of becoming the son-in-law of the Jingtao villa, but also, in less than 200 days, the joyous arrival of a prodigious child. Li Ziyo remarked, feigning casualness as he surveyed the surroundings, then added, "I wonder, when that moment arrives, will young hero Yi express gratitude towards you or engage in a fierce rivalry instead?" With a clatter, the chicken leg in Xiao Zhulio's hand fell onto the table, and he momentarily forgot to chew the morsel in his mouth. Daoist, what do you mean by that? Ah, did I say anything? Li Ziyo responded with feigned innocence. Perhaps young hero Xiao is merely imagining things? Just then, a familiar young servant hurried over, exclaiming with urgency, Daoist, I finally found you. It's terrible. The deer you entrusted to me has gone missing. The previously voracious Hunyo immediately halted, staring blankly at the servant. Sanhua's lost. Li Ziyo swiftly rose, disregarding the other diners, and tugged Hunyo along. What are you still doing? Hurry and search for Sanhua. Xiao Zhulu was still processing the shocking news, completely oblivious to the fact that the Daoist had pulled Hunyo away. Su Qinghuan had intended to assist the Daoist in searching for the deer, but upon noticing her senior brother's dazed expression, she chose to remain and offer him solace. As Li Ziyo led Hunyo out of the dining hall, he paused, revealing a warm smile as he addressed the young servant with kindness. Thank you for taking care of Sanhua these past few days. In truth, Sanhua has not gone missing, so do not worry. With that, he handed over a small porcelain vial, adding, consider this a token of gratitude for your attentive care. He then departed with Hunyo in tow. The young servant clutched the vial in his hand, staring at the receding figures of the two with a sense of bewilderment. The vial suddenly felt heavy in his grasp. Why was the Daoist not only refraining from reproaching him for losing the deer, but instead offering him a gift? Hesitantly, he opened the vial, discovering several small pills within. Panic surged through him. Could it be that the Daoist intended to poison him for failing to look after the deer properly? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, and cold sweat began to form on his palms. Increasingly uneasy, he stopped in a corner and abruptly hurled the vial away, hastily leaving without looking back. Li Ziyo and Hunyo strolled leisurely in a particular direction. Master, is Sanhua truly not lost? Hunyo asked, her face etched with worry. Observing the remnants of food on her lips, Li Ziyo utilized a touch of natural energy to clean her up, playfully tapping her nose and smiling. Of course not. Would I deceive you, my dear disciple? Master, it has been several days since I've seen Sanhua. Shall we go find it? Very well, I shall take you there at once. Before long, they heard a woman in the distance, wielding a sword to slash at the nearby low trees while voicing her complaints. Why am I not allowed to register? What of being a woman? Must battles be segregated by gender? Is it forbidden for women to participate in matches for marriage? Where is the justice in that? In a fit of anger, she glared at the deer, which had been chased away several times yet returned, and exclaimed, Begone. Isling Wander's precious treasure, someone of your humble stature can aspire to? This is the offspring of a master's steed, not a mere country deer like you. Depart swiftly, for I am in no mood for your antics. Should you linger, beware, I might just prepare you as venison. At that moment, however, Tiniu unexpectedly dashed out from behind Li Ziyo, arms wide open as she stood defiantly before Sanhua, and declared, Humph, you wicked person, why should you feast upon our Sanhua? With a pout and a stomp of her small legs, her adorable demeanor disarmed anyone's ire. Oh, where did such a delightful little Taoist come from? What business is it of yours? You have no right to eat our Sanhua. I have not even considered doing so. The woman, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. This child was simply too endearing. No. I never said I would eat it. Perhaps you misheard, she replied, retrieving a pouch of sweetened preserves wrapped in exquisite silk from her pocket and opening it, asking, Would you like to taste something sweet? Upon seeing the preserves, Tiniu's eyes widened with desire, her mouth nearly watering as she eagerly reached for them. Just then, Li Ziyo stepped forward, casting a glance at the elk beside the woman before directly addressing Sanhua with a smile. Ah, so you too possess an appreciation for beauty. Alas, the likes of you, a mere country deer, is unworthy of such lineage as this master steed's offspring. The woman, noticing the approach of a remarkably handsome Taoist with an air of distinction, felt her cheeks flush at his playful jibe. Instinctively tightening her grip on the sword, she respectfully bowed to Li Ziyo, saying, Qingzhu pays her respects to the Taoist. My earlier words were but jest, and should not be taken seriously. Li Ziyo noticed the weapon in her hand and inquired, A single-edged sword? The woman nodded vigorously, Indeed. Esteemed Taoist, you have a discerning eye. It is indeed a single-edged sword. Do not be modest. It is rare to encounter one who wields such a weapon. Esteemed Taoist, is this your dear? My previous jest should not be taken to heart. Not at all. Her name is Sanhua. I carried her to the mountain when she was but a youngling. Perhaps having never encountered her kind, she has grown rather fond of me. The woman silently nodded, grasping the unfolding story. Chapter 61. The life and death challenge. The afternoon breeze carried a slight chill, causing the treetops by the arena to sway gently. One by one, the spectators returned to the scene, their gazes fixated upon the wooden box upon the stage. A middle-aged man received the box, pausing momentarily with his fingertip on the sign. Soon, he extracted all the slips of paper, stacking them in his palm and tapping them twice. In the fourth round, he unfolded the first two matchups. First match, Xian Xuanwu versus Yi Qinglong. Xiao Zhulu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively searching for the whereabouts of Yi Jingxian. He held great admiration for the Daoist's foresight. Earlier, he had considered that, due to their similar natures and mutual understanding, both would strive with all their might to preserve each other's dignity. Now that he was aware of the underlying circumstances, he made a decisive choice. He would be mindful, allowing Yi Jingxian to conserve his strength for the subsequent contests. Second match, Jia Qinglong versus Ding Baihu. A wave of discussion erupted among the crowd. Qin Yuhan stepped forward, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sweeping over his opponent with a hint of disdain. Finally, he declared with conviction, Gui Xuanwu, Bai? Shun Yin stood amidst the crowd, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if everything were well within his control. According to his plan, he could not only wed Miss Ling, thereby assuming control of the Jingtao villa, but also lure Yi Jingxian into darkness, capturing him to better manipulate Miss Ling. This would also compel him to become a valuable ally. Xiao Zhulu spun gracefully, leaping onto the stage. As soon as his feet touched the wooden platform, he leaned closer to Yi Jingxian and whispered, "It seems that you and Miss Ling have long harbored feelings for each other. I cannot bear to play the villain. Let us keep this subtle." Yi Jingxian was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a direct revelation. After a brief hesitation, he clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you." The clash of their weapons resounded. Their movements appeared fierce yet retained an air of restraint. The spectators below found the spectacle enthralling, oblivious to the underlying intricacies. Suddenly, a soft exclamation from Yi Jingxian resonated as he swept his leg out. Xiao Zhulu seized the opportunity to leap backward, his toes touching the pillar of the arena. Intentionally slipping, he let out a cry and plummeted off the stage. The crowd gasped in astonishment, murmuring their regrets. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched, clearing his throat before announcing loudly, "In the first match of the fourth round, Yi Qinglong triumphs." In the second match, Jia Qinglong versus Ding Baihu. Step onto the stage. Wang Damring leapt onto the stage first, steadying himself and preparing to salute. Qin Yuhan, already consumed by rage, followed him onto the platform. No longer exhibiting even a semblance of gentlemanly demeanor, he had forgotten to pay his respects, his eyes glinting with malice. Before Wang Damring could position himself, Qin Yuhan lunged forward, thrusting his sword directly at a vital point. The blade evaded the opponent's hardened defenses, targeting only the weaknesses. Wang Damring found it nearly impossible to withstand, letting out a scream as half of his body became immobilized. The spectators below erupted in astonishment. Is this truly the gentleman of Jingtao? What an oddity these two matches have presented. Soon, the audience below discerned the peculiarities. A middle-aged man picked up a wooden box and shook it lightly, extracting two slips of paper. As he unfolded them, a dry sound escaped his lips. In the fifth round, the match is between the Azure Dragon of Team A and the Azure Dragon of Team B. Yi Jingxian suddenly raised his head, noticing that Qin Yuhan had already turned away, sword in hand. The blade, stained with fresh blood, glinted coldly as it swept across Yi Jingxian, resembling a knife tempered with ice. "Gui Xuanwu, you have a bai?" Upon hearing this announcement, Xinyan's smile deepened amidst the crowd. This match was proving to be even more intriguing than he had anticipated. Perhaps even fate was favoring their Tianbu sect this time, allowing him to achieve his goals with ease. As the two ascended the stage, the spectators could sense the chilling atmosphere. Qin Yuhan had completely shed his facade, while Yi Jingxian, despite being on guard, found himself forced into a position of passive defense. With a swift flick of his sword, Qin Yuhan pressured Yi Jingxian back repeatedly, growling, "You brought this upon yourself. If you had heeded my advice earlier and forfeited the match, you could have preserved your life." Yi Jingxian, his arm numb from the impact, retorted with a cold laugh, "Is this rage born of shame? The renowned Junzi of the stormy waves is truly pathetic." Though he possessed a solid foundation, he lacked the profound techniques, gradually succumbing to being cornered, with several wounds already marring his shoulder. Below, Xiao Zhulu stamped his feet in frustration, exclaiming, "Don't. Brother, I've already gone easy on you. If you lose, it would be utterly unjust for me." He murmured to himself, "It's inherently unfair. His resources and techniques are far superior to ours." Despite the lopsided nature of the battle, the fierce ruthlessness of Qin Yuhan juxtaposed with Yi Jingxuan's stubborn resistance rendered it the most heart-wrenching match of the day. As the eldest disciple of the Stormy Waves Manor, Qin Yuhan had access to abundant resources and exceptional techniques. Under such a glaring disparity, Yi Jingxian ultimately found himself on the verge of collapse, his body swaying as he teetered toward the ground. However, at that moment, a fierce glint sparked in Qin Yuhan's eyes. The lethal hidden weapon, the death dart, concealed within his palm, finally revealed its deadly intent. This weapon was notoriously treacherous, a secret even his master was unaware of. Only his mischievous junior sister had stumbled upon it years ago. The dart was coated with an extremely potent toxin, synthesized from dozens of rare poisonous herbs. And he himself had no antidote. It could be said, in the fleeting moment of the death dart, before a scream could escape, life could be extinguished. On the women's side, Ling Xie stiffened, recognizing that familiar glint in Qin Yuhan's gaze. It was reminiscent of the madness she had witnessed when he had been caught practicing with hidden weapons behind the rockery years ago. From that moment on, she had discreetly distanced herself from this elder brother. It was the death dart. As she discerned the ominous glimmer, alarm bells rang in her mind. Without regard for her decorum, she leaped from the stands, rushing toward Yi Jingxian. With a dull thud, the dart struck flesh, producing a jarring sound. Ling Xie let out a muffled groan, positioning herself before Yi Jingxian, her back now seeping a dark crimson. Qin Yuhan's pupils constricted, and Yi Jingxian caught her, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. The wound on Ling Xie's back began to fester at a visible rate, as if her flesh were being corroded by a potent acid. Blackish-brown liquid dripping from her clothing. A putrid stench swiftly permeated the air. Her body weakened, and her breath became faint. Yi Jingxian held her tightly, his fingertips touching a sticky area, his heart clenching with a searing pain. The fierce expression on Qin Yuhan's face froze instantly, his complexion draining to a ghastly pallor. He gazed at the festering wound on Ling Xie's back, his hands trembling involuntarily. How could this happen? This poison is incurable. He had never imagined he would harm her. Panic surged like a tidal wave, causing him to stagger back 2 steps and collide with the pillar of the arena. A moment of deathly silence enveloped the scene, as everyone was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. Where? A sharp cry pierced the air as Ling Kanglin, the master of the Stormy Waves manor, pushed through the crowd and stumbled to the front of the stage. Upon seeing the grotesque wound on his daughter's back, oozing with dark, viscous fluid, his expression changed drastically. He turned sharply to glare at Qin Yuhan, disbelief etched across his face. His once courteous and well-trained eldest disciple harbored such a malicious heart. Among the audience, Mu Xinwan maintained her stance to block others, then swiftly leaped down. Having studied medicine since childhood, she was acutely aware of abnormalities. Yet Ling Xie's leap had been too hasty. Lacking in martial prowess, she was ultimately a step too late, her fingertips brushing the edge of Xie's garment without being able to grasp her. Mu Xinwan rushed forward, but as soon as her fingers made contact with Ling Xie's back, she recoiled sharply, her face ashen. Trembling, she reached for a pulse, only to shake her head in despair. Tears brimmed in her eyes. But she forced herself to remain composed. It's too late. Only the life-saving divine needle could temporarily preserve her life. Perhaps I still have a remedy. But it's too late. Aunt Qingwan is far away in the south, the only other person in the martial world who possesses knowledge of this needle technique. Senior brother Ming has been missing for years. Even if I seal the acupoint, without an antidote, it won't last long. Mu Xinwan's fingertips lay on Ling Xie's wrist, where the pulse revealed a weak, yet distinct, dual beat. She trembled, as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened in shock, tears cascading down her cheeks, the earlier facade of calmness shattering in an instant. No, it's impossible, she murmured, her fingers trembling as she confirmed once more. Then, she stumbled backward, her delicate figure swaying precariously until she was steadied by someone beside her. She. The words caught in her throat, and catching sight of the multitude of gazes around her, she bit her lip fiercely. To be with child before marriage. To reveal it now would tarnish her reputation even in death. Chapter 62. Demonic energy. At this moment, Yi Jingxian's heart felt as though it had been torn apart. A pain beyond measure. He fixated on the faintly breathing Ling Xie in his arms, unable to utter a sound, his teeth clenched tightly. The only evidence of his turmoil being the crimson fury swirling in his eyes. He caught a glimpse of Mu Xinwan's suddenly altered expression, her hesitation palpable. A barely audible sob escaped his throat as he stiffly nodded, carefully handing Ling Xie to her. The instant his fingertips departed, he surged to his feet, his eyes turning a ghostly white, locking onto Qin Yuhan by the arena pillar. The malevolence surrounding him coalesced into a tangible, scarlet mist. His hairpin shattered and fell to the ground, his long hair cascading like an inky waterfall. A dark, blood-colored aura seeped from his pores, as if countless vengeful spirits were howling in the vicinity. This terrifying energy swept across the venue, causing the spectators to falter, nearly collapsing in unison. Their faces drained of color, they staggered back several steps to barely regain their balance. At that moment, Ling Kanglin felt as if the heavens had darkened and the earth had crumbled beneath him, nearly losing consciousness. Qian Debeos rushed to support him, helping him stabilize. He felt as though his chest was constricted by an unseen force, making it hard to breathe, filled with regret and pain. He never imagined the situation would take such a dire turn, morphing into this chaotic scene. Facing the figure radiating a malevolent aura, he found himself choked with emotion, uncertain whether to feel hatred or pity. Beside him, the monk Liao Wu's complexion shifted dramatically as he stared at the dark, blood-colored energy, murmuring, demonic energy? As soon as the words left his lips, he realized his indiscretion and hastily clasped his hands, uttering, Amit Ba Buddha. Ling Kanglin's fingers tightened painfully around Qian Deboz's arm as he abruptly turned his head, his eyes wide with horror. Is he from the Butian sect? Liao Wu shook his head. No, this energy is still nascent. It appears to have been forcefully infused by someone. The occurrence was far too sudden, leaving the crowd unprepared for such a turn of events. What had begun as a peaceful competition for marriage had devolved into chaos. What was this demonic energy? The onlookers were bewildered, yet their instinct for self-preservation spurred them into a frenzy, hastily retreating. In the tumult, a surge of people came rushing in, causing the elderly man, who had been coughing persistently, to stumble precariously, nearly knocked over. Grandfather. The young girl supporting him felt a pang of anxiety. She quickly reached out to steady him, but was jostled forward by the crowd pressing in from behind. She hurriedly bent her knees to regain her balance, striving to move the elderly man to safety. In that moment of chaos, the phoenix pattern button at the neckline of her garment inadvertently fell, clinking softly as it rolled to the ground. Her mind was solely preoccupied with ensuring the elderly man remained unharmed, oblivious to the button's descent. The old man continued to cough softly, trying to steady his breath. The surrounding crowd either fixated on the unfolding events on the stage or focused on avoiding the throngs. No one noticed the small silver button that had rolled to the ground at their feet. Shun Yin felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Jingxian's demonic energy had spiraled out of control, and he had inadvertently succumbed to demonic influence. He knew all too well that revealing his identity as a member of the Butian sect at this juncture would incite a collective attack against him. Without hesitation, he crouched down, blending into the fleeing crowd. Amidst the chaos, he felt as though his foot had struck something solid. Instinctively glancing down, he discovered it to be an ornate phoenix-patterned clasp. His gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, quickly locking onto the young girl who was assisting an elderly man. The etiquette and poise she had cultivated since childhood in the palace rendered her grace unmistakable even in tumult, making her particularly conspicuous. Shun Yin pondered to himself. It seemed unlikely that he could remain at the Jingtao mountain villa for much longer, and his identity would soon be revealed. Little did he expect that fate would twist, leading him to this little princess. Perhaps it would be prudent to capture her and take her back to his residence for some training. In the future, she might even serve as a consort. With this thought firmly in mind, he seamlessly blended into the throng, discreetly following the girl. Yi Jingxian's aura, tinged with a dark crimson, surged violently, crashing against the surroundings like a furious tide. Ling Kanglin, a peak martial artist, found it necessary to channel his vital energy in resistance. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, each bone creaking under pressure. Mu Xinwan, cradling Ling Xia, retreated to a corner, her hold on the cool body inside her arms unaffected by the turmoil. The monk Liao Wu urgently recited scriptures, his body flickering with Buddhist light. Yet he was still compelled to retreat by the oppressive malice. Qian Debeo, in a flurry, rummaged through his garments, discovering an unexpected treasure trove. A single bead clutched in his palm emitted a faint glow, capable of warding off some of the malevolence. Yet, none were in a more precarious position than Qin Yuhan. He had already been toppled by the wave of ominous energy, now scrambling backward, his ornate robe caked in dirt, and his hair disheveled. No, it's not me. I never intended to harm her, he stammered, a dark stain spreading at the hem of his trousers. His eyes reflected sheer terror, devoid of the noble demeanor he once possessed. Yi Jingxian's gaze slowly traversed toward him, crimson eyes swirling with an overwhelming intent to annihilate. As his palm lunged directly toward Qin Yuhan's face, the force of the strike, imbued with dark crimson energy, was swift and unavoidable. Qin Yuhan barely managed a half-hearted scream before the force struck his chest. His body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the arena pillar. The blood frothing from his throat had yet to touch the ground before he lay motionless. In mere moments, his flesh visibly withered, his body beneath his garments shriveling like decayed wood. A thick, dark malevolence emanated from his corpse, drawn into Yi Jingxuan's being. After absorbing the malevolence, Yi Jingxian staggered slightly. His scara had been completely consumed by crimson, his pupils narrowing into two unfathomable blood-red orbs. His consciousness shattered, leaving only a violent desire for destruction. He unleashed both palms, obliterating the arena, as the malevolence released by his fists erupted among the crowd. Yet, it intentionally circumvented the girl cradled in Mu Xinwan's arms. The malevolent energy surged like a tsunami, and though the crowd united in resistance, their expressions were grave. Ling Kanglin pushed his vital energy to its limits. Blood seeping from his palms, Liao Wu's Buddhist light waned, on the verge of dissipating. Qian Devabao's bead flickered erratically, nearing the brink of collapse against the overwhelming malevolence. Cries of anguish echoed as several martial artists of lesser skill were swept away by the force, spewing blood as they were thrown back, falling silent upon impact with the ground. Yi Jingxian entered a realm devoid of humanity, where his fists and feet shattered wood and stone alike. The surrounding structures trembled under the weight of his wrath, their walls crumbling to dust. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the entire Jingtao villa appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse, caught in the tempest of his fury. A weary sigh pierced the malevolent atmosphere. In an instant, the sound of rushing air heralded the arrival of the old master, who stood before Yi Jingxian. With a graceful motion, he extended his palm, unleashing a gentle wave of warmth that surged toward the dark energy. To the dark force, the wave was like the melting of ice and snow, dissipating into nothingness. The tumultuous malevolence within Yi Jingxian began to wane, ultimately vanishing entirely. His body weakened, and he staggered, almost falling, his cultivation reduced to but a shadow of its former self. The old master gazed upon him, his sigh laden with deeper regret. Alas, I lament not heeding the sage's counsel, my indecision allowing the duel for marriage to proceed. He then glanced at Mu Xinwan, cradling Ling Xia, murmuring softly, alas, they are all such affectionate and righteous children. Chapter 63. Ling Qiue, esteemed friends of the martial world, I sincerely apologize for the oversight of the Jingtao Mountain Manor, which has caused you all distress. Should you choose to depart, the manor, albeit in haste, has prepared some modest provisions to express our goodwill. If you wish to remain, please return to your respective chambers to rest, and we shall discuss matters further once these few days have passed. However, at this moment, the manor is preoccupied, and I fear we are unable to attend to you adequately. I hope for your understanding. Ling Kanglin's voice bore a subtle rasp. He clasped his hands in a deep bow, and before his words could fully fade, he hurriedly turned and left, his back revealing an unmistakable sense of urgency. As the onlookers observed his hasty retreat, they understood the gravity of the situation. What was meant to be a grand martial contest for matrimonial purposes would ultimately conclude in disarray. With the main participants' fate uncertain, it was clear that the competition could not continue. The majority of martial artists exchanged glances, some harboring dissatisfaction, but recognizing that this was not the moment to pursue grievances. With resigned sighs, they accepted the provisions offered by the manor. After securing their belongings, they descended the mountain in small groups, their discussions fading into the distance. After all, Jingtao Mountain Manor was presently preoccupied with its own troubles. Remaining any longer would only serve to appear inconsiderate. When Ling Kanglin stumbled back to the arena, the expressions on the faces of those present revealed that matters were dire. He hastily inquired about his father. "Father, what have you humph?" The old manor master snorted, his tone laced with suppressed fury. "Do you still have the audacity to ask? If it were not for your obstinacy, how could things have escalated to this point?" Ling Kanglin swallowed hard, ultimately failing to utter a word. His once proud chest gradually bent, and his fists clenched instinctively, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Observing his son's demeanor, the old manor master shook his head and sighed. "This is indeed your fault. Do not cast blame upon others." Ling Kanglin nodded, fully aware of the deeper meaning in his father's words. At that moment, four servants of the Ling family approached, bearing a large Namu coffin. Their footsteps were measured and slow, an elderly servant quietly directing them. "Steady now, place it down gently." As the coffin met the stone slab with a muffled thud, the sound echoed clearly in the silence of the surroundings. The old servant, whose hair had long turned gray since Ling Xia was but an infant, gazed at the young mistress upon the stone platform, his murky eyes glistening with unshed tears, repeatedly instructing, "Be gentle, ensure it is stable before placing it in, do not let it strike." Two young servants followed his instructions, one lifting at the shoulder, the other at the knee, their movements cautious. The old servant stood by the coffin, watching intently until Xianxia was carefully laid inside. Only then did he silently retreat to the side, standing with hands at his sides, his knuckles turning white from the tension. Mayu or Madame Ling suddenly broke free from the hand of a maid, frantically lunging towards Yi Jingxian, who knelt beside the coffin. Her nails dug into his garment. Her face a mess of tears and snot. "It is you. You have caused her harm. Return my daughter to me. Bring her back." She clawed at Yi Jingxian's sleeve, her cries hoarse and raw, each utterance laced with heart-wrenching anguish. Yi Jingxian allowed her to strike him, his back straight as a rod. Yet, his eyes were red as if bleeding, a suppressed sob escaping his throat, leaving him ultimately speechless. Mu Xinhua turned her face aside, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, her shoulders trembling slightly. Qiandaba stood quietly, his brow furrowed tightly. His usually simple face now appeared shrouded in a layer of gray, his gaze heavy and motionless for a long while. The monk Liaowu pressed his palms together, his lips parting slightly, a low chant of scripture drifting intermittently through the air, adding a somber gravity to the atmosphere of sorrow. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance, shattering the profound silence of grief. A man and a woman hurried in, leading two deer. The man was a young Daoist priest clad in green robes, followed closely by a timid little apprentice. The woman donned the attire of a spirited heroine, her cloak still dusted with dirt. Upon noticing the coffin in the center, their steps abruptly halted, their faces paling in an instant. Mu Xinhua lifted her gaze to see the woman, and her tightly wound emotions burst forth. Stumbling forward, she grasped the woman's sleeve tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Qingzhu, you've come." "Wuxia, she's gone." Qingzhu's body trembled as she steadied the nearly collapsing Mu Xinhua. Her voice taut. "What has happened?" Mu Xinhua gasped between sobs, her fingers twisting desperately around Qingzhu's sleeve. Each word seemed to drain her strength. Yet she slowly recounted the events. "She was my dearest friend, lying there motionless. As a healer, I was powerless." Qingzhu swallowed hard, pulling her into an embrace. Her hands soothingly caressed Mu Xinhua's trembling back, her voice thick with suppressed sorrow. "This is not your fault. No one wished for this." Li Zio sighed, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. He had never anticipated that despite his warnings, tragedy would still unfold. He handed the deer reins to Huniu and turned towards the coffin, his steps steady. Lady Ling, witnessing this, assumed that unrelated outsiders were about to disturb her daughter. Just as she was about to rush forward to intervene, her wrist was firmly grasped by Ling Kanglin. The old landlord, spotting Li Zio, felt a stir in his heart and quickly approached, his voice hoarse. "Daoist, I have let you down. I never imagined we would reach this point. Daoist, since you foresaw this scene, could you?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Zio, who forced a bitter smile. "Old landlord, you overestimate this humble Taoist. Life and death are dictated by fate. Even an immortal would struggle to reverse the course of life, let alone a wandering priest like myself." Hearing this, the old landlord nodded in resignation, clearly aware that his earlier request was utterly impossible. "I understand," he said, but Li Zio uttered two more words, his gaze sweeping over the Nanmu coffin, his tone pausing before he continued. "Though I may lack the power to reverse fate, I can still perform one final act for her." The old landlord suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope flashing in his murky eyes, and quickly urged, "Daoist, please, speak." Li Zio cast a sweeping gaze around before addressing the old patriarch. "Let them withdraw for now." After a moment's contemplation, the old patriarch gestured with his hand, signaling for everyone to leave. Li Zio then called out to Huniu. "Huniu, go play over there for a while. I shall summon you shortly." Huniu obediently nodded and, leading Sanhua, went off to play. Before long, all those unrelated to the matter had departed, leaving behind only 6 individuals: the old patriarch, Yi Jingxian, the couple Ling Kanglin, Mu Xinhuan, and Qingzhu. Li Zio nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the phrase life and death are determined by fate holds true. While the deceased cannot be revived, I can lend my strength to the living." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 items from his robe, a yellow talisman akin to a large leaf. Li Zio first cast the yellow talisman onto Ling Xia's abdomen. Instantly, it turned to ashes, and a faint azure light seeped into the coffin. Soon, it was visibly apparent that Ling Xia's belly began to swell. Li Zio harnessed the forces of nature, gradually coaxing the child from within her womb. The infant, no larger than a palm, exhibited darkened skin and breathed feebly like a flickering candle in the wind. Li Zio delicately placed the child on the large leaf to wrap him up, then produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to Yi Jingxian, stating, "Starting next year, Administer one pill annually. In a few years, the toxins within him will be completely purged. The crowd rejoiced, astonished that a boy had indeed been born. Even the old patriarch, a martial arts master, had never witnessed such a feat, and he respectfully bowed to Li Ziyou. On behalf of the entire Jingtao manor, I express my profound gratitude for your benevolence, esteemed Taoist. The couple Ling Kanglin hurriedly expressed their thanks as well. Li Ziyou waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. It seems this child is destined to be connected to me. His life should not be extinguished. The old patriarch promptly accepted the leaf that swaddled the child. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, esteemed Taoist, I wish to personally nurture this child. I wonder, what relevance does this have to me? Old patriarch, you ought to inquire with his father. Asking me, an outsider, holds little significance, Li Ziyou replied. No, this child rightfully belongs under my family's care. Before the old patriarch could respond, Madame Ling's eyes turned red with emotion, and she spoke up hastily. Li Ziyou observed the various expressions of those present and declared, this child can inherit the Jingtao manor. Since I have brought him into this world this autumn, I shall take the liberty to name him. How about Ling Qiyu, as he shares a bond with the season? With that, Li Ziyou took his leave, leaving the remaining individuals exchanging glances in astonishment. The old patriarch then decisively stated, the child ought to be raised by his father. It is settled. Nevertheless, he shall forever remain the heir of Jingtao manor. His tone was unwaveringly resolute, and without looking back, he departed. Chapter 64. The Ambush and the Trust. Grandfather, why must we leave so abruptly? Did you not mention that there were rumors concerning the legendary news at the Stormy Mountain Villa? After the competition concluded, her grandfather hastily led her away, leaving the naive young princess in a state of confusion. The old man, sensing her bewilderment, paused, coughed a few times while pressing a hand to his chest, his complexion paler than before due to the hurried pace that had aggravated his old ailment. Your Highness, we must move swiftly. The Stormy Mountain Villa is far more perilous than you can imagine. Perilous? The young princess blinked. Wasn't the danger already resolved by the old master of the villa? Grandfather, are you being overly cautious? Cough, cough. The old man took a breath, placing both hands on the young girl's shoulders, his gaze unusually grave. No, the danger has never been resolved. The recent incident at the arena was no mere coincidence. He paused, lowering his voice further. Your Highness, you must remember, there exists a group of madmen in the martial world known as the Heavenly Repair Sect. Upon hearing their name, you must immediately steer clear of them. You cannot afford even the slightest entanglement. They possess no sense of morality, and their martial arts are founded on magnifying malevolence and indulging in selfish desires, employing the most ruthless tactics. The old man's fingertips trembled slightly. That individual who succumbed to madness was ensnared by their schemes. Just a wisp of demonic energy can leave one disoriented, with their powers exponentially increased. Had it not been for the old master's timely intervention as a martial arts grandmaster, the entire Stormy Mountain Villa could have been obliterated. Realization dawned upon the young princess, her mouth slightly agape, instinctively clutching the old man's sleeve. The confusion in her eyes was gradually replaced by a sense of dread as she nodded gently. Obediently, she quickened her pace. Even as her legs grew weak and her breath quickened, she gritted her teeth and dared not pause. After walking for half an hour, the old man noticed beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her hair dampened. With genuine concern, he held her shoulder, saying, let us rest for a moment. It will not matter if we take a brief respite. The young princess rubbed her aching ankle, but could not suppress her curiosity. Then, grandfather, shall we not inquire about that legend? She lifted her gaze to the old man's pale face, her voice softening. And your health? Did you not say that only that legend holds a glimmer of hope? The old man slowly shook his head, coughing twice before responding. It is of no consequence. I know where that legend resides. I simply do not know the precise moment of its revelation. We shall wait there. I wonder if this old body of mine can endure until then. He gazed into the distance at the silhouette of the mountains, suddenly revealing a faint smile. Oh, I have an old friend who once mentioned he would also go. From now on, you should accompany him. Do not be misled by his eccentricities. He may seem like a playful old child, but he is truly a good person, and I am certain you will come to like him. As she listened, tears fell from the young princess's eyes. Gripping the old man's sleeve, she choked out, No, grandfather, I want to stay with you. The elder raised his hand to wipe away her tears, offering a bitter smile as he shook his head, falling silent. Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically. His previously stooped back straightened with an abruptness that defied belief. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his hand backward in a powerful strike. A thunderous clash ensued as their energies collided, causing leaves to rain down from the surrounding trees. In the shadows, Sun Yan's complexion paled. He had intended to seize the opportunity to abduct the young princess while the two were resting, confident in his stealth. Yet, to his astonishment, this frail elder had sensed his presence instantaneously. Forced to absorb the impact of the blow, he felt his vitality surge tumultuously, stumbling back a half step. The elder had turned to face him, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Indeed, it is you vile scoundrels. The young princess trembled at the sudden turn of events. Her small hand clutching the elder's garment tightly, her knuckles turning white. Sun Yan steadied himself, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he mocked. Truly, you are but a decrepit old fool, seemingly intimidating, yet ultimately hollow. He licked his lips, his gaze slithering towards the young princess like a venomous serpent. Do not put on a brave front. Fear not for this young princess, for I shall take good care of her. With that declaration, a dark aura began to swirl around his fingertips, clearly indicating his intent to offer no respite to the elder. Just as the sinister energy began to swell from Sun Yan's fingers, a sudden gust of wind rushed towards him. A long sword sliced through the air, aimed directly at his face. In a moment of panic and fury, he raised his palm to block the attack. The clash resonated with a loud clang, sending a jolt through his arm. Glancing down, he noticed the sword was inscribed with the yin yang symbol. Sun Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he spat in frustration. Damn it! Where did this Daoist come from? Before he could finish his thought, a figure leaped through the air, garments fluttering like flowing clouds. The newcomer, a seemingly delicate youth clad in a blue and white collared robe, moved with graceful precision. Though not dressed in a Taoist robe, every gesture exuded the essence of Taoist mastery. Sun Yan's heart sank. Could this be a worldly disciple of the Tao? Such a rarity indeed. The youth landed firmly, sword in hand, the yin-yang symbol on the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Frowning, she surveyed the dark energy swirling around Sun Yan's palm with disdain. I could smell this repugnant scent from afar. Indeed, you are the rodents dwelling in the sewers. Her voice was suddenly interrupted, as if she recalled something. Her cheeks flushing slightly. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed loudly, Today, I shall exterminate evil and uphold righteousness. Without delay, she sprang forward like an arrow released from its bow, the sword's wind carrying a refreshing righteousness that bore down upon her opponent. The elder, on high alert, registered the slip of the tongue, her earlier words that she hastily swallowed. A flicker of understanding flashed in his murky eyes. Observing the youth's slender frame, he realized that despite her male attire, her delicate features betrayed her true identity as a woman in disguise. As he beheld her wielding the sword, her strikes exhibited both a grandiosity and an incisive sharpness, as though each swing sought to sever the ties of worldly troubles. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through him, his eyes widened in disbelief, even his breath caught in his throat. The elder fixed his gaze on the whirling sword, his throat tightening as he murmured incredulously, the great method of severing mundanity? This is the renowned ultimate skill of the current leader of the Xianxia sect. How could it be? Sun Yan found himself retreating repeatedly under the pressure of the sword's momentum, as the opponent's techniques grew increasingly fierce. A sharp, cutting aura that severed worldly ties surged within him, causing his demonic energy to roil. A sudden heaviness gripped his heart. Who were these so-called disciples of the Tao? He abruptly recalled the warnings of the elders in his sect. His countenance changed dramatically, but he quickly suppressed his fear, adopting a mocking facade. I wonder who it could be. It turns out that one would stop at nothing for the position of sect leader, even to the extent of framing those who were once closest to him. What a high disciple of the Xianxia sect. The legendary skill of severing worldly ties truly lives up to its reputation. You seek death. The young woman's expression shifted abruptly, her blue and white robe billowing without wind. Struck by the most painful taboo, the veins in her hand tightened around the sword. How dare the opponent bring up her father's past? Such secrets, who in the martial world would dare to discuss? Suddenly, her swordsmanship transformed, starkly contrasting with her earlier broad strokes. Her eyes glinted cold as ice, each move embodying a resolute determination to sever all emotions and desires. The sword energy piercing and chilling to the bone. Sun Yan's heart sank in terror. This technique specifically countered the demonic energy of the Butian sect. He never anticipated that the opponent would possess one of the 6 ultimate skills of the Xianxia sect, and he blurted out in disbelief. Who exactly are you? The stubborn old guard of the Xianxia sect placed great emphasis on lineage. The ultimate skills were never interchanged, making it impossible for anyone to master 2 sets simultaneously. Sun Yan, utterly suppressed, found himself without the slightest chance of retaliation. The opponent thrust a sword directly at his chest, the cold light mere inches from his heart, causing his soul to flee in panic as he desperately threw out a black sphere. With a loud bang, dark mist enveloped in dense demonic energy erupted. The young woman, always fastidious, instinctively turned aside to brush off the black smoke that had sullied her robe. Sun Yin dared not linger, scrambling into the dense forest, no longer exuding his previous arrogance, but fleeing in terror. As the young woman prepared to pursue him, sword in hand, she was halted by the voice of an elder. But what of Daoist Qing Yun? The young woman trembled all over, her sword stance abruptly halting as she turned to the elder, her eyes wide with astonishment. How do you know it is me? No, she suddenly realized something, urgency lacing her tone. How could you possibly know my name? This was the most shocking revelation. She never revealed her true name to anyone outside, even among her peers. They only knew the sect leader had a daughter, but no one was aware of the name Qing Yun. Cough, cough, cough. Old man Jun is indeed here. The young woman gasped, her long sword clattering to the ground as she hurried to support the elder. It is you, Senior Jun. What has happened to you? The elder shook his head, his breath weak. My life has reached its limit, beset by hidden ailments. I fear my days are numbered. The young woman urged. Senior, do not speak such dismal words. Before she could finish, the elder grasped her wrist, his frail fingers trembling with emotion. There is no time. I have a request, and you must promise me. Coughing fitfully, he gasped. Poor girl, there is no place for her in this vast world. Please take her as your disciple and protect her well. No sooner had he spoken than his head tilted, ultimately taking his last breath. Zhang Qingyun felt a wave of confusion at the prospect of accepting a disciple. Before her stood a pure-hearted girl, merely 5 or 6 years her junior, who was weeping inconsolably. Recognizing the girl's identity, she paused for a moment, then knelt down and spoke gently to her. From this day forth, you shall be my first direct disciple. She tenderly wiped away the tears from the girl's cheeks. There is no need to retain your original name. In the Xianxia sect, we follow the order of Dao, Xian, Qing, Yan, Zhao. Henceforth, you shall be known as Yan Li, the 18th direct disciple of the Xianxia sect. The girl, still bewildered, nodded slowly, her small hand grasping the elder's sleeve tightly. Ultimately, she could not contain her emotions and burst into tears once more. Chapter 65. The fierce girl confronts the dark, Yi Jingxian must not survive. Otherwise, he will inevitably deduce the issue with my wine. Given my current injuries, I cannot afford to expose myself easily. A ruthless glint flashed in Sun Yan's eyes as he coldly declared, I must not leave any traces. He donned his night attire, concealing his face with a black scarf. Under the thick veil of night, he stealthily approached Yi Jingxian's courtyard. Sun Yan's skills in concealment were indeed remarkable. Yet in the presence of Li Ziyo, it was ultimately futile. Li Ziyo was aware that Yi Jingxian had not returned to the residence due to caring for a child. At that moment, a noise emanated from the neighboring courtyard, leaving no room for doubt that something nefarious was afoot. One could surmise with considerable accuracy that it involved Yi Jingxian. Although he had missed the changes at the arena while searching for Sanhua, his experiences from 2 lifetimes allowed him to instinctively grasp the situation. The intruder was likely none other than a member of the Tiantian sect, intent on preventing exposure of their identity, resorting to desperate measures to eliminate witnesses. In his understanding, this was a realm of martial arts. Yet, the so-called demonic aura remained an enigma to him. Initially believing that the demonic sect was merely ruthless, leading to their isolation within the martial world, he now realized that the influence extended far beyond, capable of affecting one's mind and forcibly enhancing combat prowess. This surpassed his comprehension of the martial arts universe. The opponent's aura was unstable and feeble, suggesting they had sustained injuries during the day. Although Hunyo had only recently joined him, she possessed innate strength and had not only mastered the devouring spirit technique, but had also begun her training in the spirit wrapping technique. This moment presented an excellent opportunity for Hunyo to hone her skills, while simultaneously unraveling the truth behind this demonic aura. Li Ziyo speculated that since Hunyo had already initiated her training in the devouring spirit technique, her capabilities should not fall far short of those of a so-called martial arts master. Moreover, with him vigilantly overseeing her, he was confident that Hunyo would remain unharmed. Hunyo, did you hear anything unusual? He inquired. Master, I didn't hear anything at all. What noise? Hunyo responded, tilting her head in confusion as she gazed at Li Ziyo. It's the commotion from the neighboring courtyard. Go check if there's a rat, he urged. A rat? I'm terrified of those things. Hunyo's face paled, and she hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, I'm not going. I'm not going. Li Ziyo produced a skewer of spirit fruit candied hawthorns, shaking it enticingly. Not going, huh? Then I shall indulge myself. With quick reflexes, Hunyo snatched it away, defiantly stating, "Who said I wouldn't go? I will go." As she spoke, she had already bitten into one of the spirit fruits, the sugar coating crackling delightfully. Sweet and satisfying. Shunyan entered Yi Jingxian's chamber, pondering, why isn't he here? Even if Yi Jingxian was no longer in mortal danger, that old wretch had still crippled most of his cultivation, and he ought to be recuperating indoors. Just as he was lost in thought, the courtyard door creaked open abruptly. Shunyan's heart leaped with joy. He must have returned. He immediately employed his concealing techniques, silently retreating to a corner. However, to his surprise, it was a little girl of 5 or 6 years who entered. With her twin braids swaying, she marched with a rhythmic thud, resembling a young tiger freshly released from its confines, clad in a small Daoist robe. Shun Yin felt a surge of anger, the wound on his body instinctively throbbing with pain. The grudge from being harmed by the person from that door had yet to be avenged, and now, a little one had come knocking. The followers of the Heavenly Repair sect were inherently ruthless. They bore no psychological burden in slaying a child who harbored animosity towards them. Tiger Girl pushed the door open with a defiant tilt of her chin, her head peering in as she muttered, "Master, honestly, where did that rat come from at this late hour? Even if there's a rat, it hasn't stolen my food, so why bother with it?" Upon entering the dimly lit room, her sole focus was to swiftly locate the rat to report back, oblivious to the need for lighting a lamp. Just then, a flash of silver pierced her chest. Thud. Taken by surprise, Tiger Girl was knocked to the ground. Xinyan, gripping a dagger, wore an expression of astonishment. What was wrong with this girl? Had she donned some protective armor? Otherwise, why did the dagger fail to penetrate? A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Even if she wore armor, could her neck be protected as well? He raised the dagger to strike again. As Tiger Girl scrambled to her feet, the dagger grazed her neck, leaving a mark. She blinked in confusion for a moment, then let out a wail, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Wow, you hit me." Despite the darkness, she quickly caught sight of Shun Yan, exclaiming in shock, "Oh my, what a huge black rat." In her indignation, Tiger Girl clenched her tiny fists, charging forward with fervor, her arms spinning like windmills. "You big black rat. You're so bad. How dare you hit me?" With her fists raised, she resembled an irate little tiger. With a fierce cry, she lunged at him. Her eyes tightly shut, tears still glistening on her eyelids. As she exerted herself, the tears were squeezed out, splattering onto her robe. "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me?" she chanted, her fists whirling through the air, each strike imbued with surprising force. Though her movements appeared chaotic, they were fueled by the strength she had gained from consuming numerous spiritual fruits under her master's guidance. Her little fists were now harder than stones, raining down blows upon Shun Yan. Already injured, he found it challenging to evade. As he turned his head, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back, causing him to grimace. Just as he attempted to raise his hand to block, a solid punch landed on his chest, forcing a muffled groan from him. This girl, eyes closed and swinging wildly, seemed to possess an uncanny accuracy, landing blow after blow. Within moments, Xinyan found himself crumpled on the ground, his body aching as if it were falling apart. The pain was excruciating, and he felt utterly defeated, especially with the girl still howling in fury. Each punch came down harder, akin to hammering a stone. Shun Yin's vision blurred, his mind consumed by a singular thought. This was impossible. Although he was injured, he was still a top-tier martial artist. How could he fall to a 5 or 6-year-old girl? Gritting his teeth, he was just about to summon his demonic energy to retaliate. With each strike, the malevolent energy within him dissipated like smoke before a formidable adversary, hissing and retreating. The girl's punches concealed an extraordinary force capable of devouring this dark essence. Before long, his cultivation was shattered alongside the vanishing energy, leaving him collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life. Tiger Girl swung her fists until her arms ached, halting to rest her hands on her hips, panting heavily, her chest rising and falling like a buoyant ball. She glanced down at the large black rat on the ground, and noticing its stillness, she tilted her chin and pouted. Such a sizable rat, yet so fragile. What a waste of my strength. She contemplated dragging it back to show her master. But its size was cumbersome. She would undoubtedly end up covered in filth. Spitting disdainfully on the ground, she exclaimed, "Ha! That'll teach you to strike me." Turning on her heel, she dashed outside, her short legs moving with remarkable speed. Upon exiting, she began to shout at the top of her lungs, "Master, master! I've knocked that big black rat down, but it's too heavy for me to carry." Witnessing this spectacle, Li Zio pondered. So this is the malevolent energy? It is tainted with chaotic, corrupting energy. This substance can be incited by emotions and, once unleashed, can disturb the mind, leading to uncontrollable fury. Suddenly, he drew a parallel to the viruses of his previous life. This phenomenon resembled a virus, stealthily thriving within the body, and when it erupted, it manifested as a form of madness. It seemed that the Tiantian sect had long been studying this sinister entity. Remarkably, in terms of appearance, it bore a certain resemblance to the forces of nature. No wonder Tiger Girl exhibited no aversion while employing the soul-devouring technique. She likely mistook it for a source of absorbable energy. Chapter 66. A new departure. So much transpired yesterday. After a night of contemplation, Yi Jingxian finally unraveled the truth. There was something amiss with Shenyan. It was his wine that had led to her enchantment. And what a plethora of coincidences. The fortunate Shen Yin seemed to attract far too many of them. Resolutely, she shared her insights with the old master. The old master furrowed his brow. Having long been wary of Shen Yan, upon hearing Yi Jingshuan's words, his doubts dissipated, and he confidently declared, "If my estimations are correct, this individual must be a disciple of the Butian sect, concealed within the Jingtao manor. I shall accompany you to apprehend him soon." The old master led Yi Jingxian and her companions to the courtyard of Shen Yan in the Ding courtyard. Regrettably, they found no one. It appeared he was aware of his exposed identity and had already fled. The old master stroked his beard and mused, "Senior, ahead lies my original courtyard. I need to fetch something. Would you care to join me for a moment?" The old master regarded this junior favorably, appreciating his loyalty and chivalrous spirit, and nodded in agreement, allowing the younger man to save face. Upon entering Yi Jingshuan's courtyard, they immediately sensed something was amiss. The courtyard gate and door were wide open, and several sets of footprints, varying in depth, were scattered about. Exchanging glances, they peered inside, where overturned tables and chairs lay in disarray, indicating a struggle had occurred. Their expressions shifted as they hastened into the room. Inside, they were taken aback, then their expressions hardened. Contrary to their expectations of Shun Yin having already escaped, he lay there, barely clinging to life. The old master approached to examine him, declaring solemnly, "There is no trace of demonic energy within him. His martial prowess is utterly ruined, leaving only this last breath." Suddenly, the old master seemed to recall something. He glanced towards the adjacent courtyard, his intuition guiding him to surmise what had transpired. Yi Jingxian, sharing the same understanding, exchanged a knowing look with him, opting for silence. After careful consideration, the old master made a decision. He gestured for Yi Jingxian to follow, and then stepped towards the neighboring courtyard, raising his hand to knock on the gate. "Who is it?" came a lively yet reckless voice from within. A spirited girl, Hunyo, flung open the door with a flourish. Upon seeing the old master, her face puffed up in indignation as she placed her hands on her hips. "What do you want again?" Clearly, she still remembered the last encounter when this elder and 3 others had stared at her so intently, startling her. The old master, unfazed by her demeanor, instead smiled kindly and asked, "Little girl, I am looking for your master. Is he home, master?" Hunyo blinked, then turned and shouted into the courtyard, "Master, that bad old man is back." The phrase "bad old man" caused a momentary freeze of the old master's smile, an awkwardness washing over him as he rubbed his beard. Yi Jingxian, observing the scene, couldn't help but let a faint smile flicker in her eyes. It was unexpected that the formidable old master would be remembered with such disdain by a mere child. A clear voice soon resonated within the room. "Understood. Please allow the esteemed elder to enter." "Come on, my master invites you in," Hunyo boldly declared. The elder clasped his fists in gratitude towards Hunyo, saying, "Thank you, young lady." Hunyo turned her head, muttering, "Such sweet words, yet not a single delicacy offered." A glance exchanged between the elder and Yi Jingxian revealed the reason behind Hunyo's strong prejudice against him. "Ah, indeed. I must confess my oversight. Next time, I shall ensure to bring something of substance," the elder replied hastily. "You speak so charmingly, yet I, alongside my master, shall depart shortly. Your sincerity is sorely lacking." Upon hearing this, the elder quickened his pace and entered the room, inquiring of Li Zio, "Isn't the Daoist going to stay a while longer? Why the haste to leave?" Li Zio nodded, responding, "We have already lingered for several days. It is time for us to embark." The elder suddenly spoke up. "Is your destination the legendary Penglai Island in Yenzhou?" "Oh," Li Zio replied, slightly taken aback, curiosity piqued. "How does the elder know this?" The elder explained, "I have heard that the Daoist has been traveling north from the south. From this route, I have made an educated guess." Pausing to gather his thoughts, he continued, "To be candid with you, Daoist, my son has invited various compatriots from the martial world for a specific purpose. Many years ago, I fortuitously acquired credible information regarding the exact timing of the opening of Penglai Island. Tales abound in the martial community about immortals residing there. After years of inquiry, I discovered that these so-called immortals might actually refer to a realm of celestial beauty. Through extensive references to ancient texts, I verified that every fixed period, the Penglai realm indeed opens its gates. The people of the martial world remain oblivious to what lies within, speculating endlessly about its connection to the immortals. Some even claim it is a method for ascending to a terrestrial immortality. According to my calculations, the next opening of the Penglai realm should occur on the 15th of March next year. Initially, I intended to invite various companions to venture forth together to the Penglai realm next year. Alas, who could have anticipated such unforeseen events? Since your destination is indeed Penglai Island, and with the cold season approaching, it would be prudent to journey together after spring next year. Li Zio was taken aback, realizing that the so-called significant matter of Jingtao Villa happened to be related to the news of Penglai. After some contemplation, he waved his hand, saying, "Thank you for the information, esteemed elder. I have other objectives for this journey, so I must not linger." Observing Li Zio's resolute intent to depart, the elder refrained from pressing further, stating, "Very well then. Jingtao Villa is grateful for your assistance, and I wish you a smooth journey ahead. There is no need for such politeness. Our paths in the martial world are vast, and we shall meet again," Li Zio replied with a slight nod. Outside the main gate of Jingtao Villa, Li Zio sat upon the deer's back, while Hu Niu held the reins. Just as they were about to set off, a voice suddenly called out, "Daoist, please wait a moment." Li Zio turned towards the voice, and there stood Yi Jingxian, who had just parted from him moments ago. "Young hero Yi, is there something more to discuss?" Yi Jingxian hurried over and said, "If the Daoist is to depart, I must express my gratitude in person. The elder master has already informed me." Before he could finish his words, Li Zio interjected, "There is no need for thanks. As the gallant Xiao often states, those of the Jianghu should not be bound by trifles." Just then, a voice echoed from afar, "Hey, who is speaking on behalf of this young hero?" Approaching were two men and a woman, riding on 3 splendid steeds. "Has Xiao brother not yet departed?" Yi Jingxian exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing them. "Not yet. The Daoist has come together, and it is only fitting that I bid him farewell before I leave," Xiao Zhulu declared with a hearty laugh. "I am grateful for Xiao brother's leniency in the arena." Yi Jingxian expressed his thanks. Xiao Zhulu waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on such matters. As the Daoist just mentioned, those of the Jianghu need not engage in endless exchanges of gratitude." He paused, leaning closer to Yi Jingxian, and lowered his voice slightly. "Moreover, I did not truly assist you that much." Yi Jingxian shook his head. "Xiao brother has already aided me immensely. Please do ensure you attend the child's 100-day celebration." "Child?" Xiao Zhulu blinked in surprise. "What child?" Yi Jingxian chuckled heartily. "Thanks to the Daoist, the child has finally been safeguarded. That is splendid news. Congratulations, Yi brother, on becoming a father," Xiao Zhulu exclaimed. "Is the Daoist continuing northward?" he inquired, turning to Li Zio. "Indeed," Li Zio nodded while seated upon the deer. "Then I wish the Daoist a smooth journey." Xiao Zhulu clasped his fists together, his tone cheerful. "May we meet again on the paths of Jianghu." "Very well, until we meet again." With that, the 3 individuals parted ways, each heading in their own direction. Yi Jingxian returned alone to the Jingtao mountain manor. Yet, his journey continued within this realm of Jianghu. It is believed that before long, the name of the wandering hero Yi Jingxian will resonate throughout the Jianghu. Xiao Zhulu and his junior sister Su Qinghuan engaged in lively conversation. Filled with laughter and playful banter, their bond evidently growing closer, a sight that evoked envy. Trailing behind them, Su Qingzhou appeared somewhat like an outsider. Li Zio gently patted Sanhua, signaling it was time to proceed. The tiger girl, who had previously held the deer's reins, had already dashed ahead to wait. Observing Sanhua begin to move, she quickened her pace, her eyes gleaming with anticipation for the forthcoming adventures in the Jianghu. Chapter 67. Is this Penglai? Ever since departing from the Jingtao Villa, Li Zio and his disciple have journeyed northward. The autumn breeze sweeps through the coastal reeds, causing the leaves of the locust trees along the path to flutter and fall. Some cling to Sanhua's antlers, while others swirl down to land upon Li Zio's shoulders. Hu, holding the reins, walks ahead, often rising on her toes to reach out, her fingertips just grazing the deer's fur. Sanhua, in response, gently flicks her ears. But Hu loses her balance, stumbling forward a step before bursting into laughter. Seated upon the deer's back, Li Zio catches sight of the distant outline of a village and calls out, "There is a village ahead. Let us seek a warm bowl of soup." Sanhua, seemingly understanding, nods her head, her hooves quickening upon the dirt path, perhaps drawn by the scent of the village's smoke. Hu, gripping the deer's reins, feels a light sweat forming in her palms, yet she stands tall and straight. When Li Zio dismounts, the hem of his sleeve brushes against Sanhua's mane, causing the deer to lower itself slightly. He bends down to lift Hunyu onto the deer's back, but she resists, tugging at the reins and scraping her toes into the ground, declaring, "Master, I can walk." Before she can finish, she finds herself securely placed atop the deer. Grasping tightly to Sanhua's soft fur, she cannot resist reaching out to scratch behind the deer's ears, eliciting a snort from Sanhua, which makes her giggle as she leans against the deer's neck. After walking for a while, she suddenly buries her face in Sanhua's fur and murmurs, "Master, are we running out of candied hawthorns?" Li Zio keeps this in mind, often seeking out a stall for sugar paintings when they pass through markets. Purchasing for her 2 skewers of hawthorn coated in glistening sugar, she savors the treat, allowing the syrup to drip down her chin, blissfully ignoring it as she squints her eyes in a silly smile. Noticing Li Zio watching her, she quickly hides the remaining half skewer behind her back, as if protecting a precious treasure. As autumn wanes, the winds grow colder, leaving the trees along the roadside bare. When Hunyu holds the deer's reins, she often tucks her other hand into the warmth of Sanhua's belly fur, her fingertips brushing against the cozy deer coat, her steps brimming with energy. The villages they pass become increasingly frequent, and the villagers, upon seeing the Daoist priest accompanied by a young disciple, often regard them with a measure of respect. When the cooking smoke thickens, they are frequently invited into homes for a meal, flatbreads paired with seaweed sauce, as Hunyu squats on the doorstep holding her bowl. Her eyes dart toward Li Zio's bowl of dried salted fish, and when he lowers his head to sip tea, she quickly snatches a piece with her chopsticks, stuffing it into her mouth while mumbling, "Master doesn't tea like this." Li Zio merely smiles, pushing his bowl toward her, whether it be corn porridge paired with pickled radish. She finds it sweet and delightful. Observing that Li Zio has only taken a couple of bites, she boldly takes his bowl, transferring the remaining radish slices into her own, declaring, "If Master won't eat, I shall eat for you." If they miss a village, they rest in a sheltered spot behind a grass shed or beneath an old tree. Sanhua lies down, and Hunyu curls up in its embrace, burying her face in the deer's fur, soon drifting into a gentle slumber. Li Zio closes his eyes in meditation, and as night deepens, he adjusts her outer robe. Ever since beginning her training in the tuning spirit technique, although she can still sense the cold, she remains undeterred. The body remains perpetually warm, yet at night, it instinctively burrows deeper into Sanhua's embrace, hands gripping the deer fur tightly. As they walk, frost begins to crystallize upon the grass blades. Sanhua's coat grows increasingly thick. When Hunyu leads her, her entire hand can sink into the plush fur of the deer's neck. After a few steps, she lowers her head to nuzzle, as if cradling a warm stove. On one occasion, while lodging in a village nestled in the mountains, the farmer served a stew of radishes and sea fish. As soon as the earthen pot was uncovered, she leaned in, inhaling deeply, her eyes widening with anticipation. Squatting by the stove with a coarse porcelain bowl, she noticed that Li Zio had taken merely a pair of chopsticks worth of fish. Without hesitation, she dragged his bowl to her own side, scooping all the fish belly meat into her bowl, murmuring, "Master doesn't he eat this? I'll help you finish it." In doing so, she stuffed the fattiest piece of fish belly into her mouth, her cheeks puffed, as if holding a round fruit. Upon catching sight of the silhouette of Yanzhou, the wind carried icy shards, rustling against the robe. The townsfolk were bundled in voluminous cotton coats. They cast astonished glances at the master and disciple, still clad in their thickened robes. Hunyu led Sanhua at the front, one hand deeply buried in the deer's fur, the other clutching the lead. Her nose, bright red from the cold, remained defiantly lifted, refusing to shrink back. As the swallowing spirit technique activated, warmth enveloped her, proving far more effective than the heavy garments she wore. Li Zio trailed slowly behind, observing as she occasionally leaned down to converse with Sanhua. Suddenly he spoke. "Let us quicken our pace. In just a couple of days, we shall arrive at Penglai Island." Sanhua seemed to respond to the mention of Penglai, wagging its tail and stepping across the frost-laden ground, producing a crisp sound. Hunyu turned back to look at it, then raised her gaze to Li Zio, her eyes reflecting the distant sails of the harbor, laughing, "Master, it seems we are almost there." The wind whisked her words past his ears as Li Zio gazed at the gradually emerging outline of the island on the horizon, giving a gentle nod. After nearly 2 months of travel, the journey was nearing its conclusion. Seated upon the deer's back, Li Zio stared ahead, lost in thought. In my past life, there was Penglai. It is often mentioned in tales. This world also has Penglai. Is there a connection between these? Or do the immortals simply favor the name Penglai? The sisters in the dual-cultured wooden box had been waiting for 7 years. Now that Panlai had arrived, how would one seek the immortals? What exactly is the immortal mentioned by the East Wanderer? Is it the Panlai paradise described by the old master of the stormy waves villa? Or the immortals capable of concocting miraculous elixirs found in tales from my past life? Or perhaps the ultimate realm of martial arts? The terrestrial immortals spoken of in this world? Having been away from home for nearly half a year, he appeared quite carefree as he pressed onward. Yet upon reaching the destination, a sense of turmoil arose within. He felt a constant knot of anxiety, fearing that it would all culminate in vain. Does the natural power he cultivated have any relation to immortality? Even if he finds the immortals, how will he save his sister? Hunyu, leading Xianxia, came to a halt, gazing up at the barren island, tugging at Li Zio's sleeve. He shook his head, finally discerning what was termed Panlai Island. What a small island it is, resembling a large stone embedded by the sea. After years of relentless waves, how many facets has this great stone been polished into? The island bears evident scars of past conflicts. Clearly, he is not the first to seek immortality here, nor will he be the last. However, this island, modest in size, reveals its entirety at a mere glance. As winter has just begun, the trees stand barren, accentuating the desolation. He spreads his consciousness, scanning the surroundings multiple times, yet perceives not a single clue. A wave of disappointment washes over him. Is this truly Panlai Island? He shakes his head and murmurs, "Today I arrive at Panlai in search of immortals, yet I see no celestial being shedding their mortal guise. I search the alchemical platform, but find no trace, leaving only the vast sea reflecting the heavens." Li Zio probes again with his consciousness, inside and out, stretching 100 miles along the coast. Yet all remains eerily silent. He completely dismisses the claims of the old master about the immortal realm of Panlai. What face do you have to call this Panlai Island? His voice grows hoarse. Hunyu tugged at his sleeve. "Master, are we to stay here?" She gazed at the barren island, anxiety creeping into her heart. "Huh, is this all there is?" Li Zio mounted the deer, leaving without a trace of nostalgia. Hunyu felt a sense of relief and hurried to catch up with her master. Chapter 68. A golden pill swallowed. Li Zio sat atop Xianxia, listlessly allowing it to carry him aimlessly forward. Hunyu followed closely behind, never having witnessed her master in such a despondent state. Her small face was contorted with worry as she stomped her feet anxiously. After a short while, an ancient, half-buried stone tablet caught their attention by the roadside. Though the tablet lay toppled, the inscriptions at its base were strikingly vivid. Li Zio paused momentarily. Patting Xianxia, "Let us take a closer look." Xianxia approached cautiously, with Hunyu hastening to keep up. She leaned in beside Li Zio, peering curiously at the stone. The grand characters on the tablet had long since faded, yet the smaller script inscribed by later hands crowded the stone's surface. Li Zio bent down to read intently. Absurd. Utterly ludicrous. The initial line bore an intensity that seemed to pierce the very stone. "I have ruled the martial world for 60 years, with souls piled like mountains beneath my blade. After traversing many realms, I finally found this Isle of Immortals, only to receive a manual so elementary that even a child could recite the fundamental qi cultivation technique." The inscription paused momentarily, as if the carver was struggling to contain his exasperation, before the subsequent markings grew increasingly chaotic. "The so-called secrets of Panlai are nothing but this." Following this were several lines of shallower engravings. Clearly, the carver had exhausted his strength at this point, inscribing the essence of the technique. "Heaven and earth possess spiritual energy, flowing like breath. Draw the energy into the gateway, as delicate as silken threads." Towards the end, the engravings took on a sinister tone. Dark red stains oozed from the chiseled lines, nearly saturating the stone's surface. "Through this method, I ultimately severed all my meridians. There is no spiritual energy in this world. Let future generations take heed." The final signature was scrawled haphazardly, the ink dark as an impenetrable night. The Supreme Flame's final words. Hunyu, bewildered, tugged at Li Zio's sleeve. "Master, what do these words mean?" Li Zio did not respond, gazing at the inscription, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, everything clicked. In that instant, he comprehended the true nature of his golden finger. With a mere thought, the small stone that had accompanied him to this world materialized in his hand. In accordance with his will, the stone transformed into a golden pill that settled in his palm, exuding a force of nature that was utterly familiar to him. He chuckled, realizing he had been ensnared in a misconception. This natural energy was indeed the so-called spiritual energy bestowed upon him by this golden pill. The mutated spiritual herbs at home and on the back mountain had absorbed this very energy, leading to their transformation. The revelation dawned upon him. Such a simple truth, yet it had taken him so long to grasp. How foolish to have wasted a lifetime reading countless novels. As he held the golden pill, he recalled a common phrase from the stories of his past life. A golden pill swallowed, my fate is mine to command. In an instant, understanding surged through him, and the golden pill fully integrated into his being. The small space within him began to undergo a remarkable transformation. This is no longer a mere confined space. It is unmistakably a small world unto itself. Not only that, but the functions of his body have been significantly enhanced, and even his comprehension has reached an astonishing level. He now feels that the immortal techniques described in the novels of his previous life can be thoroughly understood given a little time. Little Tiger Nyo tugged at Li Zio's sleeve with her small hand, stamping her foot in discontent. Master, why aren't you responding to me? What does it say up there? Li Zio snapped back to attention and, seeing her pouting expression, couldn't he help but smile as he ruffled her hair. It's nothing. My apologies for being distracted just now. It speaks of a story. Oh, what story is it? Master, please tell Tiger Nyo. Following the content above, Li Zio began to narrate the tale to Tiger Nyo, and the earlier displeasure dissipated. He still could not ascertain whether he could allow others to borrow spiritual energy for cultivation, especially since Tiger Nyo was a unique case. The spiritual fruits she consumed had grown in an environment rich in spiritual energy, brimming with vitality. Moreover, he believed that replicating this method would be quite difficult, as not everyone possesses a constitution as special as Tiger Nyo's. Not only is she exceptionally strong from a young age, but she also becomes easily hungry, indicating that her growth requires ample energy to sustain it. As for his two sisters, he had already devised a method for their treatment. Glancing around, he secretly lamented, this world is certainly not as simple as it appears on the surface. The wind spirit pearl, Tiger Nyo, the peculiar fish, and this fundamental chi cultivation technique. The path ahead is clear. First, we must settle here and resolve the issues concerning my two sisters, as that is of utmost importance. Then, I shall continue to wander the world as a wandering Taoist, exploring the hidden mysteries of this realm, and perhaps encountering more extraordinary events along the way. After hearing the story, Tiger Nyo exclaimed with sympathy, that person is so pitiful. All their efforts culminated in something utterly useless to them. Li Zio had merely intended to share a story, never anticipating Tiger Nyo would grasp the underlying lesson. He gently patted her little head and chuckled, haha, Tiger Nyo. You are quite clever. Of course. Tiger Nyo beamed with pride, her little lips curling up high, clearly delighted by her master's praise. However, they still faced a pressing issue. Tiger Nyo, with a pitiful expression, inquired, Master, it's so cold by the sea. It makes Tiger Nyo feel quite uncomfortable. Are we going to sleep outside tonight? Tiger Nyo will surely freeze. Li Zio playfully pinched her little nose and reassured her, do not worry, Tiger Nyo won't freeze. He surveyed the surroundings and added, come, let me take you to a big house. We shall stay here for a while. And we must find a comfortable place for you to have a good sleep, all right? Hee, you are so kind, master. Suddenly, Li Zio pondered. What if the immortal beings of Penglai were merely a version of the fundamental chi cultivation technique that others could not practice? The old landlord's mention of the celestial realm of Penglai opening on March 15th of the coming year is indeed rather peculiar. As the days swiftly approach, it seems prudent to remain and observe the unfolding drama. The first thought that crossed his mind was of the group from the Celestial Repair sect. How amusing it is. This world of martial arts, truly a grand stage of chaotic performances, with one act concluding just as another commences, never resting for a moment. As the two rose, Sanhua approached them. Suddenly, Li Zio recalled something and extended his spiritual awareness, only to be astonished to discover that, albeit faintly, spiritual energy indeed resided within Sanhua. Yet, it lacked the method for refinement. It seemed that Sanhua had yet to fully awaken its intelligence. He then thought of his own spirit manipulation technique. Perhaps he could assist in awakening its intelligence. If so, it might be possible to have a celestial deer as a companion in the future. Li Zio placed Hunyu on his Sanhua's back, holding the deer's lead while engaging in light-hearted conversation with Hunyu, and they made their way toward a more populated area. Chapter 69. The inn above the clouds. Not long after setting out, Li Zio and his disciple caught sight in the distance of a banner soaring high in the air. The crimson flag billowed gracefully, adorned with silver-threaded cloud patterns, and at its corners, it bore the emblem of a gold ingot. Those familiar with the martial world would immediately recognize this as the property of the Luokai Mountain Villa, one of the 10 major sections. The 4 characters Yunshang Kushi were inscribed in bold strokes with a wolf hairbrush, the calligraphy vigorous, the strokes sharp and decisive. Bathed in the slanting rays of the setting sun, the flag gleamed brilliantly, its red and pale moonlight intertwining to create a dazzling spectacle. The wind tugged at the corners of the flag, and the copper bell atop the pole chimed lightly, guiding the patrons nearby. As they approached, they noticed that behind the flag, a series of goose houses lined the shore. The courtyards, though staggered, were arranged with an undeniable orderliness, each facing the sea, presenting a magnificent view. At the entrance of each guest house stood a small flag, indicating whether the rooms were occupied or vacant. Among the courtyards, the main bedroom's window frames were faintly visible beneath the eaves, their lines exceptionally neat. From afar, a young attendant was seen on tiptoe, peering out with keen interest. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the silhouette of a large and a small deer. Instantly, he perked up, hastily adjusting his attire. The larger figure was a young Daoist priest of remarkable bearing, clad in a green robe that seemed somewhat thin for this winter evening. The smaller one was a young acolyte, about 5 or 6 years old, exuding a lively spirit and a hint of cleverness as he curiously surveyed his surroundings from atop the deer's back. The attendant's face broke into a familiar smile as he hurried over, calling out from a few paces away, "Esteemed Daoist, please hold on. You appear to be travelers from afar. Winter has set in, and darkness approaches. The air is particularly cold. Might you consider taking a respite? Our Jianghu is situated by the water, offering a tranquil retreat, perfect for warding off the chill, and we happen to have vacant rooms available. If you wish to rest, I can guide you to a room that suits your fancy. Would you prefer a bright sea view room or a more secluded courtyard?" As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at the young acolyte on the deer, adding with a more lively tone, "This little Daoist looks spirited. He must be weary from the journey. The bedding in our guest rooms is freshly aired and quite soft." Li Ziao paused, smiling at the clever young attendant. "That sounds agreeable. Please lead the way. By the way, I would like to meet the person in charge here. May I be introduced?" The attendant quickly waved his hand, a smile still gracing his face as he replied, "I wouldn't dare presume, esteemed Daoist. You may simply call me Lizi, like the oysters from the sea. You wish to see the person in charge." Lizi scratched his head awkwardly, clearly finding it a bit challenging, as it seemed he might not easily gain access to the manager. Noticing his discomfort, Li Ziao produced a token from his possession and handed it over. "Take this token to announce my arrival." The attendant's eyes brightened instantly as he respectfully accepted the token, his demeanor more reverent than before, evidently recognizing its significance. "Certainly, esteemed Daoist. I shall inform the manager at once. Please wait a moment." Li Ziao observed as he hastily departed, musing to himself, "Oysters. Is this not akin to the oysters of my previous life? Ah, such a name certainly suggests a boost to one's vitality." He cast a glance at the grand flag fluttering in the wind, his lips curling into a slight smile. Once again, a product of the Luocaixin's way. Truly, what a remarkable fate. Before long, the oyster hurriedly approached, escorting a stout middle-aged man with a pronounced belly. At a glance, Li Ziao discerned that this was likely the person in charge. His physique was quite distinctive. Throughout his journey, whether it was Lu, the manager of the Fortune Merchants Guild, or the proprietor of Xianxia residence, or even Qian Debao from the Jingtao Villa, they all bore striking resemblance to one another. It appeared that the Luocaixin's Wang indeed enjoyed considerable prosperity. The man strode forward with an air of solemnity, each step resonating loudly against the ground. His expression bore a hint of sternness, his lips pressed into a straight line. Although he seemed displeased, he maintained decorum, respectfully clasping his hands and stating, "I am Xianxia, and for the time being, I have authority over the Yunshang guest house. May I inquire the purpose of your visit with the Longqi token?" His tone carried an imperceptible detachment. Noticing the respect he afforded the token, yet devoid of flattery, Li Ziao pondered silently. This individual must hold significant weight within the Luocaixin's Wang. Even the Luokai order cannot subdue his pride. Moreover, from his self-introduction, one could glean certain clues. He referred to his authority as temporary, rather than claiming the title of manager. Whether this was genuine or not would soon be revealed. Li Ziao quietly deliberated and resolved to act. He retrieved a purse from his sleeve, delicately cradling it in his palm. The man's expression shifted subtly upon sighting the purse, his tone softening. "Daoist, where did you acquire this purse?" It was evident that he recognized the emblem of the Luocaixin's Wang. "Oh, so you are acquainted with the owner of this purse?" Li Ziao responded with a serene demeanor, tinged with curiosity. "This belongs to my nephew." Xianxia replied in a measured tone. He was well aware of his nephew's character, seemingly simple-minded but astutely clever. The Qian family, entrenched in frugality, would never part with such a purse easily. It had always hung from his nephew's waist as a symbol, and it was unlikely that it had been acquired through force. Since the man dared to present it, it indicated friendship rather than enmity. Li Zio nodded, noting the resemblance between the two men, though the prominent belly initially obscured his features. What a coincidence. I have seen this purse at the Jingtao villa, where it was used for a trade with my disciple. I intend to stay here for a while, and I would appreciate your assistance in arranging accommodations. Certainly, certainly. Xianxia's tone became notably more courteous. This simple exchange, however, conveyed a wealth of information. What could possibly require his nephew to exchange this purse? It seemed this young Daoist was far from ordinary. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the oyster and instructed, "You shall remain closely behind the Taoist priest during this time, attending to his needs without any negligence." The Taoist is indeed a significant guest of our Luokai mountain manor. Upon hearing this, the oyster promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Xianxia rummaged through his belongings and eventually produced a finely crafted wooden plaque, engraved with the character for bamboo. He respectfully handed it, along with the Luokai token, to Li Zio. "Should the Taoist require anything, he may certainly approach you," he added. Li Zio accepted the plaque and token with a slight nod of gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Manager Qian, for your consideration." With that, he followed the oyster as they departed. As they walked, the oyster enthusiastically remarked, "Taoist, behold, you have been assigned the bamboo courtyard. It is situated at the highest point of our inn, rising a full 10 feet above the other lodgings. From beneath the eaves, one can gaze down and see the entire expanse of guest rooms at one's feet. In winter, the coastal winds can be fierce, but fortunately, this courtyard is elevated. The winds swirl past the walls, and the charcoal fire inside burns brightly, ensuring it remains warm and cozy. The northern window faces the deep sea, allowing one to glimpse the sails 10 miles away. The courtyard also features a stone table and stone benches, perfect for basking in the sun on pleasant days, offering warmth that surpasses other places by threefold. Absolutely splendid. Li Zio glanced in the direction indicated, noting that the courtyard indeed occupied a lofty position with a broad view. He couldn't help but nod in approval, feeling quite satisfied with this accommodation. It was far superior to the courtyard at the Jingtao mountain manor. At that moment, Hunyu could no longer contain her excitement. She slipped down from Sanhua's back and scampered ahead, her eyes darting in every direction, a bright smile spreading across her face. In her heart, she thought, "Finally, a place where I can enjoy a good night's sleep." Chapter 70. A new hairstyle and new attire in this serene sanctuary. Tiger Girl indeed slumbered soundly. The sun had risen high in the sky by the time she lazily stirred awake. She stretched her arms and let out a lengthy yawn. The sleep had been truly refreshing. After nearly 2 months of travel, her master's words rang true. As long as one can endure hardship, there is an abundance of suffering to be faced. With a slight pout, Tiger Girl slipped on her little shoes and dashed outside. In the courtyard, a stone table was adorned with the 4 treasures of the study. Her master was engrossed in writing with a brush. Filled with curiosity, she tiptoed over quietly. Just as her small hand reached for the edge of the table, a light laugh caught her off guard. "Awake, are we?" Oh dear, she had been discovered. Tiger Girl stuck out her tongue and asked, "Master, what are you writing?" "I have just thought of some things, and am jotting them down," Li Zio replied. Noticing her eyes fixated on the characters on the paper, he playfully teased her. "Do you think your little head can recognize all the characters on this page?" Immediately, Tiger Girl puffed up her neck defiantly. I can recognize many characters." "Oh, then recite them for me," he challenged. Upon hearing this, her expression fell, and she scratched her head in frustration. Her fingers rummaged through her hair while she muttered, "This one I think I have seen it before." That one seeing her struggle, Li Zio gently pressed her fidgeting hands down, saying, "All right, stop scratching. Look at your hair. It's all messy like a little hedgehog." He took out a wooden comb and coaxed, "Come here, let me style your hair into an adorable new hairstyle." "A new hairstyle? Wonderful." Tiger Girl instantly forgot about her troubles with the characters. She obediently stood before him, tilting her little face in anticipation of his actions. Li Zio picked up the comb and carefully untangled her tousled locks, his movements delicate as if he feared to break something precious. He divided her hair at the crown into 2 sections, skillfully twisting the strands a few times, akin to braiding. He then folded the ends back and secured them tightly with a red ribbon at the base, forming 2 plump, circular hair buns that hung on either side of her head, resembling budding peach blossoms or 2 snug little pom-poms. Next, he took 2 colorful ribbons, one pink, reminiscent of freshly bloomed peach flowers, and the other yellow, like ripe wheat. He tied each around the hair buns into petite bows, allowing the remaining ribbons to cascade behind her ears, soft pink and bright yellow. With each gentle movement of Tiger Girl's head, the ribbons swayed, captivating the eye with their delicate dance. Finally, he smoothed the wisps of hair on her forehead with his fingertips, pinched her soft cheeks gently, and smiled after a moment of admiration. Look at you. Where did this little fortune doll come from? Tiger Girl reached up to touch the little buns atop her head, tugging at the dangling ribbons, delighting in their softness. With wide, sparkling eyes, she asked, Master, will this hairstyle stay in place? If I walk fast, will it come undone? Li Zio chuckled at her earnestness and playfully tapped her nose. Rest assured, my craftsmanship is quite reliable. He then carefully folded the paper filled with characters. He pressed the corners of the paper with a weight, and then stood up to store it in the wooden box within the inner room. This was the fruit of his labor early that morning, an endeavor to weave the extraordinary and intricate concepts from the novels he had read in his previous life into his own insights, attempting to create a cultivation technique and divine abilities that had never before existed in this martial arts world. As he gazed at the pages within the box, a faint smile graced his lips, and he felt a genuine sense of satisfaction within. Although he initially felt as if his ideas floated in the ether, lacking in finesse. The more he wrote, the more fluid his thoughts became. Now, it seemed that this line of reasoning was indeed viable. Having risen so late, he must be hungry, right? Li Zio retrieved a few fruits from his small world and placed them on the stone table, saying, Well then, once you've eaten your fill, Master will take you to buy new clothes. Glancing at Hunyu's current attire, the long-sleeved Daoist garment had already lost its vibrancy. The prospect of buying new clothes brightened Hunyu's eyes. Since she could remember, she had never owned new garments. All she had worn were hand-me-downs from the older children in the village. The little Taoist robe gifted to her by the village elder before their departure was also made from old clothes. Although young, Hunyu understood the importance of dressing beautifully. She nodded eagerly, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Hunyu will finally have new clothes. Li Zio's heart softened, and a pang of tenderness flickered in his eyes. He reached out to tousle Hunyu's hair and spoke in a gentler tone. Indeed, we shall buy the most exquisite outfit for our Hunyu. As they prepared to go shopping, Li Zio decided not to bring Sanhua along. Hunyu felt a twinge of reluctance towards Sanhua and waved, saying, Be good now. Hunyu is going with Master to buy new clothes, so I can't take you along. After waving goodbye once more to Sanhua, who lay in the courtyard with his head drooping in acknowledgement, the master and disciple stepped out of the yard. They soon encountered Li Zi, who had been waiting for some time. He hurried forward and addressed Li Zio. Where does the Daoist wish to go? I shall guide you. Do you know where they sell new clothes? Ideally, a place that offers custom tailoring, Li Zio inquired. Indeed, if you go down this road not far, there is a pavilion. There is a shop there that specializes in garments, and it is affiliated with our Yunshang Inn, Li Zi replied promptly. Very well, lead the way. Li Zio agreed. Upon arriving at the pavilion, they noticed the sign inscribed with the words the Inn Pavilion in bold letters. Just as Li Zio had anticipated, it still bore the mark of the ingot. As soon as they crossed the threshold of Kaiyun Pavilion, Hunyu was dazzled by the array of vibrant colors, causing her to blink in astonishment. The intricately carved wooden racks were adorned with garments of all varieties. There were water-red jackets embroidered with entwined lotus flowers, moon-white skirts edged with silver threads, and delicate yellow blouses adorned with tiny pearl buttons. The breeze slipped through the window cracks, causing the edges of the clothing to sway gently. Having never encountered such a spectacle, she couldn't help but gasp, her little head spinning like a top, unsure of where to place her hands. Welcome. Please, step inside. A woman dressed in a lake blue robe approached briskly, her face adorned with a warm smile, and a pearl hairpin nestled at her temple, gently swaying as she spoke. Her gaze first fell upon the little girl, and her eyes instantly sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Oh my, this child is simply adorable. Look how exquisitely her hair is styled. Is this her first visit to our tailoring pavilion? Li Zio nodded in affirmation. Indeed. I would kindly ask the proprietress to select some suitable garments for her to wear in this season, preferably made from sturdy materials. Rest assured, the proprietress replied, guiding them further inside. She gestured towards a row of neatly stacked garments on a low cabinet. Behold this little cotton jacket, just made in the latest style. The fabric is exquisite Yunjin silk, and it feels incredibly smooth to the touch. Inside, it is filled with freshly harvested cotton from Jiangnan, both fluffy and warm, perfect for this weather, lightweight yet wind-resistant. She held up a delicate lotus-colored jacket and measured it against the little girl. Look at this color. It has been specially embroidered with a circle of the character for blessing. It complements the child's clever demeanor perfectly. Pair it with matching cotton trousers, tapered at the ankles for ease of movement when she runs. The little girl blushed at the praise, subtly puffing out her chest while her hand instinctively touched her hair. She fixated on the shimmering thread of the jacket, curling her fingers in excitement as she stole a quick glance at Li Zio. The proprietress noticed her fascination and retrieved a pale yellow vest from the cabinet. If you find the cotton jacket too thick, This vest would be a splendid alternative. The lining is made of fine cotton, and it features a little tiger embroidered on the front, perfectly matching the child's spirited essence. The girl could not help but softly respond, her eyes fixated on the imposing tiger design. The corners of her mouth lifted in a sly smile, causing the ribbon atop her head to sway gently. Li Zio, pleased with her bright expression, nodded in approval and pointed to several other garments. Of the two I just mentioned and the few I indicated earlier, do any fit her size? Let us have them all brought out for her to try. The proprietress' south eyes crinkled into crescent moons. This young gentleman seemed forthright, and she eagerly replied, "Yes, yes, indeed. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch them right away." With that, she turned and briskly walked into the back room, her steps light and her heart buoyant. This young gentleman possessed an air of refined nobility and showed genuine care for the child. He would undoubtedly treat her well. The little girl, clutching the edge of her clothing, tugged at Li Zio's sleeve, her eyes alight with anticipation. When they emerged from the tailoring pavilion, they were laden with numerous packages, nearly overflowing in their arms. The little girl was beaming, clad in a pristine white silk cotton jacket, a stark contrast to her previous worn attire. They had also taken her measurements and ordered several additional garments, instructing the proprietress to deliver them directly to their lodgings once completed. Chapter 71. Collecting Shells. New friends in recent days. Master has been so occupied that he hardly pays attention to himself. Tiger Girl feels stifled being alone in the guest house. She meanders to the northern window, leaning over the sill to gaze toward the sea. The cold wind whips the sand against the window with a sharp patter. Chilled air seeps through the cracks, making Tiger Girl shiver. Although she has already mastered the soul-swallowing technique and is not afraid of the cold, as a child, she often fails to distinguish such nuances. A slight chill makes her feel cold. As she watches the sea, the water gradually recedes. The retreating tide unveils a vast expanse of gray-black mudflat. In the distance, the sea glimmers with a cold light, exuding an aura of chilliness. However, Tiger Girl's keen eyes quickly spot shells glinting among the crevices of the rocks. She also sees a group of children, their bamboo baskets in tow, happily squatting on the shore, occasionally shouting excitedly to one another. Her eyes sparkle with enthusiasm, and she can no longer remain still. Tiger Girl rushes out to the courtyard, where she finds Master seated at the stone table, engrossed in writing. She begins to pace back and forth, her footsteps creaking on the ground. Li Zio pauses, lifting his brush from the inkstone, and inquires with a puzzled expression, "What is it, Tiger Girl?" Tiger Girl halts her steps, leans closer, and speaks with a hint of urgency. "Master, the tide is out at the seaside. Many older brothers and sisters are playing there, collecting all sorts of shiny things. Won't you accompany me for a while? It's quite stifling in here." She tugs at Li Zio's sleeve, her eyes fixed on him, hoping for his nod of approval. He realizes that he has overlooked Tiger Girl's feelings lately. Inspired by the insights from his previous life, he knows that his first self-created technique will soon be completed. There is no need to rush. It is fortuitous that the tide has receded. Rubbing his eyes, which have grown weary from staring at the paper all day, he begins to tidy up the stone table and rises, saying, "All right, I could use a break from my writing." As Li Zio speaks, he notices Tiger Girl pause momentarily and remarks, "Are you willing to get that new dress dirty in the mud?" Tiger Girl is momentarily taken aback, scratching her head, but then hears her master continue, "Did I not buy you plenty of new clothes? Why not find something a bit looser, so you can play comfortably?" "Yes, Master is right." Tiger Girl eagerly nods and hurriedly scurries off to her small room to choose an outfit. Before long, she bounces back out, wearing a brand new blue cloth shirt. The sleeves and pant legs are generously wide, giving her a sprightly appearance. She has slung the satchel gifted by the old village chief over her back and has already rolled her sleeves up halfway, exposing her arms. Spotting Li Zio, she exclaims, "Master, look, this new outfit is so convenient. Rolling up my sleeves and pant legs is no trouble at all." Li Zio nods in approval, and Tiger Girl, brimming with excitement, eagerly pulls her master toward the seaside. As they step out of the guest house and head toward the shore, the salty scent of the sea grows stronger in the wind. The sand grains hit her face, adding a touch of wildness to the experience, and in the distance, the lively chatter from the mudflat reaches their ears. The sounds of children's laughter and shouts, mingled with the gentle ebb of the waves, conspire to dispel much of the winter's chill. As one approaches, the tidal flats reveal themselves, resembling an overturned palette of colors. On the gray-black mud, glistening puddles are embedded, reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling glare that causes one to squint. The group of young ones previously seen by the window now scatters in various directions. Some crouch beside the rocks, eagerly probing the crevices with their hands. Occasionally, they retrieve small, clawed crabs, eliciting bursts of laughter from those nearby. Others, with bamboo baskets slung over their shoulders, tread carefully through the mud, their eyes wide with excitement as they search for shells and sea snails left behind by the retreating tide, triumphantly brandishing their finds with shouts of glee. A few adults, resembling fishermen, wield small hoes and carry bamboo baskets, scouring the deeper parts of the flats for treasures. They bend down to dig into the moist earth, extracting plump clams that thud into their buckets, the sound resonating amidst the calls of the children. The lively atmosphere, infused with the scent of the sea, surpasses the allure of any meal served at the inn. Tiger Girl, her eyes sparkling with delight, tugs at Li Zio's sleeve, urging him to move forward. Her newly donned blue shirt billows in the wind, and the bag given to her by the village elder bobs comically on her back. "Master, look, there's a huge shell over there," she exclaims, pointing to a shimmering object in a nearby puddle, her voice brimming with excitement. Just as she prepares to dash forward, Li Zio calls out, "Tiger Girl, take off your shoes and step directly into the mud. How will you wear them otherwise?" Tiger Girl freezes momentarily, glancing at her freshly purchased cotton shoes, but ultimately complies, placing them before him with a sincere request. "Master, please keep an eye on them while I go play." Li Zio nods in affirmation. Before long, Tiger Girl is immersed in the tidal flats, mingling with the other children, eagerly stashing her finds into her bag. Unfortunately, her bag is not a bamboo basket, and while she manages initially, it soon becomes thoroughly soaked with mud, dampening her new shirt's hem and rendering it sticky. Unfazed, she remains fixated on the glimmers in the mud, squatting down to sift through the wet earth. When she uncovers a round, patterned sea snail, she holds it aloft, calling out to Li Zio in glee, "Master, look, this one has a beautiful design." Li Zio responds with a warm smile, his heart swelling with affection as he observes his little apprentice, who resembles a muddy monkey amidst the flats. With his encouragement, Tiger Girl beams brighter, her small white teeth glistening as her nimble hands continue to dig through the mud. She retrieves another speckled shell, quickly stowing it away in her bag before diving back into the joyful chaos. Engrossed in her play, she is approached by a timid little girl, slightly older than Tiger Girl, with 2 uneven braids and a face flushed from the cold, clutching a bamboo basket. Her fingers are pale from gripping it tightly as she whispers, "Can I borrow it? My grandmother says wet clothes can lead to colds." Tiger Girl pauses, noticing the girl's eyes darting toward her dripping bag. She swiftly lowered her head again, her small hands brushing against the edge of the bamboo basket. "What is your name, little sister?" asked Hunyo, grinning and revealing her small tiger teeth. "I am Xianxia," the little girl replied, her voice trembling. Yet she pushed the bamboo basket forward. "Thank you, Sister Xianxia." Hunyo accepted the basket and eagerly poured the wet shells inside. "I am Hunyo. Shall we collect them together?" Xianxia hesitated but nodded, as Hunyo pulled her down to squat. When her fingers touched the warm, soft earth, she secretly glanced up at Hunyo's radiant face, a faint smile forming on her lips. "Why don't you play with us, Xianxia? Just a newcomer." 3 boisterous boys approached, the leader reaching out to tug at Xianxia's sleeve. Startled, Xianxia shrank back. In an instant, Hunyo sprang between them, arms wide open to shield Xianxia. Raising her small face defiantly, despite her diminutive stature, she declared, "Sister Xianxia can play with whoever she likes. Don't bully her." She resembled a protective little tiger, adorably stubborn. The boys paused, noticing Li Ziyu watching from a distance. Glancing back at Hunyo's fearless demeanor, they scoffed, "Fine, you two are tough," and then ran off. Hunyo continued to glare for a moment before turning to Xianxia, thumping her chest with assurance. "Sister Xianxia, don't be afraid. Hunyo will protect you." Xianxia timidly nodded. Hunyo took Xianxia's hand, leading her deeper into the mudflat, where the 2 little girls busily dug in the soft earth. Hunyo discovered a ridged shell and proudly presented it to Xianxia, while Xianxia spotted a plump sea snail and quickly offered it in return. The treasures they collected piled up in the bamboo basket, occasionally clinking together with delightful sounds. After tiring from their play, the 2 ran to sit on the dry sandy ground, emptying the basket's contents. A myriad of colorful shells and patterned sea snails scattered across the ground, glistening in the sunlight. Hunyo pointed at the largest shell, beaming with joy, while Xianxia smiled shyly, revealing her 2 small dimples. The girls nestled their heads together, counting their finds, their laughter ringing clear and bright, mingling with the sound of the waves drifting far away. Chapter 72. Visiting Shuya's home, the 2 girls were thoroughly enjoying themselves. The basket was filled to the brim, barely able to accommodate any more. Kinyu tugged at Shuya, pulling her towards Liziyu, and before they arrived, called out excitedly, "Master, Master, look, this is my new friend, Sister Xianxia." We collected this entire basket together. Liziu chuckled and affectionately ruffled Hunyu's hair. He then turned to the somewhat shy Xianxia and asked gently, Hunya, didn't he cause you any trouble, did she? Humph. Master, how can you say that about me? Hunyu would never trouble Sister Xianxia. Hunyu retorted, pouting. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xianxia hastily waved her hands, her voice soft and delicate, almost inaudible. No, it's not like that. Hunyu is very strong and has been looking out for me. She hasn't caused any trouble. See, I told you. Hunyu proudly lifted her chin, beaming with delight. Liziu cast a glance at the basket in Hunyu's hands. Wow, that has quite a haul. He observed the crabs flailing about with their large pincers, and the basket was brimming with oysters, conchs, and clams. To his surprise, he noticed a few dark, soft creatures hidden at the bottom, wild sea cucumbers. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the two girls. Well done. You two are quite capable. He then turned to Xianxia, concern evident in his tone. Where's your home? Let me escort you back. Carrying such a heavy basket must be quite a task. Upon hearing this, Hunyu immediately grabbed her master's clothing and shook it, saying, Master, I already told Sister Xianxia that we should visit her home. Liziu paused, contemplating. Wouldn't that be an inconvenience for them? No, not at all. Xianxia quickly interjected in a soft voice. Liziu observed Hunyu, who was stamping her feet in impatience, unable to suppress a chuckle as he tousled her hair. All right then, we shall follow your lead, Hunyu. With that, Liziu leisurely picked up the basket, while Hunyu dashed ahead like a firecracker, only to run past their destination after a few steps. Xianxia quickly tiptoed and called out, Hunyu, you've gone too far. Turn this way. Oh, Hunyu abruptly halted, scratched her head, and chuckled before turning around to run back. Before long, she ran past again. Xianxia, both amused and exasperated, chased after her, saying, You've gone past it again. This way, over here. Liziu followed behind, unable to stifle his laughter at Hunyu's spirited yet erratic pace. Xianxia's home was not far, situated near the sea. However, the path was quite winding, and they had to navigate several turns to reach it. Upon arrival, they found her family bustling about in the yard. An elderly man was accompanied by a middle-aged man repairing a fishing boat, while another middle-aged man mended fishing nets. A third man was chopping wood, perspiring profusely despite the winter chill. Several women were seated under the eaves, busily sorting through fish and shrimp. There were individuals selecting vegetables, and a middle-aged woman was busily stir-frying a large pot of food at the stove. Several pre-adolescent children were assisting their elders, creating a harmonious atmosphere that evoked a sense of envy. The man chopping wood paused upon hearing footsteps, lifting his gaze to see Xianxia, his eyes instantly brightening. However, at that moment, the woman at the stove raised her voice, laced with sharpness. Oh, the one who brings misfortune, you dare to return? The household is bustling, yet you gallivant about aimlessly. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Liziu and Hunyu, standing behind Xianxia, her brow furrowing slightly, and she snorted in disdain. Without uttering further words, she turned back to her task of vigorously stirring the pot. The aroma of the dish mingled with her frosty demeanor, diluting the lively spirit in the yard. Xianxia felt her face flush from the disparaging remark, clutching her garment and struggling to find her voice. How dare you speak to my sister Xianxia like that? Hunyu retorted, unable to tolerate the woman's harshness. I have a fierce temper. Upon hearing this, the woman's irritation flared, and she prepared to shout again. An elderly man repairing fishing boats interjected, admonishing lack of manners. He hurried over to Liziu, saying, This young Daoist seems unfamiliar. Has my girl caused you any trouble? If so, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall take responsibility, even if it means selling my possessions. Liziu quickly waved his hand, responding, You jest, elder. It is merely that my disciple has taken a liking to Sister Xianxia and insisted on visiting her home. The elder then sighed in relief, exclaiming, Wonderful. It is indeed an honor to have a Daoist such as yourself grace our humble abode. We, the fishermen, have greatly benefited from the protection of practitioners like you. This area is not far from Penglai Island, often frequented by wanderers, and a sizable Daoist temple has been established nearby. Local fishermen frequently visit to burn incense and make wishes. In recent years, the weather has been favorable, and the townsfolk have naturally attributed their good fortune to the Daoists. Thus, upon seeing Liziu's Daoist garb, the elder exhibited profound respect. Please, no need for such formality. I apologize for imposing, Liziu replied, surveying the family and discerning their relationships. The man repairing the boat was Xianxia's uncle, while the elderly woman fussing over fish and shrimp was his wife. The man mending fishing nets was the second uncle, and the woman who had been bickering with Hunyu was the second aunt. The man chopping wood was Xia's father, and her mother was the one selecting vegetables. The families of both uncles had children aplenty, yet Xia was the sole daughter in her household, which rendered her somewhat less favored. With Li Ziyo present, the second aunt ceased to trouble Xia. The two girls busied themselves around a basket, sorting through the seafood they had gathered that day. They jostled and playfully pushed each other, which only served to exasperate Hunyu. In a fit of determination, she snatched the basket and insisted on dividing the contents herself, ensuring that the larger portions were given first to Sister Xia, followed by her preferred shells. She held it tightly in her hand, momentarily indecisive, pondering for a while, counting that it was an odd number. She chose a larger piece for herself and allocated a smaller one to Sister Xia. This childish method of division brought amusement to Li Ziyo, while the old man nearby was also entertained by Hunyu's antics. The old man, who held a profound respect for the Daoist, found a kindred spirit in Li Ziyo and began sharing some recent gossip from the village, tales from far and wide. Most of these stories were vague and lacked precision, merely idle chatter that fishermen enjoyed during their leisure time. At that moment, he was quite willing to share them with Li Ziyo. This family was quite simple and unpretentious. However, living together without separation inevitably led to minor frictions. Yet, these were merely trivial disputes, hardly worthy of concern. When mealtime arrived, Li Ziyo and Hunyu were invited to stay. Little did anyone anticipate that Hunyu would prove to be a variable. She consumed half a pot of stew on her own. Had it not been for Li Ziyo's discreet gestures, the family might have gone hungry. Feeling somewhat guilty, he retrieved some provisions he had previously prepared for Hunyu from his little world. These rations were originally intended for travel, and with the recent tranquility of life, they had remained unused. His little world possessed a preservation function, ensuring that the provisions remained unspoiled regardless of the duration of storage. Moreover, being kept within a space infused with spiritual energy, the family might even find their health improved after consuming them. However, these rations lacked the extraordinary effects of spiritual fruits, being merely ordinary sustenance, which made them convenient for him to offer. Otherwise, common folk would find it difficult to partake. After finishing their meal and engaging in light conversation for a while, Li Ziyo and his disciple rose to bid farewell to Sister Xia's family, noting that the hour was already late. Chapter 73. The Twin Soul Cultivation Technique. Since the small space transformed into a miniature world, Li Ziyo has been unable to find an opportune moment to formally explore it. Upon entering this small world, he was greeted by an expanse that seemed boundless. In the distance, there lay a region adorned with various fruit trees and spiritual herbs. The mutated weeds that had been transplanted years ago had now evolved into genuine spiritual materials. Gazing further, he noticed several jujube trees encircling a large wooden box, which held the twin sisters in a state of slumber. He summoned a massive stone from the surroundings and shaped it into a stone table, displaying the fruits of his labor over this time. The table was laden with papers, densely inscribed with characters, alongside a few sheets depicting abstract illustrations. Over the years, Li Ziyo had gleaned some understanding of the concept of one soul, two bodies from the Chronicles of Oddities. The text was rather one-sided and ambiguous, but the essence conveyed was that a single soul had been split into two halves, each inhabiting a separate body. This division was the root cause of the sisters' incomplete consciousness, rendering them perpetually dazed. The Eastern Wanderer, the physician from years past, only comprehended this truth in his final moments. According to the annotations in the tome, such a condition typically precluded survival into adulthood. The soul must either reintegrate before maturity, or, if the deadline passed without fusion, the two halves would gradually disintegrate. Unfortunately, the frequent use of spiritual fruits by the Eastern Wanderer had accelerated the sisters' physical growth, inadvertently shortening their time to maturity. As for the so-called life-saving divine needle, it lacked the accompanying techniques to unveil its full potential. In the case of the sisters, its primary function was to suspend them in a moment, akin to pressing the pause button on a remote control in a past life, keeping those on the brink of death in a state of limbo. However, this effect was limited and varied based on the extent of their deterioration. Due to the sisters' youth and vitality, the notion of extending their lives by a decade emerged. It is worth noting that, under ordinary circumstances, a dying patient without subsequent rescue measures could hardly attain such an extension. The sisters' most significant issue lay in their fractured souls, which could not govern adult bodies, ultimately leading to their slow dissolution. Following this line of thought, Li Ziyo suddenly realized the two souls need not necessarily merge. If they were to merge, one body would have to be relinquished. Furthermore, would the resulting entity still be the original two sisters? Upon this reflection, he found a sense of direction. He envisioned creating a unique technique that would allow them to complete their souls without the necessity of fusion. However, the greatest obstacle at present was that the sisters were in a state of suspension akin to a false death. Their bodily functions were stagnant, and their spirits were dormant, rendering them incapable of employing any technique. Without hesitation, Li Zio retrieved 49 white go pieces and arranged them on the ground to form a spirit-gathering formation. He carefully extricated his two sisters, whose bodies were punctuated with needles, from the dual-hued wooden box and positioned them at the focal point of the spirit-gathering formation, ensuring that the ethereal energy could envelop them to the fullest extent. He then settled himself beside the formation, mentally rehearsing the twin soul nurturing technique he had long conceived, until he fully grasped its intricacies and harmonized its essence. Only then did he slowly utilize himself as a conduit, channeling the pure spirit energy from the formation into their bodies. The energy coursed through their meridians, enveloping them like a warm membrane. He cautiously attempted to gently touch the dormant souls of the two women with the spirit energy, striving to awaken a flicker of consciousness. Once a semblance of awareness began to stir, Li Zio established a temporary bridge of his own spiritual consciousness between the sisters' soul realms. He transformed the comprehended technique into fragmented pieces of awareness, gradually imparting them into their feeble soul consciousness. Throughout this process, he continuously employed spirit energy to probe the states of their bodies and souls, anxious to avoid any missteps. Even though the technique had been transmitted into their consciousness, they were currently incapable of actively invoking it. Li Zio's next task was to assist in completing the initial cycle of their cultivation. He meticulously regulated the intensity of the spirit energy, ensuring that the technique could circulate within their bodies while preventing the disruption of the delicate balance. Eventually, the technique began to operate with a natural inertia. As the spirit energy was gently guided, their originally frail soul consciousness gradually stabilized, beginning to absorb the ethereal energy along the pathways of the technique to mend their deficiencies. This technique had been crafted by Li Zio specifically for their unique dual soul, dual body condition, enabling their souls to connect and assist each other without interference, thereby gradually repairing their respective shortcomings. Throughout the entire process, Li Zio remained vigilant, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon his two sisters. At the slightest anomaly, he promptly adjusted the rhythm of the spirit energy and technique guidance. Fortunately, they navigated this crucial phase without incident. The spirit energy within the gathering formation continued to flow gently, and the previously pallid faces of the sisters began to show a hint of color. Their dormant eyelashes occasionally fluttered, as if a faint light were quietly awakening in the depths of their eyes. Li Zio gradually withdrew his own spirit energy, and as his fingertips left the focal point of the formation, the needles that had been inserted into various acupoints of his sisters quietly vanished. The aura of the spirit gathering formation diminished, ultimately transforming into delicate specks of light that merged with the surrounding spiritual herbs and fruit trees. He refrained from approaching immediately, instead remaining seated at the stone table, his gaze resting upon his sisters. They still kept their eyes closed, yet their breathing had elongated considerably. With each rise and fall of their chests, one could vaguely sense the two fragmented souls within their soul realms, slowly inhaling and exhaling the residual spirit energy along the pathways of the technique, akin to two seedlings reviving after a long drought. After approximately half an hour, the sister on the left suddenly let out a soft hum, her fingertips curling slightly. A stir within Li Zio's heart prompted him to rise and approach, using his spiritual power to delve into her soul realm. What he beheld was a soul that had once been shattered like broken jade. At the periphery, faint ethereal glimmers emerged, gradually mending the gaps. On the other side, although his sister remained silent, the souls within her essence underwent synchronous transformations. A transient connection was established between the two souls through the ethereal energy, occasionally resonating with a feeble echo, as if affirming each other's existence. It appeared that the foundation of the technique had been laid. Li Zio exhaled in relief, knowing this was merely the initial step. In the days to come, he would need to daily replenish the spirit energy of the gathering array to assist his sisters in stabilizing their consciousness and repairing their souls until they could autonomously operate the technique, thus truly escaping peril. While deep in thought, a gentle rustling sound suddenly emanated from outside the array. Li Zio looked up to see several jujube trees nearby, their branches adorned with a few unripe jujubes glowing softly. The branches seemed to sense the commotion, swaying gently in response. This scene unexpectedly evoked memories of the past, vividly bringing forth moments shared between his sisters and these jujube trees. The origin of it all was his act of handing 4 unripe jujubes to his sisters. which piqued Dong Yuyi's curiosity, leading to her examination of them. However, due to Dong Yuyi's misjudgment, his sisters ended up consuming a considerable amount of jujubes, resulting in subsequent misfortunes. In those days, to preserve the corporeal forms of his sisters, he mercilessly felled the jujube tree in the courtyard, fashioning its trunk into a dual-purpose wooden coffin. He could not bear to discard the severed branches, instead planting them in a small space. Now, these branches had grown into jujube trees, which had become a small haven capable of protecting his sisters. Chapter 74. Wandering through the streets since emerging from the small world, Li Ziyu has finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is not a matter to be rushed for his two sisters to mend their souls on their own. It is estimated that it will take at least a few more years. The sisters are progressing smoothly with the dual soul cultivation technique. The moment the needles vanished, the 10-year deadline ceased to exist. Li Ziyu gazed at the peachwood sword hanging on the wall, lost in contemplation. Should he not begin to fulfill the duties associated with his identity as a wandering Taoist in this world? Yet, he pondered, what precisely are the responsibilities of a wandering Taoist? It is somewhat unclear. It seems many wanderers themselves are oblivious to their own duties, merely donning their robes and basking in a sense of elevated status. Wherever they go, even the officials treat them with utmost courtesy. Some of these wanderers adhere to the traditional path, while others have acquired minor skills to navigate the martial world, scraping by as necessity dictates. However, there are also those Taoists who live lavishly, indulging in fine food and attire, while spending their days concocting elixirs for the emperor, resulting in the demise of several test subjects. The reputation of wandering Taoists has suffered greatly due to the misdeeds of such individuals. It is uncertain whether those within the Taoist sect truly disregard the mundane world or if there is some hidden agenda. Were there truly no connections? It would be hard to believe. Even members of the sect occasionally venture out. Not to mention, he recently encountered two, the old man he had trapped for a year and the woman disguised as a man. With the reputation of wandering Taoists tarnished by these actions, it seems no one has stepped forward to rectify the situation. Since Huniu learned the route to Xia's home, she has taken to visiting her frequently. Li Ziyu feels quite assured of Huniu's safety. Should anyone foolishly trouble her, he would merely suspect they are seeking to provoke a confrontation. After all, with Huniu's unpredictable little fists, even the members of the Butian sect would struggle to withstand her blows. Time, in its paradoxical nature, can feel both fleeting and excruciatingly slow. As he calculates the days, he realizes there is still quite a while until March 15th of next year. It is time for him to experience the life of a wandering Taoist. Previously, he donned the attire for convenience, following the advice of the scruffy old Taoist. But now, it is time to earnestly embrace the role of a wandering Taoist. Where to begin? Regardless of the endeavor, one must first establish a signboard. Who says he lacks one? Upon reflection, Li Ziyu retrieved the banner from his small world, the one he had once used on his eastern travels. He examined the 8 grand characters inscribed upon it. Difficult diseases, cured with medicine. Was this not a ready-made solution, requiring no alteration? Yet, despite his attire, he felt something was amiss. The clothing was too pristine, his appearance too handsome, his demeanor too extraordinary. Alas, what to do? This truly is a source of vexation. Inspired by the scruffy old Taoist garb, an idea began to take shape in Li Ziyu's mind. He had worn his robe to a state of wear, adorned with several patches. A peachwood sword was secured to his back, and a banner proclaiming the cure for ailments was hoisted aloft. Yet, he felt an inexplicable void. Recalling memories from a past life, he realized he should have been holding a compass, which he had unfortunately neglected to prepare. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he slapped his forehead. The bell was still with him. As he stepped out of the house, Sanhua paused, bewildered. He had merely rested for a moment. Yet his master had transformed. "Aha, Sanhua, how do I look?" Sanhua gasped, clearly taken aback by the change. Li Ziyu glanced at his hands, which had long since lost their previous form. He addressed Sanhua, "Just stay by my side." In truth, Sanhua no longer required the dear rope, but during their journey, it had been entrusted to Huniu to prevent her from getting distracted and losing it. Upon donning this new attire, Li Ziyu encountered Shizi. Shizi was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Sanhua, he confirmed the identity of the Taoist before him. The transformation was indeed stark compared to the previous young Taoist. Shizi, perplexed, inquired, "Master, what has happened? Why this attire? Haha, do you not recognize me? This is precisely the effect I desired." He waved his hand dismissively. "Carry on with your business. Do not mind me." Shizi nodded in acknowledgement, watching as Li Ziyu ambled away, carrying the banner and jingling the bell. Once Li Ziyu was out of earshot, Shizi scratched the back of his head, muttering, "What kind of performance is this Taoist putting on today? Just the other day, he was so pristine. Yet now he resembles a swindler from earlier days who tricked old Bangshu out of a few coins. Li Zio continued down the path, the bell in his hand ringing melodiously. After a few steps, he called out, "Do not miss this opportunity. Specializing in the treatment of ailments. Worry no more with my remedies. Whether beset by malevolent spirits or enduring chronic ailments, I have the means to assist." The words "cure for ailments" on the banner fluttered gently in the breeze. Xianxia followed closely beside him, her hooves silent against the stone path. When they encountered a woman mending shoes at the door and an old man basking in the sun against the doorframe, he would jingle the bell a little more and repeat his call, his eyes alight with curiosity. This was his first time earnestly living as a wandering Daoist, and he found it infused with more life than merely pondering his practices in the courtyard. As he approached the old well at the eastern edge of the village, he spotted a group of villagers chatting. Upon noticing him, they halted their conversation to gaze. Li Zio cleared his throat and raised his voice to make his call even clearer. "Dear villagers, if you suffer from headaches or unrest at home, come seek me out. I will examine you free of charge." After proclaiming this, he stood by the old well for a moment, the bell in his hand continuing to sway gently, its sound carried by the wind at the village entrance. The villagers, who could only observe, exchanged glances with one another. Some huddled together, murmuring in hushed tones, while none dared to step forward. A man clad in coarse linen even touched the purse at his waist, his eyes filled with suspicion, clearly equating the speaker with the earlier deceivers. Xianxia seemed to sense the tense atmosphere, inching closer to Li Zio's leg and lightly sweeping its tail across the ground. Li Zio, however, remained unperturbed, raising his banner and waving it gently, emphasizing those 8 words with a smile. "Dear villagers, rest assured, this humble Taoist does not seek silver in advance. Should my skills prove lacking, I shall take not a single coin." Yet, upon uttering these words, the crowd dispersed. Even those who had gathered to witness the spectacle vanished. Li Zio stood in bewilderment, questioning if he had misspoken. At that moment, an old man leaning against the doorframe, basking in the sun, offered a reminder. "Heh, young one. In these times, who would dare let you try? If you fail to cure and merely walk away, who bears the burden of the consequences?" With that, he ceased to engage, closing his eyes to enjoy the rare warmth of the winter sun. Chapter 75. The small medicine pouch. The first venture through the streets ended in failure. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Zio reflected on the old man's words. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. With a flick of his wrist, he reverted to his original appearance, handsome, with an ethereal demeanor, exuding an aura of celestial grace. In this guise, he appeared far more convincing. His previous persona had been somewhat contrived. Nevertheless, he resolved to regard this setback as a mere stepping stone towards gaining experience. The old man's insights were indeed profound. Li Zio first set out to find an oyster. He handed over a note detailing a few items and said, "Oyster, please convey a message to your master to assist me in procuring these items." The oyster promptly nodded, having been instructed by his master not to neglect the Daoist. Naturally, he would attend to the Daoist's requests without delay. As he exited the courtyard, he pondered whether he had indeed misjudged someone earlier. How could the Daoist have reverted back? Upon hearing that the Daoist required items, Xianxia acted without hesitation, swiftly gathering what was needed. During this period, he had taken the initiative to write to his nephew, Qiandaba, seeking information about the Daoist. Although Qiandaba had been somewhat vague in his responses, every line conveyed a deep respect for the Daoist, even cautioning against any negligence. He also mentioned that he would personally visit once his current affairs were settled. Xianxia quietly mused that he had finally grasped the nuances of the situation. His nephew, though appearing simple-minded and polite to everyone, possessed an underlying shrewdness typical of a merchant. Anyone who could command such attention from him was certainly deserving of respect. The oyster, accompanied by several attendants from the Yunshang Inn, brought the items into the courtyard. Li Zio was pleasantly surprised by their efficiency and gently instructed, "Please place these items on the stone table." He glanced at the stone mortar and pestle, adding, "These can be left in the courtyard." He then produced several copper coins and, before the attendants departed, distributed them individually. The attendants hastily declined, feeling unworthy of acceptance. Li Zio smiled and reassured them, "Please accept them. I may require your assistance again in the future." The attendants exchanged glances with the oyster, who nodded in agreement, prompting them to finally accept the coins. Originally, they had been summoned by the oyster to assist and had not anticipated any additional compensation. After the attendants left, Li Zio and the oyster busied themselves with a considerable array of items. Among them were various types of paper, for writing, drawing, crafting talismans, and for wrapping medicines. Additionally, there were several medicinal herbs and seeds. As they prepared for future forays into the streets, they deemed it prudent to utilize these ordinary herbs. For those stored in the small space were imbued with spiritual energy. Not only did they possess longevity and superior efficacy, but some had even undergone mutations. Thus, acquiring these common medicinal materials was indeed timely. At that moment, two young maidens scampered over, their foreheads glistening with beads of sweat despite the frigid weather. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Tiger Girl exclaimed, "Master, Master, I have returned." Li Zio nodded and replied, "Ah, your timing is impeccable. Tiger Girl, could you assist your master with a task?" Upon hearing this, Tiger Girl immediately became cautious, asking, "Master, what task?" "Crush these herbs," Li Zio instructed, pointing to another set of herbs, "and turn these into powder." Tiger Girl's expression instantly fell, yet she obediently nodded, complying with her master's request. Playing is the nature of a child, but Tiger Girl was still quite attentive to her master's directions. If only her master would offer some reward, it would be even better. Li Zio, well aware of her thoughts, retrieved items from two oil paper packages the attendant had brought. The rectangular one revealed candied hawthorn, while the plump one contained preserved fruits. "You can eat these after you're done, but be careful not to get sticky syrup in the powdered herbs." "Hee hee, I understand, master." Rest assured, Tiger Girl will complete the task. I can help too. Can I assist Sister Tiger Girl?" Timidly chimed in Xianxia, who had been standing nearby. Seeing this, Li Zio smiled and curiously asked, "You can?" Yes. My grandmother often prepares some medicine, and when my grandfather, uncle, or father go out to sea, they take some along," Xianxia replied. Li Zio was surprised. "Your grandmother can practice medicine?" Xianxia instinctively shook her head but quickly nodded, stating, "My grandmother says they are all folk remedies she has used for many years, and they work." Li Zio turned to Tiger Girl and said, "Your sister Xianxia will help you grind, and you must share half with her." Tiger Girl, fixated on the candied hawthorn and clearly salivating, nodded and declared, "Of course. I will give Sister Xianxia her share. Even if Sister Xianxia does not help me, I will still give her some." This statement elicited laughter from Li Zio and Li Zi in the courtyard, filling the air with joyful sounds. Before long, two distinct sounds filled the courtyard. Xianxia pushed the stone mill's wheel within the grinding trough, producing a persistent grinding sound accompanied by the subtle crunching of herbs being ground. Not to be outdone, Tiger Girl grasped the pestle and vigorously pounded the herbs in the mortar, creating a heavy thudding sound. The noise was deep and resonant, and as the herbs were crushed finer, it was interspersed with the scraping of stone against stone. Observing Xianxia's diligent efforts, Tiger Girl, panting with exertion, increased her strength. Li Zio quickly cautioned, Take it easy. Others may not know Tiger Girl, but I certainly do. Her strength is astonishing. If she were to use too much force, even a stone mortar would not withstand it." Once the two girls had ground the herbs into powder, Li Zio instructed them to pour the contents into different porcelain bowls. He then took a small porcelain spoon, proportioned the herbs, and carefully wrapped them in hemp paper. The resulting packages were compact and easily transportable, even with dozens of them. It amounted to merely a small stack. The clam remained steadfastly by the Daoist priest's side, assisting him diligently. Whenever necessary, it would promptly hand him various items, exhibiting a cleverness that was quite apparent. During this time, the group engaged in casual conversation. Interestingly, although the clam and Xianxia had never crossed paths before, they hailed from the same village, a revelation that surprised everyone. As they toiled together, time flew by swiftly. Before long, dozens of medicinal packets were prepared. Li Zio first handed 2 packets to the clam, saying, "The packet on the left is for bruises and minor injuries. It can be applied externally or taken internally. The one on the right is perfect for this chilly weather, useful for preventing colds." The clam quickly declined at first, but ultimately accepted the gifts with a nod, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Daoist priest. I possess plenty of strength. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." Do you think you can match my strength?" Hunyo retorted with a scoff. The clam promptly shook its head, recalling how the young girl had exerted herself earlier. The Daoist priest had even cautioned her to be gentle. It was truly unexpected that this small girl, who accompanied the priest, possessed such vigor. Li Zio then produced several more packets, placing them together and wrapping them in a piece of uncut hemp paper before handing them to Xianxia. "Take this back to show your grandmother. If she finds it useful, you may continue using it in the future." "All right," Xianxia replied, nodding obediently at his words. Chapter 76. Afu and the Chilblains. Afu. What on earth has caused your chilblains to become so severe? A few fishmongers have endured the biting cold all day long. As twilight descends, the crowd at the fish market gradually disperses. Finally able to take a breather, they engage in casual conversation. They are well acquainted, each fully aware of the other's hardships. The older fishmongers cast concerned glances at Afu, who is usually the most diligent among them. Yet now, his face is swollen from chilblains, with his ears nearly oozing pus, causing him to furrow his brow in discomfort. Don't even mention it. I had heard that rubbing ginger slices could help, but it seems to have worsened over the past few days. Afu raised his hand to touch his face, but quickly withdrew it, fearful of causing further irritation. This simply won't do. You must seek a physician at once. In such frigid weather, you've been exposed to the wind daily. If you delay any longer, you might jeopardize your very life. The older fishmongers, anxious, patted his arm. Afu paused, instinctively tightening his grip on his clothing. His elderly mother lay on the Kong at home. He couldn't dare spend money on this. He shook his head, lowering his voice. Let it be, it's nothing serious. I can endure this little pain. If I save some money, I can get my mother a few more herbal remedies. At that moment, an older fishmonger slapped his thigh, suddenly rising to speak. I nearly forgot. There was a crowd at the market earlier. Among them was a young Daoist priest, looking as charming as a sugar figurine crafted by old Tang. I hear he specializes in treating various ailments, and his fees are quite reasonable. When we usually visit the apothecary, we leave with a hefty bag, but his medicines come in small packets, containing only powders. Many gathered to watch, but few dared to try. He added, I've heard it costs just 10 copper coins for a prescription, and they say a single prescription can last an entire treatment course. Another fishmonger interjected, what does treatment course even mean? In our long lives, we've never encountered such a novel term. The first elder turned to Afu. Are you willing to give it a try? It's merely the price of a couple of fish, and if you save a bit, you could easily gather the money. Afu's eyes brightened, his voice lifting with excitement. Really? His face betrayed his intrigue, clearly captivated by the idea. The other elder chimed in. Just earlier at the market, I reckon he hasn't gone far. I was busy tending to my stall, and didn't manage to check it out, but I did hear talk of this. Upon hearing this, Afu could no longer remain seated. Just as the elders had said, in this bitter cold, the pain from the chilblains was excruciating. Had it not been for his youthful resilience, he would have succumbed long ago. Seeing his interest piqued, the older fishmongers promptly began to pack up their stalls. One of them patted Afu's shoulder. I've heard that Daoist priest is quite remarkable. We'll accompany you. It's a perfect opportunity to join in the excitement. And who knows, perhaps he can help with my chronic back pain as well. Indeed, another conversation unfolded. The wind had picked up, and there were fewer fish buyers around. Once the stall was closed, it was closed. Why not go take a look? The group of friends urged Afu, saying, come on, don't dawdle. Afu, already feeling the itch of adventure, was pushed along and lost his hesitation, muttering, well, let's go take a look then. At that moment, Li Zio was leisurely riding on Xianxia, ambling through the market and softly humming a tune, evidently in high spirits. Not to mention, it was the first day of business. Earning money was secondary. It was the sense of accomplishment that truly invigorated him. The charm of wandering the streets lay in witnessing fresh experiences that were otherwise hidden behind closed doors. He contemplated inviting Tiger Girl to join him sometime, allowing her to broaden her horizons. Just then, he suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. Wait. Daoist, please wait. Turning around, he saw a young fishmonger leading a group of older men, rushing towards him while shouting. Li Zio was taken aback. Oh, are they calling for me? Is it already the first day, and I have admirers coming my way? He raised his hand and patted Sanhua's neck, prompting the horse to stop. Li Zio gracefully dismounted and unfurled the banner behind him, which gently swayed in the breeze with the words, difficult ailments, cured with ease. Afu ran up, panting, clutching the hem of his clothes, and stammered, Daoist, I heard people say you can treat difficult ailments. I would like you to take a look at my frostbite. Li Zio stepped forward a half pace, gently assessing his face and nodding with a smile. No need to rush. Let me have a look first. This frostbite has been around for a while, hasn't it? The older fishmonger chimed in quickly. Yes, it has been for some time. Daoist, this boy is very filial. His mother has been bedridden. He has endured the pain, hoping to save money to buy medicine for her. Please, help him properly. Li Zio's gaze softened as he turned to Afu. Rest assured. My remedy for frostbite is effective. I will prepare it for you on the spot. You can use it with confidence. The older fishmongers, sharp-minded as they were, brightened at the mention of preparing medicine on site. This indicated that the Daoist was indeed skilled. If he weren't, he wouldn't dare make such bold claims. Afu, being rather simple-minded, didn't ponder much. Upon hearing that the medicine would be prepared right there, he revealed a naive smile. Li Zio squatted down, first retrieving a small porcelain bowl, then taking out a pre-packaged herbal pouch. Upon opening it, a powdery substance was revealed. He then produced a small porcelain bottle, and as he opened it, a fragrant aroma of sesame wafted out. An older fishmonger, evidently knowledgeable, whispered to his companions, "It seems to be sesame oil. That's quite a rare item. Ordinary folks like us rarely have access to this." Li Zio gently dripped a few drops of sesame oil into the bowl, then took out a bamboo stick and began to stir. He continued until the powder formed a fine, smooth paste, neither too thick nor too thin. First, a Fu was instructed to come closer, and then he spoke. "Did you rub it hard with ginger?" A Fu quickly nodded and replied, "I heard about this folk remedy. They say it works, so I tried rubbing it." Li Zio interjected, "This frostbite looks as though it may rupture. If you continue to rub it hard with ginger, the skin will break, and it will start to fester." Li Zio then took out a small piece of cotton and affixed it to a small stick. Dipping it in ointment, he gently applied it, saying, "This medicine will help reduce inflammation. I will also prepare a package for you to take home. Just steep it in warm water and consume it. When you return, divide the dosage. This package is to be split into 6 portions, taken twice a day. In 3 days, you should be well on your way to recovery." "Thank you, Daoist," a Fu began to say, but suddenly felt a sharp pain. Seeing his expression, Li Zio chuckled and said, "Hold off on your thanks. Bear it for a moment, and it will soon be better." After applying the ointment, he placed the cotton over the wound and tore a pre-prepared piece of cloth to cover it securely, instructing, "Keep it wrapped like this. Be cautious while sleeping tonight. And by tomorrow morning, it should feel much improved." Remarkably, not long after, a Fu noticed a cooling sensation at the site of pain, and the discomfort lessened. Supporting the cloth, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Daoist. This ointment truly works. It feels much less painful." Li Zio smiled and remarked, "For minor frostbite, ginger slices might still be effective. However, for your severe case, if you were to continue applying pressure, it would lead to greater suffering once the skin breaks. I will come back in the next few days. If you have any issues, just seek me out." A Fu promptly pulled out the money he earned from selling fish that day, saying, "Daoist, this medicine is so effective. How much do I owe you?" "I'll pay you now." Li Zio chuckled and replied, 10 copper coins. The other fishmongers who accompanied a Fu, witnessing the efficacy of the ointment, hurriedly approached, sharing their own ailments with Li Zio, prompting him to prepare more remedies. The atmosphere became lively and bustling. Chapter 77. The Deal in the Capital. Cursed be it. How could there exist such a troublesome character in this world? A capable martial artist, instead of wandering the rivers and lakes, insists on being a constable in this insignificant place. Has he not merely slain a few ordinary individuals? When the populace remains silent, the authorities seldom pursue. Yet, this obstinate youth has followed me for dozens of miles. Each day, countless lives are taken across the land. This fool shall certainly face my wrath when the opportunity arises." A middle-aged man, with stubble covering his face, bore a particularly noticeable scar across his visage. Despite his robust build, he sprinted with surprising swiftness, recklessly dashing forward in a desperate escape. Closely pursuing him was a young man clad in dark attire, enveloped in a thin cotton cloak. His movements agile and exuding an air of competence. A constable's badge hung from his waist. Even as the middle-aged man bolted forward at an incredible pace, the youth relentlessly pursued, closing the gap rapidly. Hearing the footsteps drawing near, the middle-aged man caught sight of a boy nearby. With a surge of audacity, he rushed over, seizing the boy's arm and pressing a blade against his neck. "Halt! One more step forward, and this child is lost," he bellowed, panting heavily. He then turned to the youth, defending his actions. In the world of martial arts, the strong prey upon the weak. The authorities and the martial realm have always maintained a distance. I have merely killed a few ordinary people. What is wrong with that? The youth halted his steps, the dark cloak sweeping over the dry grass, his grip on the sword taut with tension. He first gazed into the boy's terrified eyes before coldly retorting, "Is it not wrong to bully the weak? The court appoints constables to protect these innocent lives." "Protect? Nonsense." The middle-aged man pressed the blade tighter, causing the boy to flinch slightly. "You should be like us, roaming the martial world, embracing vengeance and camaraderie. Why serve this decaying court as a hound? Is it worthwhile to risk your life for those who are irrelevant?" The youth relaxed his grip on the sword and took half a step forward. "The martial world is not an excuse for villainy. Release him, and I shall retreat 3 steps. Should you harm him, no matter where you flee, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. 3 steps are insufficient." The middle-aged man tightened his hold on the boy. "You will retreat 5 paces and cast aside your weapon. Only then will I release him. Otherwise, we shall all perish here." The youth's gaze remained fixed upon the blade poised against the boy's neck. After a moment of silence, he slowly bent down to retrieve his own sword. With a swift motion, he hurled it to the ground, 5 paces away. He then stepped back a few more paces, standing beside the fallen weapon. His eyes unwaveringly locked onto the adversary. I have complied. Now release the child. The middle-aged man glanced at him, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. While still gripping the boy with one hand, he suddenly reached for his waist with the other. A dark-hued dart shot forth, aimed directly at the youth's heart. The youth's pupils constricted in alarm, and he barely managed to dodge. Yet, the dart found its mark in his arm. In an instant, the wound began to darken at a visible pace, blackened blood seeping through his garments. He let out a muffled groan, swaying unsteadily before managing to regain his balance, his complexion paling instantaneously. Fool! The middle-aged man spat, abruptly shoving the boy aside. The boy stumbled and fell to the ground, trembling in fear. He scrambled to his feet and fled into the distance, never daring to glance back at the youth. The young man clutched at his wound, which oozed dark blood, the pain causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Though he longed to pursue, he lacked the strength even to raise his hand, left only to gaze at the direction in which the middle-aged man had escaped. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. Ultimately, he had fallen. As his consciousness began to fade, he pressed his hand against the darkening wound, his eyelashes fluttering before, at last, he succumbed to slumber, closing his eyes weakly. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a sticky sensation roused the young man. He opened his eyes abruptly, bewildered. Where am I? Did I not die? Upon realizing that a spirited deer had awakened him, a voice suddenly chimed in beside him. You're still here. You are not dead. You owe me 10 copper coins. 10 copper coins? Who are you? The young man was momentarily taken aback, gazing curiously at the figure clad in Daoist robes before him. A passerby, who happened to witness the scene. The Daoist replied nonchalantly. Do you feel regret? Regret? Regret for what? That child never looked at you. Do you regret that? No. Perhaps a bit, but he is merely an ignorant child. It was evident that the young man had begun to comprehend the situation in this brief moment. He bowed deeply to the Daoist, clasping his hands in gratitude. I am Yang Qingjiao. I am deeply indebted to you for saving my life. I cannot repay this. Enough of that. Just pay me the copper coins and be on your way. What copper coins? The young man was once again taken aback. Have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? I saved your life using a dose of medicine, costing you 10 copper coins. My life is worth only 10 copper coins. The young man could hardly believe it, feeling insulted. What do you think you are worth? If not, then perhaps I can pay you the next time we meet. I am in a hurry. The young man produced an intricately embroidered purse from his belongings, which upon opening revealed a substantial amount of silver, at least several dozen taels. Yet not a single copper coin. Are you a constable? The Daoist suddenly inquired. Yes, the young man responded, still not grasping the intent behind the question, nodding dumbly. What is your monthly salary? Half a tael. Huh. Then this bag of silver must be the wealth of the common folk, I presume? No, this silver is. The young man hurriedly attempted to clarify, but the words caught in his throat. What is it? Please continue. The Daoist raised an eyebrow. Is your mind not quite clear? With your martial skills, you insist on apprehending those from the underworld. You carry the wealth of the people while proclaiming to protect them from harm. Let us not even discuss that. Do you realize how many years of sustenance your cloak could provide for an average family? Enough of this. Why am I even telling you? Just give me what I am owed. The young man pondered for a moment, then produced a piece of silver, saying, Daoist, I truly have no copper coins. Would this suffice? Forget it. Pay me the next time we meet. The Daoist waved his hand and said, having endured this tribulation, one should henceforth exercise greater caution. The mountains and rivers may bring us together again, but I must take my leave. With that, the Daoist settled on the back of Xianxia and prepared to depart. This young lad is truly ill-suited for the role of a constable. His unfortunate fate today is not merely coincidental. It is the inevitable consequence of his circumstances. He might very well evolve into a master of martial arts, or even a general commanding thousands. Yet, for now, he occupies this humble position of a constable, which is a clear misallocation of his talents. Today, fortune smiled upon him. Who can say he will be so lucky again? It is likely that his lineage is far from ordinary. The title of constable may simply be an opportunity for him to experience life. Before Li Zio had ventured too far, he heard the young man call out from behind. Thank you, Daoist, for your guidance. I am Yang Qingjiao of the Yang family in the capital. Li Zio waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself, this lad's eyes shine like stars. He may indeed accomplish great things in the future. He found himself somewhat eager to hear his name again. Chapter 78. The prefect before the weary-faced middle-aged man dressed in official garb stood Yang Qingjiao, who earnestly expressed his intentions. The prefect raised his eyes, his brow still furrowed, and spoke in a weighty tone. Captain Yang, Have you come to a decision? Are you departing? Indeed, Yang Qingjiao replied, his hands at his sides. I am grateful for your care over these past years, but I have also caused you considerable trouble. Let us not dwell on that. The prefect waved his hand dismissively, his fingers unconsciously pinching the hem of his official robe. It was only with the support of the esteemed Yang that I managed to extricate myself from that whirlpool. I shall always remember this kindness. There is no need for concern, my lord. It is all in the past. The prefect gazed at him, swallowing hard, tightening his grip on the robe's hem. He had intended to voice his concern about who would shoulder the responsibilities in Yang's absence, but the words caught in his throat, leaving him with a mere sigh. But with your departure, there is truly no one to take your place. He turned his gaze away, looking out at the overcast sky, lowering his voice further. Our location is remote, yet rumors of immortals nearby abound. Although I have no desire to meddle in the affairs of the underworld, as a guardian of the people, my foremost duty is to ensure local stability. We cannot allow those ruffians to disrupt the peace. The conversation paused, and the prefect suddenly fell silent. Noticing the furrowed brow of Yang Qingjiao, he had wished to lament the difficulties that lay ahead but refrained, merely waving his hand dismissively. Enough of this. Further discussion serves no purpose and may only distress you. A moment of silence enveloped the hall. The prefect observed Yang Qingjiao, who had lowered his gaze and remained unresponsive for quite some time. The usual decisiveness he exhibited had waned, replaced by an air of distraction. The prefect's thoughts drifted to the times Yang had approached him directly, always forthright. Even in the face of challenging cases, he had never displayed such hesitation. Leaning forward slightly, the prefect softened his tone and spoke directly. What troubles you? Is there something you wish to say but find difficult to articulate? After all these years of working together, I am well aware of your character. Feel free to speak your mind. Are you still preoccupied with an unresolved case, or is there another matter weighing on you? After much internal conflict, Yang Qingjiao finally raised his head and inquired, has there been any improvement in the old lady's condition? The prefect paused abruptly. Yang, who typically immersed himself in investigations and never inquired about personal matters, had touched upon a subject that had become a source of deep concern for him. His subordinates dared not discuss it, and Yang was certainly not one to add fuel to the fire. Why had he chosen to bring it up now? He swallowed hard, his tone heavy. Alas, it remains the same. My lord, the head of Xianxia Temple, Master Zhou, may not be as benevolent as he appears. He should not be entirely trusted. Yang Qingjiao lowered his voice, tinged with caution. The prefect was taken aback. How could he not be aware? Yet, that was the only lifeline for saving his mother. Nevertheless, the demands being made were exceedingly unreasonable, and he was still weighing his options. My lord, to be candid, today when I pursued that scarred villain, I nearly lost my life. Yang Qingjiao lowered his gaze and pressed gently on the old injury at his waist, his tone softening. Fortunately, I encountered a young Daoist priest who came to my aid, allowing me to return and see you. Oh, is that so? Such a person exists within our jurisdiction? Could you elaborate? The prefect straightened slightly, his eyes now reflecting increased interest. Yang Qingjiao nodded thoughtfully. Recalling the details, I am not entirely certain of his origins. He appeared in Xianxia Township. He appeared quite youthful, handsome, clad in a green Daoist robe, accompanied by a spotted deer. He paused, adding, he bore a peachwood sword on his back and held a banner commonly carried by travelers, inscribed with words akin to difficult ailments. The prefect's eyes sparkled with recognition, leaning forward, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the desk as he exclaimed with delight. That suffices. With such distinctive features, it should not be difficult to locate him. Yang Qingjiao regarded him with a hint of concern, unable to refrain from cautioning. Your Excellency, you possess keen discernment, yet do not underestimate him due to his youth. I was afflicted with a severe poison that ordinary individuals could not resolve. The prefect, understanding the weight of this warning, patted Yang Qingjiao's shoulder, assuring him, rest assured, I am prudent and will not be negligent. After Yang Qingjiao departed, the prefect summoned his trusted aide. He recounted the features of the young Daoist priest in detail, concluding with a firm instruction. Ensure you find him swiftly. Ascertain his residence and current circumstances, and do not delay. The aide accepted the command and left, leaving the prefect alone in the hall. He gazed out at the deepening night, his fingers habitually twisting the hem of his official robe. If this Daoist priest could indeed cure his ailing mother, it would resolve his most pressing dilemma, rendering the matters of Xianxia Temple moot. A weight in his heart finally began to lift. Yet, unexpectedly, despite the priest's striking characteristics, it took his subordinates a full 3 days to return with news. The prefect was engrossed in reviewing documents in his study when he suddenly lifted his gaze at the sound, forgetting to set down his brush. Have you found him? Where is he? Your Excellency, the aide bowed in response. The Daoist priest has been wandering the streets near Xianxia Township these past few days, residing at the Yunsang Inn. Yunsang Inn. The prefect furrowed his brow upon hearing the name. That is an establishment of the Luokai manor, which has always held it in high regard. How has this Daoist become associated with those wandering folk? What does he do on a daily basis? What is his current situation? Hearing the prefect's inquiries, the aide spoke with genuine admiration. Our brothers have learned that this priest has an excellent reputation, seemingly from afar, and has not been here long. Many fishermen in the village have long suffered from rheumatism, coughs, and frostbite, having sought numerous physicians without relief. He remedies their ailments with just a few simple packets of medicine, charging merely 10 copper coins each time. Upon hearing this, the prefect's tightly drawn brows finally relaxed somewhat, and the weariness in his eyes lessened. He rose to his feet and took a couple of steps, then inquired, "Is he still residing at the Cloud Inn?" It is said he frequently roams the streets during the day and will likely return later. His brothers learned that he shares his abode with a young acolyte, around 5 or 6 years old, seemingly his disciple. Excellent. The prefect's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed good twice, unable to conceal his delight. He immediately commanded, "Have we gathered any information regarding the Daoist's preferences?" His confidant shook his head. "We could not ascertain the Daoist's tastes, but we have distinctly learned of his young apprentice's inclinations." "Oh, what are they?" "It is said that this child has a great fondness for food, particularly sweet delicacies." "Very well, prepare some exquisite confections, and accompany me personally." The prefect spoke with resolute conviction. A Daoist of such remarkable ability deserves a personal invitation to demonstrate our sincerity. The confidant hesitated, contemplating, then said, "However, the Cloud Inn is often frequented by wanderers. We may not be welcome." "It matters not," the prefect's tone deepened, his gaze imbued with determination. "Within my jurisdiction, there is no place I cannot go to invite this Daoist. It is of no consequence for me to make the journey myself." Chapter 79. The peculiar condition in the courtyard. Tiger Girl crouched, a slender branch held in her hand. She laboriously inscribed a few characters taught by her master that day onto the ground, her strokes crooked and uneven. Water Girl stood by in silence, her gaze fixed intently on the scene. Once Tiger Girl finished, Water Girl quickly exclaimed, "Sister Tiger Girl, you are so impressive." Indeed. Upon receiving the praise, Tiger Girl's demeanor transformed, her chin lifted proudly. The two girls exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with mischief. "Sister Water Girl, would you like me to teach you how to read?" Tiger Girl proposed. Water Girl hesitated, a flicker of interest evident in her expression. Noticing her indecision, Tiger Girl eagerly shook her hand. "It's quite simple. When my master taught me, I learned it right away." She patted her chest confidently, exuding an air of self-assurance. However, after a moment, she paused, struggling to recall what she should teach first. Suddenly, she remembered that her master had begun with names. Immediately, she scrawled 2 crooked characters on the ground, adopting the demeanor of a little teacher. "Sister Water Girl, this character is water, representing your name," she announced, pointing to the first character. Then she gestured to the second. "This one is Ya, which is also part of your name." At that moment, a few individuals outside the courtyard caught sight of this amusing exchange. A middle-aged man chuckled, "Little girl, you have made a mistake." Upon hearing this, Tiger Girl sprang to her feet, discarding the branch and flinging open the door, indignantly retorting, "You are talking nonsense. My master taught me this." Water Girl quickly stood as well, vigorously nodding in agreement. "Not quite, not quite," the man waved his hand. "The second character you wrote is Ya, as in duck, not you from your sister Water Girl's name." Taken aback by his words, Tiger Girl hesitated, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet she stubbornly pouted and argued. You are mistaken. Who are you to stand at my door?" The middle-aged man burst into laughter. "Are you not Tiger Girl?" He then exchanged knowing glances with his attendant, signaling him to present something. The attendant promptly stepped forward, carrying several small food boxes. Upon opening them, they revealed an array of exquisite pastries. Tiger Girl's eyes widened in astonishment, entirely forgetting to inquire about the man's identity. "These are for you to enjoy," said the middle-aged man with a smile. "You mean they're for me? You mustn't deceive me," Tiger Girl exclaimed, eagerly approaching and snatching a pastry, while also offering a few to Water Girl. As she munched on the delicacies, her previous bravado had dissipated, and with a softer tone, she inquired, "Why do you want to treat Tiger Girl to snacks?" With her mouth full, she mumbled earnestly, "My master has taught me that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, and there is no such thing as a free lunch." Despite her words, her hands remained in constant motion, devouring the treats. Water Girl had only taken 2 bites of her pastry when Tiger Girl had already polished off the entire box, her hands and face dusted with crumbs. The middle-aged man in the courtyard, accompanied by his attendants, gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Indeed, to be able to eat is a blessing, he chuckled, taking a food box from one of the attendants and opening it to present it to Hunyu. However, Hunyu hesitated, retracting her hand cautiously and inquiring, "Hey, you don't have any ill intentions, do you? Just because I'm young, don't presume I lack understanding." Beside her, Xia, nibbling delicately on a pastry, hurriedly tucked her treat back into the food box upon hearing Hunyu's words. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "Ha, how amusing. Truly, you are the esteemed disciple of a great master. I wish to consult your master for a medical issue." Noticing Hunyu's exceptional nature, he felt there was no need to conceal the truth from a child and answered her questions candidly. Upon hearing his response, Hunyu sighed in relief, swiftly seizing the food box and stuffing her mouth, exclaiming between bites, "Well, that's fine. Just wait until my master returns, and I'll tell him. If he is willing to help, he will surely cure it. If not, then there's nothing I can do." Her words elicited another round of laughter from the middle-aged man, who eagerly asked, "You truly believe your master can heal?" "Absolutely. My master is incredibly skilled. I ground the medicine into powder alongside Xia." Initially timid, Xia finally mustered the courage to interject softly. Yes, Hunyu's master is very powerful. My grandmother says he is far more effective than folk remedies." At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Oh, quite a crowd, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Hunyu quickly wiped the crumbs from her mouth and dashed over, calling out, "Master, you're back?" The attendants who were standing in the courtyard promptly made way. A young Daoist with an extraordinary demeanor entered, leading a spotted deer. Just as the middle-aged man was about to greet him, he was interrupted by Li Zio, who remarked, "You are an official, aren't you? Your rank is not low." The middle-aged man was taken aback, surprised that his identity had been so easily discerned. Deciding to drop the facade, he graciously admitted, "Your insight is remarkable, Daoist. I am Tian Weiman, the governor of Yinzhou." "Ah, so it is the esteemed governor in person. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality." "Not at all, Daoist. You are far too courteous. Where's Xianxia? Did he not accompany you?" A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Tian Weiman. He had not anticipated that the other party could deduce his visit was related to Xianxia. "Is it not obvious? You met him just a couple of days ago, and now the governor has come personally. It would be strange if one could not guess." "Haha, you speak the truth. Xianxia has already departed." "Oh, has he stepped down from his position as constable? Has he returned to inherit his family estate?" This inquiry left Tian Weiman momentarily speechless, uncertain how to respond. I tend to speak my mind. Please do not take offense, Governor." Not at all. Li Zio surveyed the courtyard and remarked, "I have always held fate in high regard. As for whether we have fate, let us not dwell on that just yet. Since Tiger Nyo has devoured your pastries, pray, enlighten us about their origins." Tian Weiman, filled with joy, discreetly signaled his attendants to withdraw, then sighed, "Alas, Taoist priest, the one who requires your assistance is none other than my mother. 6 months ago, for reasons unknown, her temperament underwent a drastic transformation. Her behavior seems as if she has become an entirely different individual. She spends her days shattering objects and striking those around her, even failing to recognize her own son. I have consulted numerous physicians, yet they were all at a loss. Eventually, I heard whispers that perhaps she has attracted some unclean spirit, leading to this malevolence. Thus, I sought the expertise of Master Zhou from Shuntian Temple, which did yield some improvement, but before he could finish, Li Zio, having lived 2 lifetimes, was already well aware of the intricacies of the matter. It was evident that the parties had failed to reach an accord and negotiations had collapsed. "Governor, this matter extends beyond a mere request for your humble servant to cure an ailment," Li Zio remarked slowly. "Regardless of whether the treatment succeeds or fails, this will inevitably create another adversary for me." Upon hearing this, Tian Weiman instantly grasped the implications. Stunned into silence, he found himself at a loss for words. Li Zio, too, was taken aback by the swift encounter with such a peculiar affair. It appeared that the situation was far more complex than mere illness. He pondered whether this time there truly was a malevolent spirit at play, or if someone was secretly hindering the situation. As Tian Weiman contemplated how to persuade the Taoist priest, he heard Li Zio state, "I shall accompany the governor to the prefecture. It is only upon meeting the individual that we can make a proper judgment." Filled with elation, Tian Weiman hastily clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed Taoist." Chapter 80. Unveiling the clue. Hunyu tugged at the sleeve of Li Zio, exclaiming, "Master, I want to go too. I can help you grind the medicine." Li Zio chuckled helplessly, gently pinching her nose. "I can take you along, but you mustn't run around or speak out of turn. Hunyu immediately straightened her back, thumping her chest with assurance. I will definitely be obedient. Tian Weimin, observing this, quickly stepped forward. Daoist, the carriage is ready. Shall we set off? Li Ziyo turned to him with a gentle tone. That would trouble the esteemed governor too much. He then turned to Shuya, softly advising, Shuya, you should return first. Be cautious on the road, and once Hunyu is back, let her find you. Shuya nodded obediently, waved goodbye to Hunyu, and reluctantly departed. The wheels of the carriage rolled over the official road, producing a steady rumbling sound. Hunyu leaned against the window, her round eyes sparkling with wonder. Her little hand couldn't resist caressing the soft seat cushion. She was utterly delighted. Back in the small fishing village, she had often gone hungry, even resorting to gnawing on tree bark. She had never encountered a carriage before, since following her master. She not only had enough to eat, but also discovered an abundance of delicious treats and seen so many novel things, filling her heart with sweetness. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she tugged on Li Ziyo's sleeve, asking cheerfully, Master, can we also get a carriage like this? It would be so grand with Sanhua pulling it. Tian Weimin couldn't help but chuckle. The Sanhua you speak of is the deer following behind, isn't it? Hunyu nodded vigorously. Exactly. Sanhua is quite strong. Li Ziyo, hearing this, lightly tapped Hunyu's forehead with his fingertip, amused yet exasperated. You silly girl, Sanhua is a deer, not a horse. Are you not afraid of tiring it out? Hunyu rubbed her forehead, pouting slightly, but her eyes soon sparkled again. But Sanhua can carry me, right? It must have some strength. As she spoke, her confidence faltered, and her voice softened. She leaned out of the window, waving at Sanhua, who seemed to sense her presence and let out a gentle whinny. Tian Weimin observed the interaction between the girl and the deer, his smile deepening. Daoist, your apprentice is quite lively and adorable, so close to this deer. Li Ziyo nodded with a faint smile. Thus, the three of them sat in the carriage, with Sanhua trailing closely behind. A group of attendants followed, and it wasn't long before they arrived at Yenzhou City. The guards, seeing the governor's carriage, hurried out to welcome them. Consequently, Hunyu, nestled in the carriage, was surrounded by these people as they entered Yenzhou City. The city was particularly expansive, and with nightfall approaching, the streets appeared even broader due to the reduced number of people. Hunyu peered out of the window, her eyes wide with amazement. The colorful silk lanterns hanging along the streets began to glow, casting a warm light on the shop signs. Stalls selling sugar paintings emitted steam, capturing Hunyu's mesmerized gaze. However, with her master and others present in the carriage, she restrained her impulse to leap out. The carriage traversed several streets and alleys, passing the governor's office without pausing, heading straight for the Tian residence. Before long, the Crimson Gate came into view, and a servant approached to announce their arrival, prompting the gate to swing open. Tian Weimin disembarked first and turned to Li Ziyo, saying, Daoist, my wife is waiting inside. Let us proceed. Hunyu, clutching the hem of Li Ziyo's garment, followed him out of the carriage and gazed in awe at the grand estate, whispering, Master, this residence is quite expansive. Li Ziyo nodded gently, expressing his agreement with Hunyu's observation, and then followed Tian Weimin inside. Upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by a woman clad in a simple yet elegant skirt, Madame Tian. Her gaze fell first upon Li Ziyo, and she inwardly marveled at his clear features and composed demeanor, which exuded a sense of tranquility and stability. He was far more pleasing to the eye than the abbot of Shuntian Temple, and she hoped fervently that he could indeed cure her mother-in-law's ailment. In recent days, she had tirelessly attended to her mother-in-law, who had undergone a drastic change in temperament, and the strain had left her looking somewhat haggard, though her face still bore a gracious smile as she bowed to Li Ziyo. Daoist, you have journeyed far. Your efforts are much appreciated. Tian Weimin added, Madam, this is the Daoist I have invited. He then turned to Li Ziyo, saying, Daoist, this is my wife. Hunyu, hiding behind Li Ziyo, peeked at Madame Tian. Noticing her gentle demeanor, she felt reassured and loosened her grip on her clothing. Li Ziyo raised his hand in greeting, his tone calm. Madame Tian, you are most kind. It is merely my duty. There is no need for thanks. He then looked earnestly at Tian Weimin, inquiring, May I ask where the elder lady is? I would like to assess her condition to ease both your and Madame's minds. Although Tian Weimin was eager, he was mindful of etiquette and quickly replied, Daoist, you must be weary from your journey, and the night is now upon us. It would be better to rest for the evening and attend to the diagnosis tomorrow. Li Ziyo, however, gently shook his head, insisting, It is of utmost importance to first ascertain the elder lady's condition. The sooner we understand, the more peace of mind we shall all have. Upon hearing this, Madame Tian's eyes brightened, and the pallor of worry that had previously clouded her expression lifted slightly. She too longed for her mother-in-law's swift recovery, which would restore stability to their household. She stepped forward, softly urging Tian Weiman, "My dear, since the Daoist is so considerate, let us heed his advice. The sooner we learn more, the sooner we can feel reassured." With that, she turned to Li Ziyo, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Daoist. I shall lead you to her at once." The group made their way along the corridor toward the elder lady's quarters. As they approached the moon gate, a loud crash of shattered porcelain echoed from within, accompanied by the elderly woman's strong, indignant voice. "Get out. Do not bother me." Yu flinched at the sudden noise, instinctively drawing closer to Li Ziyo. Tian Weiman's expression darkened, and his steps faltered as he sighed in resignation. "I apologize for the disturbance. Daoist, my mother has been like this daily of late." Madame Tian's eyes were slightly reddened as she softly added, "Do not be deceived by my mother's boisterous voice, which may suggest she is in good spirits. In truth, she is merely putting on a brave front. Often, she is so fatigued at night that she falls into a deep slumber. The doctor warned that if this continues, her frail constitution will inevitably succumb." Li Ziyo maintained a tranquil demeanor, raising his hand to signal the couple to remain calm. He slowed his pace as he entered the courtyard, his gaze first sweeping over the scattered shards of porcelain and furniture. It soon settled upon the elderly woman, and he formed a judgment in his mind. Her volatile temperament and exuberance seemed as if she had consumed a stimulant, yet her complexion betrayed an underlying pallor. Her hands trembled slightly, clearly a sign of excessive depletion, a fade of strength. Li Ziyo contemplated silently. This condition does not resemble a typical ailment. Could it be that she is truly afflicted by something malevolent? He promptly extended his spiritual awareness, cautiously probing into the depths of the elderly woman's consciousness. Upon this inquiry, he discerned a troubling sight within her mental realm. A creature the size of a mung bean wriggled incessantly, continuously stimulating her nerves and keeping her in a state of heightened agitation. He furrowed his brow, retracting his awareness, and turned to the Tian couple, saying, "I have ascertained the nature of the elderly woman's condition. May I request a moment of your time to discuss this further?" Chapter 81. The extraction of the curse. Upon hearing the words, Tian Weiman and his wife hurriedly followed Li Ziyo to retreat to the corridor outside the courtyard. Tian Weiman anxiously inquired, "Daoist, what is the true condition of my mother? Could it really be as the rumors suggest?" Li Ziyo lowered his voice, solemnly replying, "The old lady is not afflicted by a common ailment, yet it is not as sinister as the tales would have one believe." He produced a volume titled Records of the Strange, and a flurry of pages turned. Soon, he pointed to a specific page and handed it to Tian Weiman, saying, "Governor, please take a look here." Tian Weiman promptly accepted the document, scrutinizing the indicated passage. His complexion shifted slightly, disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Daoist, are you suggesting that my mother has been cursed by someone? How is that possible? Does such a bizarre phenomenon truly exist in this world?" Madame Tian, upon hearing this, was equally incredulous, exclaiming, "How can this be? My mother-in-law rarely interacts with others. How could this happen?" Before she could finish her sentence, a realization seemed to dawn upon her, causing her expression to falter. Tian Weiman, ever perceptive, noticed the change in his wife's demeanor and queried, "My dear, have you recalled something?" Madame Tian quickly nodded, stating, "Half a year ago, the Xianxia temple held a prayer gathering, and I accompanied my mother-in-law. Shortly after returning, she began to fall ill." Having served in office for many years, Tian Weiman swiftly connected the dots, his anger boiling as he remarked, "Ah, no wonder all the physicians are at a loss. It is precisely because Master Zhou was able to alleviate her condition. He must have had a hand in this. It is clear that his subsequent proposals were premeditated." With gritted teeth, Tian Weiman declared, "Indeed, truly outrageous. Any schemes may be directed towards me, but you must not, under any circumstances, involve my mother." One could hardly imagine the extent of his fury if Li Ziyo had not been present. Madame Tian hastily urged, "My lord, do not be hasty. The most pressing matter at hand is still my mother-in-law's condition." Li Ziyo, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, adding, "Governor, please remain calm. The curse still plagues the old lady's mind, incessantly agitating her nerves. If we delay any longer, her life may be at risk." Madame Tian's face turned pale, her hands trembling as she clutched her handkerchief, desperately imploring, "What shall we do? I beseech you, Daoist, please save my mother-in-law." Tian Weiman, regaining his composure, sincerely inquired of Li Ziyo, "Do you possess the means to extract this curse?" Li Ziyo smiled confidently, assuring him, "Rest assured, Governor, I am fully confident in my ability to remove it." He then handed Madame Tian a small porcelain vial, saying, Please mix this powder into your mother-in-law as food or drink. It will help her calm her mind and sleep. Madame Tian glanced at her husband, and upon receiving his nod of approval, accepted the vial, saying, "Do not worry, Daoist. I shall find a way to ensure my mother-in-law consumes it." Tian Weiman proposed, "Daoist, let us not linger idly any longer. After your arduous journey, I have already arranged for some sustenance. Why not partake in a meal first?" Li Zio glanced at the eager Huniu and nodded in agreement. "Very well." Tian Weiman guided Li Zio and Huniu to the dining hall, where a sumptuous spread awaited. Tinder, melt-in-your-mouth trotters, fragrant braised fish, refreshing seasonal vegetables, and an assortment of novel pastries that Huniu had never encountered before. Huniu's eyes sparkled, and upon sitting down, she eagerly grasped her bowl and chopsticks, delicately sipping on sweet soup while simultaneously indulging in a piece of meat. Soon, her mouth was glistening with grease. Her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel. Before long, the dishes had been significantly diminished. Mrs. Tian entered briskly, speaking softly. The elder has fallen into a peaceful slumber, having taken her medicine mixed in with the porridge. Upon hearing this, Li Zio rose with a resolute gaze. "Madam, thank you for your efforts. Let us proceed to extract the goo worm." Mrs. Tian promptly nodded and ushered him toward the elder's bedroom. Upon entering the room, Li Zio turned to the Tian couple and said, "Please fetch a fire basin and have Huniu assist in carrying it. It will be needed shortly." Tian Weiman immediately instructed the servants, and soon the fire basin was brought in, with Huniu curiously holding it and standing to the side. Once everything was prepared, Mrs. Tian tugged at her husband's sleeve, whispering, "My dear, the Daoist is about to commence his task. Perhaps we should wait outside to avoid any disturbance?" Tian Weiman nodded in agreement, and they both gently informed Huniu, "Thank you," and quietly exited the bedroom, carefully closing the door behind them. Inside the room, Li Zio approached the bedside, his fingertips emanating a pale white luminescence. He gently pressed against the elder's third eye, channeling strands of spiritual energy into her mind, weaving a delicate protective shield. Subsequently, he flexed his fingers to guide the spiritual power, threading it carefully to ensnare the goo worm, gradually coaxing it outward. Before long, a black worm, the size of a soybean, emerged, enveloped in spiritual energy. Li Zio signaled for Huniu to bring the fire basin closer. With a flick of his palm, a faint blue spiritual flame ignited, drawing the worm in. The goo worm instantly plummeted into the basin, emitting a faint sizzling sound as it quickly turned to ash. A pungent stench wafted from the basin, mingled with a foul odor that penetrated the nostrils. Huniu instinctively jumped back a half step, one hand firmly covering her nose while the other waved the air, frowning as she complained, "Oh, master, this smell is unbearable." Li Zio withdrew his hand, casting a glance at the ashes in the basin, and calmly remarked, "The goo worm feeds on human essence, carrying with it a miasma. Thus, its combustion is naturally odorous." He then checked the elder's pulse, noting its steady rhythm, and called out to the door, "Lord Tian, Madam, the goo worm has been removed, and the elder is unharmed." The couple promptly entered, bowing deeply to Li Zio. "Thank you, Daoist, for saving her life." Li Zio waved his hand dismissively. It was but a small effort. No need for such formalities. He then retrieved several small medicine packets he had prepared in advance, handing them to the couple while continuing, "Divide each packet into 6 doses, to be taken twice daily. Soaking it in warm water and allowing the old lady to drink it would suffice." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "The old lady has just expelled the parasitic insects, and she will require someone to watch over her during the night. We must not disturb her." Tian Weiman promptly responded, "Rest assured, Daoist, my wife and I will keep vigil over my mother." As the evening had drawn near, he continued, "You and Huni must be weary from your journey. I have arranged for 2 clean guest rooms. You both should retire early." With that, he summoned a servant and instructed them to escort the 2 to their chambers. Upon hearing this, Huniu's eyes brightened as she tugged at Li Zio's sleeve, exclaiming, "Master, Huniu is tired." Li Zio smiled and nodded, bidding farewell to Tian Weiman and his wife before following the servant to the guest room. Once the 2 had departed, Tian Weiman and his wife quietly approached the old lady's bedside, observing her steady breathing and the gradual return of color to her complexion. The weight that had burdened their hearts for days finally lifted, revealing a long-lost expression of tranquility upon their faces. Chapter 82. Oh no! I cast the wrong spell. With a sudden spurt of blood, Master Zhou collapsed, his complexion pale as fear gripped him. Inside a concealed chamber within Shuntian Temple, he muttered in disbelief, "How could this happen? How could the heart-distracting goo be dead? I have invested years of my essence to nurture it. Who dares to oppose me?" I shall not rest until I settle this score. This unexpected backlash had left him severely wounded, and he knew he must find a way to rectify the situation. 3 days later, news spread among the villagers surrounding Xianxia Temple that the temple's master was to hold another prayer gathering. Upon hearing this, many villagers eagerly prepared to participate. Tian Weiman received word and promptly sought out Li Zio to discuss their next steps. Daoist, it seems Master Zhou can no longer contain himself. The reports from below have shown he has not made an appearance recently. Just as you predicted, Daoist, it appears he has suffered greatly from the loss of that gu. Tian Weiman exclaimed. What shall we do now? We cannot allow him to continue harming the people, nor can we permit him to regain his strength. Calm yourself. My good sir, Li Zio replied, raising a hand to soothe the anxious man, his tone steady. It was only then that Tian Weiman noticed the absence of Hunyu, who usually accompanied Li Zio. Daoist, where is Hunyu? She is often by your side, he inquired. Li Zio offered a knowing smile. Ah, she. At this moment, Xianxia Temple Square was bustling with villagers. The biting winter wind carried the scent of the approaching new year. Clad in thick cotton clothing, the villagers still felt the chill. Clutching incense candles tightly in their hands, each bearing offerings they had prepared with care, they surged toward the central platform, straining to catch a glimpse of the proceedings. With the new year on the horizon, the upcoming spring planting was of utmost importance, and everyone hoped for a bountiful harvest through their prayers. The platform had been meticulously constructed, wooden beams supporting deep red drapes that rustled in the wind, whispering secrets from the shadows. At the center, a sturdy wooden table housed an incense burner piled high with ash, while flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows. What stood out most was a large altar cloth adorned with various yellow talismans, vermilion patterns entwined like seductive vines, their lines so thick they nearly penetrated the paper, revealing dark red threads upon closer inspection. As the wind teased the corners of the talismans, a chill crept up the nape of one's neck, inducing an inexplicable tension. Where's the master? He always officiates the ceremony himself. Someone called out, anxiously clutching their offerings. Brows furrowed in concern over the authenticity of the ritual and its potential impact on the coming harvest. You simply do not understand. A nearby matron chimed in, her voice rising with conviction as she gestured toward the talismans. Do you not see that there are more divine symbols than there were 6 months ago? The master must be preparing a more potent method. Next year's crops are sure to thrive. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, 2 young disciples clad in gray robes ascended the platform. One gently shook a copper bell, while the other bowed, his fingertips turning pale with reverence. At this moment, the master was in a precarious state, a fact well understood by the onlookers, yet they could only muster the courage to proclaim loudly, "Esteemed neighbors, please hold on. The master will arrive shortly, and the ritual will commence imminently." At this juncture, the spirited girl, Hunyu, was squeezed amidst the crowd, her small hands tightly clutching a yellow talisman in each grip, the corners of which were crumpled by her anxious fingers. She maneuvered her way through the throngs, her ears filled with the murmurs of the villagers, all the while recalling her master's admonition. As soon as the Master Zhou took to the stage, she feigned mischief, approaching to lift the cloth on the high table. Then, she tossed the talisman from her left hand into the air, summoning her master forth. Her master, wary of her potential peril, had bestowed upon her 2 talismans, insisting repeatedly, "Lift the cloth with the left talisman first. Only use the right if you are truly in danger." Hunyu mentally recited these instructions several times, whispering to herself as she pressed onward, "Lift the cloth. Throw the left talisman, master, please hurry." She feared omitting even a single word could lead to disastrous consequences. Before long, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the platform. Master Zhou, pale-faced, steadied himself against the edge of the table, feigning composure as he approached. As he prepared to speak, Hunyu tightened her grip on the talisman and began to ascend the platform. "Hey, you little rascal, where do you think you're going? This is no place for you," exclaimed a nearby plump woman, quick to react, believing the girl to be just another mischievous child. She seized Hunyu's arm, attempting to pull her down. However, Hunyu, in a fit of determination, continued her ascent, vigorously shaking her arm free. The woman, unprepared for the girl's strength, loosened her grip. Seizing the moment, Hunyu propelled herself forward like a small cannonball, crashing into the center of the table with a resounding thud. She collided solidly with the edge, causing the table to wobble. The dark red cloth atop it slid away, revealing a multitude of tightly sealed jars beneath. These jars, varying in size, some adorned with yellow talismans, bore tiny, wriggling black insects at their openings, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. A scream erupted from the crowd. "Oh my goodness! What is that? How disgusting! Are those bugs? The villagers instantly descended into chaos, the quick-witted darting toward the exit, while the timid stood frozen in fear. Some even toppling to the ground in the commotion. Master Zhou was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that his carefully concealed jars would be unveiled by a mere child. Realizing his scheme was exposed, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. He could not allow anyone to leave alive. Meanwhile, Hunyo, having fallen to the ground and on the verge of rising, locked eyes with Master Zhou. His fury boiled within him, and he thought bitterly, "It is all your fault, you little wretch." With that, he curled his hands into claws, a menacing scent emanating from him as he lunged toward Hunyo. Terrified, her heart racing, she suddenly recalled the talismans given by her master. Unable to distinguish which was left and which was right, she simply hurled one into the air. As soon as the yellow talisman slipped from her fingers, it ignited into a golden-red ash, scattering with the wind. Almost immediately, the once clear sky darkened ominously. Black clouds began to converge over the temple, as if summoned by an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, the skies grew ominously dark, and the biting cold wind whipped the sand and gravel against the villagers' faces with a sharp sting. Panic seized the hearts of the villagers. Some fell to their knees, clutching their offerings, exclaiming, "It is the manifestation of the temple master, a living deity who commands the winds and the rains." Yet, scarcely had the words left their lips when another voice pierced the air, pointing at the ground where a cursed jar lay. "What manifestation? He has bred malevolent creatures to harm us. This is divine retribution meant to strike him down." Instantly, two factions erupted into a heated argument. Some sought to flee, while others pressed forward, drawn by morbid curiosity, creating chaos. With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning struck ferociously, blinding all who beheld it. Almost immediately, a sharp crack echoed as the wooden altar was cleaved in two by the celestial force. Fragments of wood, incense, and the remnants of the cursed jar were obliterated in an explosive display. The malevolent insects, along with their sinister vessel, were reduced to ash in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. The temple master, already grievously wounded, was violently thrust backward by the force of the thunder, spitting blood from his lips. Fortunately, the divine wrath had struck the altar rather than him directly. His wicked powers had been purged, leaving him incapacitated on the ground, unable to rise. The villagers, however, suffered little harm. A few in the front rows bore minor cuts from the splintered wood and hurriedly retreated. Tiger Girl sat on the ground, her gaze fixed upon the shattered altar and the tumultuous clouds above. A sudden realization struck her with a deafening clarity. She had miscast the talismans. Her master had instructed her that the talisman on the left was to summon help, while the one on the right was for self-protection. In her panic, she had mistakenly thrown the wrong one. When Tian Weiman arrived with his companions, he found the square deserted save for Tiger Girl, who remained in a daze. The villagers had fled without a single soul remaining. Tian Weiman sighed inwardly, reflecting on the remarkable prowess of the Daoist priest. Not only had he orchestrated the events with cunning, but he had also summoned the wrath of the heavens. The common folk had come to no significant harm, further deepening his respect for Li Ziyo. Seeing the temple master in such a dire state, he promptly commanded his subordinates to apprehend him. With his dark powers utterly vanquished, the temple master was confined to the underground water prison of the Yin residence. This prison was devoid of light, where he endured daily torment until he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and death. Future generations would regard this incident as a cautionary tale, inscribing it in the chronicles of Yenzhou, the temple master of Shuntian Temple at Fengrao Mountain, who deceived the villagers and exploited the prayer assembly to siphon their lifeblood for the nurturing of malevolent insects, faced divine retribution and perished, leading to the subsequent decline and obliteration of Shuntian Temple. Chapter 83. Returning to the inn. Wait a moment. Daoist. Tian Weiman, initially engrossed in the affairs of Shuntian Temple, hastily pursued upon receiving a report that the Daoist was about to depart. He rushed over, his forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat, his azure official robe flapping in the wind, and his breath slightly labored. Fortunately, Li Ziyo and his disciple had not ventured far. They were intercepted just outside the city gate. Perched upon the back of Sanhua, Li Ziyo, upon hearing the urgent shouts behind him, gently tapped Sanhua's back with his fingertips. Once Sanhua came to a halt, he turned, a faint smile gracing his features, and waved at Tian Weiman while speaking softly. "There is no need for you to see me off, esteemed governor." Tian Weiman approached briskly, wiping the sweat from his brow. Behind him, a group of servants and two bearers with shoulder poles hurriedly followed, their breaths uneven. He gazed at Li Ziyo with a hint of urgency in his tone. "Why the haste, Daoist? Have I neglected to entertain you?" Li Zio slightly shook his head, his fingers unconsciously stroking Sanhua's fur, his voice calm. Your Excellency speaks too harshly. I observe that you have been preoccupied with official duties these past few days, and I did not wish to intrude. Tian Weiman stepped forward, his brow furrowed, and urged. Daoist, with the year-end approaching, why not stay a few more days and depart after the festivities? We wandering Daoists are accustomed to freedom and find ourselves ill at ease in bustling gatherings, Li Zio replied, casting a glance at the young girl, Hunyu, beside him, a soft warmth flickering in his eyes. It would be better for Hunyu and me to return to our abode to celebrate the new year. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Tian Weiman understood that further persuasion would be futile. He then unfastened a plaque engraved with the official seal from his waist and extended it with both hands. His tone sincere. Very well. I understand that you disdain worldly possessions. This is my plaque. Please accept it. It may afford you some convenience should you encounter matters requiring the government's assistance while you travel. Li Zio glanced at the plaque, made no objections, and accepted it, tucking it into his sleeve, silently reflecting that this was the second plaque he had received during his travels. Only then did Tian Weiman turn his attention to Hunyu, who was gripping Sanhua's reins, her fingers lightly rubbing the knots, her gaze irresistibly drawn to the basket carried by the bearers. It contained a glimpse of delicately wrapped pastries, and her lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes shimmering with delight. He immediately bent at the waist, offering a respectful half-bow to Hunyu, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Thank you, little Daoist Hunyu, for all you have done for Yanzhou. Given the hurried nature of your departure today, I have not prepared adequately. This basket contains pastries I arranged beforehand. Take them to satisfy your cravings on the road. Hunyu was taken aback by his gesture, instinctively stepping back a half pace, nearly loosening her grip on the reins. Her face flushed a deep crimson, yet she could not suppress the smile that transformed her eyes into slits of joy. Upon her arrival, she found that the esteemed official not only held no grudge against her previous missteps, but had also kindly brought her some food. Additionally, the title of Little Taoist was one she frequently heard others use to address their master. Now that she herself was being referred to in such a manner, her heart felt as though it had been filled with sweetness, akin to a piece of candy, brimming with contentment. Tian Weiman straightened up, wiping his brow with his hand, and gestured towards his attendants. Two bearers, each with a shoulder pole, promptly approached and gently set down their baskets. Li Zio leapt down from Sanhua's back with a graceful motion. He bent down to lift a basket of snacks and presented it to Hunyu, smiling as he indicated for her to help steady the rim, while he took hold of another basket. Together, they carefully maneuvered the baskets onto Sanhua's back, adjusting their positions and securing them tightly. Subsequently, Li Zio first accepted the deer rope from Hunyu, then took her small hand in his, gently tugging on the knot. With a respectful bow towards Tian Weiman, he said, Honorable Prefect, you may return now. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. With that, he led Hunyu and Sanhua forward at a leisurely pace. As they returned to the bamboo courtyard of the Yunshang Inn, Hunyu suddenly released his hand with an exclamation. Darting into the courtyard, she pointed excitedly at a patch of fresh green in the corner, stamping her feet. Master, look quickly. The cold wind carried the chill of the 12th month, rustling the dry grass in the corners of the yard. Yet, from the barren earth, a small pine tree had emerged. The sapling was slender, resembling a tender bamboo shoot, crowned with 2 or 3 clusters of fresh green needles. It swayed gently in the cold breeze, exuding a vigor that seemed at odds with the wintry atmosphere. On such a frigid day, how could a young pine tree possibly grow? Hunyu crouched beside the sapling. Her fingers, now a rosy hue from the cold, hovered in the air. Hesitant to touch it for fear of freezing it, her eyes widened in astonishment as she circled the tiny tree. When we left, this place was completely bare. Li Zio approached, crouching down to examine it closely. The frozen earth surrounding the sapling was cracked open in a delicate ring, with roots firmly embedded in the soil, showing no signs of having been transplanted. It appeared to have forcefully emerged from the frostbitten ground. He brushed his fingertips over the pine needles, feeling a slight cool resilience. A contemplative look crossed his face as he met Hunyu's astonished gaze, his tone one of mild revelation. In the 12th month, when most flora rest, this sapling's emergence is indeed a curious phenomenon. Hunyu blinked, her nose red from the cold. Is this a New Year's gift from the heavens? Li Zio chuckled at her question, responding, perhaps it is. The wind must have carried the pine seeds here, coinciding with these slightly warmer days, prompting them to sprout. Though he spoke lightly, his thoughts were deeper. In the depths of winter, ordinary plants should be dormant, yet this sapling thrived against the odds, likely due to the spiritual essence of their surroundings. Hunyu nodded, though her understanding seemed half-formed. and she returned to the sapling. She cupped her hands around her mouth, breathing warmth onto it, and gently scraped away some of the surrounding frozen earth. We must take good care of it. Come spring, it will surely grow taller. With that, she turned to beckon Xianxia, who responded with a snort and slowly approached. The warm nose nuzzled against her shoulder, providing a shield against the biting cold wind. Li Zio observed this scene, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned and placed the delicacies from the basket onto the stone table. After replenishing Xianxia with some fodder, he called out to Hunyu, "Stop circling around. Come over and enjoy a treat to warm your heart. Tomorrow, we shall gather bamboo slips to build a fence for the young pines and cover them with dry grass to shield them from the cold winds, lest they suffer from frostbite." Yet, he pondered within, could this be the most opportune moment? If so, why not use the spiritual spring water from the small world to nourish the little pine trees? Perhaps unexpected delights might arise. Hunyu responded with a cheerful affirmation, finally diverting her curious gaze. She skipped over to the stone table and popped a piece of delicacy into her mouth. The sweetness slid down her throat, melting away some of the chill that clung to her, her eyes curving into crescent moons. The small pines in the courtyard swayed gently in the cold breeze. Their slender branches exuded a tenacity, as if accompanying the master and disciple in welcoming the new year together. Chapter 84. New Year. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the air. Hunyu, clad in a crimson cotton jacket and wrapped in a snow-white scarf, scampered towards the door in her festive tiger head shoes, the plush tiger faces on the tips bobbing with each step. Upon seeing Lizzie, she pouted her lips and, with a downcast expression, remarked, "Oh, it's you. I thought it was Sister Xia coming. Are you looking for the master? I'll go call him." She turned to dash inside. "No, it's unnecessary." Lizzie quickly stepped forward, gesturing with his hand and lowering his voice even further. "Do not disturb the Daoist. I have no urgent matters. I merely brought what he asked me to buy." He hastily approached the stone table and placed a cloth bag down. After rummaging in his cotton jacket pocket for a while, he suddenly smacked his forehead and scratched his head. Lizzie then retrieved 2 neatly wrapped candies from his bosom, pinching the corners of the oil paper as he presented them to Hunyu. "Here, Hunyu, these are for you. Happy New Year." Hunyu blinked at the candies, momentarily stunned, her fingers instinctively tugging at the hem of her jacket. Then, she abruptly took the candies, her voice bright and cheerful as she said, "Thank you, Brother Lizzie. Please remember to tell your master, and I must be off now." After Lizzie spoke, he retreated 2 steps, turning to leave. Just as he departed, a gentle voice resonated from within. "Hunyu, who has come?" "Master, it's Brother Lizzie," Hunyu exclaimed, clutching the candies as she answered. "Oh, what a coincidence." The voice drew closer. "I just finished preparing the paste. Why didn't he come in?" "He said he was busy and left," replied Hunyu. "Indeed, during the new year. The inn must be bustling. He must tend to his family." As the conversation concluded, Lizzie Yu emerged from the inner room, having donned a splendid sapphire blue embroidered cotton robe instead of his usual Daoist attire. The robe was intricately adorned with silver-threaded depictions of layered mountains and swirling clouds. Exuding grandeur and elegance, the fabric draped smoothly, accentuating his upright stature, even in a garment infused with the essence of the marketplace. The ethereal grace in his demeanor remained undiminished. Holding a steaming wooden basin in one hand and a handful of copper coins in the other, he smiled as he extended the coins to Hunyu. "Take this, it's for your New Year's gift. When you see Sister Xia later, you can buy some sugar figurines together." Hunyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly reached out to accept them, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." Lizzie Yu nodded with a smile and took a seat at the stone table. He began to unpack the items from the cloth bag that Lizzie had brought, retrieving the pestle and mortar used for grinding herbs. Observing this, Hunyu rushed over, tilting her face upwards with enthusiasm. "Master, let me help you." Lizzie Yu quickly waved his hand, gently saying, "It's best if I handle this. It can be a bit perilous." "Perilous?" Hunyu blinked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lizzie Yu offered no further explanation but smiled, picking up the tools and commencing his task. As he worked, he added, "You will understand shortly." After grinding several items into powder, Li Zio chuckled as he retrieved a bamboo scale, murmuring softly, "Saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. I often heard this mnemonic in my past life, yet I have never attempted it." He laughed self-deprecatingly. "I wonder if it will work. I find myself somewhat hopeful." He then spoke earnestly. "First, we must weigh out the saltpeter, precisely 7 parts. Exceeding that may cause an explosion too fierce." With that, he scooped a spoonful of saltpeter from the jar and carefully poured it onto the scale. Once the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal powder were measured, he took a coarse porcelain bowl and gently instructed Hunyu, please fetch the bag of fine sand that I sifted from the beach a few days ago? It's in the corner of the courtyard. Hui responded with a bright "oh," and hurriedly ran over, effortlessly lifting the sandbag despite her young age. Li Ziyo combined the 3 ingredients in the bowl according to the proper proportions, meticulously mixing them with a bamboo knife. Once blended, he turned to Hui, saying, "Help me roll the red paper into tubes, apply the glue evenly, and be careful not to spill it on your clothes." Hui promptly complied. Though her tubes tended to be crooked, Li Ziyo chuckled as he took her small hand, guiding her to adjust the angle. "Take your time, no need to rush." "Yes, master," Hui replied, gripping the red paper as she slowly followed his lead. Eventually, they succeeded in rolling a reasonably straight tube, and she beamed at him, revealing her 2 small tiger teeth. "Master, is this good?" Li Ziyo released her hand, gently tapping the tube with his fingertip. "Yes, just set it aside." He then turned to fill a delicate porcelain spoon with the mixed saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal powder, cautiously pouring it into the paper tube with the utmost care. As if afraid of breaking something fragile, Hui squatted beside him, poking at the powder on the table with her finger. "Master, what exactly are we making?" Li Ziyo playfully flicked her small nose, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "You will know once it's filled. Be patient." He then took a fine hemp string, wrapping it tightly around one end of the tube and sealing it with a bit of glue. Placing the firecracker on the stone table, he summoned a faint luminescence with his fingertips, gently enveloping the paper tube. As the energy flowed, the moisture dissipated rapidly, and the previously soft tube became firm. Once he withdrew his hand, he handed the firecracker to Hui. "This is it, but we shall wait until nightfall to set it off." Hui cradled the firecracker, her fingertips exploring the tight knot of string, looking up at him with curiosity. "Set it off at night?" Li Ziyo tousled her hair and picked up another sheet of red paper. "It will make a sound, but it won't be frightening. Let us make a few more, and later we can set them off with your sister Xianxia." Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately grabbed the red paper. "I want to roll several more. I'll share them with Sister Xianxia." With that, she clumsily began to roll again. Although her tubes were still slightly askew, they were much steadier than before. Li Ziyo sat nearby, watching with a deepening smile, occasionally offering a helping hand when her rolls went awry. Before long, the master and disciple had crafted a dozen or so firecrackers of various sizes and thicknesses. Afterwards, Li Ziyo took out 2 large sheets of red paper and gathered his writing tools, pondering aloud. "What should I write? Writing of chivalry and righteousness. I am no warrior. Penning tales of seeking immortality. Today at the inn, with the comings and goings of guests, the one mistaken for the old emperor would be in quite the predicament." A glance at the peachwood sword hanging on the wall, and observing the curious demeanor of Hui approaching, sparked an idea in his mind. Eureka! He hastily unfurled the paper and began to inscribe. The upper couplet, "The peachwood sword traverses the 4 corners." The lower couplet, "With great strength, one strikes down the wolves." The horizontal inscription reads, "Skill surpasses courage." Upon completion, he utilized the remaining paste to affix this couplet to the doorframe. The black characters on the red paper, complemented by the festive spirit of the new year, exuded an air of jubilance. Before long, Xianxia arrived. Hui immediately took her by the hand, clenching the copper coins gifted by their master, and excitedly bounced off to purchase sugar figurines. As dusk approached, Xianxia's father arrived, stating that the elder had invited Li Ziyu and his disciple to celebrate the new year together. Li Ziyu, ever unrestrained, embraced the festive cheer and responded with a smile. Upon reaching Xianxia's home, the charcoal stove in the courtyard blazed warmly, with men gathered around, sharing laughter and warmth. Inside, the women kneaded dough and wrapped dumplings, the plump dumplings arranged neatly on a cloth. The aroma of flour and meat filled the air. Li Ziyu produced the firecrackers he had crafted earlier in the day. Accompanied by Xianxia's uncle and several neighborhood children, they ventured to the beach. Lighting one, a resounding boom echoed. Though it was not perfectly proportioned for a first attempt, it still erupted with a loud crack, causing a buzz in the ears of the children. Yet, their laughter rang even louder as they eagerly urged for another. The sounds of firecrackers blended with the children's joyous laughter, while the delightful scent of dumplings wafted from the house. Li Ziyu surveyed the lively scene before him, and with Hui frolicking at his side, he felt an extraordinary warmth in this celebration of the new year. Chapter 85. Xia's marriage proposal on the eve of the new year. The family gathered together to welcome the new year, enjoying steaming dumplings. Xia's second aunt inquired of her father, third brother, "Have you given any thought to the matter I mentioned a couple of days ago?" Xia's father appeared quite earnest, hesitating for a long time without articulating a coherent response. It was his wife who finally interjected, "Sister-in-law, might it be a tad premature?" Xianxia has just turned 10 after the new year. Premature? In a girl's life, establishing a marriage engagement is the proper course. Besides, this is merely to secure an agreement, not to marry her off immediately. The second aunt raised her voice. What is wrong with arranging a marriage at 10? Families of stature value this tradition, and it does not require her to move in right away. In the future, the Sun family will support us. Surely, our lives will only improve. My brother-in-law has mentioned that such good fortune is rare. Other families would be searching high and low for this opportunity. If it were not for our kinship, how would your daughter have such a chance? She cast a disdainful glance at Xianxia, her tone sharp. Look at her, so thin and frail, hardly weighing a few pounds. Can we expect her to go to sea in the future? Moreover, it has been a long-standing principle that women do not venture to sea. If we do not secure a good match for Xianxia now, once she is married off, she becomes like water spilled. Are we to rely on our family and the eldest brothers to support you two? She paused, her words laced with barbs. We have only one son, so we need not worry. The elder brother has two, but who knows if the second son would be willing to be adopted into your family. The moment those words left her lips, the previously lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Even the usually authoritative elder did not intervene. For a fishing family like theirs, to connect with the Sun family in the township was a remarkable opportunity, one they could hardly afford to reject. Seeing no one object, the second aunt continued. If the Sun family is willing, you should count your blessings. They have not insisted that Xianxia move in immediately. It is merely a proposal. This aligns with our customs. Much like how Yin Danzi's father arranged a betrothal for him. Finally breaking his silence, Xiaxia's father spoke. His voice tinged with uncertainty. I am just concerned about the temperament of young Master Sunday. For families like ours, even if she were to marry into them, what if he desires to take another wife later? Would Xianxia not become a secondary wife? And what of it? Given your family's circumstances, being a secondary wife would be a blessing. The second aunt's voice rose sharply, her tone biting. Let me speak bluntly. If it were not for your father's support, you three would have long been left to fend for yourselves. Before anyone could react, the usually quiet Huni, who had been enjoying her dumplings, suddenly spoke up. She set her bowl down and, looking up with her innocent face, exclaimed, I have tasted the northwest wind, and it is dreadful. It only leaves one hungry. Please, third uncle, do not let Sister Xianxia drink the northwest wind. The words rendered the crowd instantly silent. Li Zio glanced at his eager disciple beside him and quietly explained. The northwest wind is not the northwest wind you perceive. It signifies that Sister Xianxia might face hunger in the future. Indeed, to drink the northwest wind implies enduring starvation. Hunyu, however, remained perplexed, blinking her eyes. Li Zio patiently elaborated. What he meant by drinking the northwest wind is not that Sister Xianxia is literally to drink the wind. It suggests that she may not have food to eat in the future. Hunyu immediately thumped her chest, pulling out the New Year's money her master had given her that morning, raising it high. How could there be no food? I will buy Sister Xianxia meals in the future. I have money. These words lightened the previously oppressive atmosphere. No, that would amount to selling my daughter, wouldn't it? Even if I am pitiable, I cannot sell my daughter for a better life. The typically submissive father of Xianxia, at this moment, stood up resolutely for his daughter's happiness. Upon hearing these words from Xianxia's father, second aunt slammed her chopsticks onto the table with a sharp clatter, her voice rising in indignation. What do you mean by that? How has it come to selling off your daughter? Her eyes widened as she scanned the table full of people, fixing her gaze on Xianxia's father. Her tone laced with urgency. Third brother, think carefully. If Xianxia marries into the Sun family, she will dine on fine rice and white flour, drink honeyed water, and be carried in a sedan chair by forced servants. What fortune can a fisherman's daughter hope for in several lifetimes? She paused, striking the table again, causing the dishes to rattle lightly, pressing further. Tell me, where will she find such a good family in the future? Once this opportunity passes, there will be no second chance. Second aunt had never anticipated that her typically submissive third brother would suddenly adopt such a defiant stance. This was unacceptable. She had once confidently assured her sister that this arrangement would surely succeed. Now, observing her sister's life, she felt a pang of envy. Although her sister merely married the son of the steward of the Sun household, the saying goes, a minister's door sees officials of the third rank. Those who wish to curry favor with the Sun family must first get past the steward. Despite Xiaxia's frail appearance, she was indeed quite lovely. Recently, when her sister visited her, she mentioned Xianxia to her husband, who began to entertain plans regarding this prospect. Should this unfold, their family status within the Sun household would rise. If this girl truly ascended to become a phoenix, she too could leverage this connection to elevate her own standing. In that case, she would no longer merely be a servant in the Sun family. Second aunt had never held affection for Xianxia. After all, her third brother had nearly lost his life during childbirth, and their mother had always cherished this youngest son. Out of love, she had shown Xianxia countless kindnesses, shielding her from hard labor and even imparting ancestral remedies that were traditionally reserved for the eldest daughter-in-law. In this household, it was assumed that only the eldest sister-in-law was entitled to such teachings. Why should a mere girl be afforded such treatment? How could she possibly avoid feelings of envy? Do not underestimate those rudimentary remedies. At times, they can indeed prove life-saving. In the nearby villages, should anyone catch a chill in the sea and succumb to a cold, these simple concoctions can be effective. Yet, it seems that Annie fails to consider her own limitations. Even if she were to impart these remedies to her, could the girl truly grasp them? Sitting in the corner, Xianxia could not contain her tears, for she had already become a thorn in Auntie's side. Now, with her father opposing Auntie on her behalf, the days ahead seem even more daunting. The old matriarch wished to speak a word of fairness. Yet the men at the table, blinded by their emotions, clearly disregarded any counsel. Gently stroking Xianxia's head, the old lady asked, "Xianxia, do you wish to marry that young master of the Sun family?" Though Xianxia's disposition was somewhat timid, she possessed a clear understanding of the situation. Even her grandmother, who had always treated her kindly, would likely have no say in this matter. Meanwhile, Li Zio, who had been a silent observer of this farce, mused to himself, "Alas, the lower echelons of society, consumed by their self-interests, scarcely regard familial bonds." His own position was rather precarious, as he was merely an outsider here. To voice any semblance of bias might provoke resentment. Li Zio exchanged a glance with Hunyu, who immediately comprehended his unspoken message. With her short legs in motion, she hurried to Xianxia, hands on her hips, and huffed, "Are you all trying to force Sister Xianxia to do something she dislikes?" She took Xianxia's hand and exclaimed, "Sister Xianxia, do not cry. This place is unpleasant. Let Hunyu take you to see the little pine trees in the courtyard." She promptly tugged Xianxia away. Li Zio rose, feeling somewhat sheepish, and remarked, "My apologies. My mischievous disciple has caused a ruckus, and I failed to intervene. Please continue. I shall take my leave." Chapter 86. The division of the family. Upon witnessing the scene, the second aunt became utterly exasperated and exclaimed, "Father, look at this girl. Has she not defied the heavens? It would be better to simply separate the household of the third brother." No sooner had she uttered these words than the elder, filled with indignation, rebuked her vehemently, "Nonsense. I am still alive. What need is there for division?" He then turned his gaze toward his younger son and gently urged, "San, tomorrow, please attempt once more to persuade that girl. If all else fails, we shall simply accept that our family lacks such fortune." Upon hearing the elder's words, Xianxia's father reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. The following day, he arrived at Li Zio's courtyard. After lingering for some time, he finally sighed and knocked on the door. Hunyu, upon hearing the sound, rushed out and, disregarding whether or not he was Xianxia's father, leaned against the door with her small shoulders, refusing him entry. Aware of his own shortcomings and recognizing that this was not a place for a commotion, Xianxia's father, despite having visited a few times before, understood the gravity of the situation. Since that incident, the family had turned a blind eye to their visits. Yet this was no ordinary household. The Yunshang Inn was a property of the prestigious Liao Kai Mountain Manor, one of the 10 major sects in the martial world. Everyone in the realm owed respect to the Liao Kai Mountain Manor, especially someone of his humble profession as a fisherman. Moreover, he had not wished for this confrontation. His intent was solely to persuade his daughter to return home and clarify matters, so as to prevent further grievances from arising with his second sister-in-law. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Xianxia's second aunt was not idle. She hurried to her sister's husband, Hu Xiaoyou's home. With tears streaming down her face, she recounted her woes, claiming how everyone opposed her and had conspired against her, as though she had suffered immense injustice in her own household. Hu Xiaolu was no fool. Having engaged in unsavory dealings for the young master of the Sun family since childhood, he slammed his hand on the table in response to his wife's elder sister's lament, declaring, "A bunch of ignorant fools, do they truly think themselves important?" He then addressed the second aunt, "Sister, return home for now. As your brother-in-law, I shall take care of this matter." Upon hearing that he did not blame her for the ineffectiveness of her actions and spoke kindly to her, the second aunt chose to return home. After her departure, her sister inquired of her husband, "What do you plan to do? After all, my elder sister remains in that household. We cannot allow her to face difficulties in her marital home." Hu Xiaolu chuckled as he grasped his wife's hand, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will not let your sister suffer. I shall take a few men and trick that girl into placing her fingerprint. Even if they were to report us to the authorities, she would still be the young master Sun's wife, and we would then be relatives of the Sun family." His wife's eyes lit up at this notion. Although the plan was somewhat unscrupulous, it was for the greater good of their family. Moreover, marrying into the Sun family was not akin to traversing mountains of knives or seas of flames. Rather, it was a path toward prosperity. She couldn't help but sigh quietly, lamenting her own lack of fortune, and nodded in agreement with her man's approach. Hu Xiaolu, accompanied by several servants from the Sun family, arrived at Choya village. However, upon hearing that Shuya had taken refuge in the Yunsang Inn, he found himself in a precarious situation. This was certainly not a place where he could act recklessly. Not only he, but even the Sun family behind him dared not breathe heavily here. With no other option, he visited Shuya's home and spoke to her second aunt. Shortly after, the aunt summoned her youngest daughter, Niuer, whispering a few instructions in her ear. It is worth noting that aside from a son, the aunt's household also had 3 daughters, and her dissatisfaction with them was apparent. Nevertheless, they were still her own flesh and blood, which fueled her particular disdain for Shuya. Niuer appeared even younger than Hunyu, and being such a small child, what could she possibly understand? She simply repeated whatever her mother instructed her to say. A few people led her to the courtyard outside Liziu's residence. This time, when Hunyu opened the door and saw Niuer, her demeanor softened somewhat, allowing her to enter the courtyard. Upon meeting Shuya, Niuer recounted her mother's words. Hearing that her grandmother had fallen ill, Shuya panicked and rushed outside with Niuer in tow. Liziu observed everything. How could such coincidences exist? The old lady had been perfectly fine the night before, yet fell ill this morning. It was hard to believe that there was no ulterior motive at play, given his vast experiences in 2 lifetimes. Hunyu, you should go as well, he said, stepping out of the house and handing her a package of medicine. If your sister Shuya's grandmother truly is ill, give her this. Hunyu eagerly accepted it, nodding obediently before scampering off. Clearly, Shuya was genuinely distressed. Hunyu nearly lost sight of her. But just as they exited the Yunsang Inn, they found several men blocking Shuya's path. Upon recognizing one of them, her expression changed drastically. This was the man who had orchestrated her forced marriage to the Sun family's young master. Though young, she was perceptive enough to realize that Niuer had been deceived by these individuals. Hu Xiaolu wore a cunning smile, believing his scheme had succeeded. With the marriage contract prepared in advance by the household's accountant, he approached Shuya, intending to cut her finger for a thumbprint. Just then, Hunyu, arriving on the scene, saw a group of men bullying her sister Shuya and instantly became furious. Despite her short stature, her speed was astonishing as she swung her tiny fists at the assailants. Unfortunately, due to her height, she could only reach their thighs. Yet, her strikes were so fierce that several of the thugs fell to the ground, howling in pain. Hu Xiaolu never anticipated the emergence of such a fierce girl. When it came to fighting, she was truly formidable, and his companions were no match for her strength, instantly collapsing in agony. At that moment, Shuya's father had intended to persuade his daughter once more, only to witness the scene unfolding before him. He recognized Hu Xiaolu and, noticing the group accompanying him, it dawned upon him that this was an attempt to coerce his daughter into submission after softer methods had failed. He swiftly positioned himself to shield his daughter behind him, his fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding in agitation. The distance to the Yunshan Inn was not far, and soon, Li Zi and his entourage hastily arrived, encircling the intruders. If scrutinized closely, this area was indeed part of the Yunshan Inn's domain, and they held authority here. Consequently, the group was apprehended and taken away. According to the unspoken rules of the martial world, once the Yunshan Inn intervened, even the authorities would hesitate to demand the return of individuals, for there existed a delicate balance between the realm of martial arts and the court. Ultimately, Shuya's father made a resolute decision and led Shuya home. Upon encountering the elder, he knelt down with Shuya beside him and spoke earnestly. Father, I am a disobedient son, having failed to present you with a grandchild. Yet, Shuya is my only child, and I shall not allow the Sun family to forcibly take her away. Since we have become burdens, perhaps it would be best for you to separate us. Witnessing this poignant moment, Shuya's mother promptly knelt down as well. Chapter 87. Suggestions. Upon learning the full story, the old gentleman was consumed by anger, nearly fainting from the tumult of emotions. He forced himself to regain composure and glanced at his third son's family, who knelt before him in submission. With no alternative, he ultimately chose to acquiesce. On an appointed day, the old gentleman summoned the village head and several esteemed elders, and in their presence, the family was separated. However, as they were merely establishing a separate household, they received only a dilapidated, leaky boat unfit for the sea, a few articles of clothing, a couple of old quilts, a table, a tall-legged bench, and a small sum of silver coins. Water's father refrained from complaints or disputes, simply adhering to the village head's arrangements. They constructed a makeshift thatched hut nearby for shelter and fashioned a few wooden planks into beds. As the night descended, a heavy gloom enveloped the family of three. After a simple meal, they sat in silence, their faces etched with worry. Water's father pondered deeply, recalling his sister-in-law's words. How would they sustain themselves in the future? With only one person at sea, how would they manage to fish? At that moment, the sudden sound of footsteps approached from outside. As they drew nearer, it became evident that Li Zio was leading Hunyu towards them. Water's father quickly greeted Li Zio, saying, "Daoist, please come in. I apologize for the humble state of our home. Please take a seat on this bench." As he spoke, he squatted on the threshold of the thatched hut. Hunyu eagerly ran to the wooden bed where Water and her mother sat, pulling out 2 small pastries from her pocket and offering one to Water. Li Zio settled on the bench, his gaze sweeping over the meager furnishings of the hut before resting on the furrowed brow of Water's father. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "Elder brother, now that you have separated, what are your plans for the days ahead? Families by the sea have always relied on the ocean for sustenance. Fishing alone is perilous. You cannot continue to live in such a makeshift manner." Upon hearing this, Water's father paused momentarily, his hands unconsciously gripping the hem of his clothing. His voice tinged with a rasp. "Your words touch upon a difficult matter. For now, I can only focus on settling this thatched hut. In a few days, I will see if I can find a neighbor to accompany me to sea. But it may not be so easy." Water's mother, overhearing, felt tears welling in her eyes but dared not speak further. Instead, she gently patted Water's hand. Noticing that Water had not touched her pastry, Hunyu pushed her own into Water's hand, whispering, "Eat, Water. I'm not hungry. This is for you." Li Zio nodded, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Contemplating before he spoke again, "I have traveled far and wide and may have some humble suggestions. If elder brother is willing to listen, I would share my thoughts." Influenced by the old gentleman's stature, Water's father held great respect for the Daoist. Upon hearing of a different perspective, he eagerly nodded. "That would be wonderful. I am at a loss. Please, Daoist, share your insights." Firstly, it is well understood that the elder brother has thrived by the sea. Thus the process of drying seafood should not be unfamiliar to him. Initially, one could begin by collecting small marine creatures and drying them. I possess several recipes that you could utilize, employing a bamboo sieve for layered drying. Furthermore, be sure to regulate the salt content according to the recipes. Once dried, package them in oil paper into small portions for sale to nearby grocery stores and traveling merchants. I am also acquainted with a young lad from the Yunxiang Inn, who hails from your village. You might engage him in conversation, proposing that the inn consider purchasing your goods. When the time comes, mentioning the name of the Taoist priest should ensure a smooth transaction. Secondly, the second method bears a striking resemblance to the first, albeit with a twist of pickling. I can transcribe a recipe for you, guiding you in the art of pickling kelp, drunken crabs, and sauced clams. These preparations are likely rare in your area. However, as long as the flavors are exquisite, you need not worry about the Yunxiang in refusing to buy them. As for the third approach, perhaps Waterya and her mother could seize their free moments to experiment with crafting handmade items from the seaweed and shells found on the beach. For instance, they could weave small baskets, create ornaments, or design cushions by the seaside. As long as the craftsmanship is refined, sales should not pose an issue. As he spoke, he retrieved several straightforward diagrams from his sleeve. Even those unfamiliar with the written word would find them easy to comprehend. Waterya's father quickly accepted the drawings, and upon examining their content, the tight furrow of his brow relaxed. Waterya's mother also paused her fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Even Waterya forgot the pastries in her hands. The family exchanged glances, their eyes alight with a glimmer of hope amidst their previously furrowed brows. At that moment, Waterya finally gathered her courage and took tentative steps toward Li Zio. Clutching the corners of her garment, her small hands twisted together, revealing a blend of anxiety and anticipation in her gaze. Observing her demeanor, Li Zio offered a gentle smile, softly encouraging her, "Do not be so reserved, Waterya. Please share your thoughts openly." Upon hearing this, Waterya paused, her voice barely a whisper as she ventured, "Taoist priest, might you teach me how to prepare medicinal powder?" As soon as she finished speaking, fearing rejection, she quickly added, "I have learned some traditional remedies from my grandmother, capable of treating minor ailments and injuries. I wish to learn more." Her head lowered once more, her grip on her garment tightening. Both Waterya's father and mother were taken aback, unprepared for their daughter's sudden request. Just as Waterya's father contemplated advising her not to trouble the priest, Li Zio gestured for silence, his gaze resting on Waterya with a hint of approval. "Ah, I see. No wonder you mentioned previously that you could grind medicine. You have indeed acquired some foundational knowledge. However, preparing medicinal powder is no trivial matter. It requires an understanding of herbs, their properties, and above all, patience. The first step is to learn to read. Upon hearing this, Wuxia, assuming she would be turned down for needing to read, drooped her head. Yet, she was surprised to hear him continue. How about this? In the future, while Hunyu accompanies me in learning to write, you may join us to familiarize yourself with the characters. Once you have mastered reading and can recognize all the medicinal herbs, I will then teach you how to prepare the medicinal powder. This is indeed a significant matter. A mistake could lead to dire consequences. Xianxia, filled with joy, promptly bowed and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Daozhang. Thank you, Daozhang. No need for thanks. Are you not good sisters with Hunyu? It is always beneficial to have a companion while learning to read together. Upon hearing the Daozhang's words, Xia's father ceased to object, feeling a surge of happiness for his daughter. Hunyu immediately leaped off the wooden bed and, with her little legs, rushed to Xia's side, seizing her hand and exclaiming, Yes. Yes, we are indeed good sisters. From now on, I shall no longer have to ride alone with my master. Just the thought of having Sister Xia by my side fills me with joy. Turning back to Li Ziyo, she tugged at his sleeve and declared, Master, I wish to learn alongside Sister Xia. I will teach her the characters I know. With Hunyu holding her hand, Xia felt the earlier tension dissipate, her face finally breaking into a long-lost smile. After a while, Li Ziyo led Hunyu away. The mood of Xia's family had transformed entirely from before. The confusion that once clouded them had vanished, replaced by a hopeful outlook for the future. Chapter 88 The emergence of spiritual energy. The red silk of the festival still sways gently at the eaves, retaining a hint of warmth. The sea beyond the courtyard has already transformed. At the beginning of the month, the waves still carried the cold harshness of lingering winter, crashing against the rocks and shattering into icy white foam. By mid-month, warmth and humidity seeped into the sea breeze, mingling the salty air with the softness of seaweed. By the end of the month, even the sound of the tides had softened. In the dusk, returning birds often skimmed the surface of the sea. The waves curled around tiny shells, washing ashore, bestowing a delicate touch of spring to this seaside courtyard. The small pine tree in the yard, nourished by this warmth and the spirit's spring water, visibly thickened and grew robust. The once delicate sapling had matured into a sturdy pine tree, its needles a vibrant, lustrous green. The scattered branches stretched out like the arms of a strong man. In just over a month, it had grown to a size comparable to that of Sanhua. From a distance, an unknowing observer might mistake the silhouette of the pine tree for that of two diminutive deer standing in the courtyard. Caring for the small pine tree became a daily routine for Hunyu. Whenever she found the time, she would fetch the spirit spring water prepared by her master and meticulously pour it at the roots. Although each instance of growth was minuscule and nearly imperceptible, day by day, the trunk of the pine tree became sturdier and the branches more expansive and lush. Even the needles exuded a resilient vigor. At this moment, Li Ziyu had entered a small world of his own, sitting beside the spirit-gathering array, quietly observing his two elder sisters. He murmured to himself, as if reporting to them about the events of his recent days. My disciple, Hunyu, is quite adorable. She has quite the appetite, at times naive, at others fierce. She is both sensible and resilient. Over the past year, I have been grateful for her companionship. Surely she gets along well with my two sisters. I wonder when their souls will be completely restored and awakened. It has been nearly a year since I left. What has become of my family? My parents must be worrying about me once again. How is my mother from my previous life? Does she still think of me during my disappearance? Will I ever have the chance to return to that world? Hunyu had grown a year older. Perhaps it was time to provide her with further guidance in her cultivation. Hunyu had been practicing the spirit swallowing technique for nearly a year now. The spirit control and spirit wrapping techniques were more suited to assist her in daily life. Should I select a few applicable advanced techniques for her? There are countless novels from my past life, filled with diverse techniques. Yet they hardly seem suitable for Hunyu at her current stage. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not choose a few from the 36 heavenly divine techniques and adapt them for cultivation in this world? Resolute, Li Ziyu immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend slowly. The gentle warmth of the spring sun bathed the courtyard. Sanhua nestled in the dappled light beneath the pine tree, her antlers brushing against the scattered shadows of the fallen needles. Even her breathing slowed, occasionally glancing at the two little ones beside her. She would lower her gaze and bury her chin in her soft fur, her entire being warmed by the sunlight. Beneath the pine tree, Xiya and Hunyu each held a sharpened twig. They crouched on the ground, gradually beginning to write. Xiya's handwriting was steady. Each stroke radiated elegance, as if the calligraphy on the paper had been transposed to the earth. Such exquisite characters, inscribed upon the ground, would soon be regrettably swept away by the spring breeze. Hunyu, in her eagerness, hurriedly scribbled, causing the sand to scatter chaotically. Though her letters were crooked, each character remained intact, with no stroke omitted. "Sister Xia, you are truly remarkable," Hunyu exclaimed. Having followed her master for nearly a year, her own writing paled in comparison to Xia's grace. Blushing at the compliment, Xia hastily returned the praise. "Little sister Hunyu is also impressive, writing both swiftly and with style." "Ah, not at all." Hunyu scratched her head. Yet her heart swelled with pride. "Sister Hunyu, do you not feel that this pine tree seems to have grown a bit larger?" It was evident that Hunyu had not particularly noted these details. By the time she recognized the tree's growth, it had already quietly expanded, leading her to believe it was merely a natural phenomenon without anything amiss. "Sister Hunyu, do you not have a sense of warmth since entering the courtyard?" "I feel invigorated and brimming with energy." Hunyu shook her head emphatically. "Not at all. Hasn't it always been like this?" This was because her body was already suffused with spiritual essence, rendering her unable to perceive the subtle energies present in the courtyard. What she sensed was indeed the spiritual essence, indicating that Li Zio's intentions had truly borne fruit. The spiritual energy had officially manifested before the eyes of the world. Some may question, did not the spiritual energy appear in this world long ago? The jujube tree at Li Zio's home and the mutated spiritual herbs on the back mountain were indeed results of this energy's influence. However, these changes were not the official manifestation of spiritual essence in this realm, but rather a leakage from Li Zio himself. There lies a fundamental distinction between the two. Now, the spiritual essence had quietly taken root in this world, destined to gradually spread and become a renewable source of energy. The spiritual energy in Heliu village was merely a byproduct of this leakage. Thus, once Li Zio departed, the source of such energy ceased to exist. Although those mutated spiritual herbs continued to grow, they could no longer provide cultivable energy to others, merely strengthening the bodies of the surrounding villagers. As for the spiritual essence within this courtyard, it emanated solely from the pine tree, which, through the continuous nourishment of the spiritual spring water, had undergone a complete transformation, harmonizing perfectly with the essence itself. As long as it absorbed this energy, over time it would gradually reciprocate the spiritual essence. Xia, perhaps due to her slightly older age and her experiences of separating from her family, exhibited greater maturity than her peers. Additionally, her eagerness to learn surpassed Hunyu's playful nature, allowing her to progress in literacy at an impressive pace. In just over a month, she had mastered characters that equaled Hunyu's efforts over the past year. Li Zio has begun to provide Xia with intriguing storybooks for her perusal. The narratives within these tales are captivating, and Xia possesses a natural aptitude for this endeavor. Frequently, she is able to read them in their entirety, often deciphering unfamiliar characters with remarkable intuition. Although she has not yet formally been instructed in herbal medicine, Li Zio has nonetheless supplied her with various texts on the subject, allowing her to gradually familiarize herself with the material. Over the course of the past month, Xia has become adept at identifying even the lesser-known herbs, sometimes enlisting Li Zi's assistance to gather specimens for further study. Li Zi is more than willing to lend a hand in this pursuit. Meanwhile, Hunyu's disposition remains largely unchanged. Her days are still filled with play and a preoccupation with food. However, it would be inaccurate to say that she has not matured. When engaged in serious tasks, her diligence surpasses that of her peers. For instance, she has never missed a day in watering the pine trees, and she consistently completes any tasks assigned by Li Zio with alacrity. Nevertheless, her lively and playful nature, along with her love for food and games, remains steadfast. After more than a month, Xianxia has also undergone noticeable changes, most notably in her intelligence. Li Zio speculates that Xianxia now possesses an intellect comparable to that of a one-year-old child. Chapter 89. The 6 Great Mystical Arts. After numerous attempts, Li Zio finally selected 6 techniques from the 36 celestial arts of the Tiangang for Hunyu, which he then transformed into cultivable methods. Even with his current level of comprehension, he could only grasp the form of certain mystical arts, struggling to penetrate their essence. Take, for instance, the art of resurrection. It could only assist in reconstituting the soul and flesh when a person had just expired and their spirit had not yet fully departed. Once the final breath was drawn and the spirit left the body, all hope was lost. This was not surprising. It was either a limitation imposed by the celestial order or a reflection of his own journey not yet reaching that stage. Nevertheless, he found great satisfaction in having attained such proficiency. Even though these 6 techniques were meticulously chosen, he did not expect Hunyu to master them all, as each individual's affinity for the mystical arts inherently varied. Ultimately, how many she could cultivate would depend on her own fortune. The first technique was the art of transformation, derived from the concept of size and adaptability. This method utilized one's own spiritual energy to allow the practitioner to manipulate their size and the form of objects they interacted with at will. The second technique, art of tidal waves, evolved from the idea of stirring rivers and seas. By harnessing one's spiritual energy, it could summon tumultuous waves and whirlpools, possessing both offensive and restraining capabilities. The third technique, art of elemental escape, stemmed from the grand art of elemental evasion. This method imbued one's spiritual energy with the 5 elemental attributes, enabling the manipulation of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth simultaneously, facilitating concealment and rapid traversal. The fourth technique, art of sand and dust, evolved from the movement of sand and stones. By channeling one's spiritual energy, it could attract and control surrounding sand and gravel, forming sharp sand blades or creating a veil of sand to obscure vision, even conjuring small dust storms for combat. The fifth technique, art of mountain shaking, derived from the act of moving mountains and shifting stones. By infusing spiritual energy into the earth, it could induce resonance within rock layers, capable of shaking mountains, fracturing cliffs, and condensing earth and stone into formidable fists or barriers, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. The final technique was the art of subduing beasts, which evolved from the notion of subduing dragons and tigers. The practitioner enveloped themselves in their spiritual energy, specifically targeting fierce adversaries, making it particularly effective in close combat, achieving a visceral impact with every strike. With a flick of his fingertip, Li Zio conjured spiritual energy, meticulously inscribing the cultivation essentials of the 6 techniques, art of transformation, art of tidal waves, and others, onto 6 blank sheets of rice paper. Once the ink, enveloped in spiritual energy, solidified, he carefully folded the pages and tucked them into his sleeve before departing the small world. In a fleeting moment, he found himself back in the courtyard, where the sky had completely darkened. The courtyard was bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight, illuminating Hunyu, who lay on the stone steps with her arms serving as a pillow for her chin, her eyes fixed intently on the pine tree in the yard. Still pondering over the words spoken by Xianxia during the day, I sought to perceive the essence of the pine tree. At that moment, footsteps resonated in the air. Hunyu immediately sprang up and hurried to her master. Gazing up with curiosity, she inquired, "Master, is our courtyard truly different from the outside world?" As she spoke, she recounted the interactions she had witnessed between herself and Xianxia in the courtyard in vivid detail. To Li Zio's surprise, Xianxia displayed remarkable sensitivity, vaguely sensing the uniqueness of their courtyard. Though it stemmed from a child's intuitive perception, it was sufficient to reveal her innate spiritual talent. He settled onto a stone bench, beckoning Hunyu to stand before him, and began to speak slowly. "Indeed, it is different. The reason you are unaware is that your body has already accumulated a wealth of spiritual energy. Do you remember the method I taught you when I asked you to consume those fruits? That method is designed to refine the spiritual energy that lingers within you after eating the fruits, enabling it to gradually transform into true spiritual power that belongs to you." Hunyu's eyes widened in realization. With her master's gentle guidance, she finally comprehended the essence of it all. Li Zio nodded approvingly and remarked, "I had not clearly explained this to you before. In truth, by eating the fruits and employing that breathing technique, you have already embarked on your path of cultivation." "Cultivation? What is that?" Hunyu scratched her head, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "It is what allows you to grow increasingly formidable. Can I truly become powerful?" Hunyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her little orbs darting as she began to contemplate the potential of her newfound strength. Li Zio chuckled and unfurled 6 sheets of rice paper from his sleeve onto the stone table, his fingertips delicately tracing the surface of the paper. "If you wish to become stronger, I have selected 6 techniques for you." He pointed to the sheet inscribed with transformation technique, explaining, "This skill allows one to alter size and form, for instance, transforming a small stone into a large boulder. The tsunami technique enables one to summon water to create towering waves." He elucidated the purpose of each technique with clarity. Finally, he looked at Hunyu and said, "You may choose whichever you desire. Learn the one that appeals to you first." Hunyu's gaze flitted across the rice paper, her fingers poking playfully at the transformation technique. How delightful it would be to transform the stone bench in the courtyard into a little tiger. Her attention then shifted to the beast subjugation technique. If it can defeat evildoers, would that not make me even stronger? As her excitement grew, she became increasingly torn, her little claws scratching at the back of her head, her brow furrowing in contemplation. "Master, they all seem so powerful. May I learn them all?" As soon as she uttered these words, She quickly lowered her head, adding softly, "But I fear that if I learn too much, I may end up mastering none. What if I start with this one, and then find that one more appealing? What should I do?" Li Ziyo, observing her eager yet troubled countenance, couldn't help but chuckle. He gently tapped the stone table with his fingertips and said, "Greedy little one, do not rush. First, master one technique, and later, if you wish to learn more, your master will gladly teach you." Hunio blinked, her gaze fixed on the rice paper for a prolonged moment. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she pressed her hand down on the page of the beast subjugation technique. "Then I shall learn this one first. It can defeat evildoers." As she spoke, she looked up eagerly at Li Ziyo. "Master, is it all right if I choose this?" Li Ziyo did not respond directly. Instead, he gently urged her to sit on a stone bench and, with a smile, posed a question. "If there were sweet cakes, candied fruits, and steaming hot roasted sweet potatoes before you, and you could only choose one, which would you select?" Hunio swallowed, counting on her fingers. "The sweet cake is soft. The candied fruit is delectable, and the roasted sweet potato is still warm." After pondering for a while, she clapped her hands. "I choose the roasted sweet potato. It's the most comforting to eat while it's hot." "Master, do you think the transformation technique would suit me better?" Li Ziyo ruffled her hair and replied. "Choosing a technique is akin to selecting food. It's not about which is superior, but rather about what aligns best with you. Just now, you opted for the beast summoning technique, believing it to be formidable. Yet, the metamorphic technique allows for endless transformations. Doesn't that intrigue you even more?" Hunio felt her thoughts laid bare, her cheeks flushed. She reached for the scroll of the metamorphic technique. Pulling it toward herself, I thought the beast summoning technique was impressive, but now, the idea of transforming things captivates me even more. So, I will learn this one. Li Ziyo handed her the scroll of the metamorphic technique, saying, "The greatest hindrance in cultivation is forcing oneself. Follow your inclinations, and you shall learn swiftly. Once you have mastered the metamorphic technique, we can explore others." Hunio clutched the scroll tightly, her face alight with joy, and nodded vigorously. "Yes, master, I will study diligently." Chapter 90. The Wanderers of the Jianghu. In recent days, Tiger Girl has been particularly industrious, rising early each morning to practice the transformational arts in the courtyard. When the sunlight bathes her, one can always observe her intense concentration. The stall belonging to Water Girl has also been set up, and she has been quite busy these past few days, assisting her parents whenever she can. During her breaks, she would dash over to play with Tiger Girl for a short while, often murmuring about the inexplicable influx of people in the vicinity lately. Li Ziyo, who was nearby, overheard their conversation and raised an eyebrow, quietly contemplating. It seems the time is ripe. Judging by the number of passers-by, the commotion is far greater than anticipated. So many wanderers from the Jianghu are drawn here, and the allure of the immortal has always been unmistakably potent. As Tiger Girl listened, her excitement grew uncontrollably. Just as she was about to follow Water Girl to observe the bustling scene, a sudden thought struck her. She eagerly grabbed Water Girl's hand and rushed to the stone bench to showcase her recent training achievements. Channeling her spiritual energy through her fingertips, she touched the stone bench, causing it to fluctuate in size. Although she had only practiced for a short while and could not yet alter its form, Water Girl's eyes widened in astonishment, clapping her hands and exclaiming in admiration of Tiger Girl's remarkable skills. Flattered by the praise, Tiger Girl beamed with delight, her chin almost reaching the heavens. Just as she restored the stone bench to its original state, still wearing a proud smile, her thoughts turned to the lively happenings outside. She quickly turned to Li Ziyo, who was seated nearby, and exclaimed, "Master, I'm going out with Sister Water Girl to take a look." Before Li Ziyo could offer any words of caution, Tiger Girl had already seized Water Girl's hand and was bouncing towards the door. As they stepped out of the Cloud Inn, the bustling scene before them captivated their attention. The riverside area was adorned with numerous stalls, countless in number. Most of the stalls displayed freshly caught seafood from the early spring. Vendors called out, promoting their first catch of live shrimp, while others were scaling freshly landed sea bass. The faint scent of the sea mingled with the brisk spring breeze, exuding a vibrant freshness. At that moment, Water Girl suddenly tugged at Tiger Girl's sleeve. "Sister Tiger Girl, look over there." Tiger Girl followed her gaze and spotted a particularly eye-catching stall. A tall bamboo frame laden with necklaces crafted from shells, small pom-poms woven from seaweed, and lightweight rattan hats, perfect for the still chilly February winds. Stacks of oil paper-wrapped packages filled with sun-dried fish, scallops, and squid dried to perfection were displayed. Nearby, a ceramic basin held drunken shrimp and crabs, their vibrant colors enticing from afar, while salty, fragrant clams were served in coarse porcelain bowls, their aroma wafting through the air. "That is my family's stall," Water Girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like stars. She hurriedly pulled Tiger Girl along, and before they reached the stall, she called out to her bustling parents, "Father, Mother, I've brought Tiger Girl with me." Upon hearing her voice, Water Girl's parents looked up, and upon seeing their daughter accompanied by Tiger Girl, broad smiles instantly graced their faces. Shu Wai's father was explaining to a customer while holding an oil paper bag. "Rest assured, it contains freshly sun-dried scallops. Just add a handful to your stew or soup, and the flavor will be instantly enhanced. And these dried squid, when soaked and stir-fried with chives, are simply delightful with a drink." The customer nodded and completed the payment, prompting him to turn to the two girls, waving his hand. "Are the girls here? Quickly let Hunyu join you in finding a place to sit." Meanwhile, Shu Wai's mother had just seen off a customer who purchased sauce clams. Wiping her hands, she moved slightly back at the stall where a small stove was set up. A pot was bubbling with steam. Lifting the lid, she picked out several large, vibrant red prawns. Handing them to Hunyu, she specifically cautioned, "You mustn't eat the drunken shrimp or crabs at your young age. You can't have alcohol. These are boiled in plain water, still warm. Take them quickly." Hunyu's eyes instantly lit up. She received the warm prawns with both hands. Oblivious to the people around, using her fingertips, she pried open the shell, revealing the snowy white shrimp meat. Bringing it to her mouth, she took a large bite, savoring the freshness that made her eyes squint with delight. With her mouth full, she mumbled to Shu Wai, "Sister Shu Wai, your lobster is incredibly delicious." Hunyu's words elicited laughter from Shu Wai's family. Shu Wai's mother chuckled as she ruffled her hair. Shu Wai's father joined in the merriment, remarking, "This child truly enjoys her food." Having spent considerable time with Hunyu, they were well aware of her hearty appetite and felt no reluctance. Shu Wai's mother turned back to lift the pot lid again, serving Hunyu 2 more steaming prawns. Before long, the stall was temporarily vacant. Seizing the opportunity, Shu Wai's father approached Hunyu with a grateful smile, saying, "Hunyu, we owe this success to your master's techniques. The recipes for marinated seafood and dried goods are remarkable. Customers have been raving about the flavors and are eager to return." With her mouth filled with shrimp, Hunyu could only respond with muffled sounds while nodding her head, her eyes glued to the prawns in her hands. Observing her engrossed demeanor, Shu Wai's father couldn't help but chuckle, gently advising, "Take your time. No one is competing with you." No sooner had he spoken than several customers arrived, glancing toward the stall as they walked. Shu Wai's father quickly straightened up and cheerfully called out to the newcomers, "Welcome. Are you looking for dried goods or fresh ones? Our scallops and sauce clams are excellent. Do try some." He then turned to busily attend to the orders, with Shu Wai hastily stepping forward to help with the oil paper and weigh the goods. After a short while, a crowd suddenly gathered nearby, heads bobbing together, accompanied by lively discussions, creating quite a stir. In contrast, Shu Wai's stall appeared relatively calm. Hunyu finished the last bite of her prawn and, pointing toward the crowd with curiosity, asked, "Uncle, why are there so many people over there?" Shu Wai's father was busy weighing scallops for a customer. Upon hearing this, he raised his eyes to glance in that direction, his hands remaining busy as he replied with a smile, "I suppose it's just some wanderers from the Jianghu displaying their skills or perhaps engaging in a contest." Pausing for a moment, he added, "There have been many such folks around these days. Not long ago, someone was performing the chest-smashing act, drawing quite a crowd." As he spoke, he lowered his head to pack the weighed scallops into an oil paper bag and handed it to the customer. He then muttered to himself, "Even these wanderers must toil for their livelihood." Unable to restrain herself any longer, Huni tossed the shrimp shells into the bamboo basket and scampered towards the throng of people. "Oh, this child." Shiya's father chuckled and shook his head. Shiya's mother, who was nearby cleaning a pottery basin, looked up with concern at the commotion and asked, "Dear, is it truly safe to let Huni go alone? The temperament of those Jianghu folks is unpredictable. If she inadvertently provokes them, we would have no way to explain ourselves to the Daoist." Shiya's father, while continuing to wrap the dried goods for the customer, spoke with conviction. "Her master is a capable person. Though Huni appears small, she possesses considerable strength." He then called out to Shuya, who was still assisting with the oil paper, "Child, follow her and keep an eye on her. Don't let her get too close. If anything were to happen, we would truly be in trouble with the Daoist." Shuya, already concerned for Huni, responded promptly, understood, and set down what she was holding to chase after her. Huni struggled to weave through the crowd, finally catching sight of 2 burly Jianghu men engaged in a contest. One wielded a gleaming broadsword, while the other brandished a delicate saber, exchanging blows and moves. The onlookers cheered enthusiastically, their applause ringing out. The 2 men, encouraged by the cheers, stood taller, their faces brimming with pride. Only Huni stood to the side, pouting as she muttered, This display is nowhere near as beautiful as Sister Sue's dance. Chapter 91. An unexpected encounter. Hunyu had no intention of evading the common sense of avoiding confrontation. Her voice was rather loud, drawing the attention of many. The burly man wielding a knife, with a temper flaring, immediately glared and shouted, "What do you know, little brat? What we possess is a matter of life and death, incomparable to the tricks of a mere girl." Upon hearing his outburst, Hunyu, hands on her hips, defiantly retorted, "It's just that my sister Sue dances better. Am I not allowed to say that?" The man, initially intending to dismiss the child as inconsequential, found the matter at hand to be related to his reputation. In the world they inhabited, reputation was of utmost importance. He raised his voice further, "You little girl, if you have the ability, call your sister Sue here. If not, run along and play." His words left Hunyu's face flushed with indignation. Ever since parting ways with Sister Sue, she hadn't seen her for quite some time. How could she summon her? Just then, a clear and melodic female voice emerged from the crowd. "I am her Sister Sue. What? Do you wish to spar with me?" Initially, the onlookers paid little heed to the delicate voice, but upon seeing the attire of the young woman, the burly man's expression shifted dramatically. Among the scattered, unaligned fighters, offending a disciple of a sect was the last thing one could afford. Furthermore, this girl appeared to be merely 14 or 15, yet her vitality surpassed his own. She was certainly not someone to provoke. He hastily clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "I dare not. I dare not." Su Qinghuan was equally surprised to encounter Hunyu in such a place. Observing the child's flustered demeanor, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the burly man. As a mere wanderer of the martial world, do you lack such basic composure? Apologize to her at once, and cease your staring. The man, unwilling to argue further, quickly turned to Hunyu and said, "I was rash earlier. My sincerest apologies, little one." Hunyu, being straightforward, immediately beamed upon his humble apology, graciously forgiving him. She dashed over to Su Qinghuan, her eyes sparkling. "Sister Sue, it's really you. I haven't seen you in ages. I must tell you." At that moment, Xianxia rushed over. Hunyu's face lit up as she beckoned Xianxia. "This is Sister Sue, who has always been so kind to me, often bringing me delicious treats." She then introduced Xianxia to Su Qinghuan. "This is my new friend, Sister Xianxia. We even went to her stall to have crayfish together." As she rambled on, suddenly a teasing voice interjected, "So engrossed in chatting with your sister Sue and Sister Xianxia, yet you haven't noticed us?" Hunyu glanced at Xiao Zhulu and Su Qinzhou, pouting, "Didn't see you? Can't see. Who is talking?" She even pretended to close her eyes, performing for a laugh, which elicited chuckles from the others. Having had her fill of mischief, Hunyu tugged at Su Qinghuan and declared, "Sister Sue, let us go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. I must tell you, this is my master's recipe, and it is utterly delicious." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened. They held great faith in Li Zio's abilities. Having already heard from Yi Jingxian about how Li Zio had miraculously extracted a baby from the lifeless body of the Ling family's eldest daughter, their admiration grew, and they were taken aback to discover that not only was the Daoist adept, but he also possessed culinary skills. As they approached the stall, Hunyu called out loudly, "Aunt San, this is my sister Sue. She knows my master and wishes to indulge in some delightful food." Upon hearing this, Shui Yani raised her head and noticed that Su Qinghuan was dressed like a wanderer. Initially a bit reserved, she soon relaxed upon realizing that the girl was quite young. Responding to Hunyu's words, she warmly invited Su Qinghuan to sit down and promptly brought her several steaming prawns. As Xiao Zhulu arrived at the stall, he caught a whiff of the fragrant drunken shrimp and was pleasantly surprised. He quickly beckoned Shui Yade to prepare some for him, tossing a piece of silver in the process. Shui Yade waved his hands, insisting, "No need." However, upon hearing Xiao Zhulio's insistence that it was improper for wandering youths to eat without paying, he reluctantly accepted the payment. Just as he was about to provide change, Xiao Zhulu interjected, "No need for change. Please pack me more to take home." Su Qinghuan picked up a prawn, peeled it, and took a bite. The exquisite flavor burst in her mouth, and her eyes lit up. These prawns are incredibly fresh. They surpass even the renowned delicacies of the grandest taverns. Xiao Zhulu sampled a piece of drunken shrimp, initially intending to merely taste it. But he found himself captivated by the harmonious blend of the fragrant alcohol and the sweetness of the shrimp. He nodded appreciatively. "I never expected the Daoist to be so knowledgeable. This flavor is truly exceptional." The three of them were offspring of a second-rate faction, accustomed to a more affluent lifestyle compared to ordinary folk. Having traversed the world, they had savored many exquisite dishes. Initially, they had dismissed Hunyu's enthusiastic claims of deliciousness as mere childish whimsy, but now, having tasted the fare, they realized its true delectable nature. The shrimp, boiled in plain water, retained its most authentic freshness, while the drunken shrimp added a layer of rich, aromatic flavor that made it impossible to stop eating. Even the usually composed Su Qinzhou chewed slowly, reluctantly admitting, "The seasoning is just right. It is indeed remarkable." Seeing their praise, Hunyu proudly puffed out her chest and declared, "I told you it was particularly delicious." Nearby, Aunt San, hearing this, smiled with her eyes crinkling in delight, and offered them a plate of sauce clams. "If you enjoy it, please indulge further. These two are marinated using the Daoist method, perfect for pairing with porridge or wine." The group sampled the sauce clams, savoring their savory flavor. The more they chewed, the more delightful the taste became, and before they knew it, the plate was nearly empty. Xiao Zhulu set down his chopsticks and wiped his hands before glancing at Hunyu, who was still busy devouring the prawns. He smiled and asked, "Hunyu, where is your master?" With her mouth still full of shrimp, Hunyu raised her head, mumbling, "Master is in the courtyard. I came out with Sister Shui." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhulu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Which courtyard?" However, Hunyu was too engrossed in her meal to pay attention to his question. At that moment, Shuya, standing nearby, interjected, "The Taoist priest is residing at the Cloud Inn in the bamboo courtyard." Xiao Zhulu glanced at the young girl who had answered him and remarked to Shuya's father, innkeeper, "Your daughter is truly remarkable, both intelligent and capable. You are indeed fortunate." Shuya's father felt a warm glow in his heart at the praise from a wandering hero. Hunyu finished her last large shrimp and wiped her greasy hands. Observing this, Xiao Zhulu quickly said, "Hunyu, once you're done, could you take us to meet your master?" Hearing this, Hunyu immediately sulked, pouting as she murmured, "But I haven't had enough fun yet." Meanwhile, Su Qinghuan, watching her demeanor, pulled out an oiled paper bag from her pocket and waved it enticingly. "Look what I have." Hunyu's eyes instantly sparkled. Leaning closer, she saw it was her favorite candied fruits. She eagerly reached out, snatched the bag, and began stuffing her mouth, mumbling through her bites, "Sister Su truly understands me." Xiao Zhulu chuckled helplessly at the scene. However, Hunyu suddenly shot him a sideways glance and whispered, "You're not as good looking as Sister Su, and you don't understand me either. All you do is urge me to find my master." Though her words were quiet, Xiao Zhulu caught every syllable, shaking his head in bemusement. "You little imp. Even while enjoying your candied fruits, you don't forget to jab at others." Hunyu, unfazed, tucked her treats away and took Su Qinghuan's hand, declaring, "Let's go. I'll lead you there. But we must take our time. I still want to enjoy the lively streets." Chapter 92. The wealthy man bestows a seaside villa as Xiao Zhulu and his companions were led by Hunyo to the entrance of the bamboo courtyard at the Yunshang Inn. They soon noticed a boisterous group surrounding a rotund figure ahead. From a distance, the figure appeared somewhat familiar, and as they drew closer, they recognized him clad in a resplendent crimson robe, his ample belly straining against the fabric. The garment was adorned with embroidered golden ingots, and his waist was laden with coin pouches, presenting a rather jovial visage. Was this not the young master Qian de from the Luocation Manor? Hunyo, with her short legs, rushed forward, hands planted on her hips, her round eyes wide with surprise. "Ah, it's you again, the living treasure pouch. What brings you here?" she exclaimed, instinctively guarding her own pockets. After realizing her own pockets were empty, she let out a sigh of relief but still held her head high, demanding, "You're not here to barter for fruits again, are you? They're all gone, long gone." Qian de found himself momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, his rotund belly swaying slightly. He quickly waved his chubby hands in denial. No, I'm not here for fruits." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "I'm actually here to seek the Daoist. To find my master?" Hunyo's skepticism intensified as she scrutinized him, tilting her head and poking at his belly. "You too? What do you want with him? Surely, you're not hoping for him to prescribe some herbs for weight loss." Her remark elicited stifled laughter from the onlookers, though they restrained themselves out of respect for Qian de Baf's status. Just then, a voice resonated from within the courtyard. "All right, Hunyo, cease your antics. Allow young Master Qian to enter alongside young hero Xiao, young hero Su, and Miss Su." Upon hearing her master's voice, Hunyo obediently stepped aside, hastily pushing open the courtyard door. "There you go, you may enter." Observing this, Qian de first offered a polite salute to Hunyo before turning around and gesturing to his attendants to remain outside. He then stepped into the courtyard, followed by Xiao Zhulu and the others, who exchanged knowing glances and proceeded at a measured pace. In the realm of martial arts, there existed an unspoken rule: lesser factions must exhibit deference to the foremost powers, allowing them precedence. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Qian de felt compelled to admire the pine tree that stood within the courtyard. The Luocation manor possessed numerous treasures, yet none captivated him as profoundly as this particular pine. He murmured to himself, "This pine tree of the Daoist must be extraordinary." Ever since consuming the small fruit he had exchanged with Hunyo, his martial arts prowess had soared, and his mind felt remarkably clearer. It was no wonder, for the fruit he ingested not only purified the marrow but also aided in enlightenment. Qiandabo promptly bowed respectfully to Li Zio and said, "Daoist, last time at Jingtai Mountain Villa, you departed in haste. I was unable to see you off properly and express my gratitude." As he spoke, he carefully retrieved a tightly wrapped red silk from his person. Inside, it appeared to contain something square and unrecognizable, with a key-shaped object resting atop. He gently placed these items on the stone table and added, "This is merely a token of my appreciation. I sincerely hope you will not refuse it." Li Zio casually glanced at the red silk and the key on the stone table, nodding slightly as he replied, "No need for such modesty." He then glanced at the stone bench and added, "Please, have a seat." Li Zio was taken aback. He had never encountered such generosity from a rotund individual before. It was his first experience of someone presenting a gift so grand, an entire seaside estate. Perhaps it was the influence of his previous life, where the mere thought of such a property was beyond reach. Indeed, the red silk concealed the deed to the very courtyard he currently resided in, while the object resembling a key was an authentic key. Typically, the courtyards of Yunju guest house were rented to guests and rarely locked, leading to these keys becoming mere ornaments over time. Xiao Zhulu stepped forward with a bow and cheerfully remarked, "It has been nearly half a year since we last met. And Daoist, you continue to live a life akin to that of an immortal. Curiously, since entering your courtyard, the fatigue of my recent travels seems to have dissipated considerably." Li Zio smiled and nodded, gesturing towards another small stone stool, saying, "Xiaoxia, it's good to see you. Please take a seat." When meeting Li Zio alone, Xiao Zhulu, although aware of his profound depth, found him approachable and relaxed. However, with Qiandabo present, an inexplicable sense of formality arose. Nevertheless, respecting Li Zio's invitation, he first offered a respectful salute to Qiandabo before comfortably taking a seat. Su Chenzhou and Su Qinghuan followed suit, greeting Li Zio and, after receiving the invitation, bowed to Qiandabo before sitting down. Observing the trio's initial hesitance, Qiandabo's round face broke into a wide smile. He waved his chubby hand and said jovially, "Please, do not be so formal. Our gathering here is all due to the Daoist. We are, in a sense, half-friends. So let us be more at ease." He paused, patting his ample belly, and spoke earnestly. "I have come solely to express my thanks for the Daoist's kindness during our last encounter. This is purely my personal sentiment, unrelated to Luocation. Do not regard me as young master. Just call me Dabo, as friends do." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhulu and the others relaxed somewhat. Xiao Zhulu was the first to smile, clasping his hands and saying, "Brother Qian's candor puts us to shame." Su Chenzhou and Su Qinghuan nodded in agreement, their earlier awkwardness gradually dissipating. Li Zio sat nearby, observing the easing of tension among the group. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, smiling gently as he remarked, "It is indeed fateful that you have gathered here to converse. This tea is brewed by my own hand. Do not merely sit idly, but partake of it." Hunyu and Shuya stood before their master, watching the others engage in intricate formalities, boredom creeping in as they nearly dozed off. Upon hearing his words, Hunyu hastily poured tea for the guests, walking over to Su Qinghuan and playfully winking at her. Su Qinghuan quickly grasped Hunyu's intent. After sipping the tea, she took Hunyu's hand and, along with Shuya, the three of them dashed joyfully towards the beach outside the courtyard. Qiandaba observed the three girls departing and seized the opportunity to inquire, "Daoist, do you have any insights regarding this journey? Could you perhaps offer us some guidance?" Xiao Zhulu, shedding his earlier reserve, responded with enthusiasm, "Indeed, it is said that Panlai is home to immortals, yet this immortal seems exceedingly elusive, leaving me with uncertainty. Initially, I wished to traverse the world as Yixiong does, cradling a child and riding a horse, free and unfettered. However, as the eldest disciple of this generation, I bear the weight of revitalizing our sect. Hence, I find myself compelled to embark on this journey, though I remain apprehensive about its prospects. Should misfortune befall me and I were to lose my life, it would be an egregious injustice." When he encountered Hunyu earlier, he was filled with joy, and he hoped that the Daoist council would alleviate his concerns. Su Chenzhou remained silent, but nodded in agreement, indicating his shared sentiment. Li Zio took another sip of tea and, with a calm demeanor, stated, "If you trust in my guidance, then you ought to return from whence you came." The group exchanged glances, astonished by Li Zio's unexpected response. Was he not aware of their tenacious desires? Each had their own motives for embarking on this journey. How could they willingly turn back before it even began? After some contemplation, he added, "Very well. Is it not said that one does not shed tears until confronted with the coffin? So, you may as well proceed on your journey." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 types of yellow talismans, 4 of each, placing them on the table. The talisman on the left will protect you from a single fatal injury. The one on the right will allow you to return to this courtyard. Upon hearing this, the 3 were elated and eagerly accepted the talismans. Thus, even if they returned empty-handed, their lives would be safeguarded. Qiandaba scratched his head and jested. It seems that Master Liu Wu was wise to retreat into seclusion ahead of time. He must have foreseen the perils of this journey. Alas, what once was a shared folly between us has now turned into my own foolishness. Chapter 93. The Ancestor is Lost. Xiao Zhulu carefully tucked away the yellow talisman, the previous clouds of worry dissipating entirely. He then patted Qiandabo on the shoulder and chuckled, "Brother Dabo, do not indulge in self-deprecation. With this talisman in hand, should we encounter peril, we shall simply consider it an opportunity to broaden our horizons." Qiandabo, whose nature was inherently affable, felt no discomfort under Zhao's friendly gesture. Instead, a subtle warmth blossomed within him. In the past, others had approached him solely due to his status as the young master of the Luokai mountain manor, laden with flattery. Yet here was a genuine camaraderie he had seldom experienced. His initial bond with Master Wu was similarly rooted in the absence of sycophancy. The group conversed merrily, embodying what Li Zio had earlier remarked. Being able to sit together was a form of fate. Eventually, the atmosphere of restraint faded completely, and Qiandabo shed the airs of a young master, regarding himself as a mere wanderer of the Jianghu. "Daoist, you must have been residing in this courtyard for quite some time now, without venturing to Panlai Island, I presume?" Xiao Zhulu reflected. "Let me tell you, it is truly a bustling place now. Otherwise, we would not have taken this detour." What was that saying? The higher one's status, the closer one is to Panlai Island. We, as a second-tier force, are virtually insignificant over there. He gave Qiandabo another pat on the shoulder, adding, "How many in this world can live as transparently as you, Brother Dabo? In terms of this clarity, you surpass many." Feeling somewhat inadequate, Xiao Zhulu sighed. Acknowledging his own humanity, Qiandabo regarded Xiao Zhulio's character with admiration, so open and unpretentious, devoid of ulterior motives, expressing thoughts candidly. He smiled and replied, "Brother Xiao, why the modesty? Your disposition is grand and loyal, free from the machinations of top-tier powers, truly forthright. Why concern yourself with fleeting gains and losses? Moreover, had you not come here, how would you have encountered the Daoist? This must be destiny. And why do you believe you will not carve out a place for yourself in the Jianghu?" Li Zio, lightly twirling the edge of his teacup, timely interjected with a smile, "If I calculate correctly, there should still be over a month left." "Why, then, have you all arrived so early?" Xiao Zhulu was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in response. The Daoist may not be aware, but news has spread throughout the Jianghu. It is said that the Panlai Wonderland has revealed great opportunities, and many fear arriving too late and allowing others to seize the benefits. Qiandabo nodded in agreement, his plump hands rubbing his belly. "Indeed, they say the same where I come from. Arriving early ensures one can seize the initiative, which is why I was urged to come. I am not fond of the atmosphere there. I received word from my second uncle that the Daoist resides here, so I decided to come over. It is comfortable to stay close to my own interests and less bothersome from those who flatter. Plus, I can see the Daoist and enjoy some peace." Li Zio nodded slightly and inquired, "Have all 10 major sects of the martial world come this time?" Xiao Zhulu was the first to interject, responding eagerly, No, including the Hui gang. Only 6 top forces have attended. It is rather peculiar, indeed. Ordinarily, for such significant events, even if the Daoist sects claim to refrain from interfering with worldly matters, they would typically make an appearance. If Panlai truly harbors immortals, they would be the direct beneficiaries. Xiao Zhulu shook his head, unable to comprehend the situation, and remarked, "Yet this time, the 5 Daoist sects have been remarkably taciturn, with none making an appearance." Qiandabeos laughed heartily while patting his belly, saying, "This matter is rather amusing. As the young master of the Luocation manor, my network is hardly inferior to that of the Hui gang. Although the Daoists operate in secrecy, I have still caught wind of certain rumors. Throughout history, there have been instances of lost chickens, dogs, and silver, but I have never heard of anyone losing an ancestor." Xiao Zhulu, filled with curiosity, asked, "What ancestor?" Qiandabeos, clearly enjoying the jest, thumped his belly, producing a resounding echo while suppressing his laughter, replied, "You see, in this martial world, why does everyone fear the Daoists? It is not merely because of their individual prowess, but rather their remarkable unity. They engage in frequent exchanges, akin to a single family, practically sharing the same roots. Recently, an ancestor from the Xianxia sect, belonging to the Dao lineage, mysteriously vanished from the martial realm. The Dao lineage? Xiao Zhulu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this was a generation even greater than the 6 unparalleled of Xianxia. Alas, the unpredictability of the world. The once illustrious 6 unparalleled of Xianxia have dwindled to merely 4. With the loss of an ancestor from a generation older than theirs, it is no wonder the Daoists have refrained from attending, even with Peng Lai's immortals present. Is an ancestor from the Dao lineage rare, even among the Daoists? Xiao Zhulu inquired with intrigue. Qian Dabeos nodded and replied, they are all relics of the past. Unless there is a threat of extermination, they seldom reveal themselves. Achieving the rank of Grandmaster at the second tier grants one an extended lifespan of 3 centuries. Each minor breakthrough also contributes to an increase in longevity. Moreover, Daoist practices predominantly focus on longevity, and their expertise in nurturing spiritual materials allows them to live for 5 to 6 centuries, which explains their enduring presence in the martial world. Was the lost ancestor a Grandmaster? Xiao Zhulu questioned incredulously. It is said he was a half-step Grandmaster, having restrained himself at the peak of the Grandmaster level for many years due to various reasons. If he wished to advance to the second tier, it would not be a challenge. No wonder. The existence of Peng Lai's immortals is not a novel phenomenon. Despite such a legacy, not a single individual has truly attained immortality. Yet, how many of them can claim a half-step second-tier Grandmaster? Qian Dabeos shook his head with self-deprecation, stating, the martial world speaks of the 10 major sects. But in reality, where are the 10? If one were to genuinely compare, they are not even of the same tier. Among the remaining 6 prominent factions, the Flower Garment Gang boasts 3 masters, while the Valley of Medicine holds 2. Each of the 3 major mountain estates has 1 master. The Daoyuo Temple has consistently maintained a low profile, yet it is believed to harbor at least 3 masters, with the possibility of possessing a Grandmaster as well. The so-called top 10 sects are merely a means of self-aggrandizement. Despite the current animosity towards the Repairing Heaven sect, why has it not been eradicated? The answer is quite simple. They are simply too formidable to defeat. Ever since the previous generation's leader was besieged and killed 60 years ago, the elders of the Repairing Heaven sect have been at an impasse, resulting in a lack of a leader to this day. When it comes to the number of ancient monsters, they are not significantly fewer than those of the 5 Taoist sections. As long as those ancient beings remain, the Repairing Heaven sect cannot be toppled. Li Zio never anticipated that this seemingly simple-minded rotund figure possessed such profound insight into the affairs of the martial world. Furthermore, he was hearing many of these matters for the first time. At last, he comprehended the true nature of the martial realm of Dawa. When Qian Daba remarked that the Taoist sect had lost an ancestor, Li Zio's heart jolted. Could it be the old man he had inadvertently imprisoned last year? Upon reflection, it seemed quite plausible. Thus, one could argue that he had indeed assisted the Taoist sect. Had that ancestor not revealed himself, they would naturally not have ventured to Peng Lai, allowing them to avoid risks early and mitigate losses in a timely manner, which is surely the more prudent course. Chapter 94. The gathering of the 6 Grandmasters. As the day for the opening of the Peng Lai Wonderland draws near, the bustling activity around the Cloud Inn, despite its considerable distance from Peng Lai Island, remains vibrant. In this realm of martial arts, the presence of many individuals often leads to chaos. It is commonplace for martial artists to resort to violence over trivial disagreements. As the date approaches, skirmishes become increasingly frequent. Tiger Girl is eager to join in the fray, though she tends to chatter incessantly each time. Were it not for her tender age, one might be tempted to give this mischievous child a good thrashing, fearing the tarnishing of their reputation. However, the primary concern lies in the fact that she is invariably accompanied by Qian Daba, which has made her somewhat notorious in the vicinity. Many of the confrontations lack any deep-seated animosity. Upon seeing Tiger Girl, the fighters often embrace each other amicably, resembling the best of friends. With the inability to fight, insult, or offend, Tiger Girl soon lost interest in witnessing the commotion outside. Instead, she chose to remain in the courtyard, training alongside her master. Xiao Zhulu, on this journey, not only had to attend to the Su siblings, but also a group of junior disciples. After bidding farewell to Li Zio, he set off for Peng Lai Island. Tiger Girl remained in the courtyard, diligently honing her skills. Qian Daba also took his leave from Li Zio and subsequently led a retinue towards Peng Lai Island. Within Peng Lai Island, amidst a gathering of individuals, 6 venerable elders sat in serene meditation, awaiting their arrival. As Qian Daba approached, the elders gradually opened their eyes. These 6 elders were none other than the esteemed grandmasters of the martial world. In the realm of Dawu, there were only a handful of grandmasters, and this gathering represented more than half of them. The first to approach was none other than Qian Daba's grandfather, Qian Gungun. Despite his rotund appearance, he moved with surprising swiftness, quickly reaching his grandson. Daba, the opening of the Plunlai Wonderland is but days away, and you've been absent. Where have you been? With a sheepish grin, Qian Daba replied, Hee, I went to meet a friend and was delayed. I hope grandfather does not hold it against me. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing his grandson's words, Qian Gungun's eyes brightened. He was well aware of his grandson's true character, though seemingly foolish. It was a facade meant to maintain distance from others. It was indeed rare for his grandson to have a friend worthy of the title. Oh, where is he? Why did you not bring him along? Qian Daba scratched his head and replied, he did not come. Oh, what a pity. Nevertheless, once this endeavor concludes successfully, I shall personally accompany you to meet your friend. Qian Gungun patted Qian Daba on the shoulder, saying, our Qian family must treat friends generously. We should not be excessively frugal. Next to approach was none other than Ling Peiran, the elder master of the Jingtao villa. Having overheard the conversation between the Qian duo, he naturally surmised whom Qian Daba was referring to. He stroked his beard and inquired, has the Daoist not arrived? Daoist? Qian Gungun was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze towards Qian Dabao. Dabao, is this friend a member of the Daoist sect? Qian Dabao quickly shook his head. No, he presents himself as a wandering Daoist, yet he resembles a recluse of remarkable wisdom. Qian Gungun, though not entirely convinced by his grandson's words, felt intrigued upon seeing an old friend nod in affirmation. Soon after, 2 esteemed masters approached, each accompanied by their apprentices. The first elder, adorned in a vibrant green robe and wielding a naturally shaped cane, was none other than Master Mu, one of the 2 great masters of the Medicine King Valley. Beside him were none other than Mu Xianwan and Qing Zhu, who had recently made an appearance at the Jingtao Mountain Villa. Mu Xianwan hurriedly approached Qian Dabao, her voice laced with urgency. Has the Daoist master not arrived? I once stumbled upon a small porcelain vial belonging to him and have yet to unravel its mysteries. His alchemical techniques bear a striking resemblance to those of our Medicine King Valley. My grandfather claims that his skills in alchemy rival his own. During this time, I have gained immense insights by following his approach to crafting pills. Also, regarding Sister Yu, I have not had the chance to express my gratitude. Qian Dabao scratched his head in a somewhat foolish manner and replied, the Daoist master has his own considerations and has chosen not to come. Disappointment flickered across Mu Xianwan's face. Meanwhile, Qing Zhu stood silently by, clutching a bamboo sword, offering no words. The next master to arrive was a grand monk, draped in a robe adorned with countless jewels, the esteemed Master Kongyu from the Daluo Temple. It was evident that this venerable monk commanded great respect, as the other masters greeted him warmly. A small monk, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, trailed closely behind him, his round eyes darting about with curiosity. He would glance at the conversing masters and then fixate on Qian Dabao, attentively listening to their discourse, his youthful face radiating wonder at the world around him. Despite his tender age, this little monk was the prodigious son of Daluo Temple, possessing an innate brilliance. He could recite the temple's treasured scriptures flawlessly after a single reading. Among the 2 masters who had yet to approach, one was clad in ragged garments, his hair unkempt, unmistakably a beggar. Yet this beggar was no ordinary man. He was the renowned Broke Bowl Zhang, one of the 3 masters of the Flowered Garment Gang. He refrained from approaching for 2 reasons. First, his subordinate had caused quite the embarrassment at the Jingtao Mountain Villa, leaving him too ashamed to join. Second, the Daoist master mentioned was the very same young Daoist with whom he had previously had a misunderstanding. He had never held a fondness for this young Daoist and contemplated exchanging the golden bowl he held for a cane, an act he found utterly contemptible. Indeed, you heard correctly. The shabby bowl he clutched was, despite its tattered appearance, fashioned from pure gold. As a master, he was already held in high esteem within the martial world. It is said that a junior dared to provoke him, even boasting about breaking his legs, which he could hardly take lightly. This situation cannot solely be blamed on others. His subordinates, akin to beggars, did not dare to report the truth. They embellished the tale, disparaging Li Ziyo, which only deepened his misunderstanding. Another master, enveloped in a chilling aura of sword energy, instilled fear in anyone who beheld him. This person was none other than the renowned Songjian of Songjian Villa. His demeanor was typically serene and detached, understanding that his past actions might have disrupted the festivities of others. Thus, he closed his eyes and settled into a meditative posture once more. However, as a master of martial arts, His hearing was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. The discussions taking place nearby were not concealed from him, and he gleaned a general understanding of the discourse. He was also filled with curiosity regarding the Taoist figure they spoke of, particularly because Tsangjian Villa and Jingtao Villa had a long-standing rivalry. At the last banquet hosted by Jingtao Villa, he had refrained from sending representatives and, consequently, had never heard of a person named Li Ziyo. Chapter 95. The Enchanted Paradise. On the 15th day of March, the morning sun continued to rise from the east. Yet Penglai Island was entirely shrouded in thick fog. All the martial artists of the realm were filled with anticipation, for today marked the opening of the fabled Penglai Paradise. As time passed, the surrounding fog grew denser. After an unknown duration, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by the distant toll of a heavy bell. As the bell tolled, the mist gradually parted, revealing a staircase composed of clouds that soared into the heavens. The 6 grandmasters gazed in astonishment at this sight, exchanging glances filled with wonder. Is this truly the Penglai Paradise? One remarked. Let us proceed. Since we have arrived, we must explore this place. The brazen Zhang, disregarding his usual decorum, inhaled deeply and boldly stepped onto the staircase. The other grandmasters exchanged nods, leading their respective disciples to follow suit. The martial artists behind them, unable to contain their eagerness for fear of being left behind, hurriedly ascended as well. The staircase beneath their feet appeared to be formed of mist, yet it felt remarkably solid with each step taken. With every ascent, the sea of clouds around them grew denser, and the ethereal atmosphere intensified. Zhang, at the forefront, was engulfed in awe, having roamed the martial world for many years and witnessed countless extraordinary landscapes. He had never encountered a place that resembled a celestial realm quite like this. This is nothing short of a miracle, he exclaimed in a hushed voice, his excitement palpable. The younger disciples trailing behind the masters were expressions of joy and curiosity. Most were youthful, their hearts brimming with aspirations of the legendary tales of the martial world. Now, stepping into the much-celebrated Penglai Paradise, their exhilaration was indescribable, their eyes darting about to take in the enchanting clouds surrounding them. However, Qian de Beos felt differently. He remained vigilant, tightly clutching the 2 talismans given to him by the Taoist priest who had warned him of potential dangers. As they ascended to greater heights, a celestial palace, resembling a magnificent jade edifice, suddenly came into view. Its eaves, adorned with intricate white jade carvings, shimmered under the clear sunlight, exuding a gentle radiance. Silver bells hung from the eaves, producing a faint, melodious sound that seemed to harmonize with the gentle sea breeze. The palace walls were constructed from pale green jade, their delicate patterns reminiscent of rippling azure waves, emanating an ethereal chill. Beneath the palace lay an expansive, boundless azure sea. The clear blue waters melded with the horizon, bathed in sunlight. The surface sparkled like countless pieces of gold leaf, gently swaying with the waves, creating a delightful interplay with the celestial palace above. The martial artists trailing behind were equally mesmerized by this breathtaking scene, their hearts filled with joy at having arrived at such a place. They cautiously followed the lead of those ahead, step by step, venturing deeper into the paradise. Just as the crowd had taken only a few steps towards the palace, a keen-eyed individual pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, there's a jade table over there." Following the direction of the pointing finger, they beheld a broad cloud terrace in front of the palace, where rows of small jade tables were meticulously arranged. Each table was entirely white jade, its patterns as delicate as flowing clouds, with several jade pitchers elegantly placed upon each table. The pot's mouth was gently ajar, and a faint, crisp fragrance wafted forth. Experienced wanderers of the realm leaned in to inhale deeply, immediately drawing a sharp breath. It was indeed the renowned nectar of the celestial. Legends spoke of this as the exclusive elixir of the immortals, and today, we were fortunate enough to behold it. As soon as this was uttered, 2 impatient souls could no longer contain themselves, hastening towards the jade table to take their seats. One of them grasped the jade pot and slowly poured the amber-hued divine brew into a jade cup, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. As the liquid coursed down his throat, his eyes sparkled, and he relaxed fully against the clouds, a look of ethereal delight gracing his features as he exclaimed, "Marvelous. Simply marvelous. I feel utterly rejuvenated." Initially, the others harbored a degree of caution, but upon witnessing his unremarkable reaction and the blissful expression on his face, their apprehensions dissipated, and they surged forward to find vacant seats and savor the wine. The unrefined Zhang, who had always relished such indulgences, cast aside his masterly demeanor and strode boldly to a jade table, lifting the jade pot for a sip. Satisfaction instantly adorned his brow. The flavor of this celestial brew was extraordinary. One sip compelled him to crave more. While the crowd reveled in the rich aroma of the divine elixir, Ling Peiron's attention was drawn by an enticing fruity fragrance wafting through the air. Following the scent, he found himself approaching a grove of peach trees laden with ripe fruit, unknowingly moving closer. Upon nearing, he discovered that the peaches were even more astonishing than he had imagined, each one plump and round, larger than an ordinary person's face. The delicate pinkish-white skin was covered in a fine fuzz, glimmering softly in the sunlight. The fruit's fragrance penetrated his nostrils, awakening the cravings within his stomach. His gaze fixated on the magnificent peaches, unable to contain his astonishment at the sight of these celestial fruits. Simultaneously, a voice rang out. "What is that?" "The legendary alchemical furnace." The crowd turned to see a stack of bronze alchemical furnaces arranged on a stone platform, their surfaces etched with intricate designs. Several furnace doors stood partially ajar, revealing plump celestial pills nestled within, their radiant light pulsating with spiritual energy. Upon spotting the furnaces, Master Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement. As a member of the Apothecary Valley, he was devoted to the art of alchemy and pharmacology, and he could scarcely move his feet in his eagerness. He hurried towards the alchemical furnaces, gently brushing his hand over their surfaces, his voice filled with awe. "This design, these engravings, these must surely be the tools of the immortals." Mu Xinwan and Qing Zhu, well aware of Master Mu's passions, swiftly followed suit, encircling the furnaces to examine them closely. Amidst the crowd, Qian Gungun's gaze was drawn to a nearby cloud chamber. Just as Qian Daba was about to intervene, it was too late. Qian Gungun had already dashed inside. There lay a veritable mountain of gold and silver, gleaming ingots reflecting the sunlight with dazzling brilliance. He had always harbored a love for wealth, and at this moment, he was utterly unconcerned with the decorum befitting a master, nor did he heed the gazes of those around him. In a flash, he slipped inside, reaching out to caress the gold bricks. A broad smile blooming across his face. "With this abundance of gold and silver, I shall never exhaust it in this lifetime." Meanwhile, the master, though possessing great insight, found his attention drawn to the scripture pavilion adjacent to the celestial palace. The doors stood ajar, revealing a multitude of towering bookshelves filled with a diverse array of texts. A spark ignited within the master's heart, prompting him to step into the pavilion. Upon entry, he was ensnared by the ancient covers of the scriptures lining the shelves, many of which bore titles he had never encountered in the realm. He paused, engrossed in the pages, his demeanor one of rapt concentration. At that moment, the sword concealer was captivated by a towering platform not far away. Bound in the center of this platform were two remarkably thick iron chains, and astonishingly, a celestial sword was embedded between them. After years of forging swords, the sight of such an ethereal blade was irresistible. He swiftly drew the treasured sword from his back, intent on severing the chains. The sound of metal clashing echoed as he struck, yet the chains remained unyielding. Astonished yet elated, the sword concealer realized this must be his trial. Drawing forth this sword would undoubtedly grant him dominion over the world. At this moment, Qian Daba was the most lucid amidst the chaos. Each individual in the gathering had discovered their own passions. Some diligently practiced to acquire unparalleled secrets. Others appeared to be ensnared in a dream, embracing ethereal beauties. Some experienced meteoric advancements in their cultivation, rivaling the strength of masters. A few even adorned themselves in yellow robes, seated upon exalted thrones, reveling in the illusion of being earthly emperors. Enveloped in their own fascinations, they could no longer be swayed by the outside world. Chapter 96. The Wedding Night. Xiao Zhulu, do you know your crimes? In the grand hall of the Qingfeng sword sect, Xiao Zhulio's master glared with a sinister expression, his finger pointed accusingly at him. Before Xiao Zhulu could respond, his master continued, "I have nurtured you for 20 years, and yet you dare to hoard the opportunities from the Isle of Penglai." Xiao Zhulu hastily waved his hands, his voice trembling. "No, master, it is not so. Here are the manuals, the elixirs, the peaches of immortality, the treasured sword. All of it is here." His master scoffed coldly. Questioning, "Rebellious disciple, do you still dare to quibble? How do you explain your swordsmanship?" Xiao Zhulu raised his gaze, resolute in tone. This sword technique did not come from Penglai. His master ground his teeth in anger, bellowing, "How audacious, Xiao Zhulu! I was indeed blind to raise such an ingrate." With narrowed eyes and a venomous tone, he continued, "To receive opportunities without reporting back, and now you have learned to lie." Taking a step closer, his master drew a sword, demanding, "Do you intend to slay your master with this sword?" Xiao Zhulu quickly knelt, his knees striking the ground heavily as he supported himself with his hands. "Master, I would never dare. Everything I said is true." With a clang, his master threw down the sword, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "If you are truly loyal to me, then prove it." Without hesitation, Xiao Zhulu picked up the fallen sword. His grip tightened around the hilt, his gaze resolute as he prepared to plunge it into his own chest. But at that moment, Su Qinghuan stumbled into the hall, panic evident in her eyes. Before she could steady herself, she threw her arms around Xiao Zhulu. With a sickening thud, the treasured sword pierced her back. Xiao Zhulu's pupils dilated in horror as he rushed to support her, his voice quaking. "Junior sister, why are you so foolish?" Blood trickled from the corner of Su Qinghuan's mouth as she clutched his sleeve tightly. "Senior brother, I do not want you to die." She looked up at their master, her voice weak yet unwavering. "Master, senior brother did not lie. I can attest that the sword technique was not learned from Peng Lai." Their master snorted disdainfully. "Since your junior sister pleads for you, leave the sword technique behind and take her back." "Master," Xiao Zhulu exclaimed, disbelief flooding his eyes as he raised his voice. But all he received in return was the sight of his master turning away, his sleeves swirling as he departed. Before Xiao Zhulu could comprehend the situation, the scene abruptly shifted. He found himself in a courtyard adorned with blossoming peach flowers, alongside his junior sister. She smiled and ran ahead, prompting him to instinctively chase after her. They frolicked among the trees, petals gently cascading onto their shoulders. After a few paces, she suddenly halted, turning to face him, her eyes brimming with genuine softness. She reached out, grasping his hand tightly, her cheeks flushed, fingertips trembling slightly. They stood there, her grip tightening. Before he could decipher the intimacy of the moment, peach blossoms danced in the wind, settling in their hair and on their garments. At that moment, she looked up at him, her voice as soft as the drifting petals. "Senior brother, will you marry me?" Xiao Zhulu's mind buzzed in confusion, still reeling from the suddenness of the words. The surrounding scenery seemed to accelerate, twisting rapidly before his eyes. In an instant, he found himself amidst a bustling banquet, clad in a striking red wedding attire. Friends and relatives approached him one by one, offering cups of wine. Mechanically, he accepted and drank, his mind still foggy. Upon finishing the last cup, several friends jovially surrounded him, playfully pushing him toward the bridal chamber, his steps feeling unsteady. An inexplicable sense of unease gnawed at him. Something was amiss, but what could it be? Inside the bridal chamber, the red candles flickered brightly, illuminating his junior sister seated at the edge of the bed, her face veiled by a crimson covering. The candlelight cast a soft and tranquil shadow upon her. He stood frozen for a moment, acutely aware that something was wrong. Yet, his limbs seemed to act of their own accord, and he unconsciously stepped forward to lift the veil. The two began to indulge in their affections. In the ethereal realm of Peng Lai, Qian Dabong had already sensed the disarray of the scene. However, no matter what he attempted, it proved futile. Each individual was ensnared by their own obsessions, evidently lost in their reveries. Some commanded legions, hands gripping the throats of their foes, only to realize that the neck they clutched was their own. Thus, they succumbed to suffocation, oblivious to their plight. Amidst the chaos, an incongruous scene unfolded. The two individuals he recognized, having previously engaged in delightful conversation, were none other than Xiao Zhulu and his junior sister, now tightly entwined. Qian Dabong stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your timing is utterly misplaced." He hurried over, patting Xiao Zhulu and then Su Qinghuan, yet the two remained deeply engrossed, showing no signs of awakening despite his calls. At that moment, Qian Dabong inadvertently stepped on a hand. The sudden pain jolted the individual awake. To his surprise, it was none other than Su Qinzhou. Though typically composed, witnessing the current predicament shattered his calm. Qian Dabong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, one had awakened. Seeing the scene before him, Su Qinzhou could no longer maintain his composure. He furiously confronted Xiao Zhulu with a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, the two remained ensnared in their stupor, unresponsive to his efforts. Regaining his composure, Su Qinzhou straightened his attire and bowed respectfully to Qian Dabong, inquiring, "Young Master Qian, what is the nature of this situation?" "A mirage," Qian Dabong explained. "I have studied tomes at the Kaishan Manor that describe scenarios strikingly akin to this. Each individual faces the manifestations of their own obsessions. If they cannot awaken, they will continue to descend into this abyss until death claims them." This. Su Qinzhou grew anxious, hastily asking, "Is there a way to awaken my sister and brother Xiao?" Just then, the chaos intensified, as everyone lost their rationality, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Even the martial arts master, Pawan Zhang, succumbed to madness, casting aside his broken bowl. Qiandaba observed the bowl and suddenly conceived an idea. Chuckling, I have another method. Allow me to give it a try. With that, he dashed toward the shattered bowl. Su Qinzhou was momentarily speechless. Truly, the young master of the Luokai Mountain Manor is still contemplating that broken bowl at such a critical juncture. To his astonishment, Qiandaba picked up the bowl and retreated to a corner, unfastening his belt and, astonishingly, relaxed himself over the bowl. Before long, he returned with a steaming bowl of golden broth. Su Qinzhou, taken aback, immediately grasped his intentions and hastily separated Xiao Zhulu from his sister. It was imperative to do so. If the broth were to spill on his sister, it would be a disaster. In the illusory realm, Xiao Zhulu, who had been in the bridal chamber, suddenly experienced the ceiling collapsing above him, as a torrential rain poured down upon him. He awoke in an instant. Qiandaba clapped Su Qinzhou on the shoulder, exclaiming, See, I told you my method would work. At the very moment Xiao Zhulu regained consciousness, Su Qinghuan, nestled in her brother's embrace, gradually opened her eyes. The two, just awakening, instantly flushed crimson, averting their gazes in shyness. Chapter 97. The fiery flavor of thunder. As Qiandaba and his companions were about to rise, an unexpected event unfolded. With his keen instincts, Qiandaba swiftly raised his hand to catch the object hurtling through the air. Upon realizing what he had received, his heart twisted in agony, overwhelmed by despair. He never anticipated that the previously gentle old master, who had shown kindness, was now disemboweled, his heart cruelly extracted. Xiao Zhulu hastily intervened, fearing that Qiandaba might be blinded by rage in this moment of horror. Xiao Zhulu himself was filled with sorrow, recalling the old master's benevolent demeanor during a recent banquet celebrating a child's 100 days. Even he found it hard to believe the terrible reality before them. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing voice echoed from a distance, sounding as if a malevolent spirit was speaking, sending chills down their spines. Hee, how intriguing. Guess what I've discovered? For fish that slipped through the net, this little chubby one must be particularly delectable. In an instant, a figure materialized before the four. Upon closer inspection, the individual appeared with long white hair and a beard, clad in tattered red robes, his skin shriveled and wrinkled. His eyes glowed a sinister red, and his expression was grim and chilling as he held a bloodied heart in his hands. Qiandaba's alarm bells rang loudly, stammering, "A master?" He quickly shook his head. No, this must be a late-stage grandmaster. Internally, he lamented, We're doomed. We've encountered an ancient monster. Ah, such a perceptive young lad. The elder chuckled, What a pity. If you were my junior, I would gladly impart my knowledge to you. Then, as if recalling something, he shook his head and lamented, Truly, the younger generation is not as promising. My disappointing successor fell to the hands of this insignificant insect. Glancing at the heart in his hand, he nonchalantly swallowed it whole, disregarding the four as if they were merely the next meal to be consumed. The previously reddened eyes transformed into an even more sinister hue, shifting from red to green, becoming increasingly malevolent. The elder's aura grew ever more terrifying, and even his hunched frame visibly regained vitality, transforming from an elderly man on the brink of death into one resembling someone in their 60s or 70s. Qiandaba, well versed in such matters, quickly deduced the elder's condition, a martial arts supreme. Xiao Zhulu and the others were left bewildered, prompting Qiandaba to explain, beyond the first tier, there are 3 ranks: first tier Grandmaster, second tier Great Grandmaster, and the third tier is the legendary Earth Immortal. The Earth Immortal has surpassed the foundational concepts of martial arts. Below the Earth Immortal, there exists a transitional realm known as Martial Arts Supreme, which can be understood as having one foot in the domain of Earth Immortals. Clapping his hands in appreciation, the elder spoke with a tinge of regret. Ah, what a pity. Suddenly, the conversation took a turn. No, there is no regret. In that case, your heart must be even more delectable. Nevertheless, Qiandaba remained expressionless. No matter how terrifying the opponent appeared, he remained unfazed. Haha, no wonder this little brat managed to escape from my meticulously crafted illusion. The old man squinted and remarked, Are you truly fearless, or do you rely on your hidden cards? Haha, I am the strongest in this realm. Do you truly believe your petty tricks hold any significance against my absolute power? I cannot tell if you are genuinely naive or simply ignorant. Rest assured, my strike will be swift. You shall not feel a thing. With that, the old man lunged at the four. Observing this, Qiandaba instantly threw an object. Haha, indeed a child's trick. This thunderbolt has not been in my repertoire for centuries. The old man scoffed upon recognizing the object, showing no intention of evading it. To him, the thunderbolt was merely a tickle, ineffective and insignificant. I have no interest in playing with mere children. Once I devour the hearts of those other 5 old fools, I shall take that monumental step, and from then on, the immortal on land shall no longer be a mere legend. The old man summoned 4 strands of demonic energy, charging towards Qiandabo and his companions. Just then, the thunderbolt exploded. Cough, cough. However, upon detonation, it released a cloud of crimson smoke. Even as a supreme martial artist, he was momentarily caught off guard, his eyes stinging from the acrid scent. He waved his sleeve to disperse the noxious odor, only to discover that the 4 children had vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, in that fleeting moment, everyone who had been ensnared in the illusion regained consciousness. Upon awakening, there was no sign of the mythical Penglai. They found themselves adrift upon the vast ocean. Some less experienced martial artists plunged into the water the moment they awoke. Ling brother, Qian Gun Gun spotted a lifeless body floating in the sea, filled with rage, and was about to advance when he was halted by Master Kong Yu. Ba, it seems this Penglai was a trap set by you, my friend, Master Kong Yu stated solemnly. Ha, old bald donkey, you possess some discernment. The old man sneered. I am merely puzzled as to why that group of notoriously duplicitous individuals has not shown themselves. Very well, once I collect your hearts, I shall pay each of their 5 households a visit. The delicacies there are even more enticing. You are the heart-stealing old demon. Zhang, the broken bowl, exclaimed in disbelief. The Hui gang excelled in intelligence gathering, and the figure before him instantly reminded him of the legends. Yet he quickly shook his head. No, it cannot be. The heart-stealing old demon perished over 300 years ago. How could you possibly resemble him? Then he seemed to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically. This young one possesses a modicum of insight. The old man, having sequestered himself from the world for several centuries, was astonished to find himself recognized. Raising an eyebrow, he declared, in that case, I shall escort you on your journey. Zhang, the broken bowl, hastily summoned a golden bowl floating upon the sea to defend himself. With a resounding crash, the two collided. At that moment, the heart-stealing old demon caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor and disdainfully remarked, once again, it is you filthy creatures. With a casual flick, he sent Zhang sprawling several miles away, disinterestedly commenting, never mind, I shall save you for last. I will consume you only after you are cleansed. The sword concealer, already gripping his sword, ceased to hold back. Upon reaching the master realm, one instinctively understands the principle of striking first. A sharp wave of sword energy surged toward the old demon, but failed to inflict any harm. The demon, moving with astonishing speed, swiftly circled behind him and, with a single hand, extracted his heart. Thus fell yet another martial arts master. Ba, benefactor, one ought to possess compassion. The master Kong Yu, palms pressed together, invoked the supreme technique of Daoist Temple, the compassion mantra. This incantation could transform the malice of foes, instilling within them a sense of mercy. Such trifles might have ensnared me momentarily before, scoffed the old demon, but I am now supreme. With a thunderous boom, all of Master Kong Yu's gathered incantations were rendered null. The old monk was struck by a backlash, spiraling into madness. Master, the young monk, who had been vigilantly at his side, rushed forward to support him, only to be flung away by the frenzied old monk, disappearing from sight. Among the original 6 masters, only Qian Gun Gun and Old Mu remained standing. Old Mu approached Qian Gun Gun, shaking his head with a bitter smile. We are no match for him. This old demon had few rivals in the martial world 300 years ago. What transpired in these 3 centuries to elevate his power to such terrifying heights? Qian Gun Gun was filled with reluctance, yet remaining would only lead to their demise. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, shall we leave together? Old Mu shook his head with a sorrowful smile, retrieving a green pill from his robe and swallowing it. There is no time. This pill allows me to exchange my life force for half an incense stick's worth of time. After that, I shall fade into oblivion. Please, Qian brother, take my 2 daughters and escape. Escape? Do you truly believe you can flee? The old demon appeared before Old Mu in an instant, raising his hand to strike. Old Mu, having anticipated this, swiftly evaded the attack, his speed now seemingly on par with that of his foe. To trade one's entire life force for half an incense stick and match my power? A flicker of surprise crossed the old demon's eyes. Yet he soon shook his head and turned to pursue Qian Gun Gun. However, Old Mu would not allow him to slip away. He immediately advanced to block the demon, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, shaking the very sea beneath them. Meanwhile, Qian Gun Gun carried the still weeping Mu Xin Wan on his back, grasping a green bamboo in his left hand and the broken bowl in his right. He boarded a vessel resembling a shuttle and vanished without a trace. After half an incense stick's duration of battle, old Mu finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the surface of the sea. The old demon gazed upon the frenzied master, who was merely a shadow of his former self, and the once formidable Mu, now rendered powerless after exhausting all his vitality. He shook his head and remarked, "What a pity, such magnificent hearts wasted." Subsequently, he turned his attention to the assembly of martial artists, his eyes glinting like a predator fixated on its prey. "Very well then, after I indulge in a grand feast, I shall proclaim my resurgence as the Heart-Taker demon, returning to the world of martial arts." Chapter 98. The Peachwood Sword Strikes the Supreme. Oh my goodness. Hunyo, who was diligently riding in the courtyard alongside Xianxia, was suddenly startled by the appearance of 4 individuals. She placed her hands on her hips and stomped her little foot, exclaiming, "You scared Hunyo?" Then, turning her head in confusion, she continued, "Strange, I clearly locked the door. How did you get in?" The 4 men, originally in a daze, were jolted back to reality by Hunyo's shout. Cold sweat covered their bodies, and once they regained their composure, they quickly examined the talisman in their hands. Earlier, Li Zio had given them 2 talismans, one for teleportation and the other for protection. In that fleeting moment, they had all utilized the teleportation talisman simultaneously. But the protective talisman had shattered. This indicated that without this talisman, their lives would have been forfeit. Hearing the commotion, Li Zio emerged from the house. Observing the expressions of the 4, he inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Qian Debao hurriedly stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, "We are like ants attempting to shake a tree, with not even a sliver of resistance." He then solemnly bowed once more, expressing, "Once again, I thank the Daoist for your life-saving grace." Xiao Zhulu also rose slowly, yet his demeanor starkly contrasted with Qian Debao's. While Qian Debao appeared frightened, Xiao Zhulu and Su Qinghuan exhibited an unusual air, one with lowered eyelids and the other with pursed lips, both adorned with a subtle blush that was barely perceptible. Li Zio speculated quietly. Could it be that these 2, having faced peril, have inadvertently cultivated their true potential? Su Qinghuan, evidently still recovering, was brought back to reality by Hunyo's bright eyes as she trotted over and said, "Sister Su, come quickly and see how well Hunyo writes." This prompted Su Qinghuan to follow Hunyo's tugging and obediently squat beneath the pine tree. Li Zio gradually approached the stone table, taking a seat and sweeping his hand across the surface, revealing 4 teacups in a responsive manner. "This tea can calm the mind. You have just experienced a fright, so drink and regain your composure." "Thank you, Daoist," Xiao Zhulu replied promptly, rising to offer a cup to Qian Debao, saying, "Brother Debao, I am truly grateful to you this time. But I wonder, how did you awaken me?" He sniffed the peculiar odor emanating from his body and found it exceedingly unpleasant. Qian Debao quickly accepted the teacup, chuckling, "No need for such formality. Debao and Brother Xiao are like old friends. This matter is trivial, truly trivial." Su Qingzhou, upon hearing this, felt his face twitch. He first took the teacup from Xiao Zhulu and approached his sister, handing it to her. Only then did he turn back and drink from another cup. Li Zio noticed that Qian Debao seemed hesitant to speak and gently prompted, "If you have something to say, please do so freely. There is no need for such restraint before me." Qian Debao immediately rose again, performing a deep bow, and earnestly implored, "I beseech the Daoist to lend your aid in saving my grandfather. The old master has already met a tragic end. I fear my grandfather will not be able to withstand it." Li Zio raised his hand gently, signaling him to remain calm. His voice still serene. "Your grandfather is safe and has already escaped danger. However, this journey to Penglai has resulted in a heavy toll for the 6 masters, 2 dead, 2 injured, 1 crippled, and 1 driven mad." Upon finishing his words, he shook his head lightly, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Qian Debao and Xiao Zhulu exchanged glances, their faces laden with confusion as they inquired, "How does the Daoist know of these matters?" Li Zio merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Xiao Zhulu, with his straightforward demeanor, boldly asked, "Daoist, what should we do next?" Hearing this, a gentle smile graced Li Zio's lips, his tone remaining mild. "What is there to do? Should you truly confront that so-called supreme head-on?" He paused, a teasing smile dancing upon his lips. "If you were to go, it would be akin to delivering yourselves like vegetables." With these words, the group fell silent. Indeed, their strength was far too feeble. Even the 6 masters had been defeated, let alone these younger generations. Xiao Zhulu clenched his fists tightly, feeling the weight of unfulfilled ambitions and a surge of helplessness within. Li Zio shook his head, understanding dawning upon him. "I was previously pondering what this supreme truly is. It turns out to be a realm of martial arts cultivation. No sooner had he spoken than he sprang to his feet, the earlier calm demeanor evaporating entirely. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the peachwood sword hanging on the wall directly into his grasp. Holding the sword, he cast a sweeping glance over Qian de Bao and the others, his tone brimming with confidence and nonchalance, exuding an air of superiority. Please wait a moment. Today I shall perform a warm T-slash on the old demon. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from the courtyard, leaving behind but a faint shadow. Hee. All of this belongs to me. Once I consume your hearts and ascend to the realm of earthly immortals, you shall share in the credit. The old demon, intent on harvesting the hearts of these defenseless martial artists, approached as though plucking fruit from a tree, capable of extracting their hearts from afar. At that moment, a figure silently appeared before him, clad in an unfamiliar Daoist robe. The old demon, cautious, inquired, "Who are you?" He scrutinized the robe closely, confirming that it did not belong to any known sect, and he sighed in relief, laughing maniacally. Hee, heaven assists me. I never expected someone would come to me. With that, his left hand clawed toward Li Zio's heart. Yet, each time his hand made contact, it was repelled by an invisible force. The old demon, his face twisted with madness, screamed, "How is this possible? I am already a martial arts supreme. I am the strongest in the world." Suddenly, as though struck by a thought, he produced a book from his robe, the title Basic Qi Refinement Technique boldly inscribed upon it. His eyes widened in disbelief. His voice a frantic blend of mania and urgency. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There is no spiritual energy in this world. I have searched for spiritual energy for hundreds of years. I cannot be mistaken. Boy, what method are you employing? The old demon's eyes glowed a crimson hue. Have you also discovered the method of substitution? Li Zio raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the heart-extracted martial artists of the Jianghu. His tone serene and unperturbed. The method of substitution you speak of is to consume human hearts? He paused momentarily, his eyes betraying no hint of turmoil. The hearts of men are myriad in their forms, encased in countless desires, aversions, and delusions. Observing your madness. It seems you have been enthralled from the very beginning. Nonsense. You spit vile accusations. I am completely lucid. When have I ever been mad? Moreover, I am a demon. Why should I not embrace madness? The old demon bellowed in fury. Li Zio shook his head, relinquishing any intention of further debate, and calmly remarked, "What need have I to converse with one on the brink of death?" The old demon, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed with rage. Yet, upon catching sight of the peachwood sword in Li Zio's hand, he was suddenly gripped by a mortal dread. As he prepared to flee, the peachwood sword swiftly flashed and, in an instant, pierced through his neck. The old demon clutched his throat desperately, disbelief clouding his eyes. His breath a mere whisper. How could it be so powerful? He then summoned the last remnants of his demonic energy, reducing centuries-old tomes to ashes. And in his final moments, cackled maniacally, "If that is the case, you shall not claim it either. Let it accompany me to the grave." With a resounding thud, the old demon's corpse sank to the sea, drifting upon the waves. Li Zio observed this scene with an unruffled demeanor, merely shaking his head gently. This old demon had lived for centuries, yet remained so woefully ignorant. He cherished worthless trinkets as treasures, laboriously toiling, and in his final breath, chose to destroy them with his own hands. Li Zio pondered silently. If the old demon were aware that the treasure he sought to obliterate in death was inscribed upon the tilted stone tablet, half buried in the sand, what would he feel? Could it truly evoke such ire that it might bring him back to life? Chapter 99. The illusion pearl and the five-colored sphere. Li Zio's gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon a certain point in the sea. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a surge of spiritual energy swept forth, swiftly drawing a pearl into the palm of his hand. He caressed the pearl thoughtfully, his brow slightly furrowing. It dawned on him that this was indeed the object the heart-seizing old demon employed to conjure illusions. The aura emanating from the pearl bore a striking resemblance to that of the wind spirit pearl. Undoubtedly, this too was a remarkable artifact. It became evident that the heart-seizing old demon's ability to create the so-called Penglai fairyland relied entirely upon the power of this pearl. Weighing the pearl in his palm, a knowing smile graced his lips as he declared, "Since it can create illusions and manifest mirages, I shall name you the illusion pearl." In the wake of this incident, the foremost powers of the Great Wu would inevitably undergo a significant reshuffling. The Jingtao Mountain Manor and the Cangjian Mountain Manor, lacking a master to preside over them, would consequently be relegated to first-tier forces. However, this incident did not inflict substantial harm upon Cangjian Mountain Manor. They continued their forging and sword training unabated. It was said that their manor lord had already entered seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough. Given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as another master of martial arts. Conversely, the repercussions of this incident were profoundly felt by Jingtao Mountain Manor. Foremost among their concerns was the absence of a suitable heir. As the lord's designated successor was but 2 years old, it was untenable for the lord to enter seclusion while leaving the affairs of the manor in the hands of an infant. In this martial world, strength dictated fate. The weak were left to suffer. Several major first-tier forces eyed Jingtao Mountain Manor hungrily. Should they succeed in seizing its resources, they might well produce a master of their own. Of course, none of this bore any relevance to Li Ziyo. Since his return that day, he had spent countless hours alone at the stone table, staring vacantly at the 2 pearls. Unbeknownst to him, over a month had slipped by in this manner. During this time, Qiandabo and his companions had not departed, although the heart-seizing old demon had spared their lives. Facing a supreme martial artist had exposed them to forces far beyond their capacity to endure. Thus, they required a period of recuperation. Qiandabo had generously arranged for a courtyard for Xiao Zhulu and the others, adjacent to the Juzhao courtyard. His own residence was not far off, merely separated by the Meizhao courtyard. Throughout this period, Xiao Zhulu had found himself perplexed, questioning why the Daoist spent his days in a stupor before the 2 pearls. Qiandabo, possessing considerable insight, had connected the dots based on their shared experiences, yet chose to remain silent. During this time, Hunyu had been diligently practicing, so much so that even the stool seemed to grow a tail. Although she had yet to transform the stool into a little tiger, this represented a significant leap forward. She basked in the praise of those around her. With the departure of the martial practitioners from the Jianghu, Shiya's stall had returned to its usual state. Though not as bustling as before, the quality of the fair retained the loyalty of its old patrons. During quieter moments, Xiya would visit Hunyu to play, and together they would engage in literacy exercises. In just a few months, Xiya had made remarkable progress in reading fluently. Additionally, during this time, Xiya had begun to prepare medicinal concoctions. Merely a concoction of water and herbs, yet no one dared to partake, leaving her somewhat disheartened each time. Her mother, unwilling to dampen her daughter's spirits, chose instead to indulge her in her experimental endeavors. Though she herself harbored uncertainties about her daughter's rapid success in formulating the medicine, as a mother, she offered unwavering support. Unbeknownst to them, months slipped by quietly. Recently, Shiya's mother had been experiencing discomfort in her stomach, plagued by persistent nausea. However, whenever she inquired of Xiya, her daughter reassured her that all was well. One day, after Xiya had departed, her mother asked her father to accompany her to a nearby clinic. After several examinations by the elderly physician, it was revealed that she was, in fact, with child. This news brought them immense joy, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Yet, the physician remained puzzled by certain aspects of the situation. After expressing their gratitude to the old doctor, the couple ventured into the market, purchasing a lavish feast. Although they were yet unaware of whether they would welcome a son or a daughter, their spirits were buoyant. Upon returning home, they eagerly shared the news with their parents. The 2 brothers, who had scarcely been apart for a year, felt a twinge of regret and discontent as they witnessed their siblings flourishing. However, the elder and matron were indifferent to such matters, beaming with delight. Recently, Qiandabo and Xiao Zhulu had been enjoying a period of recuperation. The Taoist priest had even prepared several prescriptions for them and imparted a series of breathing techniques. Curiosity piqued, they diligently followed his instructions. Although the changes were subtle, they found their vitality significantly enhanced. On one particular day, the courtyard door of Li Ziyo swung open, revealing not Hunyu, but Li Ziyo himself, who had been meditating in the courtyard for several months. Qiandabo and the others exchanged glances before rushing over to pay their respects, greeting him with a bow. Li Ziyo scrutinized the 4 of them with satisfaction, nodding approvingly as he remarked, You all seem to be recovering well. Come, follow me inside." The group exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of the Taoist's intentions, yet they proceeded into the courtyard out of trust. Upon entering, they noticed that Hunyu and Xiya were not, as usual, practicing their calligraphy in the courtyard. Instead, they stood attentively in the yard. Qiandabo, ever astute, quickly approached Hunyu. Hunyu, with a disdainful pout, trotted over to Su Qinghuan, pulling her to stand beside her. Xiao Zhulu chuckled at the scene and joined them on the other side of Su Qinghuan, while Su Qinzhou silently took his place beside Xiao Zhulu. Qiandabo sighed in resignation, positioning himself next to Su Qinzhou. Though uncertain of the Taoist's intentions, the seriousness of the atmosphere suggested something significant was afoot. Li Ziyo approached with a cheerful demeanor, holding 5 small, colorful balls, the the material of which was difficult to discern. They were roughly the same size as the 2 beads he had seen previously. Li Zio chuckled and said, "Do not be so reserved. I have called you here to partake in a game. One by one, step into the circle I have drawn. Do you see these 5 balls in my hand? Once you enter the circle, they will gravitate towards you." As soon as Li Zio finished speaking, everyone understood the premise, although they were curious about the underlying purpose. Li Zio remained silent, and they did not inquire further. Xiao Zhulu, with his naturally exuberant disposition, eagerly declared, "I shall go first." He strode confidently into the circle. Li Zio tossed the 5 balls into the circle, and soon, 3 of them, red, gold, and green, illuminated, gently floating towards Xiao Zhulu. Li Zio nodded thoughtfully and announced, "All right, next." Su Qinghuan promptly stepped forward, and aside from the red ball, the remaining 4 floated toward her. Though she was unaware of the game's true nature, she instinctively felt that having more balls was advantageous, prompting her to invite her brother to join. Upon entering the circle, Su Qinzhou found that, apart from the golden ball, the other 4 also gravitated toward him. Next, Qian Daba pointed towards Hunyu, suggesting, "Hunyu, you go first." Hunyu pouted and replied, "You go ahead. I want to accompany Sister Xia." As Qian Daba stepped into the circle, only the golden and brown balls approached him. Hunyu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! The balls do not wish to play with you." After her laughter subsided, she eagerly pulled Xia over, cheerfully saying, "Sister Xia, it's your turn. Do your best to befriend all 5 balls." Now, Xia had shed her earlier shyness. Over the past year, she had grown taller, significantly surpassing her previous height. As she stepped into the circle, the blue ball rushed towards her, while the other 4 remained still. Hunyu immediately ran over, taking Xia's hand to comfort her. "It's all right, Sister Xia. I will help you catch all 5 balls." Clearly, Xia felt somewhat disheartened at that moment. However, seeing Hunyu's concern, she nodded appreciatively. Hunyu, with a huff, marched into the circle, yet the 5 balls vanished as swiftly as mice fleeing from a cat, leaving Hunyu perplexed and scratching her head. Qiandaba watched, laughing heartily. In response, Hunyu stomped her foot in frustration and huffed in annoyance. Chapter 100. The old man emerges. Half of the Jianghu has collapsed. Ha ha, ha. At long last, I have emerged. A whole year, an entire year, without food or drink, not even a solitary ant in sight. As the autumn wind blows, for white go pieces quietly vanish. Dao Min has finally stepped out from the formation. Although he is a master on the brink of greatness, it is not uncommon for one to seclude themselves for years. However, being trapped in that formation for a full year, unable to hear any sounds from the outside world or witness any changes, surrounded by utter silence, would drive anyone mad. The autumn wind caresses him, rejuvenating his spirit. He slowly closes his eyes, donning an expression of pure enjoyment, and gradually extends his arms to embrace nature. What fresh air it is. Ah, you old rogue. Someone, come quickly, there is an old scoundrel here. At this advanced age, he still dares to harass an elderly person like me. Coincidentally, the old woman who had gifted 2 sweet potatoes to Hunyo last year has returned to collect straw. As she approached, she spotted a lecherous old man, eyes closed, mumbling indecencies while striking a lascivious pose. Who would not be frightened? This old woman holds a revered status in the village, having nurtured many of the young ones in the fields. Upon hearing her cries of distress, the villagers rushed over, armed with scythes, shovels, and even stone mortars. Dao Min, who had been savoring the fresh air, was stunned by the old woman's shout. As he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a group of vigilant farmers, all glaring at him. "Big sister, this is a misunderstanding, believe me," Dao Min began, but before he could finish, several young men shouted, "How dare you take advantage of our grandmother? Brothers, deal with him." It is truly a marvel that a distinguished master on the verge of greatness, a figure of renown, could be pursued for several miles by a band of farmers. After shaking off the crowd, Dao Min hurriedly sought a tavern, yearning for something delicious. It had been a year since he had tasted anything, and he could hardly feel his tongue. Just then, the individuals at the neighboring table began to converse. Over the past year, it was certain that much had transpired in the Jianghu. Moreover, a senior had once foretold of his impending calamity. Had he managed to evade it in this past year? While he would scoff at others' words, he had endured considerable hardship at the hands of that senior's methods. In that place, anyone who wished to stay could do so. He had no desire to linger there for even a minute. Alas, what a tragic tale. It is said that the Isle of Penglai is strewn with corpses. The local authorities took nearly half a year to clear the area. Who could deny it? Among the 6 grandmasters, 2 have perished, 2 have been injured, 1 has gone mad, and another has been rendered incapacitated, with their fates still uncertain. Huh. The next time someone dares to claim that Penglai is inhabited by immortals in my presence, I shall not hesitate to slap them across the face." Beside him, a rugged man exclaimed, and upon his words, the crowd erupted in applause. Who could have imagined that the so-called Penglai, a realm of immortals, was merely a trap set by the old demon of the heaven-mending sect for centuries? Were it not for the intervention of an immortal, the entire martial world would have met its doom. Indeed, yet one wonders who that immortal might be. Will we ever have the fortune to meet them in this lifetime? Alas, let us not dwell on the matters of the immortals. By the way, there have been several intriguing developments lately, have you heard? Intriguing developments? What kind of developments? Haha, you are unaware, aren't you? I hear that the Daoist sect has lost an ancestor. Do you find this amusing? TCH, what is amusing about that? Let me tell you, that ancestor has been missing for nearly a year. You are mistaken. I heard that the ancestor passed away a decade ago. The unfilial descendants only realized their ancestor was missing in recent years and seem to have stopped searching after half a year. I heard that the 5 great Daoist sects simultaneously declared a mountain closure, forbidding any disciples from descending. Never mind the mountain closure. It hardly concerns us. However, there is another matter that might elevate our fortunes. Oh, what matter? I heard that the little princess has accompanied the noble ancestor of the royal exaltedee. Later, upon the passing of the noble ancestor, the little princess found herself wandering among the common folk. The old emperor declared that whoever finds the little princess shall be granted titles and promotions, perhaps even the chance to become a consort. With a clatter, Dao Min, holding chopsticks, froze in surprise, the chopsticks slipping from his grasp. He had been imprisoned for merely a year. How could so much transpire in the martial world? In just a year, he had lost 2 old friends. He had previously arranged with Xianxia to journey to Penglai Island together. Contemplating this, he was suddenly drenched in sweat. Could it be that the place of his downfall was indeed Penglai? Furthermore, there were 2 other masters who had perished, and those who had gone mad or fallen into ruin were also acquaintances of his. Why had the martial world crumbled so drastically upon his return? The Daoist sect had closed its mountains? It seems that a tremendous upheaval has occurred. I must return. He could no longer concern himself with eating and hurriedly departed. In Yanzhou, at the eastern edge of Qingshui village, the villagers, upon hearing that Li Zio was leaving, hurried to bid him farewell. Daoist, are you truly leaving? Yes. Can't you stay a little longer, Daoist? We cannot bear to part with you. The nearby villagers, having experienced Li Zio's kindness, expressed their reluctance to see him go, each voicing their pleas. Huni, hoisting a banner with great vigor, had her pockets filled with treats from the villagers to satisfy her cravings on the journey. Li Zio, seated atop Sanhua, gazed at the scene before him, suddenly reminded of his own departure from home, so strikingly similar. After a year away, he found himself longing for home. He waved to the crowd and said, "You all should return. There is no need to see me off. In the future, if fate allows, we shall meet again." Shu Ya's father supported the elderly gentleman, and upon hearing the Taoist's words, he said, "Father, let us return." The old man nodded and admonished his younger son, San. "You must never forget the Taoist's kindness to our family in this lifetime. Without the Taoist, could your wife conceive a son? Would you enjoy the good life you have today? I fear even that girl." He paused, letting out a sigh. "Alas, I too was confused back then. Father, you are not at fault. It was the son who was lacking. I shall never forget the Taoist's benevolence." At that moment, Li Zio instinctively nodded towards them. The two exchanged satisfied smiles and supported each other as they departed. As the crowd began to disperse, Qian Debao and his companions hurriedly approached, clasping their hands in greeting, saying, "Taoist, winter is approaching. Why not wait until spring to depart?" Li Zio waved his hand, responding, "Summer brings heat, winter brings cold. Autumn is indeed the most suitable season for travel. By next spring, you may find it hard to leave." With that, he retrieved 4 meticulously crafted books from his robe, stating, "As we are to part, it is fortuitous that you 4 are present. Have you been practicing the breathing techniques I taught you?" Qian Debao and his companions nodded eagerly. Li Zio first handed the first book to Qian Debao, saying, "One must know when to conceal one's brilliance and when to exert strength. Merely shrouding oneself may not always be wise. This book, The Golden Principles, is entrusted to you." Qian Debao promptly accepted it. Li Zio added, "In conjunction with the techniques, given time, you will surely comprehend." Qian Debao again expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Next, Li Zio presented another book to Xiao Zhulu, patting his shoulder while seated on Sanhua, saying, "Young hero Xiao, henceforth, let your actions be guided by your heart. Much like fire, warmth when needed. Do not let this book, The Fire Principles, go unheeded." Xiao Zhulu thumped his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, Taoist, I shall remember your words. Li Ziyo then handed the remaining 2 books to Su Qinzhou and Su Qinghuan, saying, Young hero Su, young heroine Su, these books, the earth principles and the wood principles, are entrusted to you. He first addressed Su Qinzhou, saying, Your disposition is quite steady, which is commendable. However, some matters require collective strength. Su Qinzhou, pondering this remark, bowed and replied, Thank you. Daoist. Then, Li Ziyo turned to Su Qinghuan. Qinghuan, you are destined to become a formidable heroine. Where wood extends, fire shall also flourish. Su Qinghuan silently contemplated for a moment, and then clasped her hands, expressing, Thank you, Daoist. Subsequently, the 4 departed together. At that moment, Li Zi noticed that only he and Shuya remained, and said, Sister Shuya, shall we go bid farewell to the Daoist and Tiger Girl? Shuya nodded, and the 2 walked over together. Upon seeing Shuya, Tiger Girl immediately approached, clutching a banner, exclaiming, Sister Shuya, I must leave. But do not worry. I will return with Master to visit you. Shuya replied. Shuya nodded slightly. At this moment, the 2 young girls spoke little. Yet tears streamed down their faces unbidden. Li Ziyo gazed at Li Zi and remarked, Li Zi, this past year, both I and Hunyu have greatly benefited from your care. Oh no, it is merely my duty. Li Zi replied modestly. Li Ziyo, seated upon the back of Sanhua, patted his shoulder and continued, Next time you tidy the room for me, please remember to take out the stone pillow to dry it in the sun. We must not let it grow mold. When I return, I hope to sleep soundly. Rest assured, I shall remember. Li Zi responded earnestly. Li Ziyo nodded and suddenly recalled something, saying, By the way, there is one more matter. About 6 miles west along the inn, there is a stone tablet that seems to have been toppled for quite some time. When you have a moment, please gather a few people to set it upright. Li Zi scratched his head, puzzled, wondering why the Daoist was speaking of 2 unrelated matters. Nevertheless, he quickly nodded in agreement. You can count on me, Daoist. By the way, I still don't know your surname. Li Ziyo inquired further. Li Zi was taken aback. No one had ever asked him that question before. He scratched his head and replied, We country folk don't really need a surname. However, my grandfather mentioned that it appears our ancestral tablet bears the surname Wei. Oh, what a coincidence. I happen to know someone with the surname Wei. Perhaps you shall meet them someday, Li Ziyo chuckled. How about I help you complete your name today? Who knows, I may hear it again in the future. It is up to you, Daoist. Li Zi said, scratching his head again. Wei Lei then. Li Ziyo spoke slowly. From now on, let it symbolize a fortress, safeguarding those you wish to protect. Li Zi nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Daoist. Your words, I shall remember. Li Ziyo then looked at the 2 young girls, whose faces were streaked with tears, and jumped off Sanhua. Hunyu, do not cry anymore. Tell your sister Shuya to grow up quickly and come find us, shall we? Hunyu's eyes lit up as she eagerly replied, Yes, yes. Li Ziyo smiled and retrieved 2 books, a key, and a bamboo slip from his belongings. He first handed the key and the bamboo slip to Shuya, saying, I entrust this house to you for now. As for the bamboo slip, please memorize its contents before burning it. He then presented the 2 books, titled The Water Method and the Ocean Toppling Technique, into her hands, advising, Follow the content on the bamboo slip first, and once you feel something awakening within you, then you may consult these 2 books. Start with the first one, then the latter. Do not be greedy. Shuya nodded earnestly, oblivious to the profound significance these 2 books held for her. Li Ziyo then turned to Hunyu, asking, Hunyu, have you told your sister Shuya your name? Hunyu scratched her head, looking somewhat bewildered. In this world, there are numerous individuals named Tiger Girl. What if, in the future, Sister Shuya mistakenly identifies the wrong Tiger Girl? Suddenly enlightened, Tiger Girl's eyes flickered with realization. An idea struck her, and she hurriedly said to Shuya, Sister Shuya, my name is Li Qingqing. When you grow up and come to find me, please do not make a mistake. Shuya nodded and replied, Rest assured. Dear Tiger Girl, I shall remember. Li Ziyo then inquired of Shuya, Do you know your family name? Yes, it is the one in sustenance and comfort. Tiger Girl is called Qingqing. So why not refer to you as Wen Chu Chu from now on? Li Ziyo paused for a moment and added, Qingqing Chu Chu. This will make your future recognition more convenient. Shuya nodded obediently in agreement. Chapter 101. The journey begins, Master. Why don't we retrace our steps? Asked Tiger Girl, her small head shaking in confusion as she gazed up at her mentor. Li Ziyo took her tiny hand, paused at her inquiry, and smiled as he replied, It is, of course, to behold a different scenery. Then let me ask you this, Tiger Girl. If you were presented with 2 tables of delectable dishes, one comprising what you have previously tasted and the other offering unfamiliar delights, which would you choose first? Tiger Girl's mouth watered at his analogy, and without hesitation, she exclaimed, "The one I have never tried." "Why so?" "Because I already know the taste of the familiar dishes. I would prefer to savor the unknown first, for there might be something even more exquisite. Indeed, the journey is much the same. We have already witnessed the sights behind us. Who knows what more breathtaking vistas lie ahead? Wouldn't it be a pity to miss out on them? Yet the previous scenery was lovely too. Let us mark our path and revisit it on our next journey. That would save us time." Tiger Girl's eyes sparkled with realization. "Master, you are right. That makes perfect sense. I remember when we came, our home was to the southwest. If we continue heading east, can we truly return home? Of course. We shall first travel east along the coastline until we reach its furthest point. Then we will change direction and proceed south along the shore. Before long, we shall find ourselves back in the little fishing village. Master, do you think of Grandpa Village Chief? Indeed, I miss him as well. I wonder if Mud Doll, Dog Egg, and Little Fool have grown as tall as I have." Li Zio gently patted Tiger Girl's head and remarked, "Yes, Tiger Girl has certainly grown. Surely they have as well." As they strolled along the seaside, engaged in conversation, they passed through a grove where the surrounding birds chirped merrily, seemingly greeting them. Tiger Girl's spirit communication allowed her to comprehend the birds' chatter, and she could easily convey messages to them now. Thus, the birds sometimes perched fearlessly upon her shoulder. Regrettably, Xianxia bore an undue burden, with a flag planted on its back and snacks from the villagers meant for Tiger Girl strapped to it. Initially, Li Zio intended to store them in a small space, but Tiger Girl insisted it would be inconvenient to eat otherwise. Alas, if Xianxia knew that Tiger Girl made it endure this for the sake of convenience, would it still cherish her companionship? When fatigue set in, Tiger Girl sat upon the sandy beach, playing with the grains. Suddenly, Li Zio remembered something he had overlooked. With a wave of his sleeve, a book materialized before him. A page nestled within its pages. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he had been revising his techniques and spells. But could this world's inherent elements be intertwined with the art of cultivation? This was a novel thought, one he had never contemplated before. Since the idea had come to him, why not give it a try? He first entered his small world to seek out a fine spirit fruit tree. Following the measurement of Hunyu's wrist, a branch was carefully severed from the thickest part. This piece of wood was then inserted back into the miniature world, adorned with a growth charm. In due time, this branch would flourish into a grand fruit tree. Upon returning home, Li Zio infused the branch with spiritual energy, subsequently inscribing it with intricate array runes. After meticulous polishing, he hollowed out its center, shaping it into something resembling a bracelet. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he gradually carved the bracelet into form from memory. Before long, an adorable little tiger head emerged on its surface, polished to a smooth finish. A charming bracelet was thus completed, adorned with a delightful little tiger. Content with his creation, Li Zio approached Hunyu and inquired, "Hunyu, would you like to have fruit available to you at any time?" Upon hearing this, Hunyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly responded, "Really? Master, you are too kind." Li Zio handed the bracelet to Hunyu, explaining, "From now on, wear this bracelet. When you desire fruit, simply convey your wish to it, and the fruit shall appear. However, you must not overindulge. The bracelet's capacity is limited." Hunyu nodded, appearing to grasp the concept. Yes, do not worry, master. I will certainly not overeat." She hurried away to play with her new treasure. Almost immediately, she discovered a novel way to utilize it, capable of drawing seawater and sand directly into the space of the bracelet. Yet, when she attempted to summon fruit, she found it mixed with sand. Spitting out in dismay, she scratched her head, feeling something was amiss but unable to comprehend it fully. Li Zio chuckled, "Haha, you mustn't let sand in, or you might end up eating sand instead of fruit." "Oh, I understand now." Hunyu pouted, finally realizing, though the bracelet is convenient, I cannot store everything in it, or I won't get fresh and clean fruit. While Hunyu was indeed playful, she remained committed to fulfilling her master's tasks. She had successfully learned to transform stones into fruit. Although she occasionally mistook stones for fruit, Hunyu was particularly mischievous. Sometimes, when a bird perched on her shoulder, she would suddenly have an idea and transform the bird into a crab. With a comical plop, the little bird nearly stumbled, for without wings, the crab could not remain perched. However, Hunyu's spiritual energy was still insufficient for precise control, and when the bird fell to the ground, it reverted back to its original form. Occasionally, the little bird would scratch its head with its wings, utterly oblivious to the recent transformation. Now, Sanhua had evidently become a bit more astute. Witnessing Hunyu's antics, it quickly scuttled over to Li Zio, fearing it might become a subject of her experiments. Transforming into peculiar creatures. Hunyu's transformation technique was progressing rapidly. Initially, she could only enlarge or diminish objects, but she advanced to altering their appearance. Yet, this transformation was merely superficial. Any external stimulus would cause the items to revert to their original forms. She also attempted to change her own size, but each attempt ended in failure. Sometimes she grew too large and could not revert. At times, one can only enlarge a specific part of the body. For instance, the head may suddenly swell, or the hands may grow disproportionately large. Fortunately, Master is always by my side. Otherwise, I would truly fear the chaos that might ensue. Li Zio is currently unable to ascertain the true strength of Hunyu, yet it is presumed that she can engage in a formidable exchange with that esteemed figure. However, given Hunyu's tender age, many matters require patience, and one must gently guide her in accordance with her temperament. Nonetheless, Hunyu's strength has indeed increased significantly. She can effortlessly hurl boulders weighing several hundred pounds far into the distance. Li Zio understands that some things cannot be rushed. Forcing growth may adversely affect Hunyu's development. Thus, most of the time, he accommodates her nature. Hunyu often cannot contain her curiosity, inquiring whether she is ready to learn a second technique. Each time, Master responds with a gentle shake of the head and a smile. My dear, you have yet to master the transformational art. Patience is key. One cannot overreach and choke on too much. At that moment, Hunyu would bounce away, playfully grimacing at Master, eliciting laughter from Li Zio. Chapter 102. Fish Soup with Bread. Encountering a peculiar individual, Li Zio walked along the coastline with Hunyu. After a few days, they finally reached their destination, Jianghu Fortress. Here stood an ancient city wall, albeit in a state of disrepair due to the relentless battering of the sea over the years. It was said that many years ago, this site was garrisoned by the Great Wu military, which constructed this small fortification. For reasons unknown, the troops eventually withdrew, and the local populace moved in, transforming it into the present-day Jianghu Fortress. Master, can Hunyu climb up there? Hunyu eagerly pointed at the city wall and inquired. Li Zio paused for a moment, gently ruffled Hunyu's hair, and after some contemplation, responded, no climbing, please. This wall is on the verge of collapse. It cannot withstand your antics. If you were to exert too much force and cause it to tumble, we might find ourselves in trouble. The locals could very well seize us and press us into service to help repair the wall as laborers. Initially, Hunyu felt a tinge of disappointment at her master's words. However, upon hearing the possibility of being captured for labor, she promptly retracted her neck and obediently stood before him. Li Zio, with a cheerful demeanor, surveyed the surroundings and said, let us first find an inn to enjoy some delightful food, and then we shall continue southward back to the small fishing village. All right, back to the fishing village, Hunyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Unable to contain herself, she began to skip ahead, repeatedly chanting her words, resembling a lively little sparrow, radiating vivacity and charm. Li Zio could not help but chuckle softly, giving a gentle nod to Xianxia to follow before quickening his pace to catch up, his gaze never straying from Hunyu's retreating figure. The master and disciple soon found a modest inn and entered. After inquiring about the house specialties, the innkeeper recommended the fish soup with bread, claiming it to be the establishment's signature dish. Observing Hunyu's eager demeanor, Li Zio smiled at the innkeeper and said, let us have 10 bowls, please. The innkeeper was taken aback, his eyes widening as he looked at the two patrons. After a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, 10 bowls. Sir, you may not be aware, but our bowls are quite large, made for the sea, larger than the usual ones. You two might not be able to finish that much. Not to worry, just bring them out, Li Zio reassured, placing a piece of silver on the counter. The innkeeper's gaze instantly fixated on the silver coin, his previous hesitance vanishing as a wide smile broke across his face. Ah, certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on. I will instruct the waiter to bring them right away, he exclaimed, turning to shout towards the kitchen. Waiter, quickly serve 10 bowls of our signature fish soup with bread to this esteemed guest. Hunyu plopped herself down at a table, her small hands gripping the chopsticks, unable to contain her excitement. As soon as a bowl was brought to her, she wasted no time, lifting the bowl to her lips and drinking heartily. In mere moments, the bowl was emptied. Even the remnants clinging to the rim were licked clean. The young waiter stood by, transfixed, forgetting to present the tray in his hands. Hunyu lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with impatience. It was only then that the waiter snapped back to reality, hurriedly turning to fetch more. Who could have anticipated that his speed in serving soup would be outpaced by the small girl's eagerness to drink it? The shopkeeper, bent over the counter tallying accounts, caught a glimpse of Hunyu finishing a bowl in just a few bites. He then fixated on the waiter's tray, immediately setting aside his abacus. He called out to the young man, What are you dawdling for? Can't you see the little girl hasn't tea had her fill? Hurry back and serve more. He then leaned toward Li Zio, smiling warmly, his tone effusive. Rest assured, esteemed Daoist, your generous payment guarantees ample fish soup for our young patrons. I assure you, your child shall dine contentedly. Prompted by the shopkeeper, the waiter responded quickly, yes. I'll be right there. He dashed toward the kitchen with an empty bowl, his steps noticeably quicker than before. Hunyo remained seated, her small hands clutching the empty bowl. Her eyes were fixed eagerly on the kitchen's direction, softly murmuring, Master. The fish soup is so fresh. Li Zio noticed a small smear of soup at the corner of her mouth and smiled as he took out a cloth to wipe it away. He then nudged the bowl that had just been served to him closer to her, saying, Take your time. There's no one competing with you. If it's not enough, we can ask the shopkeeper for more. Hunyo's eyes sparkled with delight as she immediately accepted the bowl. This time, she didn't rush to gulp it down, but instead, she used her chopsticks to pick at the bread in the bowl, savoring it in small bites. Occasionally sipping some soup, her little face radiated satisfaction. The shopkeeper, observing this scene from behind the counter, couldn't help but comment to the young clerk beside him. This little girl may appear slender, yet her appetite surpasses that of men accustomed to hard labor. If it weren't for this Daoist's affection for children and his financial means, she might truly struggle to be well fed. The clerk nodded in agreement, poised to respond. When the waiter reemerged with 4 bowls of fish soup, hastily making his way to their table, the number of trips he had made was becoming a blur. Yet the stack of empty bowls before Hunyo had already grown quite high. After a while, Hunyo patted her round little belly, letting out a soft burp, and looked up at Li Zio, declaring, Master, Hunyo is full. Li Zio beamed at her contented demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. Before waving to the young waiter who was preparing to return to the kitchen, No need for more. Thank you. The waiter promptly acknowledged, halting his steps and retreating to the side. Just as the master and disciple were about to rise, a strong waft of alcohol filled the air. Suddenly, an elderly man in a green robe burst in, his disheveled hair sticking to his forehead, his robe dusted with debris. Though his steps were somewhat unsteady and his cheeks flushed with drink, there was an undeniable clarity in his eyes, sparkling with an intensity that seemed almost luminous. Fixated on Li Zio and his disciple, clutching an empty wine jug tightly, his knuckles turned white, and his chest heaved with barely contained excitement. Before anyone in the establishment could react, he strode directly toward their table, muttering anxiously to himself, I've found it. Finally found it. He abruptly halted as he approached the table. Though still slightly inebriated and swaying, his gaze was fixed intently on Li Zio, brimming with urgency as he inquired, Is the deer outside yours, young Daoist? Li Zio exchanged a glance with Hunyo, both astonished that an ordinary meal could lead to such an unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, Indeed, it belongs to me, but... Before he could finish his sentence, the elder hastily approached his side, his eyes boring into him as he pressed, Where did you acquire the flag that is affixed to the deer? Li Zio's expression softened, and he quickly deduced that this man was likely drawn here by the East Wanderer, either seeking a cure or perhaps he was an acquaintance. He wasted no time in responding directly. It was given to me by someone else. The elder immediately shouted, No, you lie. He would never entrust such a thing to another, unless... His gaze was piercing as it remained locked on Li Zio, causing even Hunyo, who had been feeling content after a satisfying meal, to shrink back behind her master. With a sigh, Li Zio nodded, poised to say something further when the elder suddenly erupted, Impossible, impossible, how can this be? He then turned and ran off in a frenzy. Chapter 103. The northern rogue physician Hunyo tugged at her master's sleeve and remarked, Master, that old gentleman seems rather peculiar. Do you know him? Li Zio rose to his feet and took Hunyo's small hand, saying, He is likely an acquaintance of my elder. Come, let us follow him and see. Hunyo nodded obediently, having been startled by that peculiar gaze earlier, but now recovering her composure. Despite the old man's seemingly inebriated demeanor, he moved with surprising agility. Just as the master and disciple chased after him, he had already vanished from sight. This old man was none other than Gu Beishir, the northern rogue physician, renowned alongside the eastern wanderer physician. Tales circulated in the martial world about his enigmatic ways and the bewildering rule he had established. Anyone he saved must, in turn, take a life as designated by him. The victim could be a villain, a virtuous individual, an adult, or even a child, thus earning him the notorious title of the northern rogue physician. Yet, few knew that deep within, Gu Beishir was a man of profound loyalty and sentiment. Throughout his solitary life, he had scarcely a confidant, but the eastern wanderer physician was one of the few exceptions. Years ago, upon hearing of the eastern wanderer physician's sudden disappearance, Gu Baishi had followed the trail he had left behind, searching tirelessly for many years. Today, he finally uncovered a remnant of the Eastern Wanderer physician, only to discover that the man had long departed from this world. Gu Baishi approached a tattered corner of the city wall by the riverside, where he found a child of perhaps a dozen years, pale-lipped and convulsing, clearly gravely ill. He kicked the boy lightly and inquired, "Boy, are you still alive?" The youth, suppressing his pain, crawled out from the underbrush, filled with awe, and exclaimed, "Old sir, did you not leave? Huh, it seems you are destined to survive." Gu Baishi chuckled. "I had thought you too fragile to fulfill my edict. However, I can save you now, but you must take a life for me." Upon hearing the old man's willingness to rescue him, the boy's face brightened. Yet upon the request to take a life, hesitation clouded his expression. This. The youth clenched his fists, his gums tight with tension. After all, he was still a child. How could he be expected to commit murder? "Are you not searching for your father? Did you not promise to seek him by the sea once you recovered?" The old man's words provoked a swell of emotion in the boy's eyes. Finally, gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, "I am willing." "Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you." In an instant, a formidable aura emanated from Gu Baishi, causing the surrounding foliage to tremble slightly. The stench of alcohol evaporated as he shed his earlier drunken appearance, now embodying the essence of a judge who holds the reins of life and death. With deftness, he began to unfasten the boy's garments, channeling his vital energy to dispel the chill that enveloped the youth. The once trembling body gradually regained its color, losing the pallor that had previously marked it. At that moment, the old man produced a dagger and took a swig from his flask, subsequently spitting the liquor onto the blade. He began to work the knife upon the boy's shoulder, meticulously extracting the festering flesh piece by piece. The boy, gritting his teeth against the pain, remained silent. "Do not hold back. Let your cries of pain be heard." The old man, observing the boy's stoicism, felt a twinge of surprise. Despite the boy's frail appearance, he exhibited remarkable fortitude, capable of enduring such excruciating agony. "You mentioned wanting to venture into the sea to rescue your father, did you not? How is it that he finds himself in the depths? Pray, share this tale with me to alleviate my boredom." The boy nodded, suppressing his discomfort as he began to recount, "My father and I are fishermen from a small northern kingdom." As he spoke, he became momentarily distracted, seemingly oblivious to the pain coursing through his body. The old man nodded in acknowledgement, urging the boy to continue. "On one of our fishing trips, everything proceeded as usual until calamity struck. Our vessel was shattered, and both my father and I were cast into the sea. Sir, you cannot fathom what I witnessed. I beheld celestial beings, two immortals engaged in combat amid the waves, commanding the winds and rains, even freezing the ocean itself." Hearing this, Gu Baishi paused momentarily, but quickly resumed his usual demeanor, scoffing, "Nonsense. I suspect your mind has been muddled by the sea. What manner of immortals could possibly exist?" The boy grew increasingly fervent, grasping the old man's hand as he implored, "This is no folly. I truly encountered them. A man clad in golden armor with a blue fish tail, and a fairy possessing a radiant, multicolored tail. It was she who cast me back onto the deck, saving my life and allowing me to drift to this place." Fearing the old man's disbelief, he hastily added, "Look at these wounds. They are the marks left by those celestial beings. If they possessed such powers, how could I have been left in this frozen state?" The old man shook his head, replying, "Perhaps you merely imagined such visions during your unconsciousness. Those injuries may well be the result of some creature lurking in the depths." With a knowing look, the old man cautioned, "Do not take these notions too seriously. Keep them to yourself in the future." After contemplating for a moment, he interjected, "Never mind. You are but a child with no true experiences to speak of. It is all mere folly. Allow me to share my own tales instead. Listen well, for I am one of the most renowned 4 divine healers in the realm." He paused, a hint of sorrow crossing his features as he continued, "Alas, now there are but 3 of us. Who knows what the future holds?" He then chuckled, adding mockingly, "A mere child, yet to fully mature. A man whose mind is solely occupied with concocting poisons dares to stand alongside me. A revered healer." He mused to himself, "Why bother sharing these thoughts with you? It was 30 years ago when I was but a youth, assisting my father. At that time, my father served as a military physician. During a fierce war between 2 nations, a valiant general fell victim to a poisoned arrow. My father was unable to save him and was publicly executed as a consequence. That general, with a heart as cruel as poison, sought to eliminate any potential threats to his power. At that juncture, I had already attained a degree of proficiency in medicine, though I refrained from showcasing my talents to avoid overshadowing my father's brilliance. Later, in a desperate bid to save my family, I consented to heal the general's wounds. Yet, in my youthful naivety, I believed that restoring him to health would secure my family's safety. How could he allow me, the one who had unwittingly avenged my father, to depart unscathed? He made several attempts on my life. Eventually, I encountered an esteemed elder, a master in both martial arts and medicine, who rescued my youthful self without reservation, imparting his vast knowledge to me and a dear friend. However, even the unparalleled healer could not evade his own demise, succumbing to a dreadful illness before my very eyes. From that day forth, I grasped a profound truth. Life and death are decreed by fate. To forcefully intervene in the cycle of life is to defy the heavens, ultimately bringing harm to oneself and others. Consequently, I established a rule: should one desire my assistance, they must first take a life. At this point, the elder had skillfully excised the decayed flesh from the youth and bandaged the wound. He placed a dagger into the youth's hand, holding it tightly as he said, "Since you have promised me, let us embark on this final journey together." Before the youth could comprehend the gravity of the situation, the elder, still grasping the youth's hand, plunged the dagger into his own throat. The youth hastily withdrew the dagger, but it clattered to the ground. The elder had already breathed his last. Chapter 104. Altering the journey. The sound of footsteps, accompanied by the rustling of grass, approached from a distance. The young boy hastily looked up and beheld a Daoist priest, hand in hand with a young acolyte, standing not far away. Their gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Gu Beishir on the ground. The priestess' brow furrowed slightly, as if pondering something profound. He quickly rose to his feet, flailing his arms in a state of panic, exclaiming, "No, it was not I who did this. He saved me, it was." His voice trembled, thick with emotion. Just as he was about to continue his explanation, he was gently interrupted by Li Zio, who said, "There is no need for explanations. We have all witnessed the events unfold. You are not to blame, it was his own choice." Hunyang had been frightened by the old man's gaze earlier, and at this moment, seeing the priest's demeanor, fear surged anew within her. She quickly hid behind her master, cautiously peeking out with a timid expression. Li Zio knelt to comfort Hunyang, saying, "Hunyang, this venerable gentleman is a dear friend of our master. Be a good girl and wait here with this brother while I ensure he is laid to rest." Hunyang nodded obediently. The boy listened intently to this exchange. When Li Zio moved to lift the old man, he did not intervene. Besides, he had just undergone a grueling treatment, rendering him too weak to act, and thus remained in place. Li Zio carried the old man to the other side of the crumbling city wall, seeking a suitable spot. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his spiritual power, swiftly excavating a grave for the old man. He gently placed the old man into the pit, filled it with earth, and a small mound emerged at the surface. He then cut a piece of wood from a nearby tree and meticulously carved the 7 characters, "Grave of the Divine Dr. Gu Beishir." At this moment, Li Zio's emotions were intricately woven. He had long heard of the infamous North Evil Doctor, known throughout the realm. Yet, the old man's actions left him unable to form a definitive judgment. The tale recounted by the elder resonated within him, allowing him to see the man for who he truly was. However, one thing was abundantly clear to Li Zio. The relationship between this North Evil Doctor and the East Wandering Doctor was indeed remarkable. Otherwise, he would not have spent so many years tracing the latter's whereabouts. Upon learning of the East Wandering Doctor's demise, thoughts of despair had crossed his mind. Although he and the East Wandering Doctor had never formalized a master-student relationship, most of the latter's teachings had been imparted to Li Zio. It was for this reason that he felt compelled to personally lay the elder to rest. Upon Li Zio's return, the boy hastily attempted to rise, only to be stopped by Li Zio, who said, "You should not rise just yet. Remain lying down." The boy sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Taoist priest." Li Zio waved his hand dismissively, replying, "There is no need for such thanks. I heard everything you spoke earlier. You still wish to venture out to sea?" The boy nodded with unwavering determination, saying, "I was caught in a maritime disaster while out to sea with my father. I was swept into the ocean, and my father remains unaccounted for." Li Zio suddenly inquired, "Do you know why the old gentleman prevented you from continuing your tale about the immortals?" The boy shook his head and muttered, "Perhaps it is because he truly does not believe." Li Zio paused momentarily and remarked, "Perhaps he believed it, or perhaps he did not. However, you have just drifted ashore from the sea, and you may not yet have a profound understanding of the matters here." Following this, Li Zio casually engaged the young man in conversation about recent events. Upon hearing that his master was about to share a story, Hunyu hurriedly approached, settling beside his master's leg to listen intently. Once the tale was concluded, the young man broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that if he were to speak carelessly and be overheard by those with ill intentions, it could indeed lead to calamity. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Li Ziyo, saying, "Thank you, Daoist. I am deeply grateful for your warning." This time, Li Ziyo did not deter him. Instead, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his robe and handed it to him, stating, "They say it takes 100 days to heal from injuries to muscles and bones. If your wounds were to heal naturally, it would take at least several months. However, this medicine will expedite the regeneration of your flesh, allowing you to reunite with your father sooner." When Xiaoye received the vial, he initially dismissed it. Having recently endured the excruciating pain of flesh being cut and bone being scraped, he felt that even the best medicine would require time to take effect. Yet, as his fingers brushed against the chilled porcelain, and he uncorked the vial, a fragrance emerged, a refreshing aroma of herbs mingled with a subtle bitterness. It was not overpowering. Rather, it was soothing. He tentatively poured out a pill. The round, light brown pill shimmered faintly, warm to the touch. Without hesitation, Xiaoye tilted his head back and swallowed it. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved, transforming into a warm current that flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Initially, he felt nothing extraordinary. However, after a brief moment, a tingling sensation emerged in the shoulder from which the decayed flesh had been excised. It was not the irritating itch of healing wounds, but rather akin to countless tender shoots emerging just beneath the skin, accompanied by a gentle warmth. Xiaoye gasped in astonishment, instinctively raising his hand to touch it, only to be restrained by Li Ziyo, who cautioned, "Do not rush, endure it for a while." He had no choice but to suppress his curiosity and fix his gaze intently on his shoulder. To his amazement, the previously exposed raw flesh, wrapped in cloth, was being gently pushed upward by a delicate pink hue, as though something was rapidly growing beneath. Moments later, unable to contain himself, he carefully pulled away the cloth, and the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. The once festering area was now covered in a layer of tender new flesh, rosy and unmarred by scars. The pallor of his skin, which had been a result of blood loss, gradually transformed into a healthy, vibrant hue. Not only his shoulder, but the tension and soreness throughout his body began to dissipate as well. The body that had previously struggled to sit up now found it effortless to rise upright, and his breathing became significantly more comfortable. Xiaoye pressed his hand against the new flesh. It bore no pain and felt entirely normal. He opened his mouth, and after a prolonged moment, he finally regained his voice, trembling with disbelief as he looked at Li Ziyo, exclaiming, "Daoist, this medicine is truly miraculous. My injuries." Li Ziyo observed the astonished expression on his face. A faint smile graced her face as she nodded, saying, "The medicine is effective. Your health is no longer in jeopardy. You may rest assured to seek out your father." However, at that moment, the young boy sprang to his feet and, with utmost reverence, bowed deeply before Li Ziyo. In no time, he struck his forehead against the ground, drawing blood. Li Ziyo furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" The boy, aware that even with his injuries healed, he had no assurance of finding his father amidst the vast ocean, felt a sense of despair. He had previously underestimated the Daoist's capabilities. He implored, "I beseech you, Daoist, to accompany me to sea. In this lifetime, even if I must toil like a beast, I shall repay your kindness." The suddenness of this turn of events left both master and disciple momentarily stunned. Xianxia, feeling pity for the boy, tugged at Li Ziyo's sleeve and whispered, "Master, he is truly unfortunate. Should we not assist him in locating his father?" Li Ziyo smiled and asked, "Xianxia, do you not wish to return to Xiaoyukin to see Grandpa Village Chief soon?" "Indeed, Master. Let us hasten to help him find his father, and then we shall return to Xiaoyukin, shall we?" Li Ziyo nodded. "Very well, as you wish." He then turned his gaze toward the young boy and said, "Rise. Yet, you must understand, the vastness of the ocean makes it challenging, even for me, to swiftly locate your father. I can accompany you on your journey, but there is no need for such extreme measures of devotion, considering the old gentleman's sake." The boy quickly got to his feet and bowed deeply to Li Ziyo, exclaiming, "Thank you, Daoist." Chapter 105 Preparation for Setting Sail. The spirit vessel this voyage into the sea was entirely different from the last. Previously, the master and disciple had embarked merely for leisure. However, this time, they might drift upon the waters for an extended period, necessitating Li Ziyo to make thorough preparations. He first handed a bag of silver coins to Xiaoye, instructing Xianxia to accompany him to the nearby market or general store to procure some essential supplies. Upon hearing they would visit the market, Xianxia was filled with excitement and eagerly pulled Xiaoye along. Once they departed, Li Ziyo busied himself with his own tasks. The reason for sending Xiaoye away was that he intended to construct a vessel unlike any other. Rather than merely a boat, He aimed to create a spirit vessel. The selection of wood was crucial for this endeavor. He entered his small world and chose several sturdy spirit fruit trees. Using his peachwood sword, he severed the trees and extracted them. Following his vision, he began the crafting process. Li Ziyo first divided the trunks of the spirit fruit trees into 3 segments. He then used the peachwood sword to shave off the rough outer layers, leaving only the inner core, which glimmered with a pale yellow sheen. This wood was of exceptionally high density, making it the ideal medium for the formation of arrays. Crouching on the ground, he took out a block of ink and dipped it in water, meticulously sketching the patterns on the wood. First, he etched the gathering spirit array on both sides of the longest segment of the hull, reserving a circular recess for the array eye. Then, he inscribed the guiding spirit array onto the 2 side planks, with the patterns branching like tributaries connecting to the hull's array. Finally, he added the stabilizing array to the bottom of the vessel. The 3 arrays needed to interconnect seamlessly to enable the spirit vessel to navigate through this world devoid of spiritual energy. After completing the arrays, he retrieved the 5-colored orb previously used for testing. He embedded it into the recess of the array eye and filled the gaps with the resin from the spirit fruit tree. The 5-colored orb could temporarily store spiritual energy, serving as a relay station for the formation. However, upon finishing these tasks, he furrowed his brow. Without a continuous influx of spiritual energy, even the finest array would remain inert. The pine tree he had left behind in the courtyard of the Cloud Guest Inn was the most suitable source. Yet, he had already abandoned it, primarily because both Shuya and Qian Debo would require spiritual energy in the future. This predicament left him in a quandary. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Sanhua, who was lounging nearby, sparking a moment of inspiration. Although Sanhua had yet to cultivate, it had already accumulated a fair amount of spiritual energy through the nourishment of those spirit fruits, albeit wasted due to the lack of a cultivation method. Now, it could serve a purpose. Why not use it as the source of spirit energy for the vessel? Upon noticing the peculiar expression on Li Ziyo's face, Sanhua became alert. Despite not having formally cultivated, it possessed the intelligence of a 3 to 4-year-old child. Among the deer in this world, it was the most astute, surpassing even the mounts of masters from the Medicine King Valley. The distinction between the celestial and the mundane was evident, making it reasonable to apply this concept to Sanhua. Consequently, he reconfigured the vessel's structure, leaving a wooden frame measuring 3 feet square at the center of the hull. The interior was lined with 2 layers of soft, dry grass gathered from within the house, intended for Sanhua's nest, who had always relished the texture of this grass. A generous heap of spirit fruits, favored by Sanhua, was piled beside it. This arrangement ensured that Sanhua would be comfortable and have access to the fruits, thus preventing hunger. Next, he meticulously engraved 4 additional spirit-conducting patterns around the wooden frame of the vessel, one end connecting to the frame, while the other linked to the focal point of the spirit-gathering array. Consequently, when Sanhua lay inside basking in the sun, the spiritual energy would flow gently along the patterns into the array. Unbeknownst to Sanhua, who remained blissfully unaware of Li Ziyo's intentions, he felt only the gentle warmth of the gaze directed at him, completely oblivious to the fact that this wooden frame was crafted specifically for him. Should he discover this in the future, he might very well grumble to himself about the man's wickedness. Finally, he joined 3 wooden segments together, securely binding them with spirit vines. He then dripped several drops of juice extracted from the spirit fruit seeds into the patterns of each array, activating the array's responsive capabilities. After completing this task, he stood up, brushing off the wood shavings from his hands, and gazed at the nascent form of the spirit vessel before him. He then looked at Sanhua, contemplating that once it approached, the spirit vessel would truly come to life. Li Ziyo bent down to inspect the spirit-conducting patterns of the wooden frame, then circled the nascent spirit vessel twice. Gathering a faint trace of spiritual energy from the spirit fruit, he gently tapped it onto the main pattern of the vessel's spirit-gathering array. The energy coursed along the patterns, and the previously stationary multicolored sphere suddenly emanated a soft glow. The patterns of the 3 arrays seemed to come alive, subtly swirling upon the wooden surface. He fetched several more segments of spirit vine, meticulously wrapping the gaps of the vessel, and then applied a layer of resin from the spirit fruit tree. As the resin solidified into a translucent membrane, the form of the spirit vessel was entirely set. The final step involved adjusting the size of the vessel. Stepping back 2 paces, he circulated his spiritual energy and began the modification. A faint green aura enveloped the spirit vessel, causing it to expand at a visible rate. The wooden body stretched from over 10 feet in length to nearly 30 feet, with the sides rising from waist height to over twice that. The stability patterns on the bottom became increasingly distinct, resembling azure cloud patterns etched into the hull. In less than half a stick of incense, a colossal spirit vessel appeared at the water's edge. The main body was a pale yellow hue, derived from the core wood of the spirit fruit tree, with the array patterns shimmering with a verdant glow. The wooden frame in the center was cushioned with soft dry grass, and the sweet aroma of the red-patterned spirit fruit paste lingered in the air. Unlike the wooden fishing boats typical of this world, this spirit vessel appeared markedly out of place, devoid of the customary sails and oars. Its surface was impeccably smooth, without a trace of seams. The array patterns danced in the sunlight, flickering as if alive. The vessel was thrice the size of an old fisherman's boat, approximately 30 feet wide and nearly 100 feet long, with a flat and spacious deck. It could easily accommodate over 100 people, and even if laden with provisions and goods, there would be ample capacity. Curiously, as it rested serenely upon the surface of the sea, the vessel's hull remained entirely buoyant, as though cradled by an invisible force, with the waves flowing gracefully around it. In this realm inhabited solely by warriors, a ship that could navigate without human labor or reliance on the wind, powered solely by spiritual energy, had materialized out of thin air. It exuded an incongruous aura, starkly contrasting with the surrounding fishing boats. Lizio leaped onto the deck and gently tapped the hull with his toes. The spiritual vessel swayed slightly, its array of intricate patterns glowing more brightly. He turned to glance toward the shore, where Xianxia was peering curiously in this direction, her doe-like eyes sparkling with intrigue at the sudden appearance of this grand wooden creation. Lizio waved with a smile, calling out, "Xianxia, come and try out your new abode." After a moment's hesitation, Xianxia stepped aboard the spiritual vessel. Upon entering the central wooden frame, she comfortably nestled down. The texture of the hay elicited a soft, contented hum from her. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently become the spiritual source of the first spiritual vessel in this world. The familiar scent of the hay within the frame eased her previous vigilance, allowing her to curl up peacefully. Chapter 106 Departure. Hui and Xiaoyer had purchased an abundance of items, each carrying an assortment of bags, their steps light and buoyant as they approached. Upon arrival, Hui's gaze was immediately captured by a strikingly beautiful large ship moored at the shore. Instinctively halting, she curiously scanned the vessel, but finding nothing of interest, she dismissed it from her mind. "Where's Master?" she suddenly realized, noticing the absence of her master and Xianxia. With wide, inquisitive eyes, she looked around in confusion. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from the ship, "What are you staring at? Come aboard." Hearing the voice, Hui's face brightened instantly, and she shouted, "It's Master." Of course, who else could it be? Without hesitation, Hui raised her bags and prepared to board the ship. However, as she looked around, she could not find a way up. Suddenly, the sound of turning wheels echoed from the ship, and a wooden ladder gradually descended from the side, landing securely on the shore. Spotting the ladder, Hui's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly quickened her pace towards it, her bags raised high above her head, her arms steady and unwavering. Despite the size of the bags, Hui possessed considerable strength. Xiaoyer, carrying 2 large bags of their purchases, lagged slightly behind. Filled with both curiosity and trepidation, his fingertips turning pale. Having grown up fishing on dilapidated little boats with his father, he had never been so close to such a luxurious ship, causing his breath to become shallower. Hui placed her bags down carelessly with a thud, irrespective of the possibility of dropping them, and her short legs propelled her forward. She darted around, her eyes wide with wonder, before running up to her master. Tugging at his sleeve, she exclaimed, "Master, this grand ship is simply magnificent. Where did you find it? Please tell me." Her voice was bright and urgent, brimming with uncontainable curiosity. Lizio smiled mysteriously, playfully ruffling her nose. With a casual flourish, he replied, "Of course, it was conjured by your master." "Conjured?" Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Grabbing her master's sleeve, she bounced eagerly on her feet, exclaiming, "Master, I want to learn too." "You, always wanting more," he chuckled. "All right, I'll teach you, but first, you must master the transformation technique." Upon hearing this, Hui's head drooped, and her lips pursed. Yet, in less than 2 seconds, she suddenly clenched her small fists, her eyes gleaming with determination as she declared, "Don't worry, Master. I'll eat a bit less and practice more over the next few days." Her words elicited hearty laughter from Lizio. It was rare to hear Hui express such resolve, and it was clear she was truly eager to learn. Lizio cast a glance at the anxious little fish beside him and said, "Relax a bit, before we find your father. We shall be aboard this vessel for some time. If you remain so tense, we might just miss him in a moment of distraction, and our efforts would be in vain." Upon hearing this, the little fish quickly nodded, her body easing up considerably. Yet her curiosity remained unabated. Where did the Taoist acquire this boat? Could it be that he possesses remarkable powers? The more she pondered, the more delight she felt, secretly rejoicing. If that is the case, my chances of finding my father must surely increase. On the shore, a throng of fishermen had gathered, peering curiously at the boat and murmuring among themselves. Hey, when did that ship arrive? I didn't see it when I cast my net this morning. Indeed, that vessel looks quite grand. When has such an opulent ship ever graced our waters? Could it have drifted in from the open sea? Yet I didn't notice any storms or winds. How could it have appeared so suddenly? I see there are people on board. That young girl just hopped aboard. What do you think? Where did this ship come from? Who knows? I've never seen such a vessel before. Could it be that some prominent figure has come to our shores? The crowd jostled closer, their eyes fixated on the grand ship, their chatter filled with curiosity. Not far off, another boat capable of carrying over 20 people was docked, its mast adorned with a large brown flag emblazoned with the character Zhou. When the wind swept by, a glimpse of a white skull was briefly visible beneath the fabric before it vanished. At the bow, two men sat. One, a bearded fellow with a covered left eye, twirled a short dagger with his fingertips and nodded towards Li Ziyou's ship. That vessel seems suspicious. You should investigate. Beside him sat a rotund man clad in a red silk robe embroidered with a black Fu character, gripping a teacup tightly. He wiped the sweat from his brow and replied hurriedly, Yes, I will go at once. Let's not make any mistakes. The bearded man's voice lowered. Our livelihood in these waters must not be disrupted by outsiders. Find out their origins and return to me promptly. The rotund man nodded repeatedly, casting a timid glance at the skull flag before disembarking. Leading a few men towards the shore, the rotund man moved with a leisurely gait. A smile plastered on his face. Upon seeing him, the nearby fisherman murmured, It's Mr. Zhou. He is a good man, providing many jobs for the young and able-bodied in the area, sending home silver every year. Indeed, he is generous and treats us common folk well. What a pity that the old man is too aged. Otherwise, I would certainly earn some silver for my family. They spoke as they parted ways, clearing a path for him. As the rotund man approached the side of the ship, he looked up at Li Ziyou and clasped his hands in greeting, his tone warm. This Taoist seems unfamiliar. May I inquire how long you intend to stay here? Should you require the assistance of a local, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall make the necessary arrangements. After a brief pause, he feigned casual curiosity and inquired, This vessel is quite impressive. Might I ask from whence it hails? Li Ziyou cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. After a moment of silence, he responded with a hint of impatience. Where it comes from is of no concern to you. Refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts. At that single glance, the rotund man felt an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over him. His legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. A companion quickly reached out to steady him, barely allowing him to regain his composure. His complexion drained of color. The jovial demeanor he had previously exhibited vanished entirely. Panic surged within him as he stumbled backward, his steps unsteady and uncertain, filled with trepidation and the sensation of narrowly escaping calamity. The Taoist before him was far more formidable than that one-eyed ruffian. He hastily sought the support of his companion to depart. Nearby fishermen observed in bewilderment, unsure how the previously composed Mr. Zhou had so suddenly transformed into this wretched state. Just then, the grand ship began to move, slowly departing. The wind carried the sounds from the vessel, faintly reaching the shore. Among the murmurs, a youthful girl's voice rang out, bright and clear. The sea awaits. Here comes Tiger Girl. Let us set sail. Chapter 107. A person drifting on the sea for over half a month. The spirit vessel has been navigating the vast expanse of the ocean, guided solely by the memories of the little fish. The sea stretches endlessly, a boundless horizon that can easily disorient an ordinary person. Li Ziyou, donning sunglasses, reclines in a wicker chair on the deck, a parasol filtering the fragmented sunlight above. His fingers delicately grip a spiritual fishing rod, the line dangling over the shimmering surface of the water. Rather than focusing intently on the bobber, he gazes with half-closed eyes, allowing a wisp of pale azure spiritual energy to emanate from his palm, entwining itself around the helm, effortlessly stabilizing the vessel's course. Occasionally, a salty breeze sweeps by, prompting him to adjust his sunglasses, his expression remaining impassive as he surveys the agitated little fish at the bow. The fishing rod remains motionless, not so much an instrument for catching fish, but rather a means to savor the leisurely moments upon the sea. Before embarking on this journey, he had resolved to intervene minimally in the process of searching. Some paths must ultimately be traversed by the little fish alone, for it would be unwise to simply bestow upon him an advantage. His role is merely to provide a convenient stepping stone. After all, allowing the youth to drift aimlessly on a raft or a small boat could easily lead him to become prey for the great fish of the deep. In these past few days, Tiger Girl has been quite occupied. Li Zio, well aware of her disposition, chooses not to interfere. Naturally energetic, she finds it impossible to remain still while playing. At dawn, as the first light breaks, she rushes to the ship's edge with a handful of dried fish. Waving vigorously at the circling seagulls, her voice chirping and bright enough to startle the waves. When a seagull inadvertently nips at her hand while feeding, she merely laughs and jumps with delight, oblivious to the half-piece of fish that slips from her grasp. By afternoon, her impatience surges. With a swift kick, she plunges into the sea, chasing a school of ribbonfish into the depths. Suddenly, she clambers onto the back of a sea turtle, swinging her legs and directing it to swim forward. On one occasion, when several large sharks approached, she did not wait for them to react. Instead, she clenched her fists and charged at the leading shark, delivering a forceful blow to its dorsal fin. The sheer audacity of her actions startled the shark into retreat. In the end, she boldly commanded the shark to carry her across the surface of the water, while the remaining sharks obediently followed behind as her entourage. Now, every morning, she clamors for a ride on the shark, her laughter ringing like silver bells, blending harmoniously with the sound of the waves. Having entirely forgotten about returning to the small fishing village to seek out the village elder, she feels that there is much more joy to be found in the vast ocean. Amidst all this, only the little fish remains restless, anxiously shifting in place. Li Zio has crafted a telescopic viewer from several bamboo tubes, allowing him to see far and wide, though the images become somewhat blurred the further it extends. Day after day, he sits at the bow of the spirit vessel, his knuckles whitening from gripping the viewer tightly. His spine remains straight, as his gaze transcends from dawn until dusk, repeatedly scanning the endless sea through the lens, yet failing to catch even a glimpse of land or another vessel. Occasionally, the sea breeze stirs the spray, causing the lens to shimmer. He mistakenly believed he had glimpsed an island in the distance, hastily wiping the lens with his sleeve. Yet, upon further inspection, he was met with the endless expanse of blue. The flicker of hope that had ignited in his eyes swiftly extinguished, leaving his shoulders to sag slightly. A restless anxiety lurked within him. His father had been missing for so long. Could something have happened? Just as this thought surfaced, he clenched his fists tightly, extending the telescope to its maximum length, whispering encouragement to himself. Father must be waiting for me. If I keep searching, I will surely find him. As night fell, he refused to return to the cabin, choosing instead to sit at the bow, gazing at the moonlit sea. Even mealtime was a mere formality. He absent-mindedly picked at his food, his chopsticks poking at the dried fish in the bowl. His mind was consumed with images of his father. After dinner, he continued to lean over the bow, forcing himself to stay awake, his eyes fixed on the distant sea, fearful of missing a moment that could lead him to his father. During this time, Xianxia enjoyed a life of comfort. Previously, following along, he had to bear the burden of his two masters. Now aboard the spiritual vessel, his circumstances had vastly improved. This ship was unlike Uncle Yu's, that one swayed precariously, while this spiritual vessel felt as steady as solid ground, with not a tremor in sight. Each day brought a bounty of spiritual fruits, and without realizing it, Xianxia felt himself growing plumper. After meals, he would bask in the sea breeze and sunlight, feeling utterly content. Sanhua's mind had become sharper, possessing the intellect of a 3- or 4-year-old child, capable of understanding things around him. Although this vessel operated on Sanhua's own spiritual energy, the presence of the 5-colored orb meant he need not remain aboard constantly. When boredom struck, he could venture out for a breath of fresh air. At times, he would lie by Li Zio, watching him fish. At others, he would join Xianxia, gazing into the distance as if helping to search for his father. As night deepened, the shadows on the deck gradually faded, leaving only the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the hull. Li Zio put away his fishing rod and leaned his sunshade against the wicker chair, turning to retreat to the cabin he had prepared for himself. Upon entering, he shed his wind-kissed outer garment and settled onto the tatami mat at the center of the room, legs crossed and eyes gently closing. Meanwhile, Huniu stifled a great yawn, rubbing her eyes as she stumbled into her little room. Having chased fish for much of the day and employing the spirit wrapping technique underwater for quite some time, her eyelids felt heavy as lead. The moment she touched the soft, plush bedding, she rolled over, mumbling about how she would have the little shark carry her to see the coral the next day. In the blink of an eye, her breathing steadied, her small chest rising and falling gently as she fell into a deep, sweet slumber. At the bow, only Xiaoyer and Sanhua remained. As night deepened and the sea breeze turned cooler, Xiaoyer gradually loosened her grip on the telescope, her upper eyelids feeling as though they were weighed down. Slowly, they drooped lower and lower, ultimately succumbing to the pull of slumber. With a gentle nod of his head, he succumbed to the coolness at the bow of the boat and unknowingly drifted into slumber. The telescope in his hand rolled with a soft thud, slipping from his palm onto the deck, where it spun twice before coming to rest. Xianxia lay quietly beside him, her round eyes blinking as she observed the young boy sleeping soundly. Her tail swept lightly across the deck, making not a whisper. Though she possessed the intellect of a mere 3-year-old, she discerned the tribulations the boy had endured in recent days. Now that he had finally closed his eyes, Xianxia slowly propped herself up, gently nudging the boy's arm with her head, as if to assure herself of his peaceful slumber. She then quietly withdrew, resuming her place beside him, no longer indulging in the languor of daytime, but instead alert, her ears perked, occasionally glancing toward the vast expanse of the night sea, paying close attention to the delicate sounds of the waves stirred by the sea breeze. Hours passed, and the night remained thick and heavy. Yet the surface of the sea appeared shrouded in a thin veil. Suddenly, Sanhua's ears twitched, and her round eyes fixated on a distant shadow upon the water. What had been half-closed eyes now widened in surprise. At the horizon's edge, a minuscule silhouette emerged, faintly discernible beneath the moonlight. In an instant, she stood upright, her tail now agitated, anxiously nudging the boy's arm with her head. When he did not awaken, she emitted a series of low, urgent sounds. The boy, not sleeping soundly, was stirred by Sanhua's nudge. Groggily, he opened his eyes, still clouded with the remnants of slumber, and rubbed them, pondering why the usually docile deer was suddenly in a state of commotion. Yet as he followed Sanhua's intense gaze, he swept his eyes across the surface of the sea, and in that fleeting moment, the minuscule shadow was illuminated by the moonlight. He sat up abruptly, the previous drowsiness evaporating instantly, even his breath momentarily caught. Hastily, he picked up the telescope from the ground, extending it to its fullest to scrutinize, and his heart surged with delight as he realized that the figure floating on the water was none other than a person. Chapter 108. The Mermaid and Amnesia. Upon hearing the commotion from Sanhua, Li Zio, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and made his way outside. Spotting him, Xiaoya eagerly pointed toward the distance and exclaimed, "Daoist, it seems there is someone floating over there." Li Zio followed the direction of his finger and, with a mere glance, was struck by a peculiar expression. Internally, he mused, these two are entwined by a fateful red thread. Could they be destined lovers? It appears that I am not the central figure in this unfolding narrative. Perhaps it is best not to meddle indiscriminately. Moreover, the disparity in their identities suggests that haste would be unwise. Very well, I shall adopt the role of an observer and witness how their story unfolds. Regaining his composure, Li Zio nodded gently at the anxious Xiaoya and spoke in a tranquil tone. Indeed, let us proceed to investigate. With that, he subtly summoned the spiritual vessel, guiding it smoothly toward the indicated direction. At that moment, Xiaoya's grip tightened with palpable tension. He was torn between hoping that the figure was his father and wishing it was not. He had been vigilant for any nearby deserted islands, wishing that if his father were stranded, the chances of survival would be greater. Yet, should this figure be submerged in the water for so long, it was likely that life had already fled. Such conflicting thoughts churned within him, leaving his emotions in turmoil. As the spiritual vessel drew closer, the figure's headpiece became visible, revealing a distinctly feminine adornment. Xiaoya let out a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that it was not his father, though a faint flicker of disappointment brushed against his heart. Quickly regaining his composure, he turned to Li Zio and said, "Daoist, please halt for a moment. I shall dive in and retrieve her." Li Zio initially contemplated waving his sleeve to directly transport the woman onto the spiritual vessel. However, he reconsidered. What if this encounter was the inception of their destined connection? It would be prudent to observe the situation unfold. Thus, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, go ahead." Without hesitation, Xiaoya leaped into the water with a resounding splash, sending waves high into the air. He paid no mind to the droplets on his face and swiftly swam towards the woman. As he reached out to embrace her, his fingers barely grazing her garment, he was abruptly frozen in place. To his astonishment, the woman possessed no legs. Below her waist was a shimmering fishtail adorned with azure scales. The moonlight cascaded upon her, illuminating her visage. Upon closer inspection, his heart raced. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the enchanting mermaid who had once saved his life. Could they be of the same kin, or perhaps she was the mermaid's sister? His heart thudded with uncertainty and conflict. If that were indeed the case, would his reckless approach offend her? Yet, the urgency of saving her took precedence, leaving no room for further contemplation. Just as he clutched the corner of his garment, uncertain of how to proceed, his body suddenly felt lighter, and in the next moment, He and the woman landed safely on the spiritual vessel. Li Zio leaned against the ship's railing, a teasing smile dancing on his lips as he remarked, "Why do you linger in the water holding her? Do you plan to soak until dawn?" The little fish, startled by this abrupt turn of events, took a moment to regain her senses. After a while, she turned to Li Zio, a hint of reproach in her tone. "Daoist, with your extraordinary powers, you could have simply lifted her up. Why did you let me jump in?" Upon hearing this, Li Zio laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You are mistaken. It was you who saw her and jumped in without a second thought. Even if I had wanted to stop you, I couldn't have matched your speed." The little fish felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, scratching her head awkwardly, avoiding Li Zio's gaze. She quickly inquired, "Daoist, you possess exceptional medical skills. Please take a look." Li Zio waved his hand again and replied, "She is not seriously harmed. Perhaps she just inhaled a bit of water and has been submerged for too long, leading to a slight lack of oxygen." Upon hearing this, the little fish grew anxious and pressed, "Daoist, what is oxygen? Please tell me, and I shall seek it." No. You already possess this substance in your body." The little fish scratched her head, clearly not comprehending the meaning of his words. She quickly rose, formally bowing to Li Zio, saying, "I implore you to teach me." "Very well," Li Zio replied with a sly grin. "It is actually quite simple. First, place your hands on her chest and gently apply pressure to expel the water from her abdomen. Then, mouth to mouth, transfer your breath to her." The little fish, upon hearing this, broke into a sweat and hastily shook her head. No, that is absolutely out of the question. Men and women should not engage in such intimacy. And besides, what? Is she your dream lover, and you cannot bear to touch her? No, she is not. Oh, she is not. So, you do indeed have a dream lover? With that, Li Zio turned and walked towards his room, leaving behind the remark, "I've shared the method. Whether you choose to save her is none of my concern." The little fish gazed at Li Zio's retreating figure, then looked down at the unconscious woman. Her cheeks flushed, and she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Biting her lip, her fingers twitched as she mentally repeated saving her is urgent 3 times before steeling herself to reach out. As her fingertips brushed against the woman's garment, she recoiled as if burned. Taking a deep breath, she gently lifted the woman's upper body. With her hands carefully overlapping, she pressed just below her chest, applying pressure slowly and cautiously. After a few attempts, water began to trickle from the corners of the woman's mouth. She immediately halted, her heart racing as she gazed at the woman's pale face. After a moment of hesitation, she tightly shut her eyes and turned her head away, swiftly leaning in, her lips barely grazing the other S before she jerked back, her ears burning with embarrassment. "Apologies, my apologies," he murmured softly, bending down once more to gently exhale. After several attempts, the woman's eyelashes suddenly fluttered. Little Fish was taken aback, retreating slightly. He looked up just in time to meet her slowly opening gaze, her eyes curving delicately at the corners, reminiscent of that vibrant figure from the past. He stared in a daze, the earlier embarrassment gradually dissipating. Under the moonlight, her visage stirred an inexplicable tenderness within him, rendering him unable to look away. At that moment, confusion surged in her eyes as she gazed at Little Fish and softly inquired, "Who are you? Where's this? Who am I?" As her words faded, she raised a hand to cradle her head, seemingly attempting to recall something, yet in the next instant, a sharp pain struck her. She curled up on the ground, clutching her head and letting out a pained wail. Little Fish, witnessing this, became flustered, wanting to assist yet hesitant to touch her. He could only anxiously pace beside her, calling out, Miss, what has happened to you?" But the woman appeared oblivious to his presence, burying her head as cold sweat trickled down her cheeks, a sight that was profoundly heart-wrenching. She kept murmuring, "Who am I? Why can't I remember anything?" Chapter 109. The merfolk, a rare fragrance of medicinal herbs mingled with faint wisps of smoke wafted from the small stove nestled in the corner. As Li Zio approached with measured steps, he indeed found the young boy, Xiaoyu, attentively guarding the stove. The lad clutched a piece of dried herb in his hands, his gaze fixated on the bubbling concoction within the ceramic pot. At the slightest alteration of the flame, he would lean forward, peering intently, fearful that the timing of the brew might be off. "Is it not ready yet?" Xiaoyu, who had been deeply engrossed in his task, suddenly snapped back to reality. Upon seeing Li Zio, he hastily straightened up and replied, "Daozhang." Li Zio nodded, teasingly remarking, "In your previous endeavors, even when skinning meat or scraping bones, I never witnessed such meticulousness in brewing a potion." Xiaoyu's ears flushed a deep crimson, fully aware of the implication behind the words, and he lowered his head, too bashful to respond. Li Zio's gaze swept over the hue of the herbs in the pot, lingering for but a moment before he inquired nonchalantly, 10 days have passed. Yet you are still unable to rise? Is my medical skill truly so inadequate? These words struck a chord deep within Xiao Yu's heart. He leaned in a half-step, his voice softening. I just fed him half a bowl of porridge. He can sit up now. Though he still speaks little, just like a few days ago. Shaking his head at every question. He hesitated, instinctively glancing toward the inner cabin of the spirit vessel. Daoizhang, he has been drinking this medicine for 10 days. Do you think it needs adjustment? Li Ziyo shot him a glance, his tone slightly irritable. What is the rush? The medicine must seep in gradually. He too glanced towards the inner cabin, adding, I shall take a look. If it truly does not suit his condition, we shall alter the prescription. Xiao Yu, unaware of the deeper meaning behind Li Ziyo's words, assumed the Daoizhang intended to personally check the pulse, and eagerly nodded in agreement, instinctively attempting to rise. However, Li Ziyo regarded him with a meaningful look before softly muttering, in a tone so light it seemed like a soliloquy. Yet it reached Xiao Yu's ears clearly. One can never awaken those who feign slumber. Xiao Yu pondered the meaning of this statement, while Li Ziyo continued on his way to the inner cabin. Inside, the girl who had been playfully engaged with Hunyo froze upon hearing the footsteps outside. Her fingers instinctively tightened around the hem of her garment, her smile vanishing in an instant. She slowly leaned back against the head of the bed, her shoulders drooping lightly, and her gaze softened, revealing a trace of weariness, returning to a semblance of fragility. This sudden transformation startled Hunyo, who had been frolicking beside her. She quickly steadied herself against the girl's arm, anxiously asking, Sister Yu, are you feeling unwell again? Shall I fetch my master? The girl hastily tugged at Hunyo's garment to stop her, but before she could speak, a gentle voice resonated from outside. No need to summon anyone. Hunyo, your master has arrived. Li Ziyo entered the room, his gaze first sweeping over the girl by the bedside before settling on the anxious Hunyo. He gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. Hunyo, have you once again neglected today's training? This simply will not do. The most detrimental approach to training is to engage sporadically, like fishing for 3 days and then idly resting for 2. Upon hearing this, the young girl, known as Tiger Girl, puffed up her cheeks in defiance and retorted, Nonsense. I merely exchanged a few words with Sister Fish. I shall go and train them right away. Once they are well prepared, they will all be my loyal subordinates. General Tiger Girl. With that, she scampered off, her short legs pattering away, forgetting to close the door behind her. Li Ziyo observed the vigilant expression of the girl before him and remarked, Do share your origins with me. Are you a mermaid, a demon, or perhaps, as that foolish lad suggested, a celestial being? The girl feigned a look of bewilderment, instinctively reaching for her head, but was interrupted. The medicine you took was prescribed by me. Even a half-dead person can be revived by my hand. Do not underestimate my capabilities. The performance seemed overly contrived, bordering on awkward. The girl paused, taken aback. Many of the words spoken were foreign to her, yet their meanings resonated clearly. Deciding against further pretense, she calmly inquired, Are you a divine envoy from the continent? Li Ziyo was momentarily taken aback. Such a notion was unfamiliar to him. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have believed this world to be an ordinary martial realm. The appearance of merfolk was indeed surprising. One could only wonder what other secrets lay hidden in this world. Realizing that any further deception in front of this man was futile, the girl spoke candidly. The ancient texts mentioned that we were once humans living on the continent, but we retreated into the depths of the sea to escape the ravages of war. Having dwelled in the ocean for countless years, our kind underwent evolution. We can seamlessly transition between aquatic and terrestrial environments. We are still of the human race, but prolonged residence in the depths gradually transformed us into merfolk, granting us the ability to adapt to life in the sea. We refer to ourselves as merfolk. Li Ziyo nodded in understanding. This notion had crossed his mind before. To his astonishment, the theory of evolution he studied in his previous life was being validated in this one. Truly, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Suddenly, a question struck him, and he asked, Even so, there should be some records of your kind on the continent, should there not? As he spoke, he rummaged through the earlier notes left by Dong Yuyi and scrutinized the Chronicles of Wonders. After flipping through the majority of the pages, he found no mention of merfolk whatsoever. Internally, he scoffed. Indeed, this Chronicles of Wonders was a human compilation, rife with limitations, incapable of encompassing all the secrets of the world. The girl pondered for a moment and replied, Typically, even when our kind ventures ashore, we disguise ourselves as ordinary humans. We cannot remain on land for too long, lest we risk dehydration, which can lead to death. Thus, we prefer the ocean and seldom tread upon the land. Moreover, even if someone has encountered a merfolk, They are usually taken to the deep sea city. Deep sea city? Indeed, that is where we thrive. Although it lies beneath the waves, ordinary people can also find a way to live within the city. Only ordinary individuals who enter there, if they cannot evolve into a merman, will be unable to leave for a lifetime. Li Zio understood and inquired further. You just asked if I am a divine envoy of the continent. What does that mean? The young girl replied, not everyone in our merman clan is capable of cultivation. Only the royal family, divine envoys, and shamans are able to practice. Li Zio nodded and commented, so the so-called divine envoy is essentially akin to the warriors on our continent? What an exalted title. The girl shook her head and said, you should not be an ordinary person, right? I am unaware of what cultivators on land are called. Li Zio acknowledged, that could be one way to interpret it. He waved his hand. You need not be so wary of me. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I am merely accompanying that foolish lad to find his father. And I did not expect such an unexpected discovery. He then asked, by the way, did you assist that foolish lad before? The girl hesitated and nodded. A few months ago, my whereabouts were exposed, and I was ambushed, which inadvertently affected nearby fishing boats during the battle. Li Zio pieced together the situation and roughly understood the sequence of events. It seemed that the lad's father was likely not dead, but rather taken to the deep sea city. This was somewhat troublesome. One could not simply abandon the endeavor halfway. It appeared that a visit to the so-called deep sea city was inevitable. Moreover, he himself was quite curious about that place. Legends in the martial world spoke of immortals in Penglai, yet now it seemed merely a jest. He hoped that the deep sea city would prove to be as illustrious as its name suggested. Li Zio turned to the girl and asked, what are your plans moving forward? Will you feign amnesia and linger here, or will you return to your deep sea city? The girl, caught in her little scheme, awkwardly replied, I cannot return now. Many are searching for me, and if discovered, I would undoubtedly perish. I need to delay for a while until I can restore my full energy to return. Energy? Li Zio inquired. After our ancestors entered the deep sea city, they discovered a wondrous substance, each possessing unique abilities. Some can obliterate the heavens and earth, while others can manipulate elemental forces. Later, our ancestors named it authority. Clan members can become divine envoys by absorbing the energy of authority. The term authority struck a familiar chord. Suddenly, Li Zio realized something and hurriedly retrieved the wind spirit pearl. The girl immediately stood up, her face displaying disbelief. Authority? This is a new authority. Our merman clan has never encountered such authority. Li Zio shook his head with a wry smile. He had initially thought it was a grand cultivation system. It turned out that this group of merfolk cultivated by absorbing the energy of wondrous objects. Chapter 110. The Sea Clan Princess Li Zio tucked the wind spirit pearl into his sleeve and calmly said, please tell me about the powers in Deep Sea City. The young girl fluttered her eyelashes, her eyes widening with a hint of surprise. Are you, Lord Divine Envoy, planning to go to Deep Sea City? Li Zio quickly waved his hand, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. Please refrain from calling me Lord Divine Envoy. Just call me Daoist. It is not I who wishes to go, but that foolish boy. Daoist. The girl pondered the term with mild confusion. You may interpret it as a special practitioner. She responded, somewhat understanding. Is it akin to the priests of my clan? Li Zio was familiar with the term priest, though he had never encountered one. He nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. After a brief pause, recalling the youth, the girl felt a warmth creep into her ears. Instinctively, she raised her hand to touch her lips, a fleeting complexity flashing in her eyes, almost like an illusion. Li Zio observed her subtle gesture and remarked softly, it seems that foolish boy is quite fond of you. Even the slightest change in the fire while concocting medicine makes him anxious. Since you need to hide here, it is better to be open about certain matters, lest he waste his days fretting over you. The girl lowered her gaze to the wispy smoke outside, her fingers twisting the hem of her garment, an expression of turmoil crossing her face. In a hesitant whisper, she began, Li Zio promptly interrupted. I shall not interfere in your affairs. Let us return to my previous inquiry. The girl nodded and replied, very well. According to our clan's historical records, the first ancestor moved into Deep Sea City with 4 brothers. Later, this ancestor was recognized by the sea goddess artifact and became the first sea god. Li Zio nodded slightly, allowing her to continue without interruption. The descendants of the sea god are known as the Sea Clan. The 4 brothers of the sea god, Blackwater, White Flame, Witch, and Ironcast, each formed their own tribes. To this day, Deep Sea City is jointly governed by these 5 tribes. Upon hearing this, Li Zio felt a pang of surprise and curiously inquired, is there no one currently inheriting the title of sea god? The girl shook her head, a hint of bitterness in her expression. Before the first sea god passed, He left a decree stating that future descendants must gain the artifact's recognition to become the sea god. Otherwise, even if they inherit the title of the merfolk's king, they may only claim the title of Sea Lord. The four brothers of the sea god were also conferred the title of Sea Lord, which has persisted to this day. As time passed, the Sea Lords gradually lost their dominance, leading to the current situation. Li Zio nodded, pondering, and asked, "Your identity must be quite significant then? Since you can cultivate, you must be one of these 5 tribes?" The girl did not deny it and silently nodded. "I am Haibiza, the elder sister of the current Sea Lord of the Sea clan." Li Zio was taken aback, filled with confusion. "Then why would someone seek to kill you?" "It is likely the doing of the Blackwater and White Flame tribes. My younger brother is still young, having just inherited the title of Sea Lord. These 2 tribes have long harbored rebellious intentions and have regarded me as an eyesore." Amidst the escalating turmoil within the Sea clan, I initially ventured forth in secrecy, concealing my identity. Yet, for reasons unknown, my whereabouts were exposed, and I have since been relentlessly pursued. A crisis? Indeed. We merfolk require the absorption of authoritative energy to cultivate our powers. However, such energy is not inexhaustible. Although it can gradually replenish, the rate of recovery is exceedingly slow. When the sea god descended upon the city of the deep, he acquired 5 fragments of authority, which he subsequently distributed among his 4 brethren, with each clan member thereafter governing one. As our kin multiplied, however, a single fragment became insufficient to sustain the entire clan's cultivation. The Blackwater clan and the White Flame clan subsequently discovered new fragments of authority, resulting in the Sea clan's capacities no longer being restrained. Fortuitously, our clan still enjoys the protection of divine artifacts, allowing us to maintain a fragile balance. Yet, in recent years, our fragment of authority has inexplicably run dry, failing to rejuvenate itself, and our clan now teeters on the brink of peril. The young girl lowered her gaze, her fingertips curling slightly, her voice heavy with unmasked gravity. "It is only out of desperation that I risked my life to emerge from the city of the deep, in search of a new fragment." As she spoke, her eyes gently fell upon the sleeve of Li Zio, filled with an unmistakable urgency and hope. Li Zio waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That was the wind spirit pearl. You should abandon any notion of claiming it. It rightfully belongs to that little girl." Upon hearing that the wind spirit pearl belonged to the earlier child, the light in the young girl's eyes dimmed. Despite her pressing need, she had no intention of contending for it, slowly retracting her gaze and murmuring, "I understand." Clearing his throat, Li Zio continued, "Do not be hasty. My words are not yet finished. If you can assist that lad in locating his father, this pearl can indeed be yours." The moment the young girl beheld the Shinhan pearl that he retrieved once more, her eyes widened in disbelief. Who is this individual before her? The Sea clan has only ever possessed 7 fragments of authority throughout history, yet he carries 2 with him. She stared intently at the Shinhan pearl, unable to tear her gaze away. Li Zio gradually tucked it back into his sleeve. The girl promptly rose, her voice tinged with urgency. "I implore you, esteemed Taoist. May I borrow this pearl for a moment?" Li Zio, slightly taken aback, nonetheless retrieved it again and handed it to her, acutely aware that she lacked the ability to seize it from him. Upon receiving the Shinhan pearl, the girl cautiously placed it aside, as if fearing to damage a precious treasure, which left Li Zio at a loss for words. Subsequently, she summoned the scant energy she had recently regained to conjure a staff. Adorned atop the staff was a pearl resembling the Shinhan pearl, albeit distinctly a counterfeit, as evidenced by its differing hue. Noticing Li Zio's look of confusion, she clarified, "This is a derivative authority crafted by a master blacksmith using the Sea clan's fragment. Embedded in this staff, we refer to it as the divine staff. It is convenient to carry and aids in the swift restoration of energy." Li Zio nodded slightly and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "A power bank, perhaps?" The young girl appeared somewhat perplexed, prompting Li Zio to wave his hand in reassurance. "Please, continue." Drawing upon her dwindling strength, the girl caused the divine staff to levitate. The staff emanated a radiant glow as it began to siphon energy from the mirage pearl. Before long, within the orb embedded in the staff, alongside the original azure energy, hints of violet energy gradually emerged. However, scarcely had it absorbed a small amount when the 2 energies surged violently, nearly causing the orb to shatter. Li Zio pondered thoughtfully, already grasping that this incompatibility stemmed from their differing attributes. "Is this feasible?" The girl shook her head, her tone tinged with resignation. "It's merely a stopgap measure. At least it allows me to temporarily regain some energy. Can one not cultivate through 2 authorities simultaneously?" The girl shook her head once more. "It's not that it can't be done, but the process is exceedingly perilous. I have never attempted it, yet some have. However, the two energies must be infused separately into the divine staff or divine weapon. Divine weapon? This was a creation by an elder of the Ironforge clan, modeled after divine artifacts and utilizing authority energy, embedding derived authority into the weapon, akin to the principle of the divine staff. I see. So it's a matter of the differing weapons for mages and warriors. Although the girl had never encountered this notion before, she found it quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. She then returned the Mirage Pearl to Li Zio with heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Daoist." The lingering coolness of the Mirage Pearl still graced her fingertips as she gazed down at the orb on the staff that had barely stabilized. Her voice was as soft as fine sand in the depths of the ocean. In the past, the energy of our clan's divine staff was never so meager. When I was young, I learned to channel the power of authority under the guidance of an elder. At that time, the brilliance of the authority could illuminate the entire hall of authority. The elder said it was the essence of our sea tribe. However, as the authority gradually dwindled, the divine staff, deprived of replenishment, dimmed little by little. The elders of the clan would often sit outside the hall at night, sighing, fearing that perhaps the sea deity would abandon us. My younger brother would always grasp my hand, saying, "Sister, you must grow stronger. You must safeguard our sea tribe." She gently caressed the orb atop the divine staff, her eyes glistening with moisture. On this journey, I dare not tell my brother that I seek a new authority. I merely mentioned wandering the ocean. If I cannot find it, I truly fear returning home without the courage to face him. It is already a great kindness that you, esteemed Daoist, would lend me this new authority for the time being. I vow, I shall not break my word. I will exert every effort to assist you in finding the one you seek and will protect you in the depths of the ocean city with all my strength. Chapter 111. Lan Ruer, he chuckled lightly. That is hardly the case. Young lady, the girl promptly interjected, smiling. You may call me Lan Ruer. That is my name in the outside world. Very well, then, Miss Lan. He replied. There is no need to exert yourself excessively in protection. I am not as feeble as you might think. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not pause but strode away with purpose. Lan Ruer gazed at Li Zio's upright figure, murmuring the name repeatedly, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. At the stove, Xiao Yuer tended to the concocting medicine and, upon seeing Li Zio approach, hastily stepped forward. He adjusted the flame of the medicine furnace and anxiously inquired, Daozhang, how did it go? Why do you still harbor doubts after I have taken action? Li Zio raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the small furnace emitting wisps of steam. There is no need to continue brewing the medicine. She has something to tell you. You may go to her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer's eyes brightened instantly. He bowed deeply to Li Zio, exclaiming, Thank you, Daozhang. Without another word, he turned and dashed towards the room, unable to suppress a delighted smile. His steps noticeably lighter than usual. Li Zio watched his jubilant figure, shaking his head gently, murmuring to himself, Is this the romantic tale of a humble fisherman who triumphs against all odds to marry a princess? At that moment, Sanhua approached with gentle steps, nuzzling the back of Li Zio's hand with her warm nose. Li Zio paused momentarily, then lifted his hand to affectionately stroke Sanhua's small head, his voice notably gentle. Sanhua, my little friend, you too must strive diligently. Once your intellect matures further, you shall be able to cultivate. He let his fingertip glide along Sanhua's ear tip and smiled. Perhaps one day, you will transform into a human, and then you may seek a companion. Sanhua appeared to grasp some of his words, letting out a soft sound, her drooping ears swaying gently. She then circled around Li Zio, her hooves lightly tapping the ground, joyfully spinning, her tail occasionally brushing against his trousers. Not long after Li Zio and Sanhua shared this tender moment, Xiao Yuer hurried over, his face radiating joy, almost overflowing with excitement. Even before he approached, he called out, Daozhang, Daozhang. She has remembered her past. Moreover, she has fortuitously learned of my father's whereabouts. She mentioned that in a few days, once she has regained her strength, she will take me to find him. He clutched the hem of his clothing, his fingers trembling slightly with exhilaration. Repeatedly, he murmured, his voice laced with a barely perceptible quiver, This is wonderful, truly wonderful, my father is safe. I can finally find him. As he spoke, his eyes subtly glistened with unshed tears, yet he endeavored to maintain a smile. Li Zio observed his mixed expression of joy and sorrow, a glimmer of understanding passing through his gaze. Clearly, Lan Ruer had not divulged the subsequent dangers that lay ahead. However, for Xiao Yuer, the prospect of finding his father was an immense source of hope. The unspoken risks need not be addressed at this moment. Moreover, with his presence, he could ensure her tranquility and even personally explore the depths of the oceanic city. Days slipped by quietly. At this moment, Li Zio reclined leisurely on a deck chair, grasping his ethereal fishing rod, basking in the sun, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Before long, a figure approached, halting in a manner that cast a shadow over him. Initially, he assumed it was a small fish, and as he raised his hand to remove his sunglasses, he was taken aback to find that it was none other than Lan Ruer. What surprised him was her appearance. Her long hair was adorned with floral embellishments, and she wore a light yellow dress cinched at the waist with a red ribbon, exuding a fresh and elegant charm. More importantly, she now had a normal pair of legs. This appearance granted her a lively and spirited air, starkly contrasting with her previous condition. Li Zio couldn't help but internally scoff. No wonder they say women are ever-changing. Lightly resting his fingertips on the ethereal fishing rod, a gentle smile graced his face as he softly inquired, "How are you? Have you recovered sufficiently?" Lan Ruer paused by the wooden railing of the spiritual boat, her skirt billowing softly in the lake's gentle breeze. She nodded slightly, her voice considerably softer. "Yes, thank you for your care during these days. I have nearly fully recovered." Her gaze drifted across the shimmering waters outside the boat before settling on the still fishing line before Li Zio. She remarked softly, "You seem to be in good spirits." Li Zio chuckled, adjusting the angle of the fishing line nonchalantly. "It's merely a way to pass the time. You appear well. It seems you have genuinely rested." After speaking, he instinctively glanced at her legs, implying that her current appearance was far more pleasing. The previous fishtail had always felt somewhat awkward. Lan Ruer gently touched the red ribbon at her waist, her tone becoming more earnest. "Having rested, it is time to consider our journey to the oceanic city. I have also discussed the general itinerary with the little fish. Though he is anxious, he understands the need for patience." Li Zio raised his eyes to the distant clouds, his voice remaining gentle. "The spiritual boat sails steadily. We shall take our time, allowing him to adapt. After all, the oceanic city is not a tranquil place. By the way, do you know of any nearby deserted islands or places where we can dock?" Lan Ruer revealed a look of confusion, responding, "I do know of such places. Although we reside in the oceanic city, we have our territories at sea, and I frequent this area." She paused before asking, "But why does the Daoist suddenly seek a deserted island?" "Oh, it's nothing significant," Li Zio replied calmly. "There are merely a few tails following us. You should go clear them out, consider it a means to stretch your limbs. And take Tiger Nyo and the little fish along as well. Tell them we are seeking a small island for a bit of fun. Consider it a leisurely diversion on our journey, adding some amusement to our itinerary." Upon hearing this, Lan Ruer, who had previously exuded a gentle demeanor, suddenly turned cold. The atmosphere around her grew heavy, and her eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. She cast a fleeting glance in the direction indicated by Li Zio, and with a disdainful snort remarked, "How unexpected that they persistently pursue us." Her gaze returned to Li Zio, laced with a hint of uncertainty as she said, "Daoist, I am sufficient on my own. Tiger Girl is still quite young, and Little Fish is merely an ordinary person. If I were to take them along and fail to protect them properly, it could easily lead to their harm." Li Zio waved his hand dismissively, his tone resolute. "Rest assured, you need only focus on your actions. Little Fish will be safeguarded by Tiger Girl. As for Little Fish, it is better for him to encounter such matters early on, lest he be caught unprepared in the future." "Tiger Girl will protect him?" Lan Ruer exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. "But she is so young." Li Zio chuckled lightly. "The cultivation systems differ, you see. Do not let her age deceive you. Her strength is considerable, and her capabilities are quite impressive." Lan Ruer slowly nodded, pondering quietly to herself. This Daoist speaks with peculiar reasoning. Many of his phrases are unfamiliar to her. Perhaps the practitioners on this continent differ significantly from those in their deep sea. Chapter 112. The Island of Round Bottoms in the Vast Sea. Time seems to stand still, accompanied only by the sound of crashing waves. Unbeknownst to him, the air has grown cooler. Little Fish, holding his telescopic eye, gazes into the distance and suddenly spots a deserted island on the horizon. After days of drifting at sea, although he has learned of his father's whereabouts, he is yet to find solid ground. Seeing land at this moment brings a spark of joy to his heart, and he quickly calls out to Li Zio, "Master, look over there. There's an island." Upon hearing the commotion, Hinyu swiftly darts over, her round eyes straining to see far away, her little body standing on tiptoe, observing her eager and earnest demeanor. Little Fish cannot help but chuckle as he offers her the telescopic eye. However, Hinyu pouts, hands on her hips. "Do you think I am just a 6-year-old child?" She leans forward, tilting her head slightly. "I can see farther like this." With that, she pouts her lips, cheeks puffed out, clearly indicating her stubbornness against further coaxing. Little Fish is momentarily taken aback, scratching his head as he looks toward Li Zio. Li Zio chuckles and nods. Indeed, in her way, she can see further. Only then does little fish recall the unique traits he has observed in Xianxia over these days. Her great strength, her hearty appetite, her ability to hold her breath underwater, and her habit of riding a large shark while exploring the seas. It seems reasonable to conclude that her eyesight is exceptional. Seeing her master acknowledge her, Xianxia beams with pride, shaking her short legs excitedly. She rushes to Li Zio and tugs at his sleeve. Master, those two islands look just like a pair of smooth bottoms. Oh, how intriguing, Li Zio replies with a twinkle in his eyes. Would you like to go have a look? Xianxia nods vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Yes. I'll gather some delicious wild fruits for you, master. Li Zio then turns to little fish, who stands at the bow of the boat, and says, you should go with her. He then directs his attention toward the cabin, calling out, Miss Rowe, why don't you join us? You've just recovered from your illness. Staying cooped up inside is not advisable. Come out for some fresh air. Little fish immediately straightens up, responding earnestly, rest assured, master, I will look after Xianxia. Just as Li Zio finishes speaking, Lan Ruer emerges from the cabin. Although she wears the same attire, her hair is now neatly tied up, lending her a more decisive presence, devoid of the previous frailty. However, an aura of coldness surrounds her, making even the sea breeze feel a touch chillier. As little fish approaches, he senses a wave of coldness and involuntarily shivers. Li Zio gestures from his reclining chair. Hurry along and return swiftly. Do not dawdle. As soon as the boat docks, Xianxia springs forth like a firecracker, her short legs moving swiftly as she shouts back, Master, wait. I will pick the biggest and sweetest fruits for you. Xianxia dashes ahead, her little feet pattering on the island's pebbled path. The gravel beneath her feet rolled twice before coming to a halt in front of a cluster of low trees. The leaves had all fallen, and withered wild fruits hung from the branches. The fruit's skin was covered in a layer of white frost, appearing rather unremarkable. She casually plucked one and popped it into her mouth. The icy pulp melted instantly. Sweet juice surged down her throat, and her eyes sparkled. Wow, this wild fruit is delightful. Little fish, panting from the chase, caught up to her. Noticing the fruit in her hand, he paused and said, that's a persimmon. If you dry it out, it can be preserved for a long time. Back when I went to sea with my father, we would pick them whenever we found a persimmon tree, saving them as provisions. As he spoke, he reached up to pluck some himself. Yet a hint of concern for his father lingered in his brow, leaving his expression devoid of joy. Tiger Girl remained unaware of his melancholy, nodding eagerly. She stuffed the persimmons into the small silver bracelet on her wrist, and they vanished in an instant. Little fish blinked in surprise. Where did you put the persimmons? Tiger Girl tilted her chin and shook her bracelet, deliberately turning away. I won't tell you. With that, she darted forward a couple of steps, snapping a thin branch to reach for higher persimmons. Her foot slipped, nearly causing her to fall. Little fish quickly reached out to steady her, but Tiger Girl merely laughed, scooping up some dry grass from the ground and tossing it at him. Resigned, Little fish brushed off the grass and helped her retrieve the ripest persimmons. They frolicked beneath the tree, chasing one another, their hands gradually filling the bracelet with fruit. They were engrossed in their playful antics, unaware that someone was missing from their midst. Gripping the slender branch, Tiger Girl suddenly caught sight of a fuzzy shadow flitting through a nearby thicket. Without hesitation, she stuffed another persimmon into her bracelet and tiptoed closer, whispering, Little fish, look over there. Having just picked a bunch of bright red persimmons, Little fish hurried to catch up. Suddenly, a gray little creature leaped out from the low bushes near their feet, resembling a small mouse, yet capable of bounding much farther. Intrigued, Tiger Girl took off after it, her short legs carrying her swiftly. Hurry up, this little thing runs quite fast. She called back to Little Fish, who chuckled helplessly and placed his persimmons down to follow her. As she ran, Tiger Girl spotted a large rock that formed a natural seat, and she climbed atop it. Swinging her legs, she fashioned a large leaf into a fan and waved it at Little Fish, urging him to join her. Come up here, we can see so far. Just as Little Fish managed to climb onto the stone, Tiger Girl patted his arm, pointing toward the distant seaside. Look at that round rock. Doesn't it resemble the chair Master always lounges on? Even the little stones around it look like the place where he sets his teacup. Little Fish followed her gaze, observing how the rock had been smoothed by the sea breeze, indeed resembling a reclining chair. His fingertips absent-mindedly traced the stone beneath him. The surface of the stone bore the rough, weathered patterns sculpted by the sea breeze, reminiscent of the tactile memory of the rocks where my father once leaned. I murmured softly, it does bear a resemblance. In the past, when my father and I were at sea, we encountered such rocks, and he would often say that when weary, he would rest upon them for a while. Xianxia tugged at my sleeve, drawing my attention to the grass at our feet. Look at this grass. Doesn't it resemble my little short legs? They sway just like this when I run. With that, she bounced a couple of times, causing the blades of grass to quiver, which made her erupt into peals of laughter. Observing her joyous antics, a tinge of melancholy in my heart lessened, yet I couldn't help but think, if only my father were here, he might also be smiling at Huni's spirited play. Just then, a sudden cacophony of crashing waves echoed from nearby. Yet, upon closer inspection, the sound was intertwined with muffled thuds, distinctly the commotion of a struggle. My face paled instantly, and my hand gripping the hem of my shirt trembled slightly. The current scene mirrored the unforeseen incident I had encountered with my father at sea not long ago. I hastily reached out to restrain Huni, who was eager to rush forward. Don't go. That sound is ominous. There is danger. However, Huni broke free from my grasp. Her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What is there to fear? It must be a fight. I want to see. And with that, she dashed toward the source of the commotion, her little legs moving with surprising speed. The sounds of the altercation grew increasingly distinct, and I felt my legs weaken in terror, longing to hide behind the stone. Yet, as I reconsidered, I remembered my promise to the Daoist to look after Huni. If anything were to happen to her, how could I face the Daoist? In a moment of inner turmoil, I stamped my foot resolutely. Even though I was still trembling, I hurriedly followed after her. Chapter 113. The Fierce Girl and the Mighty Fist. Alas, Princess Chong, it would be futile for you to resist any further. The Grand Commander indeed possesses foresight. He is aware of the profound opportunities that lie within you. Thus, he has dispatched 10 divine warriors and 20 divine disciples from both clans specifically for this purpose. It would be wise for you to surrender. At this moment, Lan Ruer's countenance was exceedingly grim. She had initially intended to eliminate these pursuers on a nearby desolate island, following the Daoist's counsel. Little did she anticipate that her adversaries would be so formidable. Although their cultivation levels were generally inferior to hers, she had yet to regain her peak strength. More critically, the energy she currently wielded was entirely different from what she was accustomed to, necessitating a period of adjustment. Her previous overconfidence had led her to overlook this crucial detail. What weighed heavily on her heart was the apparent intention of her opponents to grant her no respite. They had dispatched over 30 divine envoys. A staggering number considering that the entire deep-sea city housed merely 1,000 such divine agents. Not only were these positions scarce, but not every merman had the opportunity to align with the corresponding authority. Among the millions of the merman tribe, only a few hundred had the requisite conditions to embark on this path. The fact that the Heishui and Baiyan clans were willing to invest such considerable resources to eliminate her alone was disheartening. Though she had managed to slay a few of them in the earlier skirmish, prolonging this confrontation would lead to her eventual exhaustion, rendering her powerless to resist. This was the greatest flaw of the merman race. Their cultivation was entirely reliant on external resources, leaving them incapable of timely self-recovery of their combat prowess. Lan Ruer gazed toward the desolate island, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. She had been excessively arrogant, failing to foresee her swift descent into such dire straits. The certainty and pride she once held were now replaced by a profound sense of regret. However, what plunged her into despair was the sudden appearance of the fierce girl, charging forth with her short legs and a cry of defiance. You wicked beings! How dare you bully my sister youth? I will fight you all. At that moment, the fierce girl was completely oblivious to the danger. With her eyes aflame, she lunged into the throng of adversaries. She and Yuer had come to investigate the sounds of battle, only to discover that this band of grotesque figures had encircled her sister. In the fierce girl's eyes, these mermen were grotesque, their cheeks swollen like bubbles, with large, pointed ears adorned with fin-like frills, and their skin a dull gray. The fishtails they displayed were dark and murky, a far cry from the beauty she associated with her sister. Clearly, not all mermen were as enchanting as Yuer. The leading merman's gaze sharpened, and he discreetly signaled his subordinates with a merciless glare. In an instant, the mermen comprehended his intent, brandishing their glimmering spears and converging upon the fierce girl. In their eyes, anyone associated with the princess, even a mere child of 6 or 7, could not be spared, nor could any innocence be claimed. At this juncture, the fierce girl, her eyes already reddened with fury, showed no inclination to evade as the spears lunged toward her. The spear-wielding merman lunged with ferocity, the tip of his spear poised to strike her. Yet, in that critical moment, Tiger Girl clenched her tiny fists with determination. Suddenly, her hands swelled to tenfold their size, meeting the spear with a formidable force. A sharp crack resounded as the resilient spear was shattered into splinters by her punch, fragments scattering across the ground. The other acolytes were utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that this 6-year-old child possessed such strength. Their eyes widened in disbelief, jaws slack, as they struggled to accept the reality of her prowess. With cries of alarm, they charged forward, brandishing their spears once more. At that moment, Tiger Girl's oversized fists remained raised, resembling two round watermelons, appearing rather comical. Spotting yet another assailant rushing towards her, she pouted defiantly and stomped her short legs with determination. Unfazed, she swung her fist towards the foremost merman. The acolyte attempted to parry with his spear, but despite the seemingly clumsy nature of her strike, her speed was astonishing. With a resounding thud, her fist collided with his chest, leaving him no time to react. The spear clattered to the ground as he collapsed, as if all strength had been drained from his body, unable to rise again, merely groaning in defeat. Two more merfolk, witnessing this, advanced, one thrusting from the left, while the other stealthily circled behind her, aiming for her short legs. Yet, Tiger Girl remained composed. With a powerful swing of her left fist, she struck the spear shaft, sending shockwaves through the assailant's grip, causing the spear to fly from his hands. In a swift motion, she pivoted, using her right hand to push against the back of the merman behind her. To her, it was merely a gentle shove, but to him, it felt like being struck by a boulder, sending him stumbling forward before crashing into the sand with a thud, motionless thereafter. In mere moments, the charging acolytes lay in disarray upon the ground. Tiger Girl stood amidst them, her small chest heaving as she caught her breath, her round eyes wide with determination. Fixated on the remaining merman, her fists still raised, she resembled a furiously puffed-up kitten, both fierce and endearing. The lead merman surveyed his fallen comrades, his expression darkening as any trace of disdain evaporated. Swiftly, he cast a glance towards the group surrounding Lawn Rower, signaling two acolytes who were advancing with blades drawn towards her. They immediately ceased their assault on Lawn Rower, abandoning her to charge towards Tiger Girl, their gleaming blades glinting ominously. The presence of the acolytes was significantly more menacing than that of the ordinary disciples. Now, as the two advanced in tandem, even the air around them seemed to tense under the pressure of their combined ferocity. Meanwhile, for Lawn Rower, the sudden absence of two assailants alleviated some of the pressure weighing upon her. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly retreated 2 steps, gathering the last remnants of her energy to shield her heart. Glancing up at the 8 remaining acolytes encircling her, she recognized that while the danger persisted, a moment's reprieve had been granted. The situation remained quite challenging, yet it was a marked improvement from the earlier predicament, where even the slightest breath felt like a struggle. Now, they could barely hold on, not succumbing to exhaustion immediately. As Hunyo observed 2 more ferocious mermen charging towards her, rather than feeling fear, her round, bright eyes sparkled with excitement. With a determined push of her short legs, she brandished her still extended fist and boldly advanced to meet the 2 attackers, shouting, "Bad guys, come here and take a beating." What transpired next left all the mermen present utterly astonished. As the 2 divine warriors approached Hunyo, their long blades drawn, they barely had time to unleash their strikes before she closed the distance, her chubby fist leading the way. The warrior on her left, witnessing her advance, swiftly swung his sword to strike her fist. However, as the blade made contact, a sharp clang resonated, and the long knife was sent flying from his grasp. Before he could react, Hunyo's hefty fist crashed down upon his shoulder, sending him soaring like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing heavily into the rocks, curled up and rendered immobile. The warrior on her right faltered in fear, but Hunyo offered him no opportunity for hesitation. With a swift step, she maneuvered behind him and raised her fist, bringing it down forcefully upon his back. He could barely emit a cry before his body went limp, collapsing to the ground with blood frothing from his mouth and nose, utterly devoid of strength to resist. In the blink of an eye, the 2 divine warriors lay motionless on the ground, much like the previous divine acolytes. The surrounding mermen were taken aback, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. No one had anticipated that these elite divine warriors of the deep-sea city would be so easily vanquished by a mere child, relying on external enhancements to elevate their prowess. Their physical attributes paled in comparison to the martial artists of the world above. Faced with Hunyo, a being of innate strength, they were nothing more than fragile shells, devoid of the ability to counterattack. Hunyo clapped her small hands, a frown creasing her brow as she surveyed the remaining mermen, muttering, "Is that all you've got? Dare to bully my sister, the fish?" With that, she raised her mighty fist once more and charged into the throng of mermen. Finally, Xiaoyu arrived, gathering her courage as she clutched a wooden stick, ready to rain blows upon the incapacitated mermen sprawled on the ground. Chapter 114. The Shark Legion of Tiger Girl. The unexpected turn of events struck like a bolt from the blue. The leading merman chief's expression darkened. He immediately signaled to his acolytes to apprehend the young girl. Observing that his 7 warriors could not subdue the princess, he decisively commanded a retreat. These warriors were the backbone of their tribe and must not be lost without reason. A sharp whistle escaped the chief's throat. Upon hearing this, the 7 warriors halted their assault on Lan Rauer. With synchronized movements, they retreated toward the sea, their actions swift and unhesitant, indicating prior preparation. Lan Rauer's heart tightened. She was about to gather her energy to obstruct them, but the residual power within her had yet to coalesce. The 8 warriors had already leaped into the ocean, their figures vanishing beneath the frigid waters, leaving only a few dark streaks as they sped away in different directions, quickly disappearing from sight. She gazed at the surface of the sea, her fingertips releasing the dissipating energy. She was ultimately a step too late. Meanwhile, the remaining dozen acolytes, already terrified by Tiger Girl's earlier display of brute strength, now mustered their courage to approach. The long spears in their hands trembled slightly. Seeing them blocking her path, Tiger Girl glared fiercely, raising a fist the size of a watermelon and charging forward. Trying to escape? You must first endure a few of my punches. One acolyte, pressed by her aggression, thrust his spear forward, only for Tiger Girl to evade with a sidestep. She retaliated with a punch that struck the spear shaft. The acolyte felt an overwhelming force surge through him, rendering his arm numb and causing the spear to fly from his grasp. Tiger Girl followed up with a kick, her short legs seemingly lacking power, yet sending the acolyte stumbling backward, crashing onto the sand, unable to rise for quite some time. The remaining acolytes, witnessing this, were paralyzed with fear. No longer daring to confront her, they turned and fled toward the sea. But Tiger Girl would not grant them such an opportunity. She charged recklessly, pursuing and attacking from every angle. In no time, she had knocked down all the acolytes onto the beach, each groaning and clearly injured. Little Fish, having finished his own skirmish, observed Tiger Girl's valor as she dispatched the mermen. He picked up a wooden stick and approached, emboldened. Though these mermen appear fearsome, they are fundamentally like humans. There is nothing to fear. Spotting an acolyte attempting to rise, he rushed forward and struck down with all his might. Yet, his strength was insufficient. Before Tiger Girl, these mermen were soft as paper, and his ordinary strength could not inflict any serious harm. Tiger Girl brushed the sand off her hands and ran to Lan Rauer's side, her little chest heaving with exertion. Looking up with concern, she asked, "Sister Fish, are you all right? Those bad creatures have fled to the sea. I will chase after them." Just as Lan Rauer was about to reach out and stop Tiger Girl, she felt her strength waning, teetering on the brink of collapse. Xiao Yuer, quick-witted and swift of foot, hurriedly approached to support her. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Hunyo had already vanished without a trace. Lan Rauer was in a state of acute anxiety. Observing her distress, Xiao Yuer promptly reassured her, "Miss Lan, do not fret. Though Hunyo is young, her spirit is undeniably brave. She will surely be safe." Initially, he harbored some doubts about Hunyo, but witnessing her formidable demeanor earlier instilled in him a gradual sense of trust. Lan Rauer shook her head, responding, "It is not as simple as you imagine. The merfolk thrive in the waters as fish do, and those merfolk still possess unutilized skills. Hunyo is quite young. A moment's carelessness could easily lead to her being ambushed." Hearing her words, Xiao Yuer's heart raced with concern. Lan Rauer continued, "Moreover, they are scattered. Even if Hunyo is formidable, she cannot catch up to all 8 of them." Despite her worries for Hunyo, Lan Rauer maintained her composure. She surveyed the wailing merfolk on the ground, her face devoid of any compassion. Raising her staff, she unleashed several streams of water that struck the throats of the merfolk, causing them to perish instantly. After executing this, Lan Rauer's body slumped, entirely leaning against Xiao Yuer. Witnessing this action, Xiao Yuer stood in a state of shock, utterly unprepared for the decisive nature of the seemingly delicate Lan Rauer. He stared blankly at the lifeless merfolk on the ground, his grip on the wooden stick tightening unconsciously, knuckles turning white. Having grown up by the sea as a humble fisherman, his mind had once been filled with dreams of fishing alongside his father, saving enough to marry a girl from the neighboring village, and leading a tranquil life. Tales of battles and bloodshed were mere stories from the elders, and he had never encountered any martial figures, let alone these long-jawed, tail-dragging merfolk. Were it not for a fortuitous glimpse of them in the sea days prior, he would have been utterly paralyzed by fear. The earlier act of striking the fallen divine disciple had been fueled solely by the courage derived from Hunyo's presence. It was merely an act of bravado. He had never truly intended to deliver a fatal blow. These were real lives, unlike Lan Rauer, who effortlessly ended so many. Yet, the ferocity of the merfolk surged back into his mind. Had it not been for Hunyo, he might have perished long ago. Xiao Yuer exhaled softly, his mind a whirlwind of emotions, a mix of astonished respect for Lan Roer's ruthlessness, frustration at his own impotence, and an unnameable dread. He suddenly comprehended that ever since he embarked on the journey to find his father, the simple life he yearned for was likely irretrievable. If his father had indeed been captured by this group of mere folk, with his own lack of defenses, could he ever hope to rescue him? Xiao Yuo? Lan Roer leaned against his shoulder, her breath shallow. Noticing his dazed expression, she softly called out to him. Xiao Yuer abruptly regained his senses, hastily supporting her. Though his voice trembled, it carried a hint of determination. Miss Lan, I am fine. Meanwhile, Hunyo, ever bold and relentless, had fixated on pursuing the lead merfolk. Humans were not entirely unfamiliar to her. Such a fierce and reckless young girl. This is the first time I have encountered a leading merman like her. The merman leader, while fleeing, was cursing vehemently. Yet this girl was relentlessly pursuing him. He knew in his heart that if she were to catch up, his fragile body would likely not withstand even a single blow from her. Thus, he could only desperately flee deeper into the ocean. At present, speed seemed to be the only flaw in the girl's abilities. Despite her relentless charge, the distance between her and the leading merman had not diminished significantly. In fact, she had fallen further behind. The girl was both anxious and determined, her short legs propelling her swiftly through the water, having stomped countless times in her effort to catch up. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed around them, resembling thunder rolling beneath the waves, the sound murky and vibrating. The merman leader's heart sank as he cursed inwardly. Damn it! In his haste to escape, he had inadvertently entered the territory of a shark pod. Yet, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his mind. If that little girl were to be devoured by the sharks first, as a peak divine warrior, he would surely not fall prey to these creatures. In his view, the girl was likely endowed with raw strength, and a fortunate ordinary child would stand no chance against the sharks. However, upon hearing that roar, the girl felt a surge of joy. She recognized that sound all too well. It was none other than her little brother, the great black shark. Ever since she had tamed this formidable creature, it had been accompanying her in the sea, and she had even fed it a few fruits. Unbeknownst to her, the great black shark had undergone some changes. It had become particularly sensitive to her presence and had emitted a roar to greet her. Big Black, I'm over here, the girl called out towards the sound. This was no trivial matter. Although her speed was lacking, the great black shark had significantly improved in various aspects after consuming the spiritual fruit, and this was its territory. Seeing the girl in pursuit, it immediately emitted several whistles, summoning a dense swarm of sharks. Without any command from the girl, the great black shark issued orders directly, causing the group of sharks to disperse into several factions. The girl, exhausted and panting as she stood on the back of the great black shark, fixed her gaze on the surrounded merman leader and smiled broadly. Heh, keep running if you can. With that, she swung her fist downwards, directing the great black shark to seek out the other fleeing merman. With that single punch, the leading merman felt as if all his bones had shattered, and before long, he became sustenance for the swarm of sharks. Chapter 115. Little Fish desires to learn martial arts. The spirit boat approached the shore gradually, slicing through the gentle waves of the shallow water and coming to a steady halt not far from the sandy beach. Little Fish hastily supported the unsteady blue Ruru, and together they hurried across the damp, soft sand towards the spirit boat. In the distance, a figure clad in a green robe stood on the deck. Master, Little Fish called out, his tone imbued with remorse. I apologize for not being able to stop Tiger Girl. She chased the merman into the sea. Li Zio, upon hearing this, revealed a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively. No harm done. She is quite safe at this moment. She is likely frolicking in the sea and will return once she has had her fill. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Blue Ru's pale face. With a flick of his wrist, a small, translucent porcelain vial was thrown towards her. Blue Ruru instinctively raised her hand to catch it, her fingertips brushing against the cool surface of the vial. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, Li Zio interrupted. Your breath is currently chaotic, and your injuries have not yet healed. Let us forego the pleasantries. Inside the vial are a few medicinal pills. Take them with warm water to aid in your swift recovery. Thank you, Master, Blue Ruru said softly, clutching the porcelain vial tightly. Little Fish promptly assisted her onto the gangplank, not daring to linger, and carefully led her into the cabin to rest. Just as they settled her in, a sudden splash echoed from outside, followed by Tiger Girl's exuberant shout, Master, I'm back. The two exchanged glances and hurried out of the cabin, only to see Tiger Girl riding a massive black shark, which leaped onto the deck with a splash. Her hair was tangled with bits of seaweed, looking disheveled. Yet her small face beamed with pride. I knocked that ugly fellow out with one punch. The others were intercepted by Big Black and his companions. Not a single one escaped. Li Zio observed her tousled hair and the bits of seaweed entwined within it, shaking his head in exasperation. He then gathered gentle spiritual energy at his fingertips and softly brushed over her head, instantly smoothing her hair and causing the seaweed to fall away, leaving her looking considerably refreshed. You, indeed, remember to come back? Your brother Little Fish and sister Fish have both been worried about you. Tiger Girl scratched her head, a hint of bashfulness crossing her face, but her eyes quickly darted towards the cabin, and she anxiously inquired, Master, is Sister Fish all right? No serious harm has come to her. The injuries from before were not fully healed, and now she has overexerted herself. With the medicinal pills, she will be fine after some rest, Li Zio reassured her. Upon hearing this, Tiger Girl immediately sighed in relief and bounded over to Li Zio, shaking his sleeve with her short legs. She animatedly gestured, Master, Master, I was so fierce just now. I commanded Big Black to summon a group of sharks. Surrounding those mermen completely, they had no place to escape. The sight was magnificent. Her eyes sparkled brightly, clearly anticipating praise. Li Zio, well aware of her thoughts, gently brushed his fingers against her small nose and chuckled. Hunyu is truly remarkable. Indeed, she exclaimed, but Dahe has also made significant contributions. Hunyu promptly interjected, eager not to forget her little brother. Master, can you give Dahe a few fruits? He listened to me just now, nodding in agreement. Li Zio generously retrieved a small bundle from his miniature world, filled with a variety of spiritual fruits. He handed it to Hunyu, saying, Take this and distribute it as a reward for merit. All right, thank you, Master. Hunyu gleefully snatched the bundle, bouncing towards the edge of the boat. With a splash, she leaped into the sea. In no time, she climbed onto Dahe the shark's back, joyfully sharing the fruits. Li Zio returned to his lounge chair, reclining leisurely. Just as his hand reached for the nearby sunglasses, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Xiaoyu shuffling hesitantly nearby, tiptoeing on the deck, taking 3 steps, and pausing twice. The sight clearly indicated his indecision. What are you dawdling about? Li Zio inquired without lifting his head, his tone devoid of any turmoil. Startled by the call, Xiaoyu froze, his hands tightening together. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely decided to approach, lowering his head and hastening his steps. He halted half a step away from the lounge chair, his toes aligned with Li Zio's, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Only then did Li Zio lift his gaze to scrutinize him. Noticing his hesitance, he raised an eyebrow. If you have something to say, then say it. Fidgeting about does not befit a young man. These words seemed to grant Xiaoyu a measure of courage. He pressed his lips together, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with uncertainty. Daozhang, I am aware of my own limitations. When I encountered the merfolk, all I could do was hide. Even Hunyu is more capable than I am. As he spoke, he swallowed hard, stealing a glance at Li Zio's expression. Seeing no anger there, he continued, I wish to learn some skills from you. I ask for nothing else, but the next time I find myself in such a situation, I would at least like to stand on my own without Hunyu's protection. With this, he lowered his head once more, his hands nervously rubbing the wooden stick. He softened his breath, fearful that his words might provoke the Daoist's displeasure. You wish to practice martial arts? Li Zio shook his head and replied, At your age, it is too late to begin. If you want to learn martial arts, you must start from a young age. Look at Hunyu. She is only 6 years old, and, despite her playful nature, she has never neglected her responsibilities. Starting at your age, it would be challenging to achieve significant progress. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu instantly drooped his head lower, burying it further, no longer daring to meet Li Zio's gaze. Li Zio cast a glance at him and remarked with a hint of annoyance, There's no need to be so disheartened. Your destiny does not lie with me. Since you have expressed your desire, although you may have passed the prime age for foundational training, having ambition is always commendable. After a brief pause, he pulled out a weathered book from his garment and handed it to Xiaoyu, saying, This, however, is suitable for you at present. Diligent practice will surely yield benefits. Once, a fated individual entrusted a humble Taoist to assist her sect in finding a successor. You may take this. The original owner of this tome was known as Xiao Saor. Should destiny allow for a future encounter, do remember to repay this karmic debt. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu promptly accepted with both hands. Although she was not yet fully acquainted with the 3 prominent characters on the cover, Piao Yubu, she immediately clasped her fists in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Taoist. I shall earnestly heed your words. After Xiaoyu departed, Li Zio gently nodded. It was evident that this experience had fostered a noticeable growth within her. Ultimately, the path ahead must be traversed by Xiaoyu herself. As for Xiaoxia, he recalled the flower thief who disguised herself as a man. Reflecting on the passage of time, it had been over a year. She might have already established a family and embraced the duties of a wife and mother. Piao Yubu, at first glance, appeared to be merely a martial arts technique. However, it is, in truth, a complete system that harmonizes techniques with internal cultivation. Although Xiao Yuer was somewhat older, this martial arts system emphasized diligence over innate talent, prioritizing consistent daily practice at the onset rather than relying on inherent abilities. For her, this posed no significant hindrance. Chapter 116, Lord of Blackwater. Within the Blackwater Palace, mist swirled like ink. Above, a deep blue pearl glimmered, casting a chilling light that illuminated the interior with an icy sheen. In the center of the hall sat the current Lord of Blackwater, Heji. His hair, bound by a golden crown, cascaded down his shoulders. Clad in an elegant black robe adorned with golden serpents, he exuded an imposing presence. The dragon motifs shimmered with a cold golden hue under the pearl's light, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. A golden-patterned jade belt accentuated his slender waist, while his lower half was enveloped in a fishtail of deep-sea blue scales, each glinting with an eerie brilliance, the edges of the tail fin lined with gold. In his moment of fury, the tail thrashed against the edge of the jade throne, sending forth shards of icy light. His handsome, chiseled features were stark, his crimson eyes ablaze with anger, sharp as a blade. Below him, a row of black-clad officials stood with bowed heads, trembling uncontrollably. They had just reported the disheartening news that the joint assassination by the Blackwater and by Yin clans against the Crown Princess had ended in failure, resulting in the loss of 20 divine disciples and 10 divine warriors. The Lord of Blackwater's brow furrowed deeply, his face paling to a shade akin to ink. 20 divine disciples and 10 divine warriors. His voice was low, laced with a chilling intensity. His red gaze remained fixed on the quaking officials below. A mere young girl has managed to decimate so many elite members of our clans. What on earth happened? Can anyone provide a proper explanation? As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere within the palace plummeted to a freezing point. The officials, paralyzed by fear, scarcely dared to breathe, sensing that the fury in his crimson eyes could consume them whole. Heji's aura was on the brink of eruption, a tempest of wrath roiling around him. The silence in the hall was suffocating. The officials lowered their heads even further, their fingertips trembling, none daring to respond. Heji's gaze bore down upon the mute assembly of officials. The fire of rage within him surged, twisting his lips into a cruel smile. What? Have you all turned mute? His fingertips tapped against the armrest of the jade throne, his voice dripping with frost. Where's General Jean? Summon him to see me. At this command, one of the black-clad officials trembled like a leaf, inching forward with hesitant steps, his voice barely audible. Master, General Jean was severely injured during his battle with the Crown Princess and is currently recuperating in the inner chambers. He cannot be disturbed. Severely injured? Heji narrowed his crimson eyes, an even colder aura radiating from him. Has his identity been compromised? The official's face drained of color, collapsing to the ground in a prostrate position, struggling to articulate his words. Why yes. It seems the Crown Princess is already aware of the general's identity. Huh. Heji slammed his palm against the jade throne, his black sleeves sweeping through the air, causing the dark mist within the hall to tremble violently. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. He struck the throne with his fish tail, shards of cold light scattering, his voice filled with ferocity. Not only did you fail to eliminate the target, but you also exposed your own identities. If that girl returns to Deep Sea City and reveals our plans, how do you expect me to salvage this situation? In the final moments, he nearly shouted through gritted teeth. The officials within the hall were so frightened that they all knelt, their foreheads pressed against the cold floor, scarcely daring to breathe. In the suffocating silence, a sharp and trembling voice suddenly pierced through. The emaciated official in the front row bowed his head, his fingers clutching his garment's hem and trembling. Your Majesty, I have an idea. The captain in golden armor has already been exposed. Why not publicly assert that this assassination was his personal scheme, completely independent of you and the two clans? We could bind him and demand an apology, silencing the crowd, and perhaps the Princess Royal would not pursue the matter further. Nonsense. The short, stout official abruptly lifted his head, his face reddening like a boiled shrimp, his voice rising. Have you soaked your brain in ink? The captain in golden armor is a trusted confidant elevated by your Majesty. If we cast him aside, who would dare serve you thereafter? Moreover, the Princess Royal is exceedingly astute. Such nonsense would never deceive her. The emaciated official stuttered at the rebuke, forgetting his fear, and retorted defiantly. Then propose a better plan if you can. Shall we simply wait for the Princess Royal to enter the city and expose all our secrets to the Sea Monarch? I certainly can. The stout official stepped forward, his voice lowered yet imbued with conviction. Currently, the Sea Monarch is still young, and we possess numerous strategies. We can find an excuse to charm him, compelling him to make a promise with his own lips. The Princess Royal has never ventured outside, remaining within the palace. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, and continued. Once the Sea Monarch speaks such words, who would dare to identify the person outside the city as the Princess Royal? When she dares to reveal her identity, she will undoubtedly be branded as a demon by all. Once she becomes the target of public ire, we can then seize the opportunity to eliminate her. This way, we not only eliminate future threats, but also extricate ourselves from all blame, ensuring not a single trace of responsibility falls upon us. As these words settled in, the hall fell into an immediate hush. The emaciated official opened his mouth, yet the rebuttal that had been on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back, leaving him standing there in a daze. Though this scheme was ruthless, it proved far more prudent than his previous suggestion. The other officials discreetly exchanged glances, an undercurrent of agreement shimmering in their eyes, and even the previously tense expressions began to soften. Upon the jade throne, He remained silent. His crimson gaze was lowered, seemingly absorbing the two men's proposals. His fingertips unconsciously stroked the jade armrest, while the force of his tail slowly diminished against the throne. The scattered glimmers of cold light also faded somewhat, as the stout official's words echoed in the stillness, where even the heartbeat of the officials could be heard. He finally spoke. The ferocity in his voice had somewhat receded, yet it now bore an added chill, enticing the Sea Monarch to deny her identity. The stout official promptly bowed, responding, "Indeed, the Sea Monarch is young. We need only find some novel amusements to win his favor. Furthermore, we can subtly hint that the elders of the Sea clan have already learned of his elder sister's departure. The elders of the Sea clan are notoriously stringent. The Sea Monarch will undoubtedly protect the Princess Royal. At that point, we can follow our narrative and publicly declare that the Princess Royal is indeed within the palace." He slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd within the hall, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his crimson eyes. "The golden armored is my trusted subordinate, and there is no reason to cast him out to bear the blame. As for the princess, should she dare to reveal her identity, there would be no need for such complications. I would personally intervene and execute her on the spot. If it comes to that, so be it. Would they dare to question me? It would save us considerable trouble." He paused, his fingertips tightening suddenly, his tone imbued with a fiercer resolve. Even if her identity were to be exposed afterwards, others would only conclude that the Sea Prince, in his youthful jealousy, deliberately harmed his elder sister. When rumors spread, the Sea Prince's reputation would be utterly tarnished. We could then seize upon the pretext of restoring order and stabilizing the merfolk to tighten our grip on power. This would only serve our interests further. The tumultuous aura surrounding him abruptly calmed, yet the oppressive presence intensified, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Let it be done, as you suggest. Immediately dispatch someone to prepare items that the Sea Prince favors, to entice him into divulging that the princess has been in the palace all along, and ensure that the movements outside the city are closely monitored." "Yes, I shall obey your orders." The short, stout subordinate beamed with delight, eagerly nodding in agreement. Chapter 117. The City of the Deep Sea. The following day after the assembly of the merfolk tribe, as the ministers had yet to completely depart, the elder of the great Sea clan stepped forward with a furrowed brow to address the Sea Lord. "Your Majesty, it is unusual for the princess to be absent from the court, as she has not been seen these past few days. Might there be a reason for her absence?" A sudden unease gripped the Sea Lord's heart. Indeed, the matter of his elder sister sneaking away had been revealed. Thankfully, he had been forewarned the previous day, and he hastily replied, "My elder sister has been diligently cultivating her skills and has chosen to enter seclusion for a period, which she has duly reported to me. I am fully aware of this." The elder's gaze darkened slightly, as he sought confirmation. "Your Majesty, are you certain that the princess has not left the palace and has remained in seclusion?" The Sea Lord's displeasure surfaced. "Elder, why do you pose such a question? Am I not aware of my sister's whereabouts within the palace? What prompts your inquiry?" The elder quickly raised his hands in apology. "I meant no offense. I merely heard some rumors. Since the princess has indeed been in the palace, it seems those rumors are unfounded." At the entrance of the City of the Deep Sea, Lizio stood upon the spirit vessel, gazing thoughtfully at the swirling vortex guarded by sentinels. "Is this truly the City of the Deep Sea you spoke of?" he inquired. Lan Ruru, puzzled by his question, nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is the City of the Deep Sea." Lizio surveyed the grand dome enveloping the city. The entire city was shrouded by a protective barrier, suggesting that the city of the deep sea resembled a miniature world. Even submerged in the depths, it retained sufficient oxygen for ordinary folk to thrive within. The vortex he had just observed was likely a fixed teleportation array. Suddenly, an errant thought struck him. If the city relied on this barrier to hold back the ocean, what would happen if a breach were made? Would the rushing seawater inundate the city of the deep sea? As this dreadful notion surfaced, he quickly banished it from his mind. He was a guest invited by the princess, here to visit. How could he harbor such treacherous thoughts upon arrival? This matter required careful deliberation. Xianxia, unable to contain her excitement, was already fidgeting, while Xiaoyu was feeling somewhat anxious. Soon, he would be meeting his father. A sense of unease lingered within him. As his previous encounters with the merfolk had not been particularly favorable, Li Ziyo tossed a porcelain vial to Xiaoyu, saying, "Take this before entering the sea, and you shall not need to hold your breath." "Thank you, Daoist." Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude hastily. He recalled what Miss Lan had said earlier. Although one could breathe normally within the city of the deep sea, the transition from here into the depths through the vortex still necessitated holding one's breath. Thus, the vial Li Ziyo provided was a timely solution to his pressing concern. Lan Ruru was the first to leap from the spirit vessel, her form diving into the deep sea like a fish, heading straight towards the guards at the city gate. Xianxia, with her impetuous nature, followed closely, causing a splash of fine droplets. Xiaoyu, though still apprehensive, would not be outdone. Taking a deep breath, he plunged in after her. At last, Li Ziyo raised his hand to retract the spirit vessel into his small world and mounted the back of Xianxia, who radiated spiritual energy, creating a barrier against the water. Navigating through the deep sea felt as effortless as walking on solid ground, and he swiftly pursued ahead. However, just as they approached the city gate, two mermen armed with iron forks blocked their path, their vigilant gazes scanning the group. Lan Ruer's expression darkened, and she instinctively admonished, "Impudent. Do you not recognize who I am?" But at that moment, Li Ziyo's voice interjected, interrupting her words. Sitting atop the back of Xianxia, he lowered his head to regard the two mermen with a tone that bore an air of nonchalance. "Return and report that the landlord of Deep Sea City has arrived. After residing here for over 10,000 years, it is time you pay some rent, is it not?" The two mermen were taken aback by his words, their grip on the iron forks faltering. A landlord? Rent? This unfamiliar notion left them momentarily bewildered. They were already aware of Lan Ruer's identity and had been instructed to wait for her to announce herself, at which point they would accuse her of impersonating the crown princess. Now, having been thrown off by Li Ziyo's diversion, they found themselves at a loss. Li Ziyo keenly observed the subtle shifts in their expressions and mused to himself. Such theatricality can be encountered anywhere. Daoist? Lan Ruer turned, confusion evident in her eyes. Li Ziyo cast a glance at the two mermen, lowering his voice. "Did you not notice they were waiting for you to reveal your identity? If you had spoken, they might have easily pinned a label on you." He paused and added, "For instance, for impersonating a princess." With his insight, Lan Ruer instantly grasped the situation. The expanse of Deep Sea City was not vast. As the princess of the sea tribe, how could there be anyone among the mermen who did not recognize her? Their feigned ignorance was a deliberate ruse. The two mermen guards exchanged glances, and one nodded before leaping into the whirlpool. Beyond the whirlpool lay the other side of the city gate, already besieged by soldiers from the Blackwater and White Flame clans, awaiting Lan Ruer to disclose her identity so they could execute her under the pretense of her impersonating the crown princess. Heiji stood before the city gate alongside the current ruler of the White Flame, Vied. Noticing the guard returning alone, Heiji raised an eyebrow and spoke in a low, commanding tone. "Where are they? You cannot even manage this trivial matter?" The guard, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura emanating from him, hastily knelt to report, "Lord of Blackwater, that woman did not come alone. She brought several others with her." One of them said, "What are you stalling for? Speak." Heiji's brow furrowed, his tone tinged with impatience. The guard stammered. "He claims to be the landlord of Deep Sea City and mentioned that we have been residing here for over 10,000 years, and it is time we pay rent." "Preposterous." Heiji erupted, unleashing a wave of heavy energy that caused the very air within the city to churn violently. "My merman clan has stood here for eons. Never have I heard of any landlord of Deep Sea City." Before he could finish, Vied, standing beside him, stepped forward, his expression grave, and his voice hoarse. "This is sheer nonsense. Regardless of this so-called landlord, since they have arrived, let us apprehend them all at once." Heiji nodded, secretly calculating. Even if the crown princess has gained some opportunity during her outing upon encountering a master, as long as the individual is not a terrestrial deity from the mainland, they are assuredly formidable. Here, two divine kings preside, and should they choose to engage, victory is within their grasp. However, at that moment, the entire deep-sea city was suddenly rocked by violent tremors. It felt as if the very earth beneath was quaking. The merfolk, who had resided here for millennia, had never experienced such a phenomenon. Even more alarming was the sudden emergence of a vast chasm in the sky above the city. Water from the ocean surged violently through the opening. The expressions of Haji and Bays shifted drastically as they swiftly channeled all their energy to seal the breach. These merfolk were inherently skilled in aquatic life, and brief immersion in water posed no threat to them. Yet, the city was originally a sealed space devoid of seawater, housing tens of thousands of human slaves and magnificent structures that had been crafted over countless years. Should the waters inundate the city, the very foundation of deep-sea city would be jeopardized. Chapter 118. The Call. Blackstop and White Zay exerted every ounce of their strength to seal the gaping hole. The encroaching seawater had just been completely expelled when a resounding sigh echoed from all directions. The source was indiscernible, yet it sent a subtle tremor throughout the entire deep-sea city. Alas, I intended to maintain a low profile, interacting with you all as an ordinary individual. Yet, you seem oblivious to the situation. In light of this, I shall no longer feign modesty and will lay my cards on the table. I am the landlord of this deep-sea city. Quickly summon someone in charge to pay the rent before we discuss further matters. If no one presents themselves within 10 breaths, do not blame me for submerging the city and seeking new tenants. Blackstop and White Zay exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, 5 massive waves of energy surged towards them at an alarming speed. These were the 5 other divine kings of Deep-Sea City. The elder of the Sea Clan, Hai Tulu; the elder of the Blackwater Clan, Hei Ting; the elder of the White Flame Clan, Bai Kuei; the current Witch King and High Priest of the Merfolk, Wu Shi; and the current Iron-Forged Lord, the Great Smith of the Merfolk, Tai Shan. No one could have anticipated such an escalation. Even the 5 divine kings of the Merfolk had been stirred. While Blackstop and White Zay were also divine kings, they were, after all, juniors. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they quickly composed themselves, placing their hands over their chests and bowing respectfully to the approaching figures. Greetings, esteemed elders. We acknowledge the presence of the elder of the Sea Clan, the High Priest, the elder of the Blackwater Clan, the elder of the White Flame Clan, and the Great Smith. Their voices were synchronized, but their hands, resting at their sides, subtly clenched in anxiety. They feared the implications of the unfolding events. Regardless of how matters progressed, it was impossible for the Crown Princess to permit their execution. With the involvement of 5 elders from their clan, the situation had become even more precarious. Who was the individual that instigated such a commotion? The 5 figures landed steadily before them, with Hai Tulu, the elder of the Sea Clan, leading the group, dressed in a flowing robe adorned with intricate deep-sea patterns. His hair, though graying, was meticulously arranged. He emanated an aura of authority born from long-standing high office. His gaze swept over Blackstop and White Zay, a slight frown forming on his brow. He spoke just 5 words, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. What has transpired? Blackstop and White Zay bowed even deeper, their tone laden with tension as they hastily replied, Esteemed elder, previously, the Sea Lord mentioned that the Crown Princess has been in seclusion within the palace and has not ventured out. However, we received an urgent report from the guards at the city gates stating that a woman, resembling the Crown Princess, accompanied by several outsiders, attempted to breach Deep-Sea City. She boldly claimed that she is the landlord of the city and demands the payment of millennia's worth of rent. They deliberately emphasized the words spoken by the Sea Lord, subtly linking the matter to him in hopes of mitigating their own culpability. Before Hai Tulu could respond, Tai Shan, standing nearby, was already seething with rage. His towering stature radiated a cold, hard brown sheen. At this moment, the veins on his temple throbbed slightly, and he immediately rebuked. Nonsense. Our Merfolk tribe has dwelled in this deep-sea city for over 10,000 years. If he were the landlord, could he have possibly lived for that long? Bai Kuei, standing beside him, wore a half-smile, attempting to diffuse the tension with a chuckle. Indeed, a 1,000-year-old tortoise and a 10,000-year-old turtle. Could he possibly outlive the ancient tortoise from the Forbidden Land? As soon as he finished speaking, the others solemnly nodded in agreement. The Merfolk had maintained their stronghold in Deep-Sea City for tens of thousands of years and had never heard of a landlord. They considered it merely an outsider's provocation. Only Wu Shi muttered quietly to himself, seemingly taking note of the term poor Daoist from the adversary's speech, though he displayed no outward signs of concern. And the others remained oblivious. Hai Tulu raised his hand to calm the assembly, signaling them to remain composed. Casting his gaze over the gathered individuals, He spoke in a low voice. There is no trace of this person within the city. It seems he is still outside. The ability to address us from such a distance, facing the whirlpool, indicates a power that is unfathomable. How should we respond? He Ting furrowed his brow, his tone laced with gravity. This individual is certainly not one of our sea tribe. Could it be the legendary land deity from the continent? If he truly is a land deity, that would equate him to a sea god. Bai Kuei's expression darkened, the earlier levity evaporating entirely. Although we have stood firm in the deep sea for millennia, we may not necessarily prevail against such an existence. The group huddled together in hushed discussion, occasionally glancing toward the void, their expressions grave. Meanwhile, on the other side, He Ji and Bai Zhe seized the opportunity while the elders were distracted to stealthily retreat a few paces. They exchanged glances and communicated in hushed tones, audible only to one another. This is a serious predicament, Bai Zhe whispered, his voice barely above a murmur, his eyes filled with anxiety. If news of our attempt to assassinate the crown princess leaks, even with the protection of the two elder clansmen, the Grand Elder may not directly punish us. However, the Grand Priest and the Great Smith always maintain neutrality, never favoring either side. They would surely distance themselves from us, making future endeavors exceedingly difficult. He Ji swallowed hard, gripping his fingers tighter. At this point, we cannot afford to dwell on these concerns. We must first survive this immediate crisis. The mysterious individual's 10-breath limit is approaching. If we allow him to act and drown the city. Just as he spoke, Hai Tu Lu's voice rang out again, imbued with an air of irrevocable resolve. Regardless of the adversary's identity, the 10-breath limit is nearly upon us. We cannot simply sit idly by. We must venture out of the city to greet him. If he is merely bluffing, that is one matter. If he truly possesses formidable power, he is beyond our capability to withstand, and we shall act according to my lead. His gaze shifted to Tai Shan, his tone growing more serious as he cautioned, temper your fiery disposition. Do not provoke him unnecessarily or risk jeopardizing our situation. Finally, he surveyed the individuals beside him, enunciating each word with gravity. Should the opponent truly choose to act irrationally and resort to violence, we, a few old fellows, shall unite to defend this deep-sea city, even if it costs us our last breath. As Hai Tulu's words resonated, Hai Ting and Bai Kuei exchanged nods, evidently in agreement with his strategy regarding the current situation. Taking the initiative to exit the city was undoubtedly more prudent than passively awaiting the adversary's assault. Only Tai Shan, still somewhat begrudging, refrained from further objections, merely muttering, "Fine, I shall heed the elders' counsel." He was keen to discern the true identity of this so-called landlord. If it turned out to be mere bluster, he would not hesitate to dismantle their pretense. With that, Hai Tulu was the first to step forward, emanating a faint deep blue aura as he swiftly approached the swirling vortex outside the city. Hai Ting, Bai Kuei, and Wuxia followed closely behind. Their figures moved with remarkable speed, reaching the edge of the vortex in an instant. Together, they leaped into it, harnessing its teleportation power to exit the city. Tai Shan let out a grunt, choosing not to linger with words, and promptly followed suit, his silhouette quickly vanishing within the vortex. On the other side, He Ji and Bai Zhe exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resignation. Yet they could not evade the turmoil they had instigated. Without daring to delay, the two swiftly channeled their inner energy and hurried to catch up with the figures ahead, leaping into the vortex to follow suit in their exodus from the city. Chapter 119. Entering the deep-sea city, the swirling power of the vortex enveloped several individuals, swiftly penetrating the protective barrier of the deep-sea city. As their forms steadied, they found themselves beneath the towering structure of the city gates. No sooner had they regained their footing than their gazes were firmly captivated by a figure at the gates. To their astonishment, the Long Princess, who was supposed to be within the city, stood there, bowing her head respectfully beside a peculiar beast. The creature, not particularly large, was draped in soft, light brown fur that seemed to absorb the dim light of the deep sea, exuding a languid aura. Strangely, the surrounding water flowed as if obstructed by an invisible barrier, preventing even the tips of its fur from being touched. Its limbs were excessively slender, lacking any semblance of ferocity or intimidation. However, as their eyes swept over its head, they gasped in unison at the sight of its spiraled dragon horns, which instantly imbued the creature with an air of mystery. In the lore of the merfolk, dragons are regarded as the supreme rulers of the ocean, an ingrained symbol of sanctity. The presence of those horns struck them like a thunderclap, causing them to forget the creature's otherwise mundane appearance, their minds consumed by the notion that such horns could only belong to a divine beast. They marveled inwardly, speculating that anyone who could ride such a mythical creature must be an individual of extraordinary stature. Their gazes toward the figure atop the beast were now imbued with a newfound reverence. Perched upon the creature's back was a figure clad in azure attire, whose design was unconventional and unlike the robes commonly worn by the denizens of the deep sea. The wide collar and straight hem appeared simple, yet accentuated the unique aura of the individual. Tall and youthful in appearance, the figure emanated a calmness that belied their years, exuding an ethereal quality reminiscent of the immortals depicted in ancient texts. There was an unspoken authority about them that commanded respect. Beside this figure stood two children of varying ages. The elder was a boy in his teens who stiffened slightly upon their arrival, a flicker of tension crossing his eyes. The younger was a girl of 6 or 7, her round, curious eyes wide with wonder as she observed them intently. Among the group, Wuxia was the first to regain his composure. As one who practiced the art of foresight, he had already taken note of the princess's demeanor earlier in the city. Now, as his gaze fell upon the figure in azure, a sudden warning reverberated through his mind, a clear premonition. Confrontation would lead to death. The clarity of this foreboding left Wuxia pale, his body trembling involuntarily. His companion, Hui Dazhang, ever perceptive, quickly noticed his distress. Coupled with the earlier intimidation they had faced in the city, the princess's respectful posture, and the inscrutable aura of the figure in azure, especially with the dragon horns that marked the creature as a divine beast, understanding dawned upon him. The seemingly youthful figure before them was far more formidable than they had initially presumed. Certainly not an entity that the merfolk could hope to rival. Hui Dazhang's countenance darkened like the depths of the ocean as his gaze traversed the figure in azure, eventually settling upon the crown princess. He swallowed hard, refraining from speaking, and subtly suppressed the deep blue energy surrounding him. Having comprehended the overwhelming might of his adversary, he understood the necessity of concealing any trace of hostility. Beside him, Taishan instantly adopted a more subdued demeanor. Despite his robust appearance, he possessed a certain finesse beneath his rough exterior. He had initially been simmering with frustration due to the landlord's remarks, but upon observing Wuxia's pale visage and Hui Dazhang's grave expression, the reprimand that had risen to his lips was forcibly swallowed back. His face flushed crimson, brows knitted tightly in a frown, as he fixated on the dragon horns atop the beast, as if seeking to discern some semblance of deception therein. The smirk that once adorned Bai Kuei's face had long vanished, his lips taut and straight, typically one to lighten the mood with jest. He now dared not even raise his eyelids. He cast a furtive glance at the two young girls beside the azure-clad figure. Such youthful innocence. Facing their 7 divine kings with remarkable composure, their strength appeared even more formidable than he had anticipated, causing a cold sweat to bead upon his back. Hades' expression was darker than usual, the aura of black water surrounding him diminished slightly. Naturally taciturn, he now pressed his lips together even more tightly, his gaze flitting nervously between the azure-clad individual and Wuxia, who still trembled slightly. The final remnants of his hope dissipated, leading him to silently retreat half a step, maintaining a delicate distance from his companions. Only Heiji and Baze remained, their faces a striking blend of blue and white, their hands clenched at their sides, knuckles whitening. They were already uneasy due to the assassination of the crown princess, and now, confronted with such formidable presence, they were thoroughly rattled. Should this azure-clad figure choose to defend the crown princess, they would likely be the first to suffer the consequences. Heiji acted exceedingly humble, positioning himself behind several elders, keen to avoid attention, while Baze lacked such subtlety, tightly gripping his hands, filled with resentment. At that moment, the azure-clad figure seemed to finally notice them. Lifting his gaze slightly, his eyes, cool and detached, swept over their diverse expressions, a faint curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. When he spoke, his voice was soft yet penetrated the surrounding waters, resonating clearly in each ear. It is indeed more organized than I had anticipated. He cast a brief glance at Heiji, who instinctively recoiled in alarm. Li Zio, at that moment, appeared somewhat taken aback. This individual before him was far from ordinary, although they were all divine kings. This being possessed hidden capabilities. Even the most concealed of powers became evident in the presence of divine consciousness. This figure had evidently cultivated an entirely different system of practices. Frowning, he discerned the shadow of the Butian sect in him. The old demon of Wuxian utilized the consumption of human hearts in place of spiritual energy, while this individual employed the consumption of authority instead. Moreover, the two types of energy he absorbed were mutually repellent. Alas, it was perplexing how this being could be so misguided. Lacking the appetite of Hunyo, he nonetheless traversed her path. Suddenly, Intrigue sparked within him. What would happen if he were to consume another fragment of power? Perhaps I should lend him a helping hand. His gaze then shifted to Baze, who immediately exhibited hostility. It seems you harbor some dissatisfaction towards me. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Baze was struck with immense force, spewing blood uncontrollably. Bai Kuei was taken aback. After all, he was the king of their Bai Yin clan, and he hurriedly approached to assess the situation. His complexion turned ashen, realizing that Baze had suffered grievous injuries. His entire energy was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Hai Tu Lu was greatly shaken, utterly unprepared for such a casual display of power from his adversary. A mere scoff had reduced a god king to this state. Witnessing Baze coughing blood and collapsing to the ground, his energy in disarray like scattered sand, he dared not hesitate any longer. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his voice tinged with urgency. Please, immortal, do not be angered. Our Jiao tribe has provided inadequate hospitality. I implore you not to hold it against the younger generation. Do not call me immortal. Li Zio waved his hand from atop Sanhua, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I have already stated that I am the landlord of this deep-sea city. Is this how you treat your landlord? Allowing me to stand here in the water for so long? Hearing this, Hai Tu Lu hurriedly nodded, his demeanor increasingly humble. It was our oversight. Please, esteemed landlord, come this way. He then stepped aside to clear a path, gesturing for everyone to lead the way. Li Zio nodded, choosing not to say more. Accompanied by Hunyu and Xiaoyer, he rode Sanhua and leapt into the vortex behind the city gates. Observing this, Hai Tu Lu quickly signaled hiding and Bai Kuei to assist Baze, while he discreetly took Blue Ro aside to inquire further. Upon learning that Li Zio had taken great care of her along the journey, saving her life multiple times, and that the scene at the city gates was a scheme orchestrated by the He Shui and Bai Yin clans, Hai Tu Lu's expression changed drastically. His pupils constricted slightly, as if he suddenly grasped the crux of the matter, and a heavy sigh escaped his throat. He gradually bent forward, the commanding presence he had maintained before the crowd dissipating, revealing a figure more akin to an ordinary elder of the Jiao tribe, hunched by the weight of time. There was a flicker of helplessness regarding the internal clan dynamics in his eyes. So, does that mean the elder harbored no ill will towards our Jiao tribe? Blue Ro nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, the Daoist is amiable. How could he harbor malice towards our clan? Upon hearing this, Hai Tu Lu nearly choked, thinking that he had just incapacitated a god king. And could that really be called amiable? Oh, by the way, Blue Rose seemed to suddenly recall something, continuing. The Taoist's purpose for this journey is twofold. One is to escort me back, and the other is to assist Xiaoyer in finding his father. It appears that he and his father fell into the sea during a recent battle. According to past customs, those who fall into the sea due to combat should be brought into Deep Sea City. Is that so? Leave this matter to me. Hai Tu Lu spoke earnestly, his expression resolute. Chapter 120. The Sea God Festival. Hai Tu Lu approached the group, his expression far from pleasant. Without indulging in unnecessary words, he directed a cold scoff towards Hiding and Bai Kuei, stating, You two clans must provide an explanation for this matter. Having uttered his words, he turned abruptly and departed without awaiting a response. Hiding and Bai Kuei exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, He Ji stepped forward, leaning closer to whisper in their ears. In a hushed tone, he disclosed the recent conspiracy with Bai Zhe to assassinate Lan Rower. Upon hearing this, the faces of Hiding and Bai Kuei turned as solemn as iron. Bai Kuei pressed his hand against his throbbing brow, his voice laden with frustration. You two have been exceedingly reckless. The Grand Princess is the elder sister of the Water Lord. Her status is immensely prestigious. Even if the assassination had failed, now that it has been exposed, does this not force the Sea clan to sever ties with us? And what of it? Retorted He Ji. Previously in Deep Sea City, did we ever fear anyone? Hiding interrupted coldly. Our previous lack of fear stemmed from not having encountered someone capable of toppling us. The individual who accompanied the Grand Princess demonstrated his ruthless means against Bai Zhe. Should he truly intervene, not only our two clans, but even if we allied with the other two clans, we might not withstand for even half an hour. He cast a disdainful glance at He Ji, his tone brooking no dissent. During this period, you will remain obediently within the clan, managing internal affairs of the He Shui clan. Under no circumstances are you to step beyond clan borders without my command. I shall personally accompany Bai Kuei to the Water Lord's palace to plead for forgiveness. The golden armor may well be beyond saving now. He acted personally and cannot evade responsibility. You should cultivate a trusted confidant anew. The elder clansman has always prioritized the greater good. They should not resort to absolute measures. I am the Black Water Lord. By what right do you confine me? He Ji clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale with suppressed indignation. Just on account of the trouble you have stirred, nearly leading our two clans to ruin. Bai Kuei spoke in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over Bai Zhe, who lay slumped nearby, still coughing blood. With Bai Yanjun now in this state, I shall have to deal with the mess of the Bai Yin clan. If you wish to avoid a similar fate, heed Haiding's words. Wait until that person departs from Deep Sea City before devising any plans. He Ji swallowed hard, refraining from further protests, and silently supported Bai Zhe as they moved forward. His hands clenched tightly at his sides. The corner of his mouth, hidden beneath his hair, curled into a barely perceptible smile. The situation had unfolded even more favorably than he had orchestrated. Haiding and Bai Kuei exchanged glances, both perceiving the shared concern reflected in each other's eyes. That individual was unpredictable. A mere disagreement had led to the downfall of a deity. If he did not depart, the forthcoming days were likely to be arduous. Meanwhile, Hai Tulu hastened to catch up with the patrolling leader of the shark soldiers, speaking in a grave tone. Immediately relay orders to conduct a thorough investigation of all outsiders who have fallen into the deep sea and entered the city due to combat over the past 6 months. Focus particularly on the human race. Even the slightest clue must be scrutinized. The shark soldier leader bowed in acknowledgement and promptly turned to organize personnel. Lon Rower led the three of them leisurely through the Sea Lordess palace, her gaze resting on the half-open pink and white coral beside her. With a smile, she raised her hand to indicate, "Esteemed Daoist, do take note of this coral known as Living Jade Pillar, a treasure of Deep Sea City. By day, it gently opens and closes with the flow of water, displaying a particularly lively grace. Yet, once night falls, a warm glow emanates from its petals, illuminating the jade steps of the palace, evoking a sense of a legendary fairyland." She then pointed towards a wooden pavilion floating in the water, beneath which hung strings of smooth white pearls that swayed gently with the current. "Look at that guest pavilion. The pearls strung beneath its eaves are all century-old deep-sea beads. These beads exude a warmth surpassing that of luminous pearls, lacking their blinding brightness, resembling jade steeped in warm water. Come evening, there is no need for lamps, as the pearls emit their own light. The entire corridor is adorned with soft, shimmering points of light, resembling a path strewn with fallen stars." Tiger Nyo lay on the back of Xianxia, reaching out to touch the colorful fish swimming by. Seeing this, Lon Ruer chuckled. "These are rainbow-scaled fish. They possess a gentle temperament and often swim around visitors. Deep Sea City not only allows humans to breathe, but also separates the briny taste of seawater. Do you smell that?" Li Zio inhaled deeply, and indeed, there was no trace of the fishy saltiness of the sea. Instead, a delicate fragrance of coral mingled with the moisture, lingering at the tip of his nose. He smiled in response, raising his gaze. Upon the jade corridor beside the pavilion, starry fish swam by, trailing delicate, shimmering tails. It was truly the underwater paradise described by Lon Ruru, not merely an illusion conjured by the heart-stealing old demon. Such tangible beauty was indeed rare. Alas, this world lacks a camera to capture such splendid scenery. Before long, the sound of light footsteps echoed from the end of the jade corridor. A boy of about 8 or 9 years, belonging to the Merman clan, hurried towards them. He wore a sea-blue robe of merman silk, adorned at the collar and cuffs with silver-threaded wave patterns. A fist-sized white coral ornament hung at his waist, jingling softly with each step, enhancing the liveliness of his gait. His dark hair was tied back with a silver hairband, with a few strands falling across his forehead, and his ear fins fluttered gently as he ran. He was none other than Lon Ruru's younger brother, the current sea monarch, Hai Bei-shi. Upon spotting Lon Ruru, his eyes sparkled with joy, and he quickened his pace to her side, grasping her sleeve with an affectionate tone. "Sister, you've finally returned. I've been waiting for you for several days." Lon Ruru chuckled as she ruffled his hair, introducing him to Li Zio. "Sheer, this is the esteemed Daoist. If it weren't for his assistance, I fear I would not have made it back." She then pointed to Tiger Nyo on Sanhua's back, saying, "This is Tiger Nyo, the Daoist disciple." Lastly, she gestured towards the small fish, "And this is Little Fish, who has also looked after me along the way." Hai Bei-shi immediately tempered his childish exuberance, slightly bowing to Li Zio. Though young, he exhibited a hint of the demeanor befitting a sea monarch. "Thank you, esteemed Daoist, for escorting my sister home. The entirety of Deep Sea City is profoundly grateful." After speaking, he turned to Huniu and Xiaoyer, beaming with a radiant smile. "I am He Bixi. If you enjoy your time here, I can take you to see the glowing jellyfish later." Thus, Li Ziyu found himself residing in the Sea Lord's palace. He was treated to sumptuous feasts and delightful beverages, which left Huniu utterly enchanted. Huniu and He Bixi were of similar age, and He Bixi treated her without the airs of a sea lord, allowing them to play together amiably. Xiaoyer finally fulfilled his wish by finding his father, and the two of them were also accommodated in the Sea Lord's palace. Lan Ruer retrieved the Xinyual ball, much to the delight of the merfolk, for their authority was about to dwindle. Even as members of the royal family of Deep Sea City, their situation remained precarious. To ensure a smooth transition to new authority, Lan Ruer spared no effort this time, truly entering seclusion. Liziu, too, had not anticipated that he would unexpectedly celebrate the new year in the Sea Lord's palace. Deep Sea City had no customary celebrations for the new year, yet Liziu and Xiaoyer's father busied themselves for most of the day, gathering Huniu, Xiaoyer, and several children, including Heibixi, to create a lively atmosphere with fireworks to welcome the new year. Even young Heibixi, the little Sea Lord, received her first pocket money, her hands grasping the coins, her eyes sparkling with joy. As the new year passed, Liziu took Huniu to the Waterlord's hall for a farewell visit. "Are you leaving? Daozhang, won't you wait for my sister to come out and say goodbye?" They had already lingered for quite some time, and since Xiaoyer's wish had been fulfilled, it was time to depart. Huniu felt a twinge of reluctance, about to say something more when Haidalu happened to walk in. "Are you leaving, Daozhang?" "Yes. I have overstayed my welcome. It is time to go. We must not hide this from you, Daozhang. In a few days, it will be the Sea God Festival. This is the most grand and lively festival for our merfolk, filled with unique ceremonies and joyous scenes. If you are not in a hurry, perhaps you could stay until after the Sea God Festival?" Huniu listened intently, her eyes brimming with curiosity, and suddenly leaned forward to ask, "What is the Sea God Festival all about?" "It is quite a spectacle. During this time, every household prepares special dishes to offer to the sea god. Delicacies such as our Deep Sea City's unique pearl cakes and colorful fish pastries are rarely tasted otherwise. There are also lion and dragon dances, filling the streets with merriment." Huniu's ears perked up, and while she didn't dwell on much else, the phrase special delicacies immediately captured her attention, causing her eyes to shine. With newfound enthusiasm, she dashed over to Liziu, tugging at his clothing and looking up with pleading eyes. Master, can we wait until after the Sea God Festival to leave?" Seeing her pitiful expression, Liziu could not bring himself to refuse. With a smile, he nodded. "Very well." With a shift in tone, he teasingly remarked, "Yet just a few days ago, you were incessantly expressing your desire to return to the little fishing village to seek out Grandfather Village Head. Has this matter slipped your mind so soon?" Hunyo stuck out her tongue, made a playful face, and scampered away with a light-hearted step. Chapter 121. The three flowers summoned the sea god's trident in the blink of an eye. The day of the Sea God Festival arrived, and the Deep Sea City was enveloped in a cacophony of festivity from the early morning. Coral clusters adorned with silver threads and deep-sea pearls decorated the streets. Strings of pearls hung at the alley's edges, jingling lightly as the passing clansfolk brushed against them, their laughter mingling with the cheerful sounds of the merfolk. On the jade corridors, the rippling silk of the mermaids swayed gracefully in the water, while children scampered after colorful sugar figurines. The sugar wrappers fluttered into delicate fragments of color, and even the scales of the colorful fish seemed to comprehend the spirit of the celebration, darting through the crowd in pursuit of light and shadow. This vibrant display of the merfolk's most exuberant festivities was rendered even more vivid. Li Zio held the hand of Huniu, with Xiaoyu following closely beside them. The three flowers walked at the rear, their footsteps light and dainty. As they stepped onto the main street, they spotted Lan Ruru standing at the alley's mouth, where the pearl strings cascaded down. She wore a long dress of moon-white silk, adorned with a delicate coral hairpin that softened her features. After several months of seclusion, her complexion appeared markedly improved. With a smile, she approached, her voice blending with the gentle sounds of the street. "Daoist, Huniu, it has been a while. Are you accustomed to life in this deep-sea city?" Li Zio nodded, responding with a smile. "Thank you for your concern. Everything is well." Huniu, already fixated on the sugar figurine stall behind Lan Ruru, tugged at her sleeve, exclaiming, "Sister Ru, those sugar figurines are beautiful." Lan Ruru smiled gently and led them further in. "Let us first go to the viewing platform. Later, I shall make sure you have your fill." Upon reaching the jade steps before the sea god temple, Huniu was scanning the surroundings for Haibei. When Lan Ruru gently pulled at her sleeve. "Look over there." Huniu followed her gaze and was momentarily taken aback. There, upon the jade throne at the temple's pinnacle, sat Haibei Shi. Unlike his usual attire of ocean blue silk, today he donned a long black robe, the hem embroidered with patterns of four-clawed dragons. The silver-threaded dragon design cascaded slightly with his seated posture. Atop his head rested a small silver crown, which cradled a deep-sea pearl the size of a pigeon's egg. radiating a gentle glow under the light. The little Sea Lord, who often chased after her, was now flanked by several venerable clan elders, standing tall and straight. An elder approached to quietly report matters to him, though his features still bore the innocence of youth. He nodded slightly, responding with a steadiness that carried the weight of his princely role. He genuinely exuded the demeanor of a Sea Lord. Hunyu scratched her head, whispering to Li Zio, "Master, isn't brother Shi going to play with me today?" Lan Ruru chuckled softly, explaining, "The Sea God Festival is a grand ceremony for our clan. And as the Sea Lord, she must preside over the offering rituals. It is his duty, but once the ceremony concludes, he will surely come to find you." The three of them followed the crowd towards the viewing area beside the jade steps. Lan Ruru's voice clearly reached Li Zio's ears. "Daoist, do you know the origins of this Sea God Festival? This deep-sea city was discovered by the first sea god, Xianxia, who led our people to this haven." She gestured towards the towering white jade statue at the center of the sea god temple. The statue, clad in ancient armor and holding the sea god's trident, bore a serene smile, embodying the spirit of the first sea god, Xianxia. Millennia ago, the continent was engulfed in turmoil, leading to the displacement of my kin, with many losing their lives during the arduous migrations. In those times, the esteemed youth known as Zhenchang emerged from our tribe, alongside four brothers. He valiantly safeguarded our people during their journey. He took the initiative to lead them into the depths of the sea in search of survival. Lan Rur, with a slowed pace, cast her gaze over the devout faces of her kin. He guided them away from the fearsome sea beasts, enduring countless hardships. Ultimately, he discovered the coastal city, where the briny air was kept at bay, providing a sanctuary for our people. Later, he gained the recognition of the divine artifact, the trident of the sea god, and became the first sea god himself. For decades, he protected our tribe, continuing to watch over the city of the deep sea until his natural demise. The Sea God Festival was established to commemorate the day he ascended as the sea god, honoring his guardianship. The so-called treasure offering involved gifted children from various tribes, each carrying a small bamboo basket filled with tributes for the sea god. These offerings included food, necessities, and shells polished by the children's own hands. This ritual served two purposes: to express heartfelt devotion to the sea god and to seek his protection, while also fulfilling the enduring purpose of millennia, utilizing this ceremony to allow the divine artifact to select its next heir, thus passing on the mantle of the sea god. This was the final wish of Zhenchang before his passing. As soon as the words were spoken, a resonant horn sounded from above the sea god temple. Yuzhua, seated upon the throne, raised a hand slightly, prompting the officiant beside him to proclaim loudly, "Treasure offering, commence." Two squads of silver-armored mermen, wielding long pikes, marched in unison from either side of the jade steps, the copper bells at their waists chiming with each step. This caused the suspended deep-sea pearls above to shine even brighter. Following closely were the merman children, each carrying small bamboo baskets, clad in miniature sea silk robes. Their serious faces ascended the jade steps in an orderly fashion. With each step, the small bells at their waists jingled, harmonizing with the gentle chime of the deep-sea pearls, creating a lively and ethereal atmosphere. The leading child approached the statue of Zhenchang, gently placing the bamboo basket down with both hands, and announced with a clear voice, "Great Sea God, this is the white shell pendant I polished for 3 months." After bowing, the child stepped aside. One by one, the children followed suit, placing their baskets filled with food and necessities upon the offering table. Their tender voices drifted with the water, eliciting smiles from the observing kin. Yuzhua, seated upon the jade throne, kept his gaze fixed upon the children. Only after the final child had retreated did he slightly raise his hand. The officiant, recognizing the gesture, proclaimed loudly, "Treasure offering, concluded." As the words echoed, the tribe members collectively bowed in respect. However, the trident of the sea god, held by the statue of Zhenchang, remained silently beside the effigy, showing no signs of movement. After the ceremony, several elders seated nearby shook their heads. Iron Mountain, unable to contain his impatience, sighed and remarked, "Alas, after so many millennia, the artifact remains utterly unresponsive." The aged man had forged numerous divine weapons and staves, yet the temperament of this artifact remained an enigma to him. Beside him, an elder of his clan shook his head and lamented, "Though the elder's instructions have been remembered for millennia, the artifact has yet to choose a new master. How shall we endure the road ahead?" Upon hearing these words, Lan Ruer paused momentarily before regaining her composure. She turned to Li Zio and softly remarked, "Every year, after the treasure offering ceremony, the clan elders express such sentiments. However, Regardless of circumstances, our commitment to safeguarding the deep-sea city has never wavered. Hui Dazhang, seated upon the jade throne, also overheard the elder's conversation. She clenched her small hands subtly, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. Once the elders dispersed, she rose from the throne, her dark serpentine robe swaying gently as she briskly made her way to the observation area. The ceremony had concluded, and she was eager to play with Hunyo. As Hui Dazhang approached the observation area, Hunyo bounced forward, tugging at her sleeve. The two were engaged in conversation when Hunyo's gaze suddenly fixated on the enormous trident held by the statue of the sea god in the center of the temple. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she whispered, "Brother Shi'er, may I come closer? Just to take a glance." Hui Dazhang's face revealed a hint of hesitation. That was the most sacred place in their clan, and allowing them to observe was already an exception, just as she was at a loss for words. Lan Ruer's voice chimed in at an opportune moment. "How about this? Now that the offering ceremony has concluded, if the Daoist does not mind, why don't we take a closer look at the true visage of the sea god?" Li Zio had little interest at first, but upon noticing Hunyo's eager expression, he nodded in agreement. As they stepped into the sea god temple, the trident in the center began to tremble slightly, emanating a faint silver glow. This spectacle caused a stir among the merfolk outside, with someone exclaiming, "It moved. The artifact has stirred." Some clan members, their eyes glistening with excitement, proclaimed, "Heaven bless Deep Sea City. We shall finally have a second sea god." Li Zio and the others stood frozen in place. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that this was no mere artifact, but a spiritual tool requiring the infusion of spiritual energy to activate. He glanced at himself and Hunyo. Since merging with that golden core, his spiritual energy had ceased to leak. As for Hunyo, it was impossible for her to have any spiritual energy escaping, as all of it had long since been consumed. The answer was now abundantly clear. Turning to the side, he observed the bored Xianxia, who was swaying her tail, and a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Chapter 122. The divine artifact chooses its master. Li Zio felt a sudden weight in his heart. Oh no. He should have dealt with the residual spiritual energy on Xianxia long ago. Now, this is troublesome. The moment the spiritual energy emerged, it actually stirred the trident. Could this foolish fellow possibly be mistaken for the heir of the sea god? Without this convenient mode of transport, would he really have to rely on that girl Hunyo to carry him around every day? If she were to become annoyed, she would undoubtedly abandon him in no time. He needed to quickly devise a strategy. Li Zio hastily cast his gaze towards the elders of the merfolk, who had not yet dispersed. The tension in his heart deepened. He observed that several elders, who had just moments ago been furrowing their brows, now had their expressions relaxed. The murky depths of their eyes seemed to ignite with a sudden fire, shining brilliantly. That was the hope that had been suppressed for thousands of years. Now fixated intently on the trembling trident, he inwardly lamented. His position as landlord might have instilled some intimidation under normal circumstances, but at this moment, the elders' eyes were solely focused on the legacy. Overcome with hope, who could say how they would react? He certainly couldn't engage them in a discussion about science. This sea god trident does not choose its master. It merely responds to spiritual energy and has fortuitously been activated. Such words would likely be dismissed as nonsense by these elders, who had long awaited this moment. If a dispute were to arise, would he even dare lay a hand on these venerable figures? Li Zio felt a headache coming on, instinctively retreating his gaze, and stole a glance at the oblivious Xianxia. He then caught sight of Lan Ruer out of the corner of his eye. His heart sank once more. The girl wore an expression of surprise and delight, tinged with an understanding that seemed to suggest she had guessed the truth. Her gaze lingered on him, as if she were contemplating something. Damn it. She couldn't possibly be connecting this to him, could she? Ever since he saved her, she must have perceived his unusual traits, leading her to believe that it was only natural for the long-dormant trident to be stirred by him. Was she considering keeping him as the sea god? That would be far worse than retaining Xianxia. No wonder Hunyo was so eager to see the sea god trident earlier. Even Hui Dazhang, as the sea lord, found himself in a bit of a quandary. This little girl had insisted on seeing the statue of the true divine figure. It seemed she had been waiting for this moment. Well, this clever young lady, though still quite young, certainly possessed a great deal of cunning. His gaze now shifted to Hui Dazhang and Hunyo. At this moment, one was filled with immense joy while the other wore a befuddled expression. Hui Dazhang, despite his tender age, had been thrust into the responsibilities of the Sea Lord. He was burdened daily with the affairs of the clan, scarcely having time for the innocent joys of childhood. In his heart, he had never thought that the appearance of the sea god would threaten his position. The teachings he had absorbed since childhood were deeply ingrained within him. The sea god was the true backbone of the merfolk. Now that the divine artifact was stirring, he could only hope from the depths of his being that the new sea god would arrive soon to lighten his heavy burdens. As for Hunyu, the little girl had not pondered any of the complexities. Her earlier insistence on seeing the sea god trident was merely driven by her fascination with its large and peculiar form. The weapons encountered in the travels with the master are certainly eye-catching, purely for the novelty they bring. At this moment, witnessing one of them suddenly tremble, I could hardly fathom the notion of selecting a master. I merely muttered to myself, what is wrong with this thing? Is it about to break? I quickly shrank back behind my master, hoping it wouldn't crash down and shower me with shards. My gaze ultimately turned to the seemingly indifferent passerby, Little Fish. Evidently, Little Fish was oblivious to the unfolding events, his head bowed as he absent-mindedly caressed the decorative starfish vine beside him. Since finding his father, his mind has been singularly focused on one thought: to reunite with his mother at home. Initially, his desire to learn skills was merely a thought that they might prove useful in the quest to find his father. Little did he expect that entering Deep Sea City would go so smoothly, allowing him to locate his father as he had wished. Although he was now 13 years old, in this world, marrying and having children at such an age is commonplace. However, his mind was solely occupied with the hope of reuniting with his parents and returning to their previous life. Occasionally, he would unconsciously steal glances at Lawn Rower. It seemed that this young lad had genuinely developed feelings for her. No wonder their fates were so tightly intertwined. It appeared that even if he returned home in the future, their connection would persist. Had he perhaps been overthinking? Wasn't this a splendid opportunity for him? Li Zio's thoughts swirled, and he hastily collected himself. At that moment, the jade statue of the true sign master unexpectedly shattered with a resounding crash. Fragments of jade cascaded from the statue, and a majestic, ethereal shadow abruptly materialized in its place. The shadow first cast a sweeping gaze, and upon landing on Xianxia, it smiled and nodded, only for its expression to stiffen, clearly taken aback. It must have thought, why is it a deer? Yet, after a brief pause, as if recalling something, its demeanor returned to calm. It seemed that, given the circumstances, there was little else to be done. The trident that had long fallen from the statue transformed into the appearance of a divine artifact within the halo of light, and was then steadily thrown towards Xianxia. As this action was completed, the magnificent shadow gradually faded away, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Having made up his mind, Li Zio no longer hesitated. All eyes in the arena were glued to the trident that had morphed into a divine artifact. Lawn Rower gazed at the trident soaring toward its target, her heart brimming with uncontainable excitement as she silently chanted, "It worked. It truly worked. If the Daoist can become the sea god, Deep Sea City will surely flourish once more." However, just as the trident was about to reach its target, no one noticed that Li Zio had subtly shifted his toes, moving with astonishing speed. In an instant, he raised his foot and decisively kicked the trident back. The ethereal shadow of the true sign master, which was on the verge of dissipating, seemed to be drawn back by this rebound, momentarily solidifying before following the trajectory of the trident, heading straight into the body of Little Fish, who was still engrossed in stroking the starfish vine, utterly oblivious to the sudden change. Only a few divine beings remained on the field, faintly sensing an unusual occurrence. They perceived a fleeting shift in light and shadow before them. The trajectory of the trident appeared to deviate. Yet, Li Zio's movements were executed with such swiftness that they could not discern the entirety of the scene. Each rubbed their eyes, muttering to themselves, "Was that trajectory indeed askew? Perhaps age has dulled my vision." At this moment, Lawn Rower was far from tranquil. Her pupils constricted as she gazed at the trident that had pierced into the small fish's body. Her heart tightened, as if gripped by an unseen hand. The target of the sea goddess trident had clearly been directed towards the Taoist priest. How had it veered in the blink of an eye? She fixed her gaze on Li Zio, observing his calm demeanor, while her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. Was it her own vision that faltered? Or was there a deeper secret at play? A sense of unease constricted her throat, turning her attention back to the bewildered small fish. She suddenly recalled the age-old tradition within her clan regarding the sea god's selection of a master, which had never aired. After a pause, she slowly released her grip, a fleeting smile of relief gracing her lips. Perhaps I was mistaken. This is for the best. The Jiao people have finally welcomed their own sea god. Chapter 123. The newly appointed sea god. Starfish Vine. A heart-wrenching cry suddenly shattered the silence within the hall, startling all the merfolk present, who looked up in unison. The little fish, who had been bowing his head to caress the starfish vine moments ago, now found his body inexplicably rising from the ground. His feet gradually lifting off the surface as if held aloft by an invisible force, slowly floating into the air of the hall. The trident pierced through the center of his chest, emanating an intense blue light. This radiance coursed through his meridians, spreading to his limbs and bones, and wherever it traveled, it felt as though countless fine needles were piercing beneath his skin. The little fish convulsed violently, his hands gripping his chest tightly, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. Cold sweat suddenly beading on his forehead and cascading down his cheeks, shattering into tiny droplets in the illuminated air. Suddenly, a rolling sensation gripped his throat, as if something were attempting to emerge from within him. In the next moment, the blue light at his chest abruptly contracted inward, followed by the emergence of a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg, pure white and bearing a faint scent of the sea, forcibly pushing its way out of his throat, hovering before him. As soon as the pearl appeared, it began to orbit around his body, each rotation intensifying its brilliance, while the little fish's cries of agony grew more pronounced. This was the fated pearl of the merfolk, now forcibly forming within his human vessel, tearing through his flesh and veins, reshaping his very essence. Before anyone could react, the little fish's legs began to undergo a transformation. The fabric of his trousers swelled ominously, followed by the sound of tearing cloth. His human legs, enveloped in blue light, twisted and fused at a visible pace. Fine golden scales sprouted from his skin, spreading up from his ankles, while the bones of his knees cracked audibly. His calves elongated gracefully, and his feet morphed into a fan-shaped tail fin, edged with a halo of pale blue light. In an instant, his original legs vanished entirely, replaced by a golden fish tail measuring over 4 feet in length, its fin spreading nearly 2 feet wide, glimmering with a fractured sheen under the light. With a gentle sweep of the tail in midair, a breeze imbued with a salty tang was stirred. Simultaneously, his body continued to undergo metamorphosis. Small gill slits sprouted on either side of his cheeks, rhythmically opening and closing with his breath. His ears elongated and sharpened, adorned with delicate golden scales. His previously dusky skin transformed into a fair, luminous complexion, enveloped in a soft, watery glow. In an instant, his demeanor shifted from that of an ordinary fishing boy to one of regal and commanding presence. Amidst the excruciating pain, the little fish's body continued to ascend until it reached the highest point of the hall, aligning with the position where the ethereal image of the true sign appeared moments ago. His anguished cries had not ceased. Each breath felt as though it might rend his very lungs. Yet, gradually, his gaze shifted from initial torment to a semblance of bewilderment, ultimately gaining a touch of clarity. A torrent of information surged within his mind, an inheritance of the sea god lineage, encompassing everything from the rudimentary techniques of chi refinement to the profound mastery of water manipulation, culminating in the art of wielding the trident, flooding his consciousness like a tidal wave. In that very moment of inheritance, the blue light at his heart erupted once more. The trident embedded within him transformed into a radiant streak, soaring from his chest to hover at his right side. The trident, resplendent in its azure hue, glimmered with a chilling brilliance at its tip, enveloped by the ethereal water essence that resonated with him, as though they were one. At that instant, the small fish, suspended in midair, was flanked by the swirling life-giving pearl before him and the quietly levitating sea god trident to his right. Its golden tail gently swayed in the shimmering light, exuding an aura of reverence. As the final remnants of inheritance melded into his mind, his cries abruptly ceased, and he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a steadiness that belied his youth, alongside the regal presence of the sea god. With a gentle motion, he raised his hand, and the trident seamlessly fell into his palm, while the life pearl transformed into a beam of white light, merging into his brow. From that moment forth, he could effortlessly transition between human and merfolk forms, becoming the sole inheritor of the sea god in this underwater city for millennia. Although it was Li Zio who had orchestrated the transformation of the small fish into the sea god, the magnitude of this change in its being was truly unforeseen by him. This inheritance of the sea god indeed held profound significance, particularly astonishing him with the discovery of an advanced cultivation method hidden within, far surpassing the basic chi refinement techniques of Penglai Island. This revelation suggested that practitioners of cultivation had undoubtedly existed in this world. Had some cataclysm transpired, compelling those practitioners to conceal their existence? Contemplating this, Li Zio felt a surge of urgency. What if he were to encounter other cultivators one day? With his current prowess, would he be capable of facing them? He pondered in silence. According to his understanding from a previous life regarding the cultivation system, was he now akin to a formidable golden core adept? This thought swelled within him, leading him to believe he could effortlessly dispatch a cadre of golden core cultivators with a mere wave of his hand. However, He quickly regained his composure. The next realm was evidently the nascent soul stage, requiring the shattering of the golden core to condense one's primordial spirit into a nascent soul, allowing for brief separation from the physical form, mastery of spiritual attacks, and control of magical artifacts through the primordial spirit. Yet, this bore no resemblance to his current state. His golden core had long since fused with his being, even evolving into a miniature world. Not only had he not seen a trace of a nascent soul, he had not even glimpsed a shadow of it. Li Ziyo shook his head, brushing aside these thoughts. The matters at hand were of utmost importance. If he were to abandon his responsibilities, it would indeed spell disaster for Xiao Yuer. Why, you may wonder. It is because, despite Xiao Yuer currently merging with the sea god's trident, which likely harbored a portion of spiritual energy, granting him extraordinary power for a fleeting moment, the gravest issue lies in the fact that this energy is non-renewable. Each usage diminishes its supply. Once the spiritual energy is depleted, Xiao Yuer would revert to being utterly powerless. At that juncture, would he still find a foothold among the merfolk? More critically, even if Xiao Yuer possessed the methods for cultivation, they would avail him not, as the world has long since been devoid of spiritual energy. Earlier, the sea god's trident, sensing the scant spiritual energy within the three flowers, eagerly burrowed into it, likely due to years of deprivation, stirring with excitement upon detecting the energy. Li Ziyo's gaze shifted to the sea star vine that Xiao Yuer had been fondling repeatedly, and an epiphany struck him. Since he had previously nurtured the small pine tree into a source of spiritual energy, it stood to reason that this sea star vine could also be cultivated similarly. Seizing the opportunity while the attention of those in the hall remained fixated on the levitating Xiao Yuer, he discreetly transferred his own spiritual energy into the sea star vine. In mere moments, the once slender tendrils visibly thickened, the leaves unfurled, enveloped in a gentle halo, with an ethereal flow of spiritual energy coursing beneath its luminescent surface, perceptible only to Li Ziyo. When the onlookers finally noticed the anomaly, they attributed it to the sea star vine being blessed by the newly ascended sea god, failing to consider any other explanations. Satisfied, Li Ziyo nodded approvingly. From this day forth, the sea star vine would be bound to Xiao Yuer. As he gazed at the still stabilizing figure of Xiao Yuer, he recalled the legends of the merfolk. Pondering to himself, perhaps the legendary True Sign Master had fortuitously acquired the trident but never truly comprehended its intricacies, remaining unaware that the world had long been bereft of spiritual energy. Given the merfolk's naturally long lifespan, if he could indeed tread the path of cultivation through the trident, one would expect his life to extend further. Yet, the legend states he perished after merely a few decades as the sea god. This peculiarity solidified Li Ziyo's conviction. The spiritual energy of this world had been severed for millennia. Chapter 124. The Council of Elders within the Grand Hall of Deep Sea City. Flickering candlelight cast a solemn ambience over the room. At the head of the chamber, 5 intricately carved stone chairs were arranged in orderly fashion, with 4 elder divine kings seated in their respective positions. Notably absent was the elder of the Blackwater clan, hiding, and in his stead sat a boy, scarcely 10 years of age. The sight drew furrowed brows from the assembled elders. Iron Mountain, unable to contain his discontent, questioned in a low but firm tone, "What is this? The elders' council is no child's play. What business does this young lad have here?" The boy, clad in a blue robe, despite his youthful appearance, maintained an air of composure. Even under the scrutiny of Iron Mountain's rebuke, he replied with a hint of nervousness, "Respected Lord Iron Mountain, Elder Hiding is unwell and hastily departed after the Sea God Festival. My father is confined and unable to attend, hence, I am here to represent him." "Humph, what a preposterous excuse," Iron Mountain retorted, his voice tinged with further ire. As a divine king, how could he fall ill so easily? Is it that he simply could not be bothered to attend? For such a significant meeting, to imply he cannot come is utterly ridiculous. Does he not regard us? Before he could continue, Hai Tulu, seated at the center, raised his hand to interrupt. "Enough, Iron Mountain. Since it is Elder Hiding's wish, let the boy remain." He then addressed the assembly, speaking in a measured tone. "Deep Sea City has welcomed the new sea god, and it is indeed a matter for the younger generation. Ultimately, the responsibilities of Deep Sea City must be shouldered by the youth. We must grant them opportunities for experience and growth." His gaze swept across the room as he continued. "We, the older generation, should provide support as long as we are able, ensuring that Deep Sea City grows ever stronger." These words resonated with the other 2 elders who had remained silent, both nodding in agreement. The elders seated on the stone benches, some with silver hair and others sporting long beards, also expressed their concurrence, clearly in favor of Hai Tulu's proposition. At that moment, The assembly consisted primarily of ancient mermen, most nearing a century in age. Their gathering was significant, as the matters to be discussed pertained to the future of the entire merfolk clan. Observing the absence of dissent, Hai Tulu cleared his throat twice, redirecting the conversation back to the main issue, since we all agree on providing opportunities for the younger generation. The foremost topic today is the placement of the new sea god and the matter of his entry into the Forbidden Realm. Earlier, within the sea god temple, the trident had acknowledged its master, the fated mermaid Pearl had manifested, and the sea star Vine had undergone a transformation. These phenomena undeniably marked him as the destined heir to the sea god. However, as he was originally human, his sense of belonging to our clan is still tenuous. Even though he has transformed into merfolk form, how we guide him and ensure his integration remains a matter for our collective deliberation. As Hai Tulu concluded, he surveyed the hall, inviting the elders to voice their thoughts. After a brief silence, an elder with a scarred temple spoke first, his tone laced with skepticism. How can it be said that his sense of belonging is weak? Had it not been for Deep Sea City's intervention, his father would have long been lost to the depths of the ocean. This act of salvation ought to remain etched in his heart. Now that he has ascended to the status of the sea god, he should be even more grateful to my clan. Old Scar, your words are rather biased. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder from the opposite side, wielding a jade staff, coldly refuted him. You seem to have forgotten that the reason he and his father fell into the sea was due to the civil strife within our merfolk clan. Later, the Blackwater tribe even cast his father into the mines, forcing him to toil there for 6 grueling months. Do you truly believe he would easily forsake such suffering? Now that he wields the trident and has become the sea god, if he were to harbor resentment, who among us could possibly stop him? But that is a matter concerning the Blackwater tribe. What relevance does it hold for the rest of us? Another elder interjected, his brow furrowed in thought. Hearing this, Haish felt a wave of shame wash over him, burying his head even lower. The elder who had countered Old Scar continued. Furthermore, the manifestation of the true spirit of the sea god and the trident's voluntary recognition of its master undoubtedly indicates that he is destined to be the sea god. Even if there are past grievances, should we not prioritize the greater good of Deep Sea City? Prioritize the greater good, you say? Such words are easy to utter. An elder to the left, his face lined with wrinkles, rapped the stone table emphatically. After all, he is of human descent and knows nothing of our merfolk customs or interclan entanglements. Today he has just transformed into his merfolk form, and tomorrow he is to enter the Forbidden Grounds. Within those grounds resides someone of great significance. If he lacks a sense of belonging to our clan, or worse, were to speak ill of that individual, it could incite their wrath. Who would bear such responsibility? In my view, the pressing matter is to send someone to accompany him. This would allow us to teach him the ways of the merfolk, while discreetly observing his character. The elder by Kuei, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his voice soft yet commanding enough to quiet the hall. As for the matter of entering the Forbidden Grounds, it may be prudent to delay for a few days. Let him become more familiar with Deep Sea City and ease any barriers before we discuss it again. Delay for a few days? That simply cannot be. The ancestral teachings passed down for millennia dictate that as soon as the sea god appears, he must enter the Forbidden Grounds the very next day. Upon hearing this, Taizhan immediately rose in protest, his tone infused with urgency. The one residing within is not easy to placate. Should we provoke him, none of us could bear the consequences. In an instant, the elders within the hall became divided, each holding firm to their stance. Some advocated for gradually guiding the young one, while others feared the resurgence of old grievances and suggested stringent precautions. Still, others clung to ancestral traditions, believing he should enter the Forbidden Grounds on schedule. The debate grew increasingly heated. At that moment, the elder Wuxia, who had remained seated and silent, suddenly spoke. The timing for entering the Forbidden Grounds must not be delayed. Now that he is the sea god, the most pressing matter is to finalize the selection of the sea goddess consort and the sacred woman of the sea goddess palace. Upon reaching this point, he paused briefly before continuing. As for the sacred woman of the sea goddess palace, that falls within the purview of my Wu clan. I can make the decision independently, and I shall designate my granddaughter, Wu Linger. As soon as Wu Shi's words were uttered, everyone understood his intentions. Yet no one dared to voice dissent, for this was indeed a matter of the Wu clan's own affairs. Upon hearing the mention of the sea goddess's position, the elders of various clans widened their eyes, each calculating in their hearts, who would not desire their descendants to ascend to the throne of the sea goddess. In the future, would they not become the elders of the sea god? One elder proclaimed, I believe a granddaughter of mine should be chosen. My granddaughters excel in water manipulation, making them the perfect match for the sea god. On what grounds? Another elder immediately retorted. My granddaughters are equally remarkable. Why should the selection be limited to yours? Enough of this bickering. One of my clan's juniors, of similar age to the sea god, possesses a gentle disposition and should rightfully be the sea goddess. Interjected yet another elder. The three continued to argue, their voices rising, and soon the other elders joined in, plunging the hall into chaos once more. Meanwhile, the four elder kings and He Gu remained seated in silence, their expressions unchanged. After a brief period of contention, Hai Tulu cleared his throat, and with a soft cough, the hall fell silent. Originally, he intended to propose Lan Rower as the sea goddess, yet he was uncertain of her own desires and deemed it inappropriate to bring it up at this moment. Ultimately, he firmly decided the sea god should reside in the sea god palace, and his father shall move in with him. The matter of the sea goddess must be determined by the sea god himself. As for tomorrow's venture into the forbidden land, it would be prudent to assemble a sea god guard. Tomorrow, the sea god, the saintess, and the sea god guard shall enter together. The selection for the sea god guard shall include one representative from each clan, excluding the witch clan. Upon hearing these words, the assembly found them reasonable and raised no further objections. Chapter 125. The visit of the clan elder. This journey into the depths of the ocean was not without its rewards for Li Ziyo. At the very least, it confirmed his suspicions. There once existed cultivators in this world, and the merfolk maintained a complete lineage. This realization instilled in him a slight sense of urgency, albeit not overwhelming. Drawing upon his extensive experience from countless novels in his past life, he surmised that he had likely yet to emerge from the novice village. In the early stages, one should not encounter formidable foes. The flicker of urgency he felt stemmed from his initial belief that this was merely a realm where he could roam freely as a martial hero. However, after only a brief exploration, he discovered that this world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. These contemplations bore no relation to Hunyu, who was presently seated at the dining table, voraciously devouring the delicacies procured via the spatial bracelet from the sea god palace. This bracelet was indeed a marvel, as it had been originally designed to carry offerings to the sea god, yet she had managed to transport the entirety of its contents. There was nothing amiss in her actions. After all, the first sea god had completely dissipated, a fact that was indisputable. However, the worth of this sea god was hardly commendable. With Li Ziyo's perception, the deity's strength could only be at the foundation establishment stage at best. Yet, he found himself puzzled. How could this sea god have reached the foundation establishment level in a world devoid of spiritual energy? As for the newly appointed sea god, he was likely too preoccupied to even consider eating at this moment. Everything that transpired today was beyond his wildest dreams. A mere fishing boy from a small northern kingdom, he had encountered the unheard of merfolk and, to his astonishment, had become their deity. This revelation would take him considerable time to process. Hunyu, however, was oblivious to such matters. Engrossed in her meal, she mumbled with her mouth still full, "Master, does this mean we can't be with Brother Fishy anymore?" Li Ziyo chuckled in response. "You can see him whenever you wish. However, he is now the sea god of the merfolk. Yet, he will always remain my Brother Fishy." Upon hearing her master's words, Hunyu pondered for a moment, nodded in agreement, and then returned to her meal without further fuss. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door of their room, catching Li Ziyo off guard. After all, he resided within the Sea Lord's palace, and it was improbable for an ordinary person to enter. Moreover, most of the merfolk harbored a certain wariness towards him as their landlord. They would typically keep their distance and would not seek him out voluntarily. If it had been Heibixi, he would have simply entered without hesitation, as the palace was his domain. Even if he were to observe decorum, he would merely announce his presence upon entering rather than knock. As for Lan Ruer, she was even less likely to disturb him. Her demeanor towards Li Ziyo was one of utmost respect, bordering on reverence, and she would never intrude upon his rest at such a late hour. Hunyu, with a look of discontent, spat out the morsel in her mouth, set aside her food, and scampered over to open the door. Despite her small stature, Hunyu exhibited remarkable understanding. There is no need to trouble the master over trifles such as opening a door. Even while savoring a delightful meal, she remains mindful of her duties. Yet, she has always been unable to conceal her emotions, displaying her vexation without reservation. Upon opening the door, her countenance clearly conveyed her displeasure. To her astonishment, the individual who entered was none other than the esteemed elder of the Sea clan, Hai Tulu. The two had little prior interaction, and just moments ago, she had remarked that some individuals would prefer to evade him, with Hai Tulu being one of them. With a teasing smile, she quipped, "So late in the evening, Has the esteemed elder come prepared to pay the rent owed to this humble Daoist? Though advanced in years, Hai Tulu bore no airs of superiority, appearing almost like a junior before her. He promptly performed a respectful gesture customary among the merfolk and stated, "Daoist, you jest. I have come specifically to express my gratitude." "Gratitude for what?" she inquired, bewildered. "I have done nothing for you. Indeed, it is to thank you for delivering the sea god to us. This is an immense favor, one that our people have awaited for over 10 millennia. A hint of confusion crossed her face. "Is the sea god truly so significant to you? Over these millennia, when have you ever needed the sea god? Have you not managed to survive all this time?" Even the venerable elder, despite his nearly century-long existence, found himself scratching his head like a wayward child. Unable to respond to her query, "What does your decline have to do with the sea god?" she pressed. "Do you genuinely believe that a sea god can resolve the current issues facing the merfolk?" Hai Tulu clasped his hands together and bowed earnestly. "I humbly request you to guide our merfolk on the right path." She shrugged her shoulders. "I am not your sea god. What solutions might I offer? By the way, how many cultivators remain among the merfolk nowadays?" Hai Tulu respectfully replied, "There are 7 divine kings." "Oh, pardon me. One has been incapacitated by you, so now there are 6. We have fewer than 50 divine generals, over 200 divine warriors, and perhaps 500 to 600 disciples, totaling just under 1,000. In terms of mere numbers, no sect on the continent surpasses you. But your deep-sea city has become a nation in its own right, and you possess additional territories overseas? Indeed, the confines of deep-sea city are limited, and we naturally traverse the ocean. We have even established territories in regions inaccessible to the human populace. Ultimately, the crux of your predicament lies within your own cultivation practices." Hai Tulu hesitated. "Daoist, we have considered this. Yet it is a legacy that has persisted for over 10,000 years. She waved her hand dismissively. "That is beyond my purview. You may discuss it with your new sea god in the future." After a pause, she added casually, "Should you wish to change your cultivation system, perhaps the sea god may assist you in due course. Indeed, regarding your deep-sea city, if I am able to enter, how could others remain oblivious? As for the people on the mainland, I cannot speak for other nations, but recently." With that, Li Zio proceeded to recount the events surrounding Penglai Island. This revelation left Haidalu trembling with trepidation, though he did not appear overly alarmed. Li Zio shifted the topic. "The reason I share this with you is to prepare you for unforeseen circumstances. In truth, the current cultivation levels on the mainland are inferior to yours. When comparing the strengths of both sides, your deity corresponds roughly to a grandmaster on the mainland. The demigods, in general, align with the supreme beings. Presently, grandmasters are a rarity on the mainland, yet the future remains uncertain." He mused inwardly. "I wonder how far the spiritual energy has spread outside. It has been a year since I ventured out with Hunio. Perhaps Penglai Island has indeed transformed into a sanctuary for cultivation." Haidalu promptly bowed respectfully to Li Zio. "Thank you for your guidance, Daoist. I cannot interfere with your internal affairs, but as a decision-maker, you must act decisively when the time calls for it." Haidalu nodded thoughtfully. Li Zio waved his hand. "I have spoken enough. Now, let us discuss your purpose. Surely, you did not come merely to express gratitude at this late hour?" Upon mentioning the matter at hand, Haidalu immediately adopted a serious demeanor and addressed Li Zio. "Over 10,000 years ago, the first sea god proclaimed that whoever succeeds the next sea god must venture into the forbidden grounds. However, those grounds are perilously treacherous, and those children may struggle to cope. Thus, I have come to beseech you, Daoist, to escort these children into the forbidden grounds." "Treacherous? Are your 6 deity kings unable to handle this?" Haidalu nodded cautiously. "The so-called forbidden grounds resemble another deep-sea city, now reduced to ruins. Within it dwells a peculiar creature that even we deity kings cannot vanquish. We can only drive it away." Li Zio's interest was piqued. "What makes it so troublesome?" "The creature is exceedingly difficult to deal with. Even as deity kings, we can only repel it, as it lacks a physical form. Even if temporarily scattered, it can gradually reassemble." Li Zio nodded, pondering. "Very well, this piques my interest, and I shall venture forth." After a moment, Haidalu suddenly recalled something and hastily warned, "By the way, Daoist, there is another being within the forbidden grounds. However, this entity is rather ill-tempered. Should you encounter it, please exercise patience. After all, that being has looked after our merfolk to some extent." "Oh, there is another presence inside." Li Zio expressed curiosity. Haidalu shook his head. "It is not a human. What exactly this being is, we cannot ascertain. Yet, according to the records of the merfolk, it has existed for at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Even Li Zio was somewhat taken aback. Haidalu vaguely added, "As for the specifics, I too am not well informed. It would be best for the Daoist to make the journey in person. Upon meeting the other party, perhaps clarity will be attained." Li Zio nodded slightly, lost in contemplation. Chapter 126. Entering the Forbidden Land. At the entrance to the Forbidden Land, the portal bore a striking resemblance to the entrance they used to access the deep-sea city. It manifested as a grand whirlpool. Yet this one was shrouded in an ominous black hue, exuding an inexplicable eeriness that sent shivers down one's spine. Surrounding this dark vortex were 4 platforms, each manned by a dozen or more mermen, with a divine being, 2 disciples, and several merman soldiers stationed at each. Clearly, the merman clan exercised even stricter vigilance here than at the city gates. In the past, whenever young ones ventured into the Forbidden Land, they were always accompanied by a god king. However, this occasion was markedly different. Although the young fish had only recently ascended to the status of sea god, wielding the sea god's trident granted him semi-divine strength, a testament to his potential yet to be fully realized through training. At this moment, he stood in stark contrast to his former self. Since his transformation into a merman, he had grown nearly 8 feet tall, his physique becoming increasingly robust and imposing, erasing the image of the frail fisherman he once was. His lower half was adorned with golden scales, glimmering coldly under the sun's rays. Gripping the trident firmly, a subtle aura of the sea god's unique majesty and authority emanated from him. His father stood a short distance away, still in human form, yet he had attained a venerable status within deep-sea city. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the other mermen, he kept to himself, waving at his son from afar. Though he was unaware of the significance the Forbidden Land held for his son, his heart brimmed with concern and affection. At that moment, a sound of hooves echoed from behind. Turning to look, he saw the Taoist priest and tiger girl approaching. He held a deep respect for Li Zio, knowing he had facilitated the reunion with his son. Just as he was about to speak, Li Zio preemptively reassured him, saying, "Fear not, my brother, for I shall accompany him on this journey and ensure his safety." Upon hearing this, he promptly bowed deeply in gratitude to Li Zio. At that juncture, the Sea Lord Hai Bei Shi emerged at the forefront, flanked by 4 elder members of the God King lineage and several clan elders, accompanied by 5 young mermen. "I pay my respects to the sea god," Hai Bei Shi addressed, first offering a single-handed salute to the young fish before respectfully greeting Li Zio. "I have the honor of meeting you, Taoist priest." Li Zio responded with a gentle nod, while the entourage promptly moved forward to pay their respects to the young fish, performing a 2-handed salute in unison, proclaiming, "We bow before the sea god." In contrast, their addresses to Li Zio became a jumble. Some called him Lord. Others referred to him as Landlord, while some simply acknowledged him as Taoist priest. Li Zio chose to overlook the confusion, as he was aware this was not his domain and thus found it inconsequential. Hai Tulu nodded to Li Zio, who sat atop the back of the 3 flowers, and then bent slightly, placing one hand on his chest, saying, "This journey into the sea god's forbidden land requires your diligent care, Taoist priest. Since neither the sea god nor you have previously entered the forbidden land, the holy maiden of the sea god palace will guide the way." After a brief pause, he proceeded to introduce the other 4 individuals to Li Zio and the young fish. "These 4 are our newly formed sea god guards, tasked with safeguarding the sea god within the forbidden land." To this statement, Li Zio held no belief. Among the 4, one was familiar to him, Princess Lan Ro. 3 other young merfolk, some even younger than the little fish, are caught in the liminal space between divine warriors and divine generals. While one might say they possess extraordinary gifts, one must question their capability to protect the sea god. They seem rather to be seeking fortune. Nevertheless, this matter does not concern him, for he is merely a bystander on this journey. His role is solely to oversee these younger ones, ensuring their safe passage. Tiger Girl gazes curiously at the young merfolk, who are only slightly older than herself. Upon spotting the central figure, Blue Rower, she rushes over, exclaiming, "Sister Fish." Blue Rower, who had been lost in thought, instinctively reaches out to catch her, only to be knocked back a few steps. Regardless, a radiant smile blossoms on Blue Rower's face as she gently strokes Tiger Girl's hair, teasingly remarking, "Ah, Tiger Girl has arrived. You've grown stronger. I nearly couldn't catch you." Tiger Girl, puffing out her small chest with pride, responds, "Of course. I've been eating well these past few days, which has certainly increased my strength." Amused by her demeanor, Blue Rower laughs, playfully tapping the tip of her nose. "No wonder you're so strong. It seems you've transformed your meals into energy." As she scans the 3 young merfolk nearby, she cheerfully introduces them to Tiger Girl. "These 3 are my companions and part of the Sea God's Guard. Upon hearing this, Tiger Girl immediately drops her proud facade, her round eyes widening as she curiously assesses the trio, tilting her head slightly. Are you all going to enter as well? One of the taller young merfolk, robust and muscular, approaches Tiger Girl while clutching a small hammer. With a naive grin, he responds, Yes, my name is Ty Lee. Little sister, are you also entering the forbidden area? He glances at her legs, aware that while the merfolk can transform their tails into legs, most prefer to maintain their tails for ease of movement in the deep-sea city. Scratching his head, he adds, You must be our guest, right? Don't worry. Though the forbidden area is perilous, I am strong. You can hide behind me, and I'll protect you. Tiger Girl, feeling a surge of defiance, retorts, Huh? Who dares to claim greater strength than me, Tiger Girl? Just then, another young mermaid steps forward. Her long, flowing black hair is styled into an elegant bun, adorned with a magnificent crown embedded with blue-green gemstones. She wears a white robe decorated with silver dragon patterns, cinched at the waist with a jade belt set with green gemstones, holding a folding fan, while her lower half glimmers with a green fish tail. Although she is a mermaid, her attire resembles that of a scholarly figure from the continent. She places her fan on her jade belt, eagerly grasping Tiger Girl's hands, exclaiming, Wow, little sister, how adorable you are. I am by Jiamena. She then gestures to the silent young merfolk beside her. This is Hey Gu. We are companions. Tiger Girl, rarely encountering such warmth from a merfolk since her arrival in the deep-sea city, notices that aside from Hai Bei Shi, most others seem to flee at the sight of her, as though she were a source of trouble. She scratched her little head in a naive manner and began conversing with a few individuals. At that moment, the figure known as the Saintess, a small mermaid, approached gracefully. She possessed flowing azure hair adorned with a pearl headdress and wore a translucent gown embellished with wave patterns, complemented by a coral bracelet. Her lower half transitioned into a fishtail marked by blue and white rippling designs. She first bowed respectfully to Li Zio, then stepped before Little Fish and said with reverence, Great Sea God, I am the Saintess of the Sea Temple, Wu Linger. I shall manage the affairs of the Sea Temple on your behalf henceforth. Little Fish, unaccustomed to such courteous treatment, felt momentarily flustered. However, with Li Zio by his side, he gained a semblance of confidence, nodded slightly, and replied softly, Thank you for your efforts. After speaking, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the side, at the reserved lawn rower, who had yet to approach him. Despite now being the sea god, he remained unsure of how to engage her. Li Zio observed this subtle turmoil and sighed, You foolish boy, I made you the sea god to fulfill your desires. If you do not voice your thoughts, how could she ever know? He then turned his gaze to lawn rower, who, despite having just exchanged pleasantries with Hunyo, still bore an air of concern. Li Zio could easily surmise that the elders of the merfolk had intervened, perhaps intending for her to marry the sea god. In the past, when Little Fish was merely an ordinary fisherman, she had always treated him with kindness, yet they had never truly regarded each other as equals. Now, with their identities so vastly different, she found it difficult to adjust her mindset, resulting in an awkwardness when facing Little Fish. At that moment, a voice from the Sea Earth Lodge rang out, Time is of the essence. The vortex at the entrance of the Forbidden Land is about to stabilize. We must depart. Hearing this, Little Fish tightened his grip on the trident, casting his gaze toward the dark vortex. His previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Li Zio stepped beside him, offering comfort. Fear not, for I am here. Reassured by Li Zio's words, Little Fish felt a measure of relief. Hai Bei Shi raised her hand, signaling the 4 elder deities, who promptly advanced to channel their energy and stabilized the black vortex. The vortex began to rotate slowly, its edges shimmering with a faint blue light, as if revealing a passage to the Forbidden Land. Wu Linger took a step forward, nodding slightly to Little Fish and Li Zio, Sea God, Daoist, please follow me. With that, she leaped into the vortex, followed closely by the others. Chapter 127. The vengeful spirit. The moment I traversed the inky vortex, a bone-chilling cold enveloped my entire being. The gentle currents of the deep-sea city vanished without a trace, leaving only the oppressive stillness of frigid waters. The air was thick with an amalgamation of decaying stone and rust, each breath akin to inhaling minute fragments of putrid detritus, saturated with a damp, moldy odor that constricted my throat. The Little Fish, with its golden scales and fish-like tail, instinctively tensed. The trident in my palm stirred ever so slightly, casting a feeble golden light that barely penetrated the surrounding gloom. Lifting my gaze, I found no semblance of the deep-sea city before me. Jagged black boulders were haphazardly piled, their surfaces adorned with a sinister green moss. Under the dim illumination, they resembled lurking monsters, The slanted stone columns bore twisted engravings that, upon closer examination, appeared as gaping mouths, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Master, where on earth is this wretched place? Tiger Girl furrowed her brows, pinching her nose. Yet her small hands were already clenched into fists, poised for action. The stench was more unbearable than that of rotten fish and shrimp along the shore. What on earth are we doing here? She incessantly grumbled, though her footsteps subtly crept closer to Xianxia. Her little hand stealthily slipped into Xianxia's mane, seeking warmth, only to immediately straighten her neck and exclaim, "If anything dares to show its face, I'll give it a punch to let it know the might of Tiger Girl." Xianxia, uneasily scraping its hooves, emitted a low whinny and edged closer to Tiger Girl. Li Zio sat stoically upon its back, his expression impassive and his eyes slightly closed, as if the surrounding strangeness and silence bore no relevance to him. Only when Tiger Girl shifted closer to Xianxia did he lift his eyelids slightly. He gently stroked Xianxia's small head, calming its restless agitation. Then, he placed his warm palm lightly on Tiger Girl's shoulder, exuding an air of complete understanding. Lan Roer remained steadfast beside the little fish, gripping her divine staff, her vigilant eyes scanning the shadows of the broken walls, silent yet commanding. She signaled to the 3 sea god guards to spread out in a fan shape, encircling the little fish and the saintess, ensuring their protection. Each step was deliberate and steady, devoid of any superfluous movements. Saintess Wu Ling held a weathered animal skin map, her fingertips gliding swiftly across its surface. With a slight furrow of her brow, she quietly urged, "Lord Sea God, Daoist, according to the map, we should proceed this way, avoiding any disturbances." With that, she moved cautiously deeper into the ruins. Tai Li gripped his small hammer tightly, his robust frame positioned protectively at the edge of the group, gruffly declaring, "Whatever dares to emerge will taste my hammer." Yet his gaze remained fixed on the inky stone crevices, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Bai Jiamena's complexion was ashen, her folding fan warped in her grip. Striving to maintain composure, she drew closer to He Gu, her voice trembling. "Let us go. Hurry and keep up." No sooner had she spoken than a rustling sound erupted from all directions, akin to nails scraping against stone walls, followed by faint, fragmented sobs. It seemed as though countless souls were weeping behind the crumbling walls, their cries oscillating in proximity. The icy breath brushed against the nape of my neck, compelling an involuntary shiver. The petite figure of Huni trembled slightly. Yet, with her master's hand resting on her shoulder, she found renewed courage and shouted, "Who is crying? Come out, Huni." She gestured emphatically. Li Zio withdrew his hand from Huni's shoulder and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, calm and sweeping, surveyed the surroundings without uttering a word. In the next moment, He Gu suddenly stumbled back with a muffled groan. The crowd turned to see a faint black scratch marking his arm, spreading ominously towards his chest, as if something were burrowing into his body. "Be careful," Xiao Yu whispered sharply, brandishing his trident. The golden light pierced through the shadows but found nothing to strike. 3 shadowy figures emerged from behind the broken pillars, formless yet maintaining a human silhouette, surrounded by swirling black mist with faint glimmers struggling within. They bore no features but exuded an intense malevolence, as if harboring hatred accumulated over millennia, locking their gaze onto the group. Others felt a tightening in their chests, yet Li Zio remained unperturbed. His mind expanded, covering the surrounding ruins, and he remarked with slight astonishment, "Could this be a vengeful spirit?" No sooner had he spoken than more grayish-white shadows emerged from the ruins. Whimpering morphed into piercing screams, surging towards the team like a tidal wave. Huni could no longer contain herself. Her master's hand had just left her shoulder, and the fearless spirit surged within her. Her clenched fists seemed to grow tenfold. Before anyone could react, her small frame shot forward like a cannonball. "You vile creatures! Stop your senseless wailing! Stop trying to frighten us!" she yelled, her voice ringing with a vibrant energy. The vengeful spirits, being incorporeal, initially dismissed the little girl charging at them, believing they were untouchable. They merely swayed their shadowy forms, intending to bypass her to seize the others behind. But in the next instant, Huni's tiny fist struck the foremost shadow with a resounding thud. The spirit burst apart like smoke struck by a boulder, dissipating into tendrils of black mist. "Oh, so easily defeated?" Huni paused in surprise, her eyes sparkling with newfound determination as she turned to charge at another shadow. "Let us do this again." With each punch she delivered, a vengeful spirit shattered in response. Truly, her raw strength shattered all barriers, regardless of their ethereal nature. They crumbled like fragile illusions before her innate might. Meanwhile, Tai Li found himself in dire straits. He had boasted of protecting Huni, Yet now he was ensnared by 3 or 4 vengeful spirits, rendered immobile. The shadows floated around him, their faint black claws digging into his skin, causing him to grimace in pain as several scratches marred his arms and face. Once a robust man, he now shrank back in terror, flailing his small hammer aimlessly, unable to even touch the spirits, and could only cry out in desperation, "Stay away! Stay away! My hammer doesn't discriminate." Upon witnessing the scene, Little Fish swiftly spun the trident in his grasp. A brilliant golden radiance surged forth, cleaving towards the vengeful spirits and snaring Tai Li. With a sharp hiss, the golden light sliced through the air, and 2 spirits were instantly severed in half, their dark essence dissipating with a hissing sound. However, as soon as he rescued Tai Li, more vengeful spirits surged forth from the depths of the ruins. They swarmed like dense, gray-white mist, charging towards the group. He could only tighten his grip on the trident, continuously unleashing golden light. Yet for every spirit he vanquished, 2 more would replace it. Before long, beads of sweat began to form upon his brow, and his arms grew weary. Wu Ling'er's staff emanated a soft purple glow as she swiftly recited a few incantations. The gem atop her staff released several waves of purple energy, sweeping across the approaching spirits. The spirits were pushed back several feet by the force of the waves, but it was merely a temporary retreat, failing to inflict any real damage. Her brow furrowed deeper, and the staff's brilliance dimmed slightly. Lan Ro'er found herself in a similarly dire predicament. The purple energy of divine power, intended for illusory attacks, proved utterly ineffective against these spirits. Bai Jiamei had long abandoned her scholarly facade. With a flourish, she unfurled her folding fan, which suddenly ignited with a small blaze of white flames. Though modest in size, the flames radiated an intense heat. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the flames transformed into fiery tendrils, ensnaring the nearest spirits. Upon contact, the spirits let out sizzling sounds, dissipating into black mist as if encountering their nemesis. Yet the color drained from her face, her lips growing pale, and her hand trembled slightly as she clutched the fan. The white flames were exceedingly taxing on her energy. In mere moments, she began to falter. Black Goo, witnessing the unfolding chaos, swiftly transformed into a shadow, silently maneuvering behind the spirits. However, as he attempted to ensnare them with his shadowy form, he discovered that the gray-white apparitions were impervious to his influence. His shadow passed through their bodies as if they were mere wisps of smoke, achieving no effect whatsoever. Reluctantly, he withdrew, his expression as grim as the depths of a cauldron. Only Li Ziyu remained motionless, the spirits wary of approaching him. Yet as the others engaged, the spirits appeared agitated, their wailing cries growing increasingly shrill. From every corner of the ruins, a multitude of gray-white figures surged forth, encircling the group like an ever-tightening net. Little Fish's swings of the trident slowed, the golden light dimming as he gasped for breath, confronted with the ever-multiplying spirits. For the first time, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Bai Jiamei had now put away her fan, leaning unsteadily against Black Goo, her balance faltering. Tai Li, terrified, cowered behind Lan Ro'er, nearly dropping his hammer. Only Hu Niu remained undaunted, charging through the throng of spirits with fierce determination. Each punch she threw could scatter a spirit, her voice ringing out defiantly. "Is there no end to you? Come on. Hu Niu is not afraid of you." Yet, she was but one against the relentless tide of spirits. Gradually, several vengeful spirits that had eluded capture lunged towards the crowd behind her. Li Ziyu observed with clarity, his heart settling into a state of resolve. Just as he was about to retrieve the Peachwood sword from his back, a resounding voice reverberated through the ruins, "Stand down." With merely those 2 words, the approaching spirits instantaneously transformed into mere shadows, vanishing without a trace. The impact of this voice on the onlookers was profound. All but Li Ziyu and Hu Niu were left bewildered, clutching their heads in confusion, their eyes clouded, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. Li Ziyu, equally astonished by this display of power, promptly leapt down from the back of Sanhua, took Hu Niu's small hand, and began to walk slowly towards the source of the voice. Chapter 128. The ancient tortoise Hu Niu held onto Li Ziyu's hand as they traversed the gravel-strewn path. The once rambunctious girl now displayed a surprising docility, occasionally rising on her toes to glance around, her nose instinctively wrinkling. The air, once saturated with the scent of decaying stone, had lightened somewhat, but was replaced by an eerie stillness that seemed to linger, as if submerged beneath the ocean for millennia. Even the wind appeared frozen, and each breath was heavy and cumbersome. After walking for what felt like the duration of half a stick of incense, the uneven stones beneath their feet smoothed out, and the crumbling walls around them diminished, leaving only an expansive stone platform. Yet, this platform seemed somehow amiss. As if a force had forcibly severed it in half, its edges stark and devoid of any joining marks. It was at that moment that Hunyu abruptly halted, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. Tugging at Li Zio's hand, she exclaimed, "Master, look over there." Li Zio raised his gaze towards the depths of the stone platform, his pupils narrowing suddenly, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. What lay before them was not merely the end of ruins, but rather a truncated expanse of space, as if half had been ruthlessly excised. The remaining edges of the platform were not ordinary walls, but rather rippling with faint currents of chaotic space, twisting into fine vortices and fragmenting into delicate shards of light, as though they were on the brink of being consumed by the void. The cut surface of this half-space was stark and domineering, its edges still resonating with the faint remnants of energy. It was easy to surmise that a formidable being had once wielded great power, cleaving the entirety of this space into two, leaving only this solitary trace behind. At the edge of this truncated expanse lay an ancient tortoise, vast enough to obscure the sun. Its immense size initially led Hunyu to mistake it for a mountain half sunken into the stone platform. The bluish-gray shell was marred with cracks, reminiscent of a parched riverbed that had endured for eons. Within each fissure glimmered tiny fragments of starlight, casting a faint glow in the dimness, yet failing to illuminate the deep-seated weariness embedded within. The edges of its shell were frayed, revealing the wrinkled, soft shell beneath, dusted with remnants of weathered boulders, as if it had lain here for countless years, collecting the debris of time. Its limbs were withdrawn deep within its shell, robust claws embedded in the stone crevices, each claw larger than Hunyu herself, yet lacking luster, exuding an air of long-standing rigidity. Throughout the ages, it remained with its eyes closed, its massive head resting on the stone platform, the skin of its neck sagging like ancient, gnarled wood. It lay there, breathing so faintly that it was nearly imperceptible, and were it not for the slow rise and fall of its shell, one might mistake it for a statue, a relic born of this half-space, enveloped in the weight of epochs past. Even the wind that brushed by seemed to sigh a long, drawn-out breath on its behalf. It was so old. Hunyu leaned closer to Li Zio, whispering softly, her small hand clutching the hem of his garment. The girl who had once boldly faced vengeful spirits now felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart as she gazed upon the quietly resting ancient tortoise, her voice barely above a whisper, fearing to disturb the tranquility that transcended time. Li Zio held Hunyu's hand, treading lightly as they slowly approached the ancient creature. His gaze remained fixated on the ancient turtle, the astonishment within him still unassuaged. To endure in this half-broken realm for countless millennia, the age of this venerable creature must far surpass any living being he had ever known. Upon approaching within a distance of 10 zhang, the once silent turtle suddenly stirred. First, the loose skin around its neck quivered slightly, as if it had mustered the strength accumulated over eons to execute this minuscule movement. Then its head, resting on the stone platform, moved ever so slowly, the motion so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, as if it were exerting every ounce of effort to awaken from a slumber lasting countless ages. After what felt like an eternity, it gradually lifted its eyelids, which were as thick and cracked as ancient tree bark. Each movement seemed to drain its remaining vitality. The rising of its carapace quickened slightly, revealing beneath its heavy lids a pair of eyes larger than millstones, their whites long since clouded and yellowed, obscured by a veil of grime, rendering the emotions within inscrutable. Only the pupils remained an unfathomable abyss of ink, reflecting the fractured space around it, as well as the approaching figures of Li Zio and Hunyu. There was no hint of ferocity in those eyes, only an overwhelming exhaustion, as if burdened by the weight of millennia, imbued with a sense of the vastness of time itself, as if it had witnessed the birth of the world and the fall of the stars, ultimately left with nothing but endless waiting. "Have you come?" The turtle's voice was not akin to that of a human, but rather like boulders rolling beneath the sea, deep and gravelly, each word enshrouded in the dust of ages, gradually unfurling across the expansive stone platform. As it spoke, a faint glimmer momentarily flickered in its murky eyes, reminiscent of a hope that had awaited for eons and finally found resonance. Even the head resting on the stone platform raised slightly. Li Zio's steps faltered abruptly, still reeling from the astonishment evoked by this half-space and the ancient turtle, now further bewildered by the sudden utterance. Just as he intended to respond, he noticed the turtle's pupils constrict slightly, as if it were scrutinizing him intently. That fleeting light extinguished, and its voice grew heavily laden with fatigue, accompanied by a gentle shake of its head, akin to a sigh. "No, not you. The 8 words were articulated with deliberate slowness, each syllable imbued with a profound weariness, as if it had expended all its gathered strength. As the last echoes of its voice faded, the eyelids, which had just managed to lift, began to sink uncontrollably, a flicker of relief passing through its murky gaze, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible melancholy, as if the mission it had awaited for millennia would ultimately remain unfulfilled in this moment. Its head returned to rest upon the stone platform. The rising and falling of its carapace slowed even further. Were it not for those 2 utterances, it would almost revert to being a silent statue, merging with this half-broken domain. Hunyu, utterly perplexed, grasped Li Zio's hand. Master, what did it say? What does not you mean? Who is it waiting for? Li Zio was engulfed in astonishment and confusion, the turtle's 2 phrases swirling enigmatically in his mind. His first thought was that it must have mistaken him for someone else. Steeling himself, he offered a slight bow to the ancient turtle. The voice was steady, yet it struggled to conceal a sense of confusion. Senior, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I have never encountered you. These words pricked like a fine needle, gently rousing the nearly slumbering old turtle. Its drooping eyelids, which had just begun to close, suddenly forced themselves open a crack. Its murky eyes turned with great difficulty, settling on Li Zio. The tone was tinged with a hoarse, stifled quality, yet it carried an undertone of feeble self-mockery. Senior? I, the old turtle, am unworthy of such a title. After a brief pause, each breath trembled with the weight of its shell, as if gathering strength to speak, articulating with deliberation, old turtle has not mistaken you. Li Zio, even more perplexed, took a half-step forward, his tone tinged with urgency. I, Li Zio, truly have never seen you. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Understanding. The old turtle's voice dragged on, the final syllable trembling as if even those 2 words were a struggle to complete. You are now, called Li Zio. Before Li Zio could respond, it gently shook its head, the movement slow as if it were a rusted cog turning. The tone was imbued with a distant indifference that transcended time, yet it concealed an ineffable regret. Does your name truly matter? With that, it seemed to have exhausted its capacity for rebuttal, its breath suddenly weakening. Only its eyes remained barely open, reflecting the fragmented remnants of the space around them, filled with weary sincerity. Old turtle is tired, so very tired. Please remember what I am about to say. Its voice suddenly deepened, each word seeming to be forcefully extracted from the depths of its throat, bearing an undeniable gravity, yet also a heartfelt plea. You must remember, in the future, your words and actions must be pondered time and again. Li Zio furrowed his brow, replaying those words in his mind, feeling utterly bewildered, and hastily inquired, Senior, what does this mean? I truly do not understand. The old turtle did not respond directly, its murky eyes flickering slightly, as if recalling something. Its voice softened further, tinged with a fleeting sense of confirmation. Did you, earlier, refer to yourself as the landlord? Li Zio was taken aback, about to question how it could know, but was gently interrupted as it continued. This space, and the outside, were once one. At this juncture, it raised its head slightly, as if attempting to imprint Li Zio's visage into its memory. The tone was laden with a solemn sense of duty, yet tinged with the melancholy of waiting for the right person. From now on, this fragment of space is also yours. As the words fell, the old turtle's head drooped heavily. Its eyelids began to sag uncontrollably, breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Yet, as if suddenly recalling something, it summoned a final surge of strength, opening its eyelids a crack. The voice was as soft as a whisper, yet the words were jumbled, leaving Li Zio bewildered. Old turtle is truly weary. You may leave. Next time, should you encounter the ancient tortoise elsewhere, remember to bring a vessel of celestial tears. Just as the final tear fell, the tortoise's weary eyes, which had endured for so long, finally closed completely. Subsequently, its massive form began to stiffen slowly. The starry fragments embedded in its slate-gray shell gradually lost their luster. The once gently undulating shell became utterly still. In but a moment, this ancient tortoise, resting on the edge of a half-space for countless eons, transformed into a colossal statue of tortoise, mirroring the hue of the stone platform. Only the profound weariness and lingering regret remained, frozen within the folds of the statue, melding seamlessly with the half-space. Chapter 129. The legacy of the true seal. As the last breath of the old turtle faded away, the silence enveloping the stone platform grew heavier than before. Tiger Girl tightened her grip on Li Zio's sleeve, her earlier tension dissolving into a sense of helplessness. She gazed up at him, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb something. Master, It has stopped moving. Earlier, upon witnessing the old turtle's eyes open and words emerge, she had felt a quiet relief, convinced that this seemingly ancient creature might yet have more to say. Now, seeing the ashen carapace devoid of any motion, even the embedded fragments of starlight rendered lifeless, a peculiar heaviness settled in her heart, akin to losing a once warm pebble. Has it fallen asleep? Her eyes drifted to the gnarled folds at the creature's neck, and she suddenly recalled the faint flicker of tenderness in its murky gaze when it looked at her. Though it had spoken not a single word, that look bore a striking resemblance to the warmth of the old village chief from Xia village. Now, the silence was absolute. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Li Zio swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the colossal turtle statue, which seemed to meld seamlessly with the stone platform. The tumult of emotions swirling within him was more chaotic than when he had faced the old turtle. The creature's final words echoed in his mind. This half-space is yours as well. Carry the pot of immortal tears. And that cryptic phrase, next time, should you encounter the old turtle elsewhere. Each utterance felt like a wisp of fog, enveloping his breath in a weighty shroud. He gently patted Tiger Girl's back, his fingertips brushing against her slightly trembling shoulder. His voice, softer than usual, reassured her, yes, it is weary and deserves to rest. At that moment, however, Li Zio sensed an unusual shift within his internal realm. He quickly turned to Tiger Girl, saying, Tiger Girl, could you check if Brother Little Fish and Sister Little Fish have awakened? All right, I will be right back. She replied eagerly. Yes, be swift, he urged. Earlier, when Little Fish and the others were in a daze, Tiger Girl had harbored a flicker of worry, but his master had been guiding her this way. She had set it aside. Now, with her master's instruction, she hurriedly scampered back with her short legs. Once Tiger Girl departed, Li Zio immediately delved into his internal realm. Upon entry, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A spatial link had inexplicably materialized within his world. He could distinctly perceive that at the other end of this link lay the very half-space he had just encountered. Henceforth, regardless of his whereabouts, he could access that space through his internal realm at any moment. The old turtle had mentioned that this half-space was intrinsically connected to the deep-sea city. If he could indeed restore the connection between the two, it would imply that his internal realm could also link to the complete deep-sea city. Although he had yet to discern the precise utility of this link, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. If it could connect to this space, perhaps his internal realm might establish connections with other realms in the future as well. What are the triggering conditions for this link? It is evident that the key eludes immediate comprehension. Li Zio suppressed his thoughts and proceeded towards the direction of his two elder sisters in the small world. Noticing that their breaths had returned to nearly a third of their original strength, he felt a surge of joy as the tension in his heart finally eased. Remembering that the spirit energy he had previously gathered to protect them had diminished, he hastened forward, channeling his energy to meticulously replenish the formation's core. Once the spirit energy within the formation flowed harmoniously once more, he exited the small world with a sense of relief. After emerging, he quickly made his way back to the site of the earlier battle. Little Fish and the others had already regained consciousness and were gathered nearby, conversing in hushed tones. Upon seeing Li Zio approach, Wu Linger rushed forward, her eyes filled with urgency. Daoist, did the elder turtle lend his assistance just now? Li Zio nodded, not surprised by her inquiry, as the earlier hints from Hai Tulu had subtly prepared him for this moment. Given Wu Linger's status as the saintess of the sea god temple, she was undoubtedly aware of this venerable figure. He sighed gently, his voice heavy. He has existed for far too long, and in safeguarding us, he has exhausted his entire essence and has now passed on. Passed on, Wu Linger echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. Her fingers suddenly relaxed, causing her staff to clatter to the ground, and she swayed uneasily. Since the earliest records of the merfolk, Elder Turtle had repeatedly intervened to protect his kin. Now, with the confirmation of the sea god, the tribe had yet to meet the elder, who had safeguarded them for countless ages, only to depart in such a manner. If news of this were to reach Deep Sea City, it would surely devastate the elders of the tribe, who had all been nurtured under Elder Turtle's watchful eye. Although he had been immobile on his stone platform for many years, he had silently shielded the merfolk from innumerable calamities. As she pondered this, 2 tears unconsciously streamed down Wu Linger's cheeks. She abruptly regained her composure and hastily wiped her tears away, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her. Drawing a map from her bosom, she addressed Little Fish and Li Zio. My lords, the destination we seek lies in that direction. Let us depart. Elder Turtle has already eliminated the dangers within this space, and for the time being, those strange entities should not reappear. Once this matter is resolved, We shall allow the elders to pay their respects to the elder. Li Zio observed the redness at the corners of her eyes and gently nodded. Very well. Let us proceed. Before long, under Wu Linger's guidance, they finally arrived at their destination. Li Zio's pupils dilated in astonishment as the scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions of a sect's ruins he had encountered in his previous life within a novel. In addition to the core ruins of the sect, remnants of the scripture repository, treasure hall, alchemy chamber, and weapon forge lay in ruins, with only a few weathered plaques remaining to attest to the existence of these structures. At that moment, Wu Linger led them to an open area where rows of stone tablets stood erect. Li Zio scrutinized his surroundings, his heart brimming with astonishment. The inscriptions upon the stone tablet were entirely composed of diverse cultivation techniques. Indeed, these were authentic methods of immortality, rather than mere martial arts. It was evident that this place had once been a sect dedicated to the cultivation of immortality. The scale of this sect must have been immense in its heyday, as it had independently occupied this small space, which, when intact, was astonishingly vast, likely twice the size of the current deep-sea city. This clearly illustrated the grandeur of its former glory. Yet, the cause of its downfall remained a mystery. How could it have met such a fate? With even the space itself fracturing and sinking into the abyss, Li Zio was certain that this space had not originally been submerged in the depths of the ocean. Even after millennia of immersion in seawater, the remnants of its architecture suggested that many designs were ill-suited for construction at such depths. Truly, a world transformed. Moments later, guided by Wu Linger, the group finally arrived at a structure. It was hard to fathom that, after 10,000 years, this edifice remained remarkably intact. Clearly, great effort had been expended during its construction by the sect. Following Wu Linger's instructions, Little Fish, adhering to the wishes of the late Zhen Qiangong, gently inserted the sea god's trident into the recess at the building's entrance. In the next instant, the previously sealed stone door began to open slowly inward. Li Zio was somewhat taken aback. It turned out that this so-called sea god's trident was the key to the sect's treasure vault. When Wu Linger retrieved the relics left behind by Zhen Qiangong, Li Zio could hardly suppress a mix of laughter and tears. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, what they discovered amounted to merely a handful of spirit stones. Yet, he finally grasped why Zhen Qiangong had been able to reach the foundation establishment stage in this realm devoid of spiritual energy. One could only wonder how many such spirit stones he had consumed in his pursuit of cultivation. In his own small world, acquiring spirit stones was as easy as one desired. Yet in this world lacking spiritual energy, they were indeed a rare commodity. Little Fish had yet to formally embark on his cultivation journey. When the time came for him to comprehend the true value of the sea star vine, one could only imagine his reaction. For it was the sea star vine that served as the genuine source of spiritual energy in Deep Sea City, far surpassing the worth of those few expendable spirit stones. Li Zio finally understood why the merfolk insisted on forming the sea god guard. It appeared that these ancient beings had long suspected that the sea god was merely a faed, likely connected to these cultivation techniques. Though they had not unraveled the entire truth, their conjectures were closer to the mark than one might think. It seemed that the elders had already devised a plan, intending for a few of the younger generation to partake in the bounty, testing whether they could cultivate the techniques inscribed on the tablet. Their earlier claims of a lineage of cultivation traditions spanning over 10,000 years, though grandiloquent, revealed themselves to be mere self-deception. For these elders had secretly attempted to practice the techniques inscribed on the stone tablet, only to fail due to the lack of spiritual energy. Oh, this so-called inheritance resembled more of a veil of self-deception. In any case, these matters were of no concern to him, though it remained to be seen how the elders would react upon discovering the truth. All his schemes have ultimately proven futile. The Deep Sea City has long been infused with spiritual energy. What reactions might ensue? And that old fellow from the Sea Soil Lodge, daring to play tricks before him. Does he truly believe that this landlord can be easily deceived? In due course, he shall seek an opportunity to thoroughly address this matter. Chapter 130. The turmoil of the merfolk, as the saying goes. Time spent in cultivation is fleeting. In the blink of an eye, a century may pass. Yet, it took a full 6 months merely to introduce these young ones to the basics. Unbeknownst to them, during this half-year, profound upheavals had transpired in Deep Sea City. The Lord of Blackwater betrayed the city, leading to the demise of 2 divine kings, Bai Zhe and He Ting, and usurped their powers. He also absorbed the Blackwater and White Flame clans, subsequently departing Deep Sea City to establish Blackwater City in his dominion. Meanwhile, the esteemed elder Bai suffered a surprise attack, sustaining grievous wounds that diminished his once mighty strength as a divine king. Now, Only 3 divine kings, Haitulu, Wuxia, and Taishan, remain in Deep Sea City. Over the past 6 months, Blackwater City and Deep Sea City have clashed numerous times beneath the waves, resulting in considerable losses on both sides, as the merfolk are not abundant in practitioners. After several brutal encounters, neither side has gained a significant advantage. In the Forbidden Grounds, Tai Li sluggishly opened his eyes. This signified that the group of young merfolk had officially entered the first layer of qi refinement. Li Zio felt that he and Hunyo provided little reference value. Up to this point, he had never truly encountered any cultivators other than himself and Hunyo. The young merfolk before him were perfect for comparison, although there are slight structural differences between humans and merfolk. The most notable transformation in the first layer of qi refinement is twofold: the storage of a trace of ethereal energy in the dantian and the ability to clearly sense the surrounding spiritual energy. The most significant change among these young merfolk is their liberation from dependence on the energy of authority, directly substituting it with the spiritual energy stored in their dantian. Remarkably, one must acknowledge the ingenuity of the ancient figure who devised this framework. Could it be that he anticipated this step thousands of years ago? It is no wonder that the merfolk have perpetuated the cultivation system based on authority. It turns out that this system seamlessly aligns with the cultivation framework, eliminating the need to abandon previous practices and start anew. The prior cultivation reliant on authority was fundamentally dependent on external elements, which not only did not hinder the flow of spiritual energy, but, due to prior familiarity with the energy of authority, now facilitates a more adept manipulation of spiritual energy. This indirectly indicates that the so-called authority is, in fact, a peculiar entity, likely designed to complement the cultivation of immortality. Ultimately, it resembles a form of advanced spiritual energy that is challenging for lower-tier practitioners to wield. Throughout this period, Li Zio refrained from intervening, allowing the young merfolk to cultivate autonomously, with Wu Linger playing a pivotal role, leading the process. The success of this cultivation can largely be attributed to her efforts. Li Zio and Hunyo waited quietly by, speculating that Tai Li's delayed entry into the realm was likely due to his multiple spiritual roots being too complex or a misalignment between his techniques and roots. Little Yu's current state is peculiar. Superficially, he appears to be at the same level as the other young merfolk, all at the first layer of qi refinement. Yet within his dantian, it seems he harbors two, along with an invisible dantian, currently residing within him. It is anticipated that they will gradually merge with his own dantian. Li Zio harbored a bold conjecture. Could this phenomenon be the dantian of the ancient figure from long ago? It has always been stored within the trident of the sea god. Since the trident merged with little fish, it has transformed into a merman. That precious pearl may very well be the dantian of the true sign master from years past. Regardless, it can be said that little fish is now capable of wielding the strength of the 10th level of qi refinement. However, the consequences of such actions remain uncertain, for Li Zio has never encountered a situation like this. It is rumored that the true sign master has always treated his 4 brothers generously, even bestowing upon them royal titles. Yet, it now appears that these rumors may not hold true. Clearly, the true sign master did not share these spirit stones with his 4 brothers. At present, little fish finds himself ensnared, evidently having been schemed against by those old rascals from Deep Sea City long ago. Despite Wu Linger's incessant claims of alleviating the sea goddess burdens, her true intentions lie in benefiting Deep Sea City. There has been no consideration whatsoever for little fish, the newly appointed sea god. The spirit stones are inherently limited, and little fish is still in a state of innocence, entirely unaware of their preciousness. Although he has received a larger share, he remains but one individual, and ultimately, these spirit stones will be depleted. Earlier, Wu Linger had inquired of Li Zio whether he intended to leave a portion for him and Hunyo. Hunyo's eyes brightened at the thought of delectable treats and immediately began to gnaw on a spirit stone, only to spit out the remnants, exclaiming that it was utterly unpalatable. Despite this, it cannot be deemed a waste, for the spiritual energy had already been quietly consumed as the stone entered her mouth, leaving only genuine fragments afterward. Li Zio felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He could no longer feign pleasantries and decided to speak plainly. The affairs of Deep Sea City are of no concern to me, and you need not distribute these items to me. I am merely here on behalf of little fish. After my return, I shall likely have little to do with Deep Sea City. Wu Linger discerned the underlying implications in his words and merely nodded in silence, refraining from further discourse. Thus, they remained in the forbidden area for half a year. Once Tai Li officially stepped into the first level of qi refinement, the group emerged from the forbidden zone together. The 4 platforms of the forbidden area once guarded by numerous merman soldiers, now stood deserted. Logically, the clan elders, aware of their imminent emergence, should have come to welcome them. Yet, why was there an eerie silence? The atmosphere felt decidedly strange. Had something momentous transpired in Deep Sea City? At that moment, Little Sea Lord Hui Dazhang approached, surrounded by a battalion of merman soldiers. Before anyone could speak, the leading commander issued a direct order to bind Heji's hands. While Baijialina was not subjected to such treatment, several merman soldiers stood guard with spears at the ready, clearly wary of her. Hui Dazhang appeared to acquiesce to this precaution. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Ruer hurried to Hui Dazhang's side to inquire further. It was only then that the recent upheaval within the Merfolk clan came to light. The Blackwater and White Flame clans had defected from the Deep Sea City and established Blackwater City. The current ruler of the White Flame clan and the elder of the Blackcourt clan had fallen victim to the machinations of Hui. Even the elder of the Bai Kuei clan had been treacherously ambushed. The strength of the Divine King had dwindled to a mere fraction. Baijimina could scarcely fathom that during her 6-month sojourn in the Forbidden Area, her father had met with his demise. Though previously gravely injured, he had not been devoid of the possibility of recovery. What rendered her disbelief even more profound was the realization that the one who had harmed her father was none other than his closest brother. How was she to navigate her relationship with Heij from this point forward? After all, Heij's father was the very murderer who had taken her father's life. Upon hearing this news, Heij too found it hard to believe. He offered no resistance, allowing the Merfolk soldiers to bind him. Heibixi approached the young fish and performed a one-handed salute before reciting the recent events. No wonder the Deep Sea City had lost its former vibrancy. Not long ago, urgent reports had arrived indicating that Hui's strength had surged remarkably, having ascended to demigod status. Following several skirmishes, the Deep Sea City had suffered continuous setbacks and could now only cower within its walls. At present, Hui, leading the Blackwater and White Flame clans, had completely encircled the Deep Sea City, effectively severing its connections with the outside world. Although the city still possessed some stockpiles of resources, trepidation had already gripped its inhabitants. If this siege were to persist, it would not be long before the entire city succumbed to ruin. Chapter 131. The Shark Army's counterattack. A series of 3 knocks echoed against the door, light, yet tinged with urgency. Hearing the sound, Hui hurried over on her short legs and pulled the door open with a creak. At the forefront was the young Haijun Heibixi, followed closely by the elder Hui Dalu, who intentionally lagged half a step behind. The newly appointed sea deity, Xiaoyer, trailed at the back, his head bowed, fingers nervously twisting the hem of his garment, as if lost in thought, gradually making his way inside with the others. Upon seeing Li Zio, Hui Dalu and Heibixi promptly bowed in greeting. A smile lingered at the corners of Hui Dalu's eyes, yet within him brewed an undisclosed scheme. Li Zio had already discerned their intentions. Before Hui Dalu could utter a word, he calmly interrupted, "I am aware of your purpose." Directing his gaze firmly at Hui Dalu, he articulated slowly, "Elder, I have previously advised you that as a decision-maker, one must act decisively when the moment calls for it. Clearly, my words have not resonated with you." He paused briefly, his tone devoid of emotion. "I reiterate, I am an outsider, and I shall not interfere in matters concerning Deep Sea City." For a fleeting moment, the smile on Hui Dalu's face faltered. He quickly signaled to Xiaoyer, his eyes brimming with urgency. Standing still, Xiaoyer's cheeks flushed slightly. His lips moved several times before he managed to stammer, I. Yet the words became lodged in his throat. A mix of guilt and embarrassment washed over him as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, Heibixi scampered over to Hui, tugging at her garment with a soft voice. "Hui, you said that Dahe is your good friend, right?" Observing Hui nod with her round eyes, he leaned in closer. "Could you lend Dahe to your brother Xiaoyan?" When Hui first arrived in Deep Sea City, Heibixi had always accompanied her in play. Though innocent, she had begun to understand certain matters more distinctly. Upon hearing this request, her small brow furrowed slightly, and she did not respond, instead turning to Li Zio, her eyes reflecting a reliance on her master's guidance. Li Zio's gaze fell upon Xiaoyer, revealing a hint of understanding within. Xiaoyer felt increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny. His head bowing lower, the nape of his neck flushed. Torn between the desire to borrow Dahe for the benefit of Deep Sea City and the fear of imposing on Hui, he felt a sense of inadequacy as a sea deity. Alas, it seemed that even a sea god could feel discomfited in his role. With a soft sigh, Li Zio observed Xiaoyer's shoulders tremble slightly, his fingers tightening their grip. He withdrew a booklet from his robes and handed it to Xiaoyer, his tone steady. "If you truly do not wish to be this sea deity, you may leave with me. No one can prevent you. If you choose to stay, Then consider my words unspoken. He tapped the cover of the booklet with his fingertip. This is the art of spirit communication, which will teach you how to converse with Dahe. At this point, he glanced at Huni, who was still pouting, her cheeks slightly puffed. Upon meeting her master's gaze, she obediently nodded. As Huni and I prepare to embark, I entrust Dahe and the others to your care. Regardless of whether you remain in Deep Sea City or venture into the sea for fishing, it suffices to offer a bit more care. The little fish received the book with both hands, her fingers grazing the rough cover. Tears welled up uncontrollably, her voice quivering yet resolute. Thank you, Daoist. Please rest assured, Daoist and Tiger Girl, that I shall take good care of Dahe and the others. Li Zio patted her shoulder, his tone softening. As the sea god, must you still weep? Seeing that matters were settled, Haidalu hurriedly resumed his smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling together. Thank you, Daoist. Deep Sea City shall not treat them unjustly. The hour grows late. Since the Daoist requires rest, we shall not intrude. We certainly won't let you treat us unjustly. Tiger Girl suddenly pouted, her voice ringing with indignation. Dahe only needs brother little fish to care for him. With that, she freed herself from Haibei's grasp and dashed away, not casting a glance back. Haibei's outstretched hand faltered in midair, his fingertips lingering with the sensation of brushing against Tiger Girl's sleeve. He gazed at her retreating figure, an ache settling in his heart. He understood that henceforth, he would likely have no one to play with. Deep Sea City had been besieged for many days. The inhabitants were filled with trepidation. Provisions and defenses were nearing their limits. Many of the merfolk had lost the will to resist, and whispers of surrender began to circulate. In stark contrast, the forces of Blackwater City were buoyed by high morale, their attacks growing ever more ferocious. The merfolk possessed few practitioners. Yet when it came to the critical moment of assaulting the city, both sides would rely on morale. Even ordinary merfolk could prove useful. The commander of the Blackwater army was none other than Xianxia, who had previously battled with Lawn Rower. Initially, the ancestral elder of hiding sought to quell the enmity between the two clans by persuading Heiji to surrender Xianxia. However, a series of unforeseen events unfolded, resulting in Xianxia not only remaining free, but also recovering from his injuries. Now, as the commander of the army, should he succeed in capturing Deep Sea City, he would undoubtedly earn great merit for Heiji. After enduring 3 more days, the defenses of Deep Sea City finally approached the brink of collapse. The number of merfolk soldiers at the vortex entrance dwindled to a mere few. They could hold on no longer. The remaining defenders exchanged glances, then turned and leaped into the vortex, retreating into the heart of Deep Sea City. Xianxia observed keenly from the front lines of the army. Ecstasy erupted in his murky eyes as he raised his spear high, his voice booming like a bell. Deep Sea City has fallen. Follow me in, and strike at the heart. The morale of the Blackwater merfolk surged as they roared and surged toward the vortex entrance, with Xianxia brandishing his spear, striding closely behind, poised to step into the vortex. Yet at that very moment, the waters above the deep sea suddenly darkened. Initially, it was merely a scattering of shadows. But in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the sky. Even the faint light penetrating the water was completely devoured. Xianxia's heart sank as he abruptly looked up. In the next instant, his scales stood on end, his hand gripping the spear, trembling uncontrollably. Above, a mass of shark dorsal fins converged into a dark cloud. Each shark was thrice the size of its ordinary kin. The scarlet orbs fixated intently on the legion of black water below, a slight smirk revealing sharp teeth. More chillingly, upon the back of the imposing obsidian shark stood the newly appointed sea god, Little Fish. His once slender frame now stood resolute, the golden tail gracefully undulating in the water, emitting a chilling sheen. The trident of the sea god was held with unwavering steadiness, its tip radiating a soft azure luminescence that resonated subtly with his aura. As Little Fish cast his gaze over the flustered black water army, the previous timidity evaporated entirely. Though his voice retained a youthful timbre, it resonated with undeniable authority, unjustly inciting turmoil. Today you shall pay the price in blood. With his declaration, he thrust the trident downward. The great black shark let out a thunderous roar, charging at the Blackwater army, closely pursued by the Shark Legion. Their massive forms adeptly navigated the depths, jaws agape, ready to devour the mermen. These sharks, having consumed spirit fruits, were now formidable opponents. Even the strongest mermen paled in comparison, akin to mere insects. One gray shark casually flicked its tail fin, sending 3 black water mermen crashing with broken bones. Another white shark lunged down, severing a practitioner-level merman in half with a single bite. Blood instantly stained the surrounding waters, causing chaos within the ranks of the Blackwater army. Their prior fervor dissipated, replaced by a chorus of anguished cries. Golden Armor, shocked and enraged, had never anticipated such a hidden strength from the deep-sea city. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. He roared, summoning an icy blue energy that coalesced around him as he thrust his spear toward the great black shark, intent on eliminating the leader. However, the great black shark was already prepared, deftly evading the attack. The icy blade merely left shallow marks on its skin, before Golden Armor could regain his composure. The massive tail of the black shark struck him fiercely, sending him crashing against the coral reef, a mouthful of black blood erupting from him. Empowered by the spirit fruit, the black shark's strength far surpassed that of ordinary sharks. This blow severely injured his internals, and before Golden Armor could recover, little fish, riding the black shark, appeared before him. A fierce glint flashed in Golden Armor's eyes as he struggled to rise and retaliate with his spear. Yet, the black shark lunged, its sharp teeth clamping down on the spear shaft, flinging it away with a violent toss. Weaponless, Golden Armor's expression shifted to one of horror. As he turned to flee, the black shark's fin pinned him firmly against the coral, rendering him immobile. You dare to kill me? The Lord of the Black Water is a demigod and will not spare you, he shrieked, desperation lacing his voice. Little Fish's gaze remained calm and unyielding as he replied, "It was you who overturned my father's ship, an unforgivable sin." With that, he raised the sea god trident, channeling all his spiritual energy into its tip, and thrust it fiercely toward Golden Armor's heart. The pale blue light swiftly pierced through his body. The brilliance in his eyes faded rapidly, and the golden scales lost their luster as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Without a leader and subjected to relentless suppression by the Shark Legion, the Blackwater army was utterly routed. Some sought to flee, only to be intercepted by the sharks guarding the entrance. Others attempted to resist, but their strikes against the sharks proved futile, barely breaking the skin. In less than half an hour, the mermen of Blackwater City suffered near total casualties. Not a single figure remained standing. Chapter 132. The Nuclear Equilibrium of the Deep Sea. Your Majesty, please remain. At present, the morale of Deep Sea City is soaring, and the forces under the Sea God are invincible. There is no need for recklessness in this battle. The Sea Lord need not venture forth personally. Though Hui Dazhang is yet to reach the tender age of 10, upon hearing the news of Little Fish's march on Blackwater City, he immediately rose from his seat, his resolve unmistakable. He swiftly donned his resplendent armor crafted from the exquisite scales of the fish and the iridescent pearls. The armor, forged from cold iron and mother of pearl, shimmered with a lustrous glow, while the chest plate was adorned with golden dragon scales embellished with starry diamonds. The silver filigree on the shoulder guards intertwined elegantly, and the jade belt glowed with an enchanting sheen. A scarlet cloak cascaded down his back to the shape of a fish's tail, the tassels brushing the ground with a delicate sound. Clad in his battle attire, he stood in the hall, exuding an imposing presence that belied his youthful appearance. As he prepared to step outside, familiar footsteps echoed from beyond the hall. Hui Dazhang rushed in and placed himself protectively in front of the young lord. Despite his earnest entreaties, Hui Dazhang lifted his chin, his eyes sparkling with determination, and declared, "There is no need for further persuasion, esteemed elder. I have resolved to lead the charge myself. This battle concerns the survival of Deep Sea City, and as the Sea Lord of the Merman clan, how can I remain idle within the city? I must ride forth to aid the Sea God in vanquishing the traitors." Well said. We, the sons of the Merman clan, have never been men who fear death. The voice of the elder from Iron Mountain echoed from afar. He appeared before them in a flash, his gaze sweeping over the young, yet resolute Hui Dazhang. A glimmer of approval flickered in Iron Mountain's eyes as he turned to Hui Dazhang and spoke in a deep tone, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, with me by his side, the Sea Lord shall be safe. Let him go. As a king of the Merman clan, even if he is young, how can he shrink from responsibility? Moreover, us 3 divine kings are here. Surely we can protect a young Sea Lord." The high priest, Wuxia, who had been standing silently beside Hui Dazhang, nodded slowly and added, "Let the young lord accompany us. Strictly speaking, this is an internal matter of our Merman clan. The Sea God has only recently transformed into a merman, and the Sea Lord's presence on the battlefield, even if only to stand among the ranks, will serve as an inspiration to our warriors. Though youthful, he is already recognized as our Sea Lord." These words awakened Hui Dazhang from his reverie. He gazed at the young Sea Lord, whose face still bore the innocence of youth, yet shone with unwavering resolve. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "In that case, I shall defer to your wishes." He then turned to the younger generation behind him, instructing, "You shall all remain here to guard Deep Sea City and await our triumphant return." The elder, the high priest, and the great smith, Lan Rauer, stepped forward. They first bowed respectfully to the three divine kings, and then Lan Rauer approached Hui Dazhang, gently patting his shoulder with sincere tone. Please allow me to accompany my brother. He is still young, and should danger arise, I can provide care and support. The three divine kings exchanged glances, noting that Lan Rauer's gaze remained fixed upon Hui Dazhang. Filled with a protective instinct for his younger brother, and mindful of the youthfulness of Hui Dazhang, he nodded in agreement. Very well. You may accompany us and look after Hui Jun. Just as the group was about to set off, a figure rushed down from the sky, landing with the unexpected presence of the elder of the Bai family. Taishan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you here?" Bai Kuei sighed deeply, his gaze resolute as it swept over the young Hui Jun. In a low voice, he declared, "Allow me to join as well. Although I have lost my powers as a divine king, that traitor was responsible for the demise of Bai Yin-jun. I must witness his punishment with my own eyes to bring solace to Bai Yin-jun's spirit. Moreover, with one more person, I can provide additional protection for Hui Jun. At his age, he should be growing up safely in the city, yet he must face the battlefield. As an elder, it is my duty to safeguard him." Hai Tulu observed him, then glanced at the upright and fearless Hui Dazhang beside him, slowly nodding. "If that is the case, then we shall proceed together. Even if your powers are not restored, it should not be a problem to protect Hui Jun." With this matter settled, Hui Dazhang adjusted the cloak on his shoulders. The small figure stepped forward first, the crimson tassels swaying gently behind him, yet his fierceness remained undiminished. Following closely were several divine kings along with Lan Rauer and Bai Kuei. The group moved purposefully towards the direction of Heishui City. Above Heishui City, the waters churned violently, stirred by two opposing forces. Baiji was enveloped in a tricolored halo. The deep blue chill of ice power caused the surrounding waters to crystallize into fine shards. The inky blackness of dark power clung to him like a shadow, while the occasional surge of grayish-white obliteration flames scorched the water, creating hollow voids. This was the formidable might of a demigod, achieved through the forced consumption of 3 authority tokens and the unification of the 3 elements. Yet at that moment, his expression was one of distress. The scales on his forehead trembled slightly from the exertion. In stark contrast, the young fish wielded the trident of the sea god with precision, its radiant golden divine light flowing along the shaft. Each swing cleaved through the deep sea like sunlight, effortlessly tearing apart Baiji's dark barriers. The massive black shark beneath him was ferocious, its immense form agile in the water like a shadow. Its slate-gray skin was as hard as rock. Baiji's icy blade struck it, merely creating a few ice flakes before shattering without leaving a trace. Clang! The trident, enveloped in golden divine light, collided with Baiji's coalesced dark claws. The divine brilliance and black mist exploded apart, scattering golden particles like stars and forcing Baiji to retreat repeatedly. Before he could steady himself, the black shark charged like an arrow released from the bowstring. Its massive tail swept through the water, creating an invisible wall. Baiji hurriedly summoned the ice power, forming a thick ice wall before him. But the black shark crashed directly into it, and with a resounding crack, the ice wall shattered instantly. The tremendous impact sent Baiji's blood surging, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! A fierce glint flashed in Baiji's eyes as he violently shook his arms, channeling all his energy. The grayish-white obliteration flames that had lingered around him suddenly surged dramatically. Following the pull of his formidable power, it transformed into dozens of slender pillars of fire, hurtling directly towards the face of the young fish. These fiery columns moved with astonishing speed, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all. Yet, the great black shark beneath the young fish had anticipated this, abruptly twisting its massive body to propel them several feet diagonally backward, narrowly avoiding the searing flames that grazed their garments. The gray-white fire scorched the seawater, creating a series of sizzling bubbles that vanished within the currents in an instant. Before Baiji could make another move, the young fish had already seized the trident, thrusting it forcefully into the water below. Golden divine radiance spread from the tip of the trident, instantly manifesting as a colossal divine net. Flecks of golden light swirled within the mesh, cascading towards Baiji. Baiji attempted to evade, but the great black shark had already circled behind him. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a powerful jet of water, aiming directly at his back. With the divine net before him and the water arrow behind, Baiji had no choice but to grit his teeth and summon the power of darkness, cloaking himself within shadows to narrowly escape the onslaught. However, as he faded from view, the great black shark abruptly turned its head, its nostrils flaring, clearly having locked onto his position by scent. It surged forward with a rush of water, crashing toward the direction where Bai Ji concealed himself. The young fish followed closely, raising the trident high. The golden divine light coalesced at the trident's tip, forming a razor-sharp blade, akin to a streak of golden lightning. Forced to reveal himself, Bai Ji hastily entwined deep blue frost, inky darkness, and gray-white obliteration power together in front of him, attempting to shield himself. Yet, the impact of the great black shark and the golden trident's brilliance struck simultaneously. With a deafening boom, his defenses shattered instantly, and he was sent hurtling backward like a broken kite. Several scales shattered from his body, and his semi-divine aura became disordered. He staggered to regain his footing, his gaze settling on the sight of the young fish and the shark standing side by side not far away. The young fish surrounded by a faint golden halo. His eyes cold as ice. The great black shark bared its sharp teeth, emitting a low, rumbling growl. Its massive, slate-gray form appeared even more menacing against the backdrop of golden divine light. In that moment, Bai Ji clearly realized for the first time that he was not only no match for this new sea god, but had also underestimated the great black shark. A metallic taste surged in Bai Ji's throat, and his arm trembled slightly from the effort to withstand the golden brilliance of the trident. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Bai Ji and her companions gradually closing in. Knowing there was no retreat, a frenzied glint flashed in his eyes as he abruptly detonated the tricolored energy within him, which he had barely managed to balance. With a thunderous roar, the ocean surged violently, and Bai Ji's body swelled like an inflated balloon before erupting. Gray-white obliteration flames engulfed him, entwined with deep blue frost and inky darkness, sweeping forth like a tsunami, instantly reducing Blackwater City to ruins. The young fish's pupils constricted as he noticed Lan Ro-air and the others charging towards the battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, relying on his instincts as the sea god, he teleported in front of Lan Ro-air, shielding her beneath him with unwavering resolve. After the shockwave passed, while the residual energy impacted his back, he remained unharmed due to the power of the sea god. The great black shark, however, bore deep wounds visible to the bone, yet still valiantly held its ground. Meanwhile, all beings within Blackwater City, along with the arriving Hai-Tu Lu and Tai-Shan, were caught in the chaos. All have been reduced to ashes in the explosion, leaving only shattered scales and crumbling ruins, slowly sinking in the murky seawater. Chapter 133. Departing from Deep Sea City. Master, are you truly leaving? Little Fish gazed at Li Zio, who sat majestically on the back of Sanhua, and then cast a silent glance at Hunyu, standing nearby. His throat gently constricted, his tone laced with a hint of restrained reluctance. Li Zio raised his hand in a casual gesture, his gaze sweeping over the silver-scaled robe that signified his identity as the sea god. His voice carried a blend of reassurance and an unyielding decisiveness. We have lingered in Deep Sea City long enough. It is time to embark on our journey. I have observed how you have managed the situation these past few days. You have now become a sea god capable of handling affairs on your own, and you shall shoulder the responsibilities of Deep Sea City with steadiness. Should you encounter any emergencies in the future, you may enter the forbidden area and leave a message before the statue of the Elder Tortoise. I will certainly be informed. Little Fish felt a warmth rise to his cheeks, his fingers gripping the hem of his garment with slight force. Now that he was the sea god, he could not easily display tears. He steadied himself and took a half-step closer, lowering his voice. But master, in a few days, it will be the day of my wedding with Miss Rower. If you could stay to witness the ceremony, it would be truly fulfilling. Why not linger for a few more days? Li Zio chuckled and shook his head, lightly fiddling with the deerskin rope in his hand. His words tinged with an unspoken concern. I have not forgotten your joyous occasion, and the congratulatory gift has already been left at the Sea God Temple. However, I am not one who enjoys lingering. If I stay too long and become entangled in trivial matters, it may become difficult for me to extricate myself. Just as a wave of disappointment began to wash over Little Fish, he suddenly recalled something and hurriedly stepped forward. Master, there is one more thing I would like to trouble you with. Before the wedding, I wish for Bai Ji-mina and Hei Ji to travel to the mainland to fetch my mother. However, they have never set foot on land and may feel out of place. Would it be possible for you to accompany them for a while? Once they have brought my mother back, they will return immediately, causing no disruption to your journey. Li Zio paused for a moment, exchanged a glance with Hunyu, and then nodded with a smile. No problem at all. It will merely involve a slight detour. You may enjoy the scenery along the way and consider it a diversion. At this moment, Lan Rower, who had remained silent by the side, took a half-step forward and spoke softly. Master, as you depart, may your journey be smooth sailing. I have prepared some snacks for Sister Hunyu. They will be good company on the road. Li Zio nodded in acceptance, turning his gaze toward Hunyu. The moment Hunyu heard about the treats, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she scampered over to Lawn Rower. With her little face tilted upward, she exclaimed, "Thank you, Sister Fish." Before she could finish her sentence, she eagerly reached out for the package, her greedy demeanor utterly unmasked. At that moment, Bai Jimina and He Gu approached side by side. Both had transformed their fish tails into legs, clearly having made ample preparations for the journey. Bai Jimina donned a scholarly robe, and although she was a woman, her scholarly guise exuded an air of elegance. He Gu, on the other hand, was clad in the attire of a mainland hero, standing tall and imposing. The previous betrayal by He Ji had nothing to do with He Gu, as he had been diligently practicing in the forbidden area at that time, adhering strictly to the rules. At present, Deep Sea City is in dire need of personnel, and thus the little fish has absolved him of all responsibilities. After this ordeal, the youthful innocence in He Ji's countenance has faded significantly, replaced by a newfound composure. It is evident that both have invested considerable effort into this journey across the continent. Wu Linger and Tai Li have also approached. Following the self-detonation of He Ji and the subsequent death of Tai Shan, the two have taken on the duties of the two clan elders. At present, Wu Linger stands as the holy maiden of the Sea God Temple, while also assuming the role of high priestess of the Merman clan. Tai Li has shed his former impetuousness, becoming increasingly steady, now serving as the Grand Smith of Deep Sea City. Their gazes are imbued with aspirations for the future, and they both bow deeply to Li Ziyu, exclaiming in unison, "May the Daoist priest have a smooth journey." Li Ziyu, seated atop Sanhua, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then raised his hand to gently pat Sanhua's neck, signaling that it was time to depart. Sanhua let out a low whinny, shifting its hooves, ready to stride forward. Meanwhile, Hunyo, clutching her bundle, hurriedly followed, yet could not resist the urge to glance back repeatedly. Her small face bore an expression of anticipation, as if awaiting someone to bid farewell. At that moment, the surface of the sea suddenly surged. A swarm of dark black sharks emerged from all directions, encircling them closely. Hunyo, upon witnessing this, was overjoyed and immediately waved her small hand toward the shark pack. Among them, the largest black shark thrashed its tail in the water, emitting a deep, resonant hum, seemingly responding to Hunyo. Seeing this, Hunyo cupped her hands around her mouth, forming a trumpet shape, and cheerfully shouted, "Big Black, Hunyo is leaving. When I grow up, I will definitely come to visit you." As her words fell, the group of black sharks simultaneously flicked their tails, sending splashes of water into the air. The giant shark in the center let out another low rumble, its voice rich and prolonged, as if affirming Hunyo's promise and bidding her farewell. The sea breeze tousled Hunyo's hair as she gazed at the sharks, her eyes crinkling with joy. Only after Sanhua had taken several steps did she bounce after it. Following the address indicated by the little fish before their departure, the quartet made swift progress, reaching a small coastal village in a northern country within a few days. Bai Jimina and He Gu, adhering to the sea god's directive, were the first to locate a small courtyard surrounded by a low wall at the village entrance, gently knocking on the wooden door. After a moment, a gentle yet somewhat weary voice from within inquired, "Who is it?" The door creaked open to reveal Yumu, the mother of the little fish. A few stray hairs adorned her temples, and fine lines graced the corners of her eyes. Upon seeing several unfamiliar faces outside, along with a Daoist priest mounted on a spotted deer, she momentarily froze and softly asked, "Are you all at the wrong door?" Bai Jiamena stepped forward, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect, and spoke courteously, "Madam, greetings. We come from Deep Sea City, entrusted by the sea god, the little fish, to escort you back." Upon hearing the term madam, Yumu was momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing the name little fish, her body trembled violently. Her eyes instantly welled with tears, and she waved her hands repeatedly, her voice choked with emotion. "Please do not deceive me. My son and his father went to sea a year ago. When faced with a tempest, she had long been without news. How could she have become the sea goddess?" As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Bai Jimina, standing beside her, gently clarified, "Madam, Xiao Yuer is indeed alive. He is now the sea god of Deep Sea City. In a short while, he shall wed the princess of Deep Sea City. And he specifically sent us to escort you." Yet, the fish mother shook her head, her fingers gripping the doorframe, turning pale. "I understand your good intentions, but such words, I cannot bring myself to believe them." At that moment, Li Zio, who had been seated atop a deer, dismounted. His voice was calm, imbued with a reassuring strength. "Dear sister-in-law, Xiao Yuer is truly to be married. Years ago, when he faced a maritime disaster, it was I who helped him find his father. Subsequently, through a series of unforeseen events, he became the sea god of Deep Sea City. This is an indisputable truth. Bai Jimina promptly retrieved a neatly folded coarse cloth short jacket from her satchel and presented it to the fish mother with both hands. Madam, look. This is the garment Xiao Yue wore in his youth. He asked us to bring it, saying you would recognize it. The fish mother lowered her gaze, and her eyes instantly fixed upon the jacket. There, at the sleeve's edge, was a patch she had sewn herself, its stitching a familiar pattern to her. Trembling, she reached out to take it, her fingertips brushing over the stitches of the patch, tears cascading onto the fabric. It is my son's clothing. This patch was sewn by me. His left sleeve always wore out. Seeing her finally convinced, Bai Jimina breathed a sigh of relief and spoke softly, Madam. Xiao Yue is well and often thinks of you. We must return to Deep Sea City before the wedding. We cannot delay. If we miss the time, it may cause him distress. The fish mother wiped her tears, overwhelmed with astonishment and joy, and nodded vigorously. Ah, very well. I shall prepare at once and leave immediately. As she turned to enter the house, she recalled something and turned back, deeply bowing to Li Zio. Thank you, Daoist, and thank you, young ladies and gentlemen, for enabling me to see my son once more. Li Zio nodded slightly. No need for such formality. It is all a matter of fate. You should go and prepare. They will wait for you outside. The fish mother acknowledged and hurried into the house. Li Zio bid farewell to the others and took the small hand of Tiger Girl as they departed, with Sanhua following obediently behind. Chapter 134. An unexpected encounter with refugees. The weather in the northern region is rather peculiar. Not long after autumn has passed, the chill of the early morning and evening is oppressive, penetrating deep into one's bones. Even when clad in multiple layers, one cannot escape the biting cold that seeps into the marrow. A layer of chilly mist envelopes the world, effectively obscuring the sun. While the dried grass by the roadside has long lost its vitality, it stands rigidly in the cold wind, its movements sluggish and hesitant. Li Zio, clad in a robe of azure, stands tall and straight like a bamboo shoot. The cold wind wraps around him, causing his robe to flutter gently. Yet his steps remain unwavering. His face bears no trace of discomfort from the cold, as if the chill surrounding him dares not approach. At his fingertips is the lively figure of Hunyu, dressed in a matching robe of a young Taoist. The hem of her robe sways lightly with her movements. The little girl shows no fear of the cold. Her cheeks glow with a healthy pink hue. Her breath is visibly warmer and thicker than that of others. After a few steps, she cannot resist bouncing playfully and even reaches out to grasp the frozen, brittle grass by the roadside. Her actions exude an unrestrained vitality, wholly unaffected by the surrounding chill. Trailing closely behind them is Sanhua, her coat dusted with frost. The wind flattens her fur against her slender frame, which remains upright and graceful. With elongated limbs, her hooves barely make a sound as they strike the frozen ground. Her tail sways delicately, and she shows no signs of shivering from the cold, maintaining a steady pace behind them. As they venture further, the figures on the road grow denser. They appear to be refugees, clad in tattered garments that offer little protection against the biting wind. The fabric clings to their bodies, revealing the gaunt outlines beneath. Some are wrapped in patched burlap, layers upon layers stitched haphazardly with uneven seams. Others have merely wrapped themselves in a tangle of dry straw, the rustling leaves betraying the frost-bitten arms and legs beneath. Each person hunches their shoulders, their teeth chattering with the cold. With every step, they lean against one another for warmth, their feet reddening against the icy ground. Some even bear wounds that ooze blood, yet they grit their teeth and press on. Seeing the increasing number of people on the road, Hunyu stops abruptly, her little brow furrowing into a tiny knot. She looks up and tugs at Li Zio's robe sleeve, her voice both crisp and filled with confusion. Master, why are they all dressed so thinly and shivering with cold, yet heading in our direction? Li Zio gazes down, gently pressing her furrowed brow with his fingertips, his tone calm. The world is harsh. Perhaps there has been a calamity ahead, compelling them to seek refuge. As soon as he finishes speaking, hurried footsteps approach from behind. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, hastens to catch up. His face is lined with deep wrinkles, and his cheekbones are reddened by the cold. His single garment is riddled with holes, exposing arms afflicted with frostbite. He gasps for breath, first regarding Li Zio's serene countenance, then scanning Hunyu's rosy cheeks. He quickly raises a hand to halt their progress. His voice hoarse and urgent, "Esteemed Taoist, do not venture any further in that direction." Hunyu, startled by the old man's sudden action, instinctively retreats behind Li Zio, her wide eyes fixed on the man's cracked and frozen hands. His hands were riddled with cracks, some even oozing droplets of blood, and as the wind blew, The old man's hands trembled even more violently. Xianxia perked up his ears, his tail slightly taut, fixated on the old man's movements. Liziu remained still, merely nodding slightly. What brings you to speak this way, old man? The elder exhaled warm breath into his palm. Just as the warmth began to rise, it was swept away by the wind, and he pointed to the direction from which he came, his fingertips numb with cold. There is fighting ahead. We were once merely small states and tribes. Although conflicts were frequent, peace was elusive. But recently a formidable nation, Bima, has emerged in the northwest. It is said that they hail from a nomadic background, fierce and ruthless, having committed every manner of atrocity. Each time they seize a city, they slaughter the nearby populace. His voice trembled, filled with dread. The ice and snow city ahead is the capital of the Beihan kingdom. No matter how high the walls, they are of little use. Bima has felled the nearby trees to construct siege ladders, and soon the ice and snow city will not endure. We, who relied on the city for our livelihood, now face its imminent fall. We have no choice but to flee to the seaside. Delay will cost us our lives. Tiger Girl listened, her small mouth agape. Her initial curiosity transforming into a bewildered concern. She tugged at Liziu's clothing, glancing towards the shivering refugees. Following her gaze, Liziu swept his eyes over the scene before turning back to the elder, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your warning, esteemed elder. The wind, laden with cold, swept past, yet his azure robe remained resolute, setting him apart from the trembling refugees, as if from a wholly different realm. Quietly, Liziu retrieved a small porcelain vial, carefully observing his surroundings. Once assured of their privacy, he extended it to the elder, leaning in to whisper, "Thank you, kind sir. This is a fine wound ointment that may alleviate your suffering when applied to the injury." The elder was taken aback for a moment, his frail hand eagerly accepting the vial, knuckles turning white from exertion. He clutched the porcelain tightly in his palm, his lips moving silently, afraid to speak aloud. He nodded fervently, swiftly tucking the vial into the folds of his clothing. Watching Liziu lead Tiger Girl onward, with Xianxia closely trailing behind, the elder stood rooted, gazing at the receding figures of the trio, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he wiped the frost-bitten corners of his eyes. He wrapped his tattered garment tighter around himself and joined the throng of refugees, inching toward the sea. Liziu continued to guide Tiger Girl forward, the cold mist seemingly thickening. The wind whipped snowflakes against their faces, the very air they breathed laden with biting chill. The path beneath their feet gradually turned to mud, trampled by the refugees. Mixed with thin ice, each step heavier than the last. The grim scenes along the roadside grew increasingly harrowing. Several elderly figures, wrapped in tattered burlap, huddled at the roadside, their hands tucked within their sleeves. Their heads drooped on their shoulders, devoid of life, faces frozen in their final moments of despair. Not far away, a woman cradled a child whose voice had been reduced to a hoarse whisper. The child's small face was a pallid shade of blue, tiny hands clutching at the woman's garment, the cries weak as a flickering candle in the wind. The woman mechanically patted the child's back, her lips darkened by the cold, unable to utter a single word of comfort. Further ahead, a group of children, still in their tender years, tugged at one another as they moved along. The smallest one, even more diminutive than Tiger Girl, stood barefoot upon the icy mud, her little feet swollen and bruised from the cold. Yet, she merely bit her lip, following the steps of the child ahead. Occasionally, she stumbled, only to be steadied by a companion, before continuing on. Nearby, a woman sat upon the ground, cradling a motionless infant in her arms. Her gaze was vacant as she stared blankly ahead, the wind tousling her hair against her face. She murmured something unintelligible, devoid of tears, perhaps having frozen long ago. Tiger Girl's small hand quietly tightened around Liziu's fingertips, her previously vibrant face now tense and drawn. Her lips pressed into a thin line, all vivacity lost. As she silently trudged along, large eyes veiled by a sheen of moisture, tears collected at the corners, and as they fell, they were chilled by the wind, leaving two damp trails upon her cheeks. She dared not cry aloud, only occasionally stifling a sniffle, nuzzling her face against his sleeve. Liziu glanced down. Noticing the traces of her tears, his fingertips gently tapped her hand, yet within him surged an unfamiliar heaviness. Throughout the years, he had traversed many lands, but never had he witnessed such human suffering. Amidst war and frigid cold, vibrant lives appeared as fragile as withered grass by the roadside, and the lives of the common folk seemed as light as a feather. He did not halt his steps, his hand hidden beneath his robe tightening imperceptibly. The hardships of the past had merely been a placid response, but in this moment, the weight of reality pressed upon him. Peace was, for some, a distant luxury. Casting a sideways glance at the tiger girl, who valiantly stifled her tears, his heart sank further still. Chapter 135. The Northern Mang Iron Cavalry. Uncertain how long they had traveled, Li Ziyo and his disciples' spirits sank deeper with each step forward. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the cold mist, initially distant but soon accompanied by the clattering of hooves, mixed with the exuberant shouts of cavalrymen, akin to ravenous wolves discovering their prey. A dozen Northern Mang Iron Cavalry surged forth from the fog, their warhorses clad in iron armor, their hooves thundering against the frozen ground. The riders, donned in dark armor with mud caked in the seams, brandished spears that glinted ominously. They did not immediately attack, but instead circled menacingly around the throngs of refugees, their steeds deliberately brushing against the crowd, causing the terrified populace to scatter, some losing their footing and tumbling to the ground. The cavalrymen leaned down, using the shafts of their spears to prod at those fallen, watching with crude amusement as they rolled helplessly. A man clutching a bundle attempted to flee to the side. The leading cavalryman abruptly reined in his horse, thrusting his spear forward, the butt end striking the man's knee, causing him to kneel with a thud, his bundle spilling onto the ground, revealing dry cakes that rolled away. The rider bent down, using the spear tip to lift one of the dry cakes, waving it mockingly in front of the man before letting it drop into the mud, grinning as he taunted, "Pick it up and bow to me. I want to trample it if you do." The man stared at the cake in the mud, his lips trembling, torn between the desire to retrieve it and the fear of being trampled, shrinking back instead. Another cavalryman had set his sights on a woman clutching a silent, weeping child. He approached slowly, deliberately nudging his horse closer, forcing her to retreat against the cold earthen wall, tightening her embrace around the child. The rider prodded at the woman's hair with the tip of his spear, his tone lewd. "What do you hide there? Show me. If it's a pretty girl, perhaps you can spare your life." The woman clung desperately to her child, her head bowed low, too fearful to even weep aloud. The refugees huddled against the walls or crouched together on the ground, none daring to resist, lacking even the courage to raise their eyes. The sound of chattering teeth mingled with the suppressed sobs of children, creating a fragile harmony within the laughter of the cavalrymen. Just as the riders continued their cruel game with the refugees, footsteps echoed from behind. The leading commander, focused on the man curled up on the ground, paused at the sound and turned to look. The locals, upon sighting them, fled as though encountering phantoms. Who would dare approach them? The commander squinted, attempting to pierce through the mist. First, a flash of blue caught his eye, a Daoist robe that appeared plain yet was impeccably tailored, the fabric billowing gently in the wind, devoid of any wrinkles. Glancing aside, he noticed the robe's owner was accompanied by a young acolyte. Though small, the child stood firm, matching the adult's steady pace. As they drew nearer, he realized they were followed by a Sika deer, its antlers dusted with frost, moving with calm assurance, showing no sign of fear. The commander tightened his grip on his spear, the armor plates whispering softly against one another. The Northern Mang Iron Cavalry was accustomed to dominating their surroundings, yet they understood that this was the realm of warriors. It is indeed true that one person cannot withstand an army of thousands. However, for a top-tier warrior, dealing with this small squad would be but a mere gesture. Before me stands an individual of striking appearance, whose tranquil demeanor starkly contrasts with the cowering refugees around him. It is evident that he is no ordinary person. Could it be that I have encountered a reclusive master? The leader's brow furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced crease between his brows. The earlier nonchalance in his gaze vanished, replaced by wariness. He abruptly raised his hand behind him, and the cavalry immediately ceased their movements, halting their steeds in place. He urged his horse forward a couple of steps. The steed snorted, yet he paid it no mind. Instead, fixating intently on the approaching Li Ziyo, his voice, now tinged with a weightier caution, demanded, "State your name, Daoist. If you have no business here, then depart quickly and do not meddle in the affairs of our Northern Mang Kingdom." Li Ziyo did not halt his advance, his fingertips guiding the little tiger girl. Stepping forward steadily, the small hand of tiger girl clutched his sleeve, her knuckles turning pale with tension. The tracks of her tears had dried, and her face was taut. Yet she did not shy away from the gaze of the cavalry. Xianxia trailed behind, her tail still, ears erect. Each step she took was feather-light, her hooves making no sound as she remained steadfastly by their side. Li Ziyo continued his march, gradually approaching the ironclad horseman, the hem of his azure robe sweeping the ground without gathering a speck of dust. He lifted his gaze to the leader, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable gravity. "They are unarmed, yet you deem them your enemies?" The leader was momentarily taken aback, a smirk forming on his lips as he regarded the Daoist. It seemed this practitioner had indeed spent too long in the mountains, unfamiliar with the protocols of the battlefield. He exhaled, his tone hardening. Indeed, they are all subjects of the Northern Han Kingdom. In times of war, slaughter and pillage are commonplace. I advise you to leave at once. You assert your strength to dictate. He asserts his strength to dictate, and I assert my strength to dictate. Is that not so? Li Ziyo suddenly interjected, his voice low yet striking like ice plunged into boiling water. The leader, still pondering the implications of these words, found himself enveloped in an unexpected chill. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy radiated from Li Ziyo, spreading like a thin mist. Upon contact with the cavalry, the energy crystallized into frost. The soldier at the edge, poised to mock, found his grin frozen in place. As he attempted to lift his spear, he discovered his fingertips encased in ice. The chill infiltrated the gaps in his armor, making each breath feel as if it were laced with shards of frost. Terror replaced the earlier bravado in his eyes, his mouth agape yet silent, as he beheld the creeping frost enveloping his neck. The warhorses, too, became statues, their hooves raised in mid-motion, now solidified in ice. The spiritual energy spread with astonishing speed, in the blink of an eye. Over a dozen ironclad soldiers and their steeds were ensnared in the frost. Some soldiers remained in the act of prodding the refugees, their spears adorned with ice flowers. Others, caught mid-rein, found their arms frozen in mid-air, their eyes wide with sudden dread. Li Ziyo's gaze settled upon the leader, whose body was now succumbing to the cold. His tone remaining even, yet carrying the weight of judgment. I deem you guilty. Perhaps it is time for you to descend and repent together. As the words fell, the aura enveloping the commander constricted instantaneously. His pupils dilated in shock, the casual demeanor completely vanishing, leaving only pure astonishment. He attempted to urge his steed to retreat, yet discovered that his body had betrayed him. Frost crept up the iron armor of the warhorse, rendering him shivering. He fixed his gaze on Li Ziyo, his eyes filled with an unbearable despair. His lips trembled, and before he could utter a plea for mercy, he, along with his steed, was transformed into a statue of ice. Only those wide-open eyes remained, frozen in the last moment of terror. Not far off, the refugees stood frozen in place, their eyes fixated on the ice sculpture, even their breaths caught in their throats. After a moment, it was unclear who first shuddered. A woman, previously huddled against the wall with her child, felt her knees buckle and fell to the ground. The startled child emitted a few soft whimpers, and she hurriedly covered its mouth, yet tears welled in her eyes, and a sob escaped her throat. Following this, the refugees crouched on the ground seemed to seize upon a last glimmer of hope, kneeling one after another. Some pressed their foreheads hard against the frozen earth, the dull thuds accompanied by cries, repeatedly pleading, "Immortal, reveal your divine presence. Please save us." Others moved a few steps forward, heads tilted back, hands stretched out, their voices trembling out of tune. "Immortal, show us mercy. We are at our wits' end. Please rescue us." Chapter 136. Dried cakes and fragrant porridge. At this moment, Li Ziyo felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. He gazed upon the multitude of refugees kneeling before him and spoke softly, "Rise, the ground is cold." Hunyu released her master's hand and hurried to assist a woman clutching her child. As the woman managed to rise from the ground, her child suddenly coughed twice, his little face turning crimson. She hurriedly used her stiff, frozen sleeve to gently wipe away the tears and dirt from his face. Turning to Hunyu, her lips quivered as she attempted to express her gratitude, but ultimately, her words transformed into a series of nods. The crowd exchanged glances with one another. Only upon hearing the sage's voice did they cautiously begin to move their frozen knees and rise. Their steps were tentative, inching toward Li Ziyo and the earthen wall. This area had once been a desolate ruin, with several partially collapsed earthen walls leaning precariously, barely offering some protection against the biting wind that sliced through the mist. As they huddled closer to the base of the wall, a faint warmth indeed enveloped them, unlike the earlier exposure to the frigid air that had chilled them to their very bones. Yet, the numerous ice sculptures still loomed in the center of the clearing, their chilling presence a significant hindrance. The man who had been forced to kneel earlier was now crouched on the ground, scavenging for dried cakes in the mud. He contemplated circling around to collect from the other side, but as he lifted his foot, he hesitated. Casting a timid glance at the ice sculptures, he clutched the edge of the dried cake, fearful of inciting the wrath of the sage before him. Li Ziyo's gaze swept over the ice sculptures, and with a gentle wave of his long sleeve, the sculptures began to shift slowly, arranging themselves into a half-circle along the base of the earthen wall. This formation encircled the area where the refugees had gathered, serving as a barrier of ice. After completing this task, he approached the wall, resting his hand upon the frigid surface. A subtle energy emanated from his fingertips, causing the remnants of snow within the wall's crevices to quietly melt away. Gradually, a gentle warmth began to emanate from the wall, prompting those leaning against it to draw nearer. The man collecting the dried cakes paused, his hand momentarily still. He exchanged glances with two other robust men beside him. The three shared a silent understanding, rising to approach Li Zio with slightly bent waists, their tone cautious, sage. The sky appears to be darkening, and the cold mist has not dissipated. We wish to gather some branches nearby to start a fire. This would provide warmth for the children and the elderly, and we plan to make do here for the night. What do you think? Li Zio nodded. Go ahead. But exercise caution. The men exhaled in relief, turning to beckon a few younger companions. They wrapped themselves in their thin garments and ventured out into the surroundings. The remaining individuals began to relax a bit, with some women gently brushing the dust off their children. Others leaned against the warming earthen wall, cupping their hands around their mouths to exhale warmth, repeatedly rubbing their frostbitten fingers. Hunyu squatted beside the woman and, producing two fruits she had been reluctant to eat herself, offered them to the child with swollen eyes. Having always been pampered by her master and treated as a younger sister by others, she found herself at a loss on how to comfort a child even younger than herself. Yet, seeing the little one in distress, she disregarded the worth of the fruits and gently extended them forward. The child had long been ravenous, gazing at the fruit and swallowing hard. First glancing up at her mother, the woman gently nodded before extending her small, frostbitten hand. Receiving the fruit, the child quietly took a bite, savoring it slowly. At that moment, Tiger Girl trotted over to her master. Li Zio leaned against the earthen wall, his fingertips lightly stroking the frost remnants on its surface, lost in thought. Upon seeing Tiger Girl approach, a hint of warmth flickered in his calm demeanor. A soft smile graced his lips as he reached out to gently stroke her hair. His voice gentle. Tiger Girl, I must intervene in this matter. Tiger Girl tilted her small face upwards, obediently nodding, though her brow furrowed slightly with a touch of stubbornness as she declared, Master's interference is no trivial matter. Those wicked individuals bully the innocent. And what Master does is always right. At her words, Li Zio paused, his gaze shifting to the refugees huddled at the foot of the wall. One person was using the wall's faint warmth to tuck the thin clothing of the child in her arms. A man who had scavenged for dry cakes was now kneeling on the ground, carefully kindling a fire, its sparks flickering in the cold mist. He sighed softly. I have always said that understanding must be clear. While it is easy to say, it is exceedingly difficult to enact. Previously, during the war between Deep Sea City and Blackwater City, I refrained from intervening as an outsider in the affairs of the merfolk. Tiger Girl, tilting her head and clutching his sleeve, remained silent, listening intently. Yet today, witnessing these impoverished souls, Li Zio's gaze returned to her face, his tone imbued with newfound resolve. If he neglected to act now, the burden in his heart would surely become insurmountable, and clarity of thought would remain elusive. Tiger Girl nodded vigorously, her voice bright and earnest, tinged with a hint of her fierce spirit. Yes, Master is right. I will heed your words. If those bad people return, I can help you. No sooner had she spoken than the crackling of the burning fire reached their ears, the small flames gradually growing stronger. The orange glow illuminated the faces of the refugees, dispelling some of the stiffness brought on by the cold. The woman holding the child drew closer to the fire, and upon noticing Tiger Girl watching her, she gently raised the remaining half of her fruit, her eyes filled with gratitude. Following her gaze, Li Zio turned to Tiger Girl, a slight smile curving his lips. Did you give that fruit to the child? Tiger Girl scratched her head, her cheeks flushing slightly. That little sister was so hungry. It pained me to see her, so I let her have it. Li Zio nodded thoughtfully, his tone gentle, yet laced with admonition. That fruit is imbued with spiritual essence, which ordinary children cannot digest. Save some for yourself in the future. When you encounter such frail children again, it is more fitting to provide them with something suitable. With that, as everyone busied themselves around the fire, he discreetly pulled out a bag of millet and a bag of dry cakes. Handing the dry cakes to Tiger Girl, he instructed, distribute these among the elderly and the children, and then call over those men who went to gather firewood. Grasping the dry cakes, Tiger Girl hurried toward the fire, distributing them among the elderly and the children. Before long, the men gathering firewood approached. Li Zio raised his hand and handed over the bag of millet. Upon realizing it contained food, the men's eyes instantly brightened. They hurriedly accepted it with both hands, expressing their gratitude profusely. They then turned to the water containers of the refugees and managed to gather enough water to cook porridge. Additionally, they borrowed a small iron pot from a refugee who had brought it along during their escape and began their preparations with great urgency. In no time, A delicate fragrance of rice wafted from the iron pot, gradually dispelling some of the chill from the foggy air. Li Zio's gaze swept over the bustling crowd, pausing momentarily on the man who had earlier picked up the dry cakes. He inclined his chin, signaling for him to come forward. The man, gripping a branch for stirring the fire, was momentarily taken aback. He quickly handed the branch to a companion and hurried to stand before Li Zio, maintaining a slightly bent posture, hesitant to speak. "May I inquire your name?" Li Zio asked, breaking the silence. The man, with his hands hanging by his sides, unconsciously rubbed his fingers against his trousers, responding with a hint of awkwardness, replying to the immortal, "I am called Hui Dazhang." Li Zio nodded gently, refraining from further inquiries, simply saying, "You may go?" Hui Dazhang acknowledged with a soft yes, pondering the significance of being addressed by the immortal individually. Nevertheless, he did not linger and turned back to the fire, occasionally lifting the pot's lid. As steam enveloped the fragrant rice, he remained vigilant, stirring the porridge with the branch, wary of the flames that might scorch it. Chapter 137. The Three Mountain Valley. Li Zio instructed the sturdy Hui Dazhang to notify the refugees still making their way towards the seaside to gather. He was well aware that, despite their desperate escape to the coast, their chances of survival were slim. The biting cold of winter made the shore even more frigid, and having never lived by the sea, they would find themselves at a grave disadvantage. After several days of arduous travel, the refugees began to assemble. As Li Zio scanned the crowd, he spotted a familiar face, the old man who had previously approached him. The old man was taken aback, astonished to see that the so-called immortal, who had recently become the talk of the town, was the very individual he had engaged in conversation with earlier. Clearing his throat, Li Zio addressed the gathering. "I am no immortal, I go by the name Xianxia. From now on, you may call me Daoist." As the murmurs subsided, he continued, "If I could provide you with a place where you could live in peace, would you still wish to proceed to the coast? The shore is far colder than here, and with no experience of coastal living, you would struggle to survive." The crowd began to murmur among themselves, and before long, the old man spoke up loudly. "We certainly do not wish to leave our homes, but this place is too close to the ice and snow city. If it truly falls—" He paused, urgency creeping into his voice. "The Northman cavalry will undoubtedly pursue us. What chance will we have then?" A wave of panic washed over the crowd, their faces betraying their fear. Li Zio raised his hand and spoke firmly. "There is no need for such concern. If you do not wish to go to the seaside, I can assist you in evading the Northman cavalry's pursuit." The crowd momentarily fell silent, only to erupt in low discussions once more. A man in patched clothes stepped forward. "Is Daojiang serious? We are mostly old and weak. How could we evade the Northman cavalry?" The murmurs grew louder, prompting the old man to raise his hand to silence them. "Let us listen to Daojiang's plan." The crowd quieted, their eyes filled with a mix of hope and hesitation as they focused intently on Li Zio, even holding their breath in anticipation. Li Zio observed the tension etched on their faces, easily recognizing the anxiety hidden beneath their hopeful expressions. He also discerned a few individuals clinging to the notion of relying on the immortal for sustenance. He spoke solemnly. "I will only provide you with a refuge. Beyond that, you must cultivate the land and sustain yourselves." He paused, his tone growing colder. "To be frank, your lives and deaths are of little concern to me. Whether you choose to remain here or insist on heading to the coast is entirely your decision." At his words, those who had been secretly contemplating dependence on the immortal exchanged furtive glances, their resolve wavering as they retreated into silence. Just then, Li Zio slowly raised his hand. The ground beneath them trembled slightly, and he pointed his fingertip towards three directions: left, right, and behind him. In the distance, three lines of earthy yellow began to emerge on the horizon, rapidly ascending with a speed visible to the naked eye. Clods of earth and gravel cascaded down the rising contours with a dull rumble, as three mountains inexplicably surged from the ground. Initially mere hills, they swiftly grew to obscure the sky. The cliffs were steep and knife-like, devoid of any vegetation capable of clinging to their surfaces, leaving only the cold gleam of grayish-brown rock in the wind. The onlookers were entranced, many with mouths agape, forgetting to gasp in astonishment, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Before they could regain their composure, Li Zio turned once more toward the direction from which they had come, lightly tracing his fingertip against the ground. This seemingly delicate gesture was abruptly met with a thunderous rush of water. A line of water swiftly expanded along the path of his finger, transforming in an instant into a river over 100 feet wide. The waters surged, raising towering waves that crashed against the stones on the riverbank, splattering droplets that dampened the clothing of those in the front row, as a powerful mist infused with a chill swept over them. The whirlpool in the river's center spun with dizzying force, making it clear to any observant person that not even a boat could navigate these treacherous waters, let alone swim across. As the surface of the river gradually stabilized, Li Ziyo gestured again, causing a thin mist to rise above the water. Once the fog dissipated, a small wooden boat floated quietly at the riverbank. Measuring barely 10 feet in length, it appeared only capable of accommodating 3 or 4 individuals at most. It was only then that the crowd finally regained their voices, gasps of disbelief echoing among them. Some even knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with an awe that was hard to fathom. Li Ziyo withdrew his hand, his voice piercing through the lingering mist. From this point on, you shall make your home here. With these 3 great mountains as your shelter, this place shall henceforth be known as 3 Mountain Valley. Hui Dazhang, this boat is entrusted to you. Henceforth, should you wish to venture out, it must be by this vessel, with these 3 mountains and this river as your guardians. Even the northern Mang cavalry shall find it impossible to breach this sanctuary. As his words faded, the crowd remained momentarily stunned before erupting into long-suppressed cheers. The previously frostbitten faces now blossomed with vibrant smiles. The 3 towering mountains acted as a formidable barrier, effectively shielding the valley from the biting winds outside. In less than half a day, the air within the valley warmed, rendering the threadbare cotton jackets previously worn unbearable. Some tentatively unfastened their collars, revealing patched garments beneath, their faces alight with curiosity. In the following days, the valley thrived with a bustling atmosphere. The men banded together to fell suitably thick tree trunks at the foot of the mountains. They first dug half-man-deep pits in the flat ground, firmly embedding the trunks as pillars. They then crossed thinner branches to form the framework of the roof, laying down a thick layer of dry grass. Finally, they plastered the structure with a mixture of yellow clay and crushed straw, giving shape to a rudimentary yet windproof earthen dwelling. Meanwhile, the women, accompanied by children, gathered dry firewood beside the houses, stacking it neatly into piles, and ventured to the riverbank to smooth rough pottery shards with stones, fashioning them into cooking utensils. The land-clearing efforts progressed methodically, with Hui Dazhang leading the able-bodied men to break through the frozen, hardened soil using sharpened wooden wedges. An elder stood by, offering guidance and teaching everyone to identify the fertile patches suitable for planting grain. At first, only a few shovelfuls of earth were turned, scattering small clods of soil. Yet, within a couple of days, the temperature in the valley rose once more, and the ground gradually softened, making the labor considerably easier. The villagers carved out tiered rice paddies along the terrain, guiding the water from the river through the channels into the fields. The crystalline river water flowed over the freshly turned earth, glistening with delicate reflections. On that morning, the elder, upon hearing that Li Ziyo was about to depart, hurried to the valley's entrance, still clutching 2 freshly steamed coarse grain cakes. He positioned himself in front of Li Ziyo and pressed the cakes into his hands, saying, "Master, you have created such a splendid place for us. How can you simply leave?" Li Ziyo politely declined the cakes, responding gently, "Your kindness is duly noted, but I have a journey ahead of me and cannot linger." Undeterred, the elder continued, "The valley has just begun to flourish. If anything were to happen in your absence, we would feel quite unsettled." With a robust demeanor, Li Ziyo reassured him, "You are strong and united. You shall surely safeguard this valley." With that, he led Xianxia. With Tuni seated upon his back, and with a light step, he gracefully traversed the surface of the river. The water flowed beneath their feet as if it were solid ground. The villagers watched the retreating figures of the 2 men and the deer until they were gradually shrouded by the river mist, still standing on the shore and waving their hands, murmuring wishes for the master's safety, their voices echoing throughout the valley for quite some time. Chapter 138. The Fall of the City. The dark, icy walls of the city stood like ancient monoliths. After the northern Song army besieged the city for several days, a layer of dark red blood ice accumulated at the base of the walls. The soldiers of the northern Han kingdom huddled behind the battlements, frost clinging to their armor, their long spears growing heavier in their grip. Outside the city, the northern Song warriors surged like ravenous wolves, ceaselessly assaulting the defenses. They had trampled the snow at the foot of the walls into ice, their breaths laced with the metallic scent of rust. On the city ramparts, General Yi Lin of the northern Han gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles turning pale and nearly translucent. He focused intently on the formations of the northern Song forces beyond the walls, his throat tightening. The frost on the black iron scabbard trembled slightly under the agitation of his fingertips, causing tiny frost flakes to cascade down the scabbard and collect at his feet. Behind him, his deputy commanders, their armor stained with blood, stood resolutely with their backs straight, their gazes fixed on the enemy formations outside. 3 riders stood in the distance, the foremost among them wielding curved blades, their presence heavy with an oppressive aura. These were the three martial leaders sent by Northern Song to restrain him. Days prior, the Northern Song army had abruptly ceased their relentless assault, diverting their attention to the black pine forest outside the city. The crisp sounds of axes and hatchets rang out day and night, and soon, a mountain of logs accumulated in the snow. Yi Lin observed as the Northern Song soldiers bound the logs into stacks, securing them with thick ropes, constructing ladders that inclined toward the city walls. His heart tightened at the sight. Further away, several siege engines had already been set up, their stones wrapped in dry grass and ignited. They hurled fiery projectiles toward the walls, each thunderous impact shaking loose bricks from their places. Occasionally, a stone would strike a battlement, sending two Northern Han soldiers tumbling down. Their cries stifled before they fell into the piles of logs below, rendered silent. Meanwhile, the three Northern Song warriors remained vigilant at the front lines, occasionally exchanging glances, clearly awaiting a sign of fatigue from Yi Lin. Pour the boiling oil. Yi Lin shouted hoarsely, his voice strained from days of shouting. The soldiers atop the walls hurriedly lifted the oil barrels, pouring the scalding liquid down the walls. The Northern Song soldiers on the ladders ignited in flames, screaming as they fell. Yet, those behind them climbed over the bodies of their fallen comrades, undeterred in their ascent. The barrage of stones continued, widening the fissures in the walls. The defenders grew fewer, and Yi Lin's deputies fell one by one. First, the left flank deputy was struck in the chest by a stone and perished instantly. Next, the right flank deputy was engaged in combat with a Northern Song soldier who had scaled the walls, only to have his throat cut by a curved blade. Warm blood splattering onto Yi Lin's face. He wiped his face, drawing his black iron sword with a resonating hum, cleaving through the skull of a Northern Song soldier. His eyes filled with fury. Northern Han warriors, fight to the last breath. At that moment, three dark figures leaped up from below, their toes touching the wooden rungs of the ladders as they launched themselves toward the ramparts. It was indeed the three Northern Song martial artists. The leader aimed his curved blade directly at Yi Lin's heart, while the other two flanked him from either side. The chilling wind of their blades pressed dangerously close. Yi Lin sidestepped, raising his black iron sword to block the attack, the clash of metal ringing sharply in the air, causing the surrounding soldiers' ears to ring. He used the momentum to leap back, evading the blades on either side, then spun around to counterattack. His sword swept across the shoulder of the warrior to his left, leaving a crimson streak. Yet, the warrior remained unfazed, retaliating with a strike aimed at Yi Lin's side. The trio moved in perfect harmony, their blades weaving a deadly web that ensnared Yi Lin. The battle atop the city reached a fever pitch, with Yi Lin standing against three adversaries. The Xian iron sword danced in an impenetrable defense, yet the relentless days of guarding the city had drained much of his strength. As beads of sweat formed on his brow, they swiftly froze into frost. After exchanging blows for several more rounds, a warrior from the North Song suddenly altered his attack. He cast aside his curved blade, sending it flying towards a minor soldier of the North Han. Instinctively, Yi Lin sidestepped to block, but the warrior on his left seized the opportunity, driving the blade through his left arm. The leader capitalized on this moment, leaping into the air to deliver a vicious strike aimed at Yi Lin's back. Yi Lin pivoted sharply, barely managing to deflect the attack with his Xian iron sword. Yet he was still jolted by the force, causing blood to spurt onto the snow. As the night wore on, the southeastern corner of the city's ladder unexpectedly collapsed halfway, prompting several North Han soldiers to instinctively rush to reinforce it. Unbeknownst to them, two North Song soldiers had already scaled the city's walls from the western ladder. With their curved blades, they swiftly slit the throats of two sentinels and stealthily made their way towards the city gate. The North Han soldiers at the gate remained fixated on the siege engines outside until the sound of a scream alerted them to an intruder's presence. Observing this, Yi Lin disregarded his wounds and charged towards the city gate, but the three North Song warriors relentlessly pursued him. The leader thrust his curved blade once more, piercing Yi Lin's abdomen, and blood instantly stained his armor. Leaning on his sword, he fought to remain standing, the Xian iron sword propping him up. He held on to his faltering body until he witnessed the winch at the city gate being seized by the North Song soldiers. The heavy iron gate creaked ominously, inching open. Just as a gap appeared wide enough for a single person to pass through, the North Song cavalry outside heard the signal. The thunderous sound of hooves shattering the icy ground approached like a storm. When the first North Song cavalryman burst through the gate, his curved blade struck the nearest North Han soldier. The dull thud of steel meeting flesh heralded the beginning of the massacre. The cavalry galloped through the streets, their iron hooves pounding against the cobblestone paths. Splattered droplets of blood fell onto the snow, instantly crystallizing into dark red spots. The North Han soldiers scattered in panic. But their legs could not outrun the hooves, and they soon fell into pools of their own blood. Yi Lin lay on the ground, watching the North Song cavalry surge past. With the last remnants of his strength, he pressed the token from his waist into the hands of a nearby soldier, rasping, "Protect." The last bloodline of the royal family. Before he could finish, he breathed his last. The king of the North Han stood resolutely at the palace gates, sword in hand. His golden helmet bore a dent from a stone projectile, and an arrow shaft was lodged in his armor. As he saw the North Song cavalry charging forward, he roared and raised his sword to meet them, only to be struck down by a cavalryman's lance, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, several warhorses trampled over him, their weight crushing his body. His golden helmet rolled away into the snow, soon stained red by the gushing blood. As the cries of despair echoed throughout the ice and snow-laden city, the king of North Song sat upon a high platform outside the city, coldly observing the flames within. Once his subordinates had brought forth the members of the North Han royal family, he waved his hand, instructing them to be dragged to the foot of the city wall. The soldiers brought coarse ropes and hung the royal family members one by one from the battlements. Not even the infant swaddled in blankets was spared, for he was the last royal bloodline of the Northern Cold Kingdom. Just born and not yet a month old, his tiny face was still wrinkled. A disdainful general from the Northern Song approached, wielding a slender knife to make a small incision on the infant's chest. He then wrapped the rope around the baby's waist and suspended him from the wall, dismissing the child as insignificant, questioning whether he could possibly survive. The wind whipped through the snow, chilling the figures atop the battlements. The princes and princesses of the Northern Cold Kingdom struggled, blood trickling down the ropes, pooling beneath the wall to form small patches that quickly froze into ice. The infant's cries grew ever fainter as the blood soaked through the swaddling cloth. Yet, for reasons unknown, even as the blood nearly ran dry, a faint breath persisted. At that moment, two corpses of Northern Cold soldiers piled beneath the wall suddenly stirred. A young lad on the ground flipped over abruptly, hurling a flying dagger that accurately severed the rope suspending the infant. Nearby, a young girl sprang forth with the grace of a light swallow, deftly catching the falling child. Their movements were so swift that the Northern Song soldiers were caught off guard. By the time the soldiers raised their blades to encircle them, the boy had drawn his short sword, positioning himself protectively in front of the girl. They appeared no older than 14 or 15, their features strikingly similar. They were indeed the offspring of the great General Yi Lin of the Northern Cold Kingdom, Yi Gu and Yi Mai. The siblings had trained in martial arts under their father's tutelage since childhood, honing their skills over the years. More agile than ordinary soldiers, they had disguised themselves as common troops in the midst of the carnage, lying in wait for the opportunity to rescue this last remaining bloodline. "Capture them," bellowed the Northern Song general, as several soldiers swung their blades. Yi Gu parried with his sword, but his arm had already been injured in previous skirmishes, causing the sword to slip from his grasp. Instead of forcing a confrontation, he embraced the nearest Northern Song soldier, shoving him toward his comrades, thus creating a path for Yi Mai. Yi Mai, cradling the baby, lightly pushed off the battlement bricks, using the momentum to escape toward the outside, calling back, "Brother." Yi Gu gritted his teeth, seizing a half-broken spear from the ground to fend off the approaching soldiers, urging, "Go. I'll follow closely behind." Taking advantage of the soldiers' momentary distraction, Yi Gu retreated into the shadows at the base of the wall, skillfully maneuvering through the gaps between the soldiers. Once he had evaded the nearest foes, he immediately pursued the direction of Yi Mai. The siblings fled swiftly, one after the other, toward the outside. Chapter 139. The Yi siblings. As dusk descended, Li Ziyo and his disciple, Hunyu, found themselves exchanging glances in the snowy expanse. Hunyu, her small face puffed up in discontent, exclaimed, "Master, did you not say there was a village nearby where we could rest comfortably? Instead, we are left to endure the biting wind. Are we truly destined to use snow as our blanket and the ground as our bed? This is far too harsh. Why must we seek hardship when we could easily avoid it?" Li Ziyo chuckled appreciatively. "Well said. Your years of learning have not gone to waste. You are applying your knowledge well." "Master," Hunyu pouted playfully, stamping her foot in mild reproach. All right, Li Ziyo responded, understanding that this was not the moment for jest. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the villages engulfed in smoke and flames. It appears that the Northern Song Iron Cavalry, seeing the villagers had evacuated, set this place ablaze in their anger. Hunyu huffed, hands on her hips, "Those wicked scoundrels. How detestable." She leaned closer to Li Ziyo, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Are we truly to spend the night in this snow? We shall surely wake up as two round snowmen." With a resigned smile, Li Ziyo replied. You feast on spiritual fruits daily and are protected by their aura. You need not fear the cold. Enduring a night outdoors is hardly a burden. Humph, I'm still young. What if I catch a chill? Hunyu retorted, tugging at Li Zio's sleeve. Master, at this pace, when shall we return to the small fishing village? It has been 2 years since I left, and I've grown so much. I wonder if the village chief will still recognize me? At that moment, Sanhua quietly shuffled over to Hunyu, pressing her body against her for warmth. Hunyu seized the opportunity to bury her small hands in Sanhua's thick fur. Observing this tender scene, Li Zio spoke gently. The village chief surely thinks of you often. I, too, thought it fitting to show you the northern snow scenery. Dao has yet to see snowfall. Hunyu pouted. I simply refused to freeze. Had I known it would be this cold, I would have preferred to stay in Deep Sea City until the new year. By now, brother Xiaoye and sister Yue should be getting married. Oh, are you longing for your brother Xiaoye and sister Yue? Or are you merely craving the delicious treats from their wedding feast? Li Zio chuckled as he guided Hunyu to a dirt wall. Though the roof is gone, this corner can shield us from the wind and snow. I'll tidy it up a bit, and we shall manage for the night. Despite her reluctance, Hunyu nodded obediently. With determination, she rolled up her sleeves and scampered towards another corner of the wall, calling out cheerfully, Master, I'll help you tidy up. But just as she had taken a few steps, she halted abruptly, leaning forward, and shouted, Master, come quickly. There's a couple here holding a child. What are they doing in such a perilous place on a day like this? If the flames come back, they'll be burnt to a crisp. Fortunately, I encountered the benevolent Hunyu. Otherwise, things could have turned dire. Li Zio approached slowly, his gaze sweeping over the three huddled in the corner, and turned to Hunyu with a sense of resignation. My dear girl, take a closer look. The resemblance between these two is unmistakable. They are clearly siblings. Not a couple. He glanced down at the child cradled in their arms, his brows furrowing slightly as his eyes scanned the lingering embers around them. Shaking his head gently, alas, this is truly cruel. Hunyu moved closer, scratching her head in confusion. So they are siblings? What is so cruel about that, master? How come I didn't notice? Li Zio crouched down, his fingertip hovering just above the child, his voice growing somber. Observe this child. Their vitality is severely depleted, as if drained of blood. In such a state, if others were to encounter them, they might indeed be beyond remedy. At his words, Hunyu's eyes widened in shock. Her confusion instantly replaced by alarm. Her mouth slightly agape, she instinctively stepped back. She stared at the child for some time, her voice trembling. So small. Who could be so wicked? At that moment, Sanhua approached, gently nudging Hunyu's arm, as if to comfort her. Hunyu reached out to caress Sanhua's ear. Her brow furrowed in deep concern and compassion. Turning to Li Zio, she called out brightly, Master. Li Zio scrutinized the child's features more closely, his brows knitting tighter as he spoke gravely. This child is destined for great suffering. His fingertip remained suspended in the air, his gaze fixed on the child's pallid face, his tone imbued with melancholy. From a young age, they will bear a blood feud and the weight of national grievances. Bound by righteousness, they may find it nearly impossible to live according to their own desires. Hunyu listened, half comprehending, her small hand clutching Sanhua's fur, her brow furrowing further. What does a blood feud mean? And what is a national grievance? She leaned closer to the child, her voice barely above a whisper. At such a tender age, why must they shoulder these burdens? Li Zio examined the pair of siblings once more, addressing the woman with a note of respect, a woman of valor equal to any man, with a heart devoted to her family and country. She is truly a good soul, though it is a pity she is born a daughter. He paused, shaking his head, before shifting his attention to the man. Alas, if he were a ruler, he could achieve great things. If he were a minister, he might become foolishly loyal, losing his autonomy, ultimately sacrificing himself to protect his lord. Li Zio scrutinized the trio anew, swiftly discerning their connections, then murmured softly, one is unfit to be a monarch, and the other ill-suited to be a minister. He lightly tapped his brow, his tone laced with understanding and regret. These siblings possess the talents of royalty, yet lack the position. One harbors ambitions, yet is constrained by her gender, while she protects this young lord. Their path ahead will be fraught with difficulty. Hunyu, perplexed by his words, tugged at his sleeve. Master, what does it mean to have the talent of a ruler yet lack a position? They are safeguarding this child. Why does that make their journey so arduous? Li Zio did not rush to respond. Instead, he bent down to gently brush away the fragments of snow clinging to the child's cheek. He then turned his gaze towards the man and remarked, were this man born into a royal lineage, he might have wielded the power to command a realm. Yet, as it stands, he is merely a minister protecting a youthful sovereign. endowed with the wisdom of a monarch but deprived of the opportunity to ascend the throne. He then shifted his attention to the woman, continuing, "As for her, it is inherently challenging for a woman to establish her place in a time of turmoil. Yet she harbors a profound sense of duty towards her homeland, striving to safeguard the young sovereign and the common folk. However, in this world, how can a woman easily bear such formidable burdens?" Tiger Girl blinked, seemingly grasping the essence of his words, her small hand tightly clutching the fur of Xianxia, as she slowly nodded in understanding. Chapter 140. Li Jiaxing. After listening to her master, Xianxia fell into a deep contemplation for a moment before suddenly speaking up. "Master, let us take care of this little brother." Li Zio was taken aback. "We take care of him?" After a moment of profound thought, he gradually nodded and said, "This child is devoid of vital energy. Ordinary methods are futile. Only a drop of my blood can restore him and save his life. Having mingled my blood with his, he is now bound to me by blood ties. Naturally, I cannot allow him to suffer any longer." Pausing briefly, he added, "First, let me awaken these two and discuss our subsequent plans." The two were covered in wounds. It seemed they had been evading pursuit and had not been able to rest properly for days. They likely knew this was a stronghold of the North Song Iron Cavalry and thought that the cavalry would not return soon, which is why they took refuge here. However, being already exhausted and inhaling the smoke from the fire had caused them to sleep even more deeply. Li Zio then retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket, poured out 2 pills, and administered one to each of them. Before long, the two began to cough and slowly opened their eyes. As the woman blinked awake, her vision still blurry, she instinctively clutched the child in her arms tightly, trying to retreat while hoarsely demanding, "Who are you?" The man beside her tensed immediately. Despite his pallid complexion, he stood protectively in front of the woman and child, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Li Zio and his disciple. Xianxia was startled by this display and instinctively stepped back, tugging at Li Zio's sleeve. Xianxia also shrank back, emitting low whines, her hooves anxiously scraping the snow beneath her. Li Zio raised his hand to signal them to calm down, his tone gentle. "Do not be alarmed. We are wandering Daoists from the Great Wu. We happened to pass by and intended to rest here, only to encounter you two. It seems you inhaled the residual smoke, which caused you to fall into slumber. I merely offered you both calming pills." Upon recognizing their attire, the siblings realized they were not being pursued by the North Song Iron Cavalry and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hastily cupping their fists in gratitude towards Li Zio, "Thank you, esteemed Daoist. We were reckless just now, and we apologize for any offense." Li Zio waved his hand dismissively. When wandering abroad, encountering others is fate. There is no need for such formalities. The woman then instinctively checked the child's breath, realizing it was becoming increasingly feeble. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she knelt before Li Zio and bowed her head deeply, urgently imploring, "I heard you say that it was you who bestowed the 2 pills that awakened us. Surely, you must be an enlightened master. I beseech you, save this child. If you can rescue him, we will do anything you ask of us, with all our might." The man, however, did not share his sister's optimism. He was hesitant to hope that they could encounter a true master by mere chance, and even if they did, such wise beings were seldom easily persuaded. This fervent plea might not suffice to sway him. Li Zio stood quietly, contemplating, and remained silent. The man hurriedly assisted his sister to her feet, and only then did he inquire, "If I can save this child, will you 2 siblings truly agree to anything?" The woman, overjoyed, nodded vigorously in response. "We shall certainly comply." The man remained silent, his hand at his side quietly clenched, his gaze fixated on Li Zio, as if attempting to decipher his thoughts. Li Zio gradually nodded, smiling as he remarked, "To be candid with you both, it is likely that only I possess the ability to save this child in the entire world. Thus, it is indeed fate that has brought us together." With a shift in tone, his expression darkened as he solemnly stated, "However, should I save this child, I will inevitably become entangled in karmic consequences, which would yield no benefit for me in the future." He extended a finger, declaring, "I have but one request for saving him. If you two can agree, I shall certainly proceed. If not, we shall part ways here." The siblings exchanged glances, taken aback by the priest's words. The man, who had harbored little hope, nodded to his sister. She quickly bowed in respect, urging, "Please, kind priest, speak plainly." Li Zio cast a glance at the child cradled in the woman's arms, sighed deeply, and slowly said, "You must surely be aware of the child's condition, correct? Having lost all his blood, and with his vital energy depleted, that he managed to be brought here by you both, and still have breath is truly remarkable. To save him now, there is but one method. I shall transfer my vital energy to him. My request is simple. If this child carries my blood in the future, He shall be considered my own, and he must follow me back to the great Wu. The woman's complexion paled instantly, and the man sharply rebuked, "No, absolutely not. Do you have any idea of his identity? If we were to hand him over to you, our future." The sentence remained unfinished as he abruptly halted. Li Zio's expression darkened, exuding an air of authority. "Speak. Why have you stopped? What does your future hold?" The siblings were taken aback by the invisible pressure, retreating a couple of steps, only managing to steady themselves with each other's support. Li Zio scrutinized them, stating, "There is no need for you to conceal anything. I am already aware of his identity. His blood has been entirely drained. What relevance do your future affairs hold for him? Furthermore, by what right do you impose your expectations upon this innocent child? Do not speak to me of national righteousness. Ask him, does he comprehend it? I am not a benevolent person. I merely believe that this child is fated to live. His life should not be extinguished. Should you persist in this manner, so be it. Consider this matter as if I had never brought it up today." The woman's lips quivered as the child's breath grew even weaker in her arms. She glanced at the child and then at her brother, whose face had turned ashen, tears cascading onto the swaddling cloth. The man's clenched hand relaxed and tightened again, his throat bobbing several times before he finally bowed his head in despair. "Priest, allow us a moment to reconsider." Just as his words fell, the child suddenly emitted a faint cry. The siblings' faces turned pale, exchanging glances where they found despair and uncertainty mirrored in each other's eyes. The man's fingertips pressed painfully against his palm, as vivid memories of relentless pursuit and the child's faint breath flashed through his mind. He understood that any further delay would spell doom for the child. Taking a deep breath, he raised his gaze, his resolve unshaken, and spoke solemnly, "Daoist, we agree." Noticing Li Zio nodding slightly, he stepped forward, his tone earnest. "However, we implore you to grant us one request." Li Zio nodded in response, saying, "What is your request? Speak." The man quickly tugged at the woman's garment, and she understood, carefully handing the child into the embrace of Hunyu. The two then knelt before Li Zio in unison, the man intoning, "We beseech you, Daoist, to impart the means for my brother and sister to restore our homeland. Your earlier words have awakened us. We should not impose such a heavy burden upon a child." He paused, his tone growing more solemn. "Should my brother and I succeed in restoring our nation, when the child comes of age, he may approach us. If he wishes to inherit the throne, it shall be his. If not, we shall not compel him." Li Zio hesitated for a moment before responding in a calm tone, "I can remain here for a few days. During this time, you will be my registered disciples." He paused slightly before adding, "Once we part ways, there will be no further ties." The siblings exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up with joy. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, Li Zio preemptively stated, "From now on, you may address me as Daoist or master." Upon hearing this, the two promptly straightened their backs and respectfully chorused, "Master." Their voices, though slightly hoarse, were filled with sincerity. Li Zio took the child from Hunyu, glanced down at him, and spoke with a smile, "From this day forth, your blood shall flow with that of this humble Daoist. You shall henceforth bear the surname Li, and be named Li Jiashing." Chapter 141. Twin Lotus Teacher, I have returned. Your Highness, oh no. Yi Mai realized her slip of the tongue and quickly corrected herself. Isn't the junior disciple already recovered? Teacher, have you asked me to seek these lotus seeds to prepare a nourishing soup for the junior disciple? Li Zio chuckled as he accepted the bag of lotus seeds, saying, "Do not rush. You shall soon discover." No sooner had he spoken than Yi Gu began to arrange several bamboo tables and chairs in the courtyard. As the group intended to stay for a few days, they took the liberty of making some repairs to the house, finally securing a temporary refuge. Previously, Li Zio had sent Yi Gu to gather some bamboo, and now was the perfect time to put it to use, crafting several bamboo tables and chairs. He also fashioned a small cradle suitable for an infant to lie in, as well as a gentle rocking horse. However, due to Li Jiaxing's tender age, he could only remain quietly in the cradle, while the little rocking horse became a delightful toy for Hunyu, who played with it joyfully. Yi Gu placed a bamboo table at the foremost position, and directly opposite it arranged 3 tables in an orderly row. Once the tables were set, Li Zio gestured for everyone to take their seats. Even Hunyu, who was still playing with the rocking horse, was called over and obediently sat at the first table of the row across from him. Li Zio took his seat at the front table, placing Li Jiaxing's cradle beside him to gently rock and soothe him should he stir. At that moment, the little one was peacefully asleep. The Yi siblings understood that since the junior disciple had recovered, their teacher was likely about to impart the methods for restoring their nation. The two were filled with curiosity. Despite being merely 14 or 15 years old, They were already second-tier martial artists, having successfully evaded the pursuit of the Northern Song Iron Cavalry. Although Hunyo sat there, her thoughts had drifted far away, her little lips pursed in a pout of grievance. Why were they including her when the lesson was meant for the siblings? Li Ziyo paid no mind to her petty emotions. Having followed him for 2 years, Hunyo had already mastered the transformative arts she had learned earlier. He seized this opportunity to teach her some additional skills. Clearing his throat to capture the attention of the three, he began. I have previously promised to teach you the methods for restoring your nation. I expect you to take this seriously and not to become lax. This knowledge must be used wisely and should never be employed for malevolent purposes. Furthermore, do not mention our teacher-student relationship to others. It is a bond that exists only in this moment. When the time comes for us to part ways, we shall be as strangers. The Yi siblings exchanged glances, nodding slightly in response. Yes, teacher. With a sweep of his sleeve, 3 small booklets appeared before them on the bamboo tables. The title of the booklet in front of Hunyo read Fundamental Array Techniques. Before Yigu was Heavenly Craft Secret Record, and before Yi Mai lay Talismanic Compendium. The Yi siblings quickly picked up the booklets to peruse them, both utterly bewildered. Yigu, in particular, had anticipated learning the methods for restoring their nation. The Heavenly Craft Secrets appears to be a manual on carpentry. Yi Mai is perplexed, although she has heard of the term talismans. She associates it more with the tricks of the underworld than with anything her teacher would impart. Nevertheless, having spent time together, the siblings have come to regard Li Ziyo as a master. Although they do not comprehend their teacher's intentions, they obediently put away the book. Li Ziyo is quite pleased with their attitude, and despite his confusion, he raises no objections. With a flourish of his sleeve, 2 bamboo slips materialize before each of them, inscribed with the incantations of the breathing technique. After careful consideration, he decides to teach this technique to the Yi siblings. With examples set by Qian Daba, Xiao Zhilu, and the Su siblings, he now feels more adept at the process. Upon seeing the incantation, the siblings exchange bewildered glances. It appears deceptively simple and hardly resembles martial arts. At this moment, Li Ziyo speaks. What I am to teach you is neither martial arts nor military strategy, nor is it a method for stabilizing a nation. It may sound extraordinary, but what I intend to impart is the art of cultivating immortality. Immortality? The Yi siblings' pupils dilate in shock. Though they have heard numerous legends, they have never encountered such a reality. Could it be that immortality truly exists? This notion profoundly unsettles their understanding of the world. As they regain their composure, Li Ziyo retrieves a basin of water. He first adds some soil, followed by a splash of spring water. Then, from the bag of lotus seeds that Yi Mai previously handed him, he selects a plump seed and places it into the basin. Li Ziyo then produces a yellow talisman, channeling his spiritual energy into it, causing it to disintegrate into ashes. In an instant, the lotus seed visibly sprouts, and before long, blooms into a plant with 2 flowers before their eyes. The siblings hold their breath, their gazes fixed on the wondrous lotus. After a long pause, Yi Mai gasps, her voice trembling. This is simply miraculous. Yigu nods in agreement, his earlier doubts about the heavenly craft secrets dissipating, replaced by a gaze filled with reverence and anticipation. Li Ziyo takes out a ceramic jar filled with spring water, stating, "This jar contains the spring water. Henceforth, do not forget to water this lotus daily. Just a drop will suffice. This lotus shall be entrusted to you both. As the spiritual energy in this world has yet to flourish, the energy you will rely upon in your future cultivation will emanate from this lotus. These 2 flowers will serve as your source of spiritual energy." With a flick of his finger, a crystal the size of a dove's egg, translucent and luminescent, appears in his palm. As he hands it to Yigu, it glimmers faintly. This is a spiritual root testing stone. The first threshold in cultivating immortality is possessing a spiritual root. Those without a spiritual root cannot absorb spiritual energy, which signifies their lack of affinity for the path of immortality. In the pursuit of advanced mystical arts, the attributes of one's spiritual roots are of utmost significance. Previously, the master had discerned that both of you possess such roots. During your leisure time, you might experiment with them. The color that the crystal stone illuminates will reveal your spiritual root attributes. Although the siblings, at this moment, could not fully comprehend this revelation, they diligently committed it to memory. After speaking, Li Ziyo turned his attention to Hunyo, who was evidently not paying attention to the lesson, drooling and lost in thought. Clearing his throat, Li Ziyo noticed Hunyo remained unresponsive, prompting Yi Mai to rise and gently prod her. Only then did Hunyo hastily wipe her mouth. Looking at her master with a sheepish expression, she exclaimed, "Ah, master, have you finished? Can Hunyo go out to play now? Play, play, play. That's all you think about." Li Ziyo retorted with exasperation. With a flick of his sleeve, a multitude of small stones appeared before Hunyu. Arrange these stones according to the content in the booklet, and from this day forth, complete 1 page each day. Only upon fulfilling this task may you resume your play, just like when you first learned to read. Upon hearing this, Hunyu immediately drooped her head. However, seeing the serious demeanor of Li Ziyo, she obediently nodded and vowed, "Master, rest assured, Hunyu will complete the task." Meanwhile, the Yi siblings, brimming with anticipation, eagerly opened the previously unassuming booklet. Observing their enthusiasm, Li Ziyo instructed, "Begin by following the incantations inscribed on the bamboo slips. When you have condensed the first drop of spiritual energy in your dantian, you will officially embark on the path of cultivation, entering the first layer of qi refinement. At that time, you may study the contents of the booklet. For now, its relevance is minimal. Thank you, Master, for your guidance." The siblings promptly responded with respect. Li Ziyo waved his hand. "Commence your cultivation." With that, he gently pushed Li Jiaxing's cradle and turned to leave. Chapter 142. Progress for each. As the year draws to a close, the weather in the north grows increasingly frigid, with snowflakes swirling throughout the day. Yet, the few individuals in the courtyard appear to be dressed rather lightly, creating a somewhat dissonant image against the backdrop of this wintry tempest. Their lack of warm clothing is not due to financial constraints. Rather, it is a testament to the meticulous guidance of Li Ziyo over the past few months. At long last, the Yi siblings have cultivated a faint trace of spiritual energy within their bodies. This ethereal energy envelopes them gently, gradually dispelling the bone-chilling cold that once plagued them, rendering them fearless in the face of the howling snowstorm. Their astonishment is palpable, for this signifies their official entry into the realm of qi refinement. Previously, as second-rate martial artists, their next step would have been to condense true energy within themselves. However, the presence of spiritual energy has broadened their horizons significantly. The disparity between spiritual energy and true energy is vast and incomparable. Although the siblings have begun to appreciate the benefits of this nascent energy, they hold it in the highest regard, reluctant to expend even a fraction of it. During this time, they have also ascertained their respective spiritual roots, both of which are commendable. The elder brother, Yigu, possesses dual roots of wood and earth, while his younger sister, Yimai, boasts dual roots of gold and fire. When Li Ziyo inquired about their preferences, Yigu did not hesitate to choose the wood formula as his primary cultivation method. However, when it was Yimai's turn, a minor disagreement ensued. Choosing the fire formula would be splendid. Yigu furrowed his brow, adopting a concerned tone as an elder brother should. "Have you forgotten what we've heard? Fire attacks are most convenient on the battlefield. Burning supplies and hindering pursuers is far more practical than gold-type techniques." Yimai shot him a glare, her cheeks slightly puffed. "What do you know? Gold-type techniques are far more suited for me." Not allowing her brother to interject, she continued, her voice tinged with defiance. "My choice of the gold formula is well considered. It perfectly complements my talisman classics, significantly enhancing the lethality of the final talisman I draw. You should focus on your own matters first." Yigu muttered under his breath. "Those talismans you draw have lethality?" His expression was one of disbelief. This provoked his sister, who stomped her foot in frustration and exclaimed, "What did you just say?" She then attempted to chase her brother, and the two engaged in a playful chase, their laughter echoing, devoid of any genuine anger. Nearby, Hunyo covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Yigu finally grasped Li Ziyo's reasoning for having him study the secret record of heavenly craft first. With his current meager spiritual energy in the realm of qi refinement, if he were to find himself on the battlefield, he might not even be able to unleash a technique with real lethality before his energy was exhausted. In such a scenario, he would be relegated to a passive role. Li Ziyo's foresight was indeed commendable. The secret record of heavenly craft primarily focuses on mechanical techniques, and after Li Ziyo's modifications, it has now evolved into a genuine path of cultivation. In recent days, the snow in the small courtyard has accumulated significantly. Each morning, the first task for the group is to clear the snow. Although this chore is not particularly taxing for them, the daily snow shoveling consumes a substantial portion of their time. Yigu has been tirelessly shoveling snow for several consecutive days, transporting it back and forth. One cannot help but feel that the precious hours of life are squandered on trivial matters, a sentiment that grows increasingly poignant. After clearing the snow one day, he stood in the center of the courtyard, rubbing his hands together and gazing at the flurry of snowflakes still descending from the heavens, his brow furrowing slightly. He contemplated the possibility of saving time to delve into the secret record of celestial craft, yet he was reluctant to be hindered by the daily chore of snow removal. His eyes fell upon a pile of sun-dried wood in the corner, and suddenly, inspiration struck. Was there not a method learned from the art of mechanisms that utilized ingenuity over brute strength? With this thought in mind, Yigu promptly transported the timber to a vacant space in the courtyard. Initially, he merely sketched ideas on paper, pondering how to animate a wooden doll. After 3 sketches, he felt the joints lacked flexibility, and the snow-clearing motions appeared rather stiff. Thus, he decided to split a short piece of wood, meticulously carving it according to his designs, beginning with the round, plump body of the doll. Next, he fashioned a movable axle at the shoulders and attempted to affix a small wooden shovel to its hand. However, upon his first trial, as he placed the doll in the snow and activated its spirit energy, the shovel indeed lifted, but the doll itself toppled awkwardly into a snowbank. At that moment, Yimai happened to pass by and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Brother, have you created a little mud man rolling in the snow?" Tiger Girl approached, stifling her giggles, and remarked, "How can this chubby doll even stand?" Yigu's ears tinged with embarrassment. He refrained from retorting, simply retrieving the fallen wooden figure from the snow. He examined it from every angle, even feeling the base. Indeed, the base was too light to withstand the slippery surface of the snow. Promptly, he fetched a sturdier block of wood to serve as the base, hollowing out a cavity within the doll's abdomen. Moreover, he meticulously carved 2 shallow grooves at the bottom, as if giving the doll feet. This time, he worked with greater diligence, ensuring the shovel in the doll's hand was smooth to perfection, even subtly shaping the head of the shovel into a curve. By the time evening arrived, with a fresh layer of snow blanketing the ground, he emerged holding the 3 improved wooden dolls. Upon placing them in the snow, the trio stood side by side, shovels slanted, one hand cradling a small wooden bucket, presenting an endearing sight. "Brother, you truly are intent on competing with these wooden dolls?" Yimai approached, poking the doll's head with her finger. "Can they really clear snow? I find that hard to believe." Tiger Girl nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with curiosity yet tinged with skepticism. Yigu said little, allowing a thread of spirit energy to gather at his fingertips, which he gently tapped into the small recess at the nape of each doll's neck. In the next instant, the 3 wooden figures sprang to life with a click. Their round heads bobbed slightly, and the arms holding the shovels slowly lifted, poised to scoop the snow before them. The shovel lodged perfectly in the snow layer, gathering a full scoop. Then, the dolls tilted slightly, depositing the snow into the hollow cavity of their abdomens. In mere moments, the snow within began to melt into a delicate stream, flowing through the small pipes at the base and into the bucket at their side. The 3 dolls, with their short legs, began to shuffle along the courtyard, moving slowly along the stone steps. Wherever they passed, the snow was swept away cleanly. Even the remnants nestled within the crevices of the stone steps were cleared away by their diligent shovels. In an instant, Tiger Nyo's eyes widened with astonishment. Her previous curiosity transformed into sheer delight. With a swift clap of her small hands, she trotted over, circling the wooden dolls twice. She then crouched down, gingerly extending her finger to touch the handle of one doll's shovel. Observing that the wooden figure continued its steady task of sweeping snow, she could not suppress a delighted gasp and stood up, following the doll's movements. At times, she tilted her head to watch it shovel snow. At other moments, she leaned closer to the wooden bucket to observe the melting snow water. Her little face flushed with cold, she softly murmured, "It's moving. It's really moving." Her exuberance resembled that of a child who had stumbled upon a marvelous discovery. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the accumulated snow in the courtyard had been largely cleared away, and each of the 3 wooden buckets was filled to the brim with clear water. At this moment, Yimai's eyes grew wider with each passing second, her words forgotten, and the earlier smile had vanished completely. As the last wooden doll halted its action, she hurried over and crouched beside it, cautiously touching the still warm handle of the shovel. Turning to Yigu with admiration in her voice, she exclaimed, "Brother, your chubby doll is truly remarkable." Under the eaves, Li Zio observed the 3 industrious wooden dolls in the yard, feeling a newfound admiration for Yigu. Indeed, Yigu's foresight in such matters was impressive, and his keen insight into the minutiae was a rare quality. His gaze returned to the 3 wooden dolls busily moving about, and he silently mused, "Isn't this just the sweeping robot I encountered in my previous life?" Chapter 143. A New Year's Eve celebration today marks the 3rd new year that Li Zio and Hunyu have spent together. Li Zio had prepared the 4 treasures of the study early on and personally inscribed couplets to adorn the entrance. The characters, elegantly penned on red paper, radiated a genuine sense of joy. Just as he smoothed the last corner of the couplet, Hunyu approached, her fingertips tugging at his sleeve, her gaze alight with anticipation. "Master, we couldn't set off firecrackers last year in Deep Sea City. Shall we make some loud ones today?" Li Zio glanced down at Li Jiaxing in the cradle. The little one was clenching his tiny fists, gently wriggling his body. His delicate arms and legs occasionally lifted slightly before falling back down in a soft, relaxed manner. Li Zio nodded, then retrieved the remaining materials from his small world and handed them to Hunyu, saying, "Let us ask Yigu to assist. He excels at this sort of thing." Upon hearing this, Hunyu's eyes brightened. She deftly gathered the materials and scampered off towards Yigu's room. Even before reaching his door, she called out in a cheerful voice, "Yigu, come help us make firecrackers." Yigu had just finished tidying up the small trinkets he had crafted over the past few days. Ever since making wooden dolls for snow sweeping, he had been on a creative spree, diligently working on various wooden mechanisms. These contraptions could be animated with spiritual energy, combining the art of mechanism with the efficiency of spirit energy, a concept he believed would prove invaluable in the future. When he saw Hunyu approaching with a pile of materials, he was momentarily taken aback. He pinched a bit of saltpeter and brought it close to his nose. He had read about this substance in the secrets of celestial craft, noting its explosive potential, but had never handled it himself. He recalled a phrase from Mysteries of Celestial Craft: "The essence of mechanisms lies in leveraging natural forces." If this saltpeter combined with sulfur could indeed create an explosive, it might be possible to integrate it with mechanisms for even greater utility. His mind began to churn with possibilities. Once Hunyu had set down the materials, Yigu steadied himself, raised his gaze to her, and said, "All right, junior sister Hunyu, I shall take care of this." He then brought out a low bamboo table and a small stool. Settling down to organize the materials, saltpeter and sulfur each placed in a coarse porcelain bowl, neatly stacked rice paper positioned at the edge of the table. He set the pre-cut hemp string beside him, his movements methodical and assured. Just as he finished arranging everything, Yimai brought over the remaining paste that Li Zio had used for the couplets. "Brother, the paste is here," she said softly, placing the bowl gently on the table. Noticing Yigu stirring the saltpeter and sulfur with a small stick, she too kept busy, picking up a sheet of rice paper and, following Hunyu's lead, slowly rolled it around a slender bamboo stick. Dipping her fingertips in the paste, she applied it to the edges of the paper, soon forming a tightly rolled tube, which she carefully placed in a nearby bamboo basket. By this time, Yigu had finished mixing the powder, and upon noticing the increasing number of paper tubes in the basket, he picked one up and began to fill it with the powder using a small spoon. Halfway through, he suddenly paused, tapping the tube with his fingertip. To merely create ordinary firecrackers would be a waste of such fine materials. He recalled the assertion from the secret record of heavenly craft that all things could be improved. Thus, he selected several paper tubes and deliberately left the upper half empty while filling them with medicinal powder. He also unearthed some cinnabar from his materials, ground it into a fine powder, and mixed it with the remaining medicinal powder. Carefully, he filled the top of the paper tubes, sealing them with thin paper and leaving the fuse longer than that of typical firecrackers. Hunyu, catching sight of the unusual paper tubes he was crafting, hurried over and squatted beside him, tilting her head with curiosity. "Junior brother Yigu, what are you making? It's different from the others." Yigu, maintaining an air of mystery, looked up and smiled at her. "Little junior sister, I am creating something that can soar into the heavens." Hunyu scratched her head and murmured softly, "Can firecrackers really fly? I've never heard Master mention that." Listening to her murmurs, Yigu continued his work, turning to find several bamboo tubes of suitable thickness. He gently inserted the special paper tubes into them and secured them with fine hemp rope. He then pressed the bottoms of the bamboo tubes against a nearby stone, ensuring the openings faced the sky. Hunyu circled the bamboo tubes twice, her brows furrowing. "What are you putting in the bamboo tubes? Will this really make it fly?" Just as Yigu finished securing the last bamboo tube, he stood up and brushed the dust from his hands. When he looked at her, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, exuding a youthful confidence. "Little junior sister, just wait and see." At that moment, Yema had also completed her paper tubes, set the bamboo basket aside, and approached Yigu, softly asking, "Brother, do you need help?" Yigu shook his head, took a burning twig, and approached the leftmost bamboo tube. Hunyu fixed her gaze on the bamboo tube, and Yema stood beside her, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Yigu squatted down, carefully igniting the fuse with the twig. Sparks slowly crept along the hemp line, prompting Hunyu to instinctively take 2 steps back, tugging at Yema's sleeve. In no time, a soft explosion resonated. The paper tube shot forth from the bamboo tube, trailing a wispy white smoke as it ascended into the sky. Hunyu looked up, her eyes wide with wonder, watching as the paper tube soared higher, becoming a small red dot. Suddenly, the dot burst in midair, dispersing a brilliant red glow. Countless tiny specks of light fell, resembling red stars scattered across the sky, particularly striking against the blue backdrop. "Wow, Huni couldn't help but clap her hands and jump. Junior brother Yegu, this is so beautiful. A smile flickered in Yegu's eyes. He said little, moving to the second bamboo tube to ignite the fuse. This time, the paper tube erupted in pastel pink light, with denser specks that drifted down slowly, like a layer of powdery mist suspended in the air. Huni grabbed Yema's hand and twirled in delight, repeatedly chanting, "Let us have another. Let us have another." Yegu complied, lighting the fuses of the third and fourth bamboo tubes. Soft yellow and light purple lights intertwined and fell from the sky, instantly enlivening the courtyard. Inside, Li Jiaxing, cradled in his bassinet, was drawn to the commotion, cooing softly. Huni, hearing him, called towards the house. "Little junior brother, don't be afraid. It's just beautiful fireworks." As the last specks of light descended, Huni dashed back to Yegu's side, gazing up at him with admiration in her eyes. "Junior brother Yegu, you are truly remarkable. This is far more entertaining than ordinary firecrackers." Yegu felt a tad uncomfortable under her gaze, slightly turning his face away and scratching his head. "I simply tried adjusting the ratio of the powder, and to my surprise, it worked. To think it would be so impressive with just a little experimentation." Hunyo shook his arm excitedly, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. "Yegu, could you prepare a few more for your senior sister later? I usually enjoy playing with them." Yegu glanced at her sparkling eyes and nodded. "Certainly, junior sister." At that moment, Li Zio's voice resonated from within the room, laced with amusement. "Yegu, you're quite remarkable. Your comprehension is impressive, managing to concoct fireworks." Upon hearing this, Hunyo immediately dashed into the room with her short legs, looking up at Li Zio with a curious expression. "Master, is this really fireworks? Why didn't you show me before?" Li Zio chuckled and spread his hands. "Even I am not omnipotent." He then gestured towards the courtyard. "Let us save the remaining fireworks for the night. They will shine even more brilliantly in the dark." Hunyo's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded her head, chirping, "All right, master. When night falls, we shall watch the fireworks together." Chapter 144. The Iron Cavalry approaches. The peculiar explosions and the myriad of luminous points that erupted last night ultimately drew the attention of the northern Song Kingdom. As dawn broke, several squads of northern Song cavalry arrived, their hooves crunching over the morning frost. The sound of their horses shattered the thin ice nearby, and the chill of the night still clung to their armor. They reined in their steeds, and the commanding leader surveyed the surrounding villages, now reduced to ashes, and spoke in a grave tone. "Split up and investigate. We must ascertain the nature of the luminous bursts and the thunderous sounds from last night." The commotion caused by the cavalry was indeed overwhelming, the thunderous clatter of hooves reverberating through the early morning air. The siblings from the Yi family swiftly sensed the anomaly. "Oh no, it must be the fireworks from last night that attracted the northern Song cavalry." Yi Mai clenched the hem of her garment, her face etched with concern as she turned to her brother Yegu. "What should we do now?" Yegu's fists were tightly clenched. The profound hatred for the destruction of their nation and the deep-seated vengeance for their father surged within him. The tumultuous emotions in his chest made it difficult to remain calm. Judging by the intensity of the hoofbeats, there were at least 100 cavalrymen. Although the siblings had embarked on their cultivation journey, they were still only at the first level of chi refinement. Confronting 100 cavalrymen was indeed daunting, and they lacked even the spiritual energy to sustain themselves. Quickly regaining his focus, Yegu suggested, "We should inform our master first and seek his counsel." Their conversation had already reached Li Zio, whose voice emerged from within the house. "I am already aware. You two should go and meet this 100-strong cavalry. And do take your junior sister with you." The siblings exchanged glances, finding no surprise in their master's arrangement. However, they were concerned for their junior sister, who was still quite young and might be in danger. Just as Yi Mai was about to voice her concerns, Yegu signaled her to remain silent with a glance. At that moment, Hunyu emerged from the house. Now that the new year had passed, she had turned 8 years old. It was evident that she had been roused from sleep, her eyelids drooping, appearing rather lethargic. After yawning, she approached the siblings and, still somewhat groggy, remarked, "Let us go. I haven't had enough sleep. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return to my slumber." "Yes, yes." The siblings quickly agreed and hurried to join her. At this moment, Yegu seemed to be in a better position, having recently crafted some combat mechanisms. Yi Mai, on the other hand, could only produce simple talismans such as the lightness talisman and the sound transmission talisman. She retrieved 2 talismans from her pocket, first handing one to her brother and then turning to Hunyu, only to have Hunyu wave her hand dismissively. "No need, I have my own." Hunyu then produced a handful of talismans from her bosom, clearly indicating that these were not crafted by her own hand. Talismans had always been Hunyu's weakness, and subsequently, Lizio had ceased to press her to learn. The siblings found it unsurprising, considering their junior sister had traveled extensively with their master, and it was only natural for her to possess talismans. However, they were taken aback when Hunyu insisted on giving all her talismans to Yimai. Here, you take them. I won't be needing them. What? Yimai quickly accepted the bundle of talismans, momentarily taken aback, but she swiftly regained her composure and began to sift through them. To her secret relief, she discovered a thunder talisman concealed within. It was difficult to fathom that the seemingly innocent and harmless junior sister carried such a potent weapon. She mused to herself about her teacher's remarkable generosity. The Yi siblings, utilizing their agility talismans, moved swiftly and silently, soon spotting the North Song iron cavalry that was scouring the area. Though the village had recently been engulfed in flames, the relentless snow from the north had quickly extinguished the fire. Thus, despite the devastation, the village was not entirely laid bare. Numerous dilapidated structures still obstructed their view. The courtyard where the Yi siblings found themselves was fortuitously located at the far end, away from the search party. Given their inefficient method of searching, it would likely take them a considerable time to reach this spot. Having spent years marching alongside their father, the Yi siblings were well coordinated and had just begun to discuss a strategy for confrontation when they noticed the junior sister recklessly charging ahead, leaving them utterly astonished. Surely, teacher, you did not summon her merely to create chaos? This was unacceptable. After all, she was still a child. How could she possibly confront hundreds of cavalry alone? Yigu feared for the junior sister's safety, worried about how he would explain any potential harm to their teacher. With no time to deliberate further, he hastily followed her. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Hunyo was internally muttering. How could these weaklings necessitate such elaborate tactics? Ever since her encounter with the merfolk, the North Song iron cavalry appeared almost feeble in comparison. The merfolk, despite lacking cultivation, had been honed by millennia in the ocean, their physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary people. Thus, these cavalrymen truly paled in comparison. With her short legs moving swiftly, Hunyo continued to mutter, "It is you rascals who forced Uncle Gao and the others to leave their home and burn down their village. You even bullied my junior brother. Watch as I, Hunyo, make you pay today." The sudden appearance of a 7- or 8-year-old girl bewildered the North Song iron cavalry. Typically, commoners trembled in fear at the sight of them. Yet here was a child seemingly unperturbed. Was she oblivious to her own peril, or did someone instill her with this audacity? The cavalry reacted swiftly. Their commander, seeing Hunyo charging towards them, barked a command, and the riders swiftly leveled their spears. The gleaming tips aimed directly at her heart and shoulders. However, as the spears grazed her clothing, a series of sharp sounds echoed. The tips collided with an invisible barrier, sparks flying, bending slightly upon impact. Unfazed, Hunyo maintained her stride, a smirk gracing her lips. This feeble force dares to pierce me? With a sudden movement, she raised her left hand, channeling her spiritual energy through her meridians. What was once a petite fist swelled to 10 times its original size, resembling a formidable mace. The cavalryman who had thrust his spear forward had yet to react when Hunyo's immense fist crashed against his chest. He emitted a muffled grunt as his armor crumpled, and he was sent flying backward like a kite with severed strings. With a resounding crash, the companion collapsed before the horse, frothing at the mouth, limbs convulsing, unable to rise again. The commander's pupils constricted in astonishment. He had not anticipated such prowess from this young girl. Drawing his curved blade, he commanded, "Form ranks. Capture her." The remaining cavalry quickly encircled her, their spears thrusting forward in an attempt to ensnare the fierce girl. Yet, she remained unperturbed, crouching to evade the spear lunging from the left. With a clenched fist, she struck violently at the horse's leg beside her. With a sharp crack, the steed let out a pained whinny and collapsed to its knees, causing the rider to tumble to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, she delivered a swift kick to his back, rendering him motionless upon the earth. As Yigu and Yimai arrived, they beheld the scene. The girl had sent a cavalryman flying with a single punch and toppled a warhorse with a powerful kick, leaving both of them wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 145. The remnants of Beihan. The sounds of combat swiftly drew the attention of a nearby group. Clad in the uniforms of Beihan soldiers, their leader, known as Sun Yong, was referred to by his subordinates as the vice commander. Following the fall of Ice City, the death of the great general of Beihan, and the massacre of the king and royal family, the kingdom of Beihan met its demise. They sought refuge in a cave nearby. Recently, with the biting cold and relentless snowfall, they had remained undiscovered in their hideout. The condition of these individuals was already dire. Sun Yong's left arm had sustained a grave injury, untreated for far too long. Hiding in the cave and fearing to venture outside, Coupled with the frigid weather, his wound had begun to fester. The soldiers were not faring much better. It was evident they had gone several days without sustenance. To avoid drawing attention to themselves, they had not realized that a household still resided in the nearby village. Despite their proximity, when hunger became unbearable, they would venture out to hunt, though they dared not stray too far. Having escaped without provisions, they were now on the brink of starvation. Although last night marked the new year, their nerves remained taut. With empty stomachs, they succumbed to slumber early, oblivious to the nearby fireworks. The fierce fighting from Hunyo soon resonated within the cave, capturing the attention of the weary group. An old soldier strained to listen, hesitating before speaking. "Vice Commander, it seems there is a commotion outside. Could it be that a team hiding nearby has encountered the iron cavalry of Beihan?" Sun Yong gritted his teeth and replied solemnly, "My brothers have not tasted food in days. Remaining in this cave merely invites death. We might as well fight. If we encounter our Beihan comrades, at least we can look out for one another." Upon hearing this, the remaining men rose, despite their weakened state from hunger, unwilling to perish in such a pitiful manner. Yi Gu and Yi Mai had already joined the fray, retrieving several palm-sized wooden carvings from their waists. These were the trinkets he had crafted earlier. "Arise," he commanded, channeling his energy into the carvings. The diminutive wooden wolf and tiger began to crackle, joints clicking as their bodies expanded at an astonishing rate, soon towering to half a man's height. The wooden wolf bristled with bone-like spikes, while the wooden tiger's claws glimmered coldly. Even the few wooden birds unfurled wings nearly a yard wide, their beaks sharp as iron hooks. "Go," Yigu pointed, and the wooden wolf lunged at the cavalry flanking them. With its jaws clamped around a spear shaft, it violently tossed the rider from his mount. Meanwhile, the wooden tiger charged at the foremost warhorse, slamming its forepaws into the steed's belly, causing it to whinny in agony before collapsing. The rider was thrown several yards away. Dazed from the impact, the wooden birds circled overhead, their beaks targeting the gaps in the armor of the cavalry, pecking fiercely. The soldiers cried out in pain, momentarily unable to approach. As Yimai lightly touched the ground with her toes, the moment the spell took effect, her figure danced like a wisp of willow in the wind. The long sword in her hand traced a gleaming arc of silver. Although she had only reached the first level of chi cultivation, her years of sword practice alongside her father remained evident. The skills of a second-rate martial artist, albeit with a meager flow of spiritual energy within, managed to blend, bringing forth a hint of agility in her swordplay. A subtle flick of her wrist sent the blade slicing through the air, leaving behind a faint white trail. A nascent form of sword chi, though weak, was sharp enough to sever the armor of the cavalryman before her. "Stop, you brigands!" Yimai shouted, her figure swiftly maneuvering behind the cavalryman. With a precise thrust, she deftly disarmed him of his spear. Just as he was about to draw his sword, she delivered a swift kick to his knee, sending him crashing to the ground. In a heartbeat, with a strike to the nape of his neck, she ended his life. Meanwhile, Hunyo was already caught up in the fray. She dodged a swinging curved blade and, with a sudden push from her short legs, launched herself like a cannonball towards the cavalryman wielding the sword. The impact produced a resounding thud, sending both man and armor hurtling backwards, crashing into a dilapidated wall that crumbled under the force. "Let this serve as a lesson for burning our village, for bullying our people," Hunyo shouted, her delicate face contorted with fierce determination as she swung her small fists. Spotting a cavalryman drawing back his bow, aiming an arrow directly at Yimai, she sprang into action like a firecracker, her little legs propelling her swiftly across the ground. Reaching the warhorse, she leaped up and landed a powerful punch against the cavalryman's side. With a yelp, he toppled from his mount, landing heavily in the snow. Unwilling to relent, Hunyo dashed over, her fists clenched tightly, and struck him again in the chest, causing him to groan and spit blood, curled up on the ground, unable to move. At that moment, Sun Yong and the remaining soldiers emerged from the cave. As they stepped out, they beheld the scene unfolding on the battlefield. When their eyes fell upon Yi Gu and Yi Mai, the oldest veteran among them trembled, his voice quivering with emotion. Deputy Commander, those two children. They resemble the general so much." Sun Yong, whose eyes were clouded with hunger and pain, suddenly brightened. He fixed his gaze intently on the siblings, recognizing them instantly. "Yes, they are the general's children," he exclaimed, his voice trembling, blood seeping from the wound on his left arm due to his excitement, oblivious to his own condition. "Brothers, that is the general's son and daughter. We must go help them." The weary soldiers, who had been on the brink of collapse from hunger, felt an immediate surge of strength upon hearing the words "the general's children." Their eyes sparkled with newfound vigor, and their previously slumped shoulders straightened. Some picked up broken spears from the ground, while others clenched their fists, shouting in unison, "Protect the young master and mistress." Slay the northern Song dogs. Kill. Sun Yong was the first to charge forward. Despite having only one usable arm, he displayed remarkable bravery. He deftly evaded the lance of a cavalryman, drawing forth a dagger from his waist with his right hand and plunging it fiercely into the horse's belly. The steed neighed in agony and reared, casting the rider to the ground. Sun Yong swiftly delivered a follow-up strike, dispatching his foe. The remnants of the troops followed closely behind, though they were ravaged by hunger. A singular thought consumed their minds: to protect the bloodline of the general. Despite his advanced age, the veteran soldier possessed a wealth of battlefield experience. He seized the opportunity and lunged forward, wielding a broken blade with precision as it struck the horse's leg. With a resounding snap, the steed knelt in pain, and the cavalryman tumbled to the earth. In no time at all, he employed this tactic to unseat several more riders. Though these battered soldiers were injured and weary, once they engaged in battle, they poured forth every ounce of their remaining strength, gradually tilting the tide of war in their favor. The Northern Song cavalry, already suffering defeats at the hands of Tiger Girl and the Yi siblings, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the remaining soldiers. Before long, the last of the Northern Song cavalry was struck down by a powerful punch from Tiger Girl, and silence finally descended upon the battlefield. Tiger Girl dusted off her hands, her face glistening with sweat, yet a joyful smile adorned her lips. Done. Yi Gu and Yi Mai hurried to Sun Yong's side. Yi Gu gazed at the ragged yet resolute remnants before him, his eyes glistening with emotion. You are my father's subordinates? Sun Yong knelt on one knee, and the soldiers behind him followed suit, speaking in unison. I am Sun Yong, leading the remnants of the Northern Han. We pay our respects to the young general and the young lady. Yi Gu quickly assisted Sun Yong to his feet. General Sun, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. Supporting Sun Yong beneath a crumbling wall, Yi Gu quietly inquired about the status of the Northern Han's remnants. Sun Yong, his eyes reddening, recounted their harrowing escape, only realizing he had been bleeding when he mentioned his wounds, yet he seemed unfazed. Meanwhile, Yi Mai gently urged Tiger Girl to assist in tidying the battlefield, their movements slow and deliberate. The remnants of the soldiers, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, surged toward the fallen Northern Song cavalry. Eagerly, they rummaged through the provisions, clutching handfuls of food and shoving it into their mouths in a ravenous frenzy. With morsels of food staining the corners of their mouths, they paid no heed to the mess, for after enduring such hunger, their eyes were solely fixated on the sustenance at hand. Chapter 146, Rallying the Old Troops. Cultivating the talismans. Since defeating the Northern Song 100 riders and reuniting with the remnants of Sun Yong's forces, Yi Gu has finally acquired his first batch of followers. These individuals have at last found a steadfast leader. The Northern Song Iron Cavalry, upon learning of this development, was infuriated, having lost all of the 100 riders previously dispatched, and they subsequently sent troops to encircle and eliminate them multiple times. Throughout these successive battles, the Yi siblings exhibited remarkable growth, both advancing to the second layer of Qi refinement in the span of just 6 months. As news spread that the son of the great general still lived, an increasing number of former soldiers from Northern Han came forth to pledge their allegiance. Months passed, and the followers of the Yi siblings swelled to over 10,000. They undertook the restoration of nearby villages to serve as temporary encampments. However, Yi Gu now faced a formidable dilemma. The influx of new recruits was ever growing, and despite a few victories, their opponents were all cavalry, primarily carrying only dried provisions. The meager supplies they had captured were insufficient, barely lasting a handful of days. Thus, the urgent task at hand was to procure food in a short time. As Yi Gu pondered this predicament within the confines of his room, Yi Mai burst through the door in a flurry. Yi Gu furrowed his brow and scolded, "What are you being so rash for? Do you not see your elder brother is troubled?" Unperturbed by her brother's ire, Yi Mai grinned and waved a yellow talisman before him, exclaiming, "Brother, look what I have." Yi Gu scrutinized the yellow talisman in his sister's hand, his expression tightening with displeasure. "Isn't that a talisman you drew? Go on. Do not disturb me while I contemplate significant matters." "Ah, but you do not know. This is the third type of talisman from the Talisman Classics," Yi Mai exclaimed, tugging at her brother's arm. "Come with me, I will show you its effects." "The third type of talisman? You previously learned the lightness talisman and the sound transmission talisman. Both have proven invaluable for gathering intelligence and contacting the remnants of Northern Han. What is this third one?" At this juncture, Yi Gu's eyes lit up as he eagerly inquired, "Sister, could this talisman possibly resolve my current dilemma?" Yi Mai withheld her response, teasing him as she pulled him outside. "Oh, just wait and see." Despite the warming climate, the northern terrain remained too frigid for immediate cultivation. Yi Mai guided Yi Gu to a recently thawed patch of wasteland. Sun Yong and several veteran soldiers, noticing their approach, quickly came over. Major, Miss, what brings you both to this field? Sun Yong inquired. Even if we were to sow seeds now, it would not alleviate our urgent needs. Shall I take some men to raid Northern Song's stronghold for supplies? Yigu hastily waved his hand. Absolutely not. That would be far too reckless. Although the Northern Song Iron Cavalry has ceased their assaults, their defenses are exceedingly tight. We must not act impulsively. Yimai, overhearing their exchange, rolled her eyes in annoyance. Stop dawdling and follow me. I promise you a surprise. With that, Yimai led several individuals to the previously tilled wasteland, producing some seeds from her pocket and scattering them across the ground. This action left the onlookers perplexed. Sun Yong exchanged glances with the veteran, both unable to fathom the young lady's intentions. Just moments ago, it had been stated that even if seeds were sown, it would take time for crops to emerge. The veteran, composed in demeanor, shook his head at Sun Yong, signaling him to remain patient. He had witnessed the astonishing abilities of the Yi siblings and was aware that they had sought the guidance of a remarkable mentor. Previously, General Sun Yong had sustained severe injuries, with wounds that had begun to fester. Yet, after applying the powder bestowed by the esteemed master, he had recovered remarkably within mere days. Any ordinary military physician would likely have resorted to drastic measures given such injuries. Consequently, the veteran was convinced that the Yi siblings' teacher was no ordinary individual, and he found himself filled with a sense of anticipation regarding the young lady's current actions. In the next moment, Yimai produced a yellow talisman that she had been clutching tightly, channeling her spiritual energy through her fingertips. She directed it towards the talisman before casting it into the air. The yellow talisman traced a gentle arc of pale gold in the sky, swiftly transforming into fine golden ashes. Rather than dispersing with the wind, the ashes seemed to possess a life of their own, gently descending upon the freshly sown seeds in the soil. At the instant the ashes touched the ground, a powerful and warm energy surged forth from beneath the earth. The atmosphere above the barren field seemed to warm perceptibly. Before anyone could react, they witnessed the seeds in the soil awakening, sprouting delicate white tips at a visible pace. The tips, upon touching the ground, sent out roots, swiftly embedding themselves into the well-tilled soil, sprouting tender green stems. Standing atop the ridge, Yimai continued to silently channel her energy, compelling the seedlings to grow. The stalks rose steadily, their leaves transitioning from a soft green to a deep verdant hue. In no time, they reached a height of nearly half a person, with the tops gradually swelling into tiny ears of grain. Within the span of just a few breaths, the ears transformed from pale green to a rich golden yellow, hanging heavily from the stalks, producing a soft rustling sound as the wind blew. The once desolate field was now transformed into a uniform expanse of golden grain. The grains were so plump it seemed they might burst from their husks, glistening under the sunlight with a weighty luster. Sun Yong and the veteran stood transfixed, instinctively taking a couple of steps forward. Reaching out, Sun Yong touched the grain, feeling the solid texture beneath his fingertips, confirming it was no mere illusion. Yimai withdrew her energy, wiped the thin sweat from her brow, and turned to Yigu with a smile. Brother, look, the effect of this ripening talisman should suffice to alleviate our urgent need, wouldn't you agree? Yigu gazed upon the golden expanse before him, his brow unfurling in relief. He hurried to the edge of the field, plucking a grain and rubbing it between his fingers, revealing the plump rice kernel that fell into his palm. Turning to Yimai, his eyes gleamed with delight. Good sister, it seems we have finally resolved our grain dilemma. The veteran, upon witnessing the scene, quickly snapped back to attention and called out to the soldiers training nearby. Quick, bring a few men over to harvest the grain from this field. Several soldiers hurried over at the sound of his voice, joining the veteran in swiftly wielding their sickles to gather the golden ears of grain. Yigu's gaze fell upon Yimai as he softly inquired, Good sister, how many of these ripening talismans did you draw in total? Yimai rubbed her slightly sore wrist, panting as she spoke. Just 2 talismans. I used one earlier, leaving only one remaining. But my spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and I can no longer activate it. Upon hearing this, Yigu extended his hand to accept the yellow talisman that his sister offered, responding in a solemn tone, No matter, I shall take care of it. He followed the same approach as Yimai, first scattering the grains in the nearby tilled field, channeling his spiritual energy into his fingertips. He directed it towards the talisman and then flung it into the air. The yellow talisman ignited into golden ash as it fell onto the field. Moments later, a similar warmth surged forth. The grains broke through the soil, sprouting and bearing ears. After the passage of half an incense stick, another expanse of golden grain appeared before their eyes. Sun Yong, witnessing this, felt invigorated and exclaimed, Young General, Miss, our food supply is more than sufficient now. Yigu gazed upon the two fields of grain, a smile finally breaking through the tension etched on his face after days of strain. At that moment, two soldiers, who had been on lookout, hurried over and whispered something into Sun Yang's ear. Upon hearing it, Sun Yang's expression darkened immediately. Chapter 147. The royal relatives. Yigu noticed the grim expression on Sun Yang's face and inquired, "Commander Sun, what troubles you?" "Major General," Sun Yang replied. "The sentinels ahead have reported that another group of former Northern Cold soldiers has come to pledge allegiance. However, their leader is rather arrogant, claiming to be a royal relative and insisting that you personally greet him." As Sun Yang finished speaking, his brow furrowed in discontent, clearly displeased with this unexpected turn of events. Before Yigu could respond, an old soldier beside them furrowed his brow in confusion and caution. "A royal relative? Where do they come from?" His expression tightened further, and he added with a hint of perplexity, "When the Northern Song Iron Cavalry breached the city, we fought fiercely outside the walls. Later, we received news from within. The Northern Song people harbor a deep hatred for our resistance in the Northern Cold. Any royal relatives who could be found in the palace were long since slaughtered." After a pause, the old soldier's voice grew somber. "Those who are worthy of the title royal relatives have their corpses still hanging on the city walls as a warning. There should be no oversight." "Indeed," Sun Yang replied with a grave expression. "We are currently stationed in this recently repaired, dilapidated village, without even a proper encampment established. Everything should be conducted in simplicity. If he has come to pledge allegiance to the Major General, he should behave as a guest and not demand that the host come to welcome him." Yigu turned to the two sentinels who had delivered the news and asked, "What exactly did he claim to be? Do you have any proof?" The two sentinels exchanged a glance, their faces revealing helplessness, and respectfully answered, in response to the Major General and Commander Sun. "The man claims to be the cousin of the late Empress Wu, named Wu Liang. At the time the city fell, he served as a captain in the private army of the Wu clan, stationed at a narrow path 30 miles southeast, and was not trapped within the city. After the city's collapse, he led his private army into the nearby mountains to conceal themselves. Recently, upon hearing that the Major General is gathering old comrades, he hastened to join us." "Cousin of the Empress Wu?" The old soldier stroked his short beard, lost in thought. The late emperor indeed had an Empress Wu, though she was not favored and bore no sons. Her family was comprised of military officials from the Wu clan, and a private army was indeed stationed at that narrow path. However, after the city fell, that private army vanished without a trace. Everyone assumed they were either annihilated by the Northern Song Iron Cavalry or had dispersed long ago. Who would have thought they were hiding in the mountains?" Yigu fell silent for a moment before saying, "Regardless of whether he is truly a royal relative, since he has come with former soldiers to pledge allegiance, we cannot turn him away. However, his demand for me to personally welcome him is rather presumptuous." Sun Yang immediately interjected, "Major General, allow me to meet him. If he is genuinely here to pledge allegiance, he should follow the proper protocols. If he is merely using his royal connection to act arrogantly, I shall not spare him." "There's no need." Yigu raised his hand to stop him. "If he is invoking his royal identity, my avoidance would only appear as insecurity. I shall accompany you to ascertain his true intentions." With that, Yigu turned to Yi Mai and instructed, "Sister, remain here and ensure the soldiers finish gathering the grain from these two valleys, meticulously counting it as it is stored." Yi Mai nodded in agreement, and Yigu followed Sun Yang, the veteran, and the two sentinels towards the entrance of the garrison. Upon reaching the village's edge, they encountered a throng of soldiers clad in tattered armor, numbering approximately 200 to 300. At the forefront stood a seemingly frail young nobleman, draped in a weathered brocade robe, with a resplendent sword at his waist. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the dilapidated surroundings with an air of arrogance. Muttering disdainfully, "In such a wretched place, how can one find refuge? When the Northern Song cavalry descends upon you, how will you withstand the onslaught? It would be better to accompany me to the narrow pass city. At least I could spare you the old, weak, and infirm." Upon hearing footsteps, the young noble turned to look, noticing Yigu in his plain gray attire, devoid of any ornate embellishments, flanked by Sun Yang and the veteran. Wu Liang cast a sideways glance, his tone dripping with condescension as he inquired, "Are you Yigu?" Yigu halted, meeting his gaze with calm composure, responding neither with deference nor hostility. "I am indeed Yigu, and you must be Wu Liang?" "Impudent." Before Wu Liang could speak further, a young officer accompanying him stepped forward, his voice sharp and commanding, reprimanding, "How dare you address the name of the Wu family directly?" Wu Liang waved his hand, signaling the officer to withdraw, his chin lifted slightly, exuding an air of superiority as he remarked, "Now that you are aware of my identity, we can proceed. As a royal relative accompanied by these 300 elite soldiers, Your hospitality is rather lacking." At this, the veteran could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, standing tall and addressing Wu Liang with solemnity. "Wu Colonel, when the city fell, the general fought valiantly and perished. In recent days, the young general has led us in numerous battles against the northern Song cavalry, preserving our meager foundation. If you genuinely seek to join us, you must adhere to your station. Should you wish only to flaunt your royal lineage, then there is no need for you to be here." "What are you?" Wu Liang retorted sharply, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at the veteran, veins bulging on his neck. "I am a bona fide royal, and even your esteemed general would have to show me respect. You are merely a fallen old soldier. How dare you speak to me?" Upon hearing Wu Liang mention his father, Ye Gu's expression turned icy. A sudden wave of killing intent surged around him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, positioning himself firmly in front of the veteran. His voice was low yet resolute, each word resonating with authority. "Wu Liang, in my presence, there are no distinctions of royal or common. Only the steadfast remnants of the North Cold Army who resist the enemy. Those who wish to join us, regardless of their noble or humble origins, will be judged solely by their military merit. If you genuinely wish to remain, have your men disarm immediately and register according to military protocol. If you merely seek to parade your royal status, you may leave now, and I shall not detain you." Wu Liang was momentarily taken aback by Ye Gu's unwavering stance, his face a tumult of red and pale. He had anticipated Ye Gu would cower at the mention of his royal ties, yet he was met with unyielding resolve. His gaze swept over the soldiers drilling in the distance. Though clad in simple attire, they stood in perfect formation, exuding an imposing aura. The scale of this force, numbering in the tens of thousands, was precisely the foundation he had pondered day and night while hidden in the deep mountains. To depart in anger at this moment would mean forfeiting any chance of involvement. He swallowed hard, suppressing the pride swelling within him, allowing much of the arrogance on his face to fade as his tone softened. "General, please do not take offense. It was I who misspoke." As he spoke, he raised a hand to restrain the young officer poised to react, then offered a respectful gesture to Ye Gu. "I have only heard of your intention to rally your former troops against the northern Song, and my eagerness to serve led me to adopt a facade. Since you value military merit here, I shall, of course, abide by the rules." He then turned to the soldiers behind him, commanding, "What are you standing there for? Dismantle your weapons and follow Commander's son to register." Ye Gu's gaze remained unyielding, still scrutinizing him. "If you wish to stay, you must adhere to my regulations. Should there be any further transgressions, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Wu Liang quickly acquiesced, though his hands, hanging at his sides, tightened imperceptibly. Ye Gu was not one to be trifled with, yet as long as he could remain, there would surely be an opportunity to seize some measure of real power. Chapter 148. The Abduction of Hunyo. The soldiers under Wu Liang's command, during their training sessions, resorted to cunning tactics, casting furtive glances and displaying a complete lack of earnestness. This behavior had long been noted by the veterans and reported to Ye Gu. After a moment of calm contemplation, Ye Gu remarked, "It appears their pretense of coming here may conceal ulterior motives." After a brief pause, he continued to deliberate before resolving to remain vigilant, to observe their true intentions, and to devise a plan accordingly. At this moment, within Wu Liang's tent, several of his subordinates had gathered. Wu Kuei, the young general who had previously reprimanded Ye Gu, respectfully addressed Wu Liang, shaking his head as he spoke. "Young master, we have gained no leads. My subordinates have secretly investigated for some time, and there is not a trace of an infant in this village. Could it be that our information is erroneous?" Wu Liang waved his hand, his tone resolute. "That is absolutely impossible. The Yi siblings did indeed intercept that young prince atop the city walls. I can guarantee this. The Northern Liang cavalry have pursued for so long without discovering any sign of the young prince." Suddenly, Wu Kuei seemed to recall something and hastily interjected, "Right. I have learned another piece of information. Following your command, I established good relations with several early arriving generals. From them, I gathered that the Yi siblings have taken a formidable master. They have acquired remarkable skills, though no one has seen this master. However, they mentioned a girl, about 7 or 8 years old, who is very close to the Yi siblings. I suspect this girl may be associated with that master. When she next appears, I can follow her closely, or perhaps we could capture her, and we might obtain news of the young prince." Furrowing his brow, Wu Liang finally nodded and said, "That would be splendid. If we can locate the young prince, Ye Gu's band will belong to me. After all, that little brat will have to call me uncle. I shall raise him, and it will be entirely justified. It stands to reason that as long as we hold the young prince, even Ye Gu will have no grounds for objection." Considering the young prince's tender age, he is easily within our grasp. Your words ring true, young master. Yet we know so little about that. Master Wu Liang's brow furrowed deeply as he sternly replied, what is there to fear? In this world, there are not so many true masters. They are merely charlatans and tricksters, at best high-ranked warriors. When the time comes, I can offer certain advantages. If they can assist the Yi siblings, why can they not assist me? Unbeknownst to Hunyo, she had become the target of someone's scheme. She remained diligently engaged in the tasks set by her master. Since the Yi siblings had joined forces with the remnants of the northern cold, Li Zio had previously laid hidden formations within their dwelling, rendering it undetectable to anyone. Among the thousands outside, only the Yi siblings had ever encountered Li Zio. Only Sun Yong and a dozen of the original group remained. The others knew that the Yi siblings had taken a revered master, but were oblivious to the existence of Li Zio. It was only after Hunyo completed her daily lessons that Li Zio permitted her to venture out for a brief respite. Remaining within the confines of the courtyard would undoubtedly stifle her spirit. Upon finishing her studies, Hunyo exuberantly dashed out of the yard. With the Yi siblings preoccupied, she decided to wander the village alone. Before long, a flock of birds fluttered down, affectionately brushing against her cheek. Hunyo giggled, engaging playfully with the birds as they chirped incessantly, their chatter incomprehensible to anyone else, yet she understood perfectly. After listening intently, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she subtly glanced in the direction indicated by the birds. To her delight, a few sneaky individuals were trailing her. Elated, she relished the idea of playing a game of cat and mouse. With a mischievous twinkle in her eye, Hunyo concocted a clever plan. Deliberately striding toward a secluded corner. Observing her movement, Wu Kuei and several soldiers saw it as an opportune moment and hastily quickened their pace to follow her cautiously. After a while, Hunyo abruptly halted, spinning around to face them, hands on her hips and a playful grin adorning her face, as if to say, I've caught you. The unexpected turn of events left Wu Kuei and his companions momentarily stunned, their feet coming to an abrupt stop. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Hunyo joyfully whistled towards the sky. Instantly, the flock of birds that had just settled upon her took flight, rushing towards Wu Kuei and the others like an army responding to a battle cry. The birds, akin to a well-trained battalion, fiercely pecked at them. Wu Kuei and his men, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught, scrambled for cover, crying out in pain as their faces and hands quickly became marked with crimson scratches. What on earth is happening? Wu Kuei shouted in exasperation, flailing his arms to fend off the birds, yet they remained undeterred, continuing their relentless attack. Seizing the moment of their disarray, Hunyo cheerfully retrieved a handful of small stones from her pocket. Chanting incantations, her nimble fingers danced in the air, causing the stones to whirl as if infused with life. In a blink, they formed an intricate array. Once the formation was complete, the surrounding air thickened, rendering it almost tangible. Wu Kuei and his soldiers felt their feet leave the ground, their bodies rising uncontrollably. Moments later, with a series of crackling sounds, they were suspended from a large tree by an unseen force, resembling a string of dumplings swaying precariously. Let us down. What sorcery are you employing, you little rascal? Wu Kuei exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury as he struggled against the bindings, only to find them tightening with each futile attempt. Hunyo stood below, gazing up at the hapless figures dangling from the tree, a satisfied smile on her face. Laughter erupted, resounding with a melodious clarity around them. You wretched villains. You thought you could follow me, Hunyo? Now you understand the consequences. With that, she made a playful grimace before turning on her heels and bounding over to the Yi siblings. Yi Mai, noticing Hunyo's extraordinary joy, inquired curiously, little senior sister, what brings you such delight? Hunyo, recalling the amusing encounter with the miscreants, responded casually, well, a few rascals attempted to tail me, but I gave them quite the lesson. The siblings' expressions shifted as they realized the gravity of the situation. This village was a sanctuary for those who sought refuge with them. So how could anyone dare to pursue Hunyo? This was no trivial matter. Yi Mai, filled with urgency, exclaimed, little senior sister, please take us to see what happened. Hunyo patted her chest, swelling with pride, and declared, follow me. She then led the way, skipping towards the secluded corner where the incident had transpired. While the Yi siblings followed closely behind, their expressions solemn as they prepared to uncover the truth. Chapter 149. Eradicating internal strife and establishing authority. A vast throng of soldiers surrounded Wu Liang's tent like an unyielding tide, sealing off all avenues of escape. Wu Kuei was escorted to this location, followed by soldiers whose expressions were despondent, their spirits visibly deflated. They could only submit to the soldiers' control, standing immobile. their eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness and fear. Several soldiers, displaying remarkable agility and precision, advanced with purposeful strides and delivered swift, forceful kicks to the backs of Wu Kuei and his companions' knees. With muffled groans, they collapsed onto the ground, their knees buckling beneath them. Inside the tent, Wu Liang was lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, the tent flap was thrust open with great force, and several soldiers stormed in with an air of aggression. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp blade was pressed against his throat. The soldiers then seized him roughly, yanking him out of the tent, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. "Yigu, what on earth are you trying to accomplish?" Wu Liang shouted in a panic, desperately attempting to maintain his usual air of authority. "I have come here with my subordinates and elite forces, tirelessly seeking your allegiance. Yet, you repay my loyalty with betrayal. Are you not afraid of disheartening your brothers?" As he shouted, he scanned the faces of the encroaching commanders, hoping to find a glimmer of sympathy or support. Sun Yong had long harbored disdain for Wu Liang, and witnessing his continued outburst only fueled his rage. Just as Wu Liang prepared to continue his tirade, Sun Yong charged forward and, with a resounding slap, struck Wu Liang's face. The force of the blow caused Wu Liang's head to snap sideways, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, leaving him dazed. Sun Yong glared at Wu Liang, his eyes brimming with contempt and fury, before vehemently waving his hand and commanding, "Search." This village had originally served as a temporary encampment. Those who arrived first were fortunate enough to have dwellings, while later commanders were relegated to constructing makeshift tents in open spaces. Wu Liang's tent was not far from those of the other commanders. His desperate cries had instantly drawn the attention of the onlookers, who emerged from their tents, faces adorned with confusion and curiosity, uncertain of the unfolding events. Among the crowd were several commanders who shared a modicum of camaraderie with Wu Liang, as they contemplated intervening to dissuade Sun Yong, urging him to resolve the matter amicably. They were abruptly halted by a nearby colleague. The latter, with a grave expression, lowered his voice and cautioned, "Have you lost your mind? Wu Liang has never harbored good intentions since he sought to ally with us. Now that Commander Sun has apprehended him, it is undoubtedly due to some nefarious deed he has committed. If you approach him now and he is indeed culpable, you may find yourself entangled in this mess, jeopardizing your own safety." Upon hearing this, the commanders felt a chill of apprehension. Glancing at Wu Liang's disheveled state, they promptly abandoned their intentions to intervene, discreetly retreating a few steps, wary of being swept up in the brewing turmoil. The soldiers swiftly charged into Wu Liang's tent, and the sound of items being overturned echoed within moments. Before long, a soldier emerged from the tent, clutching a stack of envelopes, and dashed directly to Sun Yong, extending his hands. "Commander Sun, we found it." Sun Yong took the envelopes and quickly unfolded the letter. As he read, his expression darkened progressively, his breath quickening, and veins bulging on his forehead. The air around them seemed to thicken, and everyone held their breath, fearing to provoke the wrath of Sun Yong. Suddenly, Sun Yong clenched the letter tightly, his voice rising in fury. "Ah, Wu Liang, as a member of the Northern Han royal family, you bask in the glory of our nation, yet you commit such heinous acts, colluding with Baizong. Do you dare to aspire to the throne of Northern Han with their support? Have you looked in the mirror to see if you are worthy?" Sun Yong's chest heaved violently, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, filled with palpable hatred. With growing agitation, he stepped forward, seizing Wu Liang by the collar and lifting him off the ground, his gaze locked onto Wu Liang, eyes ablaze with wrath. "Have you forgotten how Baizong treated your country and family? They slaughtered your kin, annihilated your homeland, leaving you bereft. Yet for a modicum of wealth and a fleeting title, you willingly betray your nation and kin, becoming a mere puppet of Baizong. Do you have any conscience for the innocent lives lost due to Baizong's invasion? For the valiant soldiers who fought and bled to protect our homeland? You, a traitor, are utterly unforgivable. 1,000 deaths would not suffice to quell my rage. I would gladly rend you to pieces to honor the souls you have betrayed." Sun Yong's voice reverberated through the camp, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. The commanders who had later allied with Wu Liang, initially believing he sought power within the military, were now left speechless and pale, stunned by Sun Yong's declaration. Those who had nearly interceded on Wu Liang's behalf were drenched in cold sweat, their palms sticky with anxiety, silently grateful for their restraint. Otherwise, they would have found themselves plunged into an irretrievable abyss alongside Wu Liang. Just as Sun Yong vehemently condemned Wu Liang, Yigu stepped forward from the crowd with a steady gait. His countenance was grave, his eyes exuding authority and wisdom. Yigu surveyed the assembled commanders and soldiers, his voice resonant and resolute. "Brothers, you have all witnessed today's events. Wu Liang has conspired with Baizong, betraying our nation. Such crimes are unforgivable. I, Yigu, assure you that I will address this matter with justice and severity, sparing no traitor." He paused momentarily, his gaze fixed upon Wu Liang, and continued, "Wu Liang, as a royal relative of the Northern Cold Kingdom, you have forsaken the enmity of our nation and family, engaging in actions that are utterly contemptible. Do you believe that by aligning yourself with the Northern Song you shall attain wealth and glory? You are gravely mistaken. You are merely paving your own path to destruction." Subsequently, Yigu turned his attention to Sun Yong. Nodding slightly, he remarked, "Commander Sun, you have performed admirably, promptly uncovering Wu Liang's treachery and preventing us from incurring greater losses." Following this, Yigu addressed all the generals and soldiers present. "From this day forth, we must unite with unwavering resolve to fend off our external adversaries. I, Yigu, shall lead by example, sharing both joys and hardships with you all. Together, we shall enjoy prosperity and endure tribulations. As long as we stand united, there exists no challenge we cannot overcome, no enemy we cannot vanquish." Finally, Yigu declared resolutely, "Bring forth Wu Liang and his accomplices and take them away for their due punishment." The soldiers swiftly advanced, escorting Wu Liang and the others away. Following this incident, Yigu's prestige within the military soared, garnering deeper respect and trust from both the generals and soldiers. They firmly believed that under the guidance of such a just, resolute, and astute leader, they could not only survive in these tumultuous times, but also realize the grand endeavor of national restoration. Chapter 150, Luring the Serpent from its Hole. The Thunder Punishment Iron Cavalry, the arrogant Northern Song commander, Xianxia, could scarcely have anticipated that the seemingly trivial maneuver he had executed would yield results so swiftly. This dandy had not only infiltrated the remnants of the Northern Cold faction, but had also gleaned every detail of their deployments. How audacious these Northern Cold people were, daring to fish in murky waters right beneath the eyes of this commander, oblivious to the fact that their royal kin had already pledged allegiance to him. "Bring forth my commands. Assemble the Iron Cavalry immediately. The entire army shall march forth with vigor and obliterate those remnants." Xianxia, convinced of his impending victory, could not suppress his derision towards the ineptitude of the Yi family scion. The audacity of the adversary to camp brazenly in a nearby village, entirely unguarded, was laughable. Once our Iron Cavalry arrives, how could they possibly withstand our might? With a single command, nearly 10,000 Iron Cavalry of Northern Song assembled in splendid formation. In his eyes, this formidable force would flatten the small village with the greatest of ease. Meanwhile, the Yi siblings, in an effort to avoid raising undue suspicion, refrained from disseminating the detailed plan of action. The assembled commanders remained oblivious to the strategy, continuing their training in an orderly manner within the village. Before long, the reconnaissance team dispatched by Yigu reported back via sound talismans. The Yi siblings exchanged knowing glances and nodded, summoning their trusted confidants, including Sun Yong, to make precautionary arrangements. The rumble of the Northern Song cavalry approached, carried by the wind. It was not merely the sound of hooves. It was the thunderous cacophony of nearly 10,000 armored warhorses trampling the dirt roads, accompanied by the clashing of armor and weapons. It resonated like a distant flood breaking its dam, constricting the chests of those who heard it. The soldiers still training in the village were the first to halt, their hands gripping wooden spears trembling involuntarily. A few newly arrived soldiers craned their necks to peer into the distance, only to behold a swirling, gray-yellow plume of smoke rising on the horizon. The smoke moved with alarming swiftness, and before they could discern its outline, the commanding shouts of the Iron Cavalry pierced through the wind. "Seize the village. Leave no survivors." The Northern Song cavalry had arrived. A cry of alarm rang out, sending the training ranks into disarray. The recently gathered commanders panicked, ignorant of the plan and caught unprepared. How could they possibly resist the onslaught of armored cavalry? Some rushed towards the dwelling of the Yi siblings, only to find the doors flung wide open, with the Yi family and their confidants nowhere in sight. This is dire. The Yi siblings must have received word and fled. The young commander, in a state of panic, turned to escape but was seized by several veteran soldiers wielding long blades. "Foolishness," the old commander intoned gravely. "Years ago, at the icebound city, the old general fought valiantly against the Northern Song cavalry. Would his children abandon us? Surely, they have devised a plan." As he spoke, the clattering of the approaching cavalry's armor became audible. The old veterans had no time for further contemplation and urgently commanded, "Arm yourselves. Form a defensive line. Secure the village entrance." Not far from the village, atop a dirt slope, the Yi siblings lay in wait. Their gaze swept over the encroaching cavalry, devoid of any hint of panic, instead adorned with a trace of cold amusement. Yi Mai weighed the thunder talisman in her hand, its paper shimmering with a faint glow. Amidst the delicate crackling sounds, the talisman was crafted by the teacher's own hands. Brother, look. Yi Mai gestured towards the formation of iron cavalry. These iron lumps, are they not terrified of the heavenly lightning missing its mark? Yigu nodded in satisfaction. Let us act. We must not allow the villagers to remain in panic for too long. Yi Mai responded affirmatively, her wrist flicking as she cast the lightning talisman into the air. The talisman, once released, unfurled in the wind. The lightning patterns blazed to life, akin to a silver serpent surging with the gusts. In the blink of an eye, the talisman ignited into silvery flames, with not a single ash falling, all drawn upwards by an intangible force into the clouds. The once bright, sunlit sky darkened abruptly at the moment the talisman was consumed. It was not the shadow of gathering storm clouds, but rather an oppressive darkness that seemed to siphon away all light. In the distance, the northern Song cavalry halted abruptly, several riders pulling on their reins to look up and curse. What sorcery is this? It was perfectly fine just a moment ago. How can it turn to darkness so suddenly? Among them, the brash Error furrowed his brow, tugging at his cloak, feeling a swell of anxiety. He had fought for half a lifetime and had never witnessed such an omen. But with arrows knocked, retreat was not an option. Just as he was about to urge the charge, a stark white bolt of lightning descended from the ominous clouds above. This bolt did not strike the earth, but rather hurtled directly towards the northern Song cavalry formation, accompanied by a sound akin to the tearing of silk. It struck the iron armor of the foremost war horse with a ferocious impact. The armor glowed a fierce red in an instant. The horse collapsed without a sound, and the rider atop became nothing more than charred remains. This was merely the beginning. The moment the first bolt struck, it seemed as if the dark clouds erupted. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning followed the trajectory of the first, cascading down into the ranks of the northern Song cavalry. Everything made of iron, armor, spears, horse gear, became targets for the divine wrath. One bolt struck a spear, sending currents racing down its shaft, toppling 3 or 4 riders in its wake. Another crashed into the ranks of horses, causing the armored steeds to collide violently. Electricity danced between the iron armors, igniting a conflagration in an instant. The northern Song cavalry was thrown into total disarray. The once formidable formation had become a living target. The riders, seeking to abandon their mounts, found their feet scorched by the still-charged horse armor. Those who attempted to raise their shields found the lightning cleaving down upon them, splitting both shield and bearer asunder. The clamorous battle cries transformed into wails of despair. The sound of armor shattering mingled with the mournful whinnies of horses and the thunderous roars of lightning, shaking the very ground beneath. The villagers stood in stunned silence. The soldiers who had been hurriedly forming ranks forgot their movements. The young commander, who had moments before urged the Yi siblings to flee, now stood with his mouth agape, gazing at the distant storm of lightning, his sword clattering to the ground. The seasoned veterans clenched their fists, their eyes alight with an unsettling brilliance. They finally understood that the Yi siblings had not fled, but were biding their time for an opportunity to obliterate the northern Song cavalry in one fell swoop. The Yi siblings on the hillside took a half step back, the might of the heavenly thunder far exceeding their expectations. Nearly 10,000 of the northern Song cavalry, who had not even reached the outskirts of the village, vanished into the tempest of lightning. The body of the brash Error lay at the heart of the formation, his general's armor torn asunder by the strike, still clutching half of a command flag in his hand. Until his last breath, he failed to comprehend how his seemingly idle moves could summon the heavenly thunder capable of shattering the northern Song iron cavalry. The soldiers of the village remained in a state of stupefaction for quite some time before gradually coming to their senses. One soldier ventured towards the earthen slope, followed by a second, a third, and eventually, even the seasoned veterans joined their ranks. The Yi siblings descended from the slope, while Sun Yong approached with his trusted confidants. Major General, the entire northern Song cavalry has been annihilated, with none escaping. Yigu glanced at the soldiers diligently clearing the battlefield, his earlier panic dissipated, replaced by sheer elation at their resounding victory. He turned to Yi Mai with a smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, the teacher's talismans are formidable." The approaching commanders gazed intently at the Yi siblings, their lips moving several times before they found their voices. The youthful commander, his face flushed, was rendered speechless. Several veteran generals stepped forward, raising their fists in salute, their voices trembling. "Major General, this is the work of an immortal." No one dared to mention the notion of retreating in disgrace. It was clear to them all that such extraordinary methods would only serve to complicate matters further. Chapter 151. Recapturing Ice and Snow City. Divergently, Jiaxing was undeniably too young to undertake a long journey. Consequently, Li Ziyo and his disciple, Hui lingered in the village for a few more days. Now, the village was entirely deserted. The army that had once camped here had followed the Yi siblings away. Previously, when the Northern Song cavalry had launched their attack, tens of thousands of troops had perished in the Thunder Sea. As a result, the defenses of Ice and Snow City were left weakened. Seizing this opportune moment, the Yi siblings swiftly led the remnants of the Northern Han forces in a counterattack. The reinforcements from the Northern Song Kingdom were unable to arrive in time, and soon the flag of Ice and Snow City was changed. Li Ziyo had initially planned to delay his departure until after the new year, at which point Li Dazhang would be 2 years old. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen events. One day, as was customary, Hui was diligently engaged in the tasks assigned by her master, while Li Ziyo attended to Li Dazhang. Suddenly, the sound transmission talisman, which he had entrusted to Arya when he left home years ago, emitted a signal. After years of silence, it had unexpectedly activated. A sense of foreboding gripped Li Ziyo. Since his departure, Wang Youer had never utilized this talisman. Its sudden use undoubtedly signified a grave matter at home. He hastily activated the talisman, and the anxious voice of Wei Liangkai resonated within. Daoist, there has been a change at home. Return swiftly. At this revelation, Li Ziyo could no longer remain idle. During his instruction of the Yi siblings, he had made it clear, the bond of master and disciple was limited to the present. Once they parted ways, that bond would cease to exist. Under normal circumstances, he would have bid them farewell, but the urgency of the situation compelled him otherwise. The circumstances in Ice and Snow City remained uncertain, and the soldiers there had not yet encountered him, which could cause further delays. Given Wei Liancai's tone, it was evident that an urgent matter had arisen at home, warranting his immediate return. Without hesitation, Li Ziyo sent a sound transmission to Yi Mai, informing her of his departure. He quickly positioned himself atop Xianxia, cradling Li Dazhang in his arms, while Hui took her place behind him. Hastening towards the direction of Dawu, Xianxia, now possessing the intellect of a child, had been purposefully guided by Li Ziyo to refine the spiritual energy residing within it ever since the incident of the Sea Goddess Festival. As a result, Xianxia had entered the path of cultivation early on. Li Ziyo had also taught Xianxia some techniques for travel, which proved invaluable at this moment. The palace of Ice and Snow City had been left in ruins, ravaged beyond recognition. The uncouth northern Song denizens, accustomed to a nomadic lifestyle, were ill-suited to the opulence of palatial life. Upon breaching Ice and Snow City, they not only massacred the populace, but also dismantled numerous structures, which could not be restored in the short term. Jianghu managed to find a side hall that had not suffered extensive fire damage. After tidying it up, it served as a temporary venue for discussions, proving adequate for the occasion. The meeting in the side hall had been in progress for some time, attended predominantly by armored generals. Jianghu's gaze swept across the corners of the hall, where a few well-dressed but worn civil officials stood. These individuals had originally been the civil servants of the Northern Han Kingdom, who, during the slaughter of the Northern Song cavalry, had been forced to hide in dark alleys or blend into the masses of fleeing refugees. Over the past year, they had endured hardship and suffering. Recently, they had heard the news of the Yi siblings' recapture of Ice and Snow City. Understanding the necessity of re-establishing order within the city, he harbored these thoughts as he journeyed back. The generals should not underestimate the capabilities of those who appear feeble. Jianghu rapped on the table, his voice resonating with authority. The forthcoming matters will rely on these scholars, who are well-versed in the rules and ancient customs. While we may excel in warfare, we lack the knowledge of how to register the populace or calculate the granary's capacity. Taxation must adhere to the previous regulations. Without their guidance, we would be utterly at a loss. A general below furrowed his brows and grunted, yet refrained from further dissent. It was well understood that mere combat would not suffice to safeguard the city. Such bureaucratic affairs were indeed beyond their expertise. Upon hearing these words, the tension in the shoulders of several scholars eased somewhat. One elder stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Rest assured, General Yi, though we may not take to the battlefield, we shall surely organize the city's affairs, ensuring that the general's preparations for defense encounter no delays. Jianghu, upon hearing the official's assurance, relaxed the tension in his brow, nodding slightly with a hint of approval. Just as he was about to address the matter of the granary, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Yi Mai rushed in, her hair somewhat disheveled. All the generals lifted their heads. Yet Jianghu did not display anger. He understood his sister well. She was always prudent, and would not have barged into the council chamber unless in urgent need. He gestured for the others to withdraw, his voice taking on a somber tone. Everyone, please leave for now. We shall reconvene shortly. Once the generals had exited in succession and the doors were closed, Yigu stepped forward to support Yimai's arm. What troubles you? Why the haste? Clutching the communication talisman in her hand, Yimai looked up, her eyes reflecting evident distress, her voice trembling. Brother, it is a message from our teacher. I just received it. Yigu's heart sank, and he pressed for details. What did the teacher say? The teacher did not elaborate. Only that there has been an upheaval at home, and we must return immediately. Yimai lowered her gaze, handing over the talisman, her tone filled with sorrow. He left in such haste, without even a proper farewell. Yigu took the talisman, his fingers tracing the cold paper. He was lost in thought for a while before he regained his composure, swallowing hard as he sighed. His voice thick with a mixture of bitterness and gloom, departing so abruptly. Could it be that our recent focus on restoring the ice and snow city has led us to neglect our teacher? No, brother. Yimai quickly shook her head, her eyes reddening. Though the teacher's tone was urgent, there was no hint of reproach. He merely stated that matters at home were pressing, hence his hasty departure. Yigu silently moved to the window, gazing at the charred palace walls outside. He exhaled heavily, his voice tinged with a sense of helpless melancholy. Alas, I should have anticipated this. Our teacher once taught us that the bond between master and disciple is only meaningful when they are in proximity. Once paths diverge, each must find their own peace, without concern for the other. Now that he has left, it seems our connection with him has truly been severed. Yimai stood silently, clutching the hem of her garment, and suddenly summoned the courage to address her brother. Brother, let us depart. Yigu was taken aback, furrowing his brow in response. Depart? To where? The ice and snow city has only just stabilized, and the restoration of our nation remains unfulfilled. What shall we do with these people? We seek a tranquil place to cultivate. Yimai's voice trembled, yet it was laced with determination. Our master has long warned us that the spiritual energy is woefully scarce, and distraction is the gravest folly. Just observe this mundane realm. Flowers bloom and wither, dynasties rise and fall. With the North Cold gone, even if you restore the nation and establish an empire, will it not be subject to the same cyclical fate in a few centuries? We have studied the path of immortality under our master, destined to pursue the grand Tao. How have we become ensnared in the mundane? Ensnared? Yigu's voice erupted, his hand resting upon his sword, eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. Father fell at the hands of the northern Song, and countless innocents were slaughtered. We have endured to this moment not to hide away in cultivation, restoring the North Cold, vanquishing the northern Song, and establishing a stable empire to spare the people from suffering. This is our duty. Duties are of varying weights. Yimai stepped forward, her eyes reddening yet resolute. The spiritual energy is already scarce, and we are preoccupied with battles over territory. If our cultivation stagnates, will we not end up like those soldiers, reduced to mere dust? Our master's departure serves as a reminder to uphold the heart of cultivation and not to covet worldly power. The duty you speak of is a worldly duty, not that of a cultivator. Is a worldly duty not a duty at all? Yigu laughed in exasperation, gesturing towards the outside of the hall. Those scholars, the common folk, and the generals who risk their lives alongside us, who do they rely upon? If we abandon them, and the northern Song returns, they will face another massacre. Yet this is not a burden we should bear for a lifetime. Yimai's voice quivered, yet her resolve only strengthened. Dynasties may perish, but cultivators can seek longevity in the grand Tao. We can easily live for centuries. Our master teaches us spells not to meddle perpetually in the mundane. It is your yearning for this throne and the title of emperor that truly ensnares you. In the hall, the siblings stood divided, one grasping a sword, gazing out at the city, while the other clutched her garment, staring into the void. One pondered the fate of the nation and its people, while the other focused on the path of cultivation. Their heated argument left them both flushed, each unwilling to concede. Though they were the closest of kin, they found themselves at a crossroads, each holding steadfastly to their own convictions, making it ever more difficult to walk the same path. Chapter 152. The relocation of Qing Mountain. Within the county office of Wuxia, a distinguished gentleman was seated prominently, exuding an air of authority. With flowing long hair and adorned in garments embellished with formidable beast motifs, his attire was both vibrant and imposing, reflecting his high status with an unmistakable charisma. Approaching middle age, his demeanor was lively and open-hearted, embodying a spirit that few would expect to find in such a remote county office. He was none other than the 19th Prince, Jianghu, a figure of considerable influence among the noble elite. Beside him, there was another seat occupied by a youthful immortal master. Clad in a flowing blue robe, his hair cascading gracefully, he bore a peachwood sword on his back and carried a bundle of yellow talismans at his waist. The county magistrate gazed at this attire, growing increasingly familiar until realization struck him. This was indeed reminiscent of the garb worn by Master Chongqing, who had visited 3 years prior to handle matters of spiritual lineage. However, upon closer inspection, the appearance and demeanor of this immortal master differed significantly from that of Master Chongqing, exuding an air of peculiarity instead. The magistrate pondered silently. Could it be that such attire has become fashionable among the spiritual practitioners of today? Yet, he quickly shifted his thoughts, recognizing that these two would soon have their paths cross. Ultimately, their purpose for being here was singular, to facilitate the relocation of Master Chongqing's ancestral home. But with both a prince and an immortal master involved, one might question whether such a grand display was truly warranted. Indeed, it was not an overreaction. The matter carried substantial weight due to the latent dangers that had been buried in the mountains years ago, which had now come to light. Recently, a significant uproar had erupted in the capital concerning the 16th prince, who had discovered a rare medicinal root from a remote region, earning the old emperor's commendation. Subsequently, this young immortal master from Penglai unexpectedly unearthed the root's spiritual properties, revealing that its prolonged consumption could enhance longevity. Upon the revelation of this news, the princes immediately entered into a fierce competition. The 16th prince, lacking in strength, fell victim to the machinations of the 19th prince, who not only exposed the root's origin but also failed to protect his loyal follower, Sun Xianxia. Tragically, Sun Xianxia and his entire family were imprisoned, from the eldest to the youngest. The old emperor of Dou was advanced in years, while the eldest prince was mentally incapacitated, leaving behind a plethora of other princes. While typically 9 princes vie for succession, the current situation involved 100, leading to an even more chaotic contest. The princes split into 3 major factions, one led by the 4th, 6th, 7th, and 19th princes supporting the 2nd prince, another led by the 5th, 8th, 10th, and 16th princes backing the 3rd prince, and a 3rd neutral faction led by the 9th, 12th, and 36th princes, opportunistically seeking to rise to power. Other princes either aligned themselves with these factions or chose to remain discreetly uninvolved. In this tumultuous environment, how could anyone expect to emerge unscathed? The matter the 19th prince had entrusted to Wuxia recently remained unresolved. "What is the status of your progress?" he inquired, his expression darkening as he rapped his fingers on the table and sternly admonished the county magistrate. The magistrate, taken aback, hurriedly bowed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Your Highness, please temper your anger. It is not due to negligence on my part. The situation is rather peculiar. The mountain you instructed us to clear has inexplicably been inhabited by a fierce old bull. Anyone who dared to ascend was promptly thrust down by its formidable horns, rendering even the county officials powerless. And what of the relocation?" The brow of the 19th prince furrowed tighter. "The mountains cannot be cleared. Surely the relocation must proceed?" "Relocation is rather challenging." The county magistrate's voice sank lower. "There are no issues with the villages of Hudou, Hunan, and Hebei. Yet it is the village of Heliu that I truly cannot move." "Absurd." The 19th prince slammed the table, causing tea to slosh over the edge. "As the magistrate of Wuxia, you cannot even manage the relocation of a few villages? Your Highness, please temper your anger." The magistrate fell to his knees, hastily explaining, "It is not that I am unwilling, but the laws of Dou govern this matter. There is a Daoist residing in Heliu village whose ancestral home is under the protection of the court. According to the law, not only must it not be moved without permission, but it also requires safeguarding. How could I dare to contravene the law?" The 19th prince was taken aback, his expression growing even colder as he turned to the guards standing behind him, his tone icy. "Is it not true that the mountain harboring the spiritual roots lies adjacent to Heliu village?" The guard bowed in response. "Indeed, Your Highness, that is correct. Heliu village stands at the foot of the mountain. If it is not relocated, even if the other villages are moved, the matters beyond the mountain cannot be concealed, nor can any work commence." "Preposterous." The 19th prince rose abruptly, his flowing hair sweeping across the table's edge, his eyes filled with fury. "If Heliu village does not move, then relocating any number of villages is utterly futile." The 19th prince clenched his fist, his knuckles paling. In his moment of rage, he had been blinded, yet upon reflection, the 4 characters of Dou's laws loomed over him like a mountain. Should he force the issue, it would surely provide ammunition for the rival of the 2nd prince in the capital. Suppressing his smoldering anger, he could only address the magistrate in a restrained voice. "I understand the difficulty of the law, but is it not merely an ordinary ancestral home? Make another trip to Heliu village, speak sweetly, offer money, land, and tax exemptions for the future. As long as his family consents to move, the law cannot govern the word consent." The magistrate was about to bow in agreement, but then raised his eyes slightly and added in a hushed tone, "Your Highness, That may not be possible. His family is already exempt from military service and taxes. It is truly impossible to entice them. This revelation struck the 19th prince like a stone, reigniting the anger he had just quelled. Stifled and unable to articulate his previous plans, he could only glare fiercely at the magistrate, his jaw clenched tightly. The magistrate lowered his head, yet clarity dawned in his heart. How could he genuinely comply with the prince's pressure on the family of the Xianxia Daoist? Although the Taoist had yet to be officially conferred the title of Heavenly Master, the demeanor and insight he displayed 3 years ago during the registration of Taoist credentials were certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. In the future, he might even surpass the dignity of a celestial master. As for the pompous celestial master beside him, in the presence of the Xianxia Taoist, he would hardly be worthy of even carrying his shoes. His words were not intended to deliberately stifle the prince, but were genuinely for the prince's own good. If he were to truly offend the family of the Xianxia Taoist, who could withstand it when the Taoist returned? The methods displayed by the Xianxia Taoist were still vividly etched in his memory. 3 years had passed since then. Who could know how much the Taoist's abilities had advanced? The 19th prince inhaled deeply, then, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "What of tax-exempt conscripts? There are always enticing benefits to be gained. You shall proceed to Hailu village at once, and ensure that you engage in earnest discussions with his family. Lower your stance. It is imperative that they relent." The county magistrate, feeling helpless, acquiesced with a murmured affirmation. The 19th prince did not linger on him, instead directing his gaze toward the young immortal master who had remained silent throughout. The earlier fury dissipated as he bowed slightly, offering a respectful gesture. Tinged with an intentional deference, "Immortal master, I must admit that I have overstepped my bounds. That mountain is crucial for acquiring spiritual roots. A single cow obstructed our path, necessitating your esteemed presence to overcome this hindrance." The young immortal master, who had been fiddling with the talisman at his waist, did not raise his eyes at the words. He merely snorted dismissively, his tone dripping with contempt. "Your subordinates are utterly inept, unable to handle a mere cow, yet you call upon me?" The 19th prince's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation, yet he forced a smile. "Immortal master, you jest. How could mere mortals compare to your divine prowess? It is I who acted rashly, relying entirely on your assistance." Only then did the immortal master leisurely rise, the peachwood sword on his back swaying with his movement. He cast a glance at the county magistrate, and then at the 19th prince, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips. "Very well. Today I shall allow you a glimpse of the difference between immortals and mortals. After all, it is merely a beast. I shall attend to it and return swiftly." Chapter 153. The disheveled old Daoist and the immortal master. 3 years have elapsed, and at this moment, the disheveled old Daoist truly lives up to his unkempt reputation. Once the victim of treachery from his peers, his cultivation has gradually eroded, and now, 3 years later, there is not a trace of his former prowess left. He had already lost a leg, and since his powers began to dissipate, he has been unable to descend the mountain. Misfortune, it seems, never arrives alone. The incident regarding the medicinal roots from years past has ultimately resurfaced. Recently, the court has taken considerable action, and it is only thanks to the assistance of the old bull that he has managed to endure. Otherwise, this former disciple of the Daoist sect might have succumbed to the hands of those enforcers long ago. Should this news circulate, it would surely be a source of ridicule. What astonishes him is the old bull. Considering its age, it was already a retired beast when purchased. Logically, it should have long since perished. Yet it remains remarkably robust and spry. He cannot fathom how that young lad has managed it. It has been 3 years since he last heard from the boy, and he wonders how he fares. In his youth, he was the pride of the Daoist sect, yet now, his greatest concern is for that very lad. At that moment, a low, drawn-out moo resonated from a distance. The disheveled old Daoist's ears perked up, and with a frail hand gripping his wooden staff, he gritted his teeth and shuffled toward the door, with his shattered leg lacking strength. Each step required him to firmly plant the staff on the ground before dragging his leg forward, the fabric of his trousers sweeping along the earth and stirring up a cloud of dust. He panted, leaning against the doorframe to peer outside, his heart sinking, his body weakened with each passing day, and after just a short rest, he felt lightheaded. At this rate, he feared he would not last until the boy's return. But upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight on the hillside. The old bull was striding toward him. However, unlike usual, its head was bowed, and a gourd hung from its mouth. The gourd's opening was stuffed with cloth, swaying with its steps, and occasionally, the fragrant aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. Old bull. The disheveled old Daoist's throat was parched and hoarse, and he couldn't help but chuckle and scold, thumping his staff on the ground. "Have you truly turned into a spirit? Just days prior, when the old bull visited, he had leaned against the threshold lamenting that since his powers had waned, he lacked the strength to even descend the mountain for a drink, his mouth nearly parched. At that time, the old bull had stood there, ears drooping, listening, and he had assumed that the beast could not comprehend. Yet today, as the old bull approached him and halted, it nudged the gourd towards him with its nose. The disheveled old Daoist reached out to catch it, feeling the warmth of the gourd, heavy in his hands. Just as he was about to speak, the old bull turned and shifted aside. To his surprise, a small oil flask hung from its back, secured with a vine, dangling steadily from its neck, the spout revealing a glimmer of clear oil within. You even want to fetch oil? The disheveled Daoist held the gourd, his fingers trembling. He recalled the first time he laid eyes on the old bull, which had already appeared quite decrepit. He had thought it would survive at most another 2 years, yet here it was, not only thriving but also capable of understanding his complaints, venturing forth to bring him wine and oil. This was no mere bull. It seemed as though he was merely accompanying his old companion through the long days. Lao Huang appeared to understand, giving a soft moo, nudging his head against the man's arm with a gentle touch, as if fearful of toppling him over. The disheveled Taoist stroked the cow's ear, coarse as sandpaper. Yet his heart was warm, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He uncorked the gourd and brought it to his lips for a sip. The fiery liquor scorched his throat, but in the midst of laughter, tears fell onto Lao Huang's fur. All right, Lao Huang. He wiped his face and offered the gourd to the cow. Would you care to try? Lao Huang stepped back, flicked his tail, and leaned against the man's leg. He did not wish to drink. He simply wanted to stay by his side, watching him indulge. At that moment, a young man clad in a cerulean Daoist robe leaped before the dilapidated temple. The scruffy Taoist instinctively assumed it was the boy returning, but upon closer inspection, disappointment washed over him. Although there were some similarities in attire and the peachwood sword on his back, the young man's aura was vastly different. Yet, there was an elusive quality about him, reminiscent of that boy. The young man was equally astonished to discover a crumbling temple atop this forsaken mountain. Along with a scruffy Daoist, after scrutinizing the scene, he shook his head, deeming the man merely a dying mortal, with a face full of arrogance. He deemed it beneath him to waste words on such a being. Nevertheless, having come from humble beginnings, he did not wish to bully the weak and infirm. His gaze swept over the old cow nearby, and he spoke disdainfully. Beast, you have wrought much evil upon this mountain. Today, this immortal will rid you of your blight. His voice, infused with spiritual energy, resonated clearly for miles around. The carpenter, Li Laosan, abruptly halted his work, realizing that the beast referred to was his own Lao Huang. Anxiety gripped him. Years ago, he had sensed something amiss with Lao Huang. After all, he had personally chosen this cow, and its vitality had only increased with age, raising suspicions. However, it was his son's cow, so he had dismissed his concerns. This year marked a decade. He wondered if his son had found an immortal in Penglai. Had those 2 girls been rescued? Alas, his second brother remained imprisoned in the capital's dungeon. Recently, he had accompanied his elder brother to visit, but upon returning, his brother had succumbed to exhaustion and passed shortly thereafter. Son Xianxia had refused to heed warnings, ultimately bringing such calamity upon the family. If Lao Huang were to meet with misfortune, how could he explain it to his son upon his return? The visit to his second brother had indeed been facilitated by Wang Yar's family. Were it not for Wei Liangcai's assistance, it would have been impossible. Yet, every family had its own struggles. Wei Liangcai had shown great promise, ranking first in high school, yet was dispatched by the old emperor to serve as a tutor for the crown princess' son, a position said to hold a mere 8th rank. Just as he contemplated this, sounds of a scuffle reached his ears. He had heard earlier that an immortal had arrived from Penglai. It was likely that this was the very immortal battling his Lao Huang. It seemed his son had chosen wisely. Indeed, there were immortals in Penglai. Yet, the current immortal appeared rather unrefined, first channeling spiritual energy into his peachwood sword, then drawing it to strike at Lao Huang. With a resounding thud, the peachwood sword struck old Huang, yet it seemed to cause no harm whatsoever. The old bull merely shook its head, as if tickled, taking 2 steps back before leaning in, purposefully rubbing against the sword. It was not a matter of being pierced, it was a playful jest. The young man's expression darkened, and with a flick of his wrist, he enveloped the peachwood sword in spiritual energy, thrusting it repeatedly. However, old Huang evaded with remarkable agility, either swishing its tail to dodge or bracing itself against the strikes, the blade leaving no mark upon its coarse fur. Frustration welled up within the young man, who abruptly leaped back, swiftly drawing a yellow talisman from his waist. With a surge of spiritual energy at his fingertips, the talisman ignited into a fiery orb, swelling to the size of a basin, and hurtling toward old Huang with a wave of heat. This fireball was his trump card, one that even royal masters could not withstand. He was confident it would subdue a mere bull. Yet, upon colliding with old Huang, the fireball extinguished with a soft puff, leaving not even a spark in its wake. Old Huang flicked its ears and let out a low moo, as if mocking him. The young man widened his eyes, trembling as he clutched the talisman. How could this beast be impervious to his fireball? Observing the young man frozen in disbelief, old Huang shook its ears again, seemingly bored with the farce, and took 2 deliberate steps forward. The muscles in its neck tightened subtly, and its drooping tail lifted slightly, revealing a hidden strength beneath its brown hide. The previous evasions had all been mere play. Now, it was truly serious. The young man had yet to recover from the shock of the fireball's failure. He witnessed old Huang suddenly lower its head, its curved horns aimed directly at him, emanating an undeniable sense of pressure, just as he prepared to raise his hand for another talisman, exclaiming, "Dare you, beast!" Old Huang lunged forward with ferocity. With a deep, powerful moo, it charged with all its might. The hard horns collided squarely with the young man's chest. The force of the impact struck him like a heavy hammer, scattering much of his spiritual energy. He was lifted off the ground, soaring through the air like a ragged cloth. The peachwood sword clattered to the ground, and the yellow talisman was scattered across the earth. In the air, he lacked the strength to control his descent, following an arc towards the distant river. He first crashed into a branch, which snapped with a crack, striking him on the head. Then, with a dull thud, he plunged into the river, after which all fell silent. Old Huang shook the dust from its head and glanced in the direction where the immortal had fallen, letting out another moo, as if to say that such meager skills dared to challenge it. It then turned and ambled toward the entrance of the dilapidated temple, deliberately stepping on the fallen peachwood sword before leisurely approaching the disheveled old Daoist, affectionately nudging its arm with its head. Chapter 154, The Ninth Prince. Jun Jiren, the young immortal master, never anticipated that he, a dignified celestial being, would be utterly bested by a mere mountain bull, clambering awkwardly out of the water. He was fortunate that his garments and hair remained unscathed, yet his embarrassment was undeniable. He shot a fierce glare at the mountain and the old yellow bull, begrudgingly departing. Just before, he had boasted and scorned the subordinates of the 19th prince as worthless. How would he explain this humiliation upon his return? Unbeknownst to him, a small boat passing by bore witness to his disgrace. The vessel was narrow, adorned with a modest canopy, and within sat a silver-haired man of over 50 years. His long silver locks were partially gathered with a jade hairpin, the remaining strands cascading to his waist. Clad in a moon-white, wide-sleeved robe that fluttered gracefully, he appeared serene, with a gentle smile as he sat in the boat. Holding a teapot, he elegantly poured tea into the cups beside a chessboard, his movements composed and refined. One could easily discern that this man was no ordinary individual. Indeed, he was the 9th prince, Jun Jiren. On either side of the boat stood 2 formidable guards in dark attire, their belts cinched and backs straight as pines. Their expressions were stern, jaws clenched tightly, their gazes sweeping indifferently over their surroundings. They remained unfazed by the immortal master's embarrassment, steadfastly protecting the 9th prince as he poured tea. The 9th prince watched the retreating figure of the young immortal master, suddenly placing down the teapot with a hearty laugh, the derision in his eyes unmistakable. The earlier calm and elegance had vanished. He shook his head, chuckling softly. Is this the immortal master from Penglai? Unable to best a single bull? How utterly ridiculous. The 2 guards remained impassive, their hands still at their sides, not even a flicker of their eyes betraying any reaction. As the 9th prince's laughter subsided, his fingers caressed the cool rim of the teapot. His gaze drifted to the spot where the young immortal master had vanished, and he spoke with a hint of self-mockery. How peculiar it is, the rubbings from that stone tablet on Penglai Island. I have perused it countless times, yet I cannot grasp even the faintest hint of understanding. He paused, his fingers tightening around the teapot handle, his voice growing somber. If one were truly able to cultivate immortality, who would endure the trials of this palace, contending for a wretched throne amidst a pack of wolves? With that, he loosened his grip, lifted the teacup, and took a sip, the earlier tension dissipating once more. Yet the gloom in the 9th prince's eyes lingered. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, raising his hand to the left. The guard on that side promptly stepped forward, bowing and responding. Your Highness, what is the status of the investigation below? How many have been transformed into immortal masters by that stone tablet? The 9th prince inquired, his tone measured and deliberate. The guard replied hastily, reporting to your Highness, there are 5 in total. Curiously, these 5 were originally attendants at the Cloud Guest Inn, who had established a good rapport. After achieving success in their cultivation, for departed the village in search of fortune, leaving only one named Lizzie behind. He remains in the village, solely engaged in meditation and management, disregarding all other matters. He paused, then continued, I dispatched someone to approach him, but they have since lost contact. Although he appears simple-minded, he is, in reality, quite difficult to engage and not easy to deal with. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince nodded, his tone imbued with a measure of appreciation. This is precisely how an immortal master should behave. Once one becomes an immortal, they ought to follow their own desires, without the need for pretense with others. He paused momentarily and instructed, as for this individual, let it be, do not disturb him again. The guard on the left bowed in acknowledgement, replying, understood. After a brief pause, he continued, the second individual is originally named Crab. The ninth prince furrowed his brow, asking, what is that? The guard quickly collected his thoughts and clarified, crab, as in the crustacean found in the river. The ninth prince chuckled, huh? A crab? How does this sage compare? Is he as reckless as a crab? The guard respectfully replied, not at all. After leaving the village, he first went to the district magistrate's office and accepted an offer from the head of the constables. He is now a constable under the governor of Jianghu. The ninth prince shook his head, his tone dismissive. What a waste of a name. He possesses no ambition. By the way, who is this governor of Jianghu? Is he someone we can win over? The guard hesitated for a moment before bowing and answering, Your Highness, this governor should be known to you. His name is Tian Weiman. Upon hearing this name, the ninth prince clenched his fist tightly, nearly overturning the chessboard before exclaiming in anger, It is that old scoundrel. He dared to openly berate my father in front of the civil and military officials. He insulted us princes. Had it not been for Lord Yang's intervention, he would not be alive today. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head again, Forget it. Inform them. There is no need to court him. The guard hesitated, noticing the ninth prince's breathing gradually calm, before daring to continue. The third individual is originally named Earthblock. He has been wandering the martial world, acting as a chivalrous hero, and his reputation is quite good. A self-indulgent fool. The ninth prince slammed his teacup onto the chessboard, splattering tea onto the pieces. The anger he had suppressed surged forth once more. As a sage, he does not cherish his celestial destiny, but instead meddles in the affairs of the martial world. It is truly a waste of talent. After scolding, he irritably waved his hand, his tone sharp. Next. Do not dawdle. The guard quickly bowed. The fourth individual is originally named Sand. I have dispatched numerous informants. However, after he left the village, he vanished without a trace, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince first appeared taken aback, then scoffed, tapping his fingers on the table, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What are these ridiculous names? Earthblock, Sand. By the way, what was the name of that worthless sage? The guard replied, Your Highness, his original name is Shell, as in the shell found in the sea. Huh. The ninth prince suddenly threw back his head and laughed, though his laughter was cold and unsettling. Gripping the edge of the table, his knuckles turned white, the mirth in his eyes shattered completely, leaving only simmering rage, a bunch of fish, shrimp, and rotten shells, and they dare to tread the path of immortality. They are all short-sighted fools who fail to appreciate true value. It infuriates me. After his tirade, the ninth prince roughly rubbed his brow, suppressing his anger to a mere flicker of malice. It seems the earth block is the only one worth a try. He paused, trailing his fingertip across the chessboard, his voice heavy with cold resolve. Pass it on. Does he not love acting as a chivalrous hero? Set a trap for him, let him suffer public disgrace, and then force him to come to me. I do not believe he will not submit to my will. The guard displayed not a hint of surprise at the cunning of the ninth prince, immediately bowing in deference. Your subordinate obeys. The ninth prince waved his hand, his tone growing increasingly grave. What of the others? Besides these 5, is there no one else who has successfully cultivated the celestial method from the stone tablet? There is no one else, the guard replied promptly. Ever since Master Bei reported the matter of the stone tablet to His Majesty, the Emperor dispatched people to encircle it. Previously, many from the martial world came to observe, yet they grasped not a fraction of its essence. How perplexing! The ninth prince furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers against the table's edge. Why is it that some can succeed with the same content while others cannot? Has the celestial fortune been entirely absorbed by these 5? As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly gestured dismissively, a flicker of suspicion crossing his gaze. No, it cannot be so simple. There must be some other means employed by these 5 during their cultivation that we have yet to uncover. We must investigate further and delve deeper. Yes. No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind swept across the river's surface, slapping a yellow talisman onto the ninth prince's face. He swiftly tore it away, scrutinizing the intricate patterns on the talisman, his pupils narrowing in realization. Is this not the talisman that the previous incompetent master used to summon the fireball? The guard leaned in for a closer inspection and nodded vigorously. Indeed, Your Highness. Huh. Truly, heaven assists me. The ninth prince clenched the yellow talisman tightly, an intense gleam igniting in his eyes. Let us see if there are any more talismans drifting this way. Yes. The guards on either side immediately sprang into action, skillfully gliding above the river's surface to retrieve the several yellow talismans that floated in midair. They carefully shielded them from the water, securely presenting them back to the ninth prince. Chapter 155. Setting fire to the mountain, the ninth prince clutched the talismans handed to him by the guards, his eyes suddenly brightening with urgency. Quick, bring some spiritual roots. His clandestine pursuit of the 19th prince had always aimed at uncovering the origin of these roots. Over the past few days, he had lingered near the mountain, discreetly arranging for some spiritual roots to be dug up and placed on the ship. And now they were perfectly timed for use. The guard to his left reacted swiftly, turning and hastening into the cabin to retrieve a small bundle of spiritual roots still coated in earth. Their sturdy stems glimmered faintly, unmistakably of extraordinary origin. Without hesitation, the ninth prince unsheathed a delicately crafted short sword, encrusted with gemstones, and with a deft flick of his wrist, he severed the roots. The verdant surface of the cut oozed a transparent sap, which he promptly directed towards the yellow talismans, allowing the liquid to seep along the intricate patterns of the paper. Once the talisman had absorbed enough sap, the ninth prince suddenly hurled it into the air. In the next moment, the talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a flurry of golden-red ashes. Before the ashes could descend, they coalesced in midair, forming a small, pulsating fireball the size of a fingernail. Though faint, it radiated a palpable wave of heat, precisely the technique summoned by the young immortal earlier. It worked. The ninth prince's eyes sparkled with elation as he clenched his fists tightly, realization dawning upon him. So this is how it is. The talisman requires spiritual energy to activate, and this root is imbued with an abundance of it. He lowered his gaze, fingering the yellow talismans, and lifted his eyes to survey the nearby mountain, a mysterious smile curving his lips as he stood in silence for a while. Behind him, the two guards maintained their posture, standing straight and still as statues. As the night deepened, the small boat drifted downstream from Hilu village to Hebei village without needing to row. The ninth prince pointed at the village ahead and inquired, "Which village is this?" The guard promptly stepped forward to report, "This is Hebei village. The son Xianxia is from this village." The ninth prince scoffed derisively, filled with disdain. Short-sighted and unrefined. In the end, they have been discarded like a worn-out shoe by my 16th brother and are now imprisoned. If only they had accepted my goodwill in their earlier years, they would not have ended up in such a predicament. As he stroked his chin thoughtfully, a sudden glint appeared in his eyes, and an idea formed. The commotion from the earlier battle between the young immortal and the yellow ox must have been heard by the nearby villagers. The ninth prince's voice lowered ominously. That worthless creature caused quite a stir earlier. Now, if we set a fire, we can claim it was his rage for losing to the ox that led him to burn the mountain in frustration. The guard paused, then bowed and stood silently by. The ninth prince took the yellow talisman in hand, retrieved a small piece of the spiritual root, and sliced it open with his short sword, allowing the sap to saturate the talisman. The difference between ordinary fire and talisman fire was easily discernible. The evidence of this talisman fire would remain. No matter how many excuses he made, he could never explain it away. With a swift motion, he flung the talisman towards the mountain. This side of the mountain was thick with thorns and low trees. Upon contact, the talisman fire ignited with a crackling sound. Sparks shot through the dry branches. And in mere moments, the flames began to ascend the mountainside, quickly merging into a vast sea of fire. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept in, carrying embers toward Hebei village. The houses within the village, predominantly constructed of grass and wood, ignited instantly upon contact with the sparks. The villagers, startled awake by the flames on the mountain, turned to see smoke billowing from their own homes. Chaos ensued, with cries and shouts for help mingling in a cacophony. However, the fire proved to be particularly malevolent. As the villagers rushed to extinguish it with buckets and basins of water, the flames merely hissed and flared, producing only clouds of white smoke. Unbeknownst to them, this was a magical fire, mistaken for the ghostly flames of the mountains, inciting further panic. Many elderly villagers, slow of foot, and frightened children searching for their parents succumbed to the choking smoke before they could escape, engulfed by the inferno. Within the span of half an hour, the mountainside was ablaze, a sea of flames illuminating the sky and casting a terrifying red glow upon the river's surface. The ninth prince stood at the bow of a boat, gazing at the distant inferno and the cries of despair, his expression devoid of emotion. Only twisting his mustache with a cold smile. This is as it should be. The more chaos, the better. By dawn, someone will identify that immortal master for this prince. The guards behind him lowered their heads, not daring to raise their eyes. The flames visible from the direction of Hebei village cast a frightening red glow. But a mountain lay between them. The mountain path was treacherous even in the best of times, and now it was impassable due to the heat. A few villagers with boats hastily launched them toward Hebei village, but upon reaching the shore, they discovered that the magical fire clung to the grass and wood, rendering their efforts futile. Li Laosan, watching in distress, suddenly recalled the scruffy old Daoist on the mountain. The old man, limping on one leg, had lived there for over a decade. When Li Laosan's son had trained on the mountain, it was the old Daoist who had taken care of him. Although the side of the mountain where the old man resided had not yet been consumed by the flames, the ferocity of the fire was alarming. If the wind changed direction, the old man, unable to flee, would be trapped. I must go check on him, Li Laosan declared, making his way toward the mountainside. A few elders in the village quickly pulled him back. Laosan, are you mad? The path is filled with smoke. If the fire sweeps over, you'll be trapped too. He has cared for my son for so many years, I cannot abandon him, Li Laosan replied, his eyes glistening with urgency. At that moment, Li Laosan's eldest son approached, gripping a hatchet. Uncle, I will go with you. I am young and swift. I can help scout the way. Li Laosan hesitated, then nodded at his nephew's earnest expression. Having a companion would indeed provide additional support. Without delay, he picked up a sturdy stick from the wall, and together they ascended the mountainside. In the dilapidated temple, the scruffy old Daoist gazed at the raging fire outside, his eyelids twitching. Could it truly be that he was to perish in this sea of flames today? Just then, an old yellow cow ambled in with a low moo. The Daoist quickly called out, "Why have you come back? Hurry, descend the mountain. This fire is strange and spreading rapidly. It will soon reach here. Quickly find your master and urge them to leave the village." As his words fell, the sound of rustling footsteps approached from outside, climbing toward them. The old Daoist quickly lifted his gaze, only to discover that the visitor was none other than Li Laosan. He hurriedly limped forward to greet him, exclaiming, "Ah, Laosan, what brings you here?" Li Laosan stepped forward, supporting him while panting. "I noticed old Huang Henti returned to the village, and remembering your mobility issues, I brought my nephew to assist you down the mountain." It was then that the old Daoist noticed the sturdy man behind Li Laosan, who bore a resemblance to the young lad, albeit with a more wholesome demeanor. Frowning, he waved his hand. "This won't do. The mountain path is steep and dark. It's far too perilous." The man took a step forward and declared, "Daoist, I can carry you. I'm strong. Descending the mountain won't tire me." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the flames to shift direction and surge toward the dilapidated temple. Old Huang the ox immediately positioned himself in front of the group, nostrils flaring as he let out a resounding snort. A powerful wave of air erupted, extinguishing the flames that had surged to the temple's entrance, quelling even the majority of the embers on the ground. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, and Old Huang felt emboldened by his ability to extinguish fire. The earlier fear of the blaze dissipated, and with a flick of his tail, he strode boldly toward the fiery inferno outside the temple. He approached the most intense flames, paused, took a deep breath, and let out a thunderous snort. The force of the air immediately diminished the flames, causing charred branches to rain down, smoking as they fell. Then, he sneezed several times, each burst accompanied by a robust wave of air, sweeping down the flames on the hillside like an invisible broom. Within the span of a mere incense stick, the visible flames on the hillside were extinguished, leaving only a cloud of black smoke wafting upwards, carrying the scent of charred remains. However, the fire in Hebei village continued to burn, still a distance away. Old Huang raised his head to survey the distant blaze and suddenly shifted toward the mountain's edge. Lifting his head to take a long, deep breath, his belly swelled, and then he unleashed a tremendous sneeze. This gust of air was accompanied by fine droplets of water, cascading like a gentle rain toward Hebei village. In no time, the flames in that direction dimmed significantly. Li Laosan and the disheveled old Daoist stood at the temple entrance, exchanging astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary ox possessed such extraordinary capabilities? Chapter 156. The Ninth Prince meets the Immortal Master. The youthful Immortal Master had not returned to Huxian, instead opting to stay at an inn near Huchuan Township. Having previously boasted before the 19th Prince, he could not bear the thought of returning in such a disheveled state. It would tarnish his reputation as an immortal. He decided to endure a night there and attempt to rectify the situation the following day. Just then, a cacophony of terrified voices erupted outside the inn. Fire. A great fire. The mountain is ablaze. The young Immortal Master could no longer remain seated. He dashed outside, his heart sinking at the sight of the raging flames on the mountain, the very place where he had recently battled the old bull. How could it suddenly catch fire? A chilling realization struck him as he instinctively reached for his waist, only to find several talismans missing. This was dire. Could the fire have been ignited by the talismans he had lost on the mountain? If the mountain burned, it would be unfortunate, but it was teeming with spiritual roots. If they were consumed by the flames, even as an immortal master, he would have no explanation to give to the old emperor. Sweat poured down his back as he fully grasped the gravity of the situation, and he turned to sprint towards the mountain. However, as he reached the entrance of Liuxiang village, he was obstructed by two men dressed in dark, fitted attire. Their postures were rigid, their gazes as frigid as ice, and it was evident they were no ordinary villagers. "My master requests your presence, immortal master. Please, follow us," said the man on the left, his voice devoid of inflection. Neither respectful nor dismissive. The young immortal master furrowed his brow, noting the hard demeanor of the two men. Their stance conveyed years of martial practice. They were undoubtedly warriors. Having previously worked at the Yunzhao Inn, a haven for martial artists, he was well acquainted with their aura. Now, as an immortal master himself, he could easily discern their identity. The individual behind these warriors was surely of significant stature. Yet, he bore the title of an immortal master, and despite his earlier defeat by the old bull, his inherent pride remained unyielding. Undeterred, he lifted his chin and inquired, "Who is your master? Where shall I meet him?" The man did not respond, but merely stepped aside. Allowing a path, "You shall know once you arrive, for my master awaits your presence." The young immortal master felt a twinge of skepticism, but reconsidered. He was eager to check on the spiritual roots on the mountain, and if he could leverage this master's influence or enlist their assistance, it would save him considerable trouble. Furthermore, he surmised that they would not dare to show disrespect to an immortal master, so he snorted coldly, "Lead the way. If you dare to play tricks, do not blame me for being impolite." The man remained expressionless as he turned to walk toward the riverbank. The young immortal master followed closely, puzzled by the thought of who would be lingering by the river at such a late hour. After a few paces, he spotted a small boat moored by the water's edge. The two men halted and gestured to him. "Immortal master, please step inside. Our master is awaiting you on the boat." As the young immortal master stepped onto the small vessel, he beheld a man with silver hair, who appeared to have surpassed 100 years in age, yet exuded an extraordinary aura. Just as he steadied himself, he heard the man speak. A hint of amusement in his tone. "Immortal master, have you been startled today?" The young immortal master regarded the man before him, noting his remarkable demeanor and the composed steadiness that suggested a long tenure in a position of authority. The more he looked, the more he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this person in the royal palace. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing him to take a step back in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are the prince." The smile on the ninth prince's face softened slightly as he caressed the jade ring on his finger, chuckling. How rare it is for the immortal master to remember this prince. He paused and slowly continued, "This prince is Jiren." So it was the ninth prince. The young immortal master felt a jolt in his heart, but was reminded of his current status as an immortal master. Even the old emperor would show him a measure of respect, so he certainly would not allow himself to lose face before a prince. He immediately assumed a more dignified demeanor and inquired, "But what brings the ninth prince here? And why do you block my path?" The ninth prince did not answer directly, but leaned slightly forward, adopting a friendly tone. "This prince has come specifically to seek the immortal master, wishing to inquire about a matter. Might the immortal master spare a moment?" This left the young immortal master in a quandary, his mind consumed with thoughts of the spiritual roots on the mountain. If he were to delay too long, the roots might be completely consumed by the flames. Not to mention, he would be unable to report back to the old emperor. Just as he hesitated, the man in dark attire approached swiftly, leaning in to whisper a few words into the ninth prince's ear. The ninth prince's expression darkened imperceptibly. Yet he soon caught sight of the young immortal master and quickly masked his unease with a smile, looking directly into the young man's anxious eyes. "Are you not concerned about the fire on the mountain?" The young immortal master was taken aback. Before he could respond, the ninth prince continued, "Fear not, for I arrived just in time. Witnessing the ferocity of the flames, I have already dispatched people to extinguish them." He paused deliberately, his tone slowing. "I have just received word that the spiritual roots on the mountain are safe." These words fell like a stone into still water, and the young immortal master exhaled in relief. With no immediate danger to the spiritual roots, there was no need for haste. His tense shoulders relaxed as he took a seat on the wooden stool before the ninth prince and raised his gaze, saying, "In that case, what would the ninth prince like to inquire about?" The ninth prince did not rush to speak. Instead, he elegantly prepared a pot of tea and discreetly signaled to a nearby attendant. The attendant stepped forward, presenting a teacup to the young immortal master. During his time in the palace, the young immortal master had not made much progress in his cultivation, but had thoroughly learned the intricate rituals of court etiquette. He received the teacup, took a sip, and patiently awaited the ninth prince's words. Finally, the ninth prince spoke slowly. This prince finds himself trapped within the confines of the imperial palace, often at the mercy of circumstances. With the second prince on one side and the third prince on the other, I am left without allies, and neither side affords me any benefit. He paused, his tone growing somber. This prince holds no interest in power or the throne. I only wish to tread the path of immortality, much like the immortal master. The inscriptions that the immortal master previously presented have been thoroughly memorized by this prince, yet he remains unable to grasp the essence. Having discovered not a trace of the spiritual energy the immortal master mentioned, the ninth prince leaned in closer, his eyes filled with earnestness. Having arrived here, this prince has concealed his royal identity and come quietly, specifically to seek your guidance. I wish to know how one might cultivate the arts of immortality and embark on the path to transcendence. The young celestial master found himself momentarily speechless, utterly astonished that the prince before him would utter such words. Did this prince truly disregard power, focusing solely on the pursuit of immortality? This perplexed him greatly, as he remembered how, upon achieving a modicum of celestial skill in his youth, he hastily departed from his hometown for the capital, eager to present himself as a celestial master, driven by the allure of power and grandeur. Yet, he had no intention of instructing others in cultivation. The five of them had explored their practices together, their success largely attributed to the fortuitous circumstances of that time. Since entering the imperial palace, he had long neglected his cultivation, although he had managed to devise a few minor techniques for using spiritual energy offensively. Nevertheless, his inner spiritual energy had not increased in the slightest over the years. Furthermore, he had only a rudimentary grasp of characters. His attainment of celestial methods had been sheer luck, and he understood little of teaching. More importantly, he was acutely aware that, apart from their small group, no one else had succeeded in cultivation. Amidst his contemplation, an idea suddenly struck him, prompting him to speak. Your Highness, there is, in fact, a necessary condition for cultivating celestial arts. Oh, why have I never heard the celestial master mention this? The ninth prince raised an eyebrow. It appears I had overlooked this detail. It was only upon your inquiry that I recalled it. The young celestial master quickly smoothed over his words, adopting the demeanor of a master, and continued leisurely. Since ancient times, it has been said that immortals dwell in pinnacle. Thus, the essential condition for aspiring to immortality is that one must journey to pinnacle. The ninth prince's eyes immediately sparkled with realization. How had he not thought of this? They had indeed emerged from pinnacle, and this reasoning was entirely plausible. He promptly clasped his hands in gratitude towards the young celestial master. Thank you for your guidance. He then exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby attendant. Before long, the attendant approached, bearing two ornate boxes, which he placed before the young celestial master. Upon opening the first box, the young celestial master discovered a remarkably robust spiritual root nestled within. If consumed, it would undoubtedly enhance his inner spiritual energy significantly. Opening the second box revealed a substantial stack of silver notes, far too many to count, leaving him in a state of astonishment. At that moment, the ninth prince spoke again. Celestial master, why not accompany me on a journey? In doing so, you may return to your homeland in glory. And should I succeed in mastering the celestial arts in the future, I shall undoubtedly rely heavily upon your expertise. Upon hearing the phrase return in glory, the young celestial master felt his heart stir. He realized he was no match for the old bull, and remaining here would only undermine his status as a master. It would be wiser to accompany the ninth prince, even if the 19th prince were to hold him accountable later. His standing with the old emperor would afford him protection against reproach, providing him with ample justification. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded subtly. Since the ninth prince extends a sincere invitation, I shall accompany you on your journey. Chapter 157. Returning in splendor. The journey to pinnacle was not long, especially now that they were traveling in a royal carriage. Unlike Li Zio, who had to trek for several months, covering a distance of 1,000 miles, the ninth prince and the young immortal master arrived at pinnacle in just a few days. The soldiers immediately knelt, their voices taut with respect. This humble soldier pays his respects to His Highness the ninth prince. Unaware of your arrival, I beg your pardon for the lack of a proper welcome. The ninth prince raised his hand to waive the formalities, his gaze sweeping over the tightly gathered soldiers. He pointed to the immortal master behind him and stated plainly, this prince has come with the immortal master to inspect this stele. Kindly step back and do not obstruct us. The soldiers dared not delay, hastily gesturing for those nearby to retreat to a distance of 3 zhang. They themselves remained bent at the waist, not daring to breathe audibly. Having seen the immortal master clad in a green robe, exuding an extraordinary aura yet lacking any official insignia, the soldiers had grown somewhat wary. However, witnessing the ninth prince's attitude towards the immortal master, they dared not show any hint of negligence. The young immortal master did not regard the soldiers, his gaze already fixed upon the stone stele, his fingertips slightly raised as if sensing something. The ninth prince said little, standing quietly by his side, patiently waiting. As the young immortal master began to practice the fundamental qi cultivation method inscribed on the stele, a look of astonishment spread across his face. He could hardly believe that the casual remarks he had made to the ninth prince were indeed true. Ever since he had introduced himself and entered the palace as an immortal master, he had felt almost devoid of spiritual energy while cultivating within the palace. It was only after encountering the spiritual root that he finally sensed the energy again, leading to the subsequent events. Yet at this moment, as he invoked the technique, spiritual energy truly surged throughout the heavens and earth. He immediately sat down to meditate, focusing intently on his cultivation. It is often said that cultivation knows no bounds of time, but as he closed his eyes and opened them again, twilight had approached. He hastily rose and addressed the ninth prince. "Oh dear, I have neglected your highness. I sincerely beg your pardon." The ninth prince waved his hand and inquired, "How fare you, immortal master?" The young immortal master understood well what the ninth prince wished to know and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Penglai is replete with spiritual energy. If your highness were to cultivate here, you would undoubtedly achieve mastery in the immortal arts. Though the ninth prince maintained a stoic expression, internally he was filled with delight, observing that the ninth prince showed no urgency to commence his cultivation. The young immortal master recognized that matters were not pressing and stepped forward. "Just ahead lies my humble abode. If your highness does not mind, would you care to rest there for a while?" Over the years spent as an immortal master in the palace, he had accumulated a considerable sum of silver and had never overlooked his family. He had long since dispatched funds to renovate his ancestral home, transforming it into a splendid residence. Amidst the lowly fishing village, his family's abode, with its green bricks and black tiles and its grand red gates, stood out conspicuously, truly a distinguished household. The ninth prince could not miss the young immortal master's intentions. Despite being known as the ninth prince, he had already surpassed 50 years of age, while the immortal master appeared to be barely in his 20s. Such transparent thoughts could not easily be concealed from him. He nodded slightly and replied, "Very well." He then turned to the still-bowed captain of the soldiers and commanded, "Prepare 2 fine steeds. This prince wishes to ride alongside the immortal master." The commander, not daring to be negligent, promptly bowed and replied, "Yes, I shall attend to this matter at once." As soon as he uttered these words, he hastily withdrew, not daring to linger for a moment. The young celestial master, noticing the absence of dissent from the ninth prince, revealed a warm smile upon his face. He gestured for the ninth prince to follow him towards their residence, saying, "Your highness, please accompany me. We have prepared some fine tea to relieve your fatigue." The ninth prince offered no response, yet mounted one of the 2 tall steeds alongside him. The horses trotted down the dirt path of the fishing village, their manes billowing in the wind. Each hoof-fall stirred up fine dust, which stood out starkly amid the low fishing shanties. The ninth prince, holding the reins firmly, rode on the left, allowing the pace to remain leisurely as his gaze swept past the roadside. Bamboo poles, laden with drying fishing nets, leaned askew against the earthen walls, while a fisherman, dressed in coarse cloth, returned from the tidal flats, water still dripping from the hem of his trousers. Upon seeing them, he abruptly halted, staring intently in their direction, while several fisherwomen, baskets slung over their shoulders, paused their journey to murmur together, their eyes brimming with curiosity, momentarily abandoning their tasks. The young celestial master sat upright on the right, his posture impeccably straight. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the villagers gazing at them, his lips curving into a suppressed smile that could not hide his sense of triumph. He intentionally slowed the pace of his horse, ensuring each hoof-fall was steady, complemented by the distant formation of soldiers following behind. Their armor glinted under the sun, the sound of their footsteps resonating in unison. Although they were several paces away, the imposing aura of the soldiers silenced the onlookers, who dared only to observe from a distance. The ninth prince seemed oblivious to this spectacle, his gaze drifting over the small fishing boats moored on the tidal flats, and the sun-dried fish laid out on the planks. He also noticed a yellow dog darting past the wall of a fishing hut. He unconsciously stroked the reins, lost in thought, occasionally lifting his eyes to catch a glimpse of the young celestial master's barely contained excitement. A fleeting look of understanding crossed his eyes before he returned his focus to the scenery by the roadside. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea, mingling with the aroma of the meals wafting from the fishing huts. As the crowd along the path grew, a daring child attempted to inch closer, only to be pulled back by an adult, who held them firmly, prompting them to tiptoe towards the tall horses. The young celestial master, acutely aware of the attention, adjusted his posture even further. As the horses stepped over a shallow dip, he steadied himself purposefully, fearful of losing his composure. At that moment, the ninth prince suddenly spotted a young girl, no more than 12 or 13, carrying a small medicinal basket and followed by a large white goose. Her clear, spirited features were striking, even among the noble daughters of the capital. A flicker of emotion stirred within him, and he was reminded of his unfortunate grandson, who had just turned 10 yet was born blind. Despite the palace's physicians and renowned doctors from the realm having been summoned, no cure had been found. It was not entirely the fault of others. The renowned healer from the east had vanished for a decade without a trace, while the eccentric northern healer demanded a life in exchange for his services, a proposition unthinkable for a prince. As for the Valley of Medicinal Kings, the royal family had always been reluctant to forge close ties with the forces of the martial world. Moreover, 2 years prior, the valley's leading master had been rendered incapacitated, leading to a significant decline in its reputation. Fortunately, the valley still has a second master to support it, albeit his medical skills do not match those of his predecessor. Fortunately, a young physician has emerged from the valley, capable of shouldering the burden, though he remains at a loss regarding the eye ailment afflicting his grandson. The prince's thoughts gathered swiftly as he reined in his horse and called out to the young immortal beside him. "Immortal, do you recognize that young lady ahead?" The young immortal followed his gaze and immediately recognized her. "Is it not Xianxia?" he replied with a chuckle. "Indeed, she is from our village, and I know her well." "That's good to hear. Very good," the prince murmured twice, his gaze still fixed on the little girl, who, along with the large white goose accompanying her, caught his eye once more. An unexpected thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps one day, this girl could be a companion for his grandson, or, yet, being a prince, he was accustomed to exercising caution. As this notion surfaced, he swiftly suppressed it, maintaining an expression of impassivity, and simply urged, "Since we are acquainted, how fortuitous. Let us continue on our way." Chapter 158. Rescuing by the seaside. As one draws near to the ocean, venturing out to fish inevitably subjects one to the caprices of turbulent waves. On this particular day, a fishing boat encountered a formidable swell. An elderly man, due to his advanced age, accidentally fell into the sea. Fortunately, his son, quick-witted and agile, managed to rescue him. Yet, despite this, the old man was left clinging to the last vestiges of life. His son hastily paddled towards the shore, shouting for assistance and urging everyone to summon Xianxia. Upon witnessing the urgent situation, the nearby villagers raced to Xianxia's residence, calling for her aid. At that moment, the ninth prince, who had been residing with the young immortal master, heard the commotion outside and stepped out. He intercepted a young villager and inquired about the cause of the disturbance. The villager, upon noticing the elderly gentleman's white hair, responded with great respect. "A fisherman has fallen into the sea, and we await the arrival of Miss Xianxia to rescue him." Hearing that familiar name stirred something within the ninth prince, prompting him to inquire further, "Who is this Miss Xianxia?" The young man, observing the prince's finely tailored attire and recognizing him as someone from the house of the marquis, understood that he was likely of noble lineage. Thus, he replied with utmost deference, "You must be from out of town, sir. Our village's Miss Xianxia is quite remarkable. A few years ago, a Daoist priest visited our village, possessing exceptional medical skills. He later imparted his knowledge to Miss Xianxia. Over the years, she has saved numerous villagers." The ninth prince nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude while discreetly offering a piece of jade from his pocket. The villager's eyes brightened at the sight, and he promptly accepted the token. Reflecting on his prior encounter with Xianxia, the ninth prince was astonished to learn of her medical prowess and esteemed reputation among the locals. With this newfound admiration, he resolved to observe her in action. Just as he solidified his decision, he noticed movement among the people on the boat. Several seasoned fishermen leapt onto the sandy shore, calling out for assistance. Without waiting for further instruction, the villagers rallied around the men, helping to stabilize the boat. Meanwhile, the women laid down a clean piece of coarse cloth on the beach, while several strong young men descended to the vessel's edge. Carefully, they cradled the elderly man's back and legs, gently maneuvering him towards the shore. There was no pushing or shouting. The son, with reddened eyes, stood nearby, repeatedly urging them to be gentle. Everyone complied with his wishes, gradually easing the old man onto the cloth. Once he was properly settled, the crowd instinctively took a step back, forming a semicircle to protect him, allowing for fresh air while shielding him from the coastal winds. Some anxiously wrung their hands, glancing towards Xia's home. Others crouched down to check the old man's pulse, raising their heads in panic to question why Xia had not yet arrived. Nearby, someone quickly responded that they had just sent Air Zhu running for her, assuring them she would be here soon. Despite these reassurances, the tension in their voices revealed their unease, and many continued to gaze anxiously towards the path. In the midst of this, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance on the beach. Moving swiftly, one could even hear the gentle clinking of porcelain bottles within a bamboo basket. The young girl, Xia, bore a bamboo basket containing several porcelain vials on her back. At her waist dangled a small wrought tin basket, and she donned a tidy blue and white outfit. Her hair was neatly gathered into a single bun with a blue ribbon, though a few strands danced lightly with her movements. Most striking was the proud white goose strutting alongside her, honking gaily as it matched her pace. Upon seeing her, the villagers' eyes instantly brightened, their previously tense voices transformed into a relaxed cheer. Xia has arrived. The crowd swiftly parted to create a pathway. A man, who had been anxiously wringing his hands moments before, called out to the goose with a smile. "Big White, have you come to help too?" This playful interjection sparked laughter among the onlookers, lifting the atmosphere considerably. Everyone knew of Xia's medical prowess. Her presence instilled a sense of reassurance that the elderly man would be fine, and their spirits lightened. Xia hurried to the old man's side, undaunted despite her tender age of 12 or 13. She crouched down and gently placed her fingers on his wrist to check his pulse. With deft movements, she lifted his eyelid to inspect his eyes. Then, with a flick of her finger, she swiftly pressed several acupressure points on his chest and abdomen. Her technique, both gentle and steady. Just as she finished, the old man suddenly gasped and expelled a large mouthful of seawater, his complexion visibly improving. Without hesitation, Xia turned and retrieved a small porcelain vial from her basket, uncorking it to extract a small, irregularly shaped pill, which she cradled in her palm. Leaning closer to the old man, she softly encouraged him to open his mouth. Noticing his half-closed eyes cooperating, she placed the pill inside. She then gently swept her hand under his chin a couple of times, as if to ensure the pill did not get lodged. To the untrained eye, this appeared to be a simple gesture, yet it did not escape the keen observation of the ninth prince. Having lived for half a century, he was already captivated by the art of cultivation. He had often observed young celestial masters demonstrating their techniques within the palace, and although he had yet to embark upon his own path, his understanding surpassed that of the ordinary fisherman. This was no ordinary medical practice. The ninth prince pondered. The remedies of these fishermen could not possess such efficacy. This was distinctly different from the skills of traveling healers, and moreover, they were in Penglai. A realization dawned upon him. His subordinates must have failed to obtain accurate information, neglecting to report such significant intelligence. This young girl was no mere healer. She had evidently embarked upon the path of cultivation. Her adept movements suggested that her abilities might even surpass those of the young celestial master he had previously observed. The more he contemplated, the more his heart raced. If even such a remarkable individual could be overlooked, how many more secrets lay undiscovered? Yet, a subsequent thought ignited a fervor within him. If Miss Xue truly possessed celestial abilities, perhaps his grandson, who had been blind since childhood, could indeed be saved. He had already favored Miss Xue, and witnessing her remarkable talents only solidified his resolve. If she were to intervene, perhaps his grandson's sight could be restored. And if the two were to develop a deeper connection in the future, it would be nothing short of perfect. The ninth prince stifled his impulses, reminding himself to remain patient. He gradually composed his thoughts, donning a gentle smile, and stood by, awaiting Miss Xue to settle the elderly gentleman. Once everything was in order and the crowd dispersed, he approached her.